Chapter 0811 Interlude. In the vast expanse of the magical realm, Luffy and Naruto had just triumphed over the dark creatures ensnared by the magical array. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting episode in their protracted journey of guardianship. That moment. The prairie they occupied basked in the gentle embrace of sunlight, emanating tranquility and harmony. A soft breeze caressed the landscape, where the verdant grass undulated like a green ocean in the distance. An ancient castle stood majestically, seemingly narrating the rich history of the magical world. Above, pristine clouds drifted lazily in the sky, bestowing an additional layer of serenity and comfort upon this enchanting vista. Luffy stood resolutely upon the prairie, his grip firm around the thunderflame sword, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and vigilance. His white hair danced lightly in the breeze, akin to a banner of battle, constantly reminding him of the heavy responsibilities he bore. Beside him, Naruto radiated the power of the Golden Nine Tails, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future and a thirst for challenges. "We must remain vigilant. Dark forces may resurface at any moment," Luffy declared, his voice steady and commanding. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must grow stronger to safeguard this world." They continued their journey across the prairie, venturing into the unknown. With each step, the scenery transformed around them. Occasionally, they encountered a vibrant sea of flowers, where blossoms of myriad hues swayed in the breeze, releasing a captivating fragrance. At other times, they traversed a crystalline stream, its waters babbling gently and reflecting the sunlight like a silver ribbon. As they progressed, other creatures of the magical realm occasionally revealed themselves. Graceful unicorns galloped across the prairie, their forms exuding an ethereal beauty. Tiny fairies flitted amidst the blossoms, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The presence of these beings imbued the magical world with vitality and exuberance. However, Luffy and Naruto remained unbewitched by the stunning scenery. They upheld their vigilance, knowing that behind this seemingly idyllic facade lurked myriad dangers. Suddenly, as they pressed onward, a dark cloud materialized in the sky. This ominous formation swiftly expanded, shrouding the entire expanse and casting a pall over the once bright world. "Trouble brews," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately prepared for battle. "It seems another fierce conflict awaits you, the dark cloud burgeoned. A formidable surge of magical energy emanated from it, suffused with malevolence and darkness, sending chills down their spines. Luffy and Naruto fixated on the cloud, bracing themselves for the impending peril. Abruptly, a swarm of black bats erupted from the darkness. These bats were colossal, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, exuding an aura of evil. "Dark bats!" Luffy shouted. Naruto swiftly summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails. Coalescing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands, he hurled the ball towards the dark bats, and upon impact, it erupted, the forceful shockwave driving the dark bats back. However, the dark bats were not so easily vanquished. They launched another attack with astonishing speed, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Luffy wielded the thunderflame sword, its blade entwined with arcs of lightning and flames, forming a formidable barrier that repelled the assaults of the dark bats. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that these dark bats appeared to be under the control of a more potent dark force. He resolved to uncover the source of this sinister power and eradicate the threat once and for all. "Naruto, we cannot merely remain on the defensive, we must seek out the origin of this dark force," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. "All right, let us search together." As they battled the dark bats, they simultaneously sought the source of the ominous energy. After considerable effort, they finally discovered that the dark force emanated from a concealed dark magic array hidden within the ominous clouds. "Found it!" Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately charged toward the dark magic array. "Let us destroy it." However, a formidable magical shield surrounded the array, obstructing their advance. Naruto summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, attempting to breach the magical barrier. Yet the shield proved remarkably resilient, and his efforts yielded little effect. Meanwhile, Luffy meticulously scrutinized the structure of the magical shield, searching for its vulnerabilities. After a thorough examination, he identified the weak point, the energy core of the shield. If they could shatter the core, the magical barrier would collapse. "Naruto, target the energy core of the magical shield," Luffy instructed. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails once more, launching a colossal tailed beast sphere toward the energy core. The sphere detonated, its immense force striking the core directly. Cracks began to form in the magical shield, which ultimately shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto rushed into the dark magic array. Inside the array, an aura of malevolence pervaded the air. Shadows flickered ominously, instilling a sense of dread and oppression. Luffy and Naruto advanced cautiously, seeking a means to dismantle the magic array. At the center of the array, they encountered a massive dark crystal. This crystal emanated a potent dark energy, the very source controlling the dark bats. "This is it," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto prepared to assault the dark crystal, lest destroy it. However, just as they were about to strike, the dark crystal emitted a powerful beam of shadowy light, enveloping them both. Luffy and Naruto felt an overwhelming pressure as their bodies were ensnared by the dark light, rendering them immobile. "This is not good, we are trapped," Luffy remarked. Naruto struggled valiantly, but the binding force of the dark light was formidable, leaving him unable to escape. "What shall we do?" In this dire moment, Luffy remained calm, contemplating a strategy. He recalled the formidable magic they had acquired in the ruins and resolved to employ it to shatter the bonds of the dark light. Focusing intently, he summoned the power of the Ten Tails within him while channeling the magical energy from the ruins. A radiant white light emanated from his being, clashing against the darkness. After considerable effort, Luffy finally succeeded in breaking the shackles of the dark radiance. He and Naruto immediately unleashed their most potent attacks towards the dark crystal. The Sword of Thunderfire and the power of the Golden Nine Tails struck the dark crystal simultaneously, shattering it into pieces. With the destruction of the dark crystal, the dark bats lost control and plummeted to the ground. As the battle concluded, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again grace the meadows. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, knowing they had once more safeguarded the magical realm. They continued to patrol this world brimming with mystery and challenges, their tale destined to resonate throughout the magical domain. Chapter 0812, Secrets. With each step, they ventured into a mysterious forest. An enigmatic aura enveloped this woodland, where towering, dense trees allowed only faint beams of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Luffy and Naruto cautiously entered the forest, sensing a formidable magical power pulsating within. Each corner harbored unknown dangers, yet they pressed forward with unwavering courage. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance stood sealed, radiating a mystical glow. Luffy and Naruto felt the immense magical pressure emanating from within, realizing that significant secrets lay hidden inside. "Should we venture inside?" Naruto inquired. Luffy nodded thoughtfully. "There may be powers and knowledge we seek within. However, we must tread carefully, it could be fraught with peril." With utmost caution, they pushed open the temple's grand door and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, adorned with cryptic runes and patterns etched into the walls. Ancient magical artifacts lay scattered across the ground, exuding a potent magical essence. The heart of the temple was a colossal magical array. It shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if beckoning them closer. Luffy and Naruto approached the array, scrutinizing its intricate design. "This magical array appears quite intricate. I wonder what its purpose is," Naruto remarked. Luffy fell into contemplation, sensing the immense power contained within the array. "This array may serve as a teleportation portal or a formidable magical device. We must explore it with caution and refrain from triggering it impulsively." They began to search the temple for clues, hoping to unveil the purpose of the magical array. In a secluded corner, they discovered an ancient tome. The text within was archaic and mysterious, and they diligently endeavored to decipher its contents. After much perseverance, they finally discerned the function of the magical array. It was a powerful teleportation portal capable of transporting them deep into the magical realm, where even greater magical powers and knowledge might be concealed. "Shall we utilize this teleportation array?" Naruto asked. Luffy pondered for a moment. "Our mission is to safeguard the magical realm. This teleportation array may grant us greater power, assisting us in fulfilling our duty. However, we must tread cautiously, for the other side of the array could be fraught with unknown dangers." Ultimately, they resolved to utilize the teleportation array to delve deeper into the magical world. Standing within the magical circle, they felt a formidable surge of magical energy envelop them. In a flash of light, they were transported to an unfamiliar locale. This place was an immense cavern, adorned with bizarrely shaped rocks and shimmering crystals. The walls of the cave were inscribed with ancient runes and patterns, reminiscent of the magical array they had encountered in the temple. "What is this place?" Naruto inquired. Luffy surveyed the surroundings. "I do not know, but it undoubtedly conceals significant secrets. They cautiously explored the cavern, which was permeated by an enigmatic aura, eliciting both excitement and trepidation. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon peculiar devices and instruments. These artifacts appeared exceedingly ancient, yet radiated formidable power. What were these things for? Naruto asked with curiosity. Luffy examined the devices closely. I am uncertain, but they're certainly tied to the secrets of this place. Continuing their exploration, they eventually arrived at the innermost sanctum of the cave. Before them stood a colossal stone door, intricately carved with mysterious runes and patterns. The door remained firmly shut, as if guarding a monumental secret. Luffy and Naruto endeavored to open the stone door, but it did not yield. They searched the vicinity for a means to unlock it and discovered clues inscribed on the wall beside the door. These clues appeared to form a cipher, which, once deciphered, would grant them access to the door. They diligently set to work on the puzzle. After much arduous effort, they finally unraveled the cipher, and the stone door creaked open. Beyond it lay a vast chamber, within which rested a gigantic crystal ball. The orb emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly harboring the secrets of the entire world. This crystal ball must be of great significance, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded. We must exercise caution. This crystal ball may conceal immense dangers. They approached the crystal ball slowly, scrutinizing the light and patterns upon its surface. Suddenly, an image materialized within the orb, depicting an ancient battleground where countless wizards and dark creatures clashed fiercely. Luffy and Naruto were captivated by this vision, as if witnessing the past and future of the magical realm. Just as they became engrossed in the imagery, the crystal ball emitted a powerful beam of light, enveloping them. They felt a tremendous force surge into their bodies, instantaneously enhancing their abilities. Yet alongside this newfound strength, they also sensed a profound weight of responsibility. They understood that the peace of this world depended upon their guardianship. The radiance faded. Luffy and Naruto stood before the crystal sphere, their hearts brimming with unwavering conviction. They understood that their adventure was far from over, and that a myriad of challenges awaited them in the future. In this enchanting realm filled with mystery and trials, their saga would continue to unfold. Emerging from the cavern, they ventured forth to explore the magical world. Their figures became a striking emblem within this realm, instilling hope and strength for peace among its inhabitants. During their journey, they encountered numerous like-minded sorcerers. These mages were also striving to safeguard the magical world, and together with Luffy and Naruto, they forged a formidable alliance. The power of this alliance grew ever stronger as they united to combat the forces of darkness, defending the tranquility of their enchanted domain. Luffy and Naruto played pivotal roles within the coalition, their courage and might inspiring all who stood with them. However, the dark forces were relentless. They persistently sought opportunities to rise again. By fortuitous chance, the dark entities discovered an ancient magical treasure, imbued with formidable dark power. Should this treasure fall into their hands, it would pose a grave threat to the magical realm. Upon learning this news, Luffy and Naruto resolved to lead the members of their alliance to thwart the dark forces from claiming the magical treasure. They set forth with haste, heading towards the treasure's hidden location. Throughout their journey, they faced numerous hardships and challenges. Powerful dark creatures obstructed their path, and intricate magical traps tested their intellect. Yet they remained undeterred, overcoming each obstacle with steadfast belief and indomitable perseverance. At last, they arrived at the site of the magical treasure, which lay within an ancient castle, suffused with a potent aura of darkness. The castle's grand entrance stood sealed, emanating an enigmatic glow that we must tread carefully. Danger may lurk within, Luffy cautioned. Naruto nodded affirmatively. We shall enter together and ensure the dark forces do not seize the magical treasure. With utmost caution, they ventured into the castle. The interior was expansive, adorned with mysterious runes and intricate designs etched into the walls. Ancient magical artifacts lay scattered across the floor, radiating a powerful magical essence. In the heart of the castle, there rested a colossal treasure chest, emanating a mysterious luminescence. Inside lay the magical treasure. However, a formidable magical shield encircled the chest, impeding their advance. How do we shatter this magical shield? Naruto inquired. Luffy scrutinized the structure of the shield intently. This magical barrier is immensely powerful. We must discover its weakness to breach it. They commenced a search within the castle for clues, hoping to unveil the shield's vulnerable point. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered that the shield's weakness lay within its energy core. By destroying this core, the magical shield would collapse. I found it, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately readied himself to strike at the energy core of the magical shield. Let us destroy it. Just as they were poised to launch their assault, members of the Dark Forces emerged. They intervened to thwart Luffy and Naruto's offensive, endeavoring to safeguard the magical treasure. You shall not desecrate the magical treasure, a member of the Dark Forces shouted. Undeterred, Luffy and Naruto engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Dark Forces. The power of the Thunder Flame Sword and the Golden Nine Tails played a significant role in the fray, as they relentlessly struck against their adversaries. Throughout the conflict, Luffy and Naruto collaborated seamlessly, unleashing their utmost prowess. Their combined onslaught forced the Dark Forces to retreat steadily, ultimately leading to their triumph over the menacing foes. Once the battle concluded, they immediately targeted the energy core of the magical shield. With the destruction of the energy core, the magical barrier collapsed, granting them access to the treasure chest. The treasure chest emanates a powerful magical glow, containing ancient magical artifacts and books. These magical artifacts and books contain powerful magical energy and knowledge, which will play an important role in protecting the magical world. Luffy and Naruto carefully picked up the magical items and books, feeling the powerful energy contained within them. They knew that these items would become important weapons for them to protect the magical world. With the magical treasures in hand, they left the castle and continued patrolling the magical realm. Their figures became a beautiful sight in the magical world, giving people a sense of hope and strength for peace. Chapter 0813. The source on the vast land of the magical world, Luffy and Naruto, carrying the magical treasures obtained from the ancient castle, continued their journey of guardianship. Their hearts were filled with anticipation for the future and a firm belief in peace. At that moment, they were walking through a tranquil forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light, as if nature had laid out a golden carpet for them. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if singing for their heroic deeds. In the distance, a clear stream flowed gently, the water sparkling with silver light under the sunlight, resembling a flowing ribbon of jewels. Luffy walked while contemplating how to better utilize the powers within the magical treasures. He knew that the magical tools and books contained powerful magic and knowledge. But to truly harness their potential, continuous exploration and practice were necessary. He tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, feeling the power emanating from the blade, filled with determination. Naruto appeared even more excited, eagerly wanting to try out the new magical powers he had just acquired. The power of the golden nine-tailed fox surged within him, instilling confidence and courage. He frequently observed his surroundings, filled with curiosity about everything in the magical world. Luffy, when can we face a challenge again? I can't wait to showcase our new powers, Naruto said. Luffy smiled slightly and said, Don't rush. Challenges will always come. We must remain vigilant and be prepared. Just as they were talking, they suddenly sensed a faint magical ripple coming from a distance. They immediately stopped and looked warily in the direction of the ripple. There's something going on, Luffy shouted. Naruto quickly got ready for battle. It seemed another fierce fight was about to happen. They swiftly flew towards the direction of the magical ripple. As they approached, they discovered a mysterious valley. The valley was filled with an enigmatic aura, as if it hid countless secrets. This valley looks unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Let's go in and take a look. They cautiously entered the valley. The scenery inside was beautiful, with colorful flowers swaying in the breeze, exuding a charming fragrance. Clear spring water flowed from the depths of the valley, forming a small waterfall. Below the waterfall was a clear pool, shimmering with mysterious light. However, they were not deceived by the beautiful scenery. They sensed a powerful magical force surging within the valley, filled with mystery and danger. Be careful, there might be powerful magical creatures here, Luffy warned. Naruto closely watched the surrounding environment. I'm ready. Just as they were cautiously observing their surroundings, a roar suddenly came from deep within the valley. The roar was filled with power and majesty, causing the entire valley to tremble. It's a magical creature, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately unleashed the power of the golden nine-tailed beast, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He threw the tailed beast bomb towards the direction of the roar, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked down the flowers and trees in the valley. As the tailed beast bomb exploded, a gigantic figure emerged from the depths of the valley. The figure was several dozen meters tall, covered in black scales, with eyes that glowed red. Its mouth was huge and sharp, capable of easily swallowing a person. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy carefully observed the gigantic figure, which looked like a powerful magical creature. We need to respond cautiously. The magical creature saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately let out a roar. It swung its massive claws and pounced towards them. The claws carried immense power, compressing the air around them with a hissing sound. Luffy immediately swung the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier of intertwined lightning and fire that blocked the magical creature's attack. The lightning and flames flickered in the air, colliding with the creature's claws and producing loud booms. Naruto then used the wind release technique, unleashing a gust of wind towards the magical creature. The wind blades danced in the air, slicing through it. However, the creature's body was very hard, and the wind blades did not inflict much damage. The magical creature launched another attack, opening its enormous mouth and unleashing a stream of black flames. This flame, imbued with immense power, surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the black flames. They darted through the valley, using the terrain and magical powers to evade the attacks of the magical creature. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the creature's weakness lay in its eyes. He decided to exploit this weakness and attack the magical creature. Naruto, aim for the creature's eyes, Luffy said. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a massive tailed beast bomb towards the creature's eyes. The bomb exploded, and the powerful impact severely damaged the creature's eyes. The magical creature let out a painful roar. Its body began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full power strike. The Thunder Flame Sword slashed through the creature, splitting its body in half. As the magical creature fell, the valley returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief, knowing that they had once again successfully protected the magical world. They continued patrolling the magical realm, guarding this world full of mystery and challenges. Their story would continue to be told throughout the magical world. As they walked, they arrived at a mysterious island. The island was shrouded in a layer of magical shield, and only through specific magic could one enter. Luffy and Naruto sensed the powerful magical energy emanating from the island, and they knew that important secrets were hidden within. How are we going to enter this island? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magical shield, and they needed to find a way to break it. Perhaps they could use the knowledge from the magical treasure to find the answer. They began to study the books and magical items in the treasure, hoping to discover a method to break the magical shield. After some effort, they finally found an ancient magical ritual that could break the shield. They performed the ritual as recorded in the books. As the ritual progressed, the magical shield gradually weakened and eventually disappeared. They successfully entered the island. Chapter 0814. The song The scenery on the island was breathtaking, with golden beaches stretching along the coastline under the blue sky and white clouds, while the waves gently lapped at the shore, producing a pleasant sound. In the distance, lush forests covered most of the island, with tall trees piercing the clouds, as if guarding this mysterious land. Luffy and Naruto stood on the beach, feeling the sea breeze blowing, their hearts filled with curiosity about this mysterious island. They knew that the secrets hidden here might have a significant impact on their mission to protect the magical world. This island felt very different. Naruto looked at the scenery around and said. Luffy nodded, confirming that the magical aura here was indeed very strong, and they needed to explore carefully. They walked along the beach and soon reached the edge of the forest. A thin mist enveloped the forest, obscuring the view inside. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the woods, their footsteps echoing clearly in the silent forest. The trees in the forest were tall and dense, with sunlight only filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting faint patches of light. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, which rustled underfoot. As they walked, they remained alert, observing their surroundings and ready to respond to any potential dangers. After walking for a while, they discovered a small path. This path twisted and turned, leading deeper into the forest. Luffy and Naruto decided to follow the path to see where it would take them. As they ventured further, the environment around the path began to change. Some strange plants started to appear in their view, emitting a mysterious glow, as if containing powerful magical energy. These plants look very unusual, Naruto remarked. Luffy carefully observed these plants. They might be unique species native to this island, perhaps with special uses. Just as they were studying these strange plants, they suddenly heard a faint sound. The sound seemed to be a call coming from afar, making people unconsciously want to get closer. Did you hear that sound? Naruto asked. Luffy nodded and said, I heard it. Let's go see what's going on. They walked in the direction of the sound, which became clearer and clearer. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a small lake. The water was crystal clear, and mysterious light shimmered on the surface. By the lake, there was an ancient stone tablet covered in strange symbols and patterns. Luffy and Naruto walked up to the stone tablet, carefully observing the content on it. They found that these symbols and patterns seemed to represent an ancient magical language, but they couldn't understand their meaning at the moment. This stone tablet must be very important, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. We need to find a way to decipher the content. They began to study the symbols and patterns on the stone tablet, trying to uncover clues. After much effort, they finally discovered some patterns. These symbols and patterns seemed to be telling an ancient legend about this island. According to the inscriptions on the tablet, this island was once the site of a powerful magical kingdom. This magical kingdom possessed incredibly strong magical powers, but it later perished due to a terrible disaster. The legend states that the treasure of this magical kingdom is hidden somewhere on this island, and only by finding the treasure can the glory of the magical kingdom be restored. Luffy and Naruto were deeply fascinated by this legend, and they decided to search for the treasure of the magical kingdom. They continued to explore the island, hoping to find more clues. During their exploration, they encountered some strange creatures. Some of these creatures were small and cute like fairies, while others were fierce and terrifying like giant monsters. Luffy and Naruto had to carefully deal with the attacks of these creatures while continuing to search for clues to the treasure. After a lot of hard work, they finally found an entrance hidden in a cave. This entrance was protected by a powerful magical shield, and only by deciphering the password could they enter. Luffy and Naruto began to study the password for the magic shield. Using the knowledge from the magical treasure and their own wisdom, after a long time of attempts, they finally cracked the code. They walked into the cave, which was pitch dark. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames on the blade illuminated the surrounding environment. They found that the cave was filled with various strange mechanisms and traps, and one misstep could lead them into danger. Be careful, it's very dangerous here, Luffy reminded. Naruto nodded. We need to proceed carefully. They carefully avoided the mechanisms and traps, continuing deeper into the cave. As they went deeper, the magical aura in the cave became stronger. They knew they were getting closer to the treasure. Finally, they arrived at a huge cavern. In the center of the cavern was a massive treasure chest, radiating a mysterious glow. Is this the treasure of the magical kingdom? Naruto said excitedly. Luffy nodded. It's very likely, but we need to be careful. There may be other dangers. They cautiously approached the treasure chest, ready to open it. Just as they were about to open the chest, a roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. A massive figure appeared before them, larger and more ferocious than any magical creature they had encountered before. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Lightning, realizing that we still had a fierce battle ahead. This gigantic figure was a magical creature guarding the treasure, and its power was extremely strong. It swung its massive claws and lunged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their strongest magical powers, engaging in an intense battle with the magical creature. The flames of the Thunder Flame sword and the power of the Golden Nine Tails intertwined in the cave, producing loud booms. The fight was extremely fierce, as Luffy and Naruto constantly searched for the creature's weakness. After a grueling battle, they finally discovered that the magical creature's weakness was its abdomen. Naruto, attack its abdomen! Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. Harnessing the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast ball flew towards the creature's abdomen. The tailed beast ball exploded, and the powerful impact severely injured the magical creature. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike, and a Thunder Flame sword slashed down on the magical creature, defeating it completely. As the magical creature fell, the cave returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally succeeded in defeating the magical creature guarding the treasure. They opened the treasure chest, which emanated a strong magical glow. Inside the chest were some ancient magical artifacts and books, containing powerful magical energy and knowledge. Luffy and Naruto carefully picked up the magical artifacts and books, feeling the immense power contained within them. They knew that these items would play a crucial role in their mission to protect the magical world. They left the cave with their treasures and continued to explore the island. They hoped to uncover more secrets about this mysterious island and make a greater contribution to safeguarding the magical realm. In this world filled with mystery and challenges, their story would continue to unfold. While exploring the island, they discovered an ancient ruin. The ruin was covered in dense vegetation, and without their keen observation, they might have easily missed it. At the entrance of the ruin stood a massive stone door, etched with mysterious runes and patterns. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful magical aura emanating from behind the stone door, and they knew that important secrets must be hidden inside. "This ruin looks extraordinary," Naruto said. Luffy nodded. "That's right. We need to explore carefully." They began to study the runes and patterns on the stone door, try to find a way to open it. After some effort, they finally discovered a hidden mechanism. When they pressed the mechanism, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage. Chapter 0815. Items. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the dark passage. A stale and mysterious aura permeated the corridor, as if it carried the sediment of countless years. The walls flickered with a faint light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, like mysterious eyes watching their every move. Their footsteps echoed in the silent passage, each step seeming to tread on the veins of history. The ground of the passage was paved with ancient stone slabs, which were etched with some blurred patterns, seemingly telling long-forgotten stories. As they ventured deeper, the passage gradually widened. Strange reliefs began to appear on the surrounding walls, depicting various mystical magical creatures and ancient wizards. Their postures so vivid that they seemed ready to leap out from the walls at any moment. "What secrets are hidden here?" Naruto whispered, his voice echoing in the passage. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword, the flames on the blade flickering slightly, illuminating the surrounding environment. "I don't know, but we must be careful. The magical aura here is very strong, and there may be danger." Suddenly, a low rumbling sound came from deep within the passage. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force was awakening. "Be careful," Luffy shouted. They immediately stopped in their tracks, warily looking toward the depths of the passage. As the rumbling grew closer, a massive figure gradually came into their view. This figure stood several meters tall, its body covered in hard armor, which shimmered with mysterious runes. Its head resembled that of a gigantic beast with eyes glowing red. In its hand, it wielded a massive battle axe, radiating powerful magical energy. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy frowned, looking like a magical creature guarding the relic. "We need to proceed with caution." The magical creature saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately let out a roar. It swung its massive battle axe and charged towards them. The battle axe carried immense power, compressing the air around it, which made a hissing sound as it passed. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and the flames on the sword surged instantly, forming a powerful firewall. The firewall blocked the magical creature's attack, and the battle axe collided with the firewall, producing a series of loud noises. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hand. He threw the tailed beast ball at the magical creature, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the magical creature to retreat a few steps. Enraged, the magical creature launched another attack. It opened its mouth and unleashed a black flame. This flame carried immense magical power and swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the black flames. They swiftly maneuvered through the corridor, using the terrain and magical powers to evade the assaults of the magical creature. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the creature's weaknesses. They discovered that although the creature's armor was tough, it might be more vulnerable at the joints. "Naruto, attack its joints," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a massive tailed beast ball towards the creature's joints. The tailed beast ball exploded, and the powerful impact severely damaged the creature's joints. The magical creature let out a painful roar as its body began to shake. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full-force strike, the Thunder Flame sword slashing against the creature, leaving a deep crack in its armor. The magical creature, unwilling to accept defeat, launched another attack, swinging its battle axe wildly at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, unleashing various magical powers to engage in an intense battle with the magical creature. The flames of the Thunder Flame sword intertwined with the power of the Golden Nine Tails, creating loud explosions in the passage. As the battle intensified, the walls and floor of the passage trembled under the impact of their powers. Some sculptures were destroyed, and debris flew everywhere. After a tough fight, they finally discovered the creature's fatal weakness. At the creature's head, there was a small magical core. If they could destroy this magical core, they would defeat the magical creature. "Naruto, attack its head's magical core," Luffy shouted. Naruto unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast ball flew toward the magical creature's head. The tailed beast ball accurately struck the magical core, shattering it instantly. The magical creature let out a desperate roar as its body slowly collapsed. With the creature's fall, the passage returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they had once again successfully protected the secrets of the magical world. They continued to explore the ruins, hoping to uncover more secrets about this mysterious island. A mysterious aura permeated the ruins, and every corner seemed to hide endless stories. They walked down a long corridor where ancient portraits hung on the walls. The expressions of the figures in the portraits were serious, and their eyes revealed a mysterious power. These portraits must have some special significance, Naruto said. Luffy carefully examined the images. Perhaps they recorded the history of this magical kingdom. We need to study them closely. They began to analyze the content of the images, trying to find more clues. After some effort, they finally discovered some important information. These images seemed to tell an ancient legend about the magical kingdom, in which the king possessed immensely powerful magical abilities, but later disappeared due to a terrible disaster. Luffy and Naruto were deeply attracted by this legend, and they decided to continue searching for more clues. They walked into a huge room, where there was a gigantic magic circle in the center. The magic circle shimmered with mysterious light, as if it was calling out to them. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked. Luffy fell into deep thought. I'm not sure, but it definitely has an important role. We need to explore carefully and not trigger it easily. They began searching the room for clues, hoping to understand the function of the magic circle. In one corner of the room, they discovered an ancient book. The text on the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After some effort, they finally understood the function of the magic circle. This magic circle is a teleportation array that can transport them to the core area of the magical kingdom, where more secrets may be hidden. Should we use this teleportation array? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. Our mission is to protect the magical world, and this teleportation array might bring us greater power to help us fulfill our mission better. But we must also be cautious, as the other side of the teleportation array may be filled with unknown dangers. In the end, they decided to use this teleportation array to explore the core area of the magical kingdom. They stood in the magic circle, feeling a powerful magical force surrounding them. With a flash of light, they were transported to a strange place. This place was a huge palace, with walls made of golden stones embedded with various precious gems. A massive magical chandelier hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. Is this the core area of the magical kingdom? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy nodded. It's very likely. We need to explore carefully. There may be more dangers hidden here. They cautiously walked into the palace, which was adorned with luxurious and mysterious decorations. The floor was covered with soft carpets, embroidered with various magical patterns. Beautiful murals hung on the walls, depicting the glorious history of the magical kingdom. Deep in the palace, they discovered a massive throne. The throne emanated a powerful magical aura, as if recounting its former glory. This throne must be very important, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. We need to be careful. There might be other dangers. Chapter 0816. The ceremony. They approached the throne cautiously, preparing to observe it closely. Just as they were about to get closer to the throne, a roar suddenly came from behind it. A gigantic figure appeared before them, even larger and more ferocious than the magical creatures they had encountered before. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunderflame, and it seemed we still had a fierce battle ahead. This massive figure was a magical creature guarding the throne, and its power was extremely strong. It swung its enormous claws and charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their strongest magical powers, engaging in a fierce battle with the magical creature. The flames of the Thunder Flame Sword and the power of the Golden Nine Tails intertwined in the palace, producing loud echoes. The battle was intense, with Luffy and Naruto constantly searching for the creature's weaknesses. After a grueling fight, they finally discovered that the creature's weakness lay in its eyes. Naruto, attack its eyes, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast ball flying towards the magical creature's eyes. The tailed beast ball exploded, delivering a powerful impact that severely injured the creature's eyes. The magical creature let out a painful roar, its body beginning to shake. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy delivered a full-force strike with the Thunder Flame Sword, defeating the creature completely. With the magical creature's fall, peace returned to the palace. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief, having successfully defeated the guardian of the throne. They began to carefully study the magical aura surrounding the throne, hoping to uncover more secrets about the magical kingdom. After some effort, they finally discovered a hidden mechanism. When they pressed the mechanism, the wall behind the throne slowly opened, revealing a mysterious room. Inside the room were ancient magical artifacts and books, which contained powerful magical energy and knowledge. Luffy and Naruto carefully picked up these magical artifacts and books, feeling the powerful energy contained within them. They knew that these items would play an important role in their mission to protect the magical world. With these precious magical artifacts and books in hand, they left the palace. After Luffy and Naruto walked out of the palace, the outside world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious brilliance. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ancient buildings, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing with it a faint hint of magic. They looked around. Although the core area of this once glorious magical kingdom appeared somewhat dilapidated, one could still feel its former splendor. Huge stone pillars lay broken on the ground, scattered in disarray, as if telling the tale of fierce battles that once took place. The magical runes on the walls, though dimmed, still emanated a mysterious power. "This place is truly full of mystery," Naruto said softly. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Raiden sword tightly. "We need to make good use of these newly discovered magical tools and books to enhance our strength and prepare ourselves better for protecting the magical world." They continued along a winding path, with broken gardens on either side. The once beautiful flowers had withered, but their former vibrancy could still be seen. The fountain in the garden had dried up, leaving only some broken statues standing lonely. As they walked, they suddenly felt a faint magical fluctuation coming from a distance. The two immediately stopped, looking warily in the direction of the fluctuation. "Something's happening," Luffy said quietly. Naruto clenched his fists. "No matter what it is, we must face it bravely." They quickly moved towards the direction of the magical fluctuation. As they approached, a mysterious building gradually came into their view. The building was enveloped in a faint magical glow, emanating a powerful aura. "What is this place?" Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy carefully observed the building, which seemed to be an important magical place. "We need to explore cautiously." They approached the building with care. The main door was tightly closed, covered in intricate magical runes. Luffy and Naruto tried to decipher these runes, looking for a way to open the door. After some effort, they finally found the mechanism to unlock it. With a deep rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage. A mysterious aura filled the passage, and faint light flickered on the walls. Luffy swung the thunder flame sword to illuminate the path ahead. They cautiously stepped into the passage, each step filled with vigilance. Deep within the passage, they heard a low growl. The sound was powerful and majestic, causing the entire passage to tremble slightly. "Be careful, there are powerful magical creatures," Luffy warned. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, saying, "I'm ready." As they ventured deeper, a massive figure appeared before them. This magical creature was larger and more powerful than any they had encountered before. Its body was covered in black scales, its eyes glowed red, and it breathed out bursts of black flames. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their magical powers. The flames of the Thunder Flame sword intertwined with the strength of the Golden Nine Tails, engaging in an intense battle with the magical creature. During the fight, the walls and ground of the passage were constantly impacted by their powers, causing some stones to fall. The attacks from the magical creature were powerful and fierce, with each swipe of its claws delivering a strong shockwave. Luffy and Naruto were constantly searching for the weaknesses of the magical creature. They discovered that its weakness was in its tail. "Naruto, attack its tail," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, channeling the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast bomb flew toward the magical creature's tail. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the tremendous impact severely damaged the creature's tail. The magical creature let out a painful roar. Its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. The Thunder Flame sword slashing into the magical creature, defeating it completely. As the magical creature fell, the passage returned to silence. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and continued their exploration. They arrived at a vast room. In the center of the room was a gigantic magic circle, shimmering with mysterious light. Surrounding the magic circle were some ancient magical artifacts and books. "These must be very important," Naruto said. Luffy nodded. "We need to study this carefully and see if we can find more secrets about the magical world." They began to seriously examine these magical items and books. After some effort, they finally discovered important information about the magical world. This information seemed to be related to an ancient magical ritual, which could have a significant impact on the fate of the magical world. Luffy and Naruto decided to delve into this magical ritual to prepare for the protection of the magical world. Chapter 0817, System. Luffy and Naruto's adventure in the magical world is not yet over, but they are suddenly swept into a brand new world by a mysterious force, the world of Dragon Ball. When they open their eyes, they find themselves in a strange and fantastical place. Surrounding them is a vast wilderness, the ground displaying a dark red hue, as if it has experienced countless fierce battles. In the distance, enormous peaks rise into the clouds, their rocky formations resembling ferocious beasts or ancient castles. In the sky, two suns hang high, radiating intense light. The air is filled with a powerful wave of energy, evoking both excitement and caution. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise and curiosity. He could sense the immense power contained within this world, a completely different energy system from that of the magical world. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly, channeling the chakra within him, ready to respond to any potential danger. The power of the golden nine-tailed fox surged through him, filling him with confidence and courage. "Where's this place? It feels so different," Naruto said. Luffy observed the surroundings, and it seemed they had arrived in a new world. The energy fluctuations here were extremely powerful, and they needed to be cautious. Just as they were looking around, a loud rumbling sound suddenly echoed. The two looked up to see a massive figure flying toward them from a distance. The figure was moving at incredible speed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. As it got closer, they could see that it was a gigantic robot. The robot shimmered with metallic light and was armed with various powerful weapons. Its eyes glowed red, exuding a strong sense of hostility. "What is that?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy frowned, looking like a kind of combat tool from this world. "We need to respond carefully." The robot saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It fired powerful energy beams from its weapon, heading towards them. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful shield that blocked the attack of the energy beam. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the robot, which exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that made the robot stagger back a few steps. The robot was enraged and launched another attack. This time, its assault was even fiercer, with energy beams pouring down like a torrential rain towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, constantly dodging the robot's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. They swiftly navigated the wilderness, using the terrain and their own strengths to evade the robot's strikes. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the robot's energy core was located in its chest. He decided to exploit this weakness and attack the robot. "Naruto, target the robot's chest," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb flying toward the robot's chest. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful shockwave created a huge crack in the robot's chest. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike, the Thunder Flame Sword slashing through the robot, completely defeating it. As the robot fell, the wilderness regained its calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this battle was just the beginning, and that more challenges awaited them in this unfamiliar world. They continued to move forward, hoping to find more clues about this world. Along the way, they encountered some strange creatures. Some of these creatures were massive, while others were small and agile, all emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Luffy and Naruto had to carefully deal with the attacks from these creatures while continuing to search for the secrets of this world. As they delved deeper, they discovered that this world was filled with various powerful forces and mysterious places. Huge cities, ancient ruins, and mysterious valleys. Each location was fraught with unknown dangers and challenges. In an ancient ruin, they found some clues about the Dragon Balls. These clues gave them a deeper understanding of this world. It turned out that the Dragon Balls were a very powerful treasure in this world, capable of granting people's wishes. However, the Dragon Balls were scattered across different corners of this world, making them difficult to find. Luffy and Naruto decided to search for the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes and to explore this mysterious world. They began an exciting adventure in the world of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 0818, Dragon Balls. Luffy and Naruto, after learning about the magical powers of the Dragon Balls, resolutely embarked on the journey to find them. They traversed the vast land of the Dragon Ball world, each step filled with the unknown and challenges. At this moment, they were walking through a desolate desert. The blazing sun hung high, mercilessly scorching the earth with its intense rays, and the sand particles sparkled with a golden glow under the sunlight. The fierce wind howled from time to time, raising clouds of dust, making it difficult to see the road ahead. Luffy squinted his eyes, tightly gripping the Thunderflame sword, feeling the slight vibrations coming from the blade. He knew that in this unfamiliar world, danger could strike at any moment. Naruto, on the other hand, was channeling the chakra within him, the golden nine-tails power flickering around his body, ready to respond to any sudden situation. This desert is really vast. I don't know when we'll be able to find the Dragon Balls, Naruto mumbled. Luffy frowned slightly. The whereabouts of the Dragon Balls were elusive, but we cannot give up. As long as we persist, we will surely find them. Just as they were advancing with difficulty, they suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from afar. The two immediately stopped and warily looked in the direction of the disturbance. Something's up, Luffy said softly. Naruto instantly entered a combat stance. It seemed another fierce battle was about to begin. As the energy fluctuations grew stronger, a massive figure gradually appeared in their line of sight. This figure stood several meters tall, its body covered in hard armor, wielding a gigantic battle axe. Its eyes glowed with a red light, emanating a powerful sense of oppression. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the enormous figure, which seemed like a powerful creature of this world. We need to be cautious in our approach. The giant creature saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately let out a roar. It swung its massive battle axe and charged toward them. The axe carried immense power, kicking up dust and compressing the air, which hissed as it passed by. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunderflame sword, creating a powerful barrier as the flames and lightning intertwined on the blade, blocking the attack of the giant creature. The lightning and flames flickered in the air, colliding with the giant creature's battle axe, producing a series of loud explosions. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He threw the tailed beast ball at the giant creature, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the giant creature to stagger back a few steps. Enraged, the giant creature launched another attack. It opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a powerful energy beam. This energy beam, carrying destructive force, swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the energy beam's attacks. They swiftly navigated through the desert, using sand dunes and rocks to evade the attacks of the giant creature. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the giant creature's weak points. They discovered that the creature's abdomen was relatively soft, possibly its weak spot. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, unleashing the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast bomb flew towards the creature's abdomen. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful impact severely injured the creature's abdomen. The giant creature let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full-force strike, and a Thunderflame sword slashed down on the giant creature, completely defeating it. As the giant creature fell, peace returned to the desert. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and continued their journey to find the Dragon Balls. They exited the desert and arrived at an ancient small town. The buildings in the town were simple and rustic, with people bustling through the streets. Luffy and Naruto sensed a mysterious aura permeating the town, as if it hid clues about the Dragon Balls. They inquired around the town for information about the Dragon Balls. After some effort, they finally learned some rumors about the Dragon Balls from an elderly man. It was said that a Dragon Ball might be hidden in a nearby mysterious valley. Luffy and Naruto decided to head to the mysterious valley in search of the Dragon Balls. They advanced along a rugged path, flanked by dense forests, where strange sounds occasionally emerged, making them feel both curious and cautious. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the mysterious valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the view inside. Luffy and Naruto carefully stepped into the valley, their footsteps echoing clearly in the silent surroundings. The scenery in the valley was very peculiar, with huge rocks and strange plants everywhere. Mysterious lights flickered in the valley, seemingly guiding them forward. Following the light, they reached a gigantic cave. A powerful energy wave emanated from within, instilling a sense of awe. This might be where the Dragon Balls are, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Let's go in and take a look. They cautiously entered the cave. It was pitch dark inside, and Luffy swung his Thunderflame sword. illuminating the surroundings with the flames on the blade. They discovered that the cave was filled with various strange mechanisms and traps, and one misstep could lead to danger. "Be careful, it's dangerous here," Luffy warned. Naruto closely followed Luffy. "We need to proceed with caution." They carefully avoided the mechanisms and traps, continuing deeper into the cave. As they ventured further, the energy waves in the cave grew stronger. They knew they were getting closer to the Dragon Balls. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the cave. There, a Dragon Ball, shimmering with mysterious light, floated quietly in midair. "This is the Dragon Ball," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy nodded. "We finally found a Dragon Ball, but we need to be careful. There might be other dangers." Just as they were about to pick up the Dragon Ball, a roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. A massive figure appeared before them, even larger and more ferocious than the gigantic creatures they had encountered before. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunderflame sword. It seemed we still had a fierce battle ahead. This enormous figure was a monster guarding the Dragon Balls, and its power was incredibly strong. It swung its massive claws and lunged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their strongest powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The flames of the Thunder Flame Sword and the power of the Golden Nine Tails intertwined in the cave, producing loud rumbling sounds. The fight was intense, and Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the monster's weakness. After a tough battle, they finally discovered that the monster's weakness was its eyes. "Naruto, attack its eyes!" Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast ball flying towards the monster's eyes. The tailed beast ball exploded, and the powerful impact severely injured the monster's eyes. The monster let out a painful roar, and its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full-force strike. The Thunder Flame sword slashing into the monster, defeating it completely. As the monster fell, the cave returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief. They had finally succeeded in obtaining a Dragon Ball. They left the cave with the Dragon Ball and continued their search for other Dragon Balls in the world of Dragon Balls. Chapter 0819, Breaking the Code. Luffy and Naruto, with the Dragon Balls they just obtained, continued their journey in the world of Dragon Ball. They knew that to fulfill their wishes, they needed to find more Dragon Balls. At this moment, they arrived at a dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light that looked like a golden carpet laid out by nature for them. A gentle breeze brushed by, rustling the leaves, as if singing for their bravery. Luffy walked while thinking about their next move. He knew that in this dangerous world, they had to remain vigilant at all times. Naruto appeared even more excited, eagerly wanting to find more Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. "Luffy, where should we go next to find the Dragon Balls?" Naruto asked. Luffy frowned slightly. "We can ask the local residents. Maybe they know some clues about the Dragon Balls." They traversed through the forest, searching for signs of habitation. Soon, they discovered a small village. The houses in the village were simple and rustic, and the villagers were busy with their daily lives. Luffy and Naruto walked into the village, and the villagers looked at them with cautious expressions. Luffy quickly explained, "We are travelers looking for the Dragon Balls. Do you have any clues about them?" Upon hearing the words Dragon Balls, the villagers showed fearful expressions. An elder stepped forward and said, "The Dragon Balls are very dangerous. They attract powerful enemies. You should not seek them." Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, knowing the old man's words made sense, but they couldn't give up their mission to find the Dragon Balls. "We know the Dragon Balls are dangerous, but we must find them. Do you have any clues you can provide us?" Luffy said sincerely. The old man was silent for a moment before he spoke. "It is said that in a distant mountain range, there is an ancient temple. It may hide clues to the Dragon Balls, but that mountain range is very dangerous, filled with many powerful monsters and traps. You must be careful." Luffy and Naruto thanked the old man and then left the village. They headed towards the mountains, filled with anticipation and vigilance. As they ventured deeper, the scenery of the mountains became increasingly spectacular. Massive peaks towered into the clouds, covered with dense forests and white snow. Clear streams flowed between the mountains, sparkling with silver light under the sun. Luffy and Naruto carefully walked through the mountains, always paying attention to their surroundings to avoid danger. Suddenly, they heard a huge roar. "Something's up," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately got ready for battle. It seemed another fierce fight was about to begin. They followed the direction of the roar and saw a gigantic monster appear before them. The monster was enormous, covered in hard scales, and its eyes glowed with a red light. It breathed out flames that sent chills down their spines. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, looking like a powerful being in this world. We need to be cautious. The monster spotted Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive claws and pounced toward them. The claws carried immense power, and wherever they passed, the air was compressed, hissing loudly. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Sword of Thunder and Flame, creating a powerful barrier formed by intertwining flames and lightning on the sword's blade, blocking the monster's attack. The lightning and fire flickered in the air, colliding with the monster's claws and producing loud booms. Naruto was not to be outdone. He called upon the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the monster, and it exploded, forcing the creature to stagger back a few steps. The monster, enraged, launched another attack. It opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a torrent of powerful flames. This blaze, imbued with destructive force, surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the flames' attacks. They swiftly maneuvered through the mountains, using the terrain and rocks to evade the monster's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the monster's weaknesses. They discovered that the eyes of the monster were its weak points. Naruto, attack its eyes! Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb flying towards the monster's eyes. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the tremendous impact severely injured the monster's eyes. The monster let out a painful roar, and its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. The Thunder Flame soared, slashing into the monster, completely defeating it. As the monster fell, peace returned to the mountains. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief and continued toward the direction of the ancient temple. After a strenuous journey, they finally arrived in front of the ancient temple. The temple's main door was tightly closed, emanating a mysterious aura. Luffy and Naruto sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from within the temple. Knowing that important clues must be hidden inside. How do we get in? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the entrance of the temple, and they needed to find a way to open the door. Perhaps they could search for some clues around. They looked for clues around the temple and finally discovered a hidden mechanism. After pressing the mechanism, the temple's door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage. Luffy and Naruto cautiously walked into the passage. A musty smell lingered in the air, and faint glimmers of light flickered on the walls, as if telling ancient stories. As they walked, they vigilantly observed their surroundings, ready to respond to any potential danger. After walking for a while, they arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall was a huge magic circle, glowing with mysterious light. Surrounding the magic circle were several ancient statues, each uniquely shaped and vividly lifelike. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle. I'm not sure, but it definitely has an important role. We need to be careful not to trigger it easily. They began searching for clues in the hall, hoping to understand the function of the magic circle. In one corner of the hall, they discovered an ancient book. The text in the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After much effort, they finally understood the purpose of the magic circle. This magic circle is a teleportation array that can transport them to a mysterious place, where clues to the Dragon Balls may be hidden. Should we use this teleportation array? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. Our mission is to find the Dragon Balls, and this teleportation array might provide us with more clues. But we must also be careful, as the other end of the teleportation array could be filled with unknown dangers. In the end, they decided to use this teleportation array to explore the mysterious place. They stood in the magic circle, feeling a powerful energy surrounding them. With a flash of light, they were transported to a strange place. This place was a vast cave, filled with oddly shaped rocks and shimmering crystals. The walls of the cave were covered with ancient runes and patterns, similar to the magic array they had seen in the temple. What is this place? Naruto asked. Luffy looked around, unsure, but it was clear that important secrets were hidden here. They carefully explored the cave. As they went deeper, they discovered some strange devices and instruments. These devices and instruments looked very ancient, but emitted powerful energy. What are these things for? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed these devices and instruments. I'm not sure either, but they're definitely related to the Dragon Balls. We need to explore cautiously and not trigger them easily. They continued their exploration and finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Chapter 0820, The Source. They finally reached the deepest part of the cave, which was dimly lit, with only those oddly shaped crystals emitting a faint glow. In front of them was a huge stone door. with runes on it flickering with a mysterious light, as if warning intruders. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword, the blade trembling slightly, as if it sensed the mysterious power in the air. Naruto was channeling the chakra within him, the golden, nine-tailed power flickering around his body. There must be something important behind this door, Naruto said softly. Luffy nodded, but we must be careful. We don't know what dangers await us. They began to closely examine the stone door, looking for a way to open it. Suddenly, the runes on the stone door glowed brightly, and a powerful force surged toward them. Luffy and Naruto quickly stepped back, watching the stone door with caution. The door slowly opened, and a strong gust of air rushed out, causing their clothes to flap wildly. Behind the door was a vast space, shrouded in a thin layer of mist that obscured their view of what was inside. Luffy and Naruto cautiously entered the space. As they went deeper, the mist gradually dissipated, and they saw a huge platform with a massive crystal ball placed on it. The crystal ball emitted a strong light, as if containing endless power. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy frowned, realizing that the crystal ball was unusual and possibly related to the Dragon Balls. Just as they approached the crystal ball, a group of shadows suddenly surged from the surrounding darkness. These shadows were vague in shape and emanated an evil aura. Be careful, Luffy shouted. The shadows quickly lunged at them with incredible speed. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier of intertwining flames and lightning that blocked the shadows' attack. Naruto was not to be outdone. He called upon the power of the Golden Nine Tails and gathered a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the shadows, and upon exploding, the immense impact pushed them back. However, the shadows were not easily defeated. They launched another attack, and their numbers continued to grow. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the shadows seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force. He decided to find the source of this power to completely eliminate the shadows. Naruto, we can't keep passively defending like this. We need to find the source of the power controlling these shadows, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. All right, let's find it together. They fought the shadows while searching for the source of the power. After some effort, they finally discovered that the source of the power was the crystal ball itself. So it's this crystal ball controlling the shadows, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal ball. What should we do? Luffy thought for a moment. We must destroy this crystal ball, but be careful. It might have a powerful counterattack. They prepared themselves and then launched an attack on the crystal ball together. The flames of the Thunder Flame Sword and the power of the Golden Nine Tails struck the crystal ball simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin to counterattack. A powerful force surged out from the crystal ball, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They hurriedly dodged, but the force was so strong that it was somewhat difficult to resist. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a way. He cast a special spell to fuse the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with Naruto's Golden Nine Tails power. Naruto, lend me your power, Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto transferred his power to Luffy. Luffy felt the immense strength and swung the Thunder Flame Sword. The light on the sword became even more dazzling. A massive sword aura slashed towards the crystal ball, carrying the fused powerful energy, instantly cutting the crystal ball in half. As the crystal ball shattered, the shadows also disappeared. The cave returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had once again successfully overcome danger. Chapter 0821, Heavy Damage. After Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the shadow controlled by the crystal ball, they continued to explore the cave. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere filled the depths of the cave, as if hiding even greater dangers. They walked cautiously forward, each step filled with vigilance. The ground was rugged with rocks, and the walls flickered with strange lights, as if telling ancient stories. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound came from afar. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a tremendous force was awakening. Be careful, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him. No matter what it is, we can defeat it. As the rumbling grew louder, a massive figure gradually came into their view. It was a giant made of rock, towering several dozen meters high, exuding powerful earth magic. The giant's eyes glowed red, filled with hostility. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder and flame, with flames and lightning intertwining and flickering on the blade. It appeared to be a powerful magical creature, and we needed to respond cautiously. The rock giant saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive fists toward them. The fists carried immense power, compressing the air as they passed, creating a hissing sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a powerful sword energy slicing toward the giant's fist. The sword energy collided with the fist, creating a loud explosion, and the immense shockwave caused the surrounding rocks to shatter. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the golden nine-tailed beast, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the rock giant, and it exploded, forcing the giant to stagger back a few steps. The rock giant was enraged and launched another attack. It opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful earth-type magic beam. This beam, filled with tremendous destructive power, swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the magical beams. They swiftly maneuvered through the cave, using the terrain and rocks to evade the giant's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto constantly searched for the rock giant's weakness. They discovered that the giant's head seemed to be its control center. Naruto, attack its head, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the golden nine tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb flying towards the rock giant's head. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful impact severely damaged the giant's head. The rock giant let out a painful roar, and its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full-powered strike, the Thunder Flame Sword slashing into the giant, leaving a deep crack in its body. However, the rock giant was not so easily defeated. It began to self-repair, the cracks on its body quickly healing. "This guy's pretty tough," Naruto remarked. Luffy frowned and said, "We must find a more effective way to defeat it." They began to observe the rock giant's movement patterns, looking for its weaknesses. After some observation, they discovered that when the rock giant launched an attack, there was a brief moment of pause. "That's the moment," Luffy shouted. When the rock giant attacked again, Luffy and Naruto seized that moment of pause. Luffy unleashed the full power of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive sword energy slicing toward the giant's heart. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a huge-tailed beast bomb toward the same spot. The sword energy and the tailed beast bomb struck the rock giant's heart simultaneously, producing a thunderous explosion. The rock giant's body began to crumble, ultimately turning into a pile of rubble. As the rock giant fell, the cave returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief, knowing that this battle was just the beginning, and more challenges awaited them in this mysterious cave. Chapter 0822 Crystal. After defeating the rock giant, Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the cave. The passages of the cave became increasingly narrow, and the surrounding walls grew more rugged, emanating a mysterious glow. They carefully stepped forward, feeling the faint vibrations under their feet with each step. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the flames and lightning on the blade appearing particularly dazzling in the dim environment. Naruto, on the other hand, channeled the chakra within him, as the power of the Golden Nine Tails formed a protective barrier around his body. "I wonder what dangers lie ahead," Naruto whispered. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. "We must remain alert at all times. This cave is full of unknowns." Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from ahead. The two immediately stopped, nervously looking toward the direction of the sound. A swarm of bat-like creatures surged out of the darkness, their eyes glowing with red light and their wings adorned with sharp spikes. "What are these things?" Naruto furrowed his brow. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, looking like a magical creature, cautious of their attacks. The bat creatures swiftly flew towards Luffy and Naruto at an incredible speed. They flapped their wings, and their spikes shot towards the two like sharp arrows. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier formed by intertwining flames and lightning on the sword's blade, blocking the attack from spikes. The spikes collided with the barrier, producing a series of piercing sounds. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast bomb towards the swarm of bats, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that pushed the bats back. However, the bats were not easily defeated. They launched another attack, splitting into several small teams and approaching Luffy and Naruto from different directions. Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, constantly evading the attacks of the bat creatures while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Luffy used the flexibility of the Thunder Flame Sword to swiftly slash at the approaching bat creatures. The flames and lightning on the sword instantly scorched or paralyzed the bat creatures. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed various ninjutsu, alternating between wind release, fire release, and other techniques, sending the bat creatures scattering. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the bat creatures seemed to be controlled by a mysterious power. He decided to find the source of this power to completely eliminate the bat creatures. Naruto, these bat creatures might be controlled by some kind of power. We need to find its source, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. Okay, let's find it together. While fighting the bat creatures, they observed their surroundings. After some effort, they finally discovered a crystal at the top of the cave, emitting an eerie glow. That crystal is controlling these bat creatures, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal. What should we do? Luffy thought for a moment. We must destroy that crystal, but be careful, there may be a powerful counterattack. They prepared themselves and then launched an attack on the crystal together. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, and a massive sword chi flew towards the crystal. At the same time, Naruto also used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a huge tailed beast bomb at the crystal. The sword chi and tailed beast bomb hit the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light as it began to counterattack. A powerful force surged from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, but the force was incredibly strong, making it difficult for them to withstand. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a solution. He plunged the Thunder Flame Sword into the ground, using the power of the sword to form a protective barrier. Naruto, quickly hide inside the barrier. Luffy shouted. Naruto swiftly took cover within the protective circle. The barrier withstood the counterattack from the crystal, keeping them safe for the time being. Once the counterattack weakened, they launched another assault. This time, they focused their strength even more, and the sword chi and tailed beast bomb accurately struck the core of the crystal. The crystal finally shattered, and as it broke, the bat creatures lost control, falling or flying away. The cave returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they had once again successfully overcome the danger. Chapter 0823. Barrier. After defeating the bat creature, Luffy and Naruto continued to advance deeper into the cave. The cave now felt even more eerie and silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. They walked along the winding passage, the light on the walls flickering intermittently, as if hinting at an unknown fate ahead. The Thunder Flame Sword in Luffy's hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path. Naruto remained vigilant, observing the surroundings and ready to respond to any potential danger. How deep does this cave go? Naruto whispered. Luffy frowned slightly, unsure. But we must continue moving forward until we find clues about the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, they felt a powerful magical fluctuation coming from ahead. This wave was filled with a sense of oppression, causing their hearts to involuntarily race. Be careful, a strong force is approaching, Luffy warned. Naruto immediately entered a combat stance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around his body. No matter what it is, we won't back down. As they advanced, a massive figure gradually came into their view. It was a monster made of dark energy, its body constantly shifting like smoke, with eyes flickering a strange purple light. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder fire, which appeared to be a dark magical creature, very dangerous. The dark monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It extended countless dark tentacles, sweeping towards them. Wherever the tentacles passed, the air seemed to be corroded. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier that blocked the attack of the dark tentacles. The flames and lightning collided with the dark tentacles, producing a series of piercing sounds. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the dark monster, which exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that caused the dark monster's body to sway. Enraged, the dark monster let out a deep roar, and the dark energy surrounding it thickened. It launched another attack, this time with tentacles that were even thicker and faster. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of the dark tentacles. They swiftly navigated through the cave, using the terrain and rocks to evade the monster's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto kept searching for the dark monster's weakness. They discovered that the core of the dark monster seemed to be its source of power. Naruto, attack its core, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, unleashing the power of the Golden Nine Tails. A massive tailed beast ball flew towards the dark monster's core. However, the dark monster seemed to sense their intent and formed a solid defense with its dark tentacles, blocking the tailed beast ball's attack. The tailed beast ball exploded, but it didn't cause much damage to the dark monster's core. The dark monster became even more frenzied, launching attacks with tentacles that came pouring down on Luffy and Naruto like a torrential rain. Luffy and Naruto were locked in a fierce battle. They constantly tried various methods to attack the core of the dark monster, but all their efforts were cleverly neutralized by the creature. At a crucial moment, Luffy thought of a plan. He decided to use the special power of the Thunder Flame Sword to try to absorb a portion of the dark energy from the monster and then counterattack. "Naruto, help me draw the monster's attention while I attempt to absorb its energy," Luffy shouted. Naruto readily agreed, unleashing various powerful ninjutsu to continuously attack the dark monster and draw its focus. Luffy took the opportunity to stab the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, and the light on the sword began to flicker. He focused his energy and attempted to absorb the dark energy from the dark monster. At first, the dark energy resisted strongly, but as Luffy persisted, some of the dark energy began to be absorbed by the sword of Thunder Flame. The light on the sword became even more dazzling, while also filled with a dark aura. After absorbing enough dark energy, Luffy unleashed a full-force strike. He swung the sword of Thunder Flame, and a powerful sword chi flew towards the core of the dark monster. This sword chi combined the dark energy and the power of the sword of Thunder Flame, making it incredibly powerful. The sword chi accurately struck the core of the dark monster, which let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, and the dark energy gradually dissipated. As the dark monster fell, peace returned to the cave. Chapter 0824 Hall. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave after defeating the dark monster. The atmosphere of the cave grew increasingly mysterious, with every corner seemingly hiding unknown secrets. They moved cautiously, as the ground occasionally trembled slightly, as if reminding them that potential danger was still nearby. The Thunder Flame sword in Luffy's hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path ahead. Naruto remained alert, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flickering around him. "I wonder how much longer we have to go to find a clue about the Dragon Balls," Naruto murmured. Luffy frowned slightly, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. "As long as we don't give up, we will definitely find it." Just as they continued to delve deeper into the cave, they suddenly heard a strange sound. It was like some ancient incantation being chanted, filled with mysterious power. "What is that sound?" Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy stopped in his tracks, carefully listening to the strange sound. It was unclear, but the sound was definitely unusual, and they needed to be cautious. As they continued forward, the sound became clearer. They arrived at a massive cave hall, where an ancient magic circle was at the center, shimmering with mysterious light. And the strange sound was emanating from the magic circle. "What is this magic circle for?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, which seemed to contain powerful energy, possibly related to the Dragon Balls. They approached the magic circle, trying to understand its mysteries. However, just as they got close, the magic circle suddenly burst in a brilliant light, and a strong force enveloped them. Luffy and Naruto immediately became vigilant, ready to face any potential danger. They saw a huge figure slowly rising from the magic circle. It was a magical creature made of light, its body radiating dazzling brilliance, and its eyes shone like sparkling jewels. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword, realizing that we had encountered another formidable opponent. The luminous magical creature saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its arms made of light, shooting out powerful beams. These beams moved at incredible speed and had immense power, instantly melting the rocks in their path. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier that blocked the attack from the light. The light collided with the barrier, producing a series of loud booms. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hand. He threw the tailed beast ball towards the radiant magical creature, which exploded, sending a strong shockwave that caused the creature to sway slightly. The radiant magical creature was enraged and launched another attack, this time with an even denser and more powerful beam of light. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of the luminous magical creature. They quickly traversed the cavern hall, using the terrain and rocks to evade the creature's magical strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto searched for the creature's weaknesses. They discovered that the creature's core seemed to be its source of power, and it was protected by a strong luminous shield. "Naruto, we need to find a way to break that luminous shield and attack its core," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "Okay, let's give it a try together." They began to concentrate their power to attack the luminous shield. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive blade of energy towards the luminous shield. At the same time, Naruto invoked the power of the Golden Nine Tails, hurling a giant-tailed beast bomb at the shield. The blade of energy and the tailed beast bomb struck the luminous shield simultaneously, producing a tremendous sound. However, the luminous shield only trembled slightly and remained unbroken. They continuously attempted various methods to attack the luminous shield, but none were successful. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to use the special power of the Thunder Flame Sword to try to absorb a portion of the luminous magical creature's energy and then use that energy to attack the luminous shield. "Naruto, help me draw the creature's attention. I'll absorb its energy," Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed various powerful ninjutsu, continuously attacking the luminous magical creature to attract its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to stab the sword of thunder and flame into the ground, and the light on the sword began to flicker. He concentrated and tried to absorb the luminous energy from the luminous magical creature. At first, the luminous energy resisted fiercely, but as Luffy continued to work hard, some of the luminous energy started to be absorbed by the sword of thunder and flame. The light on the sword became even more dazzling and was filled with a radiant aura. After absorbing enough luminous energy, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. He swung the sword of thunder and flame, and a powerful sword energy flew toward the luminous shield. This sword energy combined the luminous energy and the power of the sword of thunder and flame, making it incredibly powerful. The sword energy accurately hit the luminous shield, and the luminous shield was finally shattered, revealing the core inside. Naruto immediately unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast ball flew toward the core of the luminous magical creature. The tailed beast ball exploded, and the powerful impact severely injured the core of the luminous magical creature. The luminous magical creature let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, with the light gradually fading away. As the luminous magical creature fell, the cave hall returned to calm. Chapter 0825. Majesty Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave after successfully defeating the radiant magical creature. At this moment, the cave seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere, with every corner emanating an unknown aura. They cautiously moved forward, the ground beneath them uneven and the walls shimmering with strange lights. Luffy held the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, its blade slightly trembling as if it were sensing the mysterious power around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. "This cave is truly filled with mystery," Naruto whispered. Luffy nodded slightly. "That's right, but we cannot be misled by these mysteries. We must keep a clear mind." They continued to delve deeper into the cave and soon arrived at a huge junction. The three directions of the junction led to different places, each passage exuding a different magical aura. "Which path should we take?" Naruto asked hesitantly. Luffy carefully observed the three passages. "Let's first sense the magical aura of these passages and see which one might be related to the Dragon Balls." They closed their eyes and focused on feeling the magical aura of each passage. After a while, they found that the left passage emitted a strong positive energy. The middle passage had a relatively stable magical aura, while the right passage radiated a mysterious dark energy. "I think the left passage might have clues about the Dragon Balls," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "I feel the same way, so let's take the left passage." They walked into the left passage, where a faint glow enveloped them, creating a warm and comfortable feeling. As they moved deeper, the light in the passage grew stronger, as if guiding them forward. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound of footsteps. The two immediately stopped and looked cautiously in the direction of the sound. A figure slowly emerged from the light, a mysterious person dressed in a white robe, wearing a mask that obscured their face. "Who are you? Why do you come here?" the mysterious person asked, their voice filled with authority. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder. "We are travelers searching for the Dragon Balls. Do you have any clues about them?" The mysterious person was silent for a moment. "The Dragon Balls are very dangerous. You should not seek them." Naruto frowned. "We have our reasons to find the Dragon Balls. No matter how dangerous it is, we won't give up." The mysterious person shook his head slightly. "Since you are so determined, I will give you a test. If you can pass this test, I will tell you some clues about the Dragon Balls." After saying that, the mysterious person waved his hand, and the surrounding light instantly disappeared, replaced by a huge arena. The arena was filled with various traps and magical devices, looking very dangerous. Your test is to survive in this arena and find a treasure hidden within it. If you can do that, I will tell you the clues about the Dragon Balls, the mysterious person said. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then nodded firmly. They walked into the arena, ready to face this challenge. The arena was filled with various dangers, with traps that could be triggered at any moment and magical devices constantly attacking them. Luffy and Naruto moved cautiously, coordinating with each other to avoid all sorts of hazards. As they progressed, they encountered a massive magical trap. This trap was a gigantic whirlpool, emanating a powerful gravitational pull. Once sucked in, it would be very difficult to escape. Luffy and Naruto tightly gripped the edge of the arena, struggling against the pull of the vortex. They tried various methods to break free from the trap, but none were successful. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a plan. He decided to harness the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to attempt to sever the vortex's attraction. Naruto, help me distract the trap while I use the Thunder Flame Sword to break it, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately agreed without hesitation. He unleashed a series of powerful ninjutsu, continuously attacking the trap to draw its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to stab the sword of flame and thunder into the ground, and the flames and lightning on the sword began to gather. He focused his energy and unleashed a powerful strike. A strong sword chi flew towards the vortex, colliding with it and producing a loud noise. The vortex's attraction began to weaken and eventually disappeared. Luffy and Naruto successfully broke the trap. They continued to advance in the arena and finally found the treasure hidden within. The treasure was a shimmering crystal ball, which seemed to contain powerful energy. They held the crystal ball and walked out of the arena to stand before the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure looked at them and nodded slightly, saying, "You have passed the test. I can tell you some clues about the Dragon Balls." The mysterious figure informed them that deep within a cave, there was a mysterious place that might hold clues to the Dragon Balls. However, that place was extremely dangerous, filled with various powerful magical creatures and traps. Luffy and Naruto thanked the mysterious person, then continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0826, Eruption. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave, following the clues given by the mysterious figure. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave grew increasingly tense, and each step felt as if it was treading on unknown dangers. They moved along the winding passage, the light on the walls flickering on and off, as if foretelling an impending storm. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the blade trembling slightly, seemingly yearning for battle. Naruto, on the other hand, was channeling the chakra within him, the power of the Golden Nine Tails forming a protective barrier around his body. "I don't know what awaits us ahead," Naruto whispered. Luffy furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes revealing determination. "No matter what, we must face it bravely." Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from ahead. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force was approaching. "Be careful. Something's coming," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging more violently. "Come on, let's see what kind of monster it is." As the roar grew closer, a massive figure burst forth from the darkness. It was a beast covered in hard scales, its size resembling a small mountain, with eyes gleaming with a red ferocity. The monster opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth, and a cloud of black smoke spewed forth. "What kind of creature is this?" Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword, looking like a powerful magical creature, and we need to respond with caution. The monster spotted Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its enormous claws towards them. The claws carried immense power, compressing the air around them and producing a hissing sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier with flames and lightning intertwining on the sword's blade, blocking the monster's attack. The lightning and flames flickered in the air, colliding with the monster's claws and producing a series of loud booms. Naruto, not to be outdone, called upon the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He threw the tailed beast ball at the monster, which exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that pushed the monster back several steps. Enraged, the monster launched another attack. This time, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of black flames. This flame carried immense magical power, sweeping toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the black flames. They swiftly moved through the cave, using the terrain and rocks to evade the monster's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the monster's weak points. They discovered that the monster's abdomen was relatively soft, which might be its weakness. "Naruto, attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a massive tailed beast bomb towards the monster's abdomen. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful impact severely damaged the monster's abdomen. The monster let out a painful roar, and its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full power strike, the Thunder Flame sword slashing across the monster, leaving a deep crack in its scales. However, the monster was not so easily defeated. It began to counterattack frantically, its claws and tail swinging wildly, and its attack speed increased rapidly. Luffy and Naruto were engaged in a fierce battle. They continuously dodged the monster's attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. Luffy took advantage of the Lightning Flame sword's agility, swiftly striking at the monster's claws and tail in an attempt to weaken its offensive power. Naruto, on the other hand, deployed various ninjutsu, alternating between wind release and fire release, trying to inflict greater damage on the monster. At a crucial moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to utilize the special power of the Lightning Flame sword to try to absorb the monster's magical energy and then use that power to attack the monster. "Naruto, help me draw the monster's attention. I'll absorb its power," Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed the strongest power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a massive tailed beast ball at the monster and continuously using ninjutsu to attack it, drawing its focus. Luffy took the opportunity to plunge the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the sword's brilliance began to flicker. He focused his energy, trying to absorb the magical power of the monster. At first, the magical power resisted fiercely, but as Luffy continued to exert effort, some of the magical power began to be absorbed by the Thunder Flame sword. The brilliance of the sword became even more dazzling, filled with the magical aura of the monster. After absorbing enough magical power, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, and a powerful sword energy shot toward the monster. This sword energy combined the magical power of the monster with the power of the Thunder Flame sword, making it immensely powerful. The sword energy accurately struck the monster's head, and it let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, ultimately falling to the ground. With the monster's fall, the cave returned to tranquility. Chapter 0827, Elimination. After defeating the giant monster, Luffy and Naruto continued to advance through the cave. At this moment, the cave seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious power, with every corner exuding an aura of unknown danger. They walked cautiously, the ground beneath their feet uneven, and the walls flickering with strange light. Luffy held the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its blade slightly trembling, as if sensing the magical fluctuations around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. "I wonder what dangers lie ahead," Naruto said softly. Luffy frowned slightly. "We must always be prepared. This cave is filled with mystery and danger." Suddenly, a strong wave of magical energy came from ahead. The ground began to shake violently, as if a powerful force was approaching. "Be careful. A strong force is coming closer," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately entered battle mode, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging more intensely. "Whatever it is, we can defeat it." As the magical fluctuations grew stronger, a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a monster formed from dark magic, standing several dozen meters tall, emanating a terrifying aura of darkness. The monster's eyes flickered with red light, as if they could penetrate everything. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, looking like a very powerful dark magical creature, and we need to respond cautiously. The dark monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive arms towards them. With a powerful dark force, the air twisted and produced a sharp sound wherever it passed. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier with flames and lightning intertwining on a blade, blocking the attack of the dark monster. The flames and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the dark monster's arm and producing a series of loud explosions. Naruto was also unwilling to back down. He summoned the Golden Nine Tails chakra within him, preparing to launch a powerful attack. He quickly formed hand seals, and a massive tailed beast bomb gradually condensed in his hands. The tailed beast bomb emitted a strong wave of energy, shaking the surrounding air with its power. The dark monster sensed the immense power of the tailed beast bomb and let out a deep roar. It swung its arm again, aiming to smash down on Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto threw the tailed beast bomb toward the dark monster. The tailed beast bomb streaked through the air like a meteor, flying toward the dark monster with devastating force. When the tailed beast bomb collided with the dark monster's arm, it produced a thunderous explosion. The powerful impact made the entire cave tremble, causing rocks to fall around them. The dark monster was pushed back a few steps by the force of the tailed beast bomb, but it did not suffer significant damage. It roared once more, and the dark aura around its body intensified. Luffy saw the dark monster being so resilient and decided to launch a more powerful attack with Naruto. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intensified. "Naruto, let's attack its weak point together," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and gathered another tailed beast ball. They simultaneously attacked the dark monster's head. The sword energy of the Thunder Flame Sword and the power of the tailed beast ball intertwined, forming a powerful shockwave. The shockwave accurately struck the dark monster's head, and it let out a painful roar. Its body began to shake, and the dark aura gradually weakened. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to continue their attack, constantly unleashing their strongest powers to strike at various parts of the dark monster's body. Under their relentless assault, the dark monster finally couldn't bear it any longer, and its body began to collapse. The dark aura gradually dissipated, eventually vanishing from the cave. With the fall of the dark monster, the cave returned to calm. Chapter 0828, Stone Platform. After a brief rest, Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave. Their steps were steady and cautious, each one exploring the unknown. A mysterious aura filled the cave, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls, as if telling ancient stories. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, its blade shimmering in the darkness, illuminating their path forward. Naruto remained vigilant, fully aware of his surroundings and attentive to any sounds. As they walked, they arrived at a spacious hall. The ceiling towered high, and the walls were covered with strange runes and patterns. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a sparkling crystal ball. "That crystal ball looks unusual," Naruto whispered. Luffy nodded cautiously. "Be careful. There might be traps here." They slowly approached the stone platform, and when they were just a few meters away, the ground suddenly shook, and a swarm of magical creatures surged from all directions. These magical beings varied in form. Some looked like gigantic spiders, while others resembled winged demons, all lunging at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. "Humph, do they really think they can stop us with just these guys?" Naruto snorted coldly and instantly entered battle mode. He quickly formed hand signs with both hands and shouted, "Shadow, Clone Jutsu." In an instant, countless Narutos appeared in the hall, charging towards the magical creatures. Luffy was not to be outdone. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful force. He charged into the magical creatures, each swing of his sword carrying tremendous destructive power, pushing back the magical beasts one by one. The magical creatures were also unyielding, continuously launching attacks, some spitting venom, while others fired magical beams. Naruto took advantage of his shadow clone technique, skillfully dodging the attacks and counterattacking. He unleashed various ninja techniques, such as wind release, spiraling shuriken, and fire release, great fireball technique, causing the magical creatures to retreat steadily. Luffy, relying on the powerful strength of the Sword of Thunderflame, moved through the magical creatures as if in a no-man's land. His swordsmanship was sharp, and each attack accurately struck the vital points of the magical beings. The power of fire and lightning was fully unleashed under his sword, scorching some magical creatures to a charred black or paralyzing them with electricity. With the tacit cooperation between Luffy and Naruto, the magical creatures gradually could not withstand their attacks and began to collapse one after another. In the end, only a few powerful magical creatures remained, stubbornly resisting. Suddenly, a giant spider-like magical creature pounced down from the ceiling, its claws glinting coldly as it fiercely clawed at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique to evade the spider's attack. At the same time, he appeared behind the spider, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand and smashing it down on the spider. The tailed beast bomb, carrying immense impact, instantly blew the spider to pieces. The other magical creatures, seeing their companion defeated, also began to go wild. They launched attacks recklessly, trying to make a final struggle. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and nodded. They decided to unleash their strongest powers to eliminate these magical creatures. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame Sword high, and the flames and lightning on the blade began to surge wildly. He chanted incantations, and a powerful force surged from his body, infusing into the thunder flame sword. Naruto also began to mobilize the golden chakra of the nine tails within him, and a layer of golden light appeared around his body. He brought his hands together and shouted, "Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken." A massive Rasen Shuriken quickly formed in his hands, shimmering with golden light and containing immense power. Luffy and Naruto launched their attacks simultaneously, with the sword energy of the Thunder Flame Sword and the Super Giant Rasengan rushing towards the remaining magical creatures. The powerful force instantly overwhelmed those magical beings, and they didn't even have time to let out a scream before being completely annihilated. After the battle, the hall returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto walked to the stone platform and carefully observed the sparkling crystal ball. "What exactly is this crystal ball?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but it definitely has some connection to the Dragon Balls. Let's take it with us. It might be useful in the future." Naruto nodded and cautiously picked up the crystal ball, placing it into his backpack. Chapter 0829. Techniques. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave with the crystal ball. The path in the cave became increasingly rugged, and the light grew dimmer, forcing them to rely on the glow emitted by the thunder flame sword to illuminate the way ahead. As they walked, a narrow passage appeared in front of them, with strange symbols and patterns carved into the walls on either side. Luffy and Naruto cautiously entered the passage when suddenly, a sharp whistling sound echoed from deep within. "Watch out!" Luffy shouted, positioning the thunder flame sword in front of him. Just as he finished speaking, countless black wind blades flew out from the depths of the passage, sweeping toward them. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones scattered to evade the attack of the wind blades. Luffy swung the thunder flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade formed a protective barrier, blocking the wind blades one by one. However, there were simply too many wind blades, and Luffy gradually began to feel overwhelmed. "This won't do. We need to find the source of the wind blades," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, his eyes transforming into golden slits as he activated Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, Naruto's sensory abilities were greatly enhanced, and he quickly discovered that the source of the wind blades was a dark corner at the end of the passage. "Over there," Naruto shouted, pointing to the end of the passage. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, then charged towards the end of the corridor together. Wind blades continued to fly out from the dark corners, but they were prepared and skillfully dodged the attacks. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. In the dark corner, there was a huge black whirlwind, and a figure could be faintly seen within it. "Is it you who's causing trouble?" Naruto shouted angrily, forming a massive Rasengan in his hand and throwing it towards the black whirlwind. The Rasengan collided with the black whirlwind, producing a loud bang. However, the black whirlwind was not destroyed. Instead, it became even more violent. "This guy's tough to deal with." Luffy frowned. Just then, the figure in the black whirlwind suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! You two reckless fools dare to invade my territory." As the laughter echoed, the black whirlwind gradually dissipated, revealing a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes. The figure wore a black mask, with only a pair of glowing red eyes visible. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Luffy asked warily. The mysterious figure sneered. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you will die here today." After saying that, the mysterious figure waved his hands, and a powerful dark force surged from his palms, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their strongest moves to defend against the attack. Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a massive beam of light formed by intertwining flames and lightning, which collided with the dark power. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, sending countless giant Rasen Shurikens flying towards the mysterious figure. The forces from both sides clashed violently in the air, producing loud booms. The entire cave trembled as if it were about to collapse. In the midst of the intense battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually realized that the mysterious figure's dark power seemed endless. Although their attacks could inflict some damage, they were unable to defeat him completely. "We can't keep this up. We need to find his weakness," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, his eyes fixed intently on the mysterious figure, trying to spot a flaw. Just then, Naruto suddenly noticed a faint glimmer of light flickering beneath the mysterious figure's black robe. "Luffy, attack his black robe," Naruto shouted. Luffy immediately understood Naruto's intention. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword and slashed towards the mysterious person's black robe. The mysterious person seemed to sense their intent and hurriedly tried to dodge. But it was too late. The thunder flame sword accurately struck the black robe, tearing a gash in it. A beam of light shot out from the robe, and the mysterious person let out a scream as the dark power weakened significantly. Now's the time. Seeing this, Naruto immediately unleashed his strongest attack. He poured all the chakra in his body into the Rasengan and threw it towards the mysterious person. The Rasengan, carrying world-destroying power, struck the mysterious person fiercely. Under this powerful attack, the mysterious person finally could not withstand it, and her body was blown to pieces. With the disappearance of the mysterious person, the dark power in the cave gradually dissipated. Chapter 0830, The Woman. After defeating the mysterious person, Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave. At this moment, the cave seemed even more mysterious, with every corner seemingly hiding unknown secrets. They slowly moved along the passage, the ground beneath their feet emitting a faint glow, as if guiding them forward. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunderflame sword, its blade slightly trembling, as if sensing the magical fluctuations around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. I wonder how much longer we have to go to find clues about the Dragon Balls, Naruto said softly. Luffy frowned slightly. We can't be impatient. This cave is filled with mystery and danger, and we must be careful. Suddenly, they heard a melodious sound of music. The music seemed to come from a distant place, filled with mysterious power. What is that sound? Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy stopped in his tracks, carefully listening to the music. It was unclear, but the sound was definitely unusual, and they needed to be cautious. As they moved forward, the music grew clearer. They arrived at a vast cavernous hall, where in the center stood a massive crystal stage. On the stage was a beautiful woman playing an ancient instrument. She wore a long white robe, her long hair flowing, and her face bore a gentle smile, as if she were a fairy from a paradise. Who are you? Why have you come here? The woman paused her playing and asked Luffy and Naruto. Luffy slightly bowed and said, We are travelers searching for the Dragon Balls. Do you have any clues about their whereabouts? The woman smiled gently and replied, The Dragon Balls are very precious treasures. If you wish to find them, you must pass my test. What kind of test? Naruto asked. The woman waved her hand lightly, and the surrounding scene instantly changed. They found themselves in a beautiful garden filled with all kinds of strange flowers, and the air was filled with a fragrant scent. Your test is to find a special flower in this garden. This flower holds the clue to the Dragon Balls. However, this garden is filled with various magical traps and dangerous creatures, so you must be careful, the woman said. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. They walked into the garden, beginning their search for the special flower. The garden was filled with various beautiful flowers, but each one could potentially hide danger. Luffy and Naruto advanced cautiously, staying alert and watching for any movements around them. Suddenly, a giant butterfly flew out from the flower bed. Its wings shimmered with colorful light, making it very beautiful. However, its eyes glinted with a fierce light, clearly indicating it was not to be trifled with. Be careful, this butterfly might be very dangerous, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails surging even more intensely. Come on, let's see what this butterfly can do. The butterfly, seeing Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an attack. It flapped its wings, sending waves of colorful light. These rays moved at incredible speed and had immense power, instantly destroying the flowers in their path. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunderflame sword, creating a powerful barrier as the flames and lightning intertwined on the blade, blocking the attack of the colorful light. The light collided with the barrier, producing a series of loud explosions. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the butterfly, and it exploded, the powerful shockwave forcing the butterfly to retreat a few steps. Angered, the butterfly launched another attack. This time, its wings shimmered with even more dazzling light, and the emitted colorful rays became denser and more powerful. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of the colorful beams of light. They darted quickly through the garden, using the bushes and trees to evade the butterfly's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto kept searching for the butterfly's weakness. They discovered that the butterfly's abdomen was relatively soft, which might be its vulnerable spot. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb flying towards the butterfly's abdomen. the tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful shockwave severely injured the butterfly's abdomen. The butterfly let out a painful roar. Its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy delivered a full power strike with his Thunder Flame Sword, cutting a deep gash into the butterfly's wings. The butterfly could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief and continued their search for the special flower in the garden. After a difficult search, they finally found the special flower deep within the garden. The flower emitted a mysterious glow, and strange symbols were engraved on its petals. They took the flower and returned to the place where the woman was. The woman looked at them and nodded slightly. You have passed the test. The symbols on this flower are clues to the Dragon Balls. However, to find the Dragon Balls, you need to face more challenges. Luffy and Naruto thanked the woman, then continued towards the direction of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 0831, Fatigue. Luffy and Naruto continued to advance in the cave, holding on to the clues from the flowers. The cave seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist, and every step was filled with unknown dangers. They walked cautiously, the ground beneath them uneven and the walls flickering with strange light. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, its blade slightly trembling as if sensing the magical fluctuations around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. I wonder what else awaits us ahead, Naruto whispered. Luffy frowned slightly. No matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the front. This aura was filled with a sense of oppression, causing both Luffy and Naruto to feel a pang of unease. Be careful, a powerful presence is approaching, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox surging even more violently. No matter who it is, we will not back down. As the aura drew closer, a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a tall man, clad in golden armor and wearing a magnificent helmet, his eyes revealing endless authority. Behind him followed a group of strong warriors, each exuding a fierce aura that was intimidating to behold. Who are you? Why have you trespassed here? The man's voice echoed like a bell within the cave. Luffy gave a slight bow and said, We are travelers seeking the Dragon Balls, and we mean no offense. May I ask who you are? The man snorted coldly and replied, I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. The Dragon Balls are my goal as well. If you dare to compete with me for them, you will pay a heavy price. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a surge of intense battle spirit rising within them. They knew that the Vegeta before them was an extremely powerful opponent, but they would never easily give up their mission to find the Dragon Balls. Prince Vegeta, we do not wish to be your enemies, but the Dragon Balls are crucial to us, Luffy said. Vegeta looked at them disdainfully. You think you can get the Dragon Balls with your strength? That's simply a delusion. After saying that, Vegeta waved his hand, and the warriors behind him immediately charged toward Luffy and Naruto. These warriors were all powerful, wielding their weapons and letting out furious roars. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier with flames and lightning intertwining along the blade, blocking the warriors' attacks. The flames and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the warriors' weapons and producing loud booms. Naruto, not to be outdone, tapped into the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the warriors, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the warriors to retreat. Vegeta, seeing his warriors being pushed back, showed a hint of anger on his face. He vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Luffy and Naruto. You have some skill, but before me, you're still no match. After saying this, a powerful aura erupted from Vegeta, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto like a raging storm. Luffy and Naruto felt the powerful aura of Vegeta, and they were filled with shock. They knew that this would be an extremely difficult battle. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the flames and lightning on the blade becoming even more intense. He unleashed his strongest sword technique, striking towards Vegeta. Vegeta looked at Luffy's attack with disdain and casually waved his hand, easily dispelling the attack. Seeing this, Naruto immediately activated various ninjutsu. Wind release, fire release, lightning release, and other techniques were used in succession to attack Vegeta. Vegeta continued to effortlessly respond to Naruto's assaults, his speed incredibly fast, and his figure elusive like a ghost, making it hard to catch him. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously sought out Vegeta's weaknesses. They discovered that although Vegeta was powerful, his attack methods were relatively singular, mainly relying on his immense aura and speed. Naruto, We need to find a way to disrupt his rhythm, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and used the shadow clone technique, instantly creating countless clones that surrounded Vegeta. Upon seeing so many Naruto clones, a hint of impatience appeared on Vegeta's face. He began to frantically attack these clones, but the sheer number overwhelmed him. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the special power of the Thunder Flame Sword, as the flames and lightning on the blade began to merge, forming a new power. He charged towards Vegeta, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Vegeta sensed Luffy's attack and immediately turned around to prepare to block it. However, at the moment he turned, Naruto's real body suddenly appeared behind him, gathering a massive Rasengan in his hand. Vegeta had no time to evade and was hit by the Rasengan. He let out a furious roar as his body was sent flying. Luffy and Naruto did not let their guard down. They knew that Vegeta would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, Vegeta quickly stood up, his eyes filled with anger. "You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay a heavy price." After saying this, Vegeta's aura became even more violent. He began to unleash more powerful attacks, charging wildly at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, constantly dodging Vegeta's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. They engaged in an intense battle within the cave, with the surrounding walls and floor being destroyed by their power. The fight lasted a long time, and both sides exhausted a significant amount of stamina and energy. However, neither of them backed down, fighting for their own goals. Ultimately, Luffy and Naruto, through their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, gradually gained the upper hand. Although Vegeta was powerful, he began to show signs of fatigue under their relentless attacks. "Vegeta, we don't want to be your enemies. As long as you let us continue searching for the Dragon Balls, we can coexist peacefully," Luffy said. Vegeta looked at Luffy and Naruto, filled with unwillingness. However, he also knew that he couldn't easily defeat them. "I'll let you go this time, but if you dare to block my path again, I won't hold back," Vegeta said before turning away with his warriors. Chapter 0832, Desolation. Luffy and Naruto stepped into an unfamiliar wilderness after leaving the challenging cave. The sun shone fiercely on the ground, and the dry wind howled past, raising clouds of dust. Luffy squinted his eyes, tightly gripping the sword of Thunderflame, feeling the slight vibrations coming from the blade. Naruto frowned slightly, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flickering around his body, ready to respond to any potential danger. "This place looks quite desolate," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we cannot let our guard down. No one knows what might be hidden here." They carefully moved forward, the ground beneath them hard and barren. In the distance, several bare peaks loomed, creating a sense of oppression. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed through the sky. Luffy and Naruto looked up to see a flock of enormous birds flying towards them. These birds were massive, with wings spanning over 10 meters, and their eyes glinted with a fierce light. "Be careful," Luffy shouted. Naruto instantly entered battle mode, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow, clone jutsu. In an instant, countless Narutos appeared around them, ready to counter the birds' attack. The birds swooped down, their sharp claws reaching for Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Thunderflame Sword, creating a powerful barrier of intertwining flames and lightning that blocked the birds' assault. Flames and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the birds' claws and sparking dazzling fireworks. Meanwhile, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to use various ninjutsu: wind release, spiraling shuriken, fire release, great fireball technique, and other techniques flew towards the birds, forcing them to retreat. However, the birds did not give up easily. They constantly adjusted their tactics, attacking from different directions. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, dodging the birds' attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the birds seemed to be driven by some mysterious force. He decided to find the source of this power to eliminate the birds completely. "Naruto, these birds might be controlled by some force. We need to find the source," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's find it together." They fought the birds while observing their surroundings. After some effort, they finally discovered a crystal emitting an eerie glow on a nearby peak. "That crystal is controlling these birds," Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal. "So what do we do?" Luffy pondered for a moment. "We must destroy that crystal, but be careful. There may be a powerful counterattack." They got ready and then launched an attack on the crystal together. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunderflame Sword, sending a massive sword energy towards the crystal. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a huge tailed beast ball at the crystal. The sword energy and tailed beast ball hit the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin to counterattack. A powerful force surged from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, but the force was so strong that it was somewhat difficult for them to withstand. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a solution. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, using the power of the sword to form a protective circle. Naruto, quickly get into the protective circle, Luffy shouted. Naruto quickly took cover inside the protective circle. The protective circle withstood the counterattack from the crystal, keeping them safe for the time being. Once the counterattack weakened, they launched another attack. This time, they focused their power even more, and the sword, energy, and tailed beast ball accurately struck the core of the crystal. The crystal finally shattered, and as it broke, the birds lost control and flew away. The wilderness returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this battle was just the beginning, and that more challenges awaited them in this unfamiliar place. They continued onward and soon arrived at an ancient town. The buildings in the town were old and worn, and a stale atmosphere hung in the streets. People busily moved through the streets, casting curious glances at the two strangers, Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto walked into the town, hoping to find some clues about the Dragon Balls. They inquired around the town, but people seemed to know nothing about the Dragon Balls. Just when they were feeling disappointed, a mysterious old man appeared before them. Dressed in a long robe and with deep-set eyes, he exuded an air of mystery. "Are you looking for the Dragon Balls?" the old man asked. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and then nodded. The old man smiled slightly, saying that the Dragon Balls are very precious treasures and not so easy to find. "But I can give you some clues." Luffy and Naruto immediately perked up. "Please tell us," they said. The old man slowly replied, "Deep in the distant desert, there is an ancient temple. It is said that clues to the Dragon Balls may be hidden there. But that temple is very dangerous, filled with powerful monsters and traps. You must be careful." Luffy and Naruto thanked the old man and then left the town, heading towards the desert. They crossed a vast grassland and finally reached the edge of the desert. The desert was filled with howling winds and swirling sand. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the desert, their figures appearing exceptionally small against the vastness. As they ventured deeper, the temperature in the desert rose higher, making it unbearable. They had to summon their inner strength to resist the heat's assault. Suddenly, they heard a deep roar. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force was approaching. "Be careful, something's coming," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around his body. "Whatever it is, we can defeat it." As the roar grew closer, a massive figure burst forth from the sandstorm. It was a gigantic sandworm, its body stretching dozens of meters long, covered in hard scales. The sandworm's eyes glowed with a red light, and it unleashed a powerful sandstorm from its mouth. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame, looking like a powerful creature in the desert. And we had to respond carefully. The sandworm saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at them. Luffy quickly unleashed the power of the sword of Thunder Flame, creating a powerful barrier made of intertwining flames and lightning to block the sandworm's attack. Naruto was not to be outdone. He called upon the power of the Golden Nine Tails, gathering a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the sandworm, and it exploded, sending a strong shockwave that pushed the sandworm back several steps. Enraged, the sandworm attacked again. This time, its body began to spin, forming a massive dust whirlwind that swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the sandstorm vortex. They swiftly navigated through the desert, using the sand, dunes, and rocks to evade the attacks of the sandworms. Chapter 0833. The train Luffy and Naruto engaged in a thrilling battle against a giant sandworm in the desert. At this moment, the sand was swirling all around, and the massive body of the sandworm appeared to be a moving sand dune, barely visible in the dust. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. He could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from the sandworm, but he showed no signs of retreat. Naruto quickly summoned the golden chakra of the Nine Tails within him, forming a layer of shining light around his body. He kept his eyes fixed on the sandworm, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The sandworm charged again, its enormous body resembling a high-speed train, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a solid barrier of intertwining fire and lightning. When the sandworm collided with the barrier, it emitted a deep, thunderous roar, and the powerful impact made Luffy's arms tingle slightly. Seeing this, Naruto quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Wind release, spiraling shuriken." A high-speed, rotating wind shuriken formed in his hand, and he hurled it forcefully at the sandworm. The spiraling shuriken struck the sandworm's body like a bolt of lightning, tearing through its scales and causing green liquid to ooze out. The sandworm let out an angry roar, its body beginning to writhe violently. Then, it opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful sandstorm once more. This sandstorm swept towards Luffy and Naruto like a raging sandstorm. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged. They ran swiftly through the desert, using the sand dunes as cover. Where the sandstorm passed, the dunes were flattened, revealing the hard sandy ground beneath. While avoiding the sandstorm, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the sandworm's weakness. They found that although the sandworm's abdomen was protected by hard scales, there were some gaps in the scales when it moved. "Naruto, let's attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, channeling chakra within him, ready to launch a powerful attack. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, preparing to coordinate with Naruto to strike the sandworm's abdomen. As the sandstorm of the sandworm weakened, Luffy and Naruto sprang into action. They charged toward the sandworm at high speed. The sandworm sensed their movement and attempted to block their attack with its body. Luffy unleashed the full power of the Thunder Flame sword, with the flames and lightning on the sword becoming even more intense. He slashed toward the body of the sandworm, tried to attract its attention. As expected, the sandworm was drawn to Luffy's attack and turned its body towards him. At that moment, Naruto seized the opportunity to harness the power of the Golden Nine Tails, gathering a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He threw the tailed beast bomb at the sandworm's abdomen. The tailed beast bomb accurately hit the gap in the sandworm's abdominal scales and exploded. The powerful impact severely injured the sandworm's abdomen, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. The sandworm let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. Taking advantage of this moment, Luffy launched another full-power strike, the Thunder Flame sword slashing against the sandworm, leaving a deep crack in its scales. However, the sandworm was not so easily defeated. It began to thrash wildly, trying to counterattack with its last bit of strength. A massive sandstorm vortex formed around its body once again, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged. They swiftly maneuvered through the desert, avoiding the attacks of the sandstorm whirlpools. During the evasive maneuvers, Luffy suddenly thought of a plan. "Naruto, let's attack its head together," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They charged towards the sandworm's head together. As they approached the sandworm's head, Luffy unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a powerful sword aura. At the same time, Naruto activated the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. They focused their strength on the attack, and the sword aura and tailed beast ball flew towards the sandworm's head simultaneously. This tremendous power instantly struck the sandworm's head, and it let out a desperate roar. Its body began to collapse and eventually fell in the desert. With the sandworm's fall, tranquility returned to the desert. Chapter 0834, Resistance. Luffy and Naruto, after successfully defeating the sandworm, continued their journey deeper into the desert towards the ancient temple. The desert was still unbearably hot, and strong winds occasionally howled by, raising clouds of sand. They walked cautiously, each step leaving deep footprints in the soft sand. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, its blades slightly trembling, as if reminding them that the danger ahead was not yet far away. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around him, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. "This desert is really vast. I wonder how far that temple is," Naruto said. Luffy frowned slightly, his gaze firmly fixed on the distance. "No matter how far it is, we must find the temple. There may be clues to the Dragon Balls there." As they ventured deeper, the scenery in the desert gradually changed. The originally flat, sandy ground began to show some undulating sand dunes, with some dunes even reaching several dozen meters high, resembling gigantic mountains. Between the dunes, ancient ruins occasionally became visible. Although these ruins were already in a state of decay, they still emanated a mysterious aura. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. The sound resembled a low murmur from some creature, filled with eeriness and mystery. "Be careful, something's up," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately entered battle mode. the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging even more intensely. No matter what it is, we can defeat it. As the sound grew closer, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from behind a dune. It was a monster made of sand, standing several dozen meters tall, resembling a giant sandman. The monster's eyes glimmered with a yellow light, radiating powerful magical energy. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy tightly grasped the flame sword, looking at the magical creature in the desert, which seemed very dangerous. The sand monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive arms towards them. With tremendous power, wherever its arms passed, sand flew up, forming a powerful sandstorm. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier with flames and lightning intertwining on the sword's blade, blocking the sand monster's attack. The flames and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the sand monster's arm and producing loud crashes. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the golden nine-tailed fox, condensing a giant-tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the sand monster, which exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the sand monster to stagger back a few steps. Enraged, the sand monster launched another attack. This time, it opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful flow of sand, which swept toward Luffy and Naruto like a giant dragon. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the sand creature. They swiftly maneuvered through the desert, using the sand, dunes, and rocks to evade the creature's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the creature's weaknesses. They discovered that the core of the sand creature seemed to be its source of power, and this core was protected by a thick layer of sand. Naruto, we need to find a way to break through that sand protection and attack its core, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. Okay, let's give it a try together. They began to concentrate their power on attacking the sand creature's sand protection. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive sword energy slashing towards the sand creature's body. At the same time, Naruto unleashed the power of the golden nine-tailed beast, throwing a giant-tailed beast bomb at the sand creature. The sword energy and tailed beast bomb hit the creature's body simultaneously, creating a thunderous explosion. However, the sand protection was very solid and was not easily broken. They kept trying various methods to attack the sand protection, but none were successful. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to use the special power of the Thunder Flame Sword to try to absorb a portion of the sand creature's power and then use that power to attack its core. Naruto, help me draw the creature's attention, and I'll absorb its power, Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed various powerful ninjutsu, continuously attacking the sand creature to draw its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to plunge the sword of thunder and flame into the ground, and the blade began to flicker with light. He concentrated and attempted to absorb the power of the sand monster's sand. At first, the sand's power resisted greatly, but as Luffy continued to exert himself, some of the sand's power began to be absorbed by the sword of thunder and flame. The light on the blade became even more dazzling, now filled with the essence of sand. After absorbing enough sand power, Luffy unleashed a full-powered strike. He swung the sword of thunder and flame, sending a powerful sword aura flying towards the core of the sand monster. This sword aura combined the power of the sand and the sword of thunder and flame, making it incredibly powerful. The sword aura accurately struck the core of the sand monster, which let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, and the sand scattered everywhere. With the sand monster's fall, peace returned to the desert. Chapter 0835. Trekking after successfully defeating the sand monster, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey towards the ancient temple. The scorching heat of the desert remained unbearable, but their faith grew ever stronger. They trudged step by step across the soft sand, stopping to catch their breath after each stretch. Luffy gripped the thunder flame sword tightly, its blade's glow appearing somewhat dim under the sunlight, as if it too was enduring this arduous journey. Naruto occasionally harnessed the chakra within him, the power of the golden nine tails flickering around his body, providing him with sustained energy. As time passed, they finally saw the edge of the desert. It was a stretch of green land, starkly contrasting with the endless yellow sand behind them. We're finally getting out of the desert, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy nodded slightly, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing on his face. But we cannot let our guard down. No one knows what awaits us outside the desert. They quickened their pace, heading towards the edge of the desert. The moment they stepped out of the desert, a refreshing breeze greeted them, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Outside the desert was a vast grassland, with lush green grass and a profusion of flowers. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying waves of floral fragrance. In the distance, several small hills rolled gently, giving a sense of tranquility and beauty. Luffy and Naruto stood on the grassland, gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, filled with emotions. They had faced countless hardships and dangers in the desert, and now they had finally arrived at this beautiful place. "It's so beautiful here," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy took a deep breath, feeling the essence of the grassland. "Yes, but we cannot forget our mission. We still need to continue searching for clues about the Dragon Balls." They walked across the grassland, enjoying this moment of tranquility. The small animals on the grassland saw them and curiously ran over, only to panic and run away as they got closer. As they walked, they discovered a clear little stream. The water flowed gently, sparkling with silver light under the sunlight. Luffy knelt down, cupping some stream water in his hands to wash his face, feeling the coolness of the water. Naruto watched beside him, a happy smile on his face. "This little stream is beautiful. It might lead to an important place," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Let's follow the stream. Maybe we can find some clues." They continued along the stream, admiring the beautiful scenery of the grassland. The flowers on the grassland were colorful, and butterflies danced among the blossoms, as if it were a beautiful painting. However, they did not forget their mission. They remained vigilant, paying attention to any movements around them, hoping to find clues about the Dragon Balls. At the end of the stream, they saw a small village. The houses in the village were simple and quaint, with thin smoke rising from the chimneys. The villagers were working in the fields, and children were playing in the village, creating a scene of peace and harmony. Luffy and Naruto walked into the village, hoping to get some clues about the Dragon Balls from the villagers. The villagers looked at them with wary expressions. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" An old man stepped forward and asked. Luffy slightly bowed and said, "We are travelers seeking the Dragon Balls. Do you have any clues about them?" The old man frowned and replied, "Dragon Balls? That's a very dangerous thing. You better not seek it." Naruto asked in confusion, "Why do you say the Dragon Balls are dangerous?" The old man sighed. "The Dragon Balls possess immense power and can grant people's wishes. But precisely because of this, they attract many evil forces. In the past, many people lost their lives fighting over the Dragon Balls." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance. They knew the old man's words were sensible, but they couldn't abandon their mission to find the Dragon Balls. "We know the Dragon Balls are dangerous, but we must find them. Do you have any clues you can provide us?" Luffy said sincerely. The old man was silent for a moment and then said, "It is said that in a distant mountain range, there is a mysterious castle. There may be clues about the Dragon Balls hidden there, but that castle is very dangerous, with many powerful monsters and traps. You must be careful." Luffy and Naruto thanked the old man and then left the village. Chapter 0836, Burning Luffy and Naruto. On their way to the mysterious castle, suddenly felt a powerful and evil aura approaching them. They immediately stopped in their tracks, warily looking in the direction from which the aura came. A small but imposing figure slowly emerged, radiating a purple glow, with eyes that revealed endless coldness and cruelty. "Haha, I didn't expect to encounter two interesting guys here. The one who has arrived is the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. My battle power is 530,000. Are you ready to die?" Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder fire, the blade trembling slightly as if it sensed the unprecedented pressure. Naruto, without hesitation, activated his Ninetales mode, golden chakra blazing around his body like a raging fire. "No matter how strong you are, we will not back down," Naruto shouted. Frisia's mouth curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdainful laughter. "You ignorant fools, let me show you my power." With that, Frisia instantly vanished from his spot, reappearing before Luffy and Naruto in the next second. He swung a fist, carrying terrifying power towards them. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier, attempting to withstand Frisia's attack. However, Frisia's fist easily broke through the barrier, and the immense impact sent Luffy flying. Seeing this, Naruto rushed forward and unleashed a series of ninjutsu. Techniques like wind release, spiraling shuriken, and fire release. Great fireball technique flew toward Frisia like raindrops. Frisia, however, remained unfazed and casually waved his hand, nullifying all these ninjutsu. "So weak," he said, "your power is like that of ants before me." Luffy got up from the ground, his eyes filled with determination. "Naruto, we can't fight separately. We must cooperate to have a chance to defeat him." Naruto nodded, and they began to work closely together to confront Frisia. Luffy continuously swung the Thunder Flame sword, looking for Frisia's weaknesses, while Naruto used the power of the Nine Tails to launch attacks from different directions. Although Frisia was powerful, he gradually began to feel the pressure under their combined efforts. His expression darkened as he decided to unleash a stronger power. Since you are so unappreciative, let you taste my death beam. Frisia clasped his hands together, and a powerful purple beam shot out from his palms. The beam moved at incredible speed, leaving Luffy and Naruto no time to dodge. They could only brace themselves and put all their strength into blocking the beam. Under the impact of the death beam, Luffy and Naruto were pushed back repeatedly, their bodies bearing immense pressure. But they did not give up and continued to resist stubbornly. Just when they were about to collapse, Luffy suddenly thought of a way. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling all his strength in an attempt to resonate with the surrounding environment. As his power spread, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, flames and lightning erupted from the ground, flying towards Frisia. Frisia was thrown off balance by the unexpected attack and had to divert his attention. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed his strongest strike, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands before throwing it at Frisia. The tailed beast ball exploded, and the powerful shockwave forced Frisia to take several steps back. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly regained his cold demeanor. You have some skill, but it's still far from enough, Frisia roared, his body beginning to swell as his power grew even stronger. Chapter 0837. Being deceived, Luffy and Naruto faced the formidable Frisia, feeling pressure in their hearts, but more importantly, an unyielding fighting spirit. Frisia's figure flickered and charged towards them again. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he quickly appeared in front of Luffy, delivering a powerful punch. Luffy hurriedly raised the Thunder Flame sword to block it, with the flames and lightning on the sword dancing violently under Frisia's immense force. "Oomph, do you think you can stop me with that sword?" Frisia sneered, increasing his power output. Luffy felt a sharp pain in his arm as his feet left deep marks on the ground. At that moment, Naruto charged in from the side, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails forming a dazzling trail behind him. He performed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating multiple copies of himself to attack Frisia together. Frisia glanced contemptuously at the shadow clones and casually waved his hand, unleashing a powerful shockwave that scattered all the clones. Such tricks are useless against me. Luffy took the opportunity to adjust his stance and unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame sword. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined to form a massive vortex, sweeping towards Frisia. Frisia frowned slightly and dodged the attack with a quick movement. "Interesting, but still too weak," he said, as energy began to gather in his hands. The purple light grew stronger in his hands, distorting the air around him with its power. Seeing this, Naruto knew he couldn't let Frisia continue to gather energy. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Senjutsu, Super Large Rasen Shuriken." A gigantic Rasengan rapidly formed in his hand and was thrown at Frisia. The Rasengan collided with the energy sphere in Frisia's hands, producing a deafening explosion. The powerful shockwave caused the ground around them to collapse instantly, and both Luffy and Naruto were thrown back by the force. Frisia, however, merely swayed slightly, looking at Luffy and Naruto with a hint of anger in his eyes. "You have successfully angered me. Now prepare to bear my wrath." Frisia's form suddenly enlarged, transforming into his final form. His power surged once again, causing the surrounding space to tremble under his aura. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, seeing determination in each other's eyes. They knew this would be an extremely tough battle, but they would never back down. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, pouring all his strength into it. The flames and lightning on the sword became even more frenzied, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. Naruto also summoned the golden Nine Tails chakra within him, and a layer of golden shield appeared around his body. Frisia roared and charged forward, his speed so fast that it was hard to see. Luffy and Naruto could only rely on their instincts to dodge and counterattack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although Frisia was powerful, his attack methods were quite single-minded, mainly relying on brute strength and speed. They decided to take advantage of this and look for Frisia's weaknesses. Luffy deliberately exposed a flaw to lure Frisia into attacking. Sure enough, Frisia took the bait and charged at Luffy. Just as Frisia was about to strike Luffy, Naruto suddenly appeared from the side, slamming his Rasengan into Frisia's abdomen. Frisia was hit by this sudden attack, and his body shook slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning forming a massive pillar of light that slashed towards Frieza. Frieza let out an angry roar and used both hands to block the attack. However, the power of the Thunder Flame Sword was too great, leaving a deep wound on Frieza's hands. His eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. He never expected to be hurt by these two guys. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Too naive. Frieza began to attack Luffy and Naruto wildly, his power like a storm, making it difficult to resist. Luffy and Naruto are being pushed back under Frieza's attack, but they still haven't given up. They are constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack, and their belief supports them to continue fighting. Chapter 0838, Beads of Sweat. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in an unprecedented predicament during their battle with Frieza. Every attack from Frieza came like a torrential storm, making it almost impossible to catch their breath. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, but the flames and lightning on the blade dimmed significantly under Frieza's overwhelming aura. He constantly dodged Frieza's attacks, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Each evasion required all his strength, and a slight misstep could result in being hit by Frieza's strikes. Naruto was not having an easy time either. Although the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox was powerful, it still felt strained under Frieza's onslaught. He continuously performed various ninjutsu, tried to inflict damage on Frieza, but the effects were minimal. Frieza sneered, his attacks growing increasingly fierce. Is this all you can do? You truly disappoint me. With that, he launched another punch, the immense force causing the air to erupt with a thunderous sound. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged, but the shockwave from the punch still sent them flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. We can't give up. Luffy gritted his teeth and stood up again, raising the Thunder Flame Sword with determination in his eyes. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and summoned the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails once more. That's right, we can definitely defeat him. They charged at Frieza again, launching a new round of attacks. Luffy unleashed various techniques of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining into complex patterns as they struck towards Frieza. Naruto continuously used Rasengan and Tailed Beast Bomb, trying to find Frieza's weakness. However, Frieza's defense was as solid as a rock. He easily blocked their attacks, a disdainful look on his face. Your struggles are futile. As the battle progressed, Luffy and Naruto gradually felt their stamina waning. Their movements began to slow, and the strength of their attacks diminished significantly. Yet they still did not give up, their belief sustaining them to continue fighting. Frieza seemed to sense their fatigue as well, deciding to deliver the final blow. He gathered powerful energy in both hands, a purple light shining as brightly as the sun. It's over. He hurled the energy ball towards Luffy and Naruto. The energy ball, carrying the power to destroy everything, came flying, and Luffy and Naruto felt unprecedented pressure. They knew that if this hit them, they might never have another chance. In this critical moment, Luffy and Naruto decided to go all out. They concentrated all their strength together, preparing to face Frieza's attack. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder and Flame, with flames and lightning surging wildly along the blade. Naruto, on the other hand, raised the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails to its peak, and it seemed as if golden flames were burning around his body. Just as the energy ball was about to hit them, they unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. The brilliance of the Sword of Thunder and Flame intertwined with the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails, forming a powerful shield. When the energy ball collided with the shield, it produced a deafening roar. The tremendous impact destroyed everything in the vicinity, creating a massive crater in the ground. Luffy and Naruto were thrown out by this force, crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 0839, Shout. On a battlefield filled with smoke and dust, Luffy and Naruto lay silently on the ground, their fates unknown. Frieza looked at their motionless bodies and let out a wild laugh. You think you can contend with me? This is the fate of those who resist me, Frieza said smugly. However, at the moment Frieza relaxed his guard, a faint but resilient power began to surge within Naruto. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails ignited like a spark, gradually beginning to burn again. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly, his consciousness struggling in the darkness. Memories of past battles flooding his mind like a tide. I can't fall like this. Naruto gritted his teeth, shouting in his heart. At the same time, Luffy's hand, which tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, also began to tighten slowly. The once dim light on the sword started to flicker like a pulse, resonating with Luffy's life force. Luffy's eyelids twitched, and the belief of pursuing the Dragon Balls emerged in his mind, a determination that he could never give up. Just as Frieza was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt an unusual wave of energy coming from behind. Surprised, he turned back to see Naruto slowly standing up. The golden nine-tails chakra roared to life behind him like a waking beast, claws bared. "It's not over yet, Frieza," Naruto roared. Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, his body supported by a powerful force. The flames and lightning on the thunder flame sword became wild again, as if expressing his anger. "We can still fight," Luffy shouted. Frieza frowned, a strange irritation surging in his heart. He launched another attack, countless energy beams raining down toward Luffy and Naruto. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones appeared instantly, weaving through the energy beams with the original to evade the attacks. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, severing the approaching energy beams one by one. While dodging, Luffy and Naruto began to look for Frieza's flaws. They discovered that after Frieza launched a series of attacks, there would be a brief pause in his energy output. "That's the moment," Luffy shouted. When Frieza launched another round of attacks, they seized that instant of pause. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light and contained immense power. Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame sword, sending a sword aura shining with flames and lightning soaring into the sky. They charged toward Frieza simultaneously, and, at that critical moment, they struck Frieza's abdomen with both the Rasengan and the sword aura. Frieza let out a painful roar, his body being pushed back several meters by the immense force. However, Frieza was not easily defeated. His body began to flicker with a strange light, and his wounds healed at a visible speed. "You despicable creatures, I will make you pay," Frieza roared, his power rising once again. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of fear as they stood closely together, ready to face Frieza's even more ferocious counterattack. In this brutal battle, their beliefs were as steadfast as steel, vowing to fight this powerful enemy to the end. A glint of cunning flashed in Frieza's eyes as he feigned weakness while secretly gathering strength. When Luffy and Naruto moved closer, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, shooting countless purple beams from his hands. Naruto reacted quickly, creating multiple shadow clones to shield them, but Frieza's attack was too powerful, and the clones were instantly obliterated. At the critical moment, Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, releasing a powerful current to form a shield. Despite this, they were still impacted and sent flying. Frieza laughed triumphantly, believing the two were incapable of resistance. However, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and stood up, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. "We will not back down," Naruto shouted, his chakra surging within him. Luffy also unleashed his potential, and the Thunder Flame sword shone with an even brighter light. They decided to unleash their final trump card, launching a joint attack toward Frieza. Chapter 0840, Backflip. On a battlefield filled with smoke and dust, Luffy and Naruto demonstrated astonishing tenacity and resilience. Their battle against the Cosmic Emperor Frieza had reached a fever pitch, with every attack and counterattack infused with breathtaking power. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder and Flame, its blade shimmering with raging fire and lightning. His gaze was firm and sharp, as if he could pierce through all obstacles. Naruto stood beside him, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging around his body like burning flames. Frieza watched as Luffy and Naruto stood up again, a surge of intense anger rising within him. He had thought that he had completely defeated these two, but he did not expect them to be so tenacious. You really don't know when to give up. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." Frieza sneered, his body once again radiating a powerful aura. A purple glow enveloped him, making him look like a demon. Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by Frieza's aura. They exchanged a glance and saw unwavering determination in each other's eyes. They knew that the battle had reached a critical moment, and they had to give their all to have even a sliver of hope for victory. "Naruto, let's go together," Luffy shouted as he swung the Thunder Flame sword and charged at Frieza. Naruto nodded, performing the Shadow Clone Jutsu, instantly creating countless clones. These clones, along with his original self, surged towards Frieza like a tidal wave. Frieza looked at the charging Luffy and Naruto with a hint of disdainful amusement. He waved his hands, and countless purple beams shot towards them. These beams were incredibly fast and powerful, leaving deep cracks in the ground wherever they struck. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged Frieza's attacks, They darted through the light like agile butterflies. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, slicing through the approaching beams of energy one by one. Naruto, on the other hand, utilized the advantage of his shadow clones to constantly distract Frieza. While evading, Luffy and Naruto were always on the lookout for Frieza's weaknesses. They knew that only by finding Frieza's vulnerabilities could they have a chance to defeat him. After some observation, they noticed that Frieza would have a brief moment of pause when launching an attack. Although this pause was very short, it was enough for them. "Naruto now," Luffy shouted, unleashing the strongest skill of the Thunder Flame sword. A massive vortex of flames and lightning formed on the sword and shot towards Frieza. At the same time, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. The Rasengan shimmered with golden light, containing immense power. Their attacks sped towards Frieza simultaneously, so fast it was breathtaking. Frieza, seeing their attacks, showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect these two to find his weakness and launch such a powerful attack. He hurriedly tried to evade, but it was already too late. The vortex of the Thunder Flame sword and the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, struck Frieza at the same time, producing a deafening roar. The powerful impact seemed to distort the surrounding space. Frieza was hit by this force, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy when they saw Frieza being hit by them. However, they knew that Frieza was not so easily defeated. Sure enough, Frieza quickly got back on his feet. Although he had some wounds on his body, his aura remained strong. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me?" Too naive, Frieza roared, and his body began to swell as his power became even stronger. Luffy and Naruto watched Frieza's transformation with a sense of vigilance. They knew that Frieza had been thoroughly provoked, and the upcoming battle would be even more challenging. Frieza unleashed a powerful energy wave, targeting Luffy and Naruto. The speed of this energy wave was extremely fast, and its power immense, making it impossible to evade. Luffy and Naruto could only brace themselves and use all their strength to withstand the energy wave. Their bodies were pushed backward by this force, leaving deep marks on the ground with their feet. During the struggle against the energy wave, Luffy and Naruto felt unprecedented pressure. It seemed as if their bodies were about to be crushed by this power, but they still did not give up. They gritted their teeth and exerted all their strength to resist this force. Finally, the power of the energy wave began to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched a counterattack. They charged towards Frieza again, ready to launch their final assault. Frieza, seeing them rush over, revealed a sinister smile. He decided to unleash his most powerful skill to defeat Luffy and Naruto in one blow. "Death Beam!" Frieza shouted, gathering immense energy in his hands, and a purple beam shot towards Luffy and Naruto. This beam was extremely fast and powerful, making it impossible to evade. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of despair upon seeing the beam. They knew that if it hit, they might never have another chance. At this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of a way. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling all his strength, trying to resonate with the surrounding environment. As his power spread, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, flames and lightning erupted from the ground, flying towards Frieza. Although these flames and lightning were not as powerful as the attack from the Thunder Flame sword, their sheer numbers made them difficult to defend against. Frieza was distracted by the flames and lightning, causing the trajectory of the death beam to shift. Naruto seized the opportunity to use the shadow clone technique, instantly creating countless clones. These clones charged towards Frieza, attempting to divert his attention. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame sword. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards Frieza. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Frieza became flustered. He hurriedly tried to evade, but it was too late. The beam of the Thunder Flame sword struck him, producing a tremendous sound. Frieza was hit by this force and was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of hope as they saw Frieza being hit by them again. They knew this was their last chance, and they had to follow up on their victory and defeat Frieza in one fell swoop. They charged towards Frieza once more, ready to launch their final attack. Frieza, seeing them rush in, displayed a hint of despair on his face. He knew he could no longer withstand their assault. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike Frieza, suddenly, a powerful force emanated from a distance. This force caused their bodies to involuntarily come to a halt. They looked in astonishment towards the source of the power, and a mysterious figure slowly emerged. This figure radiated a powerful aura that was hard to look at directly. "You dare challenge Lord Frisia? You truly don't know the meaning of death," the mysterious figure sneered, his voice booming like a bell, echoing through the air. Luffy and Naruto looked at the mysterious figure, their hearts filled with vigilance. They didn't know who this mysterious figure was, but from his aura, it was clear he was a very powerful enemy. The mysterious figure walked towards Luffy and Naruto, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble. His eyes were filled with coldness and cruelty, sending chills down their spines. "Did you think you could escape just by defeating Lord Frisia? How naive," the mysterious figure said, suddenly revealing a black long sword in his hand. The sword emitted an evil aura that instilled fear. Chapter 0841 Special Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder and flame. The flames and lightning on the blade dancing more violently, as if responding to his inner tension and vigilance. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails forming a scorching barrier around his body. The mysterious figure stopped, slowly raising the black long sword in their hand, the evil aura on the blade growing increasingly intense, as if it intended to devour everything around it. "Your courage is commendable, but in the face of absolute power, everything is futile." The voice of the mysterious figure was cold and merciless. Luffy took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "No matter who you are, we will not back down." Naruto also shouted loudly, "That's right, we will definitely defeat you." The mysterious figure's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He suddenly swung his black sword, and a wave of black sword energy instantly shot toward Luffy and Naruto. The sword energy was extremely fast, and Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged to the side. The sword energy grazed their bodies and left a deep crack on the ground. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the sword's body to form a powerful barrier, attempting to block the attack from the mysterious figure. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, sending countless clones rushing towards the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure remained calm and collected, gently swinging his black longsword, effortlessly cutting down the approaching clones one by one. Wherever the black longsword passed, the clones instantly vanished, as if they had never existed. Luffy and Naruto felt a sinking feeling in their hearts when they saw that the Shadow Clone technique had no effect. They knew that this mysterious figure was stronger than they had imagined. "What should we do? This guy is too strong," Naruto said softly. Luffy gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a determined look. "We can't give up. There must be a way to defeat him." Just as they were thinking of a strategy, the mysterious figure launched another attack. He gripped the black long sword with both hands, raised it high, and then slashed it down fiercely towards the ground. A huge wave of black sword energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto, causing the ground to crack wherever it passed. Luffy and Naruto quickly jumped to dodge. In midair, they unleashed various ninjutsu and sword techniques, trying to inflict damage on the mysterious figure. However, their attacks seemed to have no effect on him. The mysterious figure looked at their futile attempts with a hint of a mocking smile. He raised his black long sword again, preparing to launch a more powerful attack. Just at that critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of a plan. He shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, let's attack his sword together." Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They knew that the mysterious figure's power mainly came from the black long sword in his hand, and if they could destroy the sword, they might be able to defeat him. Luffy and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a massive beam of light that slashed towards the mysterious figure's black sword. Naruto also used Sage Art, super-tailed beast Rasengan, with the Rasengan shimmering with golden light, containing immense power, flying towards the black sword. The mysterious figure, witnessing their attacks, displayed a hint of surprise on his face. He hurriedly waved the black sword, trying to fend off their assaults. However, Luffy and Naruto's attacks were too powerful, and the black sword began to crack under their onslaught. The mysterious figure was greatly alarmed. He never expected that his sword would be damaged by these two. With a loud crash, the black sword could no longer bear the weight and was shattered by Luffy and Naruto's attacks. The mysterious figure let out a painful roar, and his body was sent flying backward by the tremendous impact. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy when they saw the mysterious figure's sword being destroyed. They knew this was their chance. They immediately charged towards the mysterious figure, preparing to launch their final attack. The mysterious figure looked at Luffy and Naruto, rushing towards him, a hint of despair appearing on his face. He knew he could no longer withstand their attack. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike the mysterious figure, suddenly, a more powerful force surged from a distance. This force made their bodies come to an involuntary halt. They looked in surprise towards the direction from which the power came, and saw an even more mysterious figure slowly emerging. This figure emanated an incredibly powerful aura that was suffocating. "You dare challenge my subordinate? You truly do not know the meaning of death," the more mysterious figure sneered, his voice like thunder, resonating through the air. Luffy and Naruto looked at the even more mysterious figure, filled with shock and vigilance. They knew that this figure was stronger than the previous mysterious one, and this battle would be even more difficult. The more mysterious figure walked towards Luffy and Naruto, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble. His gaze was filled with coldness and authority, sending chills down their spines. "Do you think defeating my subordinates will allow you to escape? How naive," the more mysterious figure said, as a golden longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword emitted a sacred aura that inspired awe. Luffy and Naruto tightly gripped their weapons, ready to face the challenge from the more mysterious figure. They knew that this battle had reached a critical moment, and they had to give it their all to have even a glimmer of hope for victory. The mysterious figure raised his golden longsword, and a sacred aura emanated from the blade in an instant. With a gentle swing of the sword, a golden sword energy rushed toward Luffy and Naruto. The speed of the sword energy was incredibly fast, and its power immense, prompting Luffy and Naruto to dodge urgently. The sword energy brushed past their bodies, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Luffy unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier, attempting to withstand the attack of the golden sword energy. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with countless clones rushing towards the more mysterious figure. However, the strength of this more mysterious figure exceeded their imagination. He gently waved the golden longsword, cutting down the rushing shadow clones one by one. Wherever the golden longsword passed, the shadow clones instantly vanished, as if they had never existed. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of despair when they saw that the shadow clone technique was once again ineffective. They knew that this even more mysterious figure was simply too powerful, and they had almost no chance of winning. "Are we really going to fail?" Naruto said softly. Luffy gritted his teeth, a look of determination in his eyes. "No, we cannot give up. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must fight to the end." Just when they were falling into despair, Luffy suddenly felt a powerful force emanating from the Thunder Flame Sword. This force filled his body with vitality, as if endless power was surging within him. Chapter 0842. Resonance. Luffy's heart stirred as he tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, feeling the powerful force emanating from the blade. This force seemed to resonate with his inner self, granting him endless courage and confidence. "Naruto, I can feel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword growing stronger. We still have a chance," Luffy shouted. Naruto looked at Luffy, the flame of hope reigniting in his eyes. "All right, let's fight until the end together." A more mysterious figure watched Luffy and Naruto, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. "Do you really think this is enough to defeat me? How naive." He raised the golden long sword again, the sacred aura on the blade becoming even more intense. A massive golden sword energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto, its speed so fast that evasion was impossible. Luffy and Naruto stared intently at the golden sword energy, knowing that this was a life and death battle. At this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of a daring plan. "Naruto, inject your chakra into my Thunder Flame Sword," Luffy shouted. Without any hesitation, Naruto immediately began to pour the golden Ninetales chakra continuously into the Thunder Flame Sword. As the chakra flowed in, the flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame Sword became even more violent, and the sword began to tremble slightly. Luffy felt the immense power of the Thunder Flame Sword. He shouted loudly and swung the Thunder Flame Sword towards the golden sword energy. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined into a massive beam of light, colliding fiercely with the golden sword energy. A deafening explosion echoed, and the powerful shockwave seemed to distort the surrounding space. Luffy and Naruto were thrown back by the force, but their eyes remained fixed on the center of the collision. They saw the beam of the Thunder Flame Sword and the golden sword energy locked in a stalemate, both sides continuously resisting each other's power. The more mysterious figure showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Luffy and Naruto to withstand his attack. It's just a dying struggle." The more mysterious figure snorted coldly and increased the output of his power. The golden sword energy grew even larger, slowly pressing down on the beam of the Thunder Flame sword. Luffy and Naruto felt an immense pressure, as if their bodies were about to be crushed by this force. But they did not give up, still gritting their teeth and holding on. Luffy continuously channeled the power of the Thunder Flame sword, trying to resist the oppression of the golden sword energy. Naruto was also constantly injecting chakra to maintain the power of the Thunder Flame sword. Just when they were about to hold on no longer, a surge of even greater power suddenly erupted from the Thunder Flame sword. This power instantly repelled the golden sword energy and charged towards the more mysterious figure. The more mysterious figure was taken aback. He quickly swung his golden long sword, trying to block this power. But the force was too powerful, and his golden long sword was knocked away the moment it made contact with the energy. The more mysterious figure was struck by this force, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy as they saw the more mysterious figure being defeated. But they knew that the battle was not over yet. They immediately rushed towards the more mysterious figure, ready to launch their final attack. The more mysterious figure looked at Luffy and Naruto, charging towards him, a hint of despair appearing on his face. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to attack the more mysterious figure, suddenly, a strong tremor came from the sky. A dazzling light shot down from the sky, enveloping Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto looked up in surprise, only to see a gigantic figure slowly emerging from the light. This figure emanated an incredibly powerful aura that instilled a sense of awe. "Your courage and strength astonish me," the giant figure said, his voice resonating in the air like a great bell. Luffy and Naruto looked at the enormous figure, filled with confusion. They did not know who this figure was or why he had appeared here. "I am the guardian of this world. I have sensed your determination and courage. You are willing to fight powerful enemies to protect this world, and your actions inspire my admiration," the guardian said. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of pride in their hearts after hearing the guardian's words. They knew that their efforts had not been in vain. "Now, I will grant you even greater power, so you can continue to protect this world," the guardian said. As he finished speaking, a beam of light shot from his hand, enveloping Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, and their strength was instantly greatly enhanced. "Thank you, Guardian," Luffy and Naruto said gratefully. The Guardian nodded slightly, and then disappeared in a burst of light. Luffy and Naruto looked at each other, knowing that although this battle was tough, they had gained stronger powers. They would continue to move forward, to protect this world and to search for the Dragon Balls. They would never give up. They turned around, ready to leave the battlefield. But at that moment, they suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from afar. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a sense of unease rising in their hearts. They knew that this ominous presence signified the arrival of a new enemy. Sure enough, after a short while, a figure slowly approached from afar. This figure radiated an evil aura that sent chills down their spines. "Did you think it would end like this? How naive," the figure said with a cold laugh. Luffy and Naruto tightly gripped their weapons, ready to face new challenges. Chapter 0843, Evade. Luffy squinted his eyes, staring intently at the figure exuding an evil aura. The flames and lightning on the Thunderfire sword flickered slightly, as if responding to the impending battle. Naruto slightly hunched his body, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him, ready to explode at any moment. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Luffy shouted. The figure let out a sinister laugh. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are in my way." After saying this, the figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Luffy and Naruto in an instant. He extended a hand, and a wave of black energy surged toward them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the energy wave struck the ground, creating a massive crater. They were secretly astonished. This enemy's strength seemed to be on par with the mysterious figure from before. "Naruto, be careful," Luffy whispered. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. They unleashed their respective powers once again, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with this new enemy. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier as he charged at the enemy. Naruto also used a shadow clone jutsu, with countless clones surrounding the enemy and launching continuous attacks. However, this enemy was exceptionally cunning. He constantly changed positions, dodging their attacks while occasionally countering. His attack speed was extremely fast, and his strength was formidable, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually realized that this enemy's attack style was different from the mysterious figure they had encountered before. He seemed to be more skilled in close combat, and his body was very agile, making him hard to pin down. This situation was not sustainable. We must find his weakness, Luffy said. Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Luffy, I have an idea. We can use my shadow clones to distract him, and then you can take the opportunity to find his weakness. Luffy nodded. All right, let's do it. Naruto immediately unleashed more shadow clones and sent them charging towards the enemy. The enemy was surrounded by the shadow clones and had to divide their attention. Luffy took this opportunity to carefully observe the enemy's movements, looking for their weakness. After a period of observation, Luffy finally discovered a flaw in the enemy. When the enemy launched an attack, there was a brief moment of hesitation in their body. Although this pause was very short, it was enough for Luffy. Naruto, now's the time, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, and threw it at the enemy. The enemy hurriedly tried to dodge, but Luffy seized the opportunity. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to form a massive beam of light, slicing towards the enemy's weakness. The enemy was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. His body was sent flying back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto did not give him a moment to catch his breath, immediately charging forward to prepare for the final attack. The enemy looked at the approaching Luffy and Naruto, a hint of despair appearing on his face. He knew he could no longer withstand their assault. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike the enemy, suddenly, a strong tremor echoed through the sky again. A dazzling light shot down from the heavens, enveloping them. Luffy and Naruto looked up in surprise as the giant figure of the Guardian reappeared. I deeply admire your courage and strength. However, the crisis in this world is not yet resolved, and you have more important tasks to complete, the Guardian said. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, filled with confusion. Guardian, may I ask what tasks we still have? Luffy inquired. The Guardian nodded slightly. Deep within this world, a dark power is gradually awakening. If this power fully awakens, it will bring catastrophic destruction to the entire world. You must find the source of this dark power and eliminate it completely. Luffy and Naruto felt a strong sense of responsibility rise within them after hearing the Guardian's words. They knew that this task was extremely difficult, but they did not hesitate at all. We will definitely complete the mission and protect this world, Luffy and Naruto said firmly. The Guardian looked at them with satisfaction and shot out a beam of light, enveloping them. This light contained immense power, making Luffy and Naruto feel an unprecedented strength. Go, brave warriors. The fate of this world is in your hands, the Guardian said before gradually disappearing. Luffy and Naruto looked in the direction where the Guardian disappeared, their hearts filled with confidence. Chapter 0844. Pulsation. Luffy and Naruto walked side by side, their figures appearing particularly resolute in this mysterious world. The flames and lightning on the Sword of Thunderfire continued to flicker, as if warming up for the impending battle. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails beside Naruto resembled a blazing fire, radiating immense power. They advanced along a rugged path, the scenery around them becoming increasingly bizarre. A dark aura seemed to pervade the air, creating an oppressive feeling. The trees by the roadside twisted as if eroded by some evil force. Luffy, what do you think that dark power will look like? Naruto asked softly. Luffy frowned slightly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. I don't know, but it must be very powerful. We have to be careful. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly harsh. The howling wind whipped their clothes, making them flap loudly. Strange symbols and patterns began to appear on the ground, emanating a mysterious glow. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before their eyes. Luffy and Naruto immediately halted, looking around cautiously. Who is there? Show yourself, Luffy shouted. However, the only response was silence, but they could feel a pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and countless clones appeared instantly, searching in different directions. Soon, one of the clones sounded the alarm. Luffy and Naruto hurried over and saw a figure cloaked in black robes standing there. The figure exuded a powerful dark aura that sent chills down their spines. Are you the ones here to stop the awakening of the dark power? The figure in the black robe spoke in a hoarse voice. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword. That's right, we won't let the dark forces destroy this world. The figure in the black robe let out a chilling laugh. Just you? How naive. The dark forces are unstoppable, and you are destined to fail. After saying this, the figure in the black robe suddenly launched an attack. He extended a hand, and a wave of black energy surged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the energy wave hit the ground, creating a huge crater. They were secretly astonished. The strength of this man in the black robe was not to be underestimated. "Naruto, be careful. This guy is strong," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Come on, let's see just how strong he really is." They unleashed their respective powers again and engaged in a fierce battle with the man in the black robe. His attacks were strange and powerful, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. However, they showed no signs of retreating. With their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the fight, Luffy noticed that although the black-robed man's attacks were powerful, they seemed to follow a certain pattern. He began to carefully observe the movements of the black-robed man, looking for weaknesses. After a period of observation, Luffy finally discovered a flaw in the black-robed man's technique. When he executed a specific attack, his body would pause for a brief moment. "Naruto, pay attention to that movement of his. Let's attack while we have the chance," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They waited for the right moment, and when the black-robed man launched that specific attack again, they simultaneously counterattacked. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards the black-robed man's weakness. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, containing immense power. The black-robed man was struck by this sudden attack and let out a painful roar. His body was knocked back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto did not give him a chance to catch his breath and immediately charged forward, ready to launch their final attack. But at that moment, a powerful dark force suddenly erupted from the black-robed figure. This dark power sent Luffy and Naruto flying, and they crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. The black-robed figure slowly stood up, his eyes filled with anger and madness. "You dare to hurt me, I will make you pay the price." After saying this, the black-robed figure began to crazily absorb the dark power around him. His body grew larger, and his aura became increasingly powerful. Luffy and Naruto looked at the changes in the man in the black robe, filled with shock. They knew that this man had fallen into madness, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let him continue to absorb dark power," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the man in the black robe. But at this moment, the black-robed man had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the power granted to them by the Guardian. He closed his eyes, feeling that powerful force surging within him. "Naruto, let's channel the Guardian's power together," Luffy said. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They focused their minds and guided the Guardian's power. The flames and lightning on the Sword of Thunderfire became even more ferocious, and the golden nine-tailed chakra around Naruto grew more dazzling. They charged towards the black-robed man again, and this time, their attacks carried the power of the Guardian with immense strength. The black-robed man sensed this powerful force and showed a hint of fear on his face. But it was too late for him to dodge, and he was hit by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the black-robed man was shattered into pieces. The dark power dissipated, and the surrounding environment returned to normal. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0845, Exploring the Road. After Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief, they slowly stood up. They looked around at the now calm environment, but their hearts were far from relaxed. They knew well that although this battle was over, their mission was far from complete. "Naruto, we can't let our guard down. This dark power has been temporarily suppressed by us, but no one knows if it will rise again," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword with a serious expression. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing around him, ready to respond to any potential danger. "That's right. We must keep moving forward and find a way to completely eliminate the dark power." They continued along the path, the scenery around them still eerie. But the oppressive dark aura seemed to have weakened somewhat. They walked cautiously, remaining vigilant at all times. After a while, they arrived in a valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the path ahead. "This mist is a bit strange. Be careful," Luffy warned. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending his clones ahead to scout the way. The clones carefully stepped into the mist, and soon, the sound of intense fighting echoed back. Luffy and Naruto rushed over and saw a group of black monsters charging out of the mist. These monsters had hideous appearances and emanated a dark aura. "It's these guys again." Naruto frowned and immediately unleashed various ninjutsu to engage in battle with the monsters. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier that repelled the monsters' attacks. The monsters were numerous and ferocious, and Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle. However, they did not show any signs of retreat. With their tenacious will and immense strength, they gradually gained the upper hand. During the fight, Luffy noticed that these monsters seemed to be controlled by some kind of force. He decided to find the source of this power to eliminate the monsters completely. "Naruto, these monsters might be controlled by some kind of force. We need to find the source," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, keeping an eye on their surroundings while fighting. After some effort, they finally discovered a crystal emitting a strange glow deep in the valley. "That crystal is controlling these monsters," Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal and asked, "What should we do?" Luffy thought for a moment. "We must destroy that crystal, but we have to be careful. There may be a powerful counterattack." They prepared themselves and then launched an attack on the crystal together. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame sword, sending a massive sword energy flying towards the crystal. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a giant-tailed beast bomb at the crystal. The sword energy and the tailed beast bomb hit the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin to counterattack. A powerful force surged from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, but the force was so strong that it was difficult for them to withstand it. At a critical moment, Luffy thought again of the power granted to them by the Guardian. "Naruto, let's channel the Guardian's power together," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They focused their minds and began to channel the Guardian's power. The flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword became even more violent, and the Golden Nine-Tails chakra around Naruto became even more dazzling. They launched another attack on the crystal, and this time, their attack carried the power of the Guardian. With immense strength, under their attack, the crystal finally shattered. As the crystal broke, the monsters lost control and fell to the ground. The valley returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that this battle was just the beginning, and in this world full of mystery and danger, more challenges awaited them. They continued on, and soon arrived at an ancient ruin. A mysterious aura filled the ruins, and the walls were covered with ancient runes and patterns. "What is this place?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the ruins, unsure, but there were definitely important clues hidden here. "Let's go in and take a look." They entered the ruins, exploring cautiously. Deep within the ruins, they discovered an ancient book. The writing on the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After much effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about the Dark Power. It turned out that the Dark Power came from an ancient evil entity, which was sealed in a mysterious place. If this seal were to be broken, the Dark Power would sweep across the world once again. "We must find that seal and prevent the revival of the Dark Power," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, saying, "All right, let's go together." They began their search for the mysterious seal based on the clues in the book. Throughout this process, they encountered various dangers and challenges, but they never gave up. After a long journey, they finally found the seal. The location of the seal was a huge cave, filled with a strong dark aura. "This is the place," Luffy said. They cautiously entered the cave, preparing to face the ancient evil entity. Deep in the cave, they saw a huge shadow. The shadow emanated a powerful dark force that sent chills down their spines. "You dare to come here? You really don't know when to quit," the shadow said in a chilling voice. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword, saying, "We won't let you destroy this world." Naruto also unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, declaring, "Come on, let's defeat you together." They engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow. The shadow's power was incredibly strong, putting them in an unprecedented predicament. But they showed no signs of retreat. With their unwavering will and the strength given to them by the Guardians, they gradually steadied their footing. During the battle, they constantly searched for the shadow's weakness. After a tough fight, they finally discovered it. "Naruto, now's the time," Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched their strongest attacks towards the shadow's weakness. The shadow let out a painful roar under their assault. In the end, they completely defeated the shadow, and the dark power was sealed away forever. Luffy and Naruto looked at the sealed dark power, feeling a mix of emotions in their hearts. Chapter 0846, Trial. After Luffy and Naruto successfully sealed the dark power, they stood quietly in the cave, feeling the gradually calming mysterious aura. A smile of relief appeared on their faces. But they also understood that this was merely a milestone in their long journey. Naruto, we did it, Luffy said softly. As the flames and lightning on the thunder flame sword became gentle, as if cheering for their victory. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails slowly receding. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us. They walked out of the cave, and the sunlight outside shone on them, bringing a touch of warmth. However, their eyes remained vigilant, always ready to face potential new challenges. In the days that followed, Luffy and Naruto continued to explore this mysterious world. They traversed barren deserts, dense forests, and rugged mountains, encountering various people and creatures. One time, they arrived at a tranquil little town. The townspeople lived simple and happy lives, but Luffy and Naruto sensed an unusual aura. This town feels a bit strange. Luffy frowned and said. Naruto also noticed the oddness. Yeah, it seems like there's a secret hidden here. They began investigating in the town and discovered that the townspeople were all talking about a mysterious legend. According to the legend, a powerful treasure was hidden in an ancient castle near the town, and this treasure possessed magical powers that could grant people's wishes. Luffy and Naruto developed a strong interest in this legend. They decided to head to the ancient castle to search for clues about the treasure. On their way to the castle, they encountered various difficulties and obstacles. There were fierce beasts, complex traps, and mysterious magic circles. But with their strong will and powerful abilities, they overcame these challenges one by one. Finally, they arrived in front of the ancient castle. The castle was tall and imposing, with walls covered in ancient runes and patterns. The grand door was tightly closed, emanating a mysterious aura. Is this the legendary castle? It looks quite extraordinary, Naruto said. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame and said cautiously, be careful, we don't know what dangers lie ahead. They carefully pushed open the castle's large door and stepped inside. A stale atmosphere filled the castle, and the torches on the walls flickered with dim light. They cautiously explored the castle, discovering many ancient rooms and passages. In one room, they found an old diary. The diary contained some clues about a treasure. Following the clues from the diary, they made their way to the castle's basement. The basement was filled with various mysterious items, among which was a sparkling treasure chest. Is this the treasure? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy remained cautious and alert, as there might be a trap. They slowly approached the treasure chest, when suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the chest. A mysterious figure appeared within the light. Who are you? Why are you searching for the treasure? The mysterious figure asked. Luffy replied, we are searching for treasure to protect this world. The power within the treasure might help us. The mysterious figure was silent for a moment, then said, the power within the treasure is indeed powerful, but it is also very dangerous. If you cannot use it correctly, it may bring disaster. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances. They knew the mysterious figure was right, but they also couldn't give up this opportunity. We will use the power in the treasure cautiously. Please tell us how to open the treasure chest, Luffy said. The mysterious figure thought for a moment and then said, to open the treasure chest, you need to pass 3 trials. Only by passing the trials can you obtain the power within the treasure. Luffy and Naruto accepted the challenge without hesitation. The first test was a test of strength. They needed to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto exerted all their strength and finally succeeded in lifting the stone. The second test was a test of wisdom. They had to solve a complex puzzle. After some contemplation, they successfully solved the puzzle. The third test was a test of courage. They had to face their inner fears. Luffy and Naruto bravely confronted their fears and ultimately overcame them. The mysterious figure watched as they passed the 3 tests and nodded in satisfaction. You have passed the tests and can gain the power from the treasure. But remember to use it wisely. The treasure chest slowly opened, emitting a powerful light. Luffy and Naruto felt the strength within the treasure, their hearts filled with joy. They continued to explore this world with the power from the treasure. Chapter 0847, Injuries. Luffy and Naruto, carrying the power of treasure, continue on their journey. Their figures appear steadfast and brave in the vast world, the light of the Thunder Flame sword and the golden Nine-Tails chakra shining together. They walk along a winding path, with the scenery beside them constantly changing, sometimes revealing tranquil lakes and sometimes steep mountain peaks. Every scene seems to tell the mystery and legend of this world. Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next? Naruto gazes into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Luffy frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment said, I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. The power of the treasure will bring us more responsibility. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from afar. This aura was filled with a sense of oppression, tightening their hearts. Be careful, something's up. Luffy immediately became alert, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto also activated the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. They followed the direction of the aura and soon arrived in a huge valley. The valley was filled with thick mist, making it hard to see what was inside. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the valley, each step filled with vigilance. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a massive figure before them. It was a gigantic monster, towering like a mountain, its body covered in hard scales. The monster's eyes glinted with a red light, emanating a powerful, evil aura. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy stared intently at the monster, which appeared to be a very powerful enemy, and we needed to respond with caution. The monster saw Luffy and Naruto, immediately let out a roar, and then charged towards them. Its speed was incredibly fast, and it was in front of them in an instant. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged the monster's attacks. The monster's claws left deep marks on the ground, making people tremble with fear. We can't keep dodging. We need to find a way to attack it, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Okay, let's go together. They unleashed their respective powers and launched an attack on the monster. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined into a powerful beam of light, striking towards the monster. Naruto also used Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, which shimmered with golden light and contained immense power. The monster sensed their attacks and let out an angry roar, then braced itself against their assault. The tremendous impact sent Luffy and Naruto flying backward. They got back up on the ground, filled with shock. The monster's strength exceeded their imagination. What should we do? This monster is too strong, Naruto murmured. Luffy gritted his teeth. We can't give up. The power of the treasure hasn't been fully unleashed yet. We need to find the monster's weakness. They began to carefully observe the monster's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. After some observation, they noticed that the monster's abdomen seemed to be relatively weak. Naruto, let's attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They launched their attack once more, charging towards the monster's abdomen. The monster sensed their intent and tried to block their attack with its body. But Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the monster's attacks and finally found an opportunity to strike its abdomen. The monster let out a painful roar, its body starting to shake. Seizing the chance, they continued their assault, relentlessly targeting the monster's abdomen. The monster's injuries worsened, and it eventually collapsed to the ground. Chapter 0848. Roar. Luffy and Naruto continued to move forward in an unknown direction after defeating the giant monster. Their steps were firm and powerful, filled with anticipation for the future and a desire for challenges. Along the way, they encountered many strange creatures and sights. Sometimes there was a vibrant sea of flowers, with blooms exuding a peculiar fragrance, as if telling ancient stories. At other times, there was a creepy and eerie swamp, shrouded in mysterious fog that sent chills down one's spine. Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises and dangers, Naruto exclaimed. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly. That's right, but we can't back down. Our mission is to protect this world and find more strength to fight against evil. As they delved deeper, they arrived at an ancient ruin. Towering stone pillars stood within the ruins, covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. These symbols and patterns emitted an ancient aura, as if telling the origins and secrets of this world. There must be some important clues here, Luffy said. They began to carefully explore the ruins. Deep within the ruins, they discovered an ancient book. The pages of the book had yellowed, but the text on them was still clearly legible. Luffy and Naruto were reading the contents of the book, gradually understanding some deeper secrets of this world. It turned out that this world had once suffered a great disaster, and the source of this disaster was a powerful dark force. We must find a way to completely eliminate this dark force, Naruto said firmly. Luffy frowned, but it wasn't easy. They needed more strength and wisdom. Just as they were contemplating their next move, suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ruins. The ground began to shake, and stones fell from the walls. Be careful, Luffy shouted. They quickly dodged the falling stones. As the tremor intensified, a massive figure slowly emerged from the depths of the ruins. It was a gigantic robot. its body made of metal, exuding immense power. The robot's eyes flickered with red light, as if warning Luffy and Naruto not to come closer. "What is that thing?" Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy stared intently at the robot, which looked like a formidable enemy. "We must respond carefully." The robot didn't give them much time to think and immediately launched an attack. Powerful energy beams shot from its arms, aimed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the energy beams. They weaved through the ruins, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. "We can't keep dodging forever. We have to find a way to attack it," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's go together." They unleashed their respective powers and launched an attack on the robot. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining into a powerful beam of light, striking down at the robot. Naruto also used Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, which glowed with a golden light, containing immense power. The robot sensed their attack and let out a roar, then braced itself against their assault. The powerful impact sent Luffy and Naruto flying backward. They got up on the ground, filled with shock. This robot was incredibly strong. Their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. "What should we do?" "This robot is too strong," Naruto said quietly. Luffy gritted his teeth. "We can't give up. We need to find its weak point." They began to carefully observe the robot's movements, searching for its weakness. After some observation, they discovered that there seemed to be an energy core on the robot's back, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, let's attack its back energy core," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They launched another attack, charging towards the robot's back. The robot sensed their intent and tried to block their attack with its body. But Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the robot's strikes and finally found the opportunity to hit the robot's back energy core. The robot let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. They seized the chance to continue their assault, relentlessly attacking the robot's back energy core. The robot's energy core was gradually destroyed, and it eventually fell to the ground. Luffy and Naruto looked at the fallen robot and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0849. Injuries after successfully defeating the giant robot. Luffy and Naruto took a short break before setting off on their journey again. They knew well that in this world filled with mystery and danger, they could not let their guard down for a moment. They walked along an ancient path with dense forests on both sides. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a refreshing scent. "Luffy, how much longer do you think we need to walk before we find a way to completely eliminate the dark forces?" Naruto asked as they walked. Luffy frowned slightly and after thinking for a moment said, "I don't know, but we must persevere. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up." Just as he was speaking, they suddenly heard a melodious singing. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, yet it clearly reached their ears. "What is that sound?" Naruto curiously looked around. Luffy also became vigilant, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. "Be careful. This song may be unusual." They followed the direction of the singing and soon arrived at the edge of a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, surrounded by colorful flowers. By the lake, a mysterious woman was singing. Dressed in a white robe with flowing long hair, her voice was like a celestial melody, enchanting all who heard it. Luffy and Naruto stood quietly there, captivated by the woman's singing. The woman seemed to notice their arrival, and her song gradually came to a stop. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" The woman's voice was gentle and melodious. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully said, "We are warriors on a journey to protect this world." "May I ask who you are? What is this place?" The woman smiled slightly and replied, "I am the guardian of this lake. This is a place filled with mysterious powers." Naruto curiously asked, "Mysterious powers? What kind of powers?" The woman pointed to the lake water and said, "This water has healing powers that can cure any injury or illness, but it is also very precious and should not be misused." Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy in their hearts, knowing that this healing power might play an important role in future battles. "Can we take some lake water?" Luffy asked. The woman hesitated for a moment and then said, "Yes, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Luffy and Naruto asked in unison. The woman's expression became serious. "You must use this lake water to help those in need, and not for selfish purposes." Luffy and Naruto nodded solemnly. "We promise you." The woman nodded, then waved her hand gently, and a stream of clear lake water rose from the lake and flowed into a bottle. She handed the bottle to Luffy, hoping that they would keep their promise. Luffy took the bottle and said gratefully, "Thank you. We will definitely keep our promise." They bid farewell to the woman and continued on their way. With this bottle of lake water, their confidence became even stronger. During the following journey, They encountered many injured people and creatures. They used the lake water to heal their wounds, earning everyone's gratitude and respect. However, they also knew that the dark forces still existed, and their battle was not over. They had to keep moving forward, seeking stronger power to completely eliminate the dark forces and protect this world. Chapter 0850 Control Luffy and Naruto, after helping numerous injured people and creatures, continued their challenging journey. The bottles in their hands were filled with the magical lake water, seemingly carrying countless hopes. They walked through a desolate desert, the scorching sun mercilessly baking the earth, making each step particularly difficult. But the belief in their hearts was like an oasis in the desert, giving them the strength to persevere. Naruto, how many more difficulties do you think we will face before we can completely eliminate the dark forces? Luffy looked into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, but more so determination. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, the golden chakra of the nine-tailed fox subtly swirling around him. I don't know, but we can't give up. We will definitely find a way. Just as they were struggling to move forward, suddenly, a strange dark cloud appeared in the sky. The cloud quickly spread, blocking the sun, and the entire desert was engulfed in darkness. Be careful. This dark cloud is unusual, Luffy warned, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto immediately entered a combat stance, ready to respond to any potential danger. As the dark cloud approached, a powerful evil aura rushed towards them. From the cloud, a figure slowly descended. It was a mysterious person cloaked in black, his eyes flickering with a red glow, emanating a chilling presence. You are the ones who have been searching for a way to eliminate the dark forces? The mysterious person's voice was hoarse and sinister. Luffy looked at him fearlessly and said, "That's right. We won't let the dark forces continue to ravage this world." The mysterious man let out a cold laugh. You? How naive. The dark forces are unbeatable. You are destined to fail. After saying this, the mysterious man waved his hand, and a wave of black energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the energy wave struck the desert, kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto, be careful. This guy is strong, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Come on, let's see just how strong he really is. They unleashed their respective powers again and engaged in a fierce battle with the mysterious man. His attacks were strange and powerful, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. But they did not retreat in the slightest. With their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the mysterious man's attacks were strong, there seemed to be a pattern. After he unleashed a powerful attack, there was a brief pause. Naruto, pay attention to this pattern of his. We can attack while he is momentarily vulnerable, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the mysterious man launched another powerful attack, they counterattacked simultaneously. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards the mysterious man's weakness. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, which shimmered with a golden glow containing immense power. The mysterious man was hit by this sudden attack and let out a painful roar. His body was sent flying back by the powerful force and crashed heavily to the ground. However, the mysterious man was not so easily defeated. He quickly stood up, and his aura became even more sinister. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? How naive, the mysterious man roared. He began to frantically absorb the dark power around him, his body growing larger and his aura becoming more formidable. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the mysterious person transformed. They knew that this mysterious individual had fallen into madness, and if they did not stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naruto, we can't let him continue to absorb dark power, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the mysterious person. But at that moment, the mysterious individual had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of that magical lake water. He took the bottle from his pocket, and a bold idea surged in his mind. Naruto, let's try the lake water, Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They opened the bottle and sprinkled the lake water onto the mysterious person. The moment the lake water touched him, it emitted a dazzling light. The mysterious person let out a scream as the dark power surrounding him began to gradually dissipate. As the dark power faded, the mysterious person also regained his sanity. He looked at Luffy and Naruto, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you both for helping me break free from the control of the dark power, the mysterious person said. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0851, Elimination. After Luffy and Naruto successfully prevented the mysterious figure from being controlled by dark forces, they continued their journey in this enigmatic world. They knew well that although they had temporarily achieved victory, the threat of dark forces had not been completely eliminated. They advanced along a rugged mountain path, with the surrounding scenery becoming increasingly desolate. The howling wind whipped around them, causing their clothes to rustle. Luffy, where should we go next? Naruto asked, looking around with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Luffy tightly grips the sword of thunder flames, frowning slightly in thought. We must continue to search for the source of the dark power. Only by completely destroying it can this world truly find peace. Just as he says this, they suddenly feel a faint energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Although the fluctuation is weak, it sends a shiver down their spines. Something's up. Luffy immediately becomes alert. They follow the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrive at the entrance of an ancient cave. The cave emanates a mysterious aura that evokes a sense of reverence. There may be clues we're looking for in this cave, Luffy says. Naruto nods, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him. Be careful. There might be dangers inside. They cautiously step into the cave. It is dark and damp inside, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls. They proceed slowly, remaining vigilant at all times. As they delve deeper, the energy fluctuations in the cave grow stronger. Finally, they arrive at a vast hall. In the center of the hall stands an ancient altar, upon which rests a book radiating a mysterious glow. What is that? Naruto asks curiously. Luffy stepped forward and carefully examined the book. This book might contain important information about dark powers. They opened the book, and the text on it was ancient and mysterious. After some effort, they finally understood the contents of the book. It turned out that this book was left by an ancient sage, recording the origins and weaknesses of dark powers. The dark powers came from an evil entity that was sealed away, and only by finding the place of sealing and using specific methods could it be completely eradicated. We finally have a clue, Luffy said excitedly. Naruto also showed a joyful expression. Then let's set off quickly. They began searching for the place of sealing based on the clues in the book. During this process, they encountered various difficulties and dangers, steep mountains, raging rivers, and mysterious magical arrays. But with their strong will and powerful strength, they overcame these challenges one by one. Finally, they found the place of sealing. The place of sealing was a vast valley filled with a thick dark aura. In the center of the valley, there was a huge sealing array. This is it, Luffy said. They cautiously walked into the valley, ready to unlock the seal and completely eliminate the dark powers. But they knew this would be an extremely difficult battle. They stood before the sealing array, feeling the powerful dark aura. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, and Naruto also summoned the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails. Are you ready? Luffy asked. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Let's end this together. They began to unleash their powers, trying to unlock the seal. The light on the sealing array flickered, and powerful forces rebounded, causing them intense pain. But they did not give up and continued to fight. After a grueling battle, they finally unlocked the seal. As the seal was broken, a powerful dark force surged into the sky. A massive evil figure emerged from the darkness. You dare to unlock the seal, truly seeking your own death. The evil figure let out a chilling laugh. Luffy and Naruto looked fearlessly at the evil figure. We won't let you harm this world again. They unleashed their strongest powers and engaged in a thrilling battle against the evil figure. This battle was more challenging than any they had faced before. But their faith never wavered. During the fight, they constantly searched for the weaknesses of the evil figure. After a fierce exchange, they finally discovered its fatal weakness. Naruto, now's the time, Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched a deadly strike towards the weakness of the evil figure. The evil figure let out a painful roar and was ultimately defeated by them. With the disappearance of the evil figure, the dark power was completely eradicated. Chapter 0852. Precious Luffy and Naruto stood quietly in the valley after successfully eliminating the dark forces, feeling the long-lost tranquility. The sunlight bathed them, bringing a touch of warmth. As if celebrating their victory, Naruto, we did it, Luffy said softly, the flames and lightning on the thunder flame sword gradually calming down, as if it had fulfilled its mission. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails slowly retracting. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There are still many unknowns in this world, and perhaps new challenges await us. They decided to leave the valley first to find a place to rest. Along the way, they saw many areas that had once been affected by dark forces slowly regaining vitality. Flowers and plants were blooming again, rivers became clear, and animals began to stir. It's really nice to see this, Naruto said with a smile. Luffy also revealed a gratified smile, which was the result of their hard work. But they could not stop. They had to continue to protect this world. They arrived at a small town. The people in the town heard about their deeds and came out to welcome them. The townsfolk prepared a lavish feast and comfortable accommodations to express their gratitude. After resting in the town for a few days, Luffy and Naruto set off on a new journey. They did not know what they would encounter in the future, but their hearts were filled with courage and confidence. They walked through one piece of land after another, meeting all kinds of people and events. Sometimes they would help those in need, and sometimes they would explore mysterious places in search of more power and knowledge. One time, they came to an ancient forest. The forest was filled with a mysterious aura, as if it hid countless secrets. This forest felt unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's be careful. They entered the forest, cautiously exploring. Deep in the forest, they discovered an ancient temple. The temple's door was tightly shut, but emanated a powerful energy. There must be something important inside, Luffy said. They tried to open the temple door, but no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge. Just when they felt confused, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the temple and illuminated them. A mysterious voice appeared in the light. Brave warriors, your courage and belief have moved me. But to enter the temple, you must pass 3 trials. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then said firmly, we accept the challenge. The first test was a test of strength. They needed to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto exerted all their strength and finally succeeded in lifting the stone. The second test was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex puzzle. After some deliberation, they successfully solved the puzzle. The third test was a test of courage. They had to face their inner fears. Luffy and Naruto bravely confronted their fears and ultimately overcame them. After passing the 3 tests, the doors of the temple slowly opened. They walked into the temple, where various mysterious treasures and books were displayed. These are precious riches, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. We need to make good use of these treasures and books to enhance our strength and work hard to protect this world. They studied in the temple for a period of time, and then continued their journey with new power and knowledge. Chapter 0853, Leap. Luffy and Naruto, armed with the power and knowledge gained from the temple, set off once again on an unknown journey. Their figures appeared particularly resolute against the vast sky and earth. The light of the Thunder Flame sword and the golden Nine-Tails chakra still shining with indomitable fighting spirit. They followed a winding river, the water flowing gently as if telling ancient stories. The scenery on both banks was picturesque, with lush green trees and flowers blooming in vibrant colors. However, they remained vigilant in their hearts, knowing that in this mysterious world, beauty often concealed unknown dangers. Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next? Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Luffy frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought said, I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. Our mission is to protect this world, and we cannot afford to be careless. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Although the fluctuation was weak, it tightened their hearts. Be careful, something's up. Luffy immediately became alert and tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword. Naruto also summoned the chakra of the Golden Nine-Tails, ready to respond to any potential danger. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at an ancient ruin. The ruins were filled with a mysterious aura, with massive stone pillars collapsed on the ground, and the walls were covered with ancient runes and patterns. These runes and patterns emitted a faint glow, as if telling the story of past splendor and glory. What is this place? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the ruins and said slowly, it looks like an ancient civilization site. Perhaps there are some important clues hidden inside. They cautiously walked into the ruins, every step filled with vigilance. The ruins were silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. Deep within the ruins, they discovered a massive stone door. The door was engraved with intricate patterns, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. There must be something important behind this door, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. So how do we open this door? Luffy pondered for a moment, and then said, we could try to use the power we obtained from the temple to open this door. They focused their energy and infused the power from the temple into the stone door. The patterns on the stone door began to glow, and as the power continued to flow in, the door slowly opened. Behind the door was a vast room filled with various mysterious artifacts and books. These artifacts and books emanated an ancient aura, evoking a sense of reverence. What are these? Naruto curiously picked up a book. The text on it was ancient and mysterious, and he struggled to decipher its contents. Luffy was also carefully observing these artifacts and books, trying to find some useful clues. After some effort, they finally learned that this ruin was the site of an ancient magical civilization, and the artifacts and books inside recorded powerful magical forces and knowledge. If we can master these magical powers, our strength will reach a new level, Luffy said. Naruto excitedly replied, then let's hurry up and learn. They began to study these magical powers and knowledge seriously. During the learning process, they encountered many difficulties and challenges, but they overcame them one by one with their strong will and firm belief. After a period of study, they finally mastered some powerful magical forces. They felt a qualitative leap in their strength and were filled with joy. Now that our strength is greater, we can better protect this world, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. That's right, but we can't be arrogant and complacent. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us. They left the ruins and continued on their journey. Chapter 0854. Benefactor Luffy and Naruto, with their newly acquired magical powers, confidently move forward in this mysterious world. They walk across a vast grassland, where a gentle breeze blows, and the green grass resembles a lush ocean undulating beneath their feet. Luffy says, with these magical powers, I feel like we could take on even more challenges. Naruto looks at his hands, where the golden nine-tails chakra intertwines with a new magical light. Luffy nodded slightly, and the flames and lightning on the sword of Thunderfire appeared even more formidable. But we cannot let our guard down. The dangers of this world are always unexpected. Just as he was saying this, they suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. The sound seemed to be mixed with shouts and the noise of battle. Let's go take a look. Luffy immediately became alert and ran towards the direction of the sound with Naruto. As they got closer, they saw a group of people fighting against a group of strange creatures. These creatures had a fierce appearance and exuded an evil aura. Although the people were fighting hard, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Luffy and Naruto joined the battle without hesitation. They unleashed the magical powers they had recently learned, combining the Thunder Flame Sword and the Golden Nine-Tails Chakra, instantly turning the tide. The strange creatures retreated under their attacks. The people looked at Luffy and Naruto with expressions of gratitude and admiration. Thank you. You are our saviors. An elderly man stepped forward and said gratefully. Luffy waved his hand and said, no need to be polite. This is what we should do. Where did these creatures come from? The old man sighed. We don't know either. They appeared suddenly and attacked our village. We have been resisting, but there are more and more of them. Naruto frowned. This is strange. These creatures must have a source. We need to find out the reason for their appearance to prevent them from attacking again. Luffy and Naruto decided to help these people investigate the cause of the creature's appearance. They conducted a careful search of the surrounding area and had discovered some strange signs. In a valley, they found a mysterious cave that emanated an evil aura. This cave was likely related to those creatures, Luffy said. They cautiously entered the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with eerie lights flickering on the walls. Deep within the cave, they discovered a huge magic circle. This is a summoning circle, Naruto said. Those creatures must have been summoned by this magic circle. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, trying to find a way to close it. After some effort, they finally discovered the key to shutting down the magic circle. They unleashed their magical powers and successfully closed the magic circle. With the closure of the magic circle, those strange creatures also ceased to appear. The people were filled with gratitude towards Luffy and Naruto, and they held a grand celebration for them. During the celebration, Luffy and Naruto felt the warmth and kindness of the people. They knew that their efforts were not only to protect this world, but also to protect these good-hearted people. However, they also understood that their journey was not over yet. In this world full of mystery and danger, more challenges awaited them. They would continue to move forward, using their strength and courage to safeguard this world. Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey, once again amidst the blessings of the people. Their figures gradually faded away, leaving behind legendary stories. Chapter 0855, The Bottom. After Luffy and Naruto left the rescued village, they continued to explore the mysterious world. They walked along an ancient mountain path, with lush trees lining the sides and sunlight filtering through the leaves. creating patches of light. Naruto, we closed that summoning array this time. But we don't know if there are other similar dangers out there, Luffy said as he walked, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him. Yeah, we can't let our guard down. This world is full of unknowns, and we must always be prepared. Just then, they suddenly felt a powerful energy wave coming from a distance. The wave made their hearts tighten, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. This energy is unusual. Luffy frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance. Naruto also sensed the strength of the energy. Let's go take a look. Maybe there's a new challenge waiting for us. They followed the direction of the energy wave and soon arrived at a huge valley. Thick fog enveloped the valley, obscuring the view inside. Be careful. There might be danger in there, Luffy warned. Naruto nodded, and they cautiously entered the valley. As they ventured deeper, the fog gradually cleared, revealing a magnificent palace before them. The palace was grand and majestic, exuding a mysterious aura. The main door of the palace was tightly shut, but the powerful energy wave was emanating from within. What is this palace? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy pondered for a moment, unsure, but this energy fluctuation was very strong, and we must respond cautiously. They tried to open the palace gates, but no matter how hard they tried, the gates remained unmoved. Just as they were feeling confused, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the palace and illuminated them. A mysterious voice emerged from the light. Brave warriors, your courage and strength command my respect. But to enter the palace, you must pass 3 tests. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then said firmly, we accept the challenge. The first test was a test of strength. They needed to push a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto exerted all their strength, and after a great effort, they finally succeeded in moving the stone. The second test was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex puzzle. With their intelligence, they successfully unraveled the puzzle. The third test was a test of courage. They had to face their inner fears. Luffy and Naruto bravely confronted their fears and ultimately overcame them. After passing the 3 tests, the grand doors of the palace slowly opened. They entered the palace, which was resplendent with gold and adorned with various precious treasures and mysterious books. Where are all these? Naruto curiously looked around at everything. Luffy carefully observed the treasures and books, which could be very precious wealth and knowledge. We should make good use of them to enhance our strength. They explored the palace for a while, learning some new magic and skills. During this process, they also sensed that deeper secrets were hidden within the palace. There must be more secrets waiting for us to discover in this palace, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, then let's continue exploring. They continued to delve deeper into the palace, encountering various mechanisms and traps. But with their strength and wisdom, they overcame these difficulties one by one. In the deepest part of the palace, they discovered a mysterious room. Inside the room stood a huge crystal ball, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. What is this crystal ball? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the crystal ball, which might be the core of the palace. It contained powerful energy, but it could also hide great danger. They cautiously approached the crystal ball, trying to understand its secrets. Just as they touched the crystal ball, a powerful force enveloped them. They were transported to a mysterious space filled with strange sights and immense energy. Where's this? Naruto looked around in astonishment. Luffy was also very shocked and didn't know what to say, but we need to be cautious. This place might be full of dangers. They explored this mysterious space and encountered various challenges and trials. However, they never gave up, and with their courage and strength, they gradually adapted to the environment of this space. In the process, they also began to understand the secret of the crystal ball. It turned out that this crystal ball was a passage connecting different worlds, containing immense energy that could help them better protect this world. We need to make good use of the power of this crystal ball, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We can learn about more worlds through it and seek more power to protect our world. With their new understanding of the crystal ball, they left the mysterious space. After returning to the palace, they decided to keep the secret of the crystal ball to themselves and only use its power when necessary. Chapter 0856 Eyes. After leaving the palace, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the vast world. Their steps were firm and strong, filled with a desire to explore the unknown and a sense of mission to protect the world. They walked through a desolate desert, where the scorching sun mercilessly baked the ground, and each step kicked up clouds of dust. Luffy, this desert is really hot, Naruto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently surged around him, as if shielding him from the heat. Luffy frowned slightly, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Yes, But we can't stop. Who knows what dangers might be hidden in this desert? Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble. They immediately became alert and looked around. The tremors grew stronger, and soon, a group of enormous sandworms burst forth from the ground. These sandworms were fierce, exuding an ominous aura. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a powerful barrier. Naruto quickly used the shadow clone technique, and countless clones appeared, engaging in fierce combat with the sandworms. The sandworms were extremely ferocious, constantly launching attacks. Their bodies were as hard as iron, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict damage on them. "This isn't going to work. We need to find their weakness," Luffy said while fending off the sandworm attacks. Naruto nodded. "I'll distract them. You look for an opportunity to attack their weak points." After saying that, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it towards the swarm of sandworms. The Rasen Shuriken exploded, and the powerful impact temporarily threw the sandworms into chaos. Luffy took the opportunity to carefully observe the movements of the sandworms and finally discovered that their abdomens were relatively soft, which might be their weak point. "Naruto, attack their abdomens!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning, and together with the shadow clones, he unleashed various attacks aimed at the sandworms' abdomens. After a fierce battle, the sandworms were finally defeated. They continued on, trudging through the desert with difficulty. After an unknown amount of time, they finally emerged from the desert and arrived at the edge of a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, surrounded by lush trees and vibrant flowers. "It's so beautiful here," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy also relaxed his guard, admiring the beautiful scenery. But what they didn't know was that behind this tranquility lay new dangers. They rested by the lake for a while and were just about to continue when suddenly, a powerful force surged from the water. A gigantic water monster emerged from the lake. The creature was massive, emanating a chilling aura. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged, using their respective powers to engage in an exhilarating battle with the water monster. The monster's attacks were incredibly powerful. It could shoot strong jets of water and summon whirlpools. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough fight, but they did not back down at all. With their tenacious willpower and excellent teamwork, they gradually stabilized their position. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the monster's eyes seemed to be its weak point. Whenever they attacked the monster's eyes, it appeared to be in great pain. "Naruto, attack its eyes!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, sending clones to attack the monster's eyes from different directions. Luffy also swung his Thunder Flame sword, seizing the opportunity to strike. After a hard-fought battle, they finally defeated the water monster. It fell into the lake and gradually disappeared from sight. Luffy and Naruto looked at the calm lake water and sighed in relief. Chapter 0857 Legend. After defeating the water monster, Luffy and Naruto took a short rest before setting off on their journey again. They walked along the small path by the lake, a gentle breeze brushing past them, bringing a refreshing coolness that eased their fatigue from the recent battle. "Luffy, the dangers in this world really are endless." Naruto looked into the distance, his eyes filled with both worry and determination. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly. "That's right, but we cannot back down. Our mission is to protect this world." As they walked, they arrived at a dense forest. The trees in the forest towered high, with lush branches and leaves, and sunlight could only filter through the gaps, casting scattered spots of light. As soon as they entered the forest, they felt a mysterious aura. The tranquility here seemed to hide some unknown danger. "Be careful, this forest is not simple," Luffy warned. Naruto immediately became alert, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling faintly around him. They cautiously advanced through the forest, always on the lookout for movements around them. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods. Luffy and Naruto stopped in their tracks, nervously watching the direction from which the sound came. A group of peculiar-looking creatures burst out from the trees. These creatures had sharp claws and pointed teeth, their eyes glinting with a red light. As soon as they saw Luffy and Naruto, they immediately launched an attack. Luffy and Naruto quickly reacted, unleashing their respective powers to counterattack. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flames, creating a powerful wave of attack as the flames and lightning intertwined on the blade, pushing back the incoming creatures. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique with countless clones and his main body attacking the creatures with various ninjutsu. However, the creatures were numerous and extremely tenacious. They continuously launched attacks, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough battle. "We can't keep this up. We need to find a way to identify their weaknesses," Luffy said, while fending off the creature's attacks. Naruto nodded. "I'll draw their attention. You look for a chance to observe their weaknesses." Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, super massive Rasengan, throwing it towards the swarm of creatures. The Rasengan exploded, and the powerful shockwave temporarily threw the creatures into chaos. Luffy took the opportunity to carefully observe the movements of these creatures. After some observation, he discovered a weakness in their backs, where the defense was relatively thin. "Naruto, attack their backs," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention and, along with his clones, unleashed various attacks targeting the creatures' backs. After a fierce battle, these peculiar creatures were finally defeated by them. The forest returned to its tranquility. Luffy and Naruto continued forward, knowing that in this mysterious world, more challenges awaited them. They had to constantly improve their strength to better protect this world. After walking for a long time in the forest, they finally emerged from the dense woods. An ancient small town appeared before them. The townspeople looked at Luffy and Naruto with expressions of surprise, as if they hadn't seen outsiders in a long time. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" An elderly man stepped forward and asked curiously. Luffy politely replied, "We are warriors who set out on a journey to protect the world. We passed by here and would like to take a rest." The old man nodded and said, "Welcome to our small town. It's been a long time since we had any guests." Luffy and Naruto rested in a small town for a while, learning about some legends and stories of this world. They also heard from the townspeople that there is a mysterious cave on a mountain not far away, which is said to hide powerful forces inside. Luffy and Naruto decide to explore that mysterious cave. Chapter 0858, Confrontation. After bidding farewell to the townsfolk, Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey to the mysterious cave. They followed the winding mountain path, with the scenery becoming increasingly perilous around them. Steep peaks towered into the clouds, and mist swirled between the mountains, making it feel as if they were in a fairyland. "Luffy, what do you think will be in that cave?" Naruto asked curiously as they walked. Luffy frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought said, "I don't know, but since there are legends, it must be something extraordinary. We need to be cautious." They carefully climbed the mountain, each step filled with vigilance. Finally, they reached the summit and found the mysterious cave. A mysterious aura surrounded the cave's entrance, instilling a sense of reverence. "This is the mysterious cave," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently surged around him. "Be careful. There might be dangers inside." They entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls. They moved slowly through the cave, always remaining alert. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere in the cave became increasingly mysterious. They discovered many strange patterns and symbols within the cave, which emitted an ancient aura, as if telling long-forgotten stories. "What do these patterns and symbols mean?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the patterns and symbols, unsure of their meaning, but they definitely held significant importance. "We need to study them carefully." They continued forward and soon arrived at a vast hall. In the center of the hall stood an ancient stone platform, on which lay a book radiating a mysterious glow. "What is that?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy stepped forward and carefully examined the book. "This book might contain important information. Let's take a look." They opened the book, and the text inside was ancient and mysterious. After some effort, they finally understood the contents of the book. It turned out that this book was left by an ancient sage, and it recorded the secret of a powerful force. This force could help them better protect the world, but to obtain this power, they had to go through a series of trials. "It seems we have a new challenge ahead," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Let's go. We are not afraid of challenges." They began the first trial based on the hints in the book. This trial was a test of strength, and they needed to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto walked up to the stone, looking at the huge rock with a sense of surprise in their hearts. This stone was enormous, estimated to weigh several tons. "This is not easy," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we must give it a try. We will put in our best effort together." They tightly gripped the stone and began to exert force. At first, the stone did not budge, but they did not give up and continued to push. Gradually, the stone began to move slightly. They gave it their all and finally managed to lift the stone. They passed the first test. Next, they faced the second challenge. This test was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex riddle. The riddle was as follows. In a dark room, there are 3 light bulbs. Outside the door, there are 3 switches, each controlling one of the light bulbs. You can only enter the room once. How can you determine which switch controls which light bulb? Luffy and Naruto began to think seriously about the puzzle. They tried various methods, but were unsuccessful. As time passed, they felt a bit anxious. Don't worry, we will definitely think of a way, Luffy said. Naruto nodded and continued to ponder. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I got it. We can first turn on one switch, wait for a while, then turn it off and turn on another switch. Then we go into the room and feel the two lights that are off. The warm one is controlled by the first switch, the one that is on is controlled by the second switch, and the remaining one is controlled by the third switch. Luffy smiled with appreciation after hearing this. Good idea. We passed the second test. The third test is a test of courage. They need to face their inner fears. They were taken to a dark room filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, various terrifying scenes appeared before them, including huge monsters, raging flames, and bottomless abysses. Is this the fear within us? Naruto asked. Luffy nodded and said, yes, we must bravely face these fears and not let them intimidate us. They began to work hard to overcome their inner fears. Facing the enormous monsters, they charged forward bravely, using their strength and courage to defeat the beasts. Confronted with the raging flames, they calmly searched for a way through. Standing before the bottomless abyss, they gathered their courage and leaped across. After a strenuous effort, they finally overcame their inner fears and passed the third trial. When they completed the 3 trials, a beam of light shot from the stone platform, shining down upon them. From within the light, a mysterious voice emerged. Brave warriors, you have passed the trials and gained powerful strength. I hope you will use this power to protect the world and not let it fall into the hands of evil. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, and their strength underwent a qualitative leap. They knew they bore a greater responsibility. They left the cave and continued on their journey. In this mysterious and dangerous world, their story was still unfolding. They walked along a small path and soon arrived in front of an ancient castle. The castle was tall and majestic, with its walls covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. The main gate was tightly closed, but emanated a powerful aura. This castle looks unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's be careful. There might be dangers inside. They cautiously approached the castle, trying to open the main gate. But no matter how hard they tried, the gate would not budge. Just as they were feeling puzzled, suddenly, a deep roar echoed from within the castle. Be careful. Something is coming out. Luffy immediately became alert. Sure enough, a huge monster burst out of the castle shortly after. The monster was massive, covered in hard scales, and its eyes glowed red. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared at the monster, unsure, but looked very powerful. We need to be careful in our response. As soon as the monster saw Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its huge, bloody mouth and lunged at them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, and the monster's claws left deep scratches on the ground. They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to form a powerful shockwave, slashing toward the monster. Naruto also used Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which glimmered with golden light and contained immense power, hurling it at the monster. Chapter 0859, Location. The monster sensed their attack and let out a roar, then braced its body against their assault. The powerful impact sent Luffy and Naruto flying backward. They got up from the ground, filled with shock. This monster's strength was incredibly formidable. Their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. What should we do? This monster is too strong, Naruto whispered. Luffy gritted his teeth. We can't give up. We need to find its weakness. They began to carefully observe the monster's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. After a while, they discovered that the monster's eyes seemed to be its weak point. Whenever they attacked the monster's eyes, it appeared to be in great pain. Naruto, attack its eyes, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intent. They unleashed various attacks aimed at the monster's eyes. The monster continuously dodged their attacks, but they did not give up and kept pushing forward. After a grueling battle, they finally managed to strike the monster's eyes. The monster let out a painful roar, and its body began to sway. They seized the opportunity to continue their assault, relentlessly attacking the monster's eyes. The monster's injuries worsened, and it ultimately collapsed to the ground. They looked at the fallen monster and let out a sigh of relief. They entered the castle, which was filled with an old, musty atmosphere. They cautiously explored the castle and discovered many ancient rooms and corridors. In one room, they found an old diary. The diary recorded the history of the castle and clues about a mysterious treasure. It turned out that this castle had once been the residence of a powerful wizard who left behind a mysterious treasure possessing great power that could help them better protect the world. "We need to find this treasure," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's follow the clues in the diary to find the treasure." They began their journey to search for the treasure based on the diary's clues. Along the way, they encountered various hardships and obstacles, including steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magical circles. However, with their strong will and powerful abilities, they overcame these challenges one by one. Eventually, they found the location of the treasure. The treasure was hidden in a vast underground cave. Inside the cave were various precious treasures and mysterious books. They found a powerful weapon and a magic tome among the treasures. The weapon was a sword that shone with light, its blade engraved with mysterious symbols and patterns. The magic tome contained a powerful spell that could enhance their strength. They picked up the sword and the magic tome, feeling a surge of powerful energy flow into their bodies. They knew that these treasures would greatly aid them in their future battles. Leaving the underground cave, they continued on their journey. In this world filled with mystery and danger, their story was far from over. They crossed a desolate desert, the scorching sun mercilessly baking the earth, with each step kicking up clouds of dust. In the desert, they encountered a group of fierce desert bandits. These bandits rode swift horses, wielding weapons, charging aggressively towards them. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, ready to face the battle. As soon as the bandits spotted Luffy and Naruto, they launched their attack. Wielding their weapons, they swung at them. Luffy and Naruto unleashed their powers, engaging in a fierce battle with the bandits. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to create a powerful wave of attack, driving back the charging bandits. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with countless clones joining the original to attack the bandits with various ninja techniques. Although the bandits were fierce, they gradually fell into a disadvantage under Luffy and Naruto's assaults. They began to panic and wanted to escape. Luffy and Naruto did not give the robbers a chance to escape, continuing their attack and defeating all of them. They found some precious items and a map on the robbers. The map marked a mysterious place, said to hide a powerful force. Luffy and Naruto decided to explore that mysterious location. They followed the route on the map, and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. Thick fog enveloped the valley, making it difficult to see inside. They cautiously entered the valley, every step filled with vigilance. As they ventured deeper, the fog gradually dispersed, revealing a huge palace in front of them. The palace was magnificent and exuded a mysterious aura. The grand doors of the palace were tightly shut, but radiated a powerful force. "What is this palace?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy pondered for a moment, unsure. "But this power is very strong, and we must respond with caution." They tried to open the palace doors, but no matter how hard they tried, the doors wouldn't budge. Just as they felt confused, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the palace and illuminated them. A mysterious voice emerged from the light. "Brave warriors, your courage and strength command my respect. However, to enter the palace, you must pass 3 trials." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then said firmly, "We accept the challenge." They once again began a new trial, unhesitatingly facing the challenge to protect the world. In this mysterious and dangerous world, their legendary story continues to be written. Chapter 0860, Rocks. Luffy and Naruto resolutely accepted the palace's challenge. The first test was still a challenge of strength, and a massive rock appeared before them, several times larger than the one they encountered in the cave. This was truly a daunting task. Naruto frowned slightly, but there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunder Flame tightly and said solemnly, "Together, we can definitely do it." They began to exert their strength, focusing all their power into their hands. At first, the rock remained completely still, but they did not give up, continuously adjusting their posture and points of force. Gradually, the rock began to wobble slightly. Sweat dripped from their foreheads onto the ground, but their gaze remained resolute. After a long effort, they finally succeeded in pushing the rock, passing the first trial. Next came the test of wisdom. They were brought into a room filled with complex mechanisms, where various puzzles and traps awaited them to unravel. Luffy and Naruto carefully observed the layout of the room, exchanging ideas with each other. Using their keen observation and intelligence, they solved the puzzles one by one and avoided the traps. Throughout this process, their tacit understanding deepened. Finally, it was the test of courage. They were taken to a dark space filled with terrifying illusions. Huge monsters lunged at them. Fierce flames burned around them. and there were bottomless cliffs that instilled fear in their hearts. However, they remembered their earlier experience of successfully overcoming fear in the cave and summoned the courage to face these illusions. With unwavering faith and fearless courage, they conquered each of these terrifying illusions. When they passed all 3 trials, the palace doors slowly opened. They walked into the palace, which was resplendent and radiated a mysterious and powerful aura. In the center of the palace, there was a massive crystal ball, shimmering with strange light. What is this? Naruto looked at the crystal ball with curiosity. Luffy stepped forward and carefully observed the crystal ball, which might contain even more powerful forces. But they had to be cautious, as they didn't know what kind of impact it would bring. They tried to touch the crystal ball, and the moment their hands made contact, a powerful energy surged into their bodies. They felt their strength greatly enhanced, and, at the same time, they acquired some new knowledge and skills. This crystal ball was truly amazing, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy nodded, but we cannot let our guard down. Such powerful forces can also bring danger. They continued to explore the palace and discovered deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that this world had once suffered a great disaster, the root of which was an evil power. To prevent this evil power from rising again, they must continue to work hard to protect this world. After leaving the palace, they moved forward. Along the way, they encountered an injured old man. The old man was lying by the roadside, his breath faint. Luffy and Naruto hurried forward to treat the old man's wounds. The old man looked at them gratefully and said, "Thank you, brave warriors. I have an important message to tell you. Not far away, on a mountain, there's a mysterious garden that is said to grow a magical flower. This flower can cure any disease and possesses great power. However, this garden is guarded by a group of evil creatures, making it very dangerous." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and decided to search for the mysterious garden. They followed the direction indicated by the old man and soon arrived at the mountain. A mysterious aura enveloped the mountain, and they cautiously searched for the entrance to the garden. After some effort, they finally found the entrance. At the entrance, a group of evil creatures was patrolling. These creatures had fierce appearances and emitted an evil aura. Luffy and Naruto showed no fear as they unleashed their powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the evil creatures. During the fight, they discovered that while these creatures were powerful, they also had weaknesses. They exploited these weaknesses and gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, they successfully defeated the evil beings and entered the garden. The garden was picturesque, with various exotic flowers blooming in vibrant colors. In the center of the garden stood a giant flower, radiating a magical light. "Is this the miraculous flower?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy nodded. "It seems so. We need to be careful. We don't know how it will react." They approached the flower, and suddenly it emitted a beam of light, enveloping them. They felt a warm energy flowing into their bodies, instantly relieving them of fatigue and pain. At the same time, they also gained the special abilities bestowed by the flower. "This is truly amazing," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also revealed a satisfied smile. "Now we have more confidence in protecting this world." They set off on their journey again, empowered by the strength bestowed by the flowers. Chapter 0861, Fantasy. After leaving the mysterious garden, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in this fantastical world. Their figures appeared steadfast and brave on the vast land, with the brilliance of the Thunder Flame sword and the golden Nine-Tails chakra shining together. They advanced along an ancient riverbed, where the water flowed gently, as if narrating the ancient stories of this world. The scenery on both banks unfolded like a painting, with lush forests, oddly shaped rocks, and the occasional flight of mysterious creatures. "Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next?" Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation and vigilance. Luffy frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment said, "I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. Our mission is to protect this world, and we cannot afford to be lax for even a moment." Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from afar. The fluctuation made their hearts tighten, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. "Be careful, something's up." Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade flickering slightly. Naruto also activated the chakra of the Golden Nine-Tails, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at a huge canyon. Thick mist enveloped the canyon, obscuring the view inside. But the powerful energy fluctuation was indeed emanating from the canyon. "This canyon is quite unusual," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, Let's be careful and go in to take a look. They cautiously entered the canyon. It was dark and damp inside, with mysterious lights flickering on the walls. As they went deeper, the energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger. Finally, they reached the depths of the canyon. There, they saw a massive magic circle. The magic circle emitted a powerful energy, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. What kind of magic circle is this? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its nature, but he knew it was definitely dangerous. We must be cautious. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with the magic circle, it suddenly emitted a strong light. Amidst the light, a gigantic figure slowly emerged. This figure was tall and imposing, radiating powerful magical energy. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious glow, sending chills down one's spine. Who are you? Why have you intruded here? The figure's voice boomed like thunder. Luffy looked at him fearlessly. We are warriors fighting to protect this world. This magic circle is dangerous. We must stop it. The figure let out a cold laugh. Just you? How naive. This magic circle was created by me, and it will bring me endless power. You cannot stop me. With that, the figure waved his hand, and a powerful magical attack surged towards Luffy and Naruto. They hurriedly dodged, and the magical attack struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Naruto, be careful. This guy is strong, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Come on, let's see just how strong he really is. They unleashed their powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the figure. The figure's magical attacks were strange and powerful, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. But they did not back down. With their tenacious will and seamless cooperation, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the fight, Luffy noticed that while the figure's magical attacks were powerful, they seemed to follow a certain pattern. He began to carefully observe the figure's movements, looking for openings. After some observation, Luffy finally discovered a weakness in the figure. When he unleashed a specific magical attack, there would be a momentary pause. Naruto, watch for that movement. We'll attack while we have the chance, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the figure launched that specific magical attack again, they simultaneously counterattacked. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined into a massive pillar of light, striking at the figure's weak point. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, containing immense power. The figure was hit by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. His body was sent flying back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the figure was not so easily defeated. He quickly got back on his feet, his aura becoming even more sinister. You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay, the figure roared. He began to crazily absorb the power of the magic array, his body growing larger and his aura becoming more powerful. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the figure changed. They knew that this figure had fallen into madness, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naruto, we can't let him continue absorbing the power of the magic circle, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging toward the figure. But at this moment, the figure had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the flower power they had obtained from the mysterious garden. He decided to take a risk. Naruto, let's channel the power of the flowers together, Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They focused their minds and guided the power of the flowers. A warm and powerful energy radiated from them. They charged towards the figure again, and this time, their attacks were infused with the power of the flowers, making them incredibly powerful. The figure sensed this strong power and showed a hint of fear on his face, but it was too late for him to evade, and he was hit by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the figure was shattered to pieces. The magic circle also lost its power and gradually disappeared. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0862, Stepping On. After Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the mysterious figure and eliminated the threat of the magic circle, they took a short rest before setting off on their journey again. They traveled along a rugged mountain path, with the scenery beside them constantly changing. Sometimes steep peaks appeared, and at other times, deep canyons. Luffy, we've resolved another crisis this time, but it feels like the dangers in this world are endless, Naruto said, gazing into the distance. His eyes filled with both worry and determination. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly. That's right, we cannot let our guard down. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us to face. As they walked, they suddenly heard a melodious music coming from afar. The music was ethereal and beautiful, as if it came from another world. What is that sound? Naruto looked around curiously. Luffy became vigilant and cautious, saying, "Be careful. The sound of music may be unusual. Let's go take a look." They followed the direction of the music and soon arrived at a beautiful valley. The valley was filled with various vibrant flowers, and a clear stream flowed gently. In the center of the valley, there was a mysterious woman playing a peculiar instrument. Dressed in a white robe with flowing long hair, her eyes were filled with tenderness and mystery. When she saw Luffy and Naruto, she smiled slightly. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" The woman's voice was as enchanting as music. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully said, "We are warriors who have embarked on a journey to protect this world. Hearing your music, we were drawn here. May I ask who you are? What is this place?" The woman gently set down her instrument and replied, "I am the guardian of this valley. This is a place filled with peace and tranquility. But recently I have sensed an evil force drawing near, which may bring disaster to this world." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a sense of responsibility surging within them. "We will help you protect this valley and stop the invasion of evil forces." The woman nodded. "Thank you. But this evil force is very powerful, so you must be careful." They began searching for traces of the evil force in the valley. After some exploration, they discovered a dark cave deep within the valley, emanating an aura of evil. "This cave is likely the source of the evil power," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Then let's go in and take a look." They cautiously entered the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with strange lights flickering on the walls. Deep within the cave, they discovered a massive magical array. "This is very similar to the magical array we encountered before," Naruto said. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, and indeed, this magic circle was more complex and powerful. "We need to be cautious in our approach." Just as they were contemplating how to break the magic circle, it suddenly activated, and a powerful dark force surged out from it. A gigantic demon figure emerged from the darkness. "You dare to trespass into my territory, truly unaware of your own mortality." The demon's voice was deep and terrifying. Luffy and Naruto stared fearlessly at the demon, saying, "We won't let you destroy this world." They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the demon. The demon's attacks were powerful and sinister, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. However, they did not retreat in the slightest. With their strong will and perfect teamwork, they gradually steadied their footing. During the fight, Luffy discovered that although the demon's attacks were strong, it seemed to have a weakness. Every time the demon launched a powerful attack, there would be a brief pause. "Naruto, pay attention to this weakness of his. Let's attack while we have a chance," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant. They waited for the right moment, and when the demon launched another powerful attack, they simultaneously counterattacked. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a massive beam of light, striking towards the demon's weakness. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken, which sparkled with golden light, containing immense power. The demon was hit by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. His body was violently thrown back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the demon was not so easily defeated. He quickly got back on his feet, his aura becoming even more sinister. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" "Tuna ve," the demon roared. He began to frantically absorb the power of the magic circle, his body growing larger and his aura becoming more powerful. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the demon transformed. They knew that this demon had gone insane, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let him continue absorbing the power of the magic circle," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the demon. But at this point, the demon had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the woman's music. He decided to try using the power of music to combat the demon. "Naruto, let's recall the woman's music together. Maybe it can help us," Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They closed their eyes and remembered the woman's music. Gradually, their hearts filled with calmness and strength. They charged at the demon once more, and this time, their attacks carried the power of music, making them incredibly powerful. The demon sensed this immense power and showed a hint of fear on his face, but it was too late for him to evade, and he was hit by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the demon was shattered into pieces. The magic circle also lost its power and gradually disappeared. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that although the battle was tough, they had once again successfully protected this world. They walked out of the cave and found the woman. When the woman saw that they had successfully defeated the demon, a grateful smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, brave warriors. You have protected this valley and this world," the woman said. Luffy and Naruto smiled humbly, saying, "This is what we should do. We will continue to move forward and fight to protect this world." They bid farewell to the woman and continued on their journey. Chapter 0863, Fantasy God Domain. Luffy and Naruto, after successfully defeating the demon, continued on their journey. However, they were unaware that the wheels of fate were quietly turning, bringing them into a brand new anime world, Sword Art Online. The moment they stepped into this world, a mysterious power enveloped them. The scenery around them changed instantly. The familiar mountains and rivers vanished, replaced by a fantastical world. Tall castles towered in the clouds, brilliant magical lights flickered in the air, and various strange creatures darted across the land. "Where's this?" Naruto looked around in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunderfire, his eyes filled with vigilance. He didn't know why, but they had to be careful. This world seemed very unusual. They began to explore this new world. Along the way, they encountered many strange creatures and characters. There were winged fairies, enormous magical beasts, and powerful wizards with strong magical abilities. In this world, magic was a very powerful force. People could master various magical abilities, such as flying, controlling elements, and healing injuries, by learning magic. Luffy and Naruto were filled with curiosity about magic, and they started to learn the magical knowledge of this world. They met a kind wizard named Alice. When Alice saw Luffy and Naruto, she sensed their strong power and aura of justice. She decided to help them understand this world and teach them some magical knowledge. Welcome to the world of Fantasy Domain. It is filled with magic and wonders, but also many dangers. You must be careful, Alice said with a smile. Luffy and Naruto looked at Alice with gratitude, thanking her for her help. "We will be careful." Alice began to introduce them to the magic system of this world. In the world of Fantasy God Domain, magic is divided into different attributes, such as fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Each magical attribute has its unique characteristics and uses. You can choose a magical attribute to study based on your own traits and preferences, Alice said. Luffy thought for a moment and decided to choose fire magic. He felt that fire magic was full of power and passion, which could complement his Thunderflame sword. Naruto chose wind magic. He believed that wind magic was flexible and changeable, which could work in harmony with his golden nine-tails chakra. Alice began to teach them how to harness magical power. They needed to meditate and practice to sense the presence of magical elements and guide them into their bodies. Luffy and Naruto studied diligently, and their efforts and talents allowed them to quickly master some basic magical skills. During their magic learning process, they also learned about some of the history and legends of this world. It turned out that the world of Fantasy Domain had once suffered a great disaster, where an evil force attempted to destroy it. To protect the world, a group of brave heroes stood up and engaged in a fierce battle against the evil force. In the end, they successfully defeated the evil force and saved the world. "We should protect this world like those heroes did," Naruto said firmly. Luffy nodded. "That's right. We can't let evil forces rise again." As they became more skilled in their mastery of magic, their power continued to grow. They began to venture into this world, helping those in need, solving various problems and crises. One time, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark magic. The townspeople were all under the control of dark magic, having lost their self-awareness. Luffy and Naruto decided to help them break free from this dark magic control. They unleashed their magical powers and engaged in a fierce battle against the dark magic. The dark magic was very powerful. It could erode people's minds, plunging them into despair and fear. But Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by the dark magic. With their strong will and powerful magical abilities, they gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, they successfully lifted the dark magic's control and saved the townspeople. The people were filled with gratitude and admiration for them, and their fame began to spread throughout the world. However, their actions also attracted the attention of some evil forces. An organization called the Dark Alliance began to target them. The Dark Alliance was composed of evil wizards and dark creatures, attempting to awaken evil powers once again to dominate the entire world. The Dark Alliance sent assassins to attack Luffy and Naruto. These assassins were very powerful, possessing various evil magic and weapons. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle. During the fight, they noticed that the assassins from the Dark Alliance seemed to have some special connection. They could coordinate with each other to unleash even greater power. Luffy and Naruto realized that they needed to find a way to break this connection in order to defeat their enemies. After some thought, they decided to use their magical powers to disrupt the connection among the Dark Alliance's assassins. Luffy cast fire magic, creating a sea of flames that obstructed the enemy's vision. Naruto then used wind magic to create a strong gust, dispersing the enemies. With their cooperation, the connection among the Dark Alliance's assassins was broken, and they fell into chaos. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch attacks and defeat the enemies one by one. This battle made them realize that the Dark Alliance was a very powerful foe. They needed to work even harder to enhance their strength to counter the threat of the Dark Alliance. They continued their adventures in the world of Fantasy Realm, learning more about magic and improving their abilities. During this process, they also made many like-minded friends and formed a strong team together. Their team began a series of actions in this world, combating the Dark Alliance's forces and protecting the peace of the world. Their actions attracted more and more attention and support, and people joined their ranks to fight against the Dark Alliance together. As their strength continued to grow, they finally faced the ultimate showdown with the Dark Alliance. The leader of the Dark Alliance was a powerful evil wizard who possessed incredibly strong dark magic. In the final battle, Luffy and Naruto led their team into a fierce fight against the Dark Alliance. The magical powers of both sides clashed in the air, creating loud explosions. The entire battlefield was enveloped in magical light, making it hard to see the situation. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto fully demonstrated their leadership and combat abilities. They led their team members to cooperate with each other, leveraging their respective advantages and gradually gaining the upper hand. However, the leader of the Dark Alliance was unwilling to accept defeat. He began to crazily absorb the power of dark magic, his body growing larger and his aura becoming stronger. "Do you think this will defeat me? Too naive." The leader of the Dark Alliance roared. He cast a powerful dark magic, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. People fell into despair and fear, their power suppressed by the dark magic. But Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by the dark magic. They remembered their mission and responsibility. They could not let evil forces rule this world again. They focused their minds and unleashed their magical powers to the fullest. Luffy used the strongest fire magic skill, creating a massive sea of flames that gradually dispelled the dark magic. Naruto employed the strongest wind magic skill, conjuring a powerful gale that completely blew away the dark magic. Through their efforts, the dark magic was finally eradicated. The leader of the Dark Alliance was hit by their attacks and fell to the ground. With the defeat of the leader of the Dark Alliance completely collapsed. People cheered and celebrated their victory. Luffy and Naruto also felt immense relief and pride. Chapter 0864. Sealing. After successfully defeating the Dark Alliance, Luffy and Naruto became highly respected heroes in the world of Fantasy Domain. Their fame spread throughout the world, and people were filled with admiration and gratitude towards them. However, they did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. They understood that there were still many unknown dangers and challenges in this world, and they must remain vigilant at all times, continuing to work hard to enhance their strength to protect the peace and tranquility of this world. In the days that followed, Luffy and Naruto led their team to continue exploring the world of Fantasy Domain. They traveled through many mysterious places and encountered various kinds of people and creatures. Each adventure brought them new knowledge and experience, and their strength continued to grow. Once, they arrived at an ancient ruin. The ruin was filled with a mysterious aura, and the walls were covered with ancient runes and patterns. Luffy and Naruto felt that there was a powerful force hidden within this ruin, one that could have a significant impact on their future. They cautiously entered the ruin and began to explore its secrets. Deep within the ruin, they discovered an ancient book. The text in the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After much effort, they finally learned some secrets about the ruin. It turned out that this ruin was the site of an ancient magical civilization, where a powerful magical force once existed. This magical power could change the fate of the world, but it was also very dangerous. If used by evil individuals, it could bring great disaster to the world. "We must find this magical power and keep it safe," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "That's right, we can't let this power fall into the hands of bad people." They began searching the ruin for clues about this magical power. After much effort, they finally found a hidden chamber. In the room stood a huge crystal ball, emanating a strong magical force. "Is this the magical power we are looking for?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the crystal ball, thinking it was very likely. But we must be cautious. This power is extremely strong and could be dangerous. They approached the crystal ball cautiously, trying to understand its secrets. The moment they made contact with the crystal ball, a powerful force surged into their bodies. They felt a qualitative leap in their strength, but at the same time, they also sensed a heavy responsibility. We must use this power wisely to protect this world, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We can't let this power go to waste. They left the ruins with the crystal ball and continued their adventure in the fantasy realm. Along the way, they encountered some people who coveted the power of the crystal ball. These individuals attempted to seize the crystal ball, but were successfully repelled by Luffy, Naruto, and their team. As time went on, Luffy and Naruto discovered that the power of the crystal ball seemed to contain not just a powerful magical force, but also deeper secrets. They began to delve into the study of the crystal ball's power, trying to unveil this mystery. After much effort, they finally discovered that the power of the crystal ball could open a passage to another world. This world was filled with mystery and danger, but it might also hide even greater power and knowledge. Should we explore that world? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. It was a very dangerous decision, but they couldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps in that world, they could find better ways to protect their own. They decided to take the risk and enter that world. After making sufficient preparations, they used the power of the crystal ball to open a passage and stepped into a brand new world. This world was completely different from the world of fantasy. It was filled with various strange creatures and mysterious powers. Luffy and Naruto carefully explored this world, each step taken with caution. In this world, they encountered many challenges and difficulties. There were powerful monsters, complex traps, mysterious magic circles, and more. But with their tenacious will and strong abilities, they overcame these obstacles one by one. During their exploration, they also made some new friends. These friends came from different races and backgrounds, but they all shared a common goal: to protect this world. Together, they formed a stronger team to explore this mysterious world. As they delved deeper, they gradually uncovered some secrets of this world. It turned out that this world had once suffered a great disaster. An evil force had nearly destroyed it. To protect the world, some brave heroes had sealed the evil force in a mysterious place. However, it seemed that the seal was now weakening, and the evil force could rise again. We must find the place where the evil force is sealed and reinforce the seal, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We can't let the evil force harm this world again. They began searching for the place where the evil force was sealed. Along the way, they faced many challenges and difficulties. Powerful monsters guarded the sealed area, and complex magic circles blocked their progress. But they did not give up. With their tenacious will and strong abilities, they gradually approached the sealed area. Finally, they found the place where the evil force was sealed. The sealed area was a massive cave filled with a thick aura of darkness. In the center of the cave, there was a huge ceiling array that flickered with a faint light. Is this the place that seals the evil force? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the ceiling array. There was no doubt, but this ceiling array was already very weak, and they had to reinforce it as soon as possible. They began to exert their magical powers, trying to strengthen the ceiling array. However, they found that this ceiling array was very complex and required powerful magical energy and superb magical skills to reinforce. After a lot of effort, they finally succeeded in strengthening the ceiling array. The evil force was sealed once again, and peace returned to the world. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0865. Communication. After Luffy and Naruto returned to the fantasy god realm, their heroic deeds were celebrated among the people. However, they did not stop their journey, as they knew that the mission to protect the world was an ongoing one. They began to organize the knowledge and power they had gained in this new world, sharing and exchanging with their team members. Each person drew valuable experiences from this adventure, and the team's strength was further enhanced. On a peaceful day, Luffy and Naruto were discussing future plans. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, seemingly containing some kind of mysterious message. What is this? Naruto curiously gazed at the sky. Luffy frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance, unsure but definitely sensing something unusual. We need to be careful in our approach. They decided to follow the guidance of the light to explore its mysteries. As they progressed, the light grew stronger, eventually leading them to a mysterious valley. A mysterious aura permeated the valley, and the surrounding environment was filled with fantastical colors. In the center of the valley stood a massive stone tablet, covered with ancient runes. What is this stone tablet? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the stone tablet. realizing that it concealed important information. They needed to find a way to interpret it. They began trying various methods to decipher the runes on the tablet. After much effort, they finally uncovered some deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that there existed a powerful force known as the source power. This force could grant people immense abilities, but it was also extremely dangerous. If wielded by evil individuals, it could lead to devastating consequences. We must find the source power and ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right, it's our responsibility. They set out to search for clues about the source power in the world. Along the way, they encountered many difficulties and challenges. There were powerful enemies trying to stop them and complex puzzles that needed to be solved. But Luffy and Naruto did not back down. With their tenacity and wisdom, they gradually got closer to the location of the source power. Finally, they found the source of the source power. It was a mysterious cave, radiating powerful energy waves. Is this where the source power is? Naruto asked. Luffy cautiously looked at the cave. It was very likely. But we have to be careful. It might be filled with danger. They carefully walked into the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with mysterious glimmers on the walls. Deep in the cave, they saw a huge crystal ball, emanating a powerful aura of the source power. Is this the source power? Naruto looked at the crystal ball in amazement. Luffy nodded. It seems so, but we can't touch it easily. It might be dangerous. They began to study how to safely obtain the source power. After some thought, they decided to first try to communicate with the source power using magical energy. They cast their own magical powers, attempting to establish a connection with the source power. Gradually, it seemed that the source power sensed their goodwill and began to communicate with them. Through their interaction with the source power, they understood its true nature. The source power was not merely a force. It contained the life and soul of the world. Only those with pure hearts and steadfast beliefs could truly master the source power. We must become such people, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We need to use the source power to protect the world. They began to work hard to elevate their spiritual realm, making themselves purer and more resolute. During this process, they encountered many difficulties and challenges, but they never gave up. Finally, they successfully gained the recognition of the source power. The source power merged into their bodies, granting them even greater strength. Luffy and Naruto felt a tremendous boost in their strength, filled with confidence and courage. Chapter 0866, Source of Power. Luffy and Naruto, after gaining the power of the source, continue their journey in the world of fantasy, God domain. Their figures are filled with strength and determination, bringing hope to everyone wherever they go. They move along an ancient river, its waters shimmering as if telling the long history of this world. The scenery on both banks is picturesque, with exotic flowers and plants blooming in vibrant colors and mysterious creatures darting through the woods. Luffy, with the power of the source. We feel a greater responsibility to protect this world, Naruto said, gazing into the distance, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Luffy nodded slightly, tightly gripping the Thunderflame sword. That's right, we cannot let this power go to waste. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us to face. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Although the fluctuation was weak, it raised their alertness. Be careful, there is something going on. Luffy immediately became vigilant. Naruto also summoned the power of origin, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at an ancient forest. The forest was filled with a mysterious aura, and the towering trees blocked out the sun, making it feel as if they had entered a mystical world. Deep in the forest, they discovered a strange ruin. This ruin looks quite unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, saying, yeah, let's go take a look. They cautiously walked into the ruin. The ruin was covered with ancient runes and patterns, emanating a mysterious glow. In the center of the ruin, there was a huge magic circle. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its purpose. But it was clear that this magic circle had an important role. They needed to study it carefully. They began attempting to decipher the runes on the magic circle. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about this ruin. It turned out that this ruin was an ancient magic laboratory where a powerful wizard once conducted mysterious experiments. This magic circle was a tool he used to create a powerful creature. Creating powerful creatures? That sounds dangerous, Naruto said. Luffy frowned. That's right. We can't let this dangerous experiment continue. We must find a way to shut down this magic circle. They began searching for a way to close the magic circle. In the ruins, They encountered various mechanisms and traps, but with the power of the source and their wisdom, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they found the key to shutting down the magic circle. They used the power of the source and successfully closed the magic circle, just when they thought everything was over. Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ruins. A huge figure slowly emerged from the magic circle. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the figure, which appeared to be a creature created by the magician. "We need to handle this with caution." This creature was enormous and exuded powerful magical energy. As soon as it spotted Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. Luffy and Naruto quickly unleashed their powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the creature. The creature's attacks were incredibly strong, putting them in a tough fight. However, they did not back down at all. With their tenacious will and perfect teamwork, they gradually steadied their footing. During the battle, they discovered that although the creature was powerful, it also had weaknesses. They exploited these weaknesses to continuously attack the creature. After a grueling fight, they finally succeeded in defeating it. The ruins returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0867. Vastness. After leaving the ruins in the ancient forest, Luffy and Naruto continued on their journey. The power of the source flowed slowly within them, filling them with endless vitality and strength. They walked through a vast grassland where the grass swayed in the wind like a green ocean. However, their eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, for they knew well that in this world of fantasy and danger, calmness is often just an illusion before the storm. "Luffy, do you feel something unusual about this grassland?" Naruto frowned slightly, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword, the light on the blade resonating with the source power. I feel that way too. It seemed calm here, but there appeared to be an unusual force hidden within." Just as they were speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept across the grassland. The howling wind blew the grass down flat. In the center of the gale, a group of mysterious knights appeared. These knights were clad in black armor, riding tall black warhorses, their faces hidden beneath helmets, revealing only pairs of eyes emitting an eerie red glow. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into our territory?" one of the knights asked in a deep and cold voice. Luffy took a step forward and said, "We are warriors traveling to protect this world. We mean no harm. We are just passing through." The knights let out a chilling laugh. "Whether you have ill intentions or not, anyone who enters this grassland cannot leave alive." After saying that, the knights raised their long spears and charged at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately reacted. Naruto quickly cast wind attribute magic, using the wind to leap high into the air, spinning his body as countless shadow clones rushed towards the knights. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, merging the flames and lightning power with the source power to form a powerful wave of attack, slashing towards the knight at the forefront. The knights did not retreat in the face of their attack. The black light flickered on their long spears, easily piercing through some of Naruto's shadow clones. Although Luffy's attack hit one knight, that knight was only pushed back a few steps, and his black armor showed no significant damage. "These guys are tough," Naruto shouted. Luffy nodded, realizing that they couldn't be underestimated and that they needed to find their weaknesses. During the battle, Luffy carefully observed the knights' movements. He noticed that every time the knights launched an attack, the black light on their armor would flicker briefly, as if at that moment, the armor's defense would weaken. "Naruto, pay attention to when their armor flickers. That might be their weakness," Luffy shouted. Hearing Luffy's words, Naruto immediately focused. When the knights attacked again, they seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault on the flickering parts of the knight's armor. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword accurately pierced the weak spot of a knight's armor, the force of the sword instantly penetrating the armor, causing the knight to let out a painful roar and fall off his horse. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, hitting another knight's weak point and shattering him. As they gradually found ways to counter, the knights began to fall into a disadvantage. However, these knights did not panic. They suddenly formed a circle surrounding Luffy and Naruto in the middle. Then, the knights began to chant a mysterious incantation. As the incantation was recited, the black armor on them started to release powerful dark energy, which gathered together to form a massive dark vortex. "What kind of technique is this?" Naruto looked at the dark vortex in surprise. Luffy's expression was serious. "No matter what it was, we cannot be trapped by it." They tried to break through the dark vortex, but found that its power was extremely strong, tightly binding them within. The force within the dark vortex constantly eroded their bodies, attempting to consume their source power. We must work together to break through it, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they gathered their source power together, forming a dazzling light. Then, they charged with all their might towards the weakest point of the dark vortex. After much effort, they finally broke through the dark vortex. The knights were astonished to see the dark vortex shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched their final attack. They unleashed their strongest source power skills, and the powerful force instantly swept across the entire grassland. The knights were powerless against this force and were all defeated. Once the last knight fell, peace returned to the grassland. Chapter 0868, Flames of Fire. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the world of fantasy domain, with the source of power flowing steadily and continuously within them, as if it were the driving force behind their exploration and battles. They arrived at a small town near the sea. This town was full of life, with bustling streets and people busy with their own affairs. Colorful houses were arranged in a pleasing manner, and the air was filled with the scents of seafood and flowers. It seemed very peaceful here. Naruto smiled and said, feeling relaxed due to the atmosphere of the town. Luffy also smiled slightly, saying, yes, but we still can't let our guard down. They strolled through the town, experiencing its unique culture. The townspeople looked at the two strangers with curiosity, but they all responded with friendly smiles. However, this tranquility did not last long. One night, Luffy and Naruto were suddenly awakened by a commotion and screams. They quickly ran out of their accommodation and saw flames shooting up from the direction of the seaside town, accompanied by a deep and terrifying roar. Not good, there's danger, Luffy shouted, and he and Naruto immediately ran toward the seaside. When they reached the shore, they were confronted with a shocking sight. A gigantic sea monster emerged from the ocean, its massive body resembling a small mountain, covered in sharp spikes, and the flames it breathed were consuming the buildings by the sea. Where did this sea monster come from? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Luffy gripped his sword tightly. No matter where it came from, we must stop it. They charged toward the sea monster without hesitation. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, raising the thunder flame sword high, gathering powerful source energy on the blade. A sword wave infused with fire and lightning slashed toward the sea monster. Naruto also unleashed a skill that combined wind attribute magic with source energy, his figure rushing toward the sea monster like a whirlwind. The Rasengan in his hand growing larger and larger, eventually forming a massive golden Rasengan aimed at the sea monster's head. The sea monster sensed their attacks, swinging its enormous claws to easily block Luffy's sword wave, while simultaneously shifting its body to avoid Naruto's Rasengan attack. Then it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, knowing that the power of the sea monster was incredibly strong, and ordinary attacks would be hard to harm it. They began to circle around the sea monster to find its weakness. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after the sea monster spat out flames, a lighter patch of skin would briefly appear on its abdomen, where the scales looked sparser. Naruto, the monster's abdomen might be its weak point. Let's look for a chance to attack there, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded to show he understood. They continued to maneuver around the sea monster, waiting for the right moment. Finally, when the sea monster spat out flames again, they seized the opportunity and charged towards its abdomen simultaneously. Luffy unleashed his swordsmanship enhanced by the power of the source, with the light on his sword almost blinding. Naruto, on the other hand, elevated the power of Sage Art, super large Rasengan to its peak, and their attacks struck the sea monster's abdomen simultaneously. The sea monster let out a painful roar, its body shaking violently, as its enormous tail swept across the shore, creating massive waves. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the impact of the waves, but they quickly regained their balance and charged at the sea monster again. This time, their attacks were even more ferocious, relentlessly targeting the weak point in the sea monster's abdomen. The sea monster began to retreat step by step, its attacks becoming chaotic. After an intense battle, the sea monster was finally left on the brink of collapse. In the end, Luffy and Naruto combined their strength to unleash a powerful source attack, completely eliminating the sea monster. The giant body of the sea monster slowly sank to the seabed, and the flames on the shore gradually extinguished. The townspeople cheered upon seeing the sea monster defeated, gathering around Luffy and Naruto with eyes full of gratitude and respect. "Thank you, you are our heroes," an elder said excitedly. Luffy and Naruto smiled humbly, saying this is what we should do. After resting in the small town for a few days, Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey again. Chapter 0869, The Gulf. Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey again amidst the gratitude and cheers of the townspeople. They walked along the coastline, with the sea breeze gently brushing against their faces, carrying a hint of saltiness, as if whispering the mysterious stories from the depths of the ocean. Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next? Naruto gazed at the boundless sea, his eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation. Luffy squinted slightly, feeling the sea breeze. I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it with our strength. They walked for a long time and arrived at a mysterious bay. The bay was surrounded by steep cliffs, where various strange plants grew, emitting a faint glow. The sea in the bay was calm as a mirror, yet it revealed a deep blue color, as if hiding endless secrets. This place feels unusual, Luffy said cautiously, unconsciously tightening his grip on the Thunderflame sword. Naruto nodded as well, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails subtly surging around him. Yeah, let's be careful. They cautiously stepped into the bay. The moment they entered, the air around them seemed to freeze, and a powerful pressure rushed toward them. What is going on? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy frowned, realizing that there was a powerful force guarding something here. We need to be cautious. Just as they were preparing to explore further, suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, emitting a tremendous roaring sound, as if it were going to swallow everything. From the whirlpool, a figure slowly rose. It was a gigantic humanoid creature made of water elements, its body transparent and shimmering with a blue glow, holding a trident formed from condensed water in its hand. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my territory? The water elemental creature asked in a deep and authoritative voice. Luffy took a step forward and said, "We are here to explore this world and protect its peace. We mean no offense. We just want to understand the secrets of this place." The water elemental creature let out a cold laugh. This bay is a mysterious realm, hiding powerful forces. You mortals should not tread here. After speaking, the water elemental creature waved its trident, and a massive wave surged toward Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the wave crashed against the rocks on the shore, sending up a high spray of water. "It seems we have no choice but to fight," Naruto said, his eyes growing resolute. Luffy nodded, being cautious of its water attribute attacks, and we used the source power to counter it. They unleashed the source power, as Luffy's Thunder Flame sword was intertwined with flames and lightning, simultaneously wrapped in the glow of the source power. Naruto infused the source power into his wind attribute magic and shadow clone technique, sending countless shadow clones infused with source power charging towards the water elemental creature. The water elemental creature was not afraid of their attacks. It effortlessly dissolved Naruto's shadow clones using the power of water and created walls of water to block Luffy's attacks. "This guy is really strong," Naruto shouted. Luffy attacked while observing the actions of the water elemental creature. Its power seemed to come from the water of this bay. "We need to find a way to cut off its connection to the water." Naruto had a sudden inspiration and said, "I have a way. Luffy, create a powerful electric field with your Thunder Flame sword, and I'll use wind attribute magic to spread the electric field throughout the entire bay." Luffy understood Naruto's intention and immediately infused the Sword of Thunder Flame with source power, releasing a powerful electric force from the blade and forming a strong electric field. Naruto then cast wind attribute magic, spreading the electric field throughout the entire bay. The water elemental creature felt the power of the electric field, and its body began to become unstable. Because water is conductive, the electric field interfered with its control over the water elements. "Now's the time," Luffy shouted. They took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Luffy swung the sword of Thunder Flame, sending a wave of sword energy infused with source power towards the water elemental creature. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, with the Rasengan entwined with source power and the force of the electric field, crashing towards the water elemental creature. Under their attacks, the water elemental creature gradually weakened. Finally, it let out a reluctant roar and transformed into a puddle of water, merging into the bay. As the water elemental creature disappeared, the pressure in the bay gradually dissipated. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they had once again defeated a powerful enemy. They continued to explore the bay and discovered a hidden cave beneath the sea. The cave emitted a mysterious glow, attracting them to go inside. Deep within the cave, they saw a gigantic crystal ball. The crystal ball contained a powerful and pure energy that resonated with their source power. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy carefully observed the crystal ball, It might be a very precious energy source. Perhaps it could help us better harness the power of the source. They cautiously approached the crystal ball, trying to feel its energy. The moment they touched the crystal ball, a warm and powerful energy surged into their bodies, further enhancing and purifying their source power. This is truly amazing, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a joyful smile. And we must make good use of the power of this crystal ball to make a greater contribution to protecting this world. They left the bay with the crystal ball. Chapter 0870. Residents Luffy and Naruto, with the mysterious crystal ball obtained from the underwater cave, continued their journey through the vast world of the fantasy realm. The sunlight shone on them, reflecting their determined figures, as the power of the source intertwined with the light of the crystal ball, as if telling the story of the new journey they were about to face. They passed through a dense forest, where the trees were tall and ancient, their branches and leaves so lush that they nearly blocked out the sky. A mysterious aura permeated the forest, and the occasional sound of unknown beast roars added to the tense atmosphere. Luffy, this forest feels a bit eerie, Naruto said, cautiously looking around, as the golden chakra of the Nine Tails subtly surged on his body, ready to respond to any potential danger. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder and flame, its light flickering erratically. Be careful, there might be something unexpected hidden here. Just as he spoke, the ground in front of them suddenly began to shake violently. Instantly, countless thick vines burst forth from the ground, like a swarm of frenzied, giant snakes, sweeping towards them. It's a trap, Luffy shouted, swiftly swinging the sword of thunder and flame to cut through the approaching vines. Flames and lightning erupted from the blade, scorching or repelling the vines. Naruto was not to be outdone. He unleashed wind-based magic, creating powerful gusts that sent the vines tumbling in all directions. At the same time, he used the shadow clone technique to scatter his clones, attacking the roots of the vines from different angles. However, the vines seemed endless. For every batch they cut or repelled, more would surge forth. Moreover, the attacks from the vines grew increasingly fierce, as they began to intertwine and form a massive vine net, trying to trap Luffy and Naruto. This won't work. We need to find the source controlling these vines, Luffy said while fending off the attacks. Naruto nodded in agreement, focusing his energy to enter Sage mode. In this mode, his sensory abilities were greatly enhanced, and he quickly detected the direction of the vine's power source. Over there, Naruto shouted, pointing deeper into the forest. The two of them coordinated their efforts, fending off the vine attacks while moving towards the source. After a difficult battle and trek, they finally arrived at a massive tree hollow. A rich green glow enveloped the area around the hollow, and the attacking vines extended from here. Inside the hollow, there was a large green core pulsing with an eerie light, clearly the key to controlling the vines. This is the thing causing the trouble, Naruto said. Luffy looked at the green core and said, we need to be careful. It might have a strong defensive mechanism. They cautiously approached the green core, preparing to launch an attack. Just then, the green core suddenly released a powerful wave of energy, and countless green beams shot towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, while simultaneously unleashing the power of the source for defense. A shield formed in front of them, blocking the attack of the green light. We can't let it keep attacking. Let's go together, Luffy shouted. The two of them launched their strongest attacks at the same time. Luffy infused the power of the source into the Thunder Flame sword, causing the flames and lightning on the sword to become even more intense. He leaped high into the air and slashed down towards the green core with all his might. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed the Sage Art, super massive Rasengan. With the Rasengan wrapped in the power of the source and the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, charging towards the green core with a destructive momentum. Under their powerful attacks, the green core finally couldn't withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. As the green core broke, the vines that had been attacking them frantically lost their vitality and withered away. They successfully resolved this crisis and continued forward. After exiting the forest, they arrived at an ancient town. The architectural style of the town was unique, filled with a sense of historical weariness. However, the atmosphere in the town was unusually desolate, with hardly any sign of residents. What's so strange about this town? Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy also sensed that something was off. Let's be careful and check the situation first. They searched around the town and finally found a frail old man. The old man was lying in a dilapidated house, breathing weakly. Luffy and Naruto hurried forward to treat the old man's wounds and gave him some potions to restore his strength. The old man slowly woke up and looked at them gratefully. Thank you, young ones. This town was attacked by a group of evil wizards who stole our town treasure and unleashed a curse that has made most of the people sick. The old man said weakly. Town treasure? What kind of treasure is it? Luffy asked. The old man struggled to describe the appearance of the town treasure, and Luffy and Naruto were moved upon hearing it. They felt that the treasure the old man described was likely related to some mysterious powers they had encountered in their adventures. We will help you retrieve the town treasure and lift the curse, Naruto said firmly. Hope sparkled in the old man's eyes. Thank you, brave young men. Those evil wizards live in an ancient castle to the west of the town. Please be careful. After bidding farewell to the old man, Luffy and Naruto headed towards the castle on the west side of the town. The castle loomed high into the clouds, its walls covered in black vines, exuding an aura of evil. They arrived at the front of the castle, where the main door was tightly shut. Luffy pushed hard against it, but the door didn't budge. Looks like we need to figure out a way to open this door, Luffy said. Naruto observed the surroundings and discovered a magical mechanism hidden in the wall. Using the magical knowledge he had learned during their adventures, he began to decipher the mechanism. After some effort, the mechanism was finally unlocked, and the door slowly creaked open. A pungent smell rushed out, and the interior of the castle was filled with a dark magical aura. They cautiously stepped inside, where it was eerie and terrifying, with various strange portraits hanging on the walls and green flames occasionally erupting from the ground. These evil wizards must have done a lot of bad things in here, Naruto said angrily. As they progressed down the castle's corridor, they suddenly heard a chilling laugh. Who is it? Show yourself, Luffy shouted, with the laughter echoing. A group of wizards in black robes appeared before them. The wizards' eyes glinted with malevolence, and they held black wands in their hands. Are you the ones who came to die? One of the wizards sneered. We are here to reclaim the town's treasure and lift the curse. You evil scoundrels won't succeed, Naruto shouted. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The wizards unleashed various dark spells, sending black flames, toxic mist, and curses toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto were fearless as they wielded the power of the source and their respective skills, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the magicians. Luffy's lightning flame sword flickered with light in the darkness, repelling a magician with each swing. Naruto, on the other hand, utilized wind-based magic and the shadow clone technique, weaving through the crowd of magicians and delivering heavy blows. However, the sheer number of magicians and the intensity of their magical attacks began to wear them down. We can't keep this up. We need to find their weakness, Luffy said. During the fight, Naruto noticed that when the magicians cast a powerful dark magic, they would have a brief moment of hesitation, and their magical defenses would weaken during that instant. Luffy, pay attention when they cast dark magic. That's our chance, Naruto shouted. They began to closely monitor the magician's movements, waiting for the opportunity to strike. When a magician prepared to unleash another powerful dark magic, Luffy and Naruto immediately launched their attack. Luffy infused the Sword of Thunderfire with the power of the source and unleashed his strongest sword technique, sending a sword energy imbued with source power slicing toward the wizard. At the same time, Naruto performed Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, which was wrapped in source power and Golden Nine-Tails chakra, charging toward the wizard like a meteor. Under their combined attack, the wizard was struck and instantly turned to ashes. The other wizards, seeing their companion defeated, began to panic. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch a more intense attack. They moved through the crowd of wizards as if in a no-man's land, defeating them one by one. In the end, only a wizard leader remained. Seeing his subordinates defeated, fear appeared in his eyes. Don't come any closer. I won't let you go. The wizard leader trembled as he spoke. It's not too late to surrender now. Tell us where the town's treasure is and how to lift the curse, Luffy said coldly. The wizard leader hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned and tried to escape. Luffy and Naruto immediately chased after him. They pursued the wizard leader deep into the castle and finally arrived at a basement. A powerful dark force filled the basement, and in the center was a chest emitting a black glow, which must be the town's treasure. The wizard leader ran to the chest, attempting to open it and unleash even stronger dark powers. We can't let him succeed, Naruto shouted. They quickened their pace and charged towards the wizard leader. Just as the wizard leader was about to open the chest, Luffy leaped up and thrust the Thunder Flame sword towards him. The wizard leader couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the Thunder Flame sword, falling to the ground. They successfully defeated the wizard leader. Lifting the crisis in the town, Luffy opened the chest, and inside was indeed the treasure mentioned by the old man. The treasure emitted a soft glow, and the moment they touched it, A warm power spread throughout their bodies, instantly relieving their fatigue and pain. They returned to the town with the treasure and handed it back to the residents. Chapter 0871. Surprise Luffy and Naruto, after successfully rescuing the ancient town, continued their adventure in the fantasy realm. Their figures shone like bright stars, bringing hope and courage to this mysterious world. They walked along a winding mountain path, with the scenery changing constantly around them. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, as if they were gateways to a mysterious place. The streams in the mountains flowed gently, crystal clear, occasionally revealing some peculiar aquatic creatures playing in the water. Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises, Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful scenery around them. Luffy nodded slightly, the thunder flame sword in his hand radiating a steady power. Indeed, but we must not let our guard down. The dangers of this world often lie hidden behind beauty. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly felt a powerful, magical fluctuation coming from afar. This fluctuation made their hearts tighten, and they immediately halted their steps. Be careful, something's up. Luffy watched the direction from which the fluctuation was coming with vigilance. Naruto also immediately summoned the source power within him, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a huge valley. A thick magical aura permeated the valley, creating a sense of oppression. In the center of the valley, a massive magic circle was slowly operating, emanating powerful energy. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its nature, but he knew it was definitely not simple. They needed to proceed with caution. They cautiously approached the magic circle, trying to understand its function. As they got closer, the magic circle suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping them within. Luffy and Naruto immediately felt powerful, as if they were being pulled into the magic circle. They struggled against but found their strength to be so insignificant in front of the magic circle. What should we do? We're going to be sucked in, Naruto said anxiously. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame. Don't panic. We will definitely find a way to break free from this magic circle. They began to think of strategies. While struggling against the pulling force, Luffy observed the structure of the magic circle, trying to find its weakness. After some observation, he noticed that there were faint glimmers of light flickering along the edge of the magic circle, which might be its weak point. Naruto, let's concentrate our strength and attack the edge of the magic circle, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention, and they gathered their source power in their hands, launching an attack at the edge of the magic circle. The powerful force struck the magic circle, causing a violent tremor. The pulling force of the magic circle temporarily weakened, but soon regained its powerful strength. They did not give up and continued to launch attacks. After several attempts, the magic circle finally showed some cracks. Let's get one more push, Luffy shouted. They launched another powerful attack, and this time, the magic circle was finally broken. The light vanished, and the pulling force disappeared as well. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully escaped the confines of the magic circle. However, they knew that the appearance of this magic circle was no coincidence, and there was definitely a greater danger lurking behind it. They continued to explore the valley and discovered some strange signs. On one side of the valley, there were some enormous footprints that looked like they had been left by some powerful creature. What kind of creature left these footprints? Naruto asked. Luffy frowned, unsure. But this creature must be very powerful. We need to be careful. They followed the direction of the footprints and soon arrived in front of a huge cave. A strong aura emanated from the cave, sending chills down their spines. There must be something dangerous inside this cave, Naruto said cautiously. Luffy nodded, but we can't back down. We need to go in and see what's going on inside. They cautiously walked into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls. Deep inside the cave, they heard a low rumbling growl. Be careful, something is coming out, Luffy shouted. Sure enough, a huge monster burst out of the cave shortly after. The creature was massive, covered in hard scales, and its eyes glowed red. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame, declaring, no matter what it is, we must defeat it. As soon as the monster saw Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, the monster's claws leaving deep scratches on the ground. They unleashed their powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The monster's attacks were incredibly powerful, putting them in a tough spot. However, they showed no signs of retreat gradually stabilizing their position with their strong will and coordinated teamwork. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the monster's abdomen was relatively soft, possibly its weak point. "Naruto, attack its abdomen!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately performed the shadow clone technique, sending clones to attack the monster's abdomen from different directions. Luffy also swung the sword of Thunder Flame, seizing the opportunity to strike. After an intense battle, they finally defeated the monster. It fell to the ground, gradually losing its life force. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0872. Observation: Luffy and Naruto took a short break after defeating the giant monster before continuing their journey. They proceeded along another passage in the cave, which was filled with a mysterious aura that made them instinctively cautious. "Luffy, we don't know what dangers might be waiting for us ahead," Naruto said as they walked, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flames, the flames and lightning on the blade flickering unpredictably. No matter what dangers lay ahead, they had to face them bravely. Their mission was to protect this world. They cautiously advanced through the passage, each step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, they heard a faint buzzing sound, seemingly coming from deep within the passage. "What is that sound?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy frowned, unsure, but the sound was very unusual. "Let's be careful." They walked towards the direction of the sound, and soon arrived at a massive cave hall. The hall was shimmering with strange light, and countless magical runes flowed on the walls and floor. In the center of the hall stood a gigantic magical crystal, emitting a strong glow and a buzzing sound. "What is this?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise, looking at the magical crystal. Luffy carefully observed the magic crystal, which surely contained powerful energy. But they didn't know whether it was good or bad. Just as they were contemplating how to deal with the magic crystal, it suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping them. Luffy and Naruto immediately felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, and their source power was further activated by this energy. "What's going on?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy tried to remain calm, realizing that this magical crystal was testing them. They needed to respond carefully. They began to attempt to control the power within them, not allowing this immense force to overwhelm their bodies. After much effort, they finally succeeded in stabilizing their internal power. However, this was just the beginning of the test. The magical crystal then unleashed a series of magical attacks, with flames, lightning, frost, and various elemental assaults. Luffy and Naruto had to use all their strength to counter these attacks. During the battle, they gradually discovered that these magical attacks were not random, but followed a certain rhythm and pattern. They began to dodge and counterattack based on these rhythms and patterns. After a hard-fought battle, they finally succeeded in resisting the magical crystal's attacks. The magical crystal also stopped its assault, emitting a soft glow. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a relieved smile, "But we cannot let our guard down. This magic crystal may have other trials." Sure enough, the magic crystal emitted another beam of light, and some ancient characters and patterns appeared within the light. Luffy and Naruto carefully observed these characters and patterns, trying to understand their meanings. After some research, they finally grasped the significance of these characters and patterns. It turned out that this magic crystal was an ancient artifact, possessing powerful abilities that could help protect the world. However, to gain the power of this artifact, one must go through a series of trials and challenges. "It seems we still have a long way to go," Luffy said. Naruto nodded and replied, "But we won't give up. We will definitely obtain the power of this artifact and fight to protect the world." They continued to face the trials of the magic crystal. Chapter 0873. Illusion. Luffy and Naruto focused intently on the trial of the magical crystal. As the trial deepened, they increasingly felt the immense potential and responsibility contained within this ancient artifact. A flash of light enveloped them, transporting them to an ethereal space. This space was filled with a mysterious aura, and the surrounding scenery constantly shifted, as if telling ancient stories. "Where is this?" Naruto looked around at the strange sights. Filled with confusion, Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, his eyes filled with determination. "No matter where this was, we must face it bravely. This trial is surely not simple." Suddenly, a group of illusory creatures appeared in the space. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled gigantic beasts, while others looked like fluttering fairies, emanating a powerful magical aura. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted, charging forward first. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining along the blade, creating a formidable attack force. Naruto, not to be outdone, unleashed wind, attribute magic, and the shadow clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the illusory creatures. The attacks from the illusory creatures were very strange. They could disappear and reappear in an instant, making them hard to grasp. Luffy and Naruto had to remain vigilant at all times, relying on their sharp senses and quick reactions to evade the attacks. During the battle, Luffy discovered that these illusory creatures seemed to have a core. Attacking this core could weaken their power. Naruto, watch out for those creatures' cores, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. He and his clones began searching for the cores of the illusory creatures and launched their attacks. After a hard-fought battle, they finally found a way to attack the illusory creatures and gradually gain the upper hand. However, these illusory creatures were not so easily defeated. They began to merge together, forming a gigantic monster. This monster was incredibly powerful, and each of its attacks caused tremors in the space. This is going to be tough, Naruto frowned. Luffy took a deep breath and said, "We can't back down. We must use our strength and wisdom to overcome it." They began to think of ways to deal with the giant monster. Luffy observed the monster's movements and noticed that although its attacks were powerful, there were certain patterns to them. He decided to use the monster's attack patterns to find its weaknesses. After some observation, Luffy discovered that the monster would pause briefly after launching an attack, and that was the best time to strike. Naruto, after the monster attacks, "We'll strike its weak point together," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, readying himself. When the monster launched its attack again, they seized the opportunity and unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword, glowing with the power of the source, struck at the monster's weak point. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, which was wrapped in Golden Ninetales chakra and the power of the source, crashing into the monster. Under their combined assault, the monster let out a painful roar as its body began to collapse. In the end, they completely defeated the monster, and the illusory space gradually disappeared. They returned to the cavern hall where the magical crystal was located. The magical crystal emitted a soft glow, as if acknowledging their efforts. "Did we pass the test?" Naruto asked. Luffy looked at the magic crystal, perhaps, but we still don't know how powerful this artifact really is. Just as they were pondering, the magic crystal suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping them. They felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, enhancing their source power further. "Is this the power of the magic crystal?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy nodded. "It seems we have successfully obtained the power of this artifact." Chapter 0874. Mighty Luffy and Naruto, after gaining the power of the magic crystal, continue their journey in the world of fantasy god domain. Their steps are more resolute, and their eyes are filled with anticipation for future challenges. They walk through a desolate desert, where the scorching sun relentlessly bakes the ground, raising clouds of dust with each step. However, the powerful energy they emit seems to make the surrounding environment less harsh. Luffy, with the power of this magic crystal, feels that we can face more dangers now. Naruto looks at his hands, where the golden nine-tailed chakra intertwines with the light of the magic crystal. Luffy nodded slightly, and the flames and lightning on the sword of Thunderfire appeared even more formidable. However, we cannot be complacent. The dangers of this world always exceed our imagination. Just as they were talking, they suddenly felt a mysterious power emanating from afar. This power was both unfamiliar and strong, tightening their hearts. "Be careful, there is something new," Luffy said, immediately becoming alert. Naruto also summoned the power within him, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the mysterious force, and soon arrived at an ancient ruin. The entrance to the ruin was tightly closed, but the mysterious power was emanating from inside. The door was covered with ancient runes and patterns, exuding a mysterious aura. "This ruin looks quite unusual," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded, saying, "Yes, we need to be cautious. We don't know what dangers lie inside." They tried to open the door to the ruin, but no matter how hard they worked, it wouldn't budge. Just when they were feeling puzzled, suddenly, the magic crystal emitted a beam of light that shone on the door. The runes on the door began to flicker and then slowly opened. A powerful aura rushed towards them, causing them to step back a few paces. "What exactly is inside?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder, unsure. "But we must be cautious. This aura is very strong. There could be something very dangerous inside." They cautiously walked into the ruins. A mysterious aura filled the ruins, and faint light flickered on the walls. Deep within the ruins, they discovered a massive magic circle. The magic circle emanated powerful energy, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. In the center of the magic circle there was a mysterious object emitting a strange glow. "What is that?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the mysterious object, unsure of its nature, but he knew that the magic circle and this object must hold significant meaning. They needed to study it cautiously. They began attempting to decipher the runes on the magic circle and investigate the mysterious object. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about this ruin. It turned out that this ruin was an ancient magical laboratory where a powerful wizard once conducted dangerous experiments. The mysterious object was a powerful magical weapon created by the wizard, possessing the power to destroy the world. "We cannot let this magical weapon fall into the hands of evil," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, agreeing that's right. "We need to find a way to destroy it or seal it." They started searching for methods to destroy or seal the magical weapon. Within the ruins, they encountered various mechanisms and traps, but with the power of the magical crystal and their wisdom, they overcame these challenges one by one. Finally, they found a way to seal the magical weapon. They harnessed the power of the magical crystal and sealed the weapon in a special space. As the magical weapon was sealed, the magic circle in the ruins also lost its power and gradually faded away. Chapter 0875. Grassland. After Luffy and Naruto successfully sealed the mysterious magical weapon, they continued their journey in the fantasy realm. Their figures appeared steadfast and confident on the vast land, with the brilliance of the source power and magical crystals shining together, as if declaring their determination to the world. They traveled along an ancient river, the water flowing gently and producing a pleasant sound. The scenery on both sides unfolded like a painting, with lush green forests, meadows blossoming with exotic flowers, and mysterious creatures occasionally flying by. "Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises," Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful surroundings. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. "That's right, but we mustn't let our guard down. Danger could appear at any moment." Just as he said this, they suddenly felt a faint magical fluctuation coming from a distance. This fluctuation was unlike any power they had encountered before, carrying a mysterious and ancient aura. "Be careful, something's up." Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned his inner strength, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived in front of an ancient temple. The temple was tall and solemn, with walls covered in mysterious runes and patterns. The large door of the temple was tightly closed, but the magical fluctuation was emanating from inside. "This temple looks unusual," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, saying, "Yeah, let's go in and take a look." They cautiously pushed open the temple's large door, and a powerful presence rushed towards them. The interior of the temple was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint beams of light filtering in through the cracks in the roof. In the center of the temple stood a massive stone platform, on which lay an ancient book. "What kind of book is that?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the book, unsure of its contents, but it was clear that this book held significant meaning. They needed to be cautious. As they approached the stone platform, the moment their hands touched the book, a powerful force enveloped them. They felt as if their bodies were being drawn by a mysterious power, entering an illusory space. In this illusory space, they saw ancient images. The images depicted the origins and development of the fantasy realm, as well as breathtaking battles. They gradually understood that this book was a compendium documenting the world's history and mysterious powers. "We need to study this book carefully," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they began to read the contents of the book seriously. As they delved deeper, they learned about a powerful force known as the divine power. This power could purify evil and protect the peace of the world. "We need to find the divine power," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "That's right, but we don't know where the holy power is. We need to continue exploring this world." They left the illusory space with a desire for the holy power and returned to the temple. They decided to search for more clues about the holy power within the temple. After a careful search, they discovered an ancient map in a corner of the temple. The map marked a mysterious place that was said to hide the secrets of the holy power. "This might be our clue," Luffy said. Naruto looked at the map. "Then let's hurry and set off." Following the map's guidance, they began a new adventure. Along the way, they encountered various difficulties and obstacles, including steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magical arrays. But with their strong will and great power, they overcame these challenges one by one. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious place marked on the map. It was a tranquil and beautiful valley, filled with a sacred atmosphere. "Is this where the holy power is?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully sensed the atmosphere around him. It was very likely. "We searched cautiously," They explored the valley carefully and finally discovered a huge crystal fountain deep within the valley. The crystal water, splashing from the fountain, emitted a sacred glow. "Is this the power of the divine?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy nodded. It seemed so, but they didn't know how to obtain it. They began to think about how to acquire the divine power. After some observation, they found that the ground around the fountain was covered with mysterious runes, which might be the key to obtaining the divine power. They started to study these runes, trying to understand their meanings. After much effort, they finally uncovered the secret of the runes. It turned out that to obtain the divine power, a special ritual was needed. Following the instructions of the runes, they began the ritual. During the process, they felt a powerful force surging into their bodies. Their source power, the power of the magic crystals, and the divine power merged together, forming a brand new, powerful force. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a relieved smile. Chapter 0876. Black Mist. After obtaining the divine power, Luffy and Naruto were filled with a sense of mission and strength. They knew that this powerful force existed to protect the world of the fantasy divine domain and must never be misused. They walked along a winding mountain path, surrounded by picturesque scenery, yet hiding unknown dangers. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of freshness, as if reminding them to stay vigilant at all times. "Luffy, with this divine power, we feel a heavier responsibility," Naruto said, looking into the distance, his eyes revealing determination. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. "That's right. We must use this power to protect this world and prevent evil forces from succeeding." Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a strong magical fluctuation coming from afar. This fluctuation was different from before. It carried an evil and violent aura that sent chills down their spines. "Be careful, a powerful evil force has appeared." Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned the holy power within him, ready for battle. They quickly moved in the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a dark valley. The valley was filled with thick black mist, obscuring their view of what was inside. The evil magical fluctuation was emanating from the black mist. This place was filled with an aura of evil. Naruto frowned. Luffy stared intently at the black mist. "We need to be careful. There may be very powerful enemies hidden inside." They cautiously walked into the valley. As they went deeper, the black mist grew thicker, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Suddenly, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the black mist. The figure was tall and menacing, emanating a dark aura. Its eyes flickered with red light, as if they could penetrate a person's soul. "Who are you? Dare to trespass into my territory?" The evil figure let out a deep roar. Luffy looked at it without fear, saying, "We are warriors fighting to protect the world. You, this evil existence, will surely be defeated by us." Naruto also shouted, "That's right. We won't let you destroy this world." The evil figure let out a cold laugh, saying, "Just you? How naive. I possess powerful dark energy, and you are no match for me." After saying that, the evil figure waved its hand, and a surge of dark energy rushed toward Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the dark energy struck the ground, creating a huge crater. "This guy is strong," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we cannot back down. We must use the power of the divine to fight against it." They began to unleash the divine power, and light radiated from them, illuminating the entire valley. The evil figure sensed the threat of the divine power and started to attack wildly. Dark energy clashed with divine power in the valley, producing loud booms. The entire battlefield was shrouded in powerful energy, making it difficult to see the situation of the battle. During the fight, Luffy and Naruto discovered that although the evil figure's attacks were powerful, it seemed to have a weakness. Every time it launched a large-scale attack, there would be a brief pause. "Naruto, pay attention to this weakness. We can attack while it's vulnerable," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the evil figure launched another powerful attack, they countered simultaneously. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the holy power on the blade intertwining with flames and lightning, forming a massive pillar of light that slashed toward the weakness of the evil figure. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, the Rasengan shimmering with a glow of holy power, containing immense strength. The evil figure was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. Its body was sent flying back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the evil figure was not so easily defeated. It quickly stood up, its aura becoming even more sinister. "Do you think this will defeat me?" "How naive," the evil figure roared. It began to wildly absorb the surrounding dark energy, its body growing larger and its aura becoming more powerful. Luffy and Naruto looked at the transformation of the evil figure. Filled with shock, they knew that this enemy had gone mad, and if they didn't stop it soon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naruto, we can't let it continue to absorb dark energy, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the evil figure. But at this moment, the evil figure had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the magical crystal they had obtained earlier. He decided to take a risk and merge the power of the magical crystal with the holy power. Naruto, let's channel the power of the magical crystal together, Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They focused their minds, guiding the power of the magical crystal and merging it with the holy power. A powerful and mysterious force radiated from them. They charged towards the evil figure once again. And this time, their attacks carried the combined power, incredibly powerful. The evil figure sensed this strong power and showed a hint of fear on its face. But it was too late to evade, and it was struck by Luffy and Naruto's attack. With a loud explosion, the evil figure was shattered. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the valley returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0877. Assistance after defeating the evil shadow. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the world of fantasy god realm. Their figures appeared particularly steadfast under the sunlight, as the power of origin, holy power, and the light of magic crystals intertwined, seemingly narrating their legendary story. They walked through a vast grassland, with a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, bringing waves of fresh air. The flowers on the grassland bloomed in competition, displaying a myriad of colors like a painting before their eyes. Luffy, this world is truly beautiful, Naruto said, filled with emotion as he gazed at the beautiful scenery around him. Luffy nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Yes, but we cannot forget our mission. There are still many dangers in this world waiting for us to face. Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a faint magical fluctuation coming from a distance. This fluctuation was different from the usual evil forces. It carried a mysterious and warm aura. Be careful. Something's up. Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned his inner strength, prepared for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a peaceful village. The houses in the village were neatly arranged, and the villagers were busy with their lives, their faces radiating happiness. The mysterious, magical fluctuation was coming from the center of the village. This village looks very peaceful, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, but the magical fluctuations were unusual, and we need to be careful in our investigation. They walked into the village, and the villagers looked at them with curious expressions. An elderly villager stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Luffy politely replied, "We are warriors on a journey to protect the world. Passing through here, we felt a mysterious, magical fluctuation, so we came to investigate." The villagers listened to their words, their faces showing surprise. An elder villager said, "So you are brave warriors. This magical fluctuation comes from the sacred spring in our village. The sacred spring has always protected our village, but recently its power has become unstable, and we don't know what has happened." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and decided to go check out the holy spring. When they arrived by the spring, they saw the water was crystal clear, emitting a mysterious glow. However, the magical fluctuations in the water were indeed somewhat chaotic. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the holy spring, suspecting that something was affecting its power. "We need to find out the reason." They began to investigate around the holy spring. After some effort, they discovered what seemed to be a mysterious passage at the bottom of the spring. The passage emitted a faint magical glow, which piqued their curiosity. "Let's go down and take a look," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they cautiously entered the passage. It was dark and damp inside, with mysterious runes flickering on the walls. Deep in the passage, they found a huge magical circle. The magical circle radiated a powerful force, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. In the center of the magical circle, there was a mysterious gem that shimmered with an unusual light. "What is this?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the gem and the magic circle. This gem could be the key to influencing the power of the holy spring. "We need to handle it with care." They began to study the gem and the magic circle. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about the magic circle. It turned out that this magic circle was an ancient seal, and the gem was the core of the seal. However, due to the passage of time and some unknown reasons, the seal began to weaken, which affected the power of the holy spring. We must reseal this magic circle, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, but we don't know how to do it. Luffy thought for a moment and said, we can use our strength and the power of the magic crystal to try to reseal the magic circle. They began to take action. Luffy infused the sword of thunder and flame with source power and holy power, making the light on the sword even more dazzling. Naruto also called upon the power within him, ready to assist Luffy. They plunged the sword of thunder and flame into the center of the magic circle and simultaneously unleashed the power of the magic crystal. A powerful force surged into the magic circle, causing the runes on it to flicker as the sealing power gradually restored. After a lot of effort, they finally succeeded in resealing the magic circle. The brilliance of the gem also began to stabilize, and the power of the holy spring returned to normal. The villagers, upon learning that they had successfully resolved the issue, expressed their gratitude to them. Chapter 0878. The scroll. Luffy and Naruto continued their adventure in the fantasy domain world after solving the village's holy spring problem. They walked along an ancient path, surrounded by tranquil and beautiful scenery, as if it were a vivid painting. Luffy felt that their adventures became more meaningful each time they helped others. Naruto looked into the distance, his eyes sparkling with a sense of fulfillment. Luffy nodded slightly, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. That's right. Our mission is to protect this world and allow more people to live peaceful lives. Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a mysterious aura emanating from afar. This aura was both unfamiliar and powerful, tightening their hearts. Be careful, there's a new situation. Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned the power within him, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the aura and soon arrived in front of an ancient castle. The castle was tall and imposing, its walls covered with ancient vines, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The castle's main door was tightly shut, but the mysterious aura was clearly emanating from inside. This castle looks very unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's go inside and take a look. They cautiously approached the castle's main door, trying to open it. But no matter how hard they tried, the door wouldn't budge. Just when they felt puzzled, the magical crystal suddenly emitted a beam of light that illuminated the door. The runes on the door began to flicker and then slowly opened. A powerful aura rushed out, causing them to instinctively step back. What's inside here? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame, unsure, but knowing that they had to be cautious. This aura is very powerful. There might be something extremely dangerous inside. They entered the castle, which was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light coming through the windows. In the center of the castle's hall, there was a huge magic circle radiating a mysterious glow. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its significance. But it was clear that the magic circle held important meaning. They needed to study it carefully. They began to attempt to decipher the runes on the magic circle. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about the castle. It turned out that this castle was an ancient magical relic, where a powerful sorcerer once conducted dangerous experiments. This magic circle was a powerful teleportation array he created, capable of leading to a mysterious place. Should we go see that mysterious place? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. This might be a dangerous decision, but they couldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps in that place, they could find more secrets about this world. They decided to take the risk and enter the teleportation array. After making thorough preparations, they stood in the center of the magic circle. The magic circle emitted a strong light, enveloping them. When the light disappeared, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. It was a world filled with mystery, with strange and beautiful scenery all around. There were huge crystal mountains, shimmering lakes, and mysterious forests. What is this place? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy carefully observed the surrounding environment, unsure, but they needed to be cautious. This place was filled with unknown dangers. They began to explore this mysterious world. During their exploration, they encountered various strange creatures and mysterious phenomena. There were talking flowers, flying stones, and crystals radiating powerful magical energy. However, they also discovered that this world seemed to be shrouded in an evil force. They could sense a dark aura permeating the air, sending chills down their spines. We must find the source of the evil power and destroy it, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We can't let the evil force ruin this beautiful world. They continued to move forward, searching for the source of the evil power. Along the way, they continuously improved their strength and learn new magical skills to deal with potential dangers. Finally, they found the source of the evil power. It was a massive, dark castle, emanating a strong, evil presence. Is this the source of the evil power? Naruto asked. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword. It was very likely. We need to be careful in our response. They cautiously approached the dark castle. The castle's large door was tightly shut, but they could sense powerful enemies waiting for them inside. Just as they were about to enter the castle, suddenly, a group of dark creatures rushed out from around the castle. These creatures varied in form. Some looked like huge monsters, while others resembled evil spirits, emanating strong dark power. Prepare to fight, Luffy shouted, charging forward first. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, its flames and lightning intertwining to form a powerful attack force. Naruto was not to be outdone, using wind attribute magic and shadow clone technique to engage in fierce combat with these dark creatures. The attacks from the dark creatures were extremely fierce, putting them in a tough battle. But they did not retreat in the slightest. With their tenacious will and cooperative teamwork, they gradually stabilized their footing. In the midst of the battle, they discovered that these dark creatures seemed to have a leader, and defeating this leader would weaken their power. Naruto, watch out for the leader of those creatures, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant, and he and his clones began searching for the leader of the dark creatures to launch an attack. After a tough battle, they finally found the leader of the dark creatures and successfully defeated it. With the leader's defeat, the dark creatures began to fall into chaos. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch more intense attacks, defeating them one by one. Chapter 0879, Abdomen. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark castle, and a suffocating aura hit them in the face. The interior of the castle was eerie and dim, with strange lights flickering on the walls, as if telling the terrifying stories that had once occurred here. Luffy, it's so creepy here, Naruto said, slightly frowning, as the golden chakra of the Nine Tails slowly surged around him, ready to respond to any potential danger. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder and flame, its blade intertwined with flames and lightning, radiating immense power. Be careful, there must be great danger hidden here. They cautiously advanced through the castle, each step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the castle, filled with anger and malice. Something is about to come out, Luffy whispered. Sure enough, moments later, a massive dark creature charged out from the depths of the castle. The creature was enormous, exuding a thick aura of darkness, with eyes glowing red. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the monster. No matter what it was, they had to defeat it. As soon as the monster saw Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its massive jaws and spewed out a wave of dark energy towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, and the dark energy hit the ground, creating a huge crater. They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The monster's attacks were incredibly strong, putting them in a tough fight. However, they showed no signs of retreat, and through their tenacious will and cooperative synergy, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the battle, Luffy noticed a faint glow flickering on the monster's abdomen. That might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to attack the monster's abdomen from different directions. Luffy also swung the Thunder Flame sword, seizing the opportunity to strike. After an intense battle, they finally defeated the monster. It fell to the ground, gradually losing its life force. However, they had no time to rest because they knew that stronger enemies were waiting for them in the castle. They pressed on and arrived at the core area of the castle. Here, they saw a massive dark magic circle. The magic circle emanated a powerful dark force that sent chills down their spines. Is this the source of the evil power? Naruto asked. Luffy nodded. It's very likely. We need to find a way to destroy this magic circle. They began to study how to break the dark magic circle. After some effort, they discovered that in the core of the magic circle there was a dark gem, and as long as they destroyed this gem, they could break the magic circle. However, getting close to the dark gem was not easy. There was powerful dark energy surrounding the magic circle, and once approached, they would suffer serious harm. What should we do? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment, and suggested that they could use the power of the holy light and the magical crystals to combat the dark energy. They began to channel the holy power and the energy of the magical crystals within them. Light radiated from their bodies, countering the dark energy. Under the protection of the holy power and the magical crystals, they gradually approached the dark gem. When they reached out to touch the dark gem, a powerful rebound force sent them flying away. It seemed it wouldn't be that easy. Luffy got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Naruto also stood up, his eyes filled with determination. We can't give up, let's try again. They once again channeled their power and charged towards the dark gem. This time, they carefully controlled their strength, gradually weakening the rebound force of the dark gem. After a hard struggle, they finally succeeded in destroying the dark gem. The dark magic array collapsed as well, and the dark aura in the castle gradually dissipated. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0880, Influx. After Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the evil magic circle of the Dark Castle, they continued their journey in the world of fantasy domain. Their figures appeared particularly resolute under the sunlight, and the radiance they emitted seemed to declare their determination to protect peace to the world. They walked along a clear stream, where the water flowed gently, producing a pleasant sound. The surrounding scenery was picturesque, with lush green trees and blooming flowers, making one feel refreshed. After each victory over evil, Luffy felt that this world became even more beautiful. Naruto looked at the beautiful scenery around him, revealing a bright smile on his face. Luffy nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction showing in his eyes. Indeed, our efforts have not been in vain, but we cannot let our guard down. There are still many unknown dangers waiting for us in this world. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a mysterious power coming from afar. This power was different from the evil aura they had encountered before. It carried a pure and powerful energy. Be careful, something's going on. Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned the power within him, ready for battle. They followed the source of the power and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A faint mist enveloped the valley, obscuring what lay within. The mysterious power was emanating from deep within the valley. This valley looks unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's go take a look. They cautiously entered the valley. As they ventured deeper, the mist thickened, and the surrounding temperature gradually dropped. Suddenly, a massive figure slowly emerged from mist. The figure was tall and imposing, radiating a sacred light. Its eyes were like dazzling stars, making it hard to look directly at it. Who are you? Why have you come here? The figure asked in a deep and resonant voice. Luffy respectfully replied, We are warriors who set out on a journey to protect the world. We felt the mysterious power here, which is why we came to explore. The figure nodded slightly. Your courage and determination are commendable. This is a sacred place, containing powerful forces. However, this power also attracts the covetous gaze of evil. You must be careful to guard it. After saying this, the figure disappeared into the mist. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, filled with confusion and vigilance. They began to search for the source of the mysterious power in the valley. After some effort, they finally found a vast crystal cave. The cave emitted a strong light, with countless crystal pillars shimmering in mysterious colors. Is this the source of the mysterious power? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the cave. It was very likely, but we didn't know what this power specifically did. They walked into the cave, feeling that powerful energy. In the center of the cave, there was a huge crystal ball, which seemed to contain endless energy. Just as they were about to study the crystal ball further, suddenly, a group of dark creatures rushed in from the entrance of the cave. These creatures emitted an evil aura, clearly attracted by the power of the crystal ball. Prepare for battle, Luffy shouted, charging forward. He wielded the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful attack force. Naruto was not to be outdone, using wind attribute magic and the shadow clone technique to engage in intense combat with the dark creatures. The number of dark creatures was vast, and their attacks were ferocious. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, but they showed no signs of retreat. With their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. During the fight, they discovered that these dark creatures seemed to have a leader. Defeating this leader would weaken their power. Naruto, watch out for the leader of those creatures, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning and, along with his clones, began searching for the leader of the dark creatures and launched an attack. After a hard-fought battle, they finally found the leader of the dark creatures and successfully defeated it. With the leader defeated, the dark creatures began to fall into chaos. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch a more intense attack, defeating them one by one. They successfully eliminated the threat of the dark creatures, but they knew this was only temporary. They had to find a way to protect the crystal ball and prevent evil forces from attacking again. They began to study the power of the crystal ball. trying to find a method to control it. After much effort, they finally discovered that the power of the crystal ball could be guided and controlled through a special ritual. They decided to perform this ritual, using the power of the crystal ball to guard the world. During the ritual, they felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, merging their source power, divine power, and the power of the magic crystal with the power of the crystal ball to form a brand new, powerful force. Chapter 0881, Unraveled. After Luffy and Naruto successfully harnessed the power of the crystal ball, they continued their journey in the world of fantasy god domain. Their figures were filled with determination and confidence, and each step seemed to be writing a legendary chapter. They climbed along an ancient mountain path, with peaks towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist, as if they were gateways to a mysterious land. Along the way, they encountered various peculiar creatures and natural landscapes, with glowing butterflies dancing gracefully among the flowers, and clear spring water flowing down the mountains, converging into a beautiful waterfall. Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises, Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful scenery around them. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. That's right, but we must not be deceived by these beautiful sights. Our mission is to protect this world, and we must remain vigilant at all times. They continued onward and finally reached the summit. At the top of the mountain stood an ancient temple, its grand doors tightly closed, yet emanating a mysterious power. This temple looks very unusual, Naruto said. Luffy carefully observed the temple. There might be important secrets hidden here. Let's go in and take a look cautiously. They pushed open the large door of the temple carefully, and a powerful aura rushed towards them. The interior of the temple was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint beams of light coming through the gaps in the roof. In the center of the temple, there was a huge stone platform, on which lay an ancient book. What is that book? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy approached the stone platform and carefully observed the book. He didn't know why, but this book surely held significant meaning. We must study it carefully. They opened the book, which recorded ancient legends and mysterious powers about the world of the fantasy realm. As they read on, they gradually learned that this world had once suffered a great disaster, where an evil force nearly destroyed the entire realm. To save the world, a group of brave heroes stepped forward to engage in a fierce battle against the evil power. In the end, they succeeded in sealing away the evil force, but at a heavy cost. We must inherit the will of those heroes and protect this world, Naruto said firmly. Luffy nodded, agreeing that they couldn't let evil forces rise again. They continued to explore the temple and discovered some mysterious runes and patterns. These runes and patterns seemed to contain powerful forces, but they didn't know how to interpret them. Just as they were feeling confused, the magical crystal suddenly emitted a beam of light that illuminated the runes and patterns. The runes and patterns began to flicker and gradually revealed some information. This is an ancient magical language, Luffy said. They started to work hard to decipher this magical language, and after some effort, they finally understood deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that there existed a powerful force known as the Genesis Force in this world. This force could create and destroy worlds. It was the fundamental power of this world. We need to find the Genesis Force and use it to protect the world, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. But we don't know where the power of creation is. We need to continue exploring this world and searching for clues. They left the temple and continued their adventure in the world of fantasy domain. Along the way, they encountered many difficulties and challenges. Powerful monsters attacked them. Complex magical traps hindered their progress, and some evil forces tried to stop them from finding the power of creation. But Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by these difficulties. With their tenacious will and great strength, they overcame each challenge one by one. Their reputation grew louder in this world, and many began to admire them, viewing them as heroes. One time, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark forces. The people in the town lived in fear because an evil creature often roamed at night, attacking them. We must help these people, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. That's right. Let's first understand the situation and see what this evil creature really is. They began to investigate the evil creature by communicating with the townspeople. They learned that this evil creature was a monster controlled by dark forces, extremely powerful and difficult to kill. We need to find a way to discover its weakness, Luffy said. They explored the area around the town and finally discovered the lair of the evil creature. The lair was filled with a thick aura of darkness, making one shiver with fear. Be careful. This place is dangerous, Luffy warned. They cautiously entered the lair, where many dark creatures were patrolling. They used their abilities to quietly avoid these dark creatures and ventured deeper into the lair. Deep inside the lair, they finally found the leader of the evil creatures. This evil creature leader was enormous, radiating powerful dark energy. "Who are you? How dare you invade my territory?" The evil creature leader growled in a deep voice. Luffy looked at it fearlessly, saying, "We are warriors fighting to protect the world. You, this evil existence, will surely be defeated by us." Naruto also shouted loudly, "That's right. We won't let you continue to harm these people." The leader of the evil creatures let out a cold laugh. "Just you two? How naive. I possess powerful dark energy, and you are no match for me." After saying that, the leader waved his hand, and a surge of powerful dark energy rushed towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the dark energy struck the ground, creating a massive crater. "This guy is strong," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we cannot back down. We must use our strength to fight against it." They began to unleash their powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the evil creature's leader. The leader's attacks were incredibly strong, putting them in a tough spot. However, they showed no signs of retreat. With their tenacious will and coordinated teamwork, they gradually stabilized their position. During the fight, they discovered that the leader's eyes were its weakness. Every time it launched an attack, its eyes would flicker, and that was the best time to strike. "Naruto, watch its eyes. We'll attack when the opportunity arises," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the evil creature's leader attacked again, they launched their counterattack simultaneously. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade intertwining to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards the eyes of the evil creature leader. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, containing immense power, and hurled it towards the eyes of the evil creature leader. Chapter 0882. The leader, the evil creature leader, was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. Its body was knocked back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the evil creature leader was not so easily defeated. It quickly got back on its feet, its aura becoming even more malevolent. "Do you really think you can defeat me like this? You're so naive," the evil creature leader roared. It began to frantically absorb the dark energy around it, its body growing larger and its aura becoming more powerful. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the evil creature leader transformed. They knew that this enemy had descended into madness, and if they did not stop it quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let it continue absorbing dark energy," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the evil creature leader. However, at this moment, the evil creature leader had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the power of the crystal ball they had obtained earlier. He decided to take a risk and merge the crystal ball's power with their own. "Naruto, let's channel the power of the crystal ball together," Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They focused their minds, guiding the power of the crystal ball and merging it with their own strength. A powerful and mysterious energy radiated from them. They charged at the evil creature leader again, and this time their attack was infused with the combined power, immensely powerful. The evil creature leader sensed this formidable force and showed a flicker of fear on its face. But it was too late to dodge, and it was struck by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the evil creature leader was shattered to pieces. The dark aura gradually dissipated, and the town returned to tranquility. The townspeople learned that they had successfully defeated the evil creature leader and expressed their gratitude to them. Luffy and Naruto smiled humbly, then continued their journey. They continued to adventure in the world of the fantasy divine domain, searching for clues about the power of creation. During this process, they met many like-minded individuals and formed a strong team to work together to protect the world. One time, they arrived at a mysterious island. The island was enveloped in a mysterious aura, making it feel like entering a different world. "This island is quite unusual," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, let's explore carefully." They discovered an ancient ruin on the island. The ruins were filled with various mysterious runes and patterns, radiating powerful magical energy. "There might be clues we need here," Luffy said. They began to explore the ruins, and after much effort, they finally found some clues about the power of creation. It turned out that the power of creation was sealed in a mysterious place, and only through a special ritual could the seal be broken. "We need to find that mysterious place and unlock the seal of the power of creation," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we don't know where that mysterious place is." We need to keep searching for clues. They continued to explore the ruins and finally discovered an ancient map. The map marked a mysterious location that was said to be the place where the power of creation was sealed. This might be our clue, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the map and said, then let's hurry, and set off. Following the map's guidance, they began a new adventure. Along the way, they encountered various challenges, including steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magical circles. But with their strong will and powerful abilities, they overcame each of these difficulties. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious place marked on the map. It was a tranquil and beautiful valley, filled with a sacred aura. Is this the place where the power of creation is sealed? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully sensed the atmosphere around him. It was very likely. We searched cautiously. They explored the valley carefully and finally discovered a huge sealing array deep within the valley. The sealing array emitted a powerful force, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Is this the sealing array that seals the power of creation? Naruto asked. Luffy nodded. It seems so, but we don't know how to unravel this sealing array. They began to study the sealing array, trying to find a way to unlock it. After some effort, they finally learned some secrets about the sealing array. It turns out that to break this sealing array, a special key is needed. We have to find that key, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, but we don't know where the key is. We need to keep searching for clues. They continued to explore the valley and finally discovered some clues about the key. The clues pointed to an ancient castle where the key was said to be located. Let's go check out that castle, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they headed in the direction of the castle. The castle was tall and imposing, with ancient vines crawling up its walls, exuding a mysterious aura. They cautiously entered the castle, which was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint beams of light coming through the windows. In the center of the castle's hall, there was a huge stone platform, and on it lay an ancient key. Is that the key we're looking for? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the key. It was very likely, but we don't know if this key can truly unlock the seal array. They picked up the key and prepared to leave the castle. However, just as they reached the castle entrance, a group of dark creatures suddenly charged out from around the castle. These creatures emitted an evil aura, clearly attracted by the power of the key. Prepare to fight, Luffy shouted, leading the charge. He wielded the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining along the blade, forming a powerful attack force. Naruto was equally unyielding, casting wind attribute magic and using the shadow clone technique to engage in fierce combat with the dark creatures. The dark creatures were numerous and their attacks were ferocious. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, but they showed no signs of retreat. With their strong will and coordinated teamwork, they gradually stabilized their position. During the fight, they noticed that these dark creatures seemed to have a leader. As long as they defeated this leader, they could weaken their strength. Naruto, focus on the leader of those creatures, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning and, along with his clones, began searching for the leader of the dark creatures to launch an attack. After a strenuous battle, they finally located the leader of the dark creatures and successfully defeated it. With the leader's defeat, the dark creatures began to fall into chaos. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch even more intense attacks, defeating them one by one. They successfully eliminated the threat of the dark creatures and returned to the valley with the key. They inserted the key into the seal array, which began to flicker and then gradually opened. A powerful aura emanated from the seal array, and the power of creation was finally unleashed. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, merging their source power, divine power, the power of magic crystals, and the power of creation into a brand new, powerful force. Chapter 0883, The Wind Dragon After a Flicker of Strange Light. Naruto and Luffy found themselves in a strange and fantastical world, the Teyvat continent. The air here seemed to be filled with mysterious elemental power, and floating islands drifted dreamily in the sky. However, before they could properly admire this wonderful scenery, they felt a powerful and evil aura approaching. The disastrous aura brought by the Wind Dragon's rampage. The Wind Dragon circled in the sky, its massive body blocking out the sun. As it flapped its wings, it stirred up fierce winds, and its sharp claws and fearsome fangs sent chills down the spine. Its glowing eyes gazed down at everything below, filled with a desire for destruction. Naruto looked at the Wind Dragon, his eyes showing no fear, but rather igniting a fighting spirit. He quickly mobilized the chakra within him, a golden light flickering around his body. Luffy, let's go. This monster can't continue to destroy, Naruto shouted. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame, the power of the source flowing along the blade, exuding a powerful aura. "All right, let's defeat it together," he responded. The Wind Demon Dragon launched the first attack, opening its large mouth and unleashing a barrage of strong wind blades. The wind blades sliced through the air like sharp knives, heading towards Naruto and Luffy, carving deep scars into the ground and severing trees in half. Naruto quickly executed a wind attribute magic skill combined with his own chakra, his figure moving like a whirlwind, swiftly dodging the wind blade attacks. At the same time, he used the shadow clone technique, sending countless clones rushing towards the Wind Demon Dragon in an attempt to obstruct its line of sight. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning power on the sword intertwining to form a powerful shield that blocked the wind blades. He seized the opportunity and charged towards the Wind Demon Dragon, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each leap. As he got closer to the Wind Demon Dragon, he leapt high into the air, swinging the Thunder Flame sword towards the dragon's claws. The power of the sword collided with the dragon's scales, sparking bursts of flames. The Wind Demon Dragon sensed their attack and let out an angry roar. It flapped its massive wings, stirring up an even more powerful gale. The gale was mixed with sharp stones, sweeping towards Naruto and Luffy. This attack had an extensive range and immense power, putting them in a difficult situation. Naruto focused his energy and entered Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, his perception of the surrounding environment became sharper. He unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Spiral Rasen, a gigantic spiral ball spinning in his hand, emitting dazzling light. He threw the spiral ball into the gale, and the power of the spiral ball collided with the wind, creating a violent explosion that temporarily dispersed part of the gale. Luffy harnessed the power of the source to strengthen his body, struggling against the strong winds as he approached the Wind Demon Dragon. He knew that he had to find the dragon's weakness in order to attack it more effectively. As he got closer to the Wind Demon Dragon, he noticed that after each powerful attack, a scale beneath its neck would faintly shimmer, which could be its weak point. Naruto attacked beneath its neck. Luffy shouted. Hearing Luffy's call, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to rush towards the Wind Demon Dragon's neck. He also unleashed wind attribute magic, using the wind to quickly fly towards the dragon. The Wind Demon Dragon, seeing them charge towards its weak point, attempted to stop them with its claws and wings. However, Naruto skillfully dodged its attacks while the shadow clones continued to draw the dragon's attention. Luffy seized the opportunity, leaping high once again, with an even more powerful source of energy gathered on the sword of Thunderflame. He slashed down towards the weak point beneath the Wind Demon Dragon's neck with all his might, and the flames and lightning on the sword exploded upon contact with the dragon's scales. The Wind Demon Dragon let out a painful roar, its body shaking violently. Its attacks became more frenzied, recklessly lunging at Naruto and Luffy. Seizing the brief moment of confusion after the Wind Demon Dragon was injured, Naruto enlarged his Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan once more and struck hard at the dragon's wounded area. The power of the Rasengan caused a massive explosion upon impact with the Wind Demon Dragon's body, sending it flying backward from the shockwave. The Wind Demon Dragon was heavily injured, but it did not give up. It adjusted its posture in the air, its eyes filled with even more rage. It began to gather the wind elemental energy around it, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A gigantic vortex of wind elements formed around its body, containing immense energy as if it wanted to engulf everything. Not good. It's about to unleash a big move. Luffy shouted. Naruto, seeing the Wind Demon Dragon's attack, felt a surge of alertness. He and Luffy quickly moved closer, standing back to back, ready to face this attack together. The Wind Demon Dragon launched its attack, and a massive vortex of wind elements swept towards them. Everything in its path was crushed. Naruto and Luffy unleashed their strongest defensive skills, merging source energy, chakra, and magical power to form a solid shield. The wind elemental vortex collided with the shield, producing tremendous pressure. Cracks began to appear in the shield under the powerful attack, and Naruto and Luffy felt immense pressure bearing down on them, their bodies trembling continuously, but they gritted their teeth and held on. "We can't lose," Naruto shouted, pouring more chakra into the shield. Luffy nodded and pushed the power of the source to its limit. Their beliefs and strength temporarily stabilized the shield. Just as the power of the wind element vortex began to weaken, they seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, triggering a powerful surge of lightning that raced across the ground towards the Wind Dragon. Naruto unleashed numerous wind attribute Rasengan infused with chakra, raining down on the wind dragon like raindrops. The wind dragon had just unleashed a powerful attack and had not yet had time to recover when their counterattack struck. The lightning power and wind attribute Rasengan exploded upon its body, dealing it another heavy blow. This time, the wind dragon could no longer endure. Its body fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto and Luffy successfully defeated the wind dragon. Chapter 0884. The Lord of the Running Wolves after defeating the wind dragon. Luffy and Naruto had no time to catch their breath when a more chilling aura approached from afar. It was the presence of the North Wind Wolf King, carrying a bone-chilling cold and wild killing intent. The North Wind Wolf King appeared, its massive body resembling a moving iceberg, its white fur shimmering with a cold light in the sun, as if every strand of hair was a sharp ice blade. Its eyes were like deep cold pools, exuding endless majesty and ferocity, with sharp fangs bared in its gaping maw, glistening with frost. Each step it took left deep ice marks on the ground, and the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, with cold winds howling and rampaging in all directions. Naruto felt the chill and couldn't help but shiver, but his gaze remained resolute. This guy looks tough to deal with, Luffy, he said, quickly forming hand seals. Try to use chakra to resist the cold. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunder Flame tightly, the power of the source surging within the blade, contrasting sharply with the coldness surrounding him. No matter how strong it is, we cannot retreat. The North Wind Wolf King seemed to sense their provocation and let out a deafening roar. This roar was like the cold wind of winter, carrying icy magic that struck against Naruto and Luffy's eardrums. Then it suddenly kicked off the ground, charging at them like a bolt of white lightning. As it ran, the ground beneath it quickly froze, ice spikes erupting from the surface, extending towards the two. Seeing this, Naruto immediately cast a wind attribute magic, using the wind to leap high into the air, avoiding the attack of the ice spikes. At the same time, his shadow clones surged towards the North Wind Wolf King like a tide, each clone emanating a powerful chakra fluctuation, attempting to attack the Wolf King from all directions. Luffy charged towards the North Wind Wolf King against the biting wind, wielding the Thunder Flame sword. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming a scorching arc of light. As he approached the North Wind Wolf King, he swung down with force, and the arc of light collided with the Wolf King's icy claws, erupting in a surge of energy that fused ice and fire. Ice shards and sparks flew everywhere, and the surrounding air turned to white mist due to the sudden change in temperature. The North Wind Wolf King was blocked by Luffy's attack, but remained unharmed. Its cold eyes fixed on Luffy, a hint of disdain flashing within. It roared again, and the surrounding cold winds grew fiercer, forming icy blade tornadoes. These tornadoes swept toward Luffy and Naruto, with the ice blades spinning at high speed within them, cutting everything to pieces in their path. Naruto performed sage techniques in midair, creating a layer of chakra shield around his body. He manipulated wind attribute chakra, trying to slip through the gaps in the tornadoes to find an opportunity to attack the North Wind Wolf King. He constantly changed positions, gathering the sage art, super large Rasengan in his hands, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the North Wind Wolf King. Luffy was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Ice Blade Tornado on the ground. He infused the sword of thunder and flame with the power of the source, and the brilliance of the sword intensified. He quickly spun his body, forming a whirlwind of swords to block the attacks of the Ice Blade Tornado. Each collision between the ice blades and the sword produced a crisp sound as his figure darted through the intertwining ice and fire, continuously approaching the North Wind Wolf King. Seeing Luffy getting closer, the North Wind Wolf King suddenly stopped controlling the tornado. It leaped into the air, its massive body tracing a graceful arc as it pounced toward Luffy. During the leap, gigantic ice spikes formed on its claws, radiating bone-chilling cold as they thrust toward Luffy. Luffy felt the attack from the North Wind Wolf King, and he showed no fear. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling all his source power to unleash a powerful energy shockwave. This shockwave surged towards the North Wind Wolf King, colliding with its ice spikes. In an instant, the energy's brilliance illuminated the entire battlefield, and the tremendous force scattered the surrounding ice blade tornadoes. Naruto seized this opportunity and dove from the sky towards the North Wind Wolf King. The Sage Art, super giant Rasengan in his hand, slammed into the back of the North Wind Wolf King. The power of the Rasengan grinding against the Wolf King's icy defenses producing a deafening sound. The North Wind Wolf King sensed the attack from behind and angrily twisted its body, trying to shake off Naruto. At the same time, it unleashed a blast of frigid frost breath towards Luffy, the frost rapidly spreading, aiming to freeze Luffy in place. Luffy quickly drew the Thunder Flame sword from the ground and unleashed a skill that intertwined fire and lightning, attempting to dispel the frost aura. However, the frost aura was extremely cold, causing his movements to gradually slow down. Naruto, seeing Luffy in trouble, increased the output of his Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, trying to divert the North Wind Wolf King's attention. The North Wind Wolf King sensed the increase in Naruto's attack and had to use some of its power to defend against him. At that moment, Luffy finally broke free from the constraints of the frost aura. He charged towards the North Wind Wolf King, gathering an even more powerful source of energy on the Thunder Flame sword. He and Naruto formed a pincer attack, preparing to strike the North Wind Wolf King once again. Facing the two-pronged assault, the North Wind Wolf King remained calm. It let out another roar, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A thick layer of icy armor appeared around its body, shimmering with mysterious runes that enhanced its defense. At the same time, a more powerful ice elemental force began to gather on its claws, ready to meet the attacks from both of them. The battle intensified as Naruto and Luffy's fierce fight against the North Wind Wolf King entered a critical stage. Their powers collided with the Wolf King's ice power, each attack containing immense energy, enveloping the entire battlefield in ice, snow, fire, and lightning, resembling a doomsday painting. Chapter 0885. Ice Armor. Luffy and Naruto faced the Frost Wolf King, whose icy armor shimmered with mysterious runes, without any hesitation. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame, sword high above his head, and began to chant an ancient incantation, one he had comprehended through countless battles, capable of awakening a deeper level of source power. As the incantation was recited, the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword became more violent, as if trying to break free from the sword's constraints. "Flame, Thunder Break," Luffy shouted, unleashing a massive sword aura of flame and lightning toward the Frost Wolf King. The sword aura, carrying a world-destroying momentum, sliced through the air and aimed at the Wolf King's icy armor. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground was torn apart, creating a deep chasm, and the surrounding ice and snow vaporized instantly under the impact of high temperature and lightning. Naruto was not to be outdone. He pushed the power of the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, to its limits. His figure became blurred as he spun at high speed, the surrounding air being drawn into a small storm by his powerful chakra. He seized the moment and charged toward a densely rune-covered point on the Frost Wolf King's icy armor, preparing to use the power of the Rasen Shuriken to shatter the core of its defensive armor. The Frost Wolf King sensed the terrifying power of their attacks, and a trace of seriousness flashed in its cold eyes. It stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the runes on its icy armor to glow brilliantly, and a massive amount of ice blocks surged up from beneath its feet, quickly forming a gigantic ice wall in front of it. The ice wall was crystal clear, with intricate ice patterns inside, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, yet the defensive power it contained was not to be underestimated. Luffy's Flame Thunder Sword Chi first struck the ice wall, the powerful impact causing the ice wall to tremble violently. Flames burned on the ice wall, and lightning coursed through it, causing cracks to appear. However, the ice wall's repairability was also extremely strong. Under the influence of runes, new ice blocks continuously formed at the cracks, attempting to fill the gaps. Just as the Flame Thunder Sword Chi and the ice wall were at a stalemate, Naruto crashed into the ice wall with his Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken. The moment the Rasen Shuriken made contact with the ice wall, a loud bang erupted, and the powerful chakra impacted the internal structure of the ice wall. The wind attribute chakra surrounding the Rasen Shuriken acted like sharp blades, slicing through the ice wall and causing the cracks to rapidly expand. Seeing this, the North Wind Wolf King let out a furious roar. It increased the energy output against the ice wall, instantly enhancing its thickness and strength. At the same time, it spewed countless ice spikes from its mouth, which shot towards Luffy and Naruto like sharp arrows. The ice spikes split during their flight, quickly forming a rain of ice spikes that covered a large area of the sky. Luffy and Naruto had to temporarily stop their attacks on the ice wall to dodge the ice spikes. Luffy quickly swung the Thunder Flame sword, creating a flurry of sword flowers that formed a curtain of blades, blocking the ice spikes directed at him. Each ice spike that collided with his sword produced a powerful impact that numbed his arms, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique to create clones that formed a defensive line around him. The clones used their bodies to block the ice spikes, buying time for Naruto. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto cast wind attribute magic to create a whirlwind shield around himself. The ice spikes struck the whirlwind shield, getting sucked into it and then shredded by the powerful wind force. After dodging the ice spike attacks, Luffy and Naruto turned their attention back to the North Wind Wolf King. Although the ice wall remained solid, it had developed clear weak points under their combined assault. "Let's do it one more time," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they charged at the ice wall again. This time, they fused their powers together. Luffy's flame thunder power intertwined with Naruto's chakra, forming a brand new energy. This energy displayed a myriad of colors, containing incredibly powerful strength. They rushed toward the ice wall with this fused energy, crashing into the weak point like two shooting stars. This time, the ice wall could no longer withstand such a powerful attack, and with a dazzling flash of light, the ice wall collapsed. The North Wind Wolf King watched as the ice wall broke, showing no signs of retreat. Its icy armor glowed even brighter as it lunged at the two. During its attack, a layer of frost appeared around its body, taking on a solid form and creating various sharp shapes that aimed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated, attacking the North Wind Wolf King from both sides. Luffy displayed a set of exquisite sword techniques. With the Thunder Flame sword in his hand, moving like a lively spirit, each swing precisely striking the weak points of the frost aura and shattering it. Naruto continuously used a combination of shadow clones and Rasengan to attack the flank of the North Wind Wolf King from different angles, trying to distract its attention. Despite being besieged by the two, the North Wind Wolf King remained agile. It skillfully dodged some attacks while countering with icy claws and fangs. Each time its icy claws struck, they left behind trails of ice in the air, containing powerful ice elemental energy capable of dealing continuous damage to its enemies. The battle entered a more intense phase, with both sides exerting their full strength. On the battlefield, ice and snow intertwined with flames and lightning, with energy fluctuations constantly impacting the surrounding environment. Luffy and Naruto knew that this battle against the North Wind Wolf King was yet another severe test for them on the Teyvat continent, and they had to give it their all. Chapter 0886, Giant Dragon in the Fierce Battle. The clash between Luffy, Naruto, and the North Wind Wolf King became increasingly intense. Each attack and counterattack was accompanied by powerful energy collisions, turning the entire battlefield into chaos. Luffy's Thunderfire sword began to show some subtle cracks on the blade as he continued to clash with the North Wind Wolf King. However, he showed no sign of retreat, his eyes burning with indomitable fighting spirit. He took a deep breath and poured his sword's power wholeheartedly into the sword. Miraculously, the cracks began to heal under the nurturing of the source power, and the Thunderfire sword emitted an even more dazzling light. Seizing an opportunity during the Wolf King's attack, he lunged forward in a swift motion, the Thunderfire sword transforming into a streak of light, piercing directly toward the Wolf King's abdomen. This strike contained all of his strength, with flames and lightning energy intertwining on the blade, forming a swirling vortex of energy as if to engulf the Wolf King. The Northwind Wolf King sensed Luffy's fierce attack and forcefully twisted its massive body in midair, trying to evade this lethal strike. However, Luffy's speed was too fast, and the blade still left a deep wound on the Wolf King's flank. The icy armor at the wound shattered, and blood gushed out. But as soon as the blood left the Wolf King's body, it instantly froze into ice beads, scattering on the ground. The Northwind Wolf King let out a painful and furious roar, its voice like a biting cold wind, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Its eyes turned even bloodier, filled with killing intent. It suddenly turned around and unleashed an extremely cold frost storm toward Luffy. This frost storm contained countless tiny ice blades, each one like a finely crafted dagger, emitting a bone-chilling cold as they spun at high speed. The frost storm surged toward Luffy with overwhelming force, freezing the ground beneath and seemingly solidifying the surrounding air. Facing the fierce frost storm, Luffy showed no signs of fear. He planted the Thunder Flame sword in the ground, quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and chanted incantations. As he spoke his spell, a massive source power shield unfolded before him. The shield shimmered with mysterious runes that resonated with the power of the Thunder Flame sword. The frost storm crashed against the shield, producing a deafening roar. Ice blades continuously struck the shield, splashing brilliant ice flowers everywhere. The shield began to fluctuate under the powerful impact, but Luffy gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain the stability of the shield. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. Seeing Luffy in trouble, he immediately unleashed his new skill. He brought his hands together, and the chakra within him surged like a raging river. He perfectly fused his wind attribute chakra with the chakra of the Nine Tails, then suddenly spread his hands apart and shouted, "Wind release! Nine Tails spiral shuriken." A gigantic spiral shuriken formed in his hands, unlike any before, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful wind attribute chakra, significantly enhancing the shuriken's power several-fold. Holding the wind release, 9 tails spiral shuriken, Naruto charged towards the North Wind Wolf King. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, leaving behind trails in the air. Utilizing his speed advantage, he cleverly dodged the North Wind Wolf King's frost storm and positioned himself behind the Wolf King. Without hesitation, he slammed the wind release, 9 tails spiral shuriken against the Wolf King's back. The moment the shuriken made contact, a powerful burst of wind attribute chakra erupted, slicing through the Wolf King's icy armor like a sharp blade. The 9 chakra tails also wildly danced, wrapping around the Wolf King's body and restricting its movement. The North Wind Wolf King sensed the immense threat from behind and tried to break free from Naruto's restraints, but Naruto held tightly onto the spiral shuriken, not allowing it any chance of escape. During the struggle, the Wolf King's icy armor was continually damaged by the spiral shuriken, more blood flowing from the wounds and staining the surrounding ice and snow. At that moment, Luffy also broke through the Frost Storm's attacks. Although his source power shield was riddled with holes, he still maintained formidable combat strength. Seeing that Naruto had successfully restrained the North Wind Wolf King, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He raised the Thunder Flame sword once more and charged towards the North Wind Wolf King. This time, he unleashed his strongest sword technique, Source Flame Thunder Explosive Slash. This move was something he had inadvertently comprehended during his previous adventures, requiring a massive amount of source power but possessing astonishing power. Luffy leaped high into the air, and the sword of Thunder Flame began to spin above his head, forming a huge energy ball. The energy ball contained flames, lightning, and the power of origin, which fused, compressed, and emitted an aura of destruction. Luffy let out a loud roar and hurled the energy ball towards the North Wind Wolf King. As the energy ball flew, it continuously grew larger, and by the time it approached the North Wind Wolf King, it was as dazzling as a small sun. The North Wind Wolf King sensed an unprecedented crisis and struggled with all its might to break free from Naruto's restraints. It turned around to face Luffy's Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, opening its mouth wide to unleash a massive ice crystal. This ice crystal was formed from its life force, radiating an incredibly cold aura. The ice crystal flew towards the energy ball, and the two collided in midair, instantly triggering a massive explosion. The energy wave generated by the explosion spread outward from the point of detonation. The surrounding mountains trembled violently under the impact of the energy wave, causing the snow on the peaks to slide down and create a massive avalanche. Trees in the forest were uprooted, and some small lakes were evaporated completely. Luffy and Naruto were knocked backward by the energy wave, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing themselves. The North Wind Wolf King also suffered a significant impact. Its massive body was thrown into the air by the energy wave and then crashed heavily to the ground. Its icy armor was shattered, blood flowed continuously from its wounds, and its breath became extremely weak. But its eyes remained fierce. It knew that this battle was not over, and it could not fall just like that. Luffy and Naruto stood up, exchanging a glance that revealed their unwavering determination. With that, they charged once more towards the North Wind Wolf King, ready to face the final battle. Chapter 0887. Frost Luffy and Naruto charged towards the weakened yet still fierce North Wind Wolf King, their footsteps making a firm sound on this ravaged battlefield. The howling wind whipped up ice and snow fragments, as if adding to the tense atmosphere of this final showdown. The Thunder Fire Sword in Luffy's hand shone with an indomitable light. Although the cracks on the blade had increased due to the previous energy impact, that light grew even stronger, as if the source of power was erupting in a desperate situation. His gaze was fixed on the North Wind Wolf King, like a cheetah watching its prey. Not missing any movement from the Wolf King, he initiated the attack first, his figure like lightning, the Thunderfire sword creating a dazzling array of light and shadow. The sword techniques sharp and varied, each strike aimed at the Wolf King's vital points. Flames danced on the blade, thunder crackled in the air, violently clashing with the icy atmosphere surrounding the Wolf King, creating a magnificent and dangerous scene of ice, fire, and lightning intertwined. Naruto, standing beside Luffy, coordinated with his attack, quickly forming hand seals with both hands as the surrounding air began to vibrate violently. Shadow clone technique. He shouted loudly, and in an instant, countless shadow clones appeared on the battlefield. These clones, like Naruto himself, were filled with fighting spirit, surging toward the Northwind Wolf King like a tide. Each clone executed different ninjutsu, some throwing wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engage in close combat with the Wolf King, trying to distract its attention and create a better opportunity for Luffy to attack. Although the Northwind Wolf King was heavily injured as the ruler of this icy plane, its fighting instinct still allowed it to unleash astonishing power. It endured the pain, its massive claws striking the ground, releasing a powerful force of frost that spread outwards from its center. This frost power instantly froze some of the nearby shadow clones, which stood like ice sculptures, shimmering with cold light under the sun. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, spitting out ice spikes that shot toward Luffy and Naruto like dense raindrops. The ice spikes flew at incredible speed, freezing the air in their path, producing a hissing sound. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, shattering the ice spikes aimed at him one by one. Flames and lightning danced on the sword, and each collision with the ice spikes generated waves of energy. His figure weaved effortlessly through the rain of ice spikes, continuously closing in on the Northwind Wolf King. Meanwhile, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to change formations. Some clones used their bodies to block the ice spikes, buying time for the other clones and his main body. The main body of Naruto continued to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful jutsu. Just as Luffy was about to approach the Northwind Wolf King, the Wolf King suddenly let out a deafening roar. This roar contained a mysterious magical power, causing the surrounding ice and snow to frantically gather around it. In the blink of an eye, the Northwind Wolf King was covered by a thick layer of ice and snow armor, which was adorned with sharp ice spikes, each radiating a powerful cold force. The Wolf King's injuries seemed to be alleviated to some extent under the cover of the ice and snow armor. Its breath became more stable. A dying struggle. Luffy snorted coldly, showing no signs of fear. He leaped high into the air, raising the Thunder Flame sword above his head, as the source of power surged into the sword like a torrent. Flame, thunder, shattering slash. He shouted, then swung down fiercely at the Northwind Wolf King. This sword carried a world-destroying momentum, and the flames and lightning on the sword formed a massive energy dragon, charging towards the Wolf King's ice and snow armor. The energy dragon clawed and roared, distorting the space in its path. Seeing Luffy unleash a powerful attack, Naruto decided not to hold back any longer. He clasped his hands together, pushing the chakra within him to the limit. Sage Art. True Super Large Rasengan. A gigantic Rasengan appeared in his hands, larger than any he had created before, surrounded by a layer of golden light, symbolizing the fusion of the Nine-Tails chakra and sage power. Naruto charged towards the Northwind Wolf King, his speed reaching its peak, leaving a long golden streak behind him. He and Luffy launched their attacks simultaneously at the Wolf King, their strikes colliding with the ice and snow armor like two shooting stars. The ice and snow armor trembled violently under their combined assault. The ice spikes began to shatter, and countless cracks appeared on the armor. The Northwind Wolf King felt unprecedented pressure and poured all its remaining strength into the ice and snow armor, trying to withstand this fatal blow. However, Luffy and Naruto's attack was simply too powerful. After holding on for a moment, the ice and snow armor finally shattered in a dazzling burst of light. The Northwind Wolf King was sent flying backward by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily to the ground and dragging a long trail in the snow. Its body was injured in multiple places, blood staining the surrounding snow. Yet it still struggled to get up, its eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. Luffy and Naruto slowly walked in front of the Northwind Wolf King, their gazes showing no hint of disdain. For they knew that this Wolf King still possessed formidable power, even now. They were prepared to face the Wolf King's final counterattack. As the climactic battle with the Northwind Wolf King was about to reach its ultimate conclusion. Chapter 0888. Defeating the Northwind Wolf King, the Northwind Wolf King, struggling with its battered body, staggered to its feet. Its massive form appeared even more desperate in the snow. Each breath came with heavy gasps, and the blood seeping from its wounds quickly froze into ice in the cold air, yet could not conceal the raging anger and unwillingness burning in its eyes. Its star-like gaze fixed firmly on Luffy and Naruto, and a low growl emanated from deep within its throat. This growl, like the fiercest winter wind, howled across the battlefield, making the surrounding air seem to tremble, as if issuing a final challenge to these two powerful opponents. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunderfire, his knuckles turning white from a force. The flames and lightning energy on the sword intertwined and danced, illuminating his face filled with determination, like a god of war descending. His gaze was piercing, locking onto the North Wind Wolf King, each look seemingly conveying the resolve for battle. Your brutality ends here. This land should no longer suffer from your wrath. His voice was steady and powerful, like the sound of war drums, resonating in the air with each word. After speaking, he slowly stepped forward. This step seemed ordinary but contained a surging source power within him. As his foot struck the ground, the earth trembled slightly, and waves of visible energy rippled outward from him. The surrounding snowflakes were stirred by this force, swirling around him to form a small white vortex. Naruto stood beside Luffy, quickly forming hand signs with both hands, the complex seals leaving trails of afterimages in the air. As the hand signs were completed, the sage art, true super giant Rasengan gradually took shape in his hands. This Rasengan was larger than ever before, radiating dazzling chakra light. The brilliance was like a golden sun, illuminating the blood-soaked, snowy ground covered in blood and ice. Wherever the light reached, the ice and snow melted away, revealing the land ravaged by battle, riddled with wounds. This is to protect the peace of this land, for those lives you have harmed, Naruto said with a determined gaze. His voice filled with the power of justice, each syllable carrying an undeniable conviction. The North Wind Wolf King seemed to sense death approaching, letting out a deafening howl. This howl was like an ancient lament, echoing through the valley, lingering in the air. Accompanying the howl, the surrounding ice and snow seemed to respond to a call, swirling towards it. Snowflakes spun rapidly around it, forming a massive ice and snowstorm. Within the storm, the figure of the North Wind Wolf King flickered in and out of view, its power reaching its peak at that moment. Suddenly, it kicked off the ground and charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Each step contained immense force, its gigantic claws leaving deep marks on the ground, each mark instantly covered by a thick layer of ice. As it ran, a path of ice formed on the ground, reflecting cold light as if it were a passage to death. Its claws gathered the last trace of ice elemental power, that force sharp as a blade, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, seemingly ready to tear everything apart. Luffy and Naruto showed no fear as they charged toward the North Wind Wolf King simultaneously. Luffy leapt high into the air like a bolt of lightning, his figure tracing a graceful arc. The thunder flame sword danced in his hand, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a massive, lifelike energy dragon. This energy dragon bared its fangs and claws, its scales made of fire shimmering with intense light, while crackling lightning surrounded its body, each flash accompanied by a deafening roar. Luffy directed all his strength into a strike aimed at the North Wind Wolf King's head, wielding this sword imbued with all his source power. The sword seemed to tear through the sky, igniting the air in its wake and creating a dazzling fiery passage. Naruto, like a golden meteor, rushed toward the North Wind Wolf King. The sage art, true super large Rasen shuriken in his hand spun at high speed, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The chakra surrounding the Rasengan surged like tumultuous waves, continuously rolling and churning, the golden light growing ever more blinding, almost impossible to look at directly. He unhesitatingly propelled this Rasengan, containing world-destroying power, toward the North Wind Wolf King's abdomen. As the Rasengan flew, the surrounding air was distorted and deformed by its immense force, creating visible ripples that spread outward. In a burst of light as dazzling as a solar explosion, Luffy's sword and Naruto's Rasengan struck the North Wind Wolf King simultaneously. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, followed by a deafening roar. A tremendous energy erupted at the point of contact, forming a massive energy vortex. This vortex resembled a black hole in the universe, possessing unimaginable suction that ruthlessly pulled everything around it into its depths. The howling wind surged, its power several times greater than the previous blizzard. Wherever the gale swept through, Massive ice blocks and hard rocks were easily lifted into the sky and then torn to pieces. Snowflakes were instantly reduced to powder under the impact of the energy, mixing with the rising dust and debris to create a chaotic scene. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this force, the sky illuminated as if it were daytime, while the earth trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. As the light gradually faded and the smoke cleared, the North Wind Wolf King's massive body collapsed like a crumbling mountain. Its heavy form crashed to the ground, splashing up large clouds of snow mist, which spread out and enveloped everything in a white haze. Its eyes slowly closed, the once mighty and wild light within them vanished, and the ice element power within it dissipated like receding tidewaters. With the fall of the Wolf King, the land finally returned to tranquility. Only the howling wind remained to recount the thrilling battle that had just occurred. Luffy and Naruto stood in place, breathing heavily. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood seeping from the injuries, staining their clothes red. Luffy's arm trembled slightly from the immense recoil he had endured, with a thunder flame sword planted in the ground, supporting his weary body. Naruto was on one knee, his face smeared with a mixture of sweat and blood, but his eyes shone with the joy of victory. "We did it, Naruto," Luffy said, a tired yet content smile appearing on his lips. His voice was hoarse, a result of the intense shouting during the battle. "Yeah, this guy was really tough. But this continent can be at peace for now," Naruto replied, releasing Sage Mode, a wave of intense fatigue washing over him. He wiped the grime off his face, looking around at the gradually calming battlefield, his eyes sparkling with relief. The surrounding ice and snow began to slowly melt under the sunlight, streams of melting snow flowing gently, nourishing the battle-torn land. The snowmelt gathered into small streams, trickling along the ground's grooves, producing a crisp sound, as if the earth was cheering for this victory. The distant mountains, revealed after the smoke cleared, showcased their serene and majestic outlines once again. The snow atop the peaks sparkled in the sunlight, as if adorning this victorious land with brilliant crowns. The sky was as blue as ever, and fluffy white clouds floated leisurely in the air like cotton candy. Chapter 0889, Golden After a Brief Rest. Luffy and Naruto began to survey the battlefield. The area was a wreck, with water stains from the melting snow mingling with blood, shattered ice blocks, and rocks intertwined, bearing witness to the brutality of the fierce battle that had just taken place. They approached the corpse of the North Wind Wolf King, each step taken with respect for this formidable opponent. Although it was an enemy, the power and tenacious fighting spirit it exhibited were worthy of remembrance. As they got closer, they could feel the residual ice elemental power emanating from the Wolf King, the cold still piercing, but no longer a threat. This battle was indeed tough. "I hope the people of this land will be free from its menace," Naruto said with emotion, squatting down to gently stroke the Wolf King's fur. His eyes filled with complex feelings. Luffy nodded. "Yes, it is a worthy opponent. We must continue forward, not knowing how many more dangers await us on this continent." He gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and resolute. The mountains stretched endlessly, shimmering with a golden light under the sunlight, as if calling for unknown adventures. At that moment, they heard a faint sound of footsteps. The two immediately became alert and turned to the direction of the sound. They saw a group of people dressed in strange attire approaching them. Some held staffs, while others carried bows and arrows, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. "Who are you? Did you defeat the North Wind Wolf King?" A person who seemed to be the leader asked loudly, his voice echoing on the empty battlefield. Luffy stepped forward and said, "We are travelers passing through this place. We couldn't bear to see the Wolf King continue to wreak havoc, so we took action." The group of people, upon hearing this, showed expressions of surprise and gratitude. The leader stepped forward and bowed deeply to Luffy and Naruto, saying, "Thank you. The North Wind Wolf King has been terrorizing our homeland for a long time, and we have been helpless against it. You are our benefactors." Naruto smiled and scratched his head, saying, "No need to thank us. It's what we should do. Are you the residents of this land?" The leader nodded and began to tell them the story of this land. It turned out that this was a border area of Teyvat, where people had been living a peaceful life until the North Wind Wolf King appeared. It brought endless cold and destruction, causing many to lose their homes and loved ones. They had tried to resist, but the Wolf King's power was too strong, and they suffered heavy losses each time. "We originally thought our lives would be forever shrouded in darkness, and we never expected you to show up," the leader said, tears sparkling in his eyes. Luffy patted the chief's shoulder and said, "We will continue to protect the peace of this land. Have you noticed any other unusual situations? For example, Are there any other places experiencing similar dangers? After pondering for a moment, the chief replied, "Recently, we've heard some rumors that in the mysterious forest to the north, a mysterious power is stirring. It used to be our sacred place, but now strange sounds and lights are emanating from there, and we all dare not approach." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, and they saw the same determination in each other's eyes. "Let's go take a look," Naruto said. "Yeah, maybe this is our next challenge," Luffy replied. After bidding farewell to the grateful residents, Luffy and Naruto headed north. Along the way, they traversed valleys and rivers covered in snow and ice, with the scenery becoming increasingly cold and mysterious. As they gradually approached the mysterious forest, a strange aura filled the air, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Finally, they reached the edge of the mysterious forest. The trees here were tall and ancient, their trunks etched with strange runes and patterns. The branches intertwined, forming a natural barrier that blocked most of the sunlight, making the interior of the forest seem eerie and dark. "Something feels off here," Luffy said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto also sensed the oppressive atmosphere. He activated Sage Mode and cautiously stepped into the forest. A thin mist enveloped the forest, and shadows of various shapes flickered within the fog, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from deep within the forest, a sound like nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers through them. Immediately after, a flock of blackbirds flew over their heads, their eyes glinting with an eerie red light. Their flight stirred a bone-chilling wind, causing Luffy and Naruto to shudder. "Be careful, something is about to come out," Naruto warned, his body surrounded by golden chakra, ready to face any potential danger. Luffy nodded, his sword's power surging within him, resonating with the brilliance of the Thunder Flame Sword. They continued to delve deeper into the forest. Chapter 0890. Disappearance as the sharp cries faded away. The forest fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of Luffy and Naruto stepping on the dry branches and fallen leaves as they moved forward. The mist grew thicker, and the surrounding trees resembled monstrous creatures with bared fangs and claws. Strange runes flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, as if whispering ancient curses. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and massive cracks spread out from beneath their feet. Countless black vines emerged from the fissures, covered in sharp thorns like steel needles, rapidly coiling toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy quickly swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, and the flames and lightning powers on the sword erupted instantly, cutting through the approaching vines. The severed vines fell to the ground, still writhing and oozing black liquid. As soon as the liquid touched the ground, it made a sizzling sound, corroding small pits. Naruto then used his wind-type chakra to create a powerful whirlwind around himself. The whirlwind was like sharp blades, shredding the vines that tried to approach into powder. However, the vines kept pouring out from the cracks, seemingly endless. "This can't go on. We need to find the source of these vines," Luffy shouted. As he spoke, he charged towards the direction where the vines were most concentrated, the Sword of Thunder and Flame creating a dazzling arc of light in front of him, clearing a path. Naruto followed closely behind, activating his shadow clone technique, sending countless shadow clones rushing in different directions to distract the vines. The real Naruto then ran deeper into the forest alongside Luffy. As they ran, they discovered a massive tree hollow. The vines around the tree hollow were the thickest, coiling around it like giant pythons, all seemingly extending from this hollow. A powerful dark aura emanated from within the hollow, making it feel like the entrance to hell. "The source should be inside here," Luffy said, stopping in his tracks and cautiously watching the tree hollow. Naruto nodded. "Let us go in together, but be careful." They cautiously stepped into the hollow, which had a vast internal space, with walls flickering with eerie purple light. Deep inside the hollow, there was a giant black crystal ball, covered in complex patterns, from which black energy was continuously being released, driving the mad growth of the vines. "This is what is causing the trouble." Naruto frowned. Just then, the crystal ball suddenly released a powerful dark shockwave, sweeping towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged. The shockwave hit the walls of the hollow, creating deep cracks. "We need to find a way to destroy this crystal ball," Luffy said, charging towards the crystal ball. The power of the Sword of Thunder and Flame elevated to its peak as he slashed at the crystal ball. When the sword made contact with the dark energy surrounding the crystal ball, it trembled violently, as if facing immense resistance. Luffy gritted his teeth, increasing his strength, as the flames and lightning clashed with the dark energy, sparking bursts of fire. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, charging towards a crystal ball. He slammed the Rasengan into the crystal ball, combining its power with that of the Sword of Thunder and Flame to create a massive impact. After being attacked, the crystal ball's glow became even more dazzling, with dark energy surging out like a tide, attempting to engulf them. Luffy and Naruto were surrounded by dark energy, feeling their bodies become unusually heavy and their movements sluggish. "We can't let it suppress us," Luffy shouted, focusing his mind and drawing upon all his source power in an attempt to break free from the dark energy's restraints. Naruto was also fighting back, merging the Nine-Tails chakra with his own to enhance his strength. Under their fierce resistance, the suppression of the dark energy gradually weakened. They launched another attack. New patterns appeared on Luffy's Sword of Thunder and Flame, representing the extreme compression of source power. He jumped high and unleashed his strongest strike, the Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash. This strike, with a world-destroying momentum, cut through the surrounding dark energy, creating an opening. Naruto seized the opportunity, using Wind Release, Nine-Tails Shuriken. He threw the massive shuriken, formed by merging Wind-type chakra and Nine-Tails chakra, towards the opening in the crystal ball. As the shuriken flew, it spun continuously, its powerful force stirring the surrounding dark energy into chaos. Under their combined attack, the crystal ball finally couldn't withstand it, producing a loud explosion as countless cracks appeared. As the cracks spread, the crystal ball ultimately shattered into numerous fragments, and the black energy dissipated along with it. Without this supportive energy, the vines outside quickly withered and fell to the ground. The tree hollow also stopped shaking, and everything around returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully resolved the crisis. However, they knew that the secrets of this mysterious forest had not yet been fully unraveled, and more mysteries awaited their exploration. They continued their journey through the forest, as the surrounding mist gradually dissipated and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. The creatures in the forest seemed to sense the danger had passed, and some activity began to stir, with the occasional chirping of birds. However, after walking for a while, they discovered a new strange phenomenon. The trees ahead were twisted in shape, as if forcibly contorted by great power. The runes on the trunks became more complex and mysterious, and these runes seemed to emit a faint glow, guiding them in a certain direction. It appeared that there were other secrets here. "Look at those glowing runes," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Let's follow these runes and see what we can find." They walked in the direction indicated by the runes and soon arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear small lake. The water exhibited a strange blue color, and in the center of the lake was a small island with an ancient stone tablet. The tablet was covered in inscriptions and patterns, which emanated a mysterious aura. Drawing their attention, Luffy and Naruto performed a light body technique and crossed the lake to reach the small island. They approached the stone tablet and carefully observed its contents. After some interpretation, they discovered that the tablet recorded the origin of the forest and an ancient seal. It turned out that this forest was once a place to seal evil forces, but over time, the seal had become weakened, leading to various abnormal phenomena. "We need to reinforce this seal," Luffy said. "But how do we do that? Does the tablet mention a method?" Naruto asked. They continued to study the tablet and found that to reinforce the seal, they needed to find 5 special gemstones, which were hidden in different corners of the forest and protected by various traps and guardian beasts. "Looks like we have a new mission," Naruto said with a wry smile. "Let us go find those gemstones," Luffy said. Thus, they left the small island and began their search for the 5 special gemstones in the forest. And a new adventure began. Chapter 0891. Reinforcement. Luffy and Naruto began searching for the 5 special gemstones in a mysterious forest based on the clues from the stone tablet. Although the forest no longer posed the obvious dangers it once did, it was filled with mystery, and every step could hide unknown challenges. They followed a winding path, with the trees around them growing denser, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of branches, casting tiny patches of light. Suddenly, Naruto stopped in his tracks. He crouched down to closely examine some peculiar marks on the ground. "Luffy, look, these footprints look strange. They don't seem like those left by ordinary animals," Naruto said, pointing at the footprints on the ground. These tracks were enormous and had sharp claw marks, with each footprint spaced far apart, indicating that the creature that left them had an impressive stride. Luffy frowned. "This might have been left by the creature guarding the gem, and we need to be careful." He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and cautiously looked in the direction the footprints extended. They followed the footprints, and soon after, they heard a low growl. The sound came from behind a thicket, accompanied by heavy breathing, as if a massive creature was lurking there. Luffy and Naruto slowed their pace, cautiously approaching the bushes. As they pushed through the foliage, a massive black beast appeared before them. The creature was bear-like in shape, covered in tough black scales, each glistening with a metallic sheen. Its eyes burned like two flaming torches, filled with wildness and alertness, and sharp fangs were visible, stained with some dried blood. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the beast let out a deafening roar and lunged toward them. Its speed was astonishing, and its enormous body created a whirlwind as it ran, knocking the surrounding trees askew. Luffy took the lead and jumped high, with the sword of Thunderflame igniting with blazing fire and crackling lightning. He swung his sword towards the beast's head, the power of the sword clashing against the beast's scales, creating a shower of sparks. However, the beast's scales were exceptionally tough, and this strike did not inflict significant damage. Angered by Luffy's attack, the beast swung its massive claws down towards him. Luffy quickly dodged, and the claws struck the ground, creating a huge pit as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Naruto, watching from the side, seized the opportunity to use the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards the beast, attacking it from all directions in an attempt to distract it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto began to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. The attacks from the shadow clones left the beast somewhat overwhelmed, but its strength was simply too great. Each swing of its claws or lash of its tail scattered large groups of shadow clones. Nevertheless, the clones' attacks bought time for Luffy and Naruto. Luffy charged towards the beast again, this time concentrating the power of the source on his sword and unleashing a new sword technique. The flames and lightning on the sword of thunder and flame intertwined, forming a swirling vortex of energy. He thrust towards the beast's abdomen, the energy vortex acting like a giant drill, attempting to break through the beast's scale defenses. The beast sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to block Luffy's attack with its claws. But at that moment, Naruto completed his ninjutsu preparation. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto shouted, and the spiraling shuriken in his hand flew towards the beast. As it traveled, the spiraling shuriken grew larger and spun at high speed, causing the surrounding air to be drawn in, forming a powerful tornado. The tornado engulfed the spiraling shuriken and swept towards the beast, creating a pincer attack along with Luffy's assault. The beast found itself caught in the middle, facing a difficult choice. In that moment of hesitation, Luffy's sword struck its abdomen. Although it didn't fully penetrate the scales, it still inflicted damage. Immediately after, the spiraling shuriken hit its back, the tremendous force sending it crashing forward, heavily falling to the ground. The black beast was severely injured, but it did not give up. It struggled to stand up, roaring once again at Luffy and Naruto, the flames in its eyes burning even more fiercely, displaying its indomitable will. Luffy and Naruto did not show any signs of relaxation. They knew that this fierce beast was a powerful obstacle on their quest for the gemstone and had to be defeated thoroughly. They charged towards the beast again, ready to face an even more intense battle. During the fight, Luffy noticed that after each attack, a scale beneath the beast's neck would tremble slightly, which might be its weakness. Naruto, attack its neck, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to rush towards the beast's neck. He also unleashed his wind chakra and used the wind to move quickly, launching an attack on the beast's weak spot. Luffy continued to face the beast head-on, using the Thunder Flame sword to constantly attack its head and claws, drawing its attention to create an opportunity for Naruto. The beast sensed their intentions and tried to protect the area under its neck, but Luffy's attacks left it somewhat flustered. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clone and his main body launched an attack simultaneously, focusing all their strength on the weakness beneath the beast's neck. A flash of bright light accompanied by the beast's painful roar indicated that their attack had successfully struck the weak point. A deep wound appeared under the beast's neck, and blood gushed out. Its body swayed a few times before finally collapsing with a loud crash, no longer moving. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. They had successfully defeated the guardian creature. In the beast's lair, they found the first special gemstone. The gemstone was deep blue, emitting a soft glow, and it seemed as if stars were twinkling within it, beautiful and mysterious. "We found one, and there are still 4 left," Naruto said excitedly. "All right, let's keep moving," Luffy replied, storing the gemstone away as he continued on the journey with Naruto to find the other gemstones. They weaved through the forest, searching for the next target based on subtle clues. Along the way, they encountered various traps and mechanisms, including spike-filled pit traps, walls that suddenly shot out poisoned arrows, and quicksand areas hidden beneath the ground. However, with their rich battle experience and mutual understanding, they repeatedly turned danger into safety. After overcoming a series of challenges, they arrived at a tranquil valley. A thin layer of mist enveloped the valley, with colorful lights flickering within the fog. They sensed that the second gemstone might be hidden in this valley. As they stepped into the valley, the surrounding mist began to thicken, and the colorful lights grew increasingly dazzling. Suddenly, they found themselves in a massive maze, with walls made of transparent crystal. The crystal walls were adorned with intricate patterns and constantly changing lights, dazzling their eyes. "This is a maze. We need to be careful not to get separated," Luffy warned. "Yeah, let's try to find the exit," Naruto said. They began to explore the maze, but it seemed to possess some mysterious power, causing them to circle back in seemingly familiar places. Additionally, strange sounds occasionally echoed through the maze, resembling someone softly crying or the whispers of some mysterious creature, sending chills down their spines. Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by these difficulties. They left some unique marks in the maze, trying to find a way out. During their exploration, they discovered that the light on the crystal walls seemed to follow a certain pattern, and this change in light might be connected to the maze's pathways. After a long time of observation and experimentation, they finally found the maze. Following the guidance of the light, they walked in one direction, gradually approaching the center of the maze. At the center of the maze, they found a beautiful stone platform, on which lay the second special gem. This gem was green, shaped like a leaf, and emitted a fresh aura, as if it contained the power of life. "We found another one," Naruto said happily as he picked up the gem. "We're one step closer to our goal," Luffy said. They left the maze valley with 2 gems and continued their search for the remaining gems in the mysterious forest. Chapter 0892. Concealment. Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the mysterious forest with the newly acquired gem. At this moment, the forest seemed increasingly enigmatic, and the air around them seemed to whisper, revealing ancient secrets. They followed a moss-covered path, with the surrounding trees growing older and larger, their branches intertwining to block out the sun. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight struggled to break through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, yet failing to dispel the eerie atmosphere that lingered around them. Soon, they heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they discovered a wide river. The water appeared to have a strange purple hue, shimmering on the surface, but the light had an unsettling quality. There were no signs of life in the river, making it eerily quiet. "This river looks off. How are we supposed to get across?" Naruto frowned as he gazed at the peculiar river. Luffy carefully observed the surrounding environment and noticed some faintly visible stones on the river's surface, which seemed to serve as stepping stones to cross the river. "We can walk across these stones, but be careful. There might be traps," he said. They cautiously stepped onto the first stone, when suddenly the river water surged up, creating huge splashes. From the splashes emerged a group of winged, fish-like monsters, their bodies semi-transparent, with sharp bony spines on their wings and eyes that glowed with an eerie red light. These monsters lunged towards Luffy and Naruto at high speed. Naruto immediately used wind release, creating a whirlwind around them that blew the approaching fish monsters away. However, there were too many of these monsters, continuously flooding in from all directions. Luffy swung his Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning repelling the nearby monsters. Yet, the creatures seemed undeterred, launching wave after wave of attacks. "This isn't going to work. We need to find a way to cross the river quickly," Luffy shouted. Naruto looked across the river and spotted a large stone tablet on the opposite bank, engraved with strange runes that shimmered with light, seemingly resonating with the stones in the river. "Luffy, look at the tablet on the other side. Those runes might be the key to crossing this river." Luffy followed Naruto's gaze and nodded. While fending off the attacks from the fish-like monster, they moved closer to the stone tablet on the opposite bank. During their approach, they noticed that some small runes were also carved on the stones in the river, which emitted a faint glow when they stepped on them. After a difficult battle and exploration, they finally reached the opposite bank. Upon getting closer to the stone tablet, they discovered that the runes on it formed an ancient combination of patterns and symbols that seemed to convey some kind of message. "This seems to be a riddle. We need to decipher the meaning of these runes to find the next gem," Luffy said, carefully observing the runes on the tablet, trying to find clues. Naruto was also studying the runes beside him, noticing that some of them resembled those he had seen earlier in the forest. These runes might be related to the history of this forest. We need to combine our previous information to interpret them. After a long period of thought and analysis, they finally solved the riddle of the runes. According to the clues provided by the runes, they learned that the next gem was hidden in a cave behind a waterfall. To reach that waterfall, they needed to follow a path shrouded in magical mist. As they walked along the path, the surrounding magical mist thickened, and their vision became blurred. In the mist, they heard various strange sounds, including howls, whispers, and some that resembled painful moans, which were chilling. Suddenly, Naruto felt a powerful suction coming from beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw black whirlpools appearing on the ground, trying to pull them in. "Luffy, be careful," Naruto shouted, using his chakra in an attempt to break free from the pull. Luffy also sensed the danger, injecting the power of the source beneath his feet to stabilize his stance. They noticed that these black whirlpools seemed to appear and move in a regular pattern, related to the misty aura surrounding them. "If we follow the direction of the whirlpools, we might find a way out," Luffy said. They cautiously followed the moving trajectory of the black whirlpools, weaving through the mist. After a difficult exploration, they finally emerged from the magical fog. Before them appeared a spectacular waterfall, its water flow resembling the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, splashing and producing a deafening roar. Behind the waterfall, there was a hidden cave. They passed through the waterfall and entered the cave. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, with some faintly glowing mineral stones flickering on the walls. Deep within the cave, they found the third special gem. This gem was red, like a burning flame, emanating a scorching aura, as if it possessed endless energy. Another gem in hand, Naruto said happily. "Yes, there's still 2 left. We cannot relax," Luffy replied. They left the cave with 3 gems and continued towards the unknown, in search of the remaining 2 gems. Chapter 0893, Fork in the Road. Luffy and Naruto left the cave after the waterfall and proceeded along a winding and rugged mountain path. The surrounding rocks were of various shapes. Some resembled crouching beasts, while others stood like giants, as if silently watching their every move. The path was covered with gravel and thorns, requiring extra caution with each step to avoid injury. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the road. The 3 paths led in different directions, each shrouded in varying degrees of mystery. In the center of the intersection stood an ancient signpost, the inscriptions on which had become blurred, with only some strange symbols and patterns faintly discernible. "This is a bit troublesome. Which path should we take?" Naruto scratched his head, looking puzzled at the 3-way intersection before them. Luffy crouched down, carefully examining the symbols on the signpost, trying to find some clues. These symbols seemed to be related to those we had seen before on the stele and in the maze. "We need to think this through," he said with a frown. After some contemplation, Luffy discovered that the mysterious aura of one of the paths resembled that of the place where they had previously found the gem. "Let's try this path." He pointed to the middle road. They proceeded along the chosen path, and soon, the surrounding environment began to change. The air grew increasingly cold. A thin layer of frost appeared on the ground, and the trees around them were covered in ice and snow, as if they had entered a world of ice and snow. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound came from afar. The flute was ethereal and mysterious, echoing in the ice and snow, making one feel as if they were in a dream. But they knew that in this mysterious forest, anything that seemed beautiful could hide danger. "This flute sound is a bit strange. We need to be careful." Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Naruto also mobilized the chakra within him, preparing for any possible situation. As the flute sound grew closer, they saw a figure in a white robe appearing and disappearing on the distant ice field. The figure seemed graceful, like a beautiful woman, but she emitted an elusive aura. As they approached, the woman in white stopped playing the flute, slowly turned around, revealing a stunning yet cold face. Her eyes were like a deep ice lake, devoid of any emotion. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my territory?" The voice of the woman in white was as cold as ice and snow. Luffy stepped forward and said, "We are here to find the gem and reinforce the forest seal. We mean no offense." The woman in white coldly laughed and said, "The gem? That's mine. You won't succeed." After saying that, she waved her sleeve, and the surrounding ice and snow instantly transformed into countless ice blades, shooting towards Luffy and Naruto. The ice blades fell like raindrops, dense and fast, shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. Luffy quickly swung his thunder flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a fiery lightning shield that blocked the ice blades. The ice blades struck the shield, splattering shards of ice. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the woman in white in an attempt to disrupt her attack. The real Naruto prepared to cast Sage Mode nearby. The woman in white showed no signs of panic as she saw the shadow clones approaching. She gently raised her hand, and ice pillars surged up from the ice field, charging towards the shadow clones and shattering them one by one. Luffy seized the opportunity and charged towards the woman in white. He leaped high, gathering powerful source energy on the Thunder Flame sword, and slashed at the woman. The woman remained calm. An ice wall appeared before her, crystal clear and very thick, blocking Luffy's attack. "Your power is too weak," the woman said disdainfully. Naruto saw Luffy's attack being blocked and unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, smashing it against the ice wall. The Rasengan collided with the ice wall, producing a loud bang, and some cracks appeared on the ice wall. The woman frowned slightly, increasing the energy input to the ice wall, and the cracks quickly repaired. At the same time, she waved her hands and chanted incantations, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply, and huge hailstones began to fall from the sky. The hailstones, the size of fists, rained down densely towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto were somewhat embarrassed under the hail attack. They kept dodging, but were still hit by some hailstones, resulting in scratches and bruises on their bodies. "We need to find a way to break her defenses. This isn't going to work," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, looking at the woman in white, and suddenly thought of a plan. "Luffy, let's attack her ice wall together, concentrating our strength on one point." Luffy understood Naruto's meaning, and they charged towards the ice wall again. This time, they concentrated their power in one spot. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, hit the same point on the ice wall simultaneously. Under the powerful combined attack, the ice wall finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed with a loud crash. The woman in white didn't expect them to break her ice wall, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. But she quickly regained her composure, and an ice magic wand appeared in her hand, with a crystal at the top, radiating powerful magical energy. "You've angered me," the woman in white said as she began to cast even stronger ice and snow magic. The ice and snow around her started to gather wildly, forming a gigantic ice and snow giant. The ice giant stood several tens of meters tall, exuding a bone-chilling cold, and it took heavy steps towards Luffy and Naruto, each step causing the ground to shake. Luffy and Naruto faced such a huge enemy without the slightest hint of retreat. They exchanged a glance and began to act in perfect harmony. Luffy charged towards the legs of the ice giant, continuously attacking its ankles with his Thunder Flame sword, trying to make it lose its balance. Naruto unleashed Wind Release, spiraling shuriken, aiming for the giant's head, with the shuriken growing larger during its flight. The powerful wind chakra slicing through the giant's body. The ice giant swung its massive arms, attempting to swat Luffy and Naruto. Luffy skillfully dodged the giant's attacks, noticing that the giant would pause briefly after each attack. "Naruto, pay attention to its pause after attacking. Let's strike its weak points while we have the chance," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto became more vigilant about the giant's movements. During one of the giant's pauses after an attack, he and Luffy launched a more ferocious assault simultaneously. Luffy struck forcefully at the joint behind the giant's knee, while Naruto plunged the Wind Release, spiraling shuriken directly into the giant's chest. The ice giant was severely injured, letting out a painful roar. Its body began to sway, and the surrounding ice and snow fell away. The woman in white saw the ice giant was hurt. Her expression changed, and she increased her magical output to stabilize the giant. But Luffy and Naruto did not give her a chance. They continued their assault. Luffy unleashed another powerful sword technique with the Thunder Flame Sword, striking at the giant's other leg, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones attacking various parts of the giant's body. Under their combined onslaught, the ice giant finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A large amount of ice and snow debris scattered everywhere, and the woman in white was also knocked backward by the impact, falling to the ground. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to walk up to the woman in white. "We don't want to be your enemies, but we must obtain the gems to reinforce the seal and protect this forest and continent," Luffy said. The woman in white looked at them, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. After a while, she slowly said, "Are you really here for the seal?" Naruto nodded. Yes, we have already found 3 gems, and we still need 2 more. The woman fell silent for a moment, then took out a crystal-clear blue gem from her bosom. This is one of the gems you're looking for. I hope you can complete the seal and prevent the resurgence of evil forces. Luffy took the gem and said, "We will definitely do it. Thank you." The woman in white nodded slightly, then turned and disappeared into the ice and snow. Luffy and Naruto, with the newly acquired gem, continue their journey to find the last gem. Chapter 0894, Venomous Bee. After Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the woman in white, they continued on with 4 gemstones in hand. At this moment, the mysterious atmosphere in the forest grew even thicker, and each step felt like it was on the edge of the unknown. They followed a narrow path covered in vines and thorns, with the surrounding trees becoming increasingly dense, making it almost impossible for sunlight to penetrate through the layers of leaves. The ground beneath their feet became soft and damp, emanating a smell of decaying leaves, as if it hadn't been graced by sunlight for a long time. As they walked, they heard a low, buzzing sound, resembling the noise of some giant insect's wings, which felt particularly eerie in the silent forest. As they ventured deeper, the buzzing grew louder, and the surrounding air began to vibrate slightly. Suddenly, a swarm of giant wasps surged in from all directions. These wasps were the size of an adult's fist, with bodies that were purple-black, their stingers shimmering with a cold light, and their wings beating rapidly, creating a foul wind wherever they went. "Be careful. These wasps are tough to deal with," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword, which created a protective circle of flames and lightning around him, repelling the approaching wasps. When the wasps were hit, their bodies burned in the flames, releasing a pungent, charred smell. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, great breakthrough, sending a powerful gust of wind from his mouth that scattered the surrounding wasps. However, the number of wasps was overwhelming, surging in wave after wave like a black tide. "This won't work. We need to find their nest and deal with them all at once," Naruto shouted. They defended against the wasps' attacks while observing their flight patterns. After some observation, they discovered that the wasps were coming from a large tree hollow, located in the middle of the trunk of a towering ancient tree, surrounded by a dense swarm of wasps. "The nest should be in that tree hollow. Let us rush over," Luffy said. They charged toward the tree hollow, but the wasps' attacks grew fiercer as they approached. Luffy's protective circle was constantly battered by the wasps, and he felt his arms growing heavier. Some wasps managed to breach Naruto's defenses, stinging him several times, and sharp pain radiated from the wounds. "Naruto, are you okay?" Luffy asked with concern. "I'm fine. Let's take care of these guys first." Naruto gritted his teeth and continued to push forward. When they reached beneath the tree hollow, they noticed a thick layer of purple smoke surrounding it, which was the toxic gas released by the wasps. The gas was corrosive, and contact with the skin would cause a burning sensation. Luffy infused the power of the source into the Thunder Flame Sword, then forcefully stabbed it into the ground, triggering an energy shock that temporarily pushed away the surrounding poisonous bees. "We need to find a way to disperse this poison gas," he said. Naruto thought for a moment and then used the fire style, great fireball technique, sending a massive fireball flying toward the tree hole. During its flight, the fireball burned away the surrounding poison gas. However, the bee nest was also provoked, and more poisonous bees flew out from the tree hole. "There's no time. We attack the nest directly," Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched their strongest attacks. Luffy jumped high, gathering all his power on the Thunder Flame Sword and slashing down toward the tree hole. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, smashing the Rasengan toward the tree hole. Under their combined attack, the tree hole exploded, destroying the bee nest. The poison bees, having lost their nest, began to flee in all directions, and the buzzing gradually diminished. Just as they thought the crisis was over, a stronger presence emanated from deep within the tree hole. A gigantic bee queen slowly flew out, its size several times that of a regular poisonous bee, its body deep purple, with huge compound eyes and sharp mandibles. The stinger at its tail resembled a spear, glistening with deadly venom. Seeing its nest destroyed, the bee queen charged angrily at Luffy and Naruto. It flew at incredible speed, reaching them in an instant, and then lunged at Luffy with its massive stinger. Luffy quickly dodged as the poisonous stinger pierced the ground, instantly corroding the surrounding soil into a large pit. The bee queen then flapped her wings, unleashing a powerful sound wave attack. The sound waves swept towards them like tangible blades. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones rushed towards the bee queen in an attempt to disrupt her attack. The real Naruto, along with Luffy, prepared to face the Bee Queen's next wave of attack. The Bee Queen used her wings to smash the shadow clones one by one and then launched another attack at Luffy and Naruto. She sprayed a cloud of purple poison mist, which rapidly spread, enveloping them within. Luffy and Naruto held their breath, knowing that the consequences of inhaling the toxic mist would be unimaginable. Luffy plunged the thunder flame sword into the mist and then spun the blade, creating a suction that gathered the toxic fog towards the sword. Naruto used wind release to create a small tornado, dispersing the toxic mist. The Bee King, seeing the mist being dispelled, became even angrier. It charged directly at Luffy, its massive body resembling a fighter jet. Luffy seized the moment and, as the Bee King approached, swung the thunder flame sword with force. The blade collided with the Bee King's body, sparking a shower of flames. The Bee King was pushed back a few steps, but sustained only minor damage. "This guy's shell is too tough. We need to find its weakness," Luffy said. During the battle with the Bee King, they noticed that after each attack, the Bee King's eyes would briefly close, which might be its weakness. "Naruto, attack its eyes," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and charged towards the Bee King with his clones. As the Bee King launched another attack, and its eyes closed momentarily, Naruto used wind release, spiraling shuriken and threw it at the Bee King's eyes. The Bee King sensed danger, but was already too late to evade. The spiraling shuriken struck the Bee King's eye, and it let out a painful scream. Luffy took the opportunity to rush in and thrust the Thunder Flame sword towards the Bee King's injured eye, piercing directly into its head. The Bee King struggled a few times before finally collapsing to the ground dead. With the Bee King's death, the remaining toxic bees also scattered. In the ruins of the Bee King's lair, they found the last special gem. This gem was golden, radiating a dazzling light, as brilliant as the sun, seemingly containing endless vitality and power. "We finally found all the gems," Naruto said excitedly. "Yes, let's hurry and reinforce the seal," Luffy replied. They rushed towards the location of the seal in the forest with the 5 gems. Chapter 0895 Groove. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly made their way to the location of the seal in the forest with 5 gems. Along the way, they passed through dense woods and rugged valleys, the scenery around them as mysterious as ever, but their minds were focused on one goal: to reinforce the seal. As they approached the sealing site, they could clearly feel a powerful force tugging at the surrounding space. This force seemed alive, constantly fluctuating as if resisting their arrival. The sealing area was shrouded in thick mist, with faint glimmers of light flickering within, emanating from the seal's power, but also exuding a sense of instability. The fluctuations of power here are so strong. It seems the seal has truly become very fragile, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword with a serious expression. Naruto nodded. "We need to hurry. We can't let the evil forces take advantage of this." They stepped into the mist and immediately felt an immense pressure. This pressure seemed to want to crush their bodies, and each step required tremendous effort. But they gritted their teeth and moved step by step towards the core of the seal. In the mist, they saw the full picture of the seal. It was a massive magic circle, covered in ancient runes and patterns, with the runes flickering in and out of light and cracks appearing in some places. At the center of the magic circle was a large hollow, seemingly a mark of the erosion by evil forces, from which a dark aura was slowly seeping out. "Where do we put the gems?" Naruto asked, looking at the complex magic circle. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle and noticed that there were 5 special grooves at its corners, which perfectly matched the shapes of the gems they had found. "They should be placed there. Let's split up and act." They each headed toward the corner, cautiously placing the gems into the grooves. As the first gem was placed, the corresponding runes on the magic circle shone brightly, as if reactivated. With each gem placed, the power of the magic circle gradually increased, and the light became more dazzling, illuminating the entire sealed area with a kaleidoscope of colors. However, just as they placed the last golden gem, an unexpected event occurred. The dark force seemed to sense their actions, and a powerful surge of black energy poured out from the void, sweeping towards them. This black energy was like a black tornado, devouring the light from the magic circle wherever it went. "Not good," Luffy shouted, raising the Thunder Flame sword and charging towards the black energy. The flames and lightning on the sword erupted with full force, colliding with the black energy and producing a deafening roar. But the black energy was too powerful. Luffy was thrown back and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Luffy injured, Naruto immediately unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, and threw it at the black energy. The moment the Rasengan made contact with the black energy, a massive explosion occurred, temporarily repelling the dark force. "We need to speed up," Naruto shouted. They gritted their teeth against the pain and moved toward the magic circle again. Just as they were about to place the last gem into the groove, the black energy surged towards them once more, and this time it was even stronger than before. It coalesced into a massive, dark demon figure, with huge wings and sharp claws, its eyes glowing with an evil red light. "You little ants dare to disrupt my plans," the demon roared in a deep, hoarse voice. Luffy and Naruto showed no fear as they stood together, ready to engage in the final battle against the demon. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, raising the power of the source to its limit. The flames and lightning on the sword of Thunder Flame intertwined, forming a massive energy dragon. "Source Flame, Thunder Dragon Slash," he shouted, striking at the demon. The energy dragon lunged at the demon, claws bared, distorting the space along its path. Naruto also unleashed his strongest jutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Super Combo. Multiple gigantic spiral shurikens appeared in his hands, each containing powerful wind chakra and the strength of the Nine Tails. The spiral shurikens rained down towards the demon, forming a pincer attack with Luffy's energy dragon. Faced with their assault, the demon let out a maniacal laugh. It flapped its enormous wings, generating a powerful airflow that scattered both Luffy's energy dragon and Naruto's spiral shurikens. Then it charged at Luffy and Naruto, its massive claws reaching out to grab them. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated to dodge the demon's attacks. They knew that conventional attacks had little effect on this demon and that they had to find its weakness. During their evasion, they noticed that every time the demon launched an attack, a black crystal on its chest would flicker. That might be its weak point. "Naruto, attack the crystal on its chest," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately charged towards the demon. He used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones attacking the demon from various directions to draw its attention. The real Naruto was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the crystal on the demon's chest. Luffy was continuously attacking the demon from the side, using the techniques of the Thunder Flame Sword to restrain the demon, preventing it from fully countering Naruto's attacks. After the demon attacked Luffy, the crystal on its chest flickered for a moment, and Naruto seized the opportunity. He gathered all his chakra together and unleashed the Sage Art, True Super Giant Rasengan, Destruction Impact. This Rasengan was larger and more powerful than ever before. Naruto slammed it down hard onto the crystal on the demon's chest, and the moment the Rasengan made contact with the crystal, it emitted an incredibly bright light. The demon let out a painful scream as its body was knocked back by the immense force. A crack appeared on the crystal, and black energy began to leak out from the fissure. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, striking at the crystal in the demon's chest. This sword contained all his power, and the Thunder Flame sword accurately hit the crack on the crystal. With a tremendous explosion, the crystal shattered, and the demon let out one final roar before its body gradually dissipated, along with the black energy. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a relieved smile. "Yes, let's quickly complete the sealing." They placed the last gemstone into the groove, and a magic circle instantly erupted with an incredibly powerful force. The light illuminated the entire mysterious forest. The cracks on the seal began to rapidly repair, and the dark aura was completely dispelled. The magic circle stabilized again, emanating a peaceful yet powerful energy, guarding this forest and the Teyvat continent. Luffy and Naruto sat exhausted on the ground, looking at the reinforced seal, filled with a sense of accomplishment. After Luffy and Naruto completed their mission in the mysterious forest, they thought they could take a breather. However, a powerful aura that seemed to come from the abyss suddenly descended. It was the presence of the Dragon King, Ryujin, carrying an ancient and majestic sense of oppression that made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. The Dragon King appeared, its massive body resembling a moving mountain, with each scale like hard rock, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its eyes were like burning lava, deep and intense, exuding endless majesty and wildness. Its enormous claws left deep gashes in the ground, as if with just a light swipe, it could tear the earth apart. Naruto looked at the Dragon King without a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited even more fiercely. He quickly mobilized the chakra within him, golden light flickering around his body, dazzling like the sun. "Luffy, this guy looks tough to deal with, but we can't back down," Naruto shouted, quickly forming hand seals, ready to take the initiative. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunderfire, the source power flowing along the blade, radiating a force that countered the aura of the Dragon King, Ruah-Ta. "That's right, let's show it our strength," he responded, pushing off the ground with great force and charging towards the Dragon King, Ruah-Ta. The Dragon King seemed to sense their provocation and let out a deafening roar. This roar echoed through the heavens and the earth like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees violently and causing leaves to scatter. It suddenly whipped its tail, the massive tail sweeping towards Luffy with the force of a landslide. Wherever the tail passed, the air was compressed, producing a sharp whistling sound, and the immense power even stirred up a storm of dust and stones on the ground. Luffy saw the tail of the Road Dragon King sweeping towards him and did not hesitate for a moment. He jumped high, wielding the Thunderflame sword, with flames and lightning intertwined along the blade, forming a dazzling arc of light. He slashed at the tail of the Road Dragon King, and the light arc collided with the tail, erupting in a burst of brilliant light and intense energy shock waves. Sparks flew, and the surrounding air twisted from the high temperature. Meanwhile, Naruto took the opportunity to use the shadow clone technique, with countless shadow clones rushing towards the Road Dragon King. Each clone carried a powerful chakra fluctuation, attacking the Road Dragon King from different directions. Some charged towards its head, while others targeted its legs, trying to distract its attention. The real Naruto was beside them, gathering chakra to prepare for a more powerful ninjutsu. The Road Dragon King, enraged by Luffy and Naruto's attacks, opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a torrent of scorching magma. The magma surged like a flood towards Luffy, Naruto, and their shadow clones, instantly melting the ground it touched, creating a sea of boiling fire. Luffy unleashed the power of the source in midair, forming a shield around his body to withstand the impact of the lava. The shield began to turn red under the high temperature of the lava, yet it continued to fiercely protect Luffy. Protected by the shield, he moved closer to the Rakshasa Dragon King, searching for an opportunity to attack. Naruto commanded his shadow clones to avoid the lava attacks, with some clones being hit and instantly turning into smoke. However, the other clones pressed forward bravely, using agile movements to weave through the gaps in the lava and continue their assault on the Rakshasa Dragon King. The real Naruto seized the moment and executed Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, the massive spiraling shuriken spinning in his hand, surrounded by powerful wind-style chakra. He threw the spiraling shuriken at the Rakshasa Dragon King's abdomen, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistle as it flew. The Rakshasa Dragon King sensed the threat to its abdomen and attempted to swat the spiraling shuriken with its gigantic claws. The claws collided with the spiraling shuriken, creating a powerful wave of energy. Although the wind release, spiraling shuriken was deflected, it still left a deep scratch on the Rakshasa Dragon King's scales. The Rakshasa Dragon King roared again, and a layer of rocky shield appeared around its body. The rocky shield was covered in sharp stone spikes that glinted with a cold light, resembling deadly weapons. It charged towards Luffy and Naruto, each step causing the earth to tremble. Luffy saw the Raha Dragon King charging towards him, and he plunged the Thunderflame sword into the ground, chanting incantations. As he spoke, chains made of lightning appeared on the ground, extending towards the Raha Dragon King, trying to bind its movements. Naruto unleashed Sage Mode, and a chakra shield formed around his body. He charged at the Raha Dragon King while directing his shadow clones to attack the dragon's rocky shield from different angles, attempting to find its weak points. The shadow clones' attacks hit the Raha Dragon King's rocky shield. Although it didn't break, there were some slight tremors. It swung its claws, scattering the nearby shadow clones, and continued charging towards Luffy and Naruto. The lightning chains wrapped around the Raha Dragon King's body, but its immense power caused the chains to crackle incessantly, as if they could break free at any moment. Luffy increased the output of his source power to stabilize the chains. Just then, the Raha Dragon King suddenly pulled with great force, breaking the lightning chains. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a gust of air mixed with rock fragments towards Luffy. The airflow shot towards Luffy like a cannonball, incredibly fast and immensely powerful. Luffy quickly dodged but still got hit by some rock debris, leaving several wounds on his body. Ignoring the pain, he raised the Thunderflame sword again and charged towards the Rakshasa Dragon King. He knew that against such a powerful enemy, he could not show any signs of retreat. Naruto saw that Luffy was injured and felt a surge of anxiety. He unleashed a new ninjutsu, perfectly merging Wind Attribute Chakra with the Nine Tails Chakra. Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. He shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful wind attribute chakra, amplifying the power of the entire spiral shuriken several times over. He threw the giant spiral shuriken towards the head of the Rocktage Dragon King, attempting to stop its attack on Luffy. The Rocktage Dragon King sensed the immense threat coming from Naruto and temporarily abandoned its attack on Luffy, turning to spew a torrent of magma at Naruto. The magma collided with the wind release. 9-tail spiral shuriken mid-air, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The energy wave from the explosion spread outward, engulfing everything around. Trees were uprooted, the ground was blasted into large craters, and dust filled the air, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Luffy and Naruto were thrown backward by the blast of the explosion, rolling on the ground for several times before steadying themselves. Both of them bore varying degrees of injuries, but their eyes remained resolute, fixed on the Dragon King, ready to face the next round of battle. This fierce fight against the Dragon King had just begun. Chapter 0897. Situation after Luffy and Naruto stabilized their positions. They did not hesitate for a moment and launched another attack on the Ryuo Dragon King. They understood that against such a powerful enemy, they must maintain an offensive stance. Luffy raised the sword of Thunderfire high above his head. The flames and lightning on the blade surged violently. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his source power, and chanted an ancient incantation, transforming it into a mysterious force that infused the sword. As the last syllable fell, the sword of Thunderfire emitted an unprecedented dazzling light, with mysterious runes flickering within. Source Flame, Thunder Dragon Slash. Luffy shouted, charging towards the Roto Dragon King like a burning meteor. His figure left a long trail of light as he moved at high speed. The air was violently torn apart wherever the sword of Thunderfire passed, producing a sharp whistling sound. This strike contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the energy on the sword transformed into a massive flame Thunder Dragon, clawing and pouncing toward the Roto Dragon King. Each scale of the flame Thunder Dragon was interwoven with fire and lightning, and its eyes shone like 2 brilliant stars, emitting a chilling light. The Roto Dragon King sensed the terrifying power of this strike. Its massive body slightly crouched, and the stone spikes on its rock shield grew longer and sharper. It opened its mouth and let out a low roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble as if shaken by the roar. Just as the flame Thunder Dragon was about to pounce on it, the Roto Dragon King stomped its foot, causing the ground to shake violently. From the ground, massive stone spikes erupted, charging towards the flame Thunder Dragon. These stone spikes were like spears, each containing immense earth power, and they collided with the flame Thunder Dragon, resulting in a deafening explosion. The flame Thunder Dragon and the stone spikes clashed, energy bursting forth. Flames burned on the rocks, and lightning darted between the spikes, with neither side giving way. Luffy gritted his teeth, continuing to increase his power. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat poured down like rain, but his gaze remained as steadfast as a rock. Naruto, seeing Luffy's attack obstructed, quickly formed hand seals, and his chakra surged like a raging river. He perfectly fused wind attribute chakra, 9-tailed chakra, and sage power, preparing to unleash a new powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, 9-tails True Flame Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a gigantic spiral shuriken appeared between his hands. This spiral shuriken was different from the past. Its center was a blazing golden flame. The true flame formed from 9-tailed chakra. Surrounding the flames were layers of wind attribute chakra, spinning like sharp blades, making the spiral shuriken several times more powerful than the previous wind release. 9-tails Spiral Shuriken. The edges of the spiral shuriken flickered with mysterious sage power runes, adding a sense of mystery and strength to the entire ninjutsu. Holding the sage art, wind release, 9-tails True Flame Spiral Shuriken, Naruto charged towards the Roto Dragon King. His speed was at its peak, leaving a long golden trail behind, mixed with the embers of flames. He skillfully avoided the energy shockwave generated by the collision of the flame Thunder Dragon and the stone spikes. Arriving at the side of the Roto Dragon King, without hesitation, he smashed the sage art, wind release, 9-tails True Flame Spiral Shuriken against the Roto Dragon King's rock shield. The moment the spiral shuriken made contact with the rock shield, immense power erupted. The golden flames instantly spread across the rock shield, and the wind attribute chakra sliced through the rock like a sharp blade. The sage power runes acted like seals, weakening the defense of the rock shield. Under this powerful force, the rock shield began to crack, with flames and chakra spilling out from the fissures. The Roto Dragon King sensed the massive threat from the side and attempted to attack Naruto with its claws, but the Flame Thunder Dragon's restraint left it somewhat overwhelmed. It could only summon more earth power to reinforce the rock shield, trying to withstand Naruto's attack. At this moment, Luffy seized the opportunity while the Roto Dragon King was distracted and increased the power output to the Flame Thunder Dragon again. The Flame Thunder Dragon roared in anger. Its power surged instantly, breaking through the obstruction of the stone spikes and pouncing towards the Roto Dragon King. The claws and teeth of the Flame Thunder Dragon bit down hard on the Roto Dragon King's rock shield, beginning to tear it apart frantically. Under the dual attack of the Flame Thunder Dragon and the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken. The Roto Dragon King's rock shield finally couldn't withstand it any longer. With a loud bang, the rock shield shattered and fragments flew out like raindrops. The Roto Dragon King was also pushed back a few steps by this powerful impact, leaving deep footprints on the ground. However, the Roto Dragon King did not lose its fighting capability. In its lava-burning eyes burned a flame of fury, and it roared again as the ground began to shake violently. Countless rocks flew up from the ground, surrounding the Roto Dragon King, quickly assembling into a brand new rock armor. This armor was even sturdier than before, with patterns flickering with mysterious earth power, as if it possessed infinite strength. After donning the rock armor, the Roto Dragon King's momentum became even more formidable. It charged towards Luffy and Naruto, each step carrying the force of a landslide. It swung its massive claws, the rock armor making them sharper, as if they could tear everything apart. It launched a series of fierce attacks at Luffy and Naruto, each strike accompanied by powerful earth force fluctuations, distorting the surrounding space. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of the Dragon King Ruocho, but they still found it hard to keep up. The speed and power of Orocho's attacks were stronger than before, and they could only rely on their agile movements and tacit cooperation to find opportunities for counterattacks. While dodging one of Orocho's attacks, Luffy noticed that after a series of attacks, the glow at the joints of the armor would flicker briefly, which might be a weak point in the armor. Naruto attacked the joints of its armor. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intent. He and his clones began to adjust their attack strategy, directing their attacks towards the joints of Orocho's armor. They unleashed various ninjutsu and taijutsu, trying to find a way to break through the armor. Luffy continued to attract the attention of the Roto Dragon King, using the Thunder Flame sword to constantly collide with the Dragon King's claws, each impact sending up large sparks. He searched for openings in the Roto Dragon King's attacks during the battle, preparing to coordinate with Naruto to deliver a heavy blow. The battle grew increasingly intense, enveloping the entire battlefield in the aftermath of their confrontation. The surrounding mountains began to experience landslides under the violent tremors, with massive boulders rolling down and producing loud rumbling sounds. The sky was illuminated by the light of the battle. The clouds churned chaotically, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Chapter 0898. Defeat in this fierce battle. Naruto led his shadow clones like a tide towards the connection points of the Roto Dragon King's armor. The shadow clones unleashed various ninjutsu, some through wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engaged in close combat, attempting to distract the Roto Dragon King and create opportunities for the main body. Naruto, the main body, gathered all his strength, quickly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, he shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand, radiating extreme heat that distorted the surrounding air. Seizing the opportunity, he threw the spiraling shuriken fiercely at the connection point on the left shoulder of the Roto Dragon King's armor, leaving a burning trail as it flew, colliding with the target like a meteor. The Roto Dragon King noticed the direction of Naruto's attack and tried to block it with its claws, but Luffy seized this moment, unleashing the Thunder Flame sword with all his might. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined to form a light curtain, temporarily sealing the Roto Dragon King's movements. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately struck the connection point of the Roto Dragon King's armor, and the powerful lava force erupted instantly. The high-temperature lava began to melt the rock armor, causing the connection point's rock to turn red and fragile under the lava's scorching heat, showing obvious cracks. The Roto Dragon King let out a painful roar as its left shoulder's movements became slightly sluggish due to the armor damage. Now's the time, Luffy shouted. Taking advantage of the brief opening caused by the Roto Dragon King's pain, leaping high and raising the thunder flame sword above his head. The source of power surged into the sword like a torrential river, making the flames and lightning on the thunder flame sword even more violent. Flame thunder breaking sky slash. Luffy swung the sword down, and a massive flame thunder sword energy slashed towards the connection point of the Roto Dragon King's right shoulder armor. This sword energy contained world-destroying power, tearing through space and producing continuous booming sounds. The flame thunder sword energy struck the connection point of the Roto Dragon King's right shoulder armor, and the tremendous force triggered a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent the Roto Dragon King flying backward, causing significant damage to its rock armor at the shoulders, with some broken rocks falling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After stabilizing its position, the fury in the Roto Dragon King's eyes burned even more fiercely. It stomped heavily, causing the surrounding ground to crack instantly, with countless massive rocks surging up from below and crashing towards Luffy and Naruto. Each of these rocks was the size of a house, containing immense earth power, and, as they flew, they collided and fused with one another, forming even larger boulders. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, weaving through the gaps between the giant rocks. The boulders crashed to the ground, triggering a series of earthquakes, completely altering the surrounding terrain. The original valley was filled in, rivers were blocked, and chaos ensued. "We need to find a way to completely destroy its armor," Naruto shouted. Luffy nodded and said, "Let's go." They charged towards the Ryota Dragon King again, and this time their attacks were more coordinated. Luffy attracted the Ryota Dragon King's attention in front, constantly swinging his Thunder Flame sword and executing various sword techniques, fiercely clashing with the Dragon King's claws and tail. Each collision was accompanied by dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations. Naruto took the opportunity to sneak behind the Ryota Dragon King, using the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Numerous shadow clones surrounded the Dragon King's legs and back, launching attacks. They used Wind Release, spiraling shuriken to target the joints of the Dragon King's leg armor, attempting to make it lose balance. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gathering chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a stronger ninjutsu. The Ryota Dragon King was somewhat flustered by Luffy and Naruto's attacks, constantly turning, swiping its claws, and swinging its tail to shake off their assaults. However, Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, giving it no chance to catch its breath. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the Ryota Dragon King turned to attack its rear enemies, the armor on its abdomen would stretch briefly, indicating a relative weakness in defense there. "Naruto, attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the Shadow Clones to change their attack direction. The Shadow Clones charged towards the Ryota Dragon King's abdomen, using various ninjutsu and physical techniques to strike at the armor there. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, hurling the Rasengan towards the Dragon King's abdomen. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, surrounded by powerful chakra, resembling a giant energy sphere. The Ryota Dragon King sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to protect it with its claws, but Luffy intensified his attacks, restraining its claws. The Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan hit the armor on the Ryota Dragon King's abdomen, and the immense force caused the armor to dent. The Ryota Dragon King let out a painful roar as its abdomen suffered a heavy blow, with some rock fragments falling off the armor. Luffy took the opportunity to rush forward, inserting the Sword of Thunder Fire into the crack in the armor of the Raktadragon King's abdomen. Then he forcefully lifted it, sending a large piece of rocky armor flying. The Raktadragon King's abdomen was exposed to the air, with dark red skin and hard scales. The Raktadragon King was furious to the extreme, and without hesitation, it unleashed a powerful torrent of magma towards Luffy. The temperature of the magma was extremely high, melting everything in its path. Luffy quickly dodged, but still got grazed by the edge of the magma, igniting his clothes and causing burns on his body. Seeing Luffy injured, Naruto felt a rush of anxiety in his heart. He unleashed Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the Raktadragon King's head in an attempt to distract it. The Raktadragon King swatted away the Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken with its claw and charged towards Luffy again. Its speed was incredibly fast, and its massive body created a fierce gust of wind. Luffy gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his burns. He raised the Thunder Flame sword, ready to face the attack of the Ryudo Dragon King. Just as the Ryudo Dragon King was about to crash into Luffy, Naruto appeared beside him, and together they executed a joint defense. They fused their powers together, forming a solid shield. When the Ryudo Dragon King collided with the shield, a loud crash echoed. The shield developed cracks under the immense impact, but it still barely held off the Ryudo Dragon King's attack. We can't keep being passive like this. We need to find a way to defeat it once and for all, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Let's find its weakness and launch a decisive attack. They engaged in fierce battle with the Ryudo Dragon King once again, searching for new weaknesses during the fight, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chapter 0899. Vital Point. Luffy and Naruto rallied once more, engaging in a life-and-death battle against the Ryudo Dragon King. They dodged the Dragon King's tempestuous attacks, while carefully observing its every move, searching for the critical weakness that could deliver a fatal blow. In the midst of the fierce clash, Luffy noticed that every time the Ryudo Dragon King launched a powerful attack, the rocky armor on its neck would tremble slightly. And the energy fluctuations there seemed somewhat abnormal. Perhaps due to the frequent use of power, a barely noticeable flaw had appeared. Naruto, watch its neck. There might be a problem there, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to execute intricate sword techniques, drawing the Ryudo Dragon King's attention and creating an opportunity for Naruto. Upon hearing Luffy's shout, Naruto immediately understood. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, chanting complex incantations as Sage Chakra surged within him. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Spiral Sphere, he shouted, and a spiral sphere radiating strange magnetic energy appeared in his hand. This spiral sphere was composed of special chakra, possessing powerful adhesion and destructive capabilities, capable of dealing tremendous damage to rock structures. Seizing the moment, Naruto charged towards the weak point of the Ryudo Dragon King's neck armor. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, darting through the Dragon King's fierce attacks. The Ryudo Dragon King sensed Naruto's intent and attempted to swat him down with its claws. But Naruto agilely evaded the attack, using the Shadow Clone technique to create multiple illusions to confuse the Ryudo Dragon King. Just as the Ryudo Dragon King became slightly distracted, Naruto had already reached beneath its neck. He leaped high and smashed the Sage Art, Magnet Release, Spiral Sphere down onto the weak point of the Ryudo Dragon King's neck armor. The moment the Spiral Sphere made contact with the armor, powerful magnetic energy erupted, tightly adhering to the armor and starting to dismantle the rock structure. Cracks appeared on the armor, spreading rapidly like a spider web across the entire neck armor. The Ryudo Dragon King felt excruciating pain from its neck and thrashed wildly, trying to shake off Naruto. But Naruto held onto the spiral sphere tightly, continuously outputting chakra, allowing the magnetic force to erode the armor further. At the same time, Luffy was not idle. He took advantage of the openings created by the Ryudo Dragon King's pain and unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame Sword. Flame Thunder Soul Locking Slash. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the sword's power surged along the ground, transforming into chains woven from fire and lightning. These chains flew towards the Ryudo Dragon King like agile snakes, entangling its limbs and body, restricting its movements. The Ryudo Dragon King struggled, forcefully swinging its limbs in an attempt to break free from the chains. But the chains, reinforced by source power, were extraordinarily sturdy, and each struggle caused lightning to ravage its body, inflicting damage. Naruto, now's the time, Luffy shouted. Hearing Luffy's voice, Naruto intensified the power output of the Sage Art, Magnet Release, Spiral Sphere, under the immense magnetic force and destructive power of the Spiral Sphere. The Ryudo Dragon King's neck armor finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered with a loud crash. Large chunks of rock scattered everywhere, and the Ryudo Dragon King let out a deafening scream as its neck skin was exposed, revealing a core glowing with mysterious light, seemingly the key to its power. That's its vital point, Naruto shouted. They knew this was an excellent opportunity to defeat the Ryudo Dragon King. Luffy quickly withdrew the Thunder Flame sword from the ground and charged towards the core on the Ryudo Dragon King's neck. He gathered source power, flame power, and lightning power into the sword, and the Thunder Flame sword shone brilliantly, dazzling like the sun. Naruto also unleashed Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, merging this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, enhancing the shuriken's power to a new level. Surrounding the spiral shuriken were 9 golden giant dragons formed from chakra, each radiating immense power, making the entire spiral shuriken seem like a world-destroying artifact. They simultaneously launched their attacks towards the core on the Ryudo Dragon King's neck. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword and Naruto's Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken streaked through the sky like 2 comets, crashing towards the Dragon King's vital point with unstoppable momentum. The Ridra Dragon King sensed the threat of death and struggled with all its might, but was bound by the flame thunder chains, its movements restricted. Fear flashed in its eyes as it tried to muster its last strength to resist the attack. It channeled all its earth power, forming a thin energy shield around its neck. However, Luffy and Naruto's attack was too powerful. The Thunder Flame Sword and the Spiral Shuriken struck the energy shield around the Ridra Dragon King's neck one after the other, shattering it instantly. And the immense force directly impacted the core of the Ridra Dragon King. A blinding light akin to a cosmic explosion flashed, enveloping the entire battlefield with this power. The shockwave generated by the energy impact spread outward, flattening surrounding mountains, uprooting forests, and tearing the earth apart into massive chasms. The sky darkened with thick clouds. Thunder and lightning roared, as if the entire world trembled for this fierce battle. As the light gradually dissipated and smoke filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. Luffy and Naruto were also thrown backward by the powerful impact, crashing heavily to the ground, their bodies injured in multiple places, blood seeping from their wounds. Yet their gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Ridra Dragon King, filled with tension and anticipation, unsure if they had successfully defeated this formidable foe. Chapter 0900. Veil. As the smoke slowly dispersed like a light veil, the apocalyptic scene on the battlefield gradually became clear to Luffy and Naruto. The once towering figure of the Ridra Dragon King still stood in place, but at this moment, it was no longer the invincible sight it once was. The rocky armor that had once been impenetrable, like a divine barrier forged by the earth, was now shattered beyond recognition. Huge stones fell from its body, crashing to the ground with a dull sound, each piece of debris telling the tale of the fierce battle. The neck, which had once been the core of the Ridra Dragon King's power, now flickered with a weak light, like a candle flickering in the wind. That light flickered uncertainly, as if struggling against the dissipating power, sending a signal of unwillingness to the world. Luffy and Naruto supported each other as they struggled to rise from the battered ground. Their clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain. Luffy's arms and legs were covered with multiple abrasions and burns, with wounds continuously oozing blood, mixing with the dirt on his body, making him look miserable. Yet his gaze remained sharp like that of a hawk, fixated on the Ryujin Dragon King. The Thunder Flame Sword in his hand no longer shone with its previous dazzling brilliance. But the power of the source flowing along the blade was like a hidden current, ready to unleash astonishing strength at any moment when danger approached. Naruto was not in a much better condition. He had several cuts on his face from the Ryujin's attacks, and his hair was in disarray. His body appeared somewhat weak from overusing chakra, but there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. The bright orbs burned with an indomitable flame, like the most brilliant star in the night sky. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze locked tightly on the Ryujin, filled with vigilance toward this powerful creature. "Is it still alive?" Naruto asked softly, his voice particularly clear in the oppressive silence of the battlefield. There was a hint of tension in his words. Not a fear of death, but a worry about the unknown. They both knew well the strength of the Ryujin. If it still had the power to counterattack, they would inevitably face another life-and-death battle. Luffy did not answer immediately, his brows furrowed tighter, his gaze intense, not missing any slightest movement from the Roto Dragon King. Uncertain, but we cannot let our guard down. His voice was low and hoarse, as if squeezing out these words from between clenched teeth. After speaking, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword, the rough texture of the hilt making him more focused. Under his guidance, the sword's power began to shimmer around the sword, creating a subtle halo, a silent warning and their last reliance in the face of the unknown. Just as they were intently watching the Roto Dragon King, the massive creature's body suddenly twitched as if struck by electricity. This slight movement in the quiet atmosphere was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly triggering high alert in Luffy and Naruto. Their nerves tensed in an instant, muscles subconsciously contracting, ready to face any potential attack. The Roto Dragon King's previously closed eyes slowly opened, the gaze that once burned with anger and wild flames now dull and lifeless. The light in its eyes resembled an ancient painting eroded by time. The vibrant colors faded, leaving only endless fatigue and resignation. It looked at Luffy and Naruto, letting out a deep growl from its throat. This growl was no longer the deafening, intimidating roar from before, but a mournful cry filled with the weight of time and unwillingness, as if recounting the endless regrets of its long life. Luffy and Naruto immediately tensed up, their bodies like tightly drawn bowstrings, ready to take up their fighting stances once more. Luffy held the sword of Thunder Flame horizontally in front of him, his feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent, lowering his center of gravity, prepared to dodge or attack at any moment. His gaze was fixed on every movement of the Rock to Java Dragon King, filled with vigilance and determination, like a warrior guarding the last line of defense. Naruto was no exception. He quickly formed hand seals. Although fatigue made his movements slightly sluggish, his eyes remained resolute. His chakra surged within, ready to unleash a counter technique at a moment's notice. His feet shifted slightly on the ground, adjusting to the optimal fighting position, forming a defensive formation that complemented Luffy. They knew that, at this critical moment, any lapse could lead to fatal consequences. However, to their surprise, the Rock to Java Dragon King did not launch an attack. It simply stood there quietly, slowly lowering its head. As it did so, the previously surging gravitational aura around it began to rapidly weaken, retreating like a receding tide. The surrounding rocks, having lost the support of the gravitational force, began to fall from its body, cascading down like autumn leaves. Each rock that fell seemed to dismantle an ancient and mysterious statue, symbolizing the once incredibly powerful strength of the Rock to Java Dragon King gradually dissipating. It seemed to have given up the fight. Naruto spoke, his tone carrying a hint of surprise and confusion. He slightly relaxed his hand seals, but his gaze remained fixed on the Rock to Java Dragon King. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He did not feel the joy of victory against this once mighty enemy, but rather an inexplicable sense of sentimentality. Luffy nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but more than that was caution. Perhaps our attack made it aware of our determination and strength, but we still need to be careful, in case it has some tricks up its sleeve. His voice remained deep, each word seeming to be well thought out. He knew that, in this situation, one must not be deceived by appearances and must stay vigilant until safety is completely confirmed. They carefully approached the Dragon King, each step taken with extreme caution, as if they were walking on a minefield filled with traps. Their eyes scanned between the Dragon King and the surrounding environment, missing no corner that might hide danger. The air around them seemed to solidify, with only their faint footsteps echoing on this silent battlefield. When they reached the front of the Dragon King, they could clearly feel its already weakened breath. The Dragon King's enormous head hung low, like a collapsed mountain. A complex light flickered in its eyes, a blend of regret, relief, and contemplation, as if reflecting on its long life and making a final choice about the future. "Why do you wish to fight me?" The Dragon King's voice was low and hoarse, sounding as if it came from an ancient abyss, carrying the weight of time and endless fatigue. Each syllable trembled slightly in the air, like a dying candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Luffy looked at the Roto Dragon King, his eyes showing no fear or hostility, only a sense of determination and righteousness. "Because you threaten the peace and tranquility of this land, we must stop you." His voice was steady and powerful, each word like a declaration of a mission, a belief that spares no effort to protect. The Roto Dragon King fell silent for a moment. That moment of silence seemed to span 1,000 years. Then, it slowly spoke. "I was once the guardian of this land, but the passage of time has caused me to lose my reason, controlled by anger and hatred. Now, I see your courage and determination, and I know I was wrong." Its words were filled with regret, a deep self-reproach for its past actions, like a lost soul finding a glimmer of light in the darkness. Naruto felt a flicker of sympathy upon hearing the Roto Dragon King's words. He looked at the Roto Dragon King's massive yet somewhat lonely figure, and a trace of compassion flashed in his eyes. "What do you plan to do now?" His voice was soft, carrying a sense of inquiry and concern, as if conversing with an elder who had endured many hardships. The Roto Dragon King sighed, that sigh like a gentle breeze passing through an ancient forest, carrying an indescribable sadness. "I will return to my place of slumber, regain my reason and mission. I hope you can continue to protect this land, keeping it forever filled with peace and vitality." After speaking, the Roto Dragon King's body began to gradually fade, its once solid outline becoming blurred, like a painting washed away by rain. Its power flowed into the earth like a gentle stream, and the surrounding land, after absorbing this power, seemed to radiate with new vitality. The mountains and forests, once ravaged by battle, began to regrow. Broken trees sprouted tender green buds, and vibrant flowers bloomed on the torn earth. The dried-up rivers began to flow again, the clear waters shimmering with golden light under the sunlight, as if the lifeblood of the earth was reviving. Luffy and Naruto looked at the place where the Regine disappeared, filled with emotion. Chapter 0901, Gentle. Luffy and Naruto continued on their journey, their steps carrying a sense of steadiness and determination forged through battles. Each step left shallow footprints on this gradually revitalizing land, as if marking a new chapter in their legendary story. As they moved further away, the place where the Dragon King had vanished was completely covered by newly sprouted vegetation and flowing clear springs. The land, once torn apart by conflict, now resembled a painting of rebirth, gently swaying with fresh green branches in a breeze, exuding the fragrance of life. Flowers bloomed in brilliant colors under the sunlight, and butterflies danced among the blossoms, weaving a wonderful melody with the sound of the nearby, flowing water, as if cheering for the revival of this continent. They walked along a winding path, with the trees on either side growing increasingly dense. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light that resembled scattered coins on the ground. Occasionally, small birds flitted past the branches, chirping melodiously, adding a touch of vivacity to the tranquil atmosphere. This battle was truly tough, but fortunately we succeeded. Naruto broke the silence, looking up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, his eyes shining with a sense of relief. Luffy nodded. Yes, the Dragon King is indeed powerful, but we haven't backed down. I hope this continent can be at peace for a while. As he spoke, he gently brushed his hand over the newly grown moss on the tree trunk beside him, feeling the resilience of life. Just then, they heard a melodious singing coming from ahead. The voice was ethereal and beautiful, like a clear spring flowing through their hearts, making them unconsciously intoxicated. The song seemed to possess a mysterious magic, drawing them to quicken their pace and move forward. After winding around a dense thicket, they saw a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, like a giant mirror reflecting the surrounding mountains and sky. Huge pink lotus flowers floated on the surface of the lake, their petals swaying gently in the breeze like a girlesque skirt. In the center of the lake, there was a woman dressed in a white gauzy dress singing. Her voice was the source of the melody, sounding like celestial music, enveloping the entire lake in a mysterious and peaceful atmosphere. The woman had long hair, cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with a silver luster in the sunlight. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes were like deep lakes, exuding endless tenderness and mystery. In her hand, she held a slender willow branch with a light blue ribbon tied to it, fluttering in the air with her movements. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the woman stopped singing, smiling as she looked at them, her smile like a blooming flower in spring, warm and enchanting. Welcome, distant guests, to this place. I am the guardian of this lake. You may call me Liyue. Her voice was as lovely as her song, carrying a special rhythm. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, sensing that the woman posed no threat. Hello, Liyue. We are travelers passing through this place. We were drawn here by your song, Luffy said. Liyue smiled gently. You are guided here by fate. I know about your battle with the Ryudo Dragon King. Your heroic deeds have already spread across this continent. You are the heroes of this land. Naruto scratched his head and smiled shyly. We just did what we were supposed to do. Protecting this continent is our mission. Liyue nodded slightly. Your mission is incredibly noble. However, your journey is still long, and many unknowns await you ahead. This lake may provide you with some assistance. As she spoke, she waved the willow branch in her hand, and the lotus flowers on the lake's surface began to move slowly, forming a path leading to the center of the lake. Luffy and Naruto looked at the lotus path before them, filled with curiosity. They walked along the lotus path towards the center of the lake, feeling the gentle power of the lotus beneath their feet with each step. When they reached Liyue, she extended her hand, revealing two translucent crystals. These two crystals were treasures of the lake, containing mysterious powers. In your future adventures, you may encounter moments when you will need them. Liyue handed the crystals to them. Luffy took the crystal and felt the warm power emanating from it. Thank you, Liyue. We will definitely make good use of them. Liyue smiled at them, hoping they could continue to protect the peace and tranquility of this continent. Your journey is still ongoing, and this lake will always bless you. After bidding farewell to Liyue, Luffy and Naruto left the lake with the crystal. Chapter 0902. The big bird Luffy and Naruto continued along the path with the crystal gifted by Liyue. The sunlight spilled over them, stretching their shadows long, as if they were two giants chasing hope. Along the way, the scenery constantly changed, transitioning from lush forest to a vast grassland. On the grassland, tender green grass swayed gently in the breeze, like waves of green. Colorful wildflowers dotted the landscape, red like fire, pink like dawn, white like snow, dancing gracefully in the wind and emitting bursts of fragrance. In the distance, herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. Their figures harmoniously contrasted against the blue sky and white clouds, creating a picturesque scene. "It's so beautiful here." Naruto spread his arms wide, enjoying the pleasant breeze brushing against his cheeks, his face radiating a pure smile. Luffy was also captivated by the beautiful scenery before him. He took a deep breath, the fresh air invigorating him. Indeed, this continent is always full of surprises. However, we must not be deceived by the beautiful sights. We don't know what awaits us ahead. His gaze remained vigilant. Although everything seemed peaceful at that moment, they had experienced too many battles and understood that beneath the calm often lurked unknown dangers. Just as they were admiring the scenery, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. They looked up and saw a group of gigantic birds flying toward them. These birds were enormous, their wings spanning several dozen meters wide, and their feathers displayed a dazzling array of colors, shimmering with a metallic luster in the sunlight. Their eyes shone bright like rubies, exuding a mysterious aura. The birds circled above Luffy and Naruto, emitting sharp cries. The sound was like an alarm, shattering the tranquility of the grassland. These birds looked formidable. We need to be careful. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the sword's power slightly trembling in the blade, ready to respond to any potential attack. Naruto also stood ready, quickly forming hand seals, chakra surging within him. It seemed they were coming for us. Suddenly, one of the birds swooped down towards them, its speed incredibly fast, like a streak of colorful lightning. As it approached, it spread its massive claws, the sharp talons glinting in the sunlight, reaching for Luffy. Luffy swiftly sidestepped to dodge while swinging his sword towards the claws of the flying bird. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the claws, sparking a shower of flames. The bird was pushed back by Luffy's strength, but it quickly adjusted its posture and launched another attack. Seeing this, other birds rushed towards them as well. In an instant, the sky was filled with the figures of flying birds, their attacks as dense as raindrops. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, sending countless shadow clones rushing towards the birds. The shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the birds in the air. Some shadow clones embraced the bodies of the birds, trying to stop their attacks, while others chased the birds in the air, attacking each other. The real Naruto observed the situation from the ground and noticed that these birds seemed to be attacking in a specific formation, coordinating with each other in an orderly manner. "Luffy, these birds are organized. We need to find their leader," Naruto shouted. As Luffy defended against the attacks of the birds, he replied, "I've noticed that too. Let's try to disrupt their formation first." With that, Luffy leaped high into the air, plunging the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the sword's power spread out along the surface. Instantly, waves of energy interwoven with flames and lightning appeared on the ground, sweeping towards the birds. Wherever the energy waves passed, the grass ignited, the land was scorched, and some birds were hit by the waves, their feathers singed, causing them to fall. Luffy's attack disrupted the formation of the birds, and they began to panic a bit. However, they quickly adjusted again and continued to launch attacks towards Luffy and Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. He threw the Rasengan towards the densest part of the flock, and it grew larger as it flew, the powerful force distorting the surrounding air. When the Rasengan struck the flock, it caused a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent many birds flying, their bodies severely injured, and colorful feathers filled the air. In the chaos, Luffy noticed a bird that was larger and more vibrant than the others commanding them from the back. This bird had a long, colorful crest on its head that swayed in the wind, giving it an imposing presence. "That must be the leader," Luffy shouted, pointing at the large bird. "Let's go together." Naruto responded. They charged towards the bird leader, and upon seeing this, the other birds attempted to block their way. But Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat, breaking through the bird's defenses and closing in on the leader. The bird leader, seeing them approach, let out a high-pitched call. It flapped its massive wings and unleashed a powerful gust of wind towards Luffy and Naruto. The gust was filled with sharp feathers, which shot towards them like hidden weapons. Luffy swung the sword of Thunder Flame, forming a shield of fire and lightning that blocked the feathers. Naruto, on the other hand, used wind release to blow away the feathers aimed at him. After fending off the feather attack, they got closer to the bird leader. The bird leader launched another attack. using its enormous claws to swipe at Luffy while simultaneously flapping its wings to create a powerful whirlwind directed at Naruto. Luffy nimbly dodged the attacks of the claws, waiting for the right moment to stab at the bird leader's claws with his sword. The blade struck the leader's claws, although it didn't cause significant damage. It made the leader feel pain, causing a brief pause in its attacks. Naruto, meanwhile, used the shadow clone technique amidst the whirlwind, with his clones working together to resist the force of the wind. They struggled to close in on the bird leader, ready to launch a combined attack with Luffy. The fierce battle with the birds unfolded intensely on the prairie, startling the surrounding cattle and sheep, which scattered in all directions. The originally peaceful scene of the prairie was completely shattered, replaced by a thrilling fight. Chapter 0903. Stay on Naruto's side. He and his shadow clones worked together to gradually break free from the whirlwind's constraints. The real Naruto jumped high, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Chanting, wind release, spiraling shuriken. A massive, spiraling shuriken formed in his hands, surrounded by rapidly spinning wind chakra, resembling a gigantic cutting tool. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the bird leader, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, flying directly toward the leader's side. The bird leader sensed the threat from the side and tried to block the spiraling shuriken with its wings. However, the power of the shuriken was immense. The moment it made contact with the wings, the wind chakra cut through them like a blade. Feathers scattered, and blood oozed from the wounds on its wings, causing the leader's flight posture to become somewhat unstable due to the injury. Seeing their leader injured, the other birds became even more frantic, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto in an attempt to shield their leader. They surged from all directions, colliding into Luffy and Naruto with their bodies, attacking with their claws and beaks. Luffy was engaged in a fierce battle with the bird leader while simultaneously fending off attacks from the surrounding birds, and the situation was extremely critical. However, his eyes were resolute, and the thunder flame sword in his hand was swung with relentless precision, each strike repelling several birds. Naruto, take care of these guys first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to spread out and engage in a chaotic battle with the surrounding birds. The shadow clones unleashed various ninjutsu. Some used taijutsu to fight the birds up close, while others cast small wind release and fire release techniques to drive the birds away. In an instant, the grassland was filled with scenes of battle and the light produced by energy collisions, while Naruto held off the other birds. Luffy seized the opportunity to launch another attack on the bird leader. He dashed forward, channeling all his strength into the Thunder Flame Sword, executing the Flame Thunder Slash. This strike contained a momentum capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, with flames and lightning intertwining into a massive energy dragon that lunged toward the bird leader's head. Just as the bird leader steadied itself, it caught sight of Luffy's astonishing sword strike. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes as it hurriedly flapped its wings to retreat. But the energy dragon was extremely fast, catching up to it and biting down on its neck. Flames scorched the leader's neck while lightning rampaged across its body, and the leader let out a painful roar as its power gradually waned under this overwhelming assault. After dealing with some of the birds, Naruto charged toward the bird leader once again. He clasped his hands together, raising the chakra within him to its limit, preparing to unleash one of his strongest jutsu. Sage Art, True Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a gigantic Raisin Shuriken appeared in his hands. This Raisin Shuriken was larger than any he had created before, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, multiplying the strength of the entire Raisin Shuriken several times over. He rushed towards the bird leader, and as he got close, he smashed the Sage Art, True Ninetales Raisin Shuriken down onto the leader's injured neck. The power of the Raisin Shuriken combined with that of the energy dragon dealt a devastating blow to the bird leader. Under the dual assault, the bird leader could no longer withstand the attack. Its neck was severely burned and torn, and its body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the grassland and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the leader's fall, the other birds seemed to lose their backbone. They ceased their attacks and scattered in a panic. Luffy and Naruto fell to the ground, gasping for breath. They both had varying degrees of injuries, but they had successfully defeated the attack from the birds. Finally done, those guys were really tough to deal with. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Well, we can't stay here for too long. We need to keep moving, Luffy said, looking into the distance. After a short rest, they set off on their journey again. The grassland gradually returned to calm after the battle, with only the scorched earth and remnants of feathers telling the tale of the thrilling fight that had just occurred. Chapter 0904, Form. Luffy and Naruto continued to walk deeper into the grassland, where a gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of freshness, as if it were soothing their post-battle fatigue. Their figures gradually faded into the vast grassland, leaving behind a trail of footprints, deep and shallow, symbolizing their unwavering spirit. As they walked, they heard a faint rumbling sound, low and persistent, like the heartbeat of the earth from deep below. With each step they took, the rumbling grew clearer. The air around them began to vibrate slightly, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to resonate with this mysterious force. This sound is a bit strange. We need to be careful, Luffy said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly and scanning the surroundings cautiously. His eyes were sharp like a hawk, missing no detail of the rustling grass. Naruto nodded in agreement, channeling chakra within him, ready to confront any potential danger. It feels like there's something big nearby, he remarked, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the sound was coming. When they crested a small hill, the sight before them took them by surprise. A massive vortex appeared in front of them, located at the center of the grassland, with a diameter of several hundred meters. Dust swirled within the vortex, and fierce winds howled, pulling the surrounding grass and wildflowers into it, disappearing in an instant. The air around the vortex was distorted, as if space itself were being affected by this force. What is this thing? It looks really dangerous, Naruto said, furrowing his brow. Luffy carefully observed the vortex and noticed that there seemed to be some strange lights flickering within it, resembling some ancient runes. This could be something like a magic circle. Let's not get too close, he said. However, just as they were about to bypass the vortex, its suction suddenly intensified. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force pulling them in, and they quickly steadied themselves, channeling their strength into the ground beneath their feet. But the vortex's suction grew stronger, and their feet gradually lifted off the ground, heading towards the vortex. Not good, Luffy shouted as he swung the Thunderflame sword, shooting a rope made of source power into the ground. The rope sank deep into the earth, temporarily stabilizing their position. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones pulling in the opposite direction to resist the vortex's pull. But the vortex's force was too strong. The rope began to crack, and the clones were pulled into the vortex one by one. This isn't going to work. We need to find a way to destroy this vortex, Luffy shouted. Naruto looked at the vortex and suddenly came up with an idea. Luffy, let's attack the center of the vortex together and use our power to break its balance. Luffy nodded, and they exerted their strength simultaneously, breaking free from the restraints of the ropes and shadow clones. Luffy raised the Thunderfire sword high above his head, channeling the source power into the sword like a rushing river, causing the Thunderfire sword to emit a dazzling light. Flame, thunder, explosive slash, he shouted, slashing out a massive wave of flame, thunder, sword energy towards the center of the vortex. The sword energy soared through the air like a burning meteor, charging toward the vortex. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasengan towards the center of the vortex. As it flew, the Rasengan continuously grew larger, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble. The flame, thunder, sword energy, and the Rasengan struck the center of the vortex one after the other, triggering a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, and the powerful shockwave temporarily weakened the vortex's suction. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to escape the whirlpool's pull, landing on the ground, panting heavily. However, before they could catch their breath, the whirlpool flickered with a burst of light and resumed its pull, stronger than before. How is this guy still not done? Naruto said, a bit annoyed. Luffy stared at the vortex, his brow furrowed. He noticed that after the vortex regained its suction, the light of the runes became even brighter. These runes might be the key. We need to find a way to decipher them, he said. They approached the vortex again, this time more cautiously. Luffy tried to touch the edge of the vortex with the Thunder Flame sword to sense the power of the runes. When the blade made contact with the vortex, a surge of powerful information flooded into his mind, revealing ancient knowledge and the secrets of magic, but the information was chaotic and needed time to organize. Naruto stood by, guarding Luffy. He used Wind Release, spiraling shuriken to cut off the approaching suction flow. However, as time passed, the suction grew stronger, and their situation became increasingly dangerous. I think I have a clue, Luffy suddenly said. He began to draw some corresponding runes on the ground with the Thunder Flame sword based on the information he was organizing in his mind. The runes emitted a faint glow after being drawn, resonating with the runes in the vortex. As Luffy drew more and more runes, the light of the runes in the vortex began to become chaotic. The suction also became unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. "Naruto, let's attack again," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they launched an attack towards the center of the vortex once more. This time, their attack was more precise, targeting the area where the rune light was most chaotic. Under their combined assault, the vortex finally couldn't withstand it. With a loud explosion, the vortex burst apart, and a powerful wave of energy swept everything around them. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the energy wave, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing themselves. When the dust settled, they found a huge pit where the vortex had been, emanating a mysterious glow. In the center of the pit, there was an ancient treasure chest, covered in intricate patterns and runes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. What could be inside? Naruto curiously walked towards the treasure chest. Luffy followed suit, and they cautiously opened the treasure chest. A powerful force surged out from the chest, but there was no danger. Inside the chest lay an ancient scroll and a gem emitting a strange glow. It looked like something very powerful. Naruto picked up the scroll and found the writing on it to be obscure and difficult to understand. Luffy picked up the gem, and he could feel the powerful energy contained within it. "These things might help us on our journey. Let's keep them safe," he said. After they stored the treasures from the treasure chest, they continued towards the end of the prairie. Chapter 0905, Humid. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey across the grasslands with the newly acquired treasure as a dense jungle gradually emerged at the end of the plains. The jungle was lush and green, with tall, ancient trees whose branches intertwined, forming a natural barrier that obstructed their view and exuded an air of mystery. As they approached the jungle, a wave of humid and sultry air hit them, mixed with the fragrances of various flowers and the scent of decaying leaves. The sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing intertwined, creating a unique symphony, but within this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, an inexplicable tension lingered. "This jungle didn't look easy to traverse," Naruto said, looking at the dense vegetation before him. As he reached out to push aside a tangle of vines blocking their path. The vines were covered with tiny thorns, and one could easily get scratched if not careful. Luffy nodded and tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, cautiously clearing the path ahead. "Everyone be careful. There could be all sorts of dangers here." His vigilant gaze swept around, and the source power flowed slowly within him, ready to respond to any emergencies. They had not ventured far into the jungle when they heard a deep growl. The roar seemed to come from deep within the jungle, heavy and authoritative, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The surrounding birds were startled and flew away in a flurry, and the previously lively sounds of insects abruptly ceased. "There's a big guy nearby. Prepare for battle," Luffy said softly, stopping in his tracks and focusing intently on the direction of the sound. Naruto also readied himself for battle, quickly forming hand seals as chakra surged within him. As the growl grew closer, they saw a massive black panther slowly emerge from the shadows of the jungle. The panther was several times larger than an ordinary leopard, its fur as black as ink, with only its eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light, resembling two cold gems. Its muscular form was barely concealed beneath its fur, showcasing immense power, with each step exuding a regal authority. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the panther halted, slightly crouching down, and emitted a series of low growls, as if warning them not to approach. "This panther looks formidable. Let's try not to provoke it," Luffy said softly, refraining from attacking and attempting to maintain a subtle standoff. However, the panther seemed unwilling to let them go. It suddenly lunged forward, charging at Luffy and Naruto with incredible speed, like a bolt of black lightning darting through the jungle, reaching them in the blink of an eye. The panther opened its massive jaws, sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight, aiming to bite Luffy. Luffy quickly sidestepped to dodge, simultaneously swinging his sword towards the Black Panther. The Thunder Flame sword grazed the panther's fur, sparking a flurry of flames. The panther's fur was exceptionally tough, and Luffy's strike did not cause significant damage, only leaving a shallow white mark on its side. Angered by Luffy's attack, the panther turned and lunged at him again, this time using its sharp claws to swipe at Luffy's chest. Luffy had no time to evade and could only brace himself with the Thunder Flame sword held horizontally in front of him. The panther's strength was immense, and Luffy was knocked back several steps, his feet leaving deep marks on the ground. Naruto saw Luffy in danger and immediately used the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones surged towards the Black Panther, attacking it from various directions in an attempt to distract it. The real Naruto stood by, preparing to use Sage Mode. The clone's attacks overwhelmed the panther somewhat. It continuously swiped its claws and tail, scattering the nearby shadow clones. However, with so many clones, the panther could not shake off their entanglement for a moment. Just as the panther was being restrained by the shadow clones, Naruto seized the opportunity to unleash Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan. He hurled the Rasengan towards the panther's back, and it expanded as it flew, the powerful chakra waves distorting the surrounding air. The Rasengan struck the panther's back, and the immense force sent it crashing forward. The panther fell heavily to the ground. A large area of its back burned by the Rasengan, its fur charred black. Yet, the panther did not lose its fighting spirit. It quickly got back up, the fire of anger in its eyes burning even more fiercely. It turned around and let out an angry roar at Naruto. Then it lunged at Naruto again, moving faster than before. Naruto did not expect the panther to have such explosive power after being injured, and he quickly dodged, but the panther's claws still grazed his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Luffy saw Naruto hurt, and he felt a rush of anxiety. He raised the Thunder Flame Sword and charged towards the Black Panther. "You bastard! How dare you hurt Naruto?" he shouted. Luffy unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame Sword, the Flame Thunder Wind Slash. He gathered the power of Origin, the power of fire, and the power of lightning all into the sword. The Thunder Flame Sword shone brightly, dazzling like the sun. He slashed towards the head of the Black Panther, and this strike contained immense power, with the energy on the sword transforming into a massive flame thunder tiger, pouncing towards the Black Panther. The flame thunder tiger and the Black Panther met in midair, engaging in a fierce battle. The flame thunder tiger used its sharp claws and teeth to tear at the Black Panther, while the Black Panther dodged the attacks of the flame thunder tiger with its strength and speed, attempting to counterattack. For a moment, the jungle was filled with radiant light, and energy waves spread out like ripples, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. As the flame thunder tiger and the Black Panther reached a stalemate, Luffy and Naruto launched their attacks on the Black Panther simultaneously. Luffy stabbed the Black Panther's abdomen with the Thunder Flame Sword, while Naruto used Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the Black Panther's legs. Caught in a pincer attack, the Black Panther could finally no longer evade. Luffy's sword pierced its abdomen, and blood gushed out. Naruto's Spiral Shuriken also hit the Black Panther's leg, injuring it and slowing its movements. The Black Panther let out a painful roar, knowing it was at a disadvantage. But it did not give up, still trying to counterattack. With its last strength, it lunged at Luffy, its eyes burning with an indomitable flame, determined to fight to the end even in its final moments. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of slackening. They launched another attack aimed at the Black Panther's vital points. After an intense battle, the Black Panther finally fell to the ground, its body gradually growing cold, and its pair of eerie blue eyes lost their luster. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully defeated the powerful Black Panther, but they knew that there were more dangers waiting for them in this jungle, and they had to keep moving forward to face the unknown challenges. They took a short break in the jungle, tended to their wounds, and then continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0906, Withered Branches. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the jungle. The further they went, the darker it became. The dense foliage nearly completely blocked out the sunlight, with only a few scattered patches of light filtering through the layers of leaves and falling onto the ground covered in fallen leaves and dead branches. After walking for a while, they heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they soon came across a clear stream. The water flowed between the rocks, producing a crisp sound as if playing a cheerful little tune. However, Luffy and Naruto did not let their guard down. They knew that in this mysterious jungle, any seemingly peaceful scene could hide danger. Just as they were about to cross the stream and continue on, a huge splash suddenly erupted from the water. A massive crocodile leaped out of the water, its body covered in hard scales glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The crocodile opened its gaping mouth, revealing sharp fangs that sent chills down their spines, and it lunged towards Luffy. Luffy reacted quickly, leaping high into the air with the Thunder Flame Sword in hand. The flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly as he slashed towards the crocodile's head. The crocodile sensed the danger and twisted its massive body in midair, trying to evade Luffy's attack. However, the Thunder Flame Sword still carved a long gash on its back, blood seeping from the wound and staining the surrounding stream red. In pain, the crocodile fell into the water and swam rapidly, creating splashes all around. Then it burst out of the water from the other side, launching another attack on Luffy. This time, its speed was even faster and its power stronger, as its huge tail slapped the water, propelling it high into the air and crashing towards Luffy's chest. Luffy steadied himself, inserting the sword of thunder flame into the ground and muttering incantations. In an instant, shields made of source power formed in front of him. The crocodile crashed into the shield with a loud bang, creating some cracks, but successfully blocked the crocodile's attack. Naruto, seeing that Luffy had temporarily withstood the crocodile's assault, quickly formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards the crocodile, some attacking from the front, while others circled around to distract it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a more powerful jutsu. The shadow clones unleashed various ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks on the crocodile. Some threw wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engaged in close combat with punches and kicks. The crocodile seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the numerous shadow clone attacks, but its strength was formidable. Every swing of its tail or snap of its jaws scattered the nearby clones. At that moment, the real Naruto completed the jutsu preparation. Sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, he shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. The spiraling shuriken emitted extremely high temperatures, warping the surrounding air due to the heat. Naruto seized the opportunity and threw the spiraling shuriken at the crocodile's abdomen. The spiraling shuriken left a burning trail as it flew, crashing into the crocodile's abdomen like a meteor. The crocodile sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to block it with its tail, but it was too late. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately struck the crocodile's abdomen, instantly melting some of its scales with the high-temperature lava. The powerful impact sent the crocodile flying backward, landing heavily in the water and creating a huge splash. The crocodile struggled in the water for a while before surfacing again. Its abdomen was severely injured, blood continuously oozing from the wound, but the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished, still fixated on Luffy and Naruto, clearly unwilling to back down. It launched another attack, this time not charging blindly, but slowly swimming in circles around Luffy and Naruto, seemingly searching for a flaw. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be careless, keeping a close watch on the crocodile's every move, ready to respond to its next attack at any moment. Suddenly, the crocodile accelerated sharply, charging towards Naruto. It opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful stream of water that shot towards Naruto like a cannonball. Naruto quickly dodged, and the water stream struck a large tree behind him, directly breaking it apart with a loud crash as it fell. Luffy saw the crocodile attacking Naruto, and he quickly rushed towards the crocodile. The flames and lightning power on the lightning flame sword erupted once again. He unleashed the flame thunder shattering slash, aiming for the crocodile's head. This strike contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, with the energy on the sword transforming into a massive flame thunder dragon that pounced towards the crocodile with claws bared. The flame thunder dragon and the crocodile clashed, engaging in a fierce battle. The flame thunder dragon tore the crocodile with its claws and teeth, while the crocodile used its strength and speed to evade the attacks and attempted to counterattack. During the struggle, the flame thunder dragon gradually gained the upper hand, leaving multiple scars on the crocodile's body. Just as the flame thunder dragon and the crocodile were in a stalemate, Naruto seized the opportunity and performed wind release, tailed beast spiral shuriken. He fused this powerful ninjutsu with his sage mode chakra, enhancing the power of the spiral shuriken. Surrounding the spiral shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained immense chakra, increasing the overall power of the spiral shuriken several times over. Naruto threw the wind release, tailed beast spiral shuriken towards the crocodile's neck, and as it flew, it continuously grew larger, the powerful wind chakra slicing through the crocodile's body. The crocodile sensed the threat to its neck and tried to block with its claws, but it was already too late. The wind release, tailed beast spiral shuriken accurately struck the crocodile's neck, and the immense force caused the crocodile to lurch forward and crash heavily to the ground. The crocodile struggled a few times but ultimately lay still. Its massive body lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the surrounding earth and stream. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully defeated the fierce crocodile, but they knew that more dangers awaited them in this jungle. and they had to keep moving forward to face the unknown challenges. They crossed over the crocodile's corpse and continued along the stream. As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment became more mysterious, with a faint mist filling the air. Within the mist, something seemed to be flickering, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 0907, Shaped Like. Luffy and Naruto continued along the stream, the faint mist growing thicker and gradually enveloping their figures. Everything around them became blurry, and all they could hear was the sound of flowing water and the rustling of leaves and twigs beneath their feet. In the midst of the swirling mist, they suddenly sensed a faint chill, as if it could penetrate their bones, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the sword's power slowly flowing along the blade, ready to respond to any potential danger. Naruto also activated the chakra within him, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, even though all he could see was a sea of white mist. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the fog, the sound sharp and eerie, sending chills down their spines. The laughter seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. "Who? Show yourself!" Luffy shouted loudly, his voice carrying into the mist, but seemed to be swallowed by something, receiving no response, only the persistent eerie laughter in the background. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing that something was off about this place. "Everyone, be careful," he whispered, his hands secretly forming seals, ready to unleash ninjutsu at any moment. Suddenly, several dark shadows sprang out from the mist, moving at incredible speed, like ghosts, pouncing towards Luffy and Naruto. Before they could clearly see what it was, Luffy and Naruto instinctively dodged. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, creating a protective circle of flames and lightning that repelled the approaching shadows. When the shadows touched the protective circle, a crackling sound erupted, as if they had been struck by lightning, and then they vanished into the mist. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging toward the shadows in different directions, attempting to confront them directly and uncover what these shadows truly were. The real Naruto closely monitored the situation while continuing to gather chakra, preparing to unleash more powerful ninjutsu. The clones engaged in fierce combat with the shadows amidst the mist. The shadows moved unpredictably and were extremely agile, making it difficult for the clones to accurately strike them. Moreover, just as a clone's attack was about to hit a shadow, the shadow would suddenly disappear and reappear from another location to continue its assault. After a round of exchanges, Luffy finally got a clear look at the shadows. They resembled humanoid figures, but their bodies were shrouded in a layer of black mist, obscuring their specific features, with only pairs of eyes glowing with an eerie green light, exuding a sense of strangeness and evil. "What on earth are these things?" Luffy frowned and said, increasing the power output of the Sword of Thunder and Flame, making the protective circle's light even more dazzling, repelling more shadows that attempted to get close. Over with Naruto, although the clones were continuously attacking the shadows, the results were minimal. However, through their encounters, Naruto had gained a rough understanding of some of their characteristics. It seemed these beings could freely traverse through the mist, and their attacks carried a paralyzing power. He shouted loudly to Luffy. Just as they found themselves in a stalemate with the shadows, laughter echoed through the mist once again, this time louder, as if mocking their helplessness. Along with the laughter, the mist began to churn violently, and from the depths of the mist emerged a tall figure. This figure was much larger than the shadows, also enveloped in black mist, but it exuded a far more intense aura of evil. It had a pair of massive curved horns on its head, and its eyes were like two burning green flames, radiating endless malice. In its hand, it held a black staff, topped with a massive purple gem that flickered with an eerie light. "You outsiders dare to invade my territory. You truly do not know the meaning of death." The tall figure spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, as if it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Luffy stepped forward without fear, pointing the Sword of Thunder Flame at the evil figure. "We are just passing through, with no intention to offend. But if you want to block us, then don't blame us for being rude." His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable determination. Naruto stood beside Luffy, his hands already forming complex hand seals, the sage chakra surging within him. "That's right. We're not afraid of guys like you," he shouted. The evil figure sneered, "Then let me show you my power." With that, it raised the black staff in its hand and began to chant. As its incantation continued, the surrounding mist thickened, and the shadows seemed to be summoned, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto with even greater speed and ferocity this time. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing various sword techniques to repel the approaching shadows one by one. His swordsmanship flowed like a stream, with each strike containing powerful source energy. Flames and lightning intertwined in the mist, creating a dazzling light that illuminated a small area around him. Meanwhile, Naruto cast the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasen Shuriken towards the densest cluster shadows. The Rasen Shuriken grew larger as it flew, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble. When the Rasen Shuriken hit the group of shadows, it triggered a violent explosion, the shockwaves scattering many of the shadows, but they quickly regrouped and continued their assault. The evil figure, seeing Luffy and Naruto's tenacious resistance, flashed a hint of anger in its eyes. It raised the staff again, and this time the purple gem at the top of the staff shone brightly. A wave of black energy shot out from the gem, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt the immense power of the black energy wave and quickly dodged. The black energy wave struck several large trees behind them, instantly destroying them and sending wood chips and debris flying everywhere. This guy is tough to deal with. We need to find a way to break through its defenses and attack it directly, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. I think so too. Let's go for it together. They ignored the continuously approaching shadows and charged towards the evil figure. Luffy raised the thunder flame, sword high above his head, channeling the source power into the sword like a river, causing the thunder flame sword to emit a dazzling glow. Flame, thunder, explosive slash, he shouted as he swung down towards the evil figure's head. This sword contained world-destroying power, and the energy on the sword transformed into a massive flame thunder dragon, pouncing towards the evil figure with claws bared. Naruto, meanwhile, performed wind release, Nine-Tails spiraling shuriken. He combined this powerful ninjutsu with his sage chakra, enhancing the power of the spiraling shuriken even further. Surrounding the spiraling shuriken were 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, increasing the overall power of the spiraling shuriken several times over. He threw the spiraling shuriken towards the evil figure's abdomen, and as it flew, it continuously grew larger, with the strong wind chakra slicing through the evil figure's body. The evil figure, seeing Luffy and Naruto rushing towards it, calmly raised its staff and formed a black energy shield in front of itself. The flame thunder dragon and the spiraling shuriken struck the shield one after the other, producing a tremendous noise. The shield developed cracks under the powerful attacks, but it did not break. You think you can break my defenses with just that? How naive? The evil figure sneered. Luffy and Naruto were not discouraged by a failed attack. They continued to launch their assault. Luffy unleashed the powerful sword technique of Thunder Flame Sword, striking towards the legs of the evil figure. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones attacking the back of the evil figure. Under their combined assault, the evil figure's shield finally couldn't withstand the force. With a loud crash, the shield shattered, and fragments flew around like raindrops. The evil figure was also knocked back by this powerful impact, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing itself. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to charge towards the evil figure, ready to deliver the final blow. But just as they were about to get close, the evil figure suddenly rose from the ground, emanating an even stronger aura of malevolence. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out a jet of black flames, the temperature of which was extremely high, incinerating everything in its path. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the black flames brushed past their bodies, feeling a sting of pain. However, they did not back down and continued to attack the evil figure. The intense battle with the evil figure unfolded fiercely in the misty jungle, with everything around them affected by the shockwaves of their fight. Giant trees were uprooted, the ground was torn apart with deep gashes, and the mist was thrown into chaos. Chapter 0908 Flame and Thunder Chain Slash. After Luffy and Naruto dodged the black flames, they did not hesitate for a moment and charged towards the evil figure again. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword with a tight grip, each swing generating waves of energy interwoven with flames and lightning. He cleverly used the surrounding destroyed environment as cover, quickly closing in on the evil figure. Naruto directed his shadow clones to encircle from all directions, moving like agile phantoms through the chaotic battlefield. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, his chakra surging wildly within him. Senjutsu, Magnet Release, Rasengan, he shouted, and a Rasengan emanating a powerful magnetic force appeared in his hand. The Rasengan was surrounded by a layer of strange light, and wherever the light reached, the space seemed to slightly distort. A strong suction emanated from the Rasengan, pulling nearby rubble and branches towards it, enhancing its power. The evil figure, seeing them attack again, flashed a hint of panic in its eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. It forcefully thrust the black staff into the ground, chanting incantations, and the surrounding land began to shake violently. Black stone pillars erupted from the ground, shooting towards Luffy, Naruto, and their shadow clones. These pillars were covered in sharp spikes, each containing malevolent power. Trees struck by the spikes instantly withered, as if their life force was being drained away. Luffy nimbly weaved between the stone pillars, aiming for the gap between them as he charged towards the evil figure. As he approached, he leaped high into the air, gathering the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak, unleashing the Flame Thunder Sky Cleave. He swung his sword down, and a massive wave of flame and thunder energy surged forth like a sharp blade that could split heaven and earth, striking down towards the evil figure's head. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air ignited instantly, creating a long corridor of flames, while the surrounding black stone pillars shattered under the force of the attack. On Naruto's side, the shadow clones agilely dodged the attacks from the stone pillars, though some were unfortunately hit and dissipated into a puff of smoke. However, the real Naruto continued charging towards the evil figure, throwing the Sage Art, Magnet Release, Rasengan towards its waist. As the Rasengan flew, it absorbed a large number of black stone fragments, growing even larger, resembling a massive black magnetic sphere, crashing down towards the evil figure with the intent to annihilate everything. The evil figure sensed the threat of the double attack and suddenly drew out a black staff, the purple gem at its tip glowing intensely. It waved the staff, and a black light curtain unfurled in front of it, attempting to block Luffy and Naruto's attacks. The Flame Thunder Sword Energy and the Magnet Release. Rasengan struck the black light curtain one after another, unleashing a powerful explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, completely dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing a devastated battlefield. The ground was blasted into a massive, deep pit, and all the surrounding trees were flattened, leaving only some charred stumps burning. The evil figure was knocked back by the shockwave of the explosion, its black light curtain cracking significantly and its body sustaining some damage. The black mist surrounding it became thinner, revealing parts of its withered limbs, which bore strange runes that flickered with eerie light, seemingly sustaining its life. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to continue their assault. Luffy kicked off the ground with his feet, charging towards the evil figure like an arrow released from a bow. The flames and lightning from his Thunder Flame sword erupting once again. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Continuous Slash, sending several waves of flame and thunder sword energy towards the evil figure's chest. The sword energy cut through the air like shooting stars, incredibly fast and immensely powerful. Naruto executed Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken towards the legs of the evil figure. The Spiraling Shuriken grew larger as it flew, surrounded by powerful wind chakra, resembling a gigantic cutting tool. The target of the Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, was to sever the evil figure's legs, rendering it immobile. After enduring the attack, the evil figure appeared somewhat disheveled. It barely managed to block some of Luffy's flame and thunder sword energy with its staff, but several of the sword energies still struck its chest, leaving deep wounds on its body. Black blood flowed from the wounds, dripping onto the ground and sizzling, corroding small pits. The Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, also successfully hit the evil figure's legs. Although it did not completely sever them, it severely injured them, causing its movements to slow down. The evil figure let out a painful roar, its voice echoing across the open battlefield, seemingly a furious response to Luffy and Naruto's attacks. "You despicable guys, I will make you pay." The evil figure roared, disregarding its leg injuries as it raised its staff again, preparing to launch an even more powerful attack. Luffy and Naruto did not give it a chance. They charged at the evil figure simultaneously. Luffy plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, and the sword's power rapidly spread along the ground, forming chains woven from fire and lightning. These chains flew towards the evil figure like spirit snakes, instantly wrapping around its body and restricting its movement. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, smashing the Rasengan towards the evil figure's head. The Rasengan grew larger during its flight, surrounded by powerful chakra, resembling a massive energy sphere. Bound by the chains, the evil figure could not evade Naruto's attack. The sage art, Super Giant Rasengan, accurately struck the evil figure's head, and the immense force caused its head to tilt back, its body swaying precariously under the tremendous impact. Luffy seized the opportunity to rush forward. He raised the Thunderfire sword and swung it forcefully at the neck of the evil figure. This strike contained all his strength, and the Thunderfire sword easily sliced through the neck of the evil figure, causing its head to roll to the ground and its body to fall as well. While the surrounding black mist quickly dissipated, the shadows that had surrounded them transformed into wisps of black smoke and vanished after the evil figure was eliminated. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the evil presence. They stood exhausted on the battlefield, their bodies covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally dealt with, this guy was really tough to handle. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Well, there are still many unknowns in this jungle. We need to keep moving forward, Luffy replied. After a short rest and getting themselves together, they continued deeper into the jungle. Chapter 0909. The Deep Forest. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the jungle, where the air was still filled with the smell of smoke from the battle. Their footsteps felt heavy, and the wounds on their bodies throbbed, but their eyes remained determined, like stars twinkling in the night sky. As they ventured further, the jungle environment grew increasingly complex. The branches and leaves above became denser, with sunlight barely able to penetrate, leaving only a dim light and shadow. The ground beneath their feet turned muddy, requiring more effort with each step, as if an invisible force were dragging them down. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted toward them, rich and enticing, instantly lifting their spirits. However, Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, knowing full well that in this dangerous jungle, anything that seemed beautiful could hide a significant threat. This scent is suspicious. Be careful, Luffy whispered, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly, the source of power subtly vibrating in the blade, ready to respond to any potential danger. Naruto nodded, channeling chakra within him, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Yeah, we can't be deceived by it. They cautiously followed the direction of the scent, and soon discovered a meadow filled with blooming flowers of various colors. These flowers were vibrant, with petals glistening with dewdrops, appearing particularly dazzling in the dim jungle. The fragrance emanating from the flowers was the same as the one they had just encountered, almost magical, making it hard to resist getting closer. As they observed the flowers, a faint rustling sound emerged from the surrounding grass. The noise grew louder, as if something was rapidly approaching. Luffy and Naruto immediately took up combat stances, focusing intently on the grass. Suddenly, a group of creatures resembling foxes leaped out from the underbrush. These foxes were covered in colorful fur, each hair shimmering with an enchanting luster. Their eyes sparkled like jewels, exuding a cunning light. They circled around Luffy and Naruto, jumping and weaving, seemingly sizing up the two unexpected guests. These foxes look unusual. Everyone be careful, Luffy said, slightly raising the Thunder Flame sword in a defensive posture. Naruto also prepared himself, quickly forming hand seals, ready to unleash a jutsu. They seemed to be plotting something. Suddenly, one of the foxes lunged at Luffy. Its speed was incredible, like a flash of colorful lightning. Luffy sidestepped to evade the fox's attack, while swinging his sword toward it. The fox nimbly dodged Luffy's strike, twisting in the air and lunging at him again. Seeing this, the other foxes also launched their attacks. Some pounced at Naruto, while others attacked Luffy from the sides. In an instant, Luffy and Naruto found themselves surrounded by the colorful foxes, embroiled in a fierce battle. Although these foxes were small in size, their movements were extremely agile, and they seemed to be able to coordinate with each other, forming a unique offensive formation. Luffy and Naruto struggled to keep up with their relentless attacks. Luffy swung the Thunderfire sword, unleashing various sword techniques in an attempt to fend off the fox's attacks. His sword traced arcs of light through the air, each strike imbued with tremendous power. However, the foxes were always able to cleverly evade his attacks, and then, taking advantage of his momentary lapse, launched counterattacks. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending countless shadow clones charging towards the foxes. The shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the foxes. Some clones held onto the bodies of the foxes, trying to stop their attacks, while others chased the foxes in the air, exchanging blows. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the foxes seemed to be wary of the energy emitted by his Thunderfire sword. Whenever his sword approached the foxes, they would quickly dodge, unwilling to make direct contact. Naruto, these foxes are afraid of the energy from my sword. We can use this to our advantage, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He directed the shadow clones to lure the foxes closer to Luffy, who then swung the Thunderfire sword, creating an energy circle of intertwining flames and lightning around them. The foxes sensed the threat of the energy circle and tried to escape, but the shadow clones blocked their paths. Some foxes attempted to break through the energy circle, but as soon as they made contact with the energy, they were struck by flames and lightning, letting out painful cries. Their colorful fur was singed in places, and their bodies suffered varying degrees of injury. Seeing their companions hurt, the foxes began to panic. They no longer attacked in an organized manner as before. Instead, they fought individually, trying to find an opportunity to break through. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to launch their attacks. Luffy slashed out several fiery thunder sword chi towards the densest area of the foxes, the sword chi flying like burning meteors towards the foxes. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan towards one side of the fox group. As it flew, the Rasengan grew larger, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble. The fiery thunder sword chi and the Rasengan struck the foxes in succession, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent many foxes flying, their bodies heavily injured in the blast, with colorful fur swirling in the air. In the chaos, the foxes began to scatter and flee. Luffy and Naruto did not miss this opportunity and continued to chase the foxes, trying to drive them away completely. During the pursuit, they noticed that the foxes were running in a certain direction, seemingly fleeing towards a specific place. They seem to be heading somewhere. Let's follow them, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Maybe there's something important there, or it's their den. They followed the direction in which the foxes were fleeing and soon arrived at the entrance of a huge cave. The cave was surrounded by vines and weeds, emitting a mysterious aura. The multicolored foxes all darted into the cave and disappeared. This cave doesn't seem simple. There might be danger inside, but we have to go in and take a look, Luffy said, gazing at the cave. Naruto smiled. That's right, let's go. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with faintly glowing mineral stones on the walls barely illuminating the surroundings. A pungent smell filled the cave, a mixture of fox urine and other unknown substances. They slowly moved along the passage of the cave, which became narrower the deeper they went, with the air growing increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, they heard a low growl echoing from deep within the cave, resonating throughout the passage and sending chills down their spines. There are stronger creatures inside. We need to be prepared, Luffy whispered, gripping his thunder flame sword tightly, the source power surging within him, ready to face new challenges. Naruto also activated the chakra within him, his hands already forming seals, prepared to unleash ninjutsu at any moment. They continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0910, The Gray Fox. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper along the narrow cave passage, the low rumbling sound growing louder, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. The air in the passage became increasingly oppressive, and with each breath, they could feel the pungent smell becoming more intense. As they drew closer, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, and within the light, a massive silhouette was swaying. They slowed their pace, moving forward more cautiously, and as they got closer, they finally saw the scene before them. There was a gigantic fox perched in the center of the cave, its size several times larger than the colorful foxes they had encountered before. Its fur displayed a dazzling array of colors, as if it had fused all the hues of the world together, with each hair seemingly flowing with light, beautiful yet exuding an indescribable majesty. Its eyes were like two bright moons, radiating a ghostly blue light, and the wisdom and wildness reflected in its gaze made it impossible to underestimate. Surrounding it were the colorful foxes, seeking protection from their king. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the giant fox let out another roar, echoing like thunder in the cave, causing Luffy and Naruto's eardrums to ache. It stood up, its massive body almost touching the top of the cave, looking down at them with a hostile gaze. "You dare harm my subjects. Today is your day of death," the giant fox spoke in human language, its voice deep and authoritative, reverberating through the cave with an undeniable fury. Luffy stepped forward, pointing the sword of thunder flame at the giant fox. "We are only defending ourselves. Your people attacked us first. We have no intention of being enemies with you, but if you try to stop us, we will not back down." His voice was steady and powerful, and despite facing such a formidable opponent, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Naruto stood beside Luffy, arms crossed, and looked at the giant fox. That's right, we are just passing through this jungle and don't want to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. The chakra within him surged quietly, ready for battle. The giant fox listened to their words, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. Humph, don't try to argue. You have intruded into my territory, and you must pay the price. After saying this, it suddenly flicked its tail, and the colorful foxes around it seemed to receive a command, pouncing once again towards Luffy and Naruto. Under the giant fox's command, the attacks of these colorful foxes were even more ferocious than before. They charged at Luffy and Naruto from all directions like streaks of colorful lightning, emitting sharp cries from their mouths. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning power on the sword intertwining to form brilliant arcs of light that repelled the approaching colorful foxes. With each swing of the sword, a fox was sent flying, their bodies emitting pained howls from the burning flames and lightning. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging towards the group of colorful foxes. The shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the foxes, utilizing their agile movements and various ninja techniques to outmaneuver them. The real Naruto observed the situation from the side, looking for an opportunity to attack the giant fox. After repelling a wave of colorful fox attacks, Luffy seized the moment and charged towards the giant fox. He leaped high into the air, gathering powerful source energy on the Thunder Flame sword, and slashed down towards the giant fox's head. This strike contained a momentum capable of destroying the world, and the energy on the sword transformed into a massive fiery lightning bird, soaring towards the giant fox. Seeing Luffy attack, the giant fox calmly raised a paw and gently waved it, sending a colorful energy wave shooting from its paw to meet the fiery lightning bird. The energy wave collided with the fiery lightning bird, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent Luffy flying backward, but he steadied himself in midair and charged towards the giant fox again. Noticing Luffy's attack was blocked, Naruto quickly formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, he shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken made of lava appeared in his hands. The shuriken emitted extremely high temperatures, distorting the surrounding air due to the heat. Naruto threw the spiraling shuriken towards the giant fox's abdomen, leaving a burning trail as it flew, like a meteor crashing into the giant fox's belly. The giant fox sensed the threat to its abdomen, slightly crouched, and then jumped up, its massive body tracing a graceful arc in the air, evading Naruto's spiraling shuriken. The spiraling shuriken struck the wall of the cave behind the giant fox, instantly melting the rocks with its high-temperature lava, creating a huge gap in the wall as debris fell. Luffy seized the opportunity while the giant fox was dodging the spiral shuriken to launch another attack. He unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame sword, the Flame Thunder Breaking Wind Slash. He gathered the source power, fire power, and lightning power all onto his sword, causing the Thunder Flame sword to shine with brilliance. Dazzling like the sun, he slashed towards the giant fox's leg, attempting to incapacitate it. The giant fox sensed Luffy's attack and quickly swept its tail after landing, the tail carrying immense power, colliding with Luffy's Thunder Flame sword. The impact produced a loud sound, and the powerful shockwave spread outwards, causing the surrounding colorful foxes to stumble and fall. In the fierce confrontation with the giant fox, Luffy and Naruto realized that this giant fox was not only powerful, but also seemed to skillfully manipulate the energy around it. Every attack and defense it executed contained a mysterious power that made it difficult for their attacks to inflict substantial damage. This guy's tough to deal with. We need to find a way to identify its weakness. Luffy shouted as he swung the Thunder Flame sword to fend off the attacks of the colorful foxes while observing the giant fox's every move. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm observing too. There seems to be an energy shield around its body. We need to find a way to break through it." They fought against the colorful foxes and the giant fox while searching for a breakthrough method. During the battle, Naruto noticed that after the giant fox unleashed a powerful attack, the light on its body would flicker briefly, which might indicate a moment of weakness in its energy shield. Luffy, pay attention to the moment after it attacks. Its shield might weaken, Naruto shouted. Hearing this, Luffy immediately understood Naruto's intention. They began to adjust their battle strategy, deliberately luring the giant fox into attacking, then looking for an opportunity to counterattack in a moment right after its strike. Once again, the giant fox swung its paw, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards Luffy. The energy wave swept toward Luffy, who quickly dodged while closely monitoring the giant fox's condition. After the giant fox released the energy wave, the light on its body indeed flickered momentarily. "Now's the time," Luffy shouted as he charged toward the giant fox, maximizing the power of his Thunderflame sword. At the same time, Naruto unleashed Wind Release, Tail Beast Spiral Shuriken, rushing toward the giant fox. Their attacks targeted the giant fox's neck, a spot where they had observed the energy shield to be relatively weak. The giant fox sensed danger, but was already too late to evade. Luffy's Thunderflame sword and Naruto's Wind Release, Tail Beast Spiral Shuriken struck its next energy shield one after the other. Under the powerful assault, the energy shield showed significant cracks, and the giant fox was pushed back a few steps by the force of the impact. "Let's keep attacking," Luffy shouted, as he and Naruto charged at the giant fox again, ready to deliver a heavier blow, hoping to break through its defenses and completely defeat this formidable opponent. Chapter 0911. Raise up. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity when the giant fox retreated due to its shield being shattered, charging towards it like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. Luffy raised the sword of Thunderflame high, the power of the source pouring into it like a surging river. The flames and lightning on the sword surged wildly, intertwining to create an even more brilliant and violent glow. "Flame thunder, shattering sky slash," he shouted, transforming into a streak of light, charging towards the energy shield around the giant fox's neck, which had already shown cracks. With this strike, the air was instantly torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound, as if the entire cave was trembling under the impact of this power. Naruto was equally unyielding. He quickly formed hand seals, the chakra within him roaring like a flood breaking through a dam, gathering into his hands. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken," he shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken unlike any before appeared in his hand. At the center of this spiral shuriken was a blazing golden true flame, transformed from Ninetales chakra, surrounded by layers of wind attribute chakra, spinning like sharp blades at high speed, with mysterious sage power runes flickering along its edges, making the entire ninjutsu far more powerful than ever before. He threw the spiral shuriken towards the same spot on the giant fox's neck, and as it flew, it cut through the air, leaving a blazing and radiant trail like a burning meteor heading straight for its target. The giant fox sensed the deadly threat from the two. A flicker of panic flashed in its azure eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a determined expression. It suddenly let out a long howl, the sound echoing through the cave, shaking the surrounding rocks loose. Then it summoned all its strength, trying to reinforce the already damaged energy shield around its neck. The flame thunder shattering sky slash and the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken struck the giant fox's energy shield almost simultaneously. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted, too bright to look at, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the entire cave was about to be overturned by this force. The energy shield could no longer withstand the impact of these dual powerful attacks, letting out a crisp cracking sound, and shattered into countless sparkling fragments that flew in all directions. The giant fox's neck was exposed to the air, and its fur, which had been protected by the shield, was now slightly disheveled. Luffy and Naruto did not pause for a moment and continued their assault. Luffy's figure flashed as he quickly approached the giant fox, thrusting the Thunderflame sword fiercely towards its neck. The flames and lightning on the sword began to scorch and sting the giant fox's skin the moment they made contact with its fur. The giant fox yelped in pain, twisting its massive body in an attempt to evade Luffy's strike, but Luffy kept close, ensuring the sword remained aimed at the giant fox's vital neck. Meanwhile, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the giant fox's body. Some clones grabbed the fox's limbs, trying to restrict its movement. Others attacked its back and abdomen with punches, kicks, and ninjutsu, distracting it to create better conditions for Luffy's assault. The real Naruto was quickly forming hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu to deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. Under the combined attacks of Luffy and the many clones, the giant fox appeared somewhat flustered. It struggled and twisted, retaliating against the clones with its claws and tail, but with so many clones, it found it difficult to break free. Just as Luffy's sword was about to pierce deeper into the giant fox's neck, the giant fox suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. Its fur stood on end, each hair shimmering with brilliant light, as if turning into countless sharp spikes. With a powerful shake of its body, a wave of energy expanded outward from it. This energy wave instantly knocked away the clones holding its limbs, scattering those attacking its back and abdomen. Luffy was also significantly affected, pushed back by the energy wave. Despite his efforts to stabilize himself, he slid across the ground for a distance before coming to a stop. This guy is really tough. Luffy gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming more determined as he tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, ready to attack again. Seeing the clones being dispersed, Naruto did not feel discouraged. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, reciting incantations as chakra surged wildly within him. Sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, he shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. This spiraling shuriken emitted extremely high temperatures, warping the air around it due to the heat. Seizing the moment while the giant fox was still slightly fatigued from its earlier explosion, he hurled the spiraling shuriken towards its abdomen. The spiraling shuriken left a burning trail as it flew, crashing into the giant fox's abdomen like a meteor. The giant fox sensed the threat to its abdomen and attempted to dodge, but the earlier energy explosion had drained much of its stamina, causing its movements to be slightly sluggish. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately struck the giant fox's abdomen, instantly melting part of its fur and skin with the high-temperature lava. The giant fox let out a painful roar. A massive wound burned into its abdomen, blood gushing from the injury. Luffy saw the giant fox was injured. Seizing the opportunity, he charged towards it again. He pushed the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak once more and unleashed the flame thunder-breaking sky slash. He struck at the giant fox's head. The sword contained immense power, and the energy on the blade transformed into a massive flame thunder dragon, clawing and roaring as it pounced towards the giant fox. The flame thunder dragon and the giant fox clashed, engaging in a fierce battle. The flame thunder dragon used its claws and teeth to tear at the giant fox, while the giant fox dodged the dragon's attacks with its strength and speed, attempting to counterattack. However, the giant fox was injured in the abdomen and its movements were not as agile as before, gradually falling into a disadvantage in the standoff with the flame thunder dragon. While the flame thunder dragon restrained the giant fox, Naruto once again used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones rushing towards the giant fox's legs. They attacked the giant fox's legs with various ninjutsu and taijutsu, trying to incapacitate it. Caught in a pincer attack, the giant fox found it increasingly difficult. Its legs were battered by the clones' assaults, and its movements slowed further. It knew its situation was dire, but it still refused to give up, with unyielding flames burning in its eyes, continuing to fight fiercely against Luffy and Naruto. Let us give it our all. We must defeat it completely, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. All right, let us go. They launched another attack on the giant fox, with Luffy aiming the Thunder Flame sword at the giant fox's neck, while Naruto used Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the giant fox's heart. The giant fox sensed the threat of death and struggled with all its might, but in its severely injured state, its strength was greatly diminished. The Thunder Flame sword accurately pierced the giant fox's neck, blood gushing out. The Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken also struck the giant fox's heart, the powerful force knocking it backward, crashing heavily onto the ground of the cave and kicking up a cloud of dust. The giant fox's body convulsed a few times on the ground, the light in its eerie blue eyes gradually dimming, ultimately losing all signs of life. With the giant fox's death, the colorful foxes surrounding it seemed to lose their backbone. They stopped attacking and panicked, scattering in all directions, quickly disappearing deep into the cave. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the giant fox. They stood in the cave, exhausted and covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, they had dealt with this big guy. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Well, there might still be other dangers in this cave. We need to keep moving, Luffy replied. After a short rest, they tidied themselves up and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0912, Lotus. After a brief rest, Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave. At this moment, the cave was enveloped in a heavy silence, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the dim passage, as if recounting the aftermath of the fierce battle they had just faced. As they ventured further, the air around them grew increasingly humid, and droplets of water continually fell from the walls, forming small puddles on the ground. Occasionally, the sound of dripping water could be heard, standing out starkly in the quiet environment and adding an eerie atmosphere to the cave. After walking for a while, they noticed a faint light ahead. This light was different from the brilliant colors emitted by the giant fox earlier. It was a soft glow that exuded a mysterious aura. They exchanged a glance, both feeling a tightening in their hearts, realizing that something unknown awaited them ahead. However, there was no intention of retreat. They resolutely walked towards the light. As they approached the source of the light, the sight before them made them widen their eyes in astonishment. A massive circular pool appeared before them, the water within exhibiting a strange light blue hue, as if it contained the color of the sky. The water's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting everything around it, yet it carried an indescribable depth, as if hiding endless secrets. Surrounding the pool was a ring of ancient stone pillars, each covered in various mysterious runes and patterns. These runes and patterns emitted a faint glow, resonating with the blue light of the pool, as if engaged in a silent conversation. At the top of the pillars sat crystal orbs radiating a soft light. The glow of these orbs intertwined, forming the mysterious illumination that enveloped the area above the pool. This place looks so mysterious. I wonder what these runes and crystal orbs are for, Naruto said, curiously examining his surroundings, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy frowned and observed carefully, feeling the powerful energy contained in the runes and the crystal ball, but he couldn't grasp what it was at the moment. We need to be careful. There might be some traps or mechanisms hidden here. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the sword's power gently surging along the blade, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Just as they were about to further explore around the pool, suddenly, the water in the pool began to ripple. At first, it was just a slight fluctuation, but soon, the ripples grew larger, forming concentric circles of water that continuously spread outward. At the same time, a low humming sound emanated from the pool, as if it were coming from the depths of the water, carrying an ancient and mysterious rhythm. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, their attention focused on the pool as they quietly prepared their respective attacks. As the water rippled, a huge object slowly rose in the center of the pool. It was a platform shaped like a lotus flower, crafted from a jade stone that emitted a faint blue glow, looking exquisite. In the center of the lotus platform lay a massive blue gem, its brilliance dazzling, far more radiant than the surrounding crystal balls and the blue light of the pool. Its light shone like a lighthouse, illuminating the entire cave and clearly presenting everything to Luffy and Naruto. Wow, what a huge gem! Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze fixed on the gem, overwhelmed by an impulse to step forward and touch it. Luffy suddenly grabbed him, urging him not to act impulsively. This gem's appearance is too suspicious. It can't be that simple. His eyes were filled with caution, fully aware that in this mysterious and dangerous continent, any seemingly enticing treasure could be hiding a huge crisis. Just as they were talking, the blue gem on the lotus platform suddenly erupted in brilliance, and beams of blue light shot out from the gem, like arrows, heading straight for Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted quickly, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to form a shield made of intertwining flames and lightning in front of him. When the light hit the shield, it emitted a crackling sound, like raindrops hitting a tin roof, but the shield successfully blocked the attack. Naruto was not to be outdone. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless shadow clones charged toward the direction from which the light was coming, attempting to shield the main body from the light. Some shadow clones were hit by the light and instantly turned into a puff of smoke, disappearing. But the other clones continued to bravely push forward toward the gem. We need to find a way to get closer to that gem and see if we can take it. It might help us on our journey, Luffy shouted, thinking of a strategy while fending off the light's attacks. Naruto nodded. All right, I'll try to break its attack with ninjutsu. After saying that, the main body of Naruto quickly formed hand seals again, chanting incantations. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, he shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. Surrounding this spiral shuriken were 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, increasing the shuriken's power several times over. He threw the spiral shuriken toward the gem, which grew larger as it flew, the strong wind chakra cutting through the air and producing a sharp howling sound. The spiral shuriken flew toward the gem and collided with the beam of light emitted from it, triggering a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, and the powerful shockwave temporarily scattered some of the light, causing the lotus platform to shake slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luffy and Naruto dashed toward the lotus platform. While dodging the remaining light attacks, they quickly approached the target. When they reached the bottom of the lotus platform, they found that the platform was elevated above the ground, and they needed to find a way to climb up to reach the gem. Luffy observed the surroundings and noticed that the stone pillars had some grooves for climbing. Though not very obvious, it was a feasible route. "Let's climb up the stone pillars," Luffy said, leading the way to a stone pillar, grabbing the grooves with both hands, and starting to climb up with difficulty. Naruto followed suit, using his agility to climb the pillar as nimbly as a monkey. During the climb, the light emitted by the gem continued to shoot at them. They had to dodge the light while continuing to climb up. This made their ascent very challenging, with every step filled with danger. After a hard struggle, they finally reached the lotus platform. At this moment, the huge blue gem was right before them, within arm's reach. The glow it emitted made them feel as though they were in a blue ocean. The light was warm and mysterious, making it hard to resist being entranced. "Be careful. Don't get fooled by its light," Luffy reminded. Though he too was drawn to the gem's glow, his vigilance never waning. Naruto nodded and reached out his hand, wanted to touch the gem. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the gem suddenly emitted a strong electric current, which coursed through his arm and spread throughout his body. Naruto felt a sharp pain and involuntarily fell backward. "Naruto!" Luffy shouted, quickly reaching out to grab Naruto and pulling him close. "That hurts so much. Why is this gem so powerful?" Naruto frowned, his arm still trembling slightly, clearly having suffered from the electric shock. Luffy carefully observed the gem and noticed that there seemed to be an invisible energy field surrounding it, which was the source of the electric current they had just encountered. "This gem has protection. We need to find a way to break through its defenses to obtain it," he said. They began to study the energy field around the gem carefully, trying to find a way to crack it. During the observation, Luffy discovered that the energy field experienced a brief fluctuation after the gem launched an attack, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, after it attacks next time, let's strike at that fluctuating spot together. We might be able to break its protection," Luffy suggested. Naruto nodded. "All right, I'm ready." They prepared themselves again, waiting for the gem's next attack. Soon enough, the gem launched another beam of light attack, and they used their shields and shadow clones to defend against it. Just as before, after the light attack ended, the energy field around the gem showed significant fluctuations. "Now's our chance," Luffy shouted, channeling the power of the thunder flame soared to its peak and slashing at the spot where the energy field fluctuated. Naruto also unleashed his Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it toward the fluctuating area of the energy field. Their attacks struck the fluctuating spot simultaneously, and the immense power triggered a violent explosion. The energy generated by the explosion spread outwards, and under the impact of this powerful force, the energy field surrounding the gem finally couldn't withstand it, letting out a crisp cracking sound and shattering into countless tiny energy fragments that flew in all directions. With the energy field broken, the massive blue gem lost its protection, lying quietly on the lotus platform and radiating dazzling light, as if waiting for them to pick it up. Luffy and Naruto exchanged smiles as they successfully cracked the gem's protection, and now they could finally take this mysterious gem into their possession. They stepped forward and carefully picked up the gem. The moment their hands touched the gem, a powerful energy surged into their bodies, filling them with strength. "This gem's energy is so powerful. It might be a great help for our future adventures," Naruto said excitedly. "Yeah, let's secure it first, and then keep moving," Luffy replied. After safely storing the gem, they descended from the lotus platform and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0913. Ghostly Green Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave with the mysterious blue gem in hand. Although their steps were slightly weary, their spirits were lifted by the newly acquired treasure. The cave grew increasingly deep, and the light dimmed further, with only the faint glow from their hands barely illuminating a small stretch of the path ahead. The air around them seemed to have thickened, making it somewhat hard to breathe, with only the steady dripping of water echoing in the silence, sounding particularly out of place. As they walked, they suddenly heard a faint whispering sound. The voice seemed to come from far away, yet also felt like it was murmuring right next to them, elusive and indistinct, but carrying an air of mystery and eeriness. "Did you hear that? It sounds like someone is talking," Naruto said in a lowered voice, glancing warily around him, his hands instinctively forming seals, ready to respond to any potential danger. Luffy nodded gravely. That sound is very strange. Everyone be careful." He tightened his grip on the Thunderfire sword, the power of the source flowing slowly along the blade. ready to attack at any moment. As they continued forward, the whispering grew clearer, yet they still couldn't discern what was being said. Meanwhile, some vague figures gradually emerged from the darkness ahead. The figures were elusive like ghosts, flickering in and out of visibility in the dark, sending chills down their spines. As they got a little closer to those figures, Luffy and Naruto finally saw their true forms. They were a group of humanoid beings dressed in tattered robes, their faces hidden beneath hoods, making it impossible to see their exact features. All they could see were pairs of eyes emitting an eerie green glow, flickering in the darkness like ghostly flames. Were those things? They look really scary, Naruto couldn't help but say, trying to keep his voice steady, but a hint of tension was still audible. Luffy did not respond. He was fully focused on these mysterious creatures, always ready to counter their attacks. Just then, the mysterious creatures suddenly moved. They surged towards Luffy and Naruto like a tidal wave, moving at incredible speed and with perfectly synchronized actions, as if they were under some unified command. Luffy was the first to launch an attack. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword, and the flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, slashing towards the first few mysterious creatures. As the Thunder Flame Sword cut through the air, it emitted a sharp whistling sound, and wherever it went, flames blazed and lightning crackled. However, when the blade struck those mysterious creatures, it felt as though it had struck air, only causing a slight ripple, and the creatures did not suffer any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto also used the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards the group of mysterious creatures, trying to fight them with punches, kicks, and ninjutsu, hoping to find their weaknesses. Some clones used taijutsu to punch and kick the mysterious creatures, while others unleashed wind release and fire release ninjutsu, spraying flames and gusts of wind at them. But the result was the same as Luffy's. These attacks seemed to have no effect on the mysterious creatures, which continued to surge forward like a tide, showing no signs of stopping. These guys were tough to deal with. They seemed not to be physical entities. Luffy shouted loudly, continuing to swing the Thunder Flame Sword to fend off the approaching mysterious creatures while contemplating a strategy. Naruto also noticed this and furrowed his brows, saying, "What should we do? Ordinary attacks are useless against them." Just as they were feeling anxious, Luffy suddenly thought of a method. He remembered that during previous battles with other enemies, he had used energy countering to break through some special defenses. So, he decided to give it a try. Luffy plunged the Sword of Thunder and Flame into the ground, murmuring incantations. The sword's power rapidly spread along the ground, forming energy chains woven from flames and lightning. These chains, like spiritual serpents, flew towards the mysterious creatures, instantly wrapping around them. Then, Luffy exerted force, continuously injecting source power into the chains, attempting to use the clash of energy to affect these mysterious beings. Sure enough, as the energy chains coiled around the mysterious creatures, their bodies began to show fluctuations. Their originally ethereal forms became somewhat blurred, as if disturbed by some force. Naruto, seeing this scene, immediately understood Luffy's intention. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. He threw the Rasen Shuriken towards the group of mysterious creatures entangled in the energy chains, and during its flight, the Rasen Shuriken continuously enlarged, with the powerful chakra waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. When the Rasen Shuriken struck the mysterious creatures, it triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, interacting with the flames and lightning powers of the energy chains, causing a greater effect on the mysterious beings. This time, the bodies of those mysterious creatures showed obvious cracks, like shattered glass, with eerie green light seeping continuously from the fissures, and their movements became sluggish. "It's working. Let's keep attacking," Luffy shouted. They continued their assault, and Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame again, striking at the mysterious creatures with visible cracks in their bodies. This time, the Sword of Thunder and Flame could truly cut into them. With each slash, some of the mysterious creatures were shattered into countless tiny fragments, which flickered in the air before disappearing. Naruto also used Wind Release, Ninetails Rasen Shuriken, merging this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, significantly enhancing the power of the Rasen Shuriken. Surrounding the Rasen Shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, increasing the overall power of the Rasen Shuriken several times. He threw the Rasen Shuriken towards the densest area of the mysterious creatures, and as it flew, it grew larger. The powerful wind chakra slicing through the air with a sharp howling sound. When the wind released, Ninetales, Rasa, and Shuriken struck the group of mysterious beings. It triggered another violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, shattering more of the mysterious creatures into fragments. Under their combined attacks, the number of those mysterious creatures gradually decreased, and their originally coordinated movements became chaotic. However, just when they thought they were about to completely eliminate these mysterious beings, the remaining creatures suddenly stopped. They ceased their attacks and slowly retreated, regrouping to form a massive circular array. The eerie green light on them intensified, as if they were gathering some kind of power. What are they doing? It seems like they're preparing for a big move, Naruto said with a frown, unease rising in his heart as he watched the mysterious creatures. Luffy looked solemnly at the scene before him, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, and said, "No matter what they plan to do, we must be prepared and not let them succeed." Just then, those mysterious creatures simultaneously spread their arms and emitted a low, eerie roar. As the roar echoed, a ghostly green light began to gather around them, forming a massive green energy sphere. The energy sphere slowly rotated above their heads, radiating a powerful evil aura, as if it were about to devour everything around it. "This looks dangerous. We need to find a way to destroy it," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." They charged toward the giant green energy sphere. Luffy raised the thunder flame sword high above his head, the source of power flowing into the sword like a river, causing it to emit a dazzling light. "Flame, thunder, exploding slash," he shouted as he swung down toward the center of the energy sphere. This strike contained the might to devastate the heavens and the earth, with the energy on the sword transforming into a massive flame thunder dragon that lunged toward the energy sphere with claws bared. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the sage art. "Lava release, spiraling shuriken," he shouted, and a giant shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. This spiraling shuriken emitted an extremely high temperature, warping the surrounding air due to the heat. He threw the spiraling shuriken toward the bottom of the energy sphere, leaving a burning trail in its wake as it shot through the air like a meteor. The flame thunder exploding slash and the lava release spiraling shuriken struck the green energy sphere one after the other, unleashing a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding air to tremble. However, to their surprise, the green energy sphere was not completely destroyed. It merely swayed slightly, continuing to rotate slowly and emanating its evil aura. "This thing is so stubborn," Naruto said somewhat frustratedly. Luffy furrowed his brow as he looked at the green energy ball. He noticed that, after being attacked, the surface of the energy ball revealed some peculiar runes that seemed to be absorbing the surrounding energy, as if self-repairing. "These runes are problematic. We need to find a way to decipher them to truly destroy this energy ball," Luffy said. They approached the green energy ball again, this time more cautiously. Luffy attempted to touch the runes on the surface of the energy ball with the Thunder Flame Sword, trying to sense their power. When the blade made contact with the runes, a powerful surge of information flooded into his mind, revealing ancient knowledge and the secrets of magic. However, this information was chaotic and needed time to organize. Naruto stood by to protect Luffy, using wind release, spiraling shuriken to sever the approaching energy waves. But as time passed, the energy ball grew stronger, and their situation became increasingly perilous. "I think I have a clue," Luffy suddenly said, beginning to draw corresponding runes on the ground with the Thunder Flame Sword based on the organized information in his mind. The runes emitted a faint glow after being drawn, resonating with the runes on the surface of the energy ball. As Luffy drew more runes, the light of the runes on the energy ball's surface started to become chaotic. The absorbed energy also became unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak. "Naruto, let us attack again," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they launched their attack on the green energy ball once more. This time, their strikes were more precise, targeting the area where the rune light was most chaotic. Under their combined assault, the green energy ball finally could not withstand it. With a loud explosion, the green energy ball burst apart, and a powerful wave of energy swept everything around it. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the energy wave, tumbling several times before stabilizing themselves. When the dust settled, they found that the mysterious creatures had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. The cave walls around them had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Some areas had cracks, while others had even collapsed. "Finally dealt with those guys," Naruto said, wiping the sweat and blood from his face. Yeah, but there are definitely other dangers in this cave. We need to keep moving, Luffy replied. After a brief rest and regaining their composure, they continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0914, Counterattack. After a brief rest, Luffy and Naruto set off again on their journey deeper into the cave. At this moment, the cave, having been through the baptism of the recent fierce battle, was filled with a mingled scent of smoke and dampness. Water droplets occasionally fell from the walls onto the ground covered with rubble and debris, producing a clear dripping sound that resonated in the silent environment. They moved slowly along the winding passage, treading lightly, fearful of provoking any unknown danger. As they ventured deeper, the temperature around them seemed to gradually drop, and a chill began to spread through the air, causing both to shiver involuntarily, yet their gazes remained firmly fixed ahead. Not long after, a faint light suddenly appeared ahead. This light was different from any they had seen before. It carried a cold hue, as if emanating from a place of extreme cold. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, feeling a tightening in their hearts, knowing that something new was about to unfold. However, they showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they quickened their pace towards the source of the light. As they approached the source of the light, a massive ice lake came into view. The ice lake occupied a large area of the cave, its surface like a giant mirror, smooth and hard, reflecting everything around it. The water of the ice lake exhibited a deep blue color, as if it could absorb one's soul, exuding an air of mystery. In the center of the ice lake stood a towering ice sculpture. The sculpture depicted a giant figure, wielding a massive ice axe, emanating an imposing aura that conveyed an invisible sense of pressure, even though it was merely a sculpture. Surrounding the ice sculpture were faint blue halos that flowed over the ice surface, as if endowing the sculpture with some mysterious vitality. The ice sculpture looked incredibly powerful, and it was unclear what secrets lay hidden within. Naruto gazed at the sculpture, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luffy frowned, cautiously observing his surroundings. Be careful. This place feels unusual. There might be some danger lurking. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the sword's power flowing slowly along the blade, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Just as they were preparing to further examine the ice lake and the ice sculpture, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the ice lake. At first, they were only slight undulations, but soon, the ripples grew larger, forming concentric waves that continuously spread outward. At the same time, a low humming sound emanated from the ice lake, as if it were coming from deep within the lake bed, carrying an ancient and mysterious rhythm. As the water waves rippled, the ice sculpture in the center of the lake seemed to come to life. The ice giant's ice axe slowly lifted, as if it was about to attack Luffy and Naruto. The blue halo around it also became brighter, and as the light flickered, the entire ice lake was illuminated in a ghostly blue. Not good, the ice sculpture has come alive, Luffy shouted. He quickly reacted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword and charging towards the ice giant. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly, creating a dazzling arc in the air as he slashed at the ice giant's legs, trying to stop its movement. Naruto wasn't idle either. He quickly formed hand seals, and chakra surged within him. Wind release, spiraling shuriken, he shouted, and a massive, spiraling shuriken appeared in his hands. This spiraling shuriken was surrounded by powerful wind chakra, resembling a gigantic cutting tool. He threw the spiraling shuriken at the ice giant's abdomen, hoping to inflict some damage. The ice giant showed no intention of dodging their attacks. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword struck its leg, producing a crisp collision sound, leaving only a shallow white mark on the ice giant's leg, with no substantial damage. The wind release spiraling shuriken that Naruto threw hit the ice giant's abdomen, but only caused some minor cracks, which quickly healed back to normal. This guy is tough. Ordinary attacks seem ineffective, Naruto frowned and said. Luffy also realized this, as he continued to wield the Thunder Flame sword to fend off the attacks of the ice sculpture giant while contemplating a countermeasure. We need to find a way to identify its weaknesses, otherwise this won't work. Just when they were in a stalemate with the ice sculpture giant, Luffy suddenly noticed that every time the giant launched an attack and raised its ice axe, there was a faint energy fluctuation at its shoulder joint, which might be its weak point. Naruto, watch its shoulder joint. That could be the weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He began to adjust his attack strategy, no longer blindly attacking the giant's abdomen and legs, but waiting for the ice sculpture giant to raise its ice axe to attack, then seizing the moment to strike at its shoulder joint. Once again, the ice sculpture giant raised its ice axe and swung it towards Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged to the side and shouted, "Now's the time." Seizing the opportunity, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the Sage Art. Super Big Rasen Shuriken. He hurled the Rasen Shuriken at the ice sculpture giant's shoulder joint, which expanded as it flew, with powerful chakra wave causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Sage Art. Super Big Rasen Shuriken accurately struck the shoulder joint of the ice sculpture giant, and the immense power caused noticeable cracks to appear at the joint. The giant let out a deep roar, and its attack movements became somewhat sluggish due to the damage to its shoulder joint. "It's working. Let's keep attacking," Luffy shouted. They continued their assault, with Luffy swinging the Thunder Flame Sword towards another shoulder joint of the ice sculpture giant. This time, the Thunder Flame Sword also successfully left a deeper crack at the joint. Naruto, meanwhile, unleashed Wind Release, Nine Tails Rasen Shuriken, combining this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra to greatly enhance the Rasen Shuriken's power. Surrounding the Rasen Shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained immense chakra, increasing the overall power of the Rasen Shuriken several times over. He threw the Rasen Shuriken towards the ice sculpture giant's waist, hoping to further damage its body structure and incapacitate it. Under their combined assault, the shoulder and waist joints of the ice sculpture giant suffered severe damage, causing its movements to become increasingly sluggish, and its attacks were no longer as fierce as before. However, the ice sculpture giant did not give up resisting. Although it moved slowly, it still swung its ice axe, trying to attack Luffy and Naruto. The blue aura around it continued to flicker, as if accumulating some power for a final counterattack. "We can't give it a chance to counterattack. We must defeat it completely," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's go together." They launched another attack on the ice sculpture giant, with Luffy raising the Thunder Flame Sword high overhead, channeling the source of power like a river into the sword, which emitted a dazzling light. "Flamme Thunder Explosion Slash," he shouted, slashing towards the head of the ice sculpture giant. This sword carried a destructive momentum, with the energy on the blade transforming into a massive flame thunder dragon that lunged toward the ice sculpture giant. Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Rasen Shuriken, he shouted, and in his hand appeared a Rasen Shuriken made entirely of lava, radiating extreme heat, distorting the surrounding air. He threw the Rasen Shuriken at the giant's heart, hoping to deliver a fatal blow. The Flame Thunder Explosion Slash and Lava Release, Rasen Shuriken, struck the ice sculpture giant's head and heart in succession. The tremendous power triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, and the powerful shockwave made the surrounding air tremble. Under this dual attack, the ice sculpture giant finally couldn't withstand it. Its head and heart suffered severe damage, and cracks began to appear on its body, rapidly spreading. With a loud crash, the ice sculpture giant collapsed, shattering into countless pieces of ice that scattered across the ice lake, splashing up a spray of water. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the ice giant. They stood by the icy lake, exhausted and covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, they had dealt with this big guy. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. "Well, there might be other dangers in this cave. We have to keep moving," Luffy replied. After a short rest, they gathered their spirits and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0915, Portal. Luffy and Naruto circled around the icy lake and continued deeper into the cave. The temperature inside the cave grew colder, and their breaths condensed into white mist in the air. Strange ice crystals began to appear on the surrounding walls, taking on various shapes. Some resembled sharp blades, while others looked like blooming flowers, shimmering with a cold light as they passed by. After walking for a while, they heard a series of clear bell sounds. The ringing echoed in the silent cave, ethereal and mysterious, as if there were an invisible magic drawing them toward the source of the sound. As they approached, the bell sounds became clearer, and ahead appeared a portal flickering with strange light. The doorway was carved from massive ice blocks, within which something seemed to flow, emitting a colorful glow. Countless small silver bells were embedded in the doorframe, and it was these bells that produced the crisp ringing. In the center of the portal was a swirling light curtain, with faint images flashing within, as if depicting scenes from another world. "This portal looks so mysterious. It seems like something inside is calling us," Naruto said, unable to resist reaching out to touch the flickering light curtain. Luffy hurriedly stopped him, urging him not to act impulsively, as they didn't know where the portal led, and rushing in could be dangerous. He carefully observed the area around the portal, trying to find some clues. Just then, the light curtain on the portal suddenly began to fluctuate violently, and the sound of bells became urgent and chaotic. Several transparent arms extended from the light curtain. These arms were as clear as crystal, emanating a cold aura, reaching out towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted quickly, swinging the Thunderflame sword. The flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, slashing towards those transparent arms. The flames burned on the arms, and the lightning surged through them. After coming into contact with the Thunderflame power, the arms quickly retracted back into the light curtain. "It seems this portal doesn't welcome us," Naruto said with a frown. "We need to find a way to get through this portal. I feel there's something very important behind it." Luffy stared at the portal, his gaze firm. They began to think of ways to pass through the portal. Luffy tried to attack the ice blocks on the door frame with a Thunderflame sword, hoping to break the seal of the portal. When the blade touched the ice, cracks appeared on the ice block, but soon healed automatically, as if it had self-repairing abilities. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, letting the clones attempt to pass through the light curtain. As soon as the clones touched the light curtain, they were bounced back by a powerful force, turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing. "This portal's defense is strong. We need to try together," Luffy said. They decided to launch and attack simultaneously. Luffy plunged the Thunderflame sword into the ground, the source power spreading along the ground, trying to disrupt the energy around the portal. Naruto used Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan towards the light curtain, while he also charged towards the curtain, ready to break through using the impact of the Rasengan. The Rasengan hit the light curtain, causing a violent explosion. At the moment of the explosion, Luffy and Naruto charged towards the light curtain together. Their bodies endured immense pressure, but they still gritted their teeth and persisted. Under their combined assault, a crack appeared in the light curtain, and the surrounding bell sounds became sharper, as if the portal was letting out a painful scream. "Push harder," Luffy shouted, pouring all his source power into the Thunderflame sword, slashing at the crack in the light curtain. Naruto also pushed his chakra to the limit, using Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan again, smashing towards the crack. With their continuous attacks, the crack in the light curtain grew larger, and ultimately, they successfully broke through the curtain and entered the portal. After passing through the light curtain, they found themselves in a snowy world. Fluffy snowflakes drifted through the sky. Thick snow covered the ground, and towering icebergs surrounded them. The cold here far exceeded that of the previous cave. They felt as if their blood was about to freeze. "It's so cold. We need to find a way out of here quickly," Naruto said, shivering. Luffy's face turned pale from the cold, but he remained vigilant. "Look, there's a glowing spot over there," he said, pointing to the light on the slope of a distant iceberg. They walked towards the light, each step requiring great effort as the snow nearly reached their knees. After a difficult trek, they finally arrived at the source of the glow. It was a cave covered in ice and snow, with a massive crystal at the entrance emitting a warm light, which had attracted them. As they entered the cave, they felt the warmth from the crystal, and their bodies gradually regained some sensation. The walls of the cave were covered with ancient murals depicting scenes of battle, featuring various strange creatures fighting, along with figures resembling wizards casting powerful spells. The colors of the murals were still vibrant, as if they had just been painted. These murals seemed to tell a story. "Perhaps we can find clues to leave here within them," Luffy observed carefully. They walked along the walls of the cave, examining the murals one by one. Deep in the cave, they discovered a unique mural. It depicted a giant eye, shimmering with mysterious light, surrounded by strange symbols. Below the eye, there was a pattern resembling a keyhole. This eye and keyhole looked significant. Could they be related to leaving this place? Naruto speculated. Luffy reached out to touch the eye in the mural. As his finger made contact, the light in the eye suddenly brightened, and a beam of light shot out, illuminating the other side of the cave. They walked over to take a look and discovered a small groove where the light shone, perfectly shaped like the keyhole in the mural. "It seems we need to find a key," Luffy said. They searched the cave, scouring every corner, but found no trace of a key. Just as they were feeling a bit frustrated, Naruto suddenly noticed a small box covered in ice and snow beneath the crystal. They carefully cleared away the ice and snow and opened the box. Inside lay a crystal-clear ice key, engraved with the same symbols as those on the mural. "This is it," Naruto exclaimed as he picked up the key. They took the key to the groove and inserted it. As the key was placed, the entire cave began to shake violently, and the light from the surrounding murals grew brighter. A crack appeared in the ceiling of the cave, revealing a beam of bright light. "We're getting out," Luffy shouted. They raced toward the crack and successfully escaped the icy world just before the cave completely collapsed. They found themselves back in another passage of the cave, which was no longer cold, but filled with a warm breeze. "I wonder what awaits us ahead," Naruto said, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Whatever it is, we keep moving forward," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword as he walked deeper into the passage, with Naruto closely following behind. Their figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the passage, heading toward new unknowns. Chapter 0916. Siege. Luffy and Naruto continued forward along the warm passage, where glowing moss began to appear on the walls, emitting a soft green light that illuminated the surroundings. As they walked, the passage gradually opened up, and a cacophony of sounds reached them, as if many creatures were active ahead. When they reached the end of the passage, a gigantic underground cavern appeared before them. The cave was bustling with activity, inhabited by a variety of peculiar creatures. Some were enormous, with hard shells and sturdy limbs, resembling giant beasts from ancient legends. Others were small and delicate, flying in the air with transparent wings, shimmering with colorful lights. These creatures seemed to have their own social structure. Some were trading items, haggling in a strange language, while others were showcasing their skills, demonstrating astonishing strength and magic. It was truly a marvelous place. Naruto looked at the scene in amazement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy was also shocked by the scene in front of him, but he remained vigilant. "There are many creatures here. We shouldn't attract attention easily. Let's observe for a while," he whispered. However, their presence still caught the attention of some creatures. A small beast with 3 eyes ran towards them, its body covered in soft fur that shimmered in different colors with each step. The small beast circled around them a few times, sniffed curiously, and then emitted a series of crisp calls. The calls seemed to act as a signal, causing the surrounding creatures to stop what they were doing and cast various glances at Luffy and Naruto. Some were curious, some were cautious, and some were filled with hostility. "It seems we've been discovered. Be ready to respond to any situation." Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and whispered to Naruto. Naruto nodded, secretly forming hand signs, ready to unleash ninjutsu at any moment. Just then, a massive creature walked over from the center of the cave. This creature had a humanoid body, but its head was that of a giant rhinoceros, covered in a thick layer of metal armor, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. It looked down at Luffy and Naruto with an air of authority, its eyes glimmering with a commanding light. "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why have you trespassed into our territory?" The massive creature asked in a deep voice, its words echoing in the cave, filled with an oppressive force. Luffy stepped forward, raised his head to look at it, and said, "We're travelers passing through this place. We mean no offense, we just arrived here while exploring this cave." The gigantic creature stared at Luffy for a while, seemingly judging the truth of his words. Humans are never to be trusted. You must have some ulterior motive," it said, and some creatures around began to murmur in agreement, making the atmosphere tense. Naruto anxiously said, "We really mean no harm. We just passed through here on our adventure." The gigantic creature ignored Naruto's explanation, raised the enormous war hammer in its hand, and declared, "Regardless of your intentions, trespassing into our territory is a death sentence." After saying this, it charged at Luffy and Naruto, the war hammer whistling through the air as it swung down towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated to dodge. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, slashing at the giant creature's leg. The sword collided with the metal armor, sparking a shower of flames, but only left a shallow mark on the armor. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, and countless shadow clones surged toward the giant creature. The clones attacked the giant creature from all directions. Some clung to its limbs, while others tried to strike at its eyes, but the creature's strength was too overwhelming, and it merely waved its arm to scatter many of the clones. "This guy is so strong. We need to find a way to discover its weakness," Luffy shouted, continuing to attack the giant creature's legs while observing its movements. In the battle against the giant creature, Luffy noticed that every time it swung its war hammer to attack, a small gap would appear at the joint of the armor on its back. That might be its weakness. "Naruto, attack its back. There's a weak spot," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to charge toward the giant creature's back. The real Naruto then performed the sage art, super huge Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan toward the gap on the giant creature's back. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble. The giant creature sensed the threat to its back and tried to turn around to block with its war hammer, but it was already too late. The sage art, super huge Rasengan, accurately struck the gap on its back, and the tremendous force widened the gap, sending fragments of armor flying. Luffy took the opportunity to rush forward, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword as he thrust it into the gap on the back of the giant creature. The Thunder Flame sword successfully pierced the gap, and the giant creature let out a painful roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. The surrounding creatures, seeing their leader injured, let out angry howls and charged towards Luffy and Naruto. In an instant, they found themselves besieged by numerous creatures. "Naruto, we need to break through," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to create a protective circle of intertwined flames and lightning around them, temporarily blocking some of the creatures' attacks. Naruto also used Wind Release, spiraling shuriken to repel the approaching creatures. They stood back to back and pushed towards one direction of the cave. Throughout the escape, they continuously employed ninjutsu and sword techniques, engaging in fierce combat with these creatures. After a tough battle, they finally broke through the creature's siege and ran towards another exit of the cave. The creatures pursued them relentlessly, but Luffy and Naruto did not look back. They exerted all their strength towards the exit. When they burst out of the cave, they found themselves in a valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley, surrounded by lush trees and blooming wildflowers, with a clear stream flowing through, producing a crisp sound of running water. Finally rid of them, this place seems much safer. Naruto panted. "Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There might be other dangers in this valley," Luffy replied. After a short rest, they began to explore the valley along the stream. Chapter 0917. Manipulation. Luffy and Naruto walked along the creek. The mist in the valley swirling around them like a light veil, the fragrance of wildflowers mingling with the scent of earth, refreshing their spirits. However, they were well aware that in this seemingly tranquil environment, unknown dangers often lurked. As they continued walking, they noticed the mist ahead growing thicker, almost obscuring their view entirely. The sound of trickling water filled their ears, seeming to be the only guide through the fog. Suddenly, Naruto felt something under his feet. Looking down, he saw a stone slab covered in strange runes. "Luffy, take a look at this," Naruto said as he crouched down to examine the slab closely. Luffy also gathered around, looking at the runes on the stone tablet with a furrowed brow. "I had never seen these runes before, but I felt they had a special meaning, perhaps a clue to something here." Just as they were examining the stone tablet, the fog around them began to swirl violently, and shadowy figures could be seen darting through the mist. A chilling laugh echoed through the valley, sending shivers down their spines. "Who? Come out!" Luffy shouted, and the flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame sword instantly flared up, dispersing a small area of the fog. The laughter abruptly stopped, and then a group of mysterious figures dressed in black robes emerged from a mist. Their faces were hidden beneath the robes, revealing only pairs of eyes glowing with an eerie red light. These mysterious figures held various uniquely shaped staffs, with gemstones at the tips flickering with strange light. "You two outsiders dare to pry into our secrets. Today is your day of death," one of the mysterious figures said in a hoarse voice. Just you?" Luffy said fearlessly, raising the Thunder Flame sword and preparing for battle. The mysterious figures did not say more. They simultaneously raised their staffs, chanting incantations. In an instant, beams of black light shot out from the tips of their staffs, aimed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, forming a shield woven with flames and lightning, blocking the incoming black beams one by one. The beams struck the shield, making a hissing sound, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging towards the mysterious figures. The shadow clones engaged in close combat with the mysterious figures, some attempting to seize their staffs, while others attacked with punches and kicks. However, these mysterious figures were exceptionally skilled, easily dodging the shadow clones' attacks while unleashing various spells from their staffs, making the approaching shadow clones dissipate. "These guys are tough to deal with. We need to change our strategy," Luffy shouted. "All right, I have an idea," Naruto replied. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and performed the sage art. Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken. He hurled this powerful jutsu towards the group of mysterious figures. The Raisin Shuriken expanding as it flew, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, amplifying the Raisin Shuriken's power several times over. The mysterious figures saw the Raisin Shuriken coming and concentrated their power, forming a massive barrier with black beams to defend against it. When the Raisin Shuriken struck the barrier, it triggered a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion blew away some of the surrounding mist and caused a crack to appear in the mysterious figure's barrier. Luffy seized the opportunity and charged toward the crack in the barrier. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosion Slash. A massive dragon of flame and thunder roared out from the sword, heading straight for the crack. The Flame Thunder Dragon broke through the crack in the barrier and rampaged toward the mysterious group, instantly devouring several mysterious individuals, who screamed in agony as they were burned by the power of flame and thunder. Seeing this, the leader of the mysterious group roared in anger. "Damn it. You've angered me." He raised his staff and waved it forcefully, causing the surrounding mist to quickly gather around him, forming a gigantic black mist beast. The mist beast was enormous, with sharp claws and a gaping maw, and it charged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat as they charged towards the enemy once again. Luffy faced off against the mist beast, skillfully dodging its attacks while countering with the Thunder Flame Sword. Each time the blade made contact with the mist beast, some of the mist would disperse, but it quickly reformed. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, aiming at the mysterious leader. The Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, infused with high-temperature lava, flew towards the leader, attempting to break his defenses and stop his control over the mist beast. The mysterious leader used his staff to release a black barrier to block the Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The two clashed, creating intense heat and energy waves that scorched the surrounding trees and caused wildflowers to wither instantly. During the fierce battle with the mist beast, Luffy discovered that its core was located in its abdomen, where a swirling black energy sphere maintained its existence. Naruto attacked the mist beast's abdomen. "That's its core," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his attack direction. He performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it towards the mist beast's abdomen. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, heading straight for the core in the mist beast's abdomen. The mist beast sensed the danger and attempted to protect its abdomen with its claws and body, but Luffy intensified his attacks, restraining the mist beast's movements. The Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan successfully struck the core in the mist beast's abdomen, causing cracks to appear on the black energy sphere under the powerful attack. The mist beast let out a painful roar. Its body began to destabilize, and the surrounding mist started to fluctuate violently. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Chain Slash, directing several waves of fiery thunder sword energy towards the core in the abdomen of the Fog Beast. Under their combined attack, the core of the Fog Beast finally could not withstand the assault and shattered completely. The Fog Beast let out one last roar before dissipating into a cloud of mist in the air. The leader of the mysterious figures saw the Fog Beast was defeated, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and continued to command the mysterious figures to attack Luffy and Naruto. "We can't give them a chance to catch their breath. We must eliminate them in one go," Luffy shouted. They charged towards the mysterious figures, engaging in a final desperate battle. In the fierce combat, Luffy and Naruto demonstrated their immense power, their attacks becoming increasingly fierce, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough struggle, the mysterious figures fell one by one, leaving only the leader still stubbornly resisting. His black robe was tattered, and he bore multiple wounds, but the madness in his eyes intensified. "You will not succeed. Our plan will not be ruined by you," the leader of the mysterious figures roared, raising his staff and preparing to launch a final desperate attack. Luffy and Naruto did not give him a chance. They simultaneously launched their strongest attacks at the mysterious leader. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Sage Mode-enhanced Raisin Shuriken struck the mysterious leader at the same time. With a loud bang, the mysterious leader was knocked away by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, and fell silent. The surrounding mist gradually dissipated, and the valley returned to its original tranquility. Luffy and Naruto stood exhausted on the battlefield, their bodies covered in scars, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, it's over. This valley was truly full of dangers. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. "Well, our adventure is still ongoing. I wonder what awaits us ahead," Luffy replied. After a short rest, they continued to move forward through the valley. Chapter 0918, The Temple. Luffy and Naruto continued to walk through the valley. After a fierce battle with a mysterious person, Their steps felt somewhat heavy, but their gazes remained resolute. The mist in the valley had completely dissipated, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, dappled on the ground like a layer of golden carpet. As they ventured deeper, the trees around them grew denser, and occasionally they could spot some rare herbs growing among the woods. These herbs emitted a faint glow, clearly possessing extraordinary medicinal properties. Naruto curiously leaned in to observe, but was abruptly pulled back by Luffy. "Don't move yet. There might be protective traps or other dangers around these herbs," Luffy said cautiously. Just then, they heard a melodious sound of a flute. The flute's notes were ethereal and enchanting, as if imbued with some magic that could make one forget fatigue and pain. However, Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, knowing well that in this mysterious land, any seemingly beautiful thing could hide danger. They followed the direction of the flute sound, and soon came upon a clearing in the woods. In the clearing sat a woman dressed in a white robe, with an exquisite face, snow-like skin, and long hair that cascaded to the ground like black silk. She held a jade flute in her hand, playing the captivating melody. Around her, colorful butterflies danced gracefully, creating a dreamlike scene. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the woman stopped playing and smiled at them, her eyes filled with warmth and mystery. "Distant guests, it is fate that has brought you here." Her voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and pleasant. Luffy frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The woman gently stood up, her white robe flowing with the wind. "I am the guardian of this valley. You can call me Liyue. I have been waiting here for fated ones, and you are the ones I've been waiting for." Naruto scratched his head, looking puzzled, and said, "Waiting for us? Why?" Liyue smiled as she approached them. "Because you carry a special mission, and your journey will affect the fate of this continent. I will guide you in the right direction." Luffy remained cautious. "What reason do we have to trust you?" Liyue smiled gently, extending her hand to reveal a crystal ball that emitted a soft glow. Within the crystal ball, images appeared, showcasing the adventures of Luffy and Naruto, including their battle with the Dragon King, fierce clashes with birds on the prairie, and various encounters in the cave. "Isn't this enough to prove my words? I know everything about you." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance. Although they still had some doubts in their hearts, what Liyue had shown them truly surprised them. "So how will you guide us?" Luffy asked. Liyue put away the crystal ball and pointed towards the depths of the valley. At the end of the valley, there is an ancient temple. Inside the temple lies a powerful artifact, which is crucial for you to complete your mission. However, to reach the temple, you will need to pass through numerous trials, which will challenge your strength and wisdom. Naruto said excitedly, "An artifact? It must be amazing. We will definitely get it." Liyue nodded slightly. "However, you must be careful. Along the way to the temple, there are many creatures corrupted by dark forces that will stop you by any means necessary. Moreover, the temple itself has powerful defense mechanisms." Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, saying that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, they would not back down. Liyue smiled at them. "I believe in you." She then took out a few rare herbs they had seen before and handed them over, saying, "These herbs can help you restore your stamina and heal your injuries." Luffy and Naruto took the herbs, feeling the powerful energy contained within them. After consuming the herbs, they immediately felt their fatigue and injuries lessen significantly. "Thank you," Luffy said. "Go ahead. May you successfully obtain the artifact and protect this continent," Liyue said. They bid farewell to Liyue and headed deeper into the valley. Along the way, they indeed encountered many creatures corrupted by dark forces. These creatures varied in form. Some were once adorable small animals, but now they had become grotesque, with red light flickering in their eyes. Others were once gentle tree ants, now swinging thick branches and attacking them frantically. Luffy and Naruto were undaunted as they engaged in a fierce battle with the dark creatures. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing powerful flames and lightning with each strike, pushing back the approaching dark beings. Naruto, on the other hand, utilized various ninjutsu, demonstrating his skills with Shadow Clone Technique and Rasengan, forcing the dark creatures to retreat. During the battle, they discovered that these dark beings seemed to be controlled by a dark aura, and by destroying the dark cores on their bodies, they could restore them to normal. Thus, they adjusted their battle strategy, shifting from merely attacking the dark creatures' bodies to searching for and destroying the dark cores. After a tough fight, they gradually made their way deeper into the valley, getting closer to the temple. However, as they approached, the surrounding dark aura grew thicker, and a massive dark barrier appeared ahead, crackling with thunder and lightning, warning them to stay away. This was likely the final obstacle to the temple. Luffy looked at the dark barrier and said, "Let's break it together." Naruto replied, with determination, "I'm ready." They stepped up to the dark barrier, preparing to launch their attack. Luffy plunged the thunder flame sword into the ground, channeling the source power into the sword, which then radiated a dazzling light. Meanwhile, Naruto performed Sage Art, super large Rasengan, sending the Rasengan towards the dark barrier. Their attacks struck the barrier simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion surged outward, causing cracks to form in the dark barrier. However, the cracks quickly began to heal. This barrier has self-repairing abilities. We need to keep attacking, Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks again, repeatedly striking the dark barrier. With their relentless efforts, the cracks in the barrier grew more numerous and larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the dark barrier shattered completely, dispersing into countless dark fragments in the air. They successfully broke through the dark barrier, and the temple was now in sight. The temple was ancient and solemn, with gigantic stone pillars covered in mysterious runes, and the entrance was tightly shut, emanating an inscrutable aura. "We finally made it. Let's go inside," Naruto said, eager to enter. "Yeah, but be careful. We don't know what dangers lie within," Luffy replied. As they approached the temple entrance, the runes on the door suddenly lit up, as though presenting them with a final test. Chapter 0919. Divine Artifact. Luffy and Naruto stopped in their tracks, staring at the flickering runes on the door, trying to decipher the way to enter the temple. These runes emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, their light flickering on and off as if conveying some kind of message. The runes appeared complex, seemingly testing their wisdom. Luffy furrowed his brows and said, carefully observing the shapes and arrangements of the runes in an attempt to find a pattern. Naruto also leaned in closer. Although his understanding of the runes wasn't as profound as Luffy's, he was using his keen intuition to look for clues. "I feel like there is some connection between these runes, just like the mechanisms we deciphered before," just as they were deep in thought. The runes on the door suddenly blazed with light, beams shooting out from the runes and weaving together in front of them to form a massive light and shadow pattern. Within the pattern appeared some blurry images, resembling ancient battle scenes and mysterious sacrificial rituals, making it hard to grasp. "Is this giving us a hint?" Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy pondered for a moment and said, "I think these images should be related to the history of the temple or information about the artifact. We need to observe carefully." They focused intently on the images within the light patterns, and as the images continued to change, they gradually learned that this temple had once been an important source of power protecting this continent, but was later coveted by an evil force, leading to the artifact being sealed here to prevent the evil from obtaining it. To unlock the artifact's seal, one must pass the trials set by the runes on the door, proving they have enough strength and a just heart to protect the artifact. "So that's it. We must pass the trials to obtain the artifact," Luffy declared firmly. After the light patterns disappeared, the runes on the door changed again, revealing a series of puzzles. These puzzles involved mathematics, logic, and an understanding of the ancient culture of this continent. Luffy and Naruto began to solve the puzzles seriously, using their respective wisdom and past adventure experiences to gradually unravel the challenges posed by the runes. When the last puzzle was solved, the runes on the door emitted a dazzling light and slowly opened. A powerful energy surged from within the temple, allowing them to feel the strong aura of the artifact. They entered the temple, which was spacious and bright, with walls embedded with various gemstones that radiated colorful light. In the center of the temple, there was a stone pedestal on which rested an artifact emitting a soft glow. The artifact was shaped like a sword, but the blade was made of flowing energy, with a huge blue gemstone embedded in the hilt, seemingly containing endless power. "This is the artifact we are looking for," Naruto exclaimed excitedly, unable to resist the urge to step forward and pick up the artifact. Luffy stopped him, saying, "Don't act impulsively. There might be other defense mechanisms around this artifact. We need to be careful." Just as they approached the stone platform, several phantoms suddenly appeared around them. These phantoms had ethereal forms but emanated a powerful aura. They wielded weapons and launched attacks towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately entered a combat stance. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, engaging in an intense swordsmanship duel with the phantoms. He realized that the attack techniques of these phantoms were extremely advanced and that they could constantly change their attack patterns, making them difficult to predict. Naruto, on the other hand, utilized the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones engaging in close combat with the phantoms. He tried to identify the phantoms' weaknesses through the coordination of the shadow clones. During the battle, Naruto noticed that the phantoms would have a brief pause when attacking, which might be their vulnerability. Luffy, pay attention to their pauses when they attack. That's their weakness, Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his battle strategy. In the moment when the phantoms' attack paused, he launched a fierce counterattack. The sword of thunder and flame struck the phantoms repeatedly, making their figures even more illusory. After a tough battle, they finally succeeded in defeating the phantoms. With the disappearance of the phantoms, the defense mechanisms surrounding the artifact were also. Luffy and Naruto walked to the stone platform and carefully picked up the artifact. The moment their hands touched the artifact, a powerful force surged into their bodies, filling them with strength. This artifact's power is incredible. We must make good use of it, Luffy said. Yeah, with it we can better protect this continent, Naruto replied excitedly. They walked out of the temple with the artifact, and at that moment, the valley seemed to become more vibrant due to the artifact's presence. Chapter 0920. Helmet Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the temple holding the divine artifacts, feeling a powerful sense of mission arise in their hearts. They understood that this artifact was not only a symbol of strength, but also the key to the fate of the entire continent. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, bringing the fragrant scent of the surrounding flowers and plants, as if cheering for their victory. However, they did not immerse themselves too deeply in this brief tranquility, for they knew that the forces of evil would not sit idly by while they obtained the artifact. Greater challenges might be waiting just ahead. As they moved forward through the valley, they noticed the environment gradually changing. The originally lush trees began to turn yellow and withered, as if their vitality had been drained. The ground beneath their feet became cracked and desolate, with fissures spreading like spiderwebs. A foul odor permeated the air, making one feel nauseated. This smell was unsettling, as if some evil presence was approaching. Luffy frowned and said, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the power contained within the artifact flowing through him, ready to face the impending danger. Naruto also became alert, quickly forming hand seals to activate Sage Mode, powerful chakra swirling around him. Everyone be careful. I can sense a strong dark power approaching. As they continued forward, the sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the entire valley into darkness. In the darkness, a low, deep roar echoed, as if it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Soon after, a group of terrifying monsters surged from all directions. These monsters were gigantic, some with sharp claws and gaping maws, spewing black flames. Others were covered in hard scales, their eyes glinting with a strange red light, each step causing the ground to tremble. It seemed these were the creatures corrupted by dark forces, and there were quite a number of them. Luffy looked at the swarm of monsters before him, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness, but more so, determination. Don't be afraid. We have the artifact. We can definitely defeat them, Naruto shouted, his voice filled with confidence. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then charged towards the swarm of monsters at the same time. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning power on the sword merged with the energy of the artifact, forming an even more powerful force. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, and a massive flame thunder sword energy slashed towards the monster horde. Wherever the sword energy struck, the monsters were pushed back, some even sliced in half. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, combining the Rasengan with the power of the artifact, instantly multiplying its power several times. He threw the Rasengan towards the densest part of the monster group, and as it flew, it grew larger, its immense power pulling and surrounding monsters and triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion spread outward, sending many monsters flying. However, these monsters seemed endless. Despite their attacks causing massive casualties, more monsters continued to surge forth. Moreover, the monsters appeared to sense the artifact's power and began to concentrate their attacks on Luffy and Naruto, trying to seize the artifact. This won't work. We need to find a way to break through, Luffy shouted, defending against the monsters' attacks while contemplating a strategy. Looking at the surrounding monsters, Naruto suddenly had an idea. Luffy, we can use the artifact's power to create an energy shield, and then break through in one direction. Luffy nodded. Good idea, let's give it a try. They concentrated the power of the artifact, forming a massive energy shield around them. The shield emitted a dazzling light, enveloping them completely. Then, they charged towards a relatively weak point in the monster horde. The monsters, seeing their attempt to break through, rushed at them, attacking the energy shield with their claws and teeth. The energy shield flickered under the monster's assault, developing some cracks, but it still held strong. Luffy and Naruto continuously injected power into the shield while using their weapons and ninjutsu to attack the approaching monsters. With their efforts, they finally broke through the encirclement of the monsters and rushed towards the exit of the valley. When they ran out of the valley, they found that the outside world had also become chaotic. The once peaceful and tranquil village was engulfed in flames, and the villagers were fleeing in all directions, with cries and shouts intermingling. The crops in the fields were destroyed, and livestock were brutally killed, creating a scene of devastation everywhere. These despicable guys have made the outside world so chaotic, Naruto said angrily, his eyes burning with fury. Luffy looked at the scene before him, filled with sorrow and anger. We must stop them as soon as possible. We cannot let them continue to do evil. They ran towards the village, ready to save the suffering villagers. However, a powerful Dark Knight appeared on their path. The Dark Knight was shrouded in black armor, holding a massive black longsword that exuded a strong dark aura. Do you think you can leave so easily? Hand over the artifact, the Dark Knight said in a deep, hoarse voice. Luffy and Naruto ignored his demands and charged straight at the Dark Knight. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, swinging the Thunder Flame sword towards the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight easily blocked Luffy's attack with his longsword and then countered with a thrust towards Luffy. Luffy dodged to the side, avoiding the Dark Knight's attack, and launched another assault. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous Shadow Clones rushing towards the Dark Knight. The Shadow Clones attacked the Dark Knight from all directions, trying to distract him. The real Naruto stood aside, gathering chakra to prepare for a more powerful jutsu. The Dark Knight, facing the onslaught of the Shadow Clones, showed no signs of panic. He swung his longsword, repelling the approaching Shadow Clones one by one. Then, he suddenly unleashed a dark magic, a wave of black energy spreading out from his body, shattering all the surrounding Shadow Clones. This guy is strong. We need to be careful, Luffy shouted, knowing they were up against a formidable opponent. They continued to fight the Dark Knight, and during the battle, Luffy noticed that the Dark Knight's armor seemed to have some special patterns that glowed when he launched an attack. That might be his weak point. Naruto, pay attention to the patterns on his armor. That might be the weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his attack direction. He used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken towards the patterns on the Dark Knight's armor. The Spiraling Shuriken flew with scorching lava, heading towards the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight sensed the danger and tried to block the Spiraling Shuriken with his longsword. However, the power of the Spiraling Shuriken was too great. After colliding with the longsword, it continued towards his armor. Ultimately, the Spiraling Shuriken struck the patterns on the Dark Knight's armor, and the tremendous force caused cracks to appear in the patterns, forcing the Dark Knight to stumble back a few steps. Luffy seized the opportunity to charge forward, combining the power of the Thunder Flame sword with that of the artifact to unleash the star-shattering slash. This strike contained world-destroying power and slashed towards the head of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight, still recovering from the attack of the Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, found himself unable to evade Luffy's blow. The star-shattering slash accurately struck the Dark Knight's head, shattering his helmet, and his body fell under the immense force, transforming into a cloud of black smoke and vanishing. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the Dark Knight, and they continued running towards the village. Chapter 0921, Overturn. Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the village, witnessing the devastating scenes along the way, which further strengthened their resolve to stop the evil forces. As soon as they stepped into the village, they heard the sounds of intense fighting. Following the noise, they saw a group of dark sorcerers in black robes engaged in a fierce battle with a group of villagers' self-defense forces in the village square. The dark sorcerers continuously unleashed black magical flames and evil curses, and although the villagers fought valiantly, they suffered heavy casualties due to the vast difference in strength. Luffy plunged into the battle circle without hesitation. As he swung the Thunder Flame sword, waves of fire and lightning surged forth, dispelling the dark magic that approached the villagers. He cast the Flame Thunder Guardian Array, creating a shining energy shield around the villagers, temporarily blocking the attacks of the dark magicians. Naruto quickly joined the fight, forming hand signs rapidly with both hands, Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The massive Spiraling Shuriken, infused with powerful chakra, flew towards the densest cluster of dark magicians. Wherever the Spiraling Shuriken went, the dark magicians were sent flying, their black robes torn and black blood spewing from their mouths. However, the dark magicians did not retreat. They quickly adjusted their formation, chanting incantations and beginning to cast a more powerful dark fusion magic. A massive black energy ball gathered at the tip of their staffs, merging together to gradually form a huge dark vortex, emanating a chilling gravitational pull and a sense of destruction. Be careful, this magic is quite powerful, Luffy warned loudly, channeling the power of the artifact into the Thunder Flame Sword, preparing to face the impending strong impact. Naruto summoned numerous shadow clones, which ran around the dark vortex rapidly, trying to disrupt the casting of the dark magicians. The real Naruto focused on gathering sage chakra, preparing to unleash a deadly strike. Once the dark vortex was fully formed, it suddenly shot towards Luffy and the villagers. Luffy leaped high into the air, the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame Sword reaching their peak. Flame Thunder Break, Evil Slash. He slashed out a massive sword energy towards the dark vortex, which collided with the dark vortex, producing a thunderous roar. For a moment, light and darkness intertwined, and powerful energy waves spread outward, overturning nearby houses and tearing deep fissures in the ground. While Luffy and the dark vortex were locked in a stalemate, Naruto seized the opportunity and cast Sage Art. Lava Release, True Flame Spiraling Shuriken. He threw this jutsu, which combined Lava Release, Sage Art, and his own powerful chakra at the dark magicians. The spiraling shuriken, like a burning sun, flew towards the dark magicians with earth-shattering heat and power. The dark magicians, preoccupied with maintaining the dark vortex, had no time to pay attention to the spiraling shuriken thrown by Naruto. The shuriken struck them accurately, instantly triggering a massive explosion. The heat and shockwave from the explosion engulfed the dark magicians, who screamed in agony as their bodies were reduced to ashes in the flames. With the destruction of the dark magicians, the village temporarily returned to peace. Luffy and Naruto began to help the villagers treat the injured and repair the houses. The villagers were extremely grateful, offering their best food and items to host them. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, our village would have been finished," the village chief said, tears in his eyes. Luffy smiled and said, "This is what we should do. Protecting this continent is our mission." Naruto, meanwhile, was gobbling down food and mumbled, "Yeah, as long as everyone is safe." After resting for a night in the village, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey. They followed the trace of dark power and arrived at a desolate desert. The desert was filled with howling winds, swirling yellow sand, and the scorching sun baked the ground. In the center of the desert, they discovered a massive dark castle. The castle emanated a strong dark aura, with various evil creatures and dark soldiers standing atop its walls. The castle's gates were tightly closed, surrounded by powerful magical traps and defensive mechanisms. "It seems this is the lair of the evil forces. We need to be cautious," Luffy said, looking at the dark castle with a serious expression. Naruto nodded and said, "That's right. This time we must completely eliminate them." They carefully approached the dark castle, trying to find a way to breach its defenses. Suddenly, a huge sand wave surged in the desert, and from the wave emerged a gigantic sandworm. The sandworm was enormous, covered in hard sand armor, with sharp teeth in its mouth, and it quickly crawled towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately entered combat mode. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, aiming for the head of the sandworm. The sandworm sensed danger and quickly submerged its head into the sand, then emerged from Luffy's side, opening its massive mouth to bite at him. Luffy sidestepped and slashed the Thunder Flame Sword toward the sandworm's body, leaving a shallow mark on its sandy armor. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing toward the sandworm. Some clones grabbed onto the sandworm's body, while others attacked its eyes, trying to distract it. The real Naruto, meanwhile, gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. The sandworm, irritated by the clones' attacks, twisted its body forcefully, shaking them off, and charged toward Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Sage Art, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison." He summoned several massive rock pillars in the sandworm's path, trapping it and rendering it immobile. Luffy took the opportunity to rush forward, combining the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact's strength to unleash the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash. This sword contained immense power and struck towards the head of the sandworm. The Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash accurately hit the sandworm's head, severing it, and its massive body collapsed with a loud thud, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. After dealing with the sandworm, They continued toward the dark castle. As they approached the castle gate, the magical traps surrounding it were triggered. Black magical beams shot up from the ground, aiming at them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, weaving left and right to find a way through the traps. During the evasion, Luffy noticed that the firing of these magical beams followed a certain pattern. They seemed to operate according to a specific formation. Naruto, these magical beams have a pattern. Let's move according to the flaws in the formation. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant. They began to carefully observe the sequence of the magical beams, then cautiously made their way toward the castle gate, following the flaws in the formation. With their efforts, they finally succeeded in passing through the magical traps and arrived at the castle gate. The gate was tightly shut, covered in various evil runes and patterns. Luffy and Naruto tried to force the gate open with their strength, but it was exceptionally sturdy, and their attacks had no effect. It seems this gate requires a specific method to open. Let's look for clues, Luffy said. They began to search for clues around the castle gate. And after a careful search, they discovered some strange symbols on a stone tablet beside the gate. These symbols appeared somewhat similar to the runes they had seen earlier in the temple, but they were not exactly the same. Luffy and Naruto began to study these symbols, trying to find a way to open the door. During their research, they gradually discovered that these symbols were an ancient code that required specific powers and sequences to unlock. I think I know how to open the door, Luffy suddenly said, as he drove the thunder flame sword into the ground. The power of the artifact flowed through the thunder flame sword into the earth, resonating with the symbols on the steel. Naruto also infused his chakra into the steel. In following Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols on the steel in a specific order and with specific strength. As the symbols were activated, the castle door slowly opened, and a strong aura of darkness surged out from inside the castle. It's finally open, let's go in, Naruto said excitedly. They stepped into the dark castle. Chapter 0922. One strike. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark castle, and a stench intertwined with evil assaulted their senses, making them gag. The interior of the castle was dark and damp, with walls flickering with eerie green light, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. They cautiously proceeded along the narrow corridor, the stone path beneath them echoing with dull thuds, as if each step was crushing the bones of the castle. Suddenly, a group of dark soldiers appeared ahead, clad in heavy black armor, wielding sharp long knives, their eyes hollow and filled with malice. Prepare for battle, Luffy whispered, as the sword of thunder fire ignited in blazing flames and blinding lightning. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones instantly appeared and charged toward the dark soldiers. The shadow clones engaged in fierce close combat with the dark soldiers, the glint of blades flashing in the dim corridor. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, darting through the dark soldiers like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the thunder fire sword struck, the armor of the dark soldiers was easily torn apart, their bodies scorched by flames and lightning. However, these dark soldiers seemed tireless. Even after a batch was taken down, new soldiers would surge forth from the depths of the castle. This couldn't go on. We have to find their commander, Luffy shouted while fending off the attacks. Naruto nodded, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, and unleashed the Sage Art. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of dark soldiers, its powerful force sending a group of them flying and temporarily clearing a path. They continued deeper into the castle along the path, encountering various traps and obstacles along the way. In some areas, the ground would suddenly spew black flames, while in others, enormous spikes would protrude from the walls. Luffy and Naruto skillfully avoided these dangers time and again with their keen senses and agile movements. Finally, they arrived at the castle's hall. The hall was spacious and eerie, with gigantic black stone pillars standing around, covered in evil runes. In the center of the hall stood a dark wizard clad in a black robe, holding a staff that radiated a strong aura of darkness, his face obscured by a sinister mask that revealed only a pair of glowing red eyes. You finally made it, foolish ones, the dark wizard spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Today is your doomsday. The artifact will belong to me. No way, Luffy roared, pointing the thunderfire sword at the dark wizard. The dark wizard sneered, waving his staff as the dark aura around the hall quickly converged, forming a group of dark phantoms. These phantoms were ethereal and exuded a chilling aura, clawing at Luffy and Naruto as they lunged forward. Naruto used the Sage Art, Melt Release, spiraling shuriken, sending the high-temperature spiraling shuriken towards the group of dark phantoms, attempting to disperse them. However, the dark phantoms easily evaded the attack of the spiraling shuriken and continued to close in on them. Seeing this, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the artifact to unleash the Sacred Flame Thunder Slash. A sword energy infused with divine power slashed towards the dark spirits, causing them to emit painful screams as their bodies gradually dissipated. The Dark Wizard, witnessing the easy dispersal of the dark spirits he summoned, was filled with rage. Gripping his staff with both hands and chanting incantations, he began to cast a powerful dark, forbidden spell. As his spell progressed, the ground of the hall began to tremble violently, and massive dark fissures emerged from the underground, emitting a storm that attempted to draw Luffy and Naruto in. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, thrusting the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The power of the artifact flowed through the sword into the ground, forming a stable energy shield that temporarily resisted the of the dark fissures. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super huge Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan towards the Dark Wizard in an attempt to interrupt his forbidden spell. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, the powerful chakra waves causing the air around it to tremble. The Dark Wizard had no choice but to temporarily halt his forbidden spell, using his staff to block Naruto's Rasengan. The Rasengan collided with the staff, producing a loud bang, and the tremendous force pushed the Dark Wizard backward. Luffy seized the opportunity to rush forward, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. This sword strike contained all his strength as it aimed for the Dark Wizard's head. In a panic, the Dark Wizard swung his staff with all his might to defend. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the staff, sending up a burst of powerful energy sparks. In the fierce clash, both Luffy and the Dark Wizard were knocked back by the immense force. Naruto quickly rushed to Luffy's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I'm fine. We must defeat him quickly." After stabilizing himself, the Dark Wizard waved his staff again, this time summoning a gigantic dark beast. The dark beast was as large as a mountain, covered in black scales, spewing black venom from its mouth, and causing the ground to tremble with every step it took. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "No matter what it is, we have to overcome it," Luffy declared firmly. They charged towards the enemy again, and Luffy engaged in a fierce confrontation with the dark beast. He skillfully dodged the dark beast's attacks while continuously striking at its vital points, such as its eyes and mouth, with a Thunder Flame Sword. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones surrounding the dark beast and looking for opportunities to attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed a scale on the dark beast's abdomen that was a slightly different color. Its defense seemed relatively weak there. "Naruto, attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to launch an attack on the dark beast's abdomen. The real Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Shuriken, throwing this powerful ninjutsu at the dark beast's abdomen. The dark beast sensed the danger to its abdomen and tried to protect it with its front claws. But Luffy increased his attack intensity, restraining its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Shuriken successfully hit the dark beast's abdomen, shattering the relatively weak scale. The dark beast let out a painful roar. Its body began to sway. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash his Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the heart of the dark giant beast. This sword contained immense power, successfully piercing the heart of the dark giant beast, which then collapsed with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. The Dark Wizard, seeing the dark giant beast he had summoned defeated, was filled with despair and rage. He frantically waved his staff, infusing all his life force into it, preparing to launch a final desperate attack. "You will all die," the Dark Wizard roared. A massive sphere of dark energy gathered at the tip of his staff, radiating an aura of destruction as it shot towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat. They fully fused the power of the divine weapon with their own strength, launching their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Rasengan, infused with Senjutsu and divine weapon power, shot towards the dark energy ball. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire dark castle to shake violently under the impact. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stone pillars collapsed. Amid the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, driven by a single belief: to defeat the Dark Wizard and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the dark energy ball was pushed back little by little. With a tremendous explosion, the dark wizard was sent flying by the overwhelming force and fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving. The dark castle also gradually crumbled in this intense battle. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the dark wizard and destroyed the dark castle. They stood exhausted among the ruins, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, it's over. Naruto let out a long sigh. No, this is just temporary. There may be other evil forces on this continent, but as long as we are here, we won't let evil prevail, Luffy said firmly. They left the ruins with the artifact. Chapter 0923. Chaos. Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the dark castle, which had turned into ruins, their bodies filled with exhaustion and the glory of victory. The artifact in their hands flickered slightly, as if it too was breathing for this hard-won triumph. They moved along the desolate road, the surroundings gradually transitioning from the eerie terror of the dark castle to a silent wasteland. The howling wind swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand that obscured the faint sunlight in the sky. After all the battles along the way, I really felt like I couldn't take it anymore. Naruto rubbed his shoulders, a wry smile appearing on his face. Luffy nodded slightly. Yes, but we cannot stop. This continent still needs us to protect it. As they crossed the wilderness, they discovered some traces of dark forces that had corrupted the land. The once vibrant grasslands had turned yellow and cracked, and the trees were left with only dry branches, as if their souls had been drained. The bodies of small animals were scattered by the roadside, their eyes hollow and lifeless, their bodies twisted and deformed, clearly having suffered immense pain before death. These dark forces were so despicable, destroying the land like this. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. Luffy looked at the grim scene before him, his eyes filled with determination. We must find a way to completely eradicate these dark forces and restore vitality to this land. Continuing forward, they arrived at a small town. A faint aura of darkness lingered at the entrance of the town, making one feel uneasy. Upon entering the town, they discovered that the residents appeared listless, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Who are you? What are you doing here? An elderly man watched them warily. Luffy stepped forward and said, We are here to confront the dark forces and help everyone restore the peace of the past. The old man shook his head slightly and replied, You should leave. This place has been shrouded in darkness for too long, and no one can change it. Naruto, feeling unconvinced, said, We won't give up. There must be a way to solve this. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the center of the town. They hurried over and saw a group of dark puppets attacking the townsfolk. These dark puppets were tall, made entirely of black metal, and their eyes glowed with an eerie red light. They swung sharp weapons, leaving destruction in their wake. Damn it! Luffy shouted angrily, drawing his thunder flame sword and charging towards the dark puppets. He unleashed the flame, thunder-breaking wind slash, sending waves of fiery, sword energy flying towards the dark puppets. Wherever the sword energy struck, the metal shells of the dark puppets were torn apart, sparks flying everywhere. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones appeared and engaged in fierce combat with the dark puppets. The real Naruto, meanwhile, gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the dark puppets seemed to be controlled by a core device. As long as the core device was destroyed, they would stop moving. Naruto, attack their core, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to locate the core device of the dark puppets and launch an attack. The shadow clones nimbly maneuvered between the dark puppets, some hugging the puppets' bodies while others targeted their vital points. The real Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, and threw it towards the core device of one dark puppet. The spiraling shuriken accurately hit its target, destroying the core device, and the dark puppet instantly ceased its actions, collapsing to the ground and turning into a pile of scrap metal. With their combined efforts, the dark puppets were defeated one by one. The townsfolk, witnessing this scene, felt hope rekindle in their hearts. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do, the old man said gratefully. Luffy smiled and said, This is what we should do. However, we also need to find the source of the dark power here to completely solve the problem. After some investigation, they discovered that the dark power in the town originated from an ancient well. This well had once been the town's water source, but at some point, it became tainted by dark power and turned into its source. We need to purify this well, Luffy said. They approached the well and felt a powerful dark aura emanating from it. Luffy plunged the thunder flame sword into the ground. Channeling the artifact's power through the sword into the earth, trying to dispel the dark power. Naruto then performed Sage Technique, infusing his chakra into the well, working in tandem with Luffy's strength. With their efforts, the dark power in the well gradually dissipated and the water began to clear. As the well was purified, the dark aura in the town slowly faded, and the townspeople's faces began to show long-lost smiles. "We finally did it," Naruto said happily. Luffy looked at the revitalized town, filled with a sense of satisfaction. This was just the beginning. There were still many places that needed saving. They bid farewell to the townsfolk and continued on their journey. Chapter 0924. Ancient City. After Luffy and Naruto left the small town, they followed the faint dark aura in the distance. They traversed through a dense forest where the trees, eroded by the dark power, had twisted and withered, and the fallen leaves on the ground emitted a decaying smell. The extent of this dark power spread was broader than we imagined. Luffy frowned and said, tightening his grip on the Thunderflame sword, always alert for potential dangers around them. Naruto also wore a serious expression. "Yeah, but we can't back down. We must eliminate all this dark power." Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the woods ahead. The laughter reverberated through the trees, sending shivers down their spines. Immediately after, a group of dark ninjas jumped down from the trees, surrounding them. These dark ninjas wore black night cloaks, had menacing masks on their faces, and held blades that glimmered coldly. "Do you think you can easily disrupt our plans? Today will be your grave," one of the dark ninjas said fiercely. Luffy was undaunted as he swung the Thunderflame sword, the flames and lightning power on the sword erupting instantly as he charged towards the dark ninjas. "Flame Thunderstrike," he shouted, and the Thunderflame sword transformed into a streak of light, instantly slashing towards the nearest dark ninjas. The dark ninjas quickly dodged, but several were still hit by the flame thunder power, their bodies scorched as they let out painful screams. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the dark ninjas. The shadow clones nimbly weaved through the trees, using the forest cover to attack the dark ninjas. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken," Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the densest group of dark ninjas, and as it flew, it grew larger. The powerful wind chakra cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The dark ninjas saw the spiraling shuriken coming and tried to evade it. However, the shuriken's power was too great, and several dark ninjas were caught in it, their bodies shredded. Nevertheless, these dark ninjas were well-trained, quickly adjusting their tactics. Some continued to fight Luffy and Naruto, while others quietly circled around behind them, attempting a surprise attack. "Watch out behind you," Luffy shouted, sensing the movement behind him. Naruto quickly turned around and unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at the dark ninjas behind them. The high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken made the dark ninjas hesitant to approach, and they retreated to avoid its attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark ninjas seemed to follow a certain formation. They coordinated well, with both their attacks and defenses being quite methodical. "Naruto, these dark ninjas have a formation. We need to disrupt their rhythm," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded and performed the multi-shadow clone technique, filling the entire forest with countless shadow clones. The shadow clones attacked the dark ninjas from different directions and rhythms, disrupting their formation. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak formation slash. He maximized the power of the Thunderflame sword and struck towards the center of the dark ninja group. This sword contained immense strength, successfully breaking through the defenses of the dark ninjas and slaying several of them. As the dark ninjas continued to suffer casualties, their formation was completely disrupted. The remaining dark ninjas began to panic. They no longer fought in an organized manner like before, but instead started to fight individually. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to continue their attack. They combined the power of the artifact with their own strength, unleashing even more powerful attacks. Under their fierce onslaught, the dark ninjas fell one after another, ultimately being completely eliminated. "Phew, finally dealt with these guys," Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There are more challenges ahead," Luffy said. They pressed on and soon arrived at an abandoned ancient city. The city walls were in ruins, and a strong dark aura permeated the area. In the center of the ancient city stood a massive dark altar, emanating a chilling dark energy. It seems this place is an important stronghold of dark power. We need to proceed with caution, Luffy said, looking at the dark altar with a serious expression. Naruto nodded. That's right, we must completely destroy this place this time. They cautiously approached the dark altar, but suddenly, the dark energy around the altar surged, forming barriers of darkness. These dark barriers blocked their way, preventing them from getting closer to the altar. These barriers look very solid. We need to find a way to break through, Luffy said. They began to study the weaknesses of the dark barriers, and after some observation, they discovered that the barriers would have brief fluctuations when absorbing dark energy, which could be their weakness. Naruto, when the barriers fluctuate, let's attack together, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately got ready. When the dark barriers fluctuated again, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder explosion slash, striking at the point of fluctuation with the flames and lightning from the thunder flame sword. Naruto used the sage art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the point of fluctuation in the dark barriers simultaneously, triggering a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outwards, and the dark barriers developed cracks under the powerful impact. Keep attacking, Luffy shouted. They launched another round of attacks, repeatedly hitting the dark barriers. Through their relentless efforts, the cracks in the dark barriers multiplied and grew larger, and ultimately, with a loud bang, the dark barriers shattered completely, turning into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the air. They successfully broke through the dark barriers and stood before the dark altar. At that moment, the dark energy on the altar intensified, as if resisting their arrival. How are we going to destroy this altar? Naruto asked, looking at the dark altar with confusion. Luffy thought for a moment and said, I think we need to combine the power of the artifact with our attacks to destroy it from the inside. They placed the artifact on the altar, then held it with both hands, infusing their own strength into it. The artifact began to emit a dazzling light under their power. This light gradually spread across the entire altar, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark energy on the altar. In the struggle between light and dark energy, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, continually injecting power into the artifact in an attempt to suppress the dark energy. As their strength increased, the dark energy was gradually weakened. Finally, with a tremendous roar, the dark altar was completely destroyed. The dark energy dissipated into the air, and the ancient city began to gradually come back to life. Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the dark altar. They stood tired in the ancient city, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Another victory. We are one step closer to completely eradicating the dark forces, Naruto said happily. Yes, but we mustn't let our guard down. There may be other hidden dark forces on this continent, Luffy replied. They left the ancient city with the artifact. Chapter 0925, The Temple. Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the ancient city and continued toward the direction where the dark aura was the strongest. They crossed a swamp that emitted a foul odor, where massive black tentacles occasionally emerged, attempting to drag them into the depths of the mire. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, severing the approaching tentacles one by one, causing roars and steaming vapors in the swamp from the flames and lightning power. Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to distract the tentacles, while his main body gathered Sage Mode Chakra and performed Sage Art, Earth Release, Mud Swamp Pressure, compressing a large area of the swamp to create a safe passage. After much hardship, they climbed to a mist-covered peak. At the summit, a dark temple appeared hazily, with a sinister aura spreading like a tangible presence. The temple's great doors were tightly shut, with a massive dark demon statue standing on each side, their eyes flickering with an eerie red light, as if watching their every move. This temple definitely hides powerful dark forces. We must be cautious, Luffy said warily, slowly channeling the power of the artifact, the light on the Thunder Flame sword becoming increasingly brilliant. Naruto nodded and entered Sage Mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him. No matter what happens, we face it together. As they approached the temple's doors, the two statues suddenly came to life. They swung enormous weapons towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swiftly dodged to the side, slashing at the statue's leg with the Thunder Flame Sword. However, the statue's body was incredibly hard, and the sword only left a shallow mark on it. Seeing this, Naruto used Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, sending it flying towards one statue's head. The spiraling shuriken hit the statue's head with a dull thud, but the statue merely swayed slightly and continued its assault. These statues are tough, Where are their weaknesses? Luffy pondered while fending off the statue's attacks. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that when the statues attacked, a gem on their chest would flicker. Seemingly, their energy core. Naruto, attack the gems on their chests. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to attack the gems on the statue's chests. The main body of Naruto then performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards one of the statue's chests. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken struck the gem on the statue's chest, causing it to crack instantly, and the statue's movements became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, channeling all the fire and lightning power from the Thunder Flame Sword towards the gem on the statue's chest. The gem shattered under the powerful attack, and the statue collapsed with a thunderous crash. The other statue, seeing its companion destroyed, became even more frenzied in its attacks. It swung its weapon, shattering the surrounding rocks and sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto coordinated with each other, dodging the statue's attacks while continuing to look for opportunities to strike at the gem on its chest. After a tough battle, they finally succeeded in destroying another statue. As the statue fell, the temple doors slowly opened, and a strong wave of dark energy rushed toward them. They entered the temple without hesitation. Inside, the temple was dark and damp, with walls covered in various evil runes and patterns, which flickered with a ghostly green light, as if telling the story of a dark history. In the center of the temple, there was a huge, dark magic circle with a black crystal ball floating above it. The crystal ball emitted a powerful dark force, which was the source of darkness they had been seeking all along. They had finally found it. As long as they destroyed this crystal ball, they could completely eliminate the dark power in this area, Luffy said. However, just as they approached the magic circle, a group of dark spirits suddenly appeared around them. These dark spirits were ethereal, exuding a cold chill, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing it at the group of dark spirits in an attempt to disperse them. However, the dark spirits easily dodged the spiraling shuriken attack and continued to close in on them. Seeing this, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the artifact to unleash the Flame Thunder Holy Spirit Slash. A sword aura infused with divine power slashed towards the dark spirits, causing them to emit painful cries and gradually dissipate wherever the sword aura passed. However, more dark spirits continued to surge from the magic circle, seemingly endless. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a fierce battle, continuously unleashing powerful attacks in an attempt to break through the encirclement of the dark spirits. During the fight, Luffy discovered that the movements of these dark spirits seemed to be controlled by a crystal ball. As long as they could break the crystal ball, they could stop the emergence of the dark spirits. Naruto, we must break that crystal ball as soon as possible, Luffy shouted. They began to break through towards the direction of the crystal ball, with Luffy leading the way, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword to disperse the dark spirits that came too close. Naruto provided cover from behind, using various ninjutsu to attack the pursuing dark spirits. After a difficult breakthrough, they finally reached the crystal ball. Luffy and Naruto fully fused the power of the artifact with their own strength to unleash their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew towards the crystal ball simultaneously. With a deafening explosion, their attacks collided. The powerful energy waves spread outwards, causing the entire dark temple to shake violently under the impact, with cracks appearing in the walls and stones falling from the ceiling. Amidst the fierce energy collision, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, their hearts filled with one belief: to destroy the crystal ball and protect this land. In the end, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the crystal ball developed cracks under the powerful attack before shattering completely. With the shattering of the crystal ball, the dark spirits also dissipated, and the dark magic circle ceased to operate. The dark aura within the dark temple gradually faded, and sunlight streamed in through the cracks in the ceiling, illuminating the entire temple. Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the dark crystal ball. They stood in the temple, exhausted, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. We did it! The dark forces in this area have finally been cleared, Naruto said excitedly. Yeah, but this is just a part of the continent. We still have a long way to go, Luffy replied. They left the dark temple with the artifact. Chapter 0926 Similar. Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the dark temple, sunlight pouring down on them. bringing a long-lost warmth and brightness. However, they were well aware that the dark forces on this continent still shrouded many places like a haze, and their mission was far from complete. As they walked down the mountain path, they noticed that the forest, once cloaked in darkness and silence, was gradually regaining some vitality. New green buds began to sprout from the branches of the trees, and birds were once again singing joyfully in the woods, as if nature itself was cheering for the eradication of the dark forces. But they hadn't gone far when a dull rumbling sound came from the distance, and the ground began to tremble slightly. They exchanged a glance, immediately becoming alert and quickening their pace toward the source of the sound. After crossing a small hill, the sight before them tightened their hearts. A massive dark rift had appeared in the valley, from which black mist continuously surged, emanating a strong, evil aura. The dark mist spread throughout the valley, causing flowers, grass, and trees to wither rapidly wherever it went, while small animals fled in panic. What new trouble is this? Naruto furrowed his brows and said. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, his expression serious. No matter what it is, we have to take a look. We can't let this dark power continue to wreak havoc. They cautiously approached the dark rift, but before they could get close, several enormous dark beasts suddenly leaped out from the rift. These beasts were as massive as mountains, covered in black scales, spitting out black flames from their mouths, and their eyes glowed with a menacing red light. Just in time, let's take you on first, Luffy shouted loudly and charged towards one of the dark beasts. The flames and thunderous power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly as he unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, aiming for the beast's head. This strike contained immense power, and the energy on the sword transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, lunging toward the beast with claws bared. Naruto was not to be outdone. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and cast the Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The enormous spiral shuriken, infused with powerful chakra, flew towards another dark beast. As it flew, the shuriken continuously grew larger, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. The dark beasts sensed the threat and opened their massive mouths, lunging at Luffy and Naruto. Their movements were incredibly swift, and each leap generated a gust of wind, making the surrounding air feel oppressive. Luffy nimbly dodged the attacks of the beasts while continuously counterattacking with the Thunder Flame sword. He noticed that although these beasts were massive, they were quite agile in their movements, and their defense was extremely strong, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict substantial damage on them. Naruto, watch out for their underbellies. The scales there seem relatively weak, Luffy shouted during the battle. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his attack direction. He directed his shadow clones to distract the other beasts while his main body performed the Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards one beast's underbelly. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken flew towards the beast's underbelly, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken accurately struck the beast's underbelly, shattering the relatively weak scales, and the beast let out a painful roar as its body began to sway. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the lightning flame soared to its peak as he struck towards the heart of the beast. This sword contained immense power, successfully piercing through the heart of the beast, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The other dark beasts, seeing their companion defeated, became even more frenzied. They recklessly launched attacks at Luffy and Naruto, completely disregarding their own safety. Luffy and Naruto worked together to continue their fierce battle against the remaining dark beasts. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally wiped out all the dark beasts. These guys are really hard to deal with. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, but this is just the beginning. We need to find a way to seal this dark rift, Luffy said, gazing at the rift from which dark mist continuously poured out, contemplating strategy. They approached the dark rift, trying to block it with their power. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through it into the earth, attempting to sever the connection between the dark rift and the underground dark forces. Naruto used sage techniques to infuse chakra into the land surrounding the rift, trying to stabilize the ground and prevent the dark mist from continuing to surge out. However, despite their best efforts, the dark rift continued to emit dark mist, and the rift itself showed signs of gradually expanding. This isn't working. We need to find the source of the rift, Luffy said with a frown. Just as they were deep in thought, a low, eerie laugh echoed from the dark rift, sending chills down their spines. Do you think you can easily seal the rift I created? Too naive, foolish fools. A sinister voice came from the rift. Immediately after, a mysterious figure cloaked in a black robe slowly rose from the rift. His face was covered by a grotesque mask, revealing only a pair of eyes flickering with an eerie purple light. He held a staff, exuding a strong aura of darkness, with a massive black gem embedded at the top, radiating a dim black light. Who are you? Luffy shouted, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, ready for battle. I am the messenger of darkness, the spreader of dark power across this continent. Your appearance has disrupted my plans, and today is your day of demise. The mysterious figure snarled. Let's see whose demise it will be. Naruto shouted, quickly forming hand seals to activate Sage Mode, a powerful aura of chakra swirling around him. The mysterious figure sneered, waving his staff and chanting incantations. Instantly, the dark mist pouring from the rift rapidly gathered around him, forming a massive dark beast. The beast was enormous, covered in black scales, spewing black venom from its mouth, and shaking the ground with every step it took. Another new monster, bring it on. Luffy fearlessly swung the Thunder Flame sword and charged at the dark beast. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones towards the dark beast. The clones engaged in a fierce battle with the dark beast, some clinging to its limbs while others attacked its eyes, trying to distract it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. The dark beast reacted fiercely to the attacks from Luffy and the clones. It twisted its body violently, throwing off the clones, and then lunged at Luffy. Luffy sidestepped and slashed at the beast's body with the Thunder Flame sword, leaving a shallow mark on its scales. During the battle, Luffy noticed a scale on the beast's back that was slightly different in color, indicating that the defense there seemed relatively weak. Naruto, attack its back, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the clones to launch an attack on the dark beast's back. The real Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Shuriken, throwing this powerful ninjutsu at the dark beast's back. The dark beast sensed the danger to its back and tried to shield it with its front claws, but Luffy intensified his attacks to restrain its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Shuriken successfully struck the dark beast's back, shattering the relatively weak scale. The dark beast let out a painful roar, its body beginning to shake. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Sky Slash, amplifying the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its utmost limit, and struck down towards the heart of the dark beast. This strike contained immense power, successfully piercing the heart of the dark beast, which fell with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The mysterious figure, seeing the dark beast he summoned defeated, was filled with rage. He frantically waved his staff, pouring all his life force into it, preparing to launch a final desperate attack. You all must die, the mysterious figure roared. At the top of his staff, a massive sphere of dark energy gathered, radiating a sense of annihilation, and shot towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat as they completely fused the power of the divine weapon with their own strength, unleashing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and divine weapon power, flew towards the dark energy sphere. With a thunderous explosion, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outward, causing the entire valley to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the ground, and nearby hills collapsed. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, driven by a single belief: to defeat this dark messenger, seal the dark rift, and protect this continent. Ultimately, their strength began to gain the upper hand, gradually pushing the dark energy sphere back. With a tremendous explosion, the dark messenger was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground and falling silent. The dark rift also gradually shrank during this intense battle, eventually closing completely, with no more dark mist escaping. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the dark messenger and sealed the dark rift. They stood exhausted in the valley, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, this big trouble has been resolved. Naruto let out a long sigh. Well, there might be other similar dangers on this continent. We need to keep moving forward, Luffy said. They left the valley with the artifact. Chapter 0927. Alarm. Luffy and Naruto, riding the wave of victory, continued their journey into the unknown. They traversed the winding path through the mountains and forests, which had gradually regained its former vitality. The crisp sound of birdsong echoed around them. as if celebrating their heroic deeds. However, they did not let their guard down, fully aware that the dark forces of this continent were like weeds. Just when they seemed to be eradicated in one place, they could quietly sprout up elsewhere. As they reached a stream, the water was crystal clear, and fish swam joyfully. Luffy and Naruto were about to take a short break and replenish their water supply when suddenly, the flow of the stream became turbulent, and strange black ripples appeared on the surface. "Something's wrong, be careful," Luffy alerted, standing up with the thunder flame sword firmly in his grip. Naruto quickly entered a battle-ready stance, secretly forming hand seals. In an instant, a group of peculiar dark creatures leaped out of the stream. They resembled fish but had sharp claws and rows of fangs, exuding a black mist that carried a strong aura of evil. "Not these guys again. It seems we can't take a proper rest," Naruto frowned and said. Luffy did not respond and directly swung the Thunder Flame sword into the enemy ranks. "Flame Thunder Flash Slash," he shouted, and the flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, sending waves of flame and thunder sword energy slashing towards the dark creatures. Wherever the sword energy struck, the dark creatures were pushed back, with some even being cleaved in two, their black blood splattering into the stream and instantly dyeing the water black. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones jumping into the stream to engage in fierce underwater combat with the dark creatures. The real Naruto remained on the shore, gathering chakra to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these dark creatures seemed to rely on some form of energy connection between each other to fight in coordination. As long as this connection was broken, their attacks would become chaotic and disorganized. "Naruto, find a way to cut off their energy connection," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He directed his shadow clones to search for the critical nodes of the energy connection between the dark creatures in the water. And then the real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken towards those critical nodes. The Spiraling Shuriken traced a bright trajectory in the water, accurately hitting its target. As the energy connection was destroyed, the dark creatures indeed became chaotic. They no longer attacked in an organized manner, but fought individually, even starting to attack each other. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity and intensified their attacks. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword as it swept toward the chaotic horde of dark creatures. Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava shuriken toward the densely packed dark creatures. Under their combined assault, the dark creatures fell one after another, their black blood staining the entire stream black. As the last dark creature was eliminated, the stream gradually returned to its clarity, though a trace of the evil aura still lingered in the air. Not a moment of peace, Naruto wiped the sweat from his face and said helplessly, "What can we do? It's our mission to protect this continent," Luffy replied. After a short rest, they continued on their journey. As they moved forward, they discovered a bustling town ahead. The town was crowded with people, lively and vibrant, with various shops displaying a multitude of goods, and the sounds of vendors calling out and laughter intertwined, creating a peaceful scene. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively place," Naruto said excitedly, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luffy also showed a hint of a relieved smile, but his vigilance did not wane. "It's better to be cautious. Although it looks calm here, no one can say for sure if there are hidden dangers." They walked into the town, and people cast curious glances at them. Luffy and Naruto weaved through the town, feeling the long-lost hustle and bustle. However, as they passed a small alley, they heard a faint cry for help. "Help! Help!" The voice sounded very terrified. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. After turning a corner, they saw several bullies in black clothing bullying an elderly man and a little girl. The old man was on the ground, while the little girl was hiding behind him, tears of fear in her eyes. "Stop it!" Luffy shouted, and the Thunder Flame sword was instantly drawn, exuding a fierce aura. The black-clothed bullies were startled by the sudden shout and turned to look. However, instead of being afraid upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, they revealed arrogant smiles. "Hey, where did these two kids come from? Dare to meddle in our business? You must be tired of living," one of the bullies said viciously. Naruto frowned and angrily replied, "You are bullying an old man and child. This is too much. We could do whatever we want. What can you do about it?" Another bully provocatively said. Luffy didn't waste any more words with them and charged directly at the bullies, wielding the Thunder Flame sword. The bullies, seeing this, drew their weapons from their waists, ready to fight. But they were no match for Luffy and Naruto. With a swift swing of the Thunder Flame sword, Luffy severed one bully's weapon and then thrust the sword into his chest, causing the bully to drop dead on the spot. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, surrounding the remaining bullies with numerous shadow clones. The shadow clones engaged the bullies in close combat. Some bullies received severe beatings, while others were thrown to the ground. The real Naruto quickly performed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, he shouted, and a gigantic Rasengan appeared in his hand. He hurled the Rasengan at one bully, and it grew larger as it flew, the powerful chakra waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. The bully, seeing the Rasengan coming, turned pale with fear and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The Rasengan hit him squarely, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall, and then slowly sliding down, his life hanging in the balance. The other bullies, witnessing their companion's tragic fate, were terrified and began to urinate in fear, throwing down their weapons and kneeling to beg for mercy. "Please spare us, great hero. We won't dare to do it again," they cried out. Luffy sheathed the Thunder Flame sword and coldly said, "Get lost. If I see you bullying people again, I will never let you off." The bullies felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and scrambled away in a panic. Luffy and Naruto turned around to help the old man and the little girl up. "Thank you, you are really good people," the old man said, tearfully grateful. The little girl timidly added, "Big brothers, thank you for saving me and Grandpa." "It's okay, it's what we should do," Luffy said with a smile. "Where are you guys from? How can you be so amazing?" The little girl asked curiously. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances. Then Luffy said, "We came from afar, adventuring in this land to protect everyone and prevent them from being bullied by bad people." The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, so you are heroes." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, I guess so." Just then, a sudden alarm rang out in the town. The alarm was urgent and loud, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of the town. "What's going on?" Luffy frowned and asked. They looked in the direction of the alarm and saw a large patch of black clouds in the sky above the town, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, and black light flickering continuously. "Not good. It's the dark forces causing trouble again," Naruto shouted. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and said, "Let's go take a look." Chapter 0928. Out of control, Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the area in the sky over the town shrouded in dark clouds. Along the way, people were fleeing in panic, their cries and screams intertwining, causing the originally lively and peaceful town to instantly plunge into chaos and fear. As they approached the dark clouds, they noticed black lightning striking down continuously from the clouds. Each bolt that hit the ground triggered a violent explosion, creating large craters, and the surrounding houses swayed dangerously under the shock waves of the blasts, some even collapsing into ruins. "This dark power is so strong. We need to be careful," Luffy warned loudly, raising the Thunder Flame sword above his head, the power of the artifact flowing slowly along the blade, ready to deal with any potential danger. Naruto also nodded solemnly, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him like a protective shield. Just then, several gigantic dark puppets slowly descended from the clouds. These puppets were towering, standing several dozen meters tall, made entirely of black metal, with eerie red lights flickering at their joints, and the ground trembled with each step they took. They wielded massive weapons, some with long swords, others with giant axes, exuding a chilling aura. "It's these guys again. It seems we have a tough battle ahead," Naruto said with a furrowed brow. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly at one of the dark puppets. "Flame, Thunder, Dominator Slash," he shouted, and the flames and lightning on his sword erupted to their peak, transforming into a massive flame thunder sword aura that slashed towards the dark puppet's leg. This sword contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep mark on the metallic leg of the dark puppet, but it only slightly slowed its movement. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The enormous spiral shuriken, infused with powerful chakra fluctuations, flew towards another dark puppet. As the spiral shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. The spiral shuriken accurately hit the dark puppet's abdomen, producing a dull, thunderous sound. The metallic abdomen of the dark puppet showed some indentation, but it still stood firm. After being attacked, The dark puppets let out low roars and launched a fierce assault towards Luffy and Naruto. They swung their massive weapons, sweeping towards the two, with a momentum that seemed capable of crushing everything beneath their weapons. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the attacks of the dark puppets while continuously searching for their weaknesses. In the intense battle, Luffy discovered that the heads of these dark puppets seemed to be their critical points, as the energy fluctuations there were the strongest during each attack. Naruto, aim for their heads, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to launch an attack on the heads of the dark puppets. The real Naruto then used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing at the head of one of the dark puppets. The high-temperature Lava Release Spiral Shuriken flew towards the head of the dark puppet, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The Lava Release Spiral Shuriken accurately hit the head of the dark puppet, and the once incredibly hard metal instantly developed cracks under the high temperature of the lava release, which continued to spread. The movements of the dark puppet also became sluggish, and the red light in its eyes began to flicker unpredictably. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash. He pushed the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak again and struck down toward the head of the dark puppet with all his might. This sword contained immense power, successfully shattering the head of the dark puppet, causing its massive body to crash down and kick up a cloud of dust. The other dark puppets, seeing their companion defeated, became even more frenzied. They disregarded their own safety and launched even fiercer attacks toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto teamed up to continue their fierce battle against the remaining dark puppets. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally managed to eliminate all the dark puppets. However, just when they thought the crisis had been temporarily averted, a deep roar echoed from the dark clouds again. The roar was deafening, as if it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Soon after, a massive dark beast slowly emerged from the clouds. The beast was as large as a mountain, covered in black scales, each scale shimmering with a dark luster, seemingly containing endless dark power. Its head resembled that of a giant dragon, with enormous horns and a gaping maw that occasionally spewed black flames. Its eyes were blood red, radiating a fierce light. What kind of monster is this? It looks really powerful, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunderfire sword and said with a serious expression, "No matter what it is, we have to defeat it and protect this town." Without hesitation, they charged toward the dark beast. Luffy launched the first attack, swinging the Thunderfire sword and aiming for the beast's eyes. He knew that the eyes were often the critical weak point of such large monsters, and if he could hit them, it might cause significant damage. The dark beast sensed the danger and quickly twisted its massive body to evade Luffy's attack, then swung its enormous tail toward him. The tail whipped through the air with a howling sound, like a giant whip striking at Luffy. Luffy sidestepped and swung the sword of Thunderflame towards the dark beast's tail. The blade collided with the scales on the tail, sparking a flurry of sparks, but it only left a shallow mark on the scales. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones rushing towards the dark beast. Some of the clones grabbed the dark beast's limbs, while others attacked its abdomen, trying to distract it and create better conditions for Luffy's attack. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the battle with the dark beast, Naruto noticed that each time it attacked, a scale on its back would slightly lift, indicating that its defense there seemed relatively weak. "Luffy, attack its back. The scales there seem to be thinner," Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack direction. He maximized the power of the Thunderflame sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder-breaking Sky Slash, targeting the ray scale on the back of the dark beast. This strike contained immense power and successfully hit the scale on the dark beast's back. The scale shattered, and the dark beast let out a painful roar, its body beginning to sway. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, throwing this powerful ninjutsu towards the heart of the dark beast. The Spiral Shuriken grew larger as it flew, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. The dark beast sensed the danger to its heart and tried to protect it with its forepaws, but Luffy increased the attack's intensity, restraining its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken successfully struck the heart of the dark beast, the powerful force knocking it backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The dark beast struggled on the ground for a moment, the light in its crimson eyes gradually dimming until it ultimately lost all signs of life. With the death of the dark beast, the dark clouds that had shrouded the town began to dissipate. Sunlight poured back into every corner of the town, and people emerged from their hiding places, looking up at the sky with expressions of relief and joy at having survived. Finally resolved, that was quite a thrilling experience. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, but we cannot let our guard down. The dark forces on this continent could reappear at any time, Luffy said. Chapter 0929, Stay Alert. Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the town that had just endured a catastrophe and continued their journey across the Guardian Continent, filled with unknowns. They traveled along a winding road, passing through a vast grassland. The grassland was lush and green, with a gentle breeze sweeping across it, causing waves of grass to rise and fall like the sea, while various wildflowers dotted the landscape as if a vibrant painting was slowly unfolding before their eyes. However, Luffy and Naruto were not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. They remained vigilant, fully aware that dark forces could reemerge in this seemingly tranquil place at any moment. As they ventured deeper into the grassland, they suddenly heard a low, buzzing sound, as if it was coming from underground. At first, it was faint, but it quickly grew louder, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Something was not right. It seemed like something was about to emerge. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, the power of the artifact subtly surging through the blade. Naruto also stopped, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful chakra aura spreading around him, ready to deal with the impending situation. Before he could finish speaking, the ground of the grassland suddenly bulged up, and then massive dark earthworms broke through the soil. These earthworms were covered in hard black shells, with sharp spikes all over them. Their heads had enormous jaws, constantly oozing black slime that emitted a foul stench. These disgusting creatures again, Naruto said, frowning in disdain. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly at a dark earthworm. The flames and lightning power on the Thunderfire sword erupted instantly, unleashing the flame thunder flash slash. A blade of flame thunder energy struck the dark earthworm's shell, sparking a flurry of fire. Although it left a mark on the shell, it did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones surged towards the dark earthworm swarm. Some clones hugged the earthworm's body, while others attempted to attack its mouthparts, trying to distract them. The real Naruto, on the side, gathered chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle with the dark earthworms, Luffy noticed that these earthworms slightly contracted their abdomens when they attacked. That seemed to be where their energy gathered and possibly a relatively weak spot. Naruto attacked their abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to attack the dark earthworm's abdomen. The real Naruto then performed the sage art, lava release, spiral shuriken, and threw it at one of the dark earthworm's abdomen. The high-temperature lava release spiral shuriken flew towards the earthworm's abdomen, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The lava release spiral shuriken accurately hit the dark earthworm's abdomen, and that relatively weak spot instantly cracked under the high temperature of the lava release power, causing black slime to gush out from the fissure. The dark earthworm let out a painful roar, and its body began to tremble violently. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder demon slash, channeling the power of the thunder flame sword to its utmost limit and striking fiercely at the abdomen of the dark earthworm. This sword contained immense power, successfully shattering the armor of the dark earthworm's abdomen, causing its massive body to crash down and create a large pit on the grassland, kicking up a cloud of dust. The other dark earthworms, seeing their companion defeated, became even more frenzied. They recklessly launched attacks towards Luffy and Naruto, with some of the worms even leaping high into the air, trying to bite the two with their mandibles. Luffy and Naruto continued to fight fiercely against the remaining dark earth insects, working together in perfect coordination. They continuously unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough battle, they finally eliminated all the dark earth insects. However, just as they took a moment to catch their breath, a strange dark vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. The vortex slowly rotated, spinning faster and faster, resembling a giant black hole that relentlessly consumed the surrounding light. From within the dark vortex, an eerie laughter echoed, sending chills down their spines. "What on earth is that?" Naruto said, frowning as he looked at the dark vortex in the sky. Luffy said with a serious expression. No matter what it is, it's definitely a new trick of dark power, and we have to be careful in dealing with it. As the dark vortex spun, beams of black light shot out from the vortex, heading towards Luffy and Naruto. These black beams moved at an incredible speed, causing the grass on the prairie to wither instantly and the ground to crack open. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, forming a shield of intertwined fire and lightning in front of him, trying to block the incoming black beam of light. The black beam hit the shield with a sizzling sound, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging towards the direction of the black beam, attempting to shield the original body. Some shadow clones were struck by the black beam, instantly turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing, but the other clones continued to charge forward bravely towards the dark vortex. While defending against the black beam, Luffy and Naruto were also thinking of a countermeasure. Luffy noticed that when the black beam shot out from the dark vortex, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the center of the vortex, which might be its weakness. Naruto, after the black beam shoots out again, let's attack the center of the dark vortex together, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately got ready. With a new round of black beam shot out again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash, directing the fire and lightning power from the Thunder Flame Sword towards the center of the dark vortex. Naruto used Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, throwing the shuriken in the same direction. Their attacks struck the center of the dark vortex simultaneously, and the immense power triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, and the dark vortex developed cracks under the powerful impact, its spinning speed gradually slowing down. Keep attacking, Luffy shouted. They launched another assault, repeatedly striking the dark vortex. With their relentless efforts, the cracks in the dark vortex multiplied and grew larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the dark vortex shattered completely, turning into countless black fragments that dissipated into the air. Just as the dark vortex broke apart, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes flew out from the fragments. He wore a sinister mask that obscured his face, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a strange purple light. In his hand, he held a staff emanating a strong aura of darkness, with a large black gemstone embedded at the top that emitted a faint black light. Did you really think you could destroy my masterpiece so easily? Foolish mortals, the mysterious figure said fiercely. You again, you despicable creature. Didn't we teach you enough last time? Naruto recognized him as the dark messenger they had encountered at the Dark Rift, responding angrily. Last time I merely let you escape by chance. This time, you won't be so lucky. The dark messenger sneered, waving his staff and chanting incantations. Instantly, the surrounding air turned icy cold, and dark energy quickly gathered, forming a group of dark phantoms. These phantoms were ethereal, emanating a chilling aura, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken towards the group of dark phantoms, attempting to disperse them. However, the dark phantoms easily evaded the shuriken's attack and continued to close in on them. Seeing this, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact strength to unleash the Flame Thunder Sacred Spirit Slash. A sword energy infused with divine power struck towards the dark spirit horde, causing the dark spirits to emit painful cries and gradually dissipate wherever the sword energy passed. However, more dark spirits continued to surge from around the dark messenger, as if there were no end. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, constantly executing powerful attacks in an attempt to break through the encirclement of dark spirits. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark spirits seemed to be controlled by the dark messenger. As long as they defeated the dark messenger, the emergence of dark spirits would cease. Naruto, we must defeat this dark messenger as soon as possible, Luffy shouted. They began to break through towards the dark messenger, with Luffy leading the way, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to dispel the approaching dark spirits. Naruto provided cover from behind, using various ninja techniques to attack the pursuing dark spirits. After a tough breakthrough, they finally reached the dark messenger. Luffy and Naruto fully fused the power of the artifact with their own strength, executing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with Sage Arts and artifact power, flew towards the dark messenger. With a thunderous explosion, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outward, causing the entire prairie to shake violently under this force, cracks appearing in the ground, and surrounding wildflowers and grasses being uprooted. Amidst the intense energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, their hearts filled with one belief: to defeat the Dark Messenger and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the Dark Messenger was slowly pushed back under the immense attack. With a tremendous explosion, the Dark Messenger was blasted away by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. As the Dark Messenger fell, all the dark spirits also dissipated. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the Dark Messenger. They stood on the grassland, exhausted, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. We defeated this guy once again. The dark forces on this continent have diminished a bit more, Naruto said happily. Yes, but we can't let our guard down. There might be other hidden dark forces on this continent, and we need to keep moving forward, Luffy replied. They left the grassland with the artifact. Chapter 0930, Jungle. Luffy and Naruto, weary from their victory, continued to move forward into the distance. They crossed the grasslands and entered a dense jungle. In the jungle, the trees towered into the clouds, their branches and leaves intertwining, with sunlight only able to filter through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows that made the entire jungle seem somewhat eerie. As they walked, they heard a strange rustling sound, as if something was weaving through the woods. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, slowing their pace and carefully observing the movements around them. Be careful. We don't know what dangers are hiding in this jungle, Luffy whispered. Gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, the power of the artifact quietly beginning to activate. Naruto nodded, secretly forming hand signs, ready to unleash ninjutsu at any moment to deal with unexpected situations. Suddenly, huge black vines dropped from the trees, resembling thick pythons, their surfaces covered with sharp thorns. Exuding a pungent, rotting odor, the vines rapidly coiled toward Luffy and Naruto, attempting to bind them tightly. Luffy swiftly swung the thunder flame sword, the flames and lightning power on the blade burning fiercely. He unleashed the flame thunder cut, slicing through the approaching black vines with waves of fiery, lightning sword energy. Wherever the sword energy struck, the vines were cut apart, black liquid splattering out and sizzling on the ground as if corroding the earth. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some charged up the trees, attempting to find the source of the vines, while others stayed on the ground to assist Luffy in fending off the continuing assault of the vines. The real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. During the battle with the black vines, Luffy noticed that these vines seemed to extend from somewhere deep in the jungle, and their roots were likely the key. If they could destroy the roots, perhaps they could completely eliminate the threat posed by these vines. Naruto, we need to find the roots of these vines and uproot them, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to search deep into the jungle for the roots of the vines. After some searching, the shadow clones finally discovered a large cluster of black vines in a hidden valley. The vines were intertwined, firmly rooted in the valley's soil. And at the center of the vine cluster was a massive black crystal emitting a strong dark aura, seemingly providing an endless supply of energy to the vines. Luffy, we found it. There's a black crystal here. It must be the energy source for these vines, Naruto shouted. Luffy rushed towards the valley after hearing this. When he arrived, he saw the black crystal and the densely packed vines surrounding it, and he understood that this was the key to solving the problem. Let's work together and destroy this crystal, Luffy said. The two of them exerted their strength simultaneously. Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash towards the black crystal. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava shuriken at the black crystal. Their attacks struck the black crystal at the same time, and the immense power triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, causing cracks to appear on the black crystal, while the surrounding vines trembled violently from the shockwave. Keep attacking, Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks again, hitting the black crystal over and over. With their relentless efforts, the cracks on the black crystal multiplied and grew larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the black crystal shattered completely, turning into countless black fragments that dispersed into the air. As the black crystal broke, the entangled black vines instantly lost their vitality, withering and falling, no longer posing a threat to them. Phew, we finally dealt with those annoying vines. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, But there might be other dangers in this jungle. We need to keep moving, Luffy said. They continued to navigate through the jungle, and soon encountered a group of peculiar dark creatures. These creatures were short, humanoid in shape, but covered in black scales, with sharp horns on their heads. Their eyes flickering with an eerie red light, and they wielded crude weapons made of bones and stones. These guys again, looks like we have to fight, Naruto said with a frown. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly at one of the dark creatures. The flames and lightning power on the thunder flame sword erupted instantly, unleashing the flame thunder flash slash. A sword aura of flame and thunder slashed toward the dark creature, leaving a mark on its scales but causing no substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones surged toward the group of dark creatures. The shadow clones engaged in fierce close combat with the dark creatures. Some embraced the bodies of the dark creatures while others attempted to seize their weapons, try to divert their attention. The original Naruto, meanwhile, gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. During the battle with the dark creatures, Luffy noticed that although these creatures were not large, they worked together seamlessly, seemingly acting according to a specific formation, and their leg joints appeared relatively weak. Naruto attacked their leg joints, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed the shadow clones to attack the leg joints of the dark creatures. The original Naruto then performed the sage art, wind release, tailed beast spiral shuriken, throwing it at the leg joint of one of the dark creatures. The spiral shuriken accurately hit the leg joint of the dark creature, and the relatively weak area cracked under the powerful chakra impact. The dark creature let out a painful roar. Its body began to shake. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck with full force at the joint of the dark creature's leg. This sword contained immense power, successfully shattering the joint of the dark creature's leg, causing its massive body to crash down with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. The other dark creatures, seeing their companion defeated, became even more frenzied. They recklessly launched attacks towards Luffy and Naruto, with some dark creatures even disregarding their own safety, charging directly at them in an attempt to strike with their weapons. Luffy and Naruto worked together to continue their fierce battle against the remaining dark creatures. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks and gradually gained the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the dark creatures. These guys were really tough to deal with. Naruto wiped the sweat from his face. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There may be other hidden dark forces on this continent, and we need to keep moving forward, Luffy said. They continued to advance through the jungle, gradually approaching the edge of it. However, just as they were about to exit the jungle, a massive dark barrier suddenly appeared in front of them. The barrier towered into the clouds, exuding a strong dark aura, completely blocking their path. What's going on? Naruto asked with a frown. Luffy said with a serious expression, it seems this is another obstacle set by the dark forces. We need to find a way to break it. They approached the dark barrier and began to carefully observe its characteristics. After some observation, they noticed that the dark barrier would have brief fluctuations when it absorbed the surrounding dark energy, which might be its weakness. Naruto, let's launch our attack together when the barrier fluctuates, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately got ready. When the dark barrier fluctuated again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash, with the flames and lightning from the sword striking towards the point of fluctuation on the dark barrier. Naruto then used Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the point of fluctuation on the dark barrier simultaneously, and the powerful force triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, and cracks began to appear on the dark barrier under the immense impact. Continue the attack, Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks again and again, striking the dark barrier. With their relentless efforts, the cracks on the dark barrier grew more numerous and larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the dark barrier shattered completely, turning into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the air. They successfully broke through the dark barrier and emerged from the jungle. Chapter 0931, Carapace. After Luffy and Naruto stepped into the scorching desert, with each step they took, deep footprints would sink into the yellow sand, only to be quickly buried by the howling winds. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly roasting the earth, making the air seem distorted and unbearable. They trudged through the desert, constantly alert to the dangers that could appear around them. Suddenly, A dull rumbling sound came from behind a distant sand dune, and the ground began to tremble slightly. "Careful, it seems like something big is about to come out," Luffy said, frowning as he gripped the Thunderflame sword. The power of the artifact flowing slowly along the blade, ready to face any unknown threat. Naruto also stopped, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode. A powerful chakra aura swirling around him like an invisible shield. Before long, a gigantic dark sandworm slowly crawled out from behind the dune. The sandworm was covered in a hard black shell, with sharp spikes all over it, and each segment of its body was as thick as a giant carriage. Its head was triangular, with two enormous compound eyes flickering with an eerie red light, and its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, occasionally dripping black slime that emitted a nauseating stench. "This monster looks tough," Naruto remarked, staring at the dark sandworm in front of him. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly towards the dark sandworm. The flames and lightning power on the Thunderfire sword erupted instantly, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. A massive flame thunder sword energy slashed towards the head of the dark sandworm, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. However, this strike merely left a shallow mark on the dark sandworm's shell, causing no substantial damage. After being attacked, the dark sandworm let out a low growl and then suddenly twisted its massive body, quickly crawling towards Luffy. It moved at an incredible speed, raising clouds of yellow sand that formed a wave of sand sweeping towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack, and the Thunderflame sword slashed towards the side of the dark sandworm's body. The blade collided with the shell, sparking a flurry of sparks, but it still only left a few scratches on the shell. At this moment, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones rushed towards the dark sandworm. Some of the clones grabbed hold of the dark sandworm's body, trying to slow its crawling speed. Others attacked its eyes, attempting to divert its attention. The real Naruto was gathering chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. During the battle with the dark sandworm, Luffy noticed that whenever the monster twisted its body to launch a strong attack, there was a section of shell below its abdomen that was slightly differently colored, indicating that its defense there seemed relatively weak. Naruto attacked the section of shell below its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the shadow clones to attack the weak section of shell below the dark sandworm's abdomen. The real Naruto then performed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, and threw it towards that section of shell. The high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, flew towards the dark sandworm's abdomen, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The lava release spiraling shuriken accurately hit the target, and the relatively weak shell instantly cracked under the high temperature of the lava power, with black slime gushing out from the crack. The dark sandworm let out a painful roar, and its body began to tremble violently. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the Thunderflame sword to its utmost limit, striking down towards the cracked shell beneath the belly of the dark sandworm with all his might. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully shattering that segment of the shell, causing the massive body of the dark sandworm to crash down, kicking up a huge wave of sand that enveloped everything around them. Just when they thought they had dealt with this dark sandworm, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from deep within the desert, and the sounds grew louder, as if a group of similar monsters were rushing towards them. Not good. It seems there are more dark sandworms. Naruto's expression changed as he spoke. Luffy nodded solemnly, realizing that another tough battle was about to begin, and they needed to be prepared. Sure enough, not long after, a group of dark sandworms crawled toward them from all directions of the desert. These sandworms varied in size, but each emitted a strong aura of darkness, making the entire desert seem shrouded in a dark haze. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, and then charged towards the group of dark sandworms at the same time. They knew well that against such a large number of enemies, only by taking the initiative could they possibly gain the upper hand in this battle. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, continuously unleashing various fire and thunder-based attack techniques, such as Flame Thunder Flash Slash and Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash. Waves of fire and Thunder Sword energy slashed towards the dark sandworm swarm, with each strike leaving marks on the sandworm shells or directly slaying some of the smaller sandworms. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, filling the entire desert battlefield with numerous shadow clones. The shadow clones engaged in intense close combat with the dark sandworms, some hugging the bodies of the sandworms, some attacking their eyes, and others attempting to break their shells, trying every possible way to restrain the movements of these sandworms. The real Naruto, meanwhile, was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow against the enemy. Amidst the fierce battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually discovered a common weakness of the dark sandworms. Their tail connection points were relatively weak. As long as they concentrated their attacks on this part, they could inflict significant damage. Naruto, focus your attacks on their tail connection points, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the shadow clones to change their attack strategy, targeting the tail connection points of the dark sandworms. The real Naruto also performed Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the tail connection point of a larger dark sandworm. The spiraling shuriken accurately hit the target, shattering the tail connection point of the sandworm, causing its body to lose balance instantly, and its massive form crashed down, creating a huge sand pit in the desert. The other dark sandworms, witnessing the fate of their companion, did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They charged recklessly towards Luffy and Naruto, with some even leaping high from the swarm, attempting to crush the two beneath their massive bodies. Luffy and Naruto cooperated, continuing their fierce battle against the dark sandworms. They unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the dark sandworms. Phew, we finally dealt with these guys. That was not easy, Naruto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There may be other dangers in this desert. We need to keep moving, Luffy replied, looking out at the vast sea of sand, knowing in his heart that their journey of protection was far from over. After a short rest, they continued their trek through the desert. As they delved deeper, the temperature in the desert rose, and the air became increasingly dry, making each breath feel like inhaling a flame. Suddenly, a massive dark pyramid appeared ahead. The pyramid exuded a strong dark aura, its surface covered in various evil runes and patterns that shimmered with a strange light under the sunlight, as if telling ancient and malevolent stories. This pyramid looks really sinister. There must be something powerful hidden inside, Naruto said, frowning. Luffy said with a serious expression, no matter what is inside, we have to go in and take a look. This might be an important stronghold of the dark forces. They cautiously approached the dark pyramid, and as they got closer, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and an invisible pressure hit them, making them feel very oppressive. The entrance of the pyramid was tightly shut, with the door covered in intricate runes that emanated a dark aura, making it unwise to touch. How do we open this door? Naruto asked, looking at the closed door in confusion. Luffy carefully observed the runes on the door, trying to find a way to open the Great Gate. After some research, he discovered that these runes seemed to be arranged in a specific order and required a certain amount of energy to activate. I think I know how to open this door, Luffy suddenly said. He thrust the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the power of the artifact was injected underground through the sword, resonating with the runes on the door. Naruto also infused his chakra into the runes on the door. Following Luffy's instructions, they activated the runes according to a specific order and energy intensity. As the runes were activated, the door of the pyramid slowly opened, and a strong aura of darkness surged out from within the pyramid, hitting them. Without hesitation, they walked into the pyramid. Chapter 0932, Spread Out. After Luffy and Naruto entered the dark pyramid, a stench of decay and age pervaded the interior. The walls flickered with ghostly green phosphorescence, and a faint light barely illuminated the path ahead. This place really makes me uncomfortable, Naruto said, wrinkling his nose. They slowly ventured deeper along the corridor when suddenly, countless black spikes shot out from the dark recesses of the walls, raining down on them. Luffy quickly swung the Thunderflame sword, the flames and lightning powers intertwining to form a protective barrier that deflected the spikes. Everyone be careful. This pyramid is full of traps, he warned. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones along both sides of the corridor, trying to trigger and find other hidden traps. Not far ahead, the clones reported back that there was a huge, deep pit ahead, filled with sharp stone spikes at the bottom. And the bridge over the pit was made of some precarious stones that seemed likely to break with the slightest weight. Looks like we have to cross the bridge carefully, Luffy said, stepping onto the bridge first, each step light as a feather, while using the Thunder Flame sword to test the stability of the stones ahead. Naruto followed closely behind, but when they reached the center of the bridge, a powerful dark force surged up from below, transforming into large black hands that reached out to grab them. Luffy immediately plunged the thunder flame sword into the bridge, releasing a powerful energy to steady himself and slash at the approaching dark hands. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. He threw the spiraling shuriken towards the source of the dark force below the bridge, and with a loud explosion, the dark power was temporarily dispersed. They successfully crossed the deep pit and continued forward, arriving at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive circular stone platform, on which rested a black crystal ball radiating a strong dark aura. Surrounding the crystal ball were statues of dark wizards, each holding a staff, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. "This crystal ball must be the key. We need to destroy it," Luffy said. Just as they approached the platform, the surrounding statues suddenly came to life, and the dark wizards began casting evil magic. Dark magical beams shot from their staffs, intertwining to form a massive net of darkness that enveloped Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, with the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword erupting with full force, slashing towards the Dark Mage statues. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones rushing towards the Dark Mage statues in an attempt to disrupt their spellcasting. The main body of Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. In the midst of the fierce battle, Luffy noticed that the power of these Dark Mage statues seemed to be supplied by a crystal ball. As long as they could break the crystal ball, they could weaken their strength. "Naruto, focus your power on the crystal ball," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to hold back the Dark Mage statues, while his main body performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken, throwing it towards the crystal ball. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken flew towards the crystal ball, leaving a burning trail in its wake. However, the Dark Mage statues sensed Naruto's intention and collectively cast a powerful magical shield, enveloping the crystal ball within it. The Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken struck the magical shield, causing a violent explosion, but the crystal ball remained unscathed. "This shield is so strong. We need to find a way to break it," Luffy said, frowning. They continued to battle the Dark Mage statues, and during the fight, Luffy discovered that whenever the statues cast the shield, there would be a brief fluctuation in the energy connection between them, which could be the flaw in the shield. Naruto, when the statues cast the shield again, attacked the energy connection points between them. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they waited for the opportunity. When the statues cast the shield again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Break Slash, targeting the energy connection point. Naruto simultaneously performed Sage Art, Super Massive Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks struck the energy connection point at the same time, causing cracks to appear in the magical shield, which then shattered. The Dark Mage statues also suffered backlash from the shattering of the shield, resulting in a significant reduction in their power. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to rush towards the crystal ball, completely merging the power of the artifact with their own strength to unleash their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with Sage Mode and the power of the artifact, flew towards the crystal ball simultaneously. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided. The powerful energy waves spread outward, causing the entire hall to shake violently under the impact of this force. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones fell from the ceiling. In the midst of the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, with only one belief in their hearts: to destroy the crystal ball and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the crystal ball developed cracks under the immense attack, then shattered completely. As the crystal ball broke, the Dark Sorcerer statues also ceased their movements, turning into a pile of ordinary stone statues. Finally resolved, Naruto let out a long breath. "Yes, but there may be other dangers in this pyramid. We cannot let our guard down," Luffy said. They continued to explore the pyramid and discovered an ancient book in a corner. The pages of the book recorded some secrets about dark powers and the history of battles against dark forces that had once occurred on this continent. Luffy and Naruto carefully read the book, hoping to find more clues and strategies to deal with the dark forces. It seems that this dark force has existed on this continent for a long time. We must completely eradicate them. Luffy clenched his fists. "That's right. We can definitely do it," Naruto said confidently. They left the hall with the book and continued deeper into the pyramid. Chapter 0933, Command Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the Dark Pyramid with the ancient book in hand. As they moved along the winding passage, they heard a low growl echoing through the narrow corridor, sending chills down their spines. What else was waiting for us? Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, his eyes revealing caution and determination. When they turned a corner, a massive dark hellhound appeared before them. This hellhound was as large as a small mountain, covered in black fur that shimmered with eerie runes. Its gaping maw was filled with sharp fangs, and it continuously spewed black flames. Its 4 paws left deep marks on the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly with each step. Oh, the dark hellhound spotted Luffy and Naruto, immediately letting out an angry roar before lunging at them like lightning. Luffy was undaunted as he charged towards the dark magic hound. The flames and lightning power on the Thunderfire sword blazing fiercely. Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. He shouted, unleashing a powerful slash. Sending a massive flame thunder sword, Chi aimed at the hound's head. However, the dark magic hound was extremely agile. It sidestepped in midair, easily avoiding Luffy's attack, then quickly turned and pounced at Luffy again, its sharp claws reaching for his chest. Luffy sidestepped and swung the Thunder Flame sword towards the dark dog's leg. The blade made contact with the dog's leg, sparking a shower of flames, but only left a shallow scratch. The dog's defense was far beyond expectation. Naruto, seeing Luffy in a tough battle, immediately used the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged towards the dark dog like a tide, some wrapping around its body while others attacked its eyes, trying to distract it. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. He threw the spiral shuriken at the dark dog. As it flew, the shuriken grew larger, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons, rushing towards the dog with immense power. The dark dog sensed the threat behind it, violently shook its body, throwing off all the shadow clones that clung to it, and then turned to spit out a jet of black flames towards the spiral shuriken. The flames collided with the shuriken, resulting in a violent explosion that blew away all the surrounding shadow clones. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the dark dog's abdomen would briefly expose itself when it launched a flame attack, and its defense there seemed relatively weak. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack strategy and focus all their efforts on the dark dog's abdomen. The real Naruto then performed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and threw it towards the dog's abdomen. The Lava Release Spiral Shuriken, infused with high-temperature lava, accurately struck the dark dog's abdomen. The dog let out a painful roar as the fur on its abdomen was scorched, leaving a wound from which black blood flowed. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Finishing Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its utmost limit and striking forcefully at the wound on the belly of the dark demon dog. This sword strike contained immense power and successfully pierced the demon dog's abdomen, causing its massive body to crash down with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. However, before they could catch their breath, a large amount of dark slime suddenly surged from the surrounding walls. The slime rushed towards them like a tide, corroding the ground and creating deep pits wherever it went. What the hell is this? Naruto said, frowning. Luffy quickly thought of a countermeasure. He noticed that the slime seemed to be flowing out from some small holes in the wall. Naruto, attack those small holes to stop the slime from continuing to flow out. Naruto nodded and used the shadow clone technique. The shadow clones all launched attacks at the small holes in the wall. Some clones attacked with punches and kicks, while others used ninjutsu to try to block the holes. Luffy opened a path ahead with the Thunder Flame Sword, evaporating the approaching slime. However, the slime continued to surge endlessly, and their situation remained extremely dangerous. During the battle, Luffy discovered that these slimes formed whirlpools as they flowed, with the center of the whirlpool seemingly being a convergence point of the slime's energy. If they could destroy the centers of these whirlpools, perhaps they could stop the flow of the slime. Naruto, attack the center of the slime whirlpool, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to launch an attack at the center of the slime whirlpool. The real Naruto performed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, and threw it at a larger slime whirlpool center. The Rasengan accurately hit the center of the slime whirlpool, causing it to dissipate instantly, and the surrounding slime also ceased to flow. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and slashed at the centers of the other slime whirlpools one by one. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in stopping the attack of the dark slime. The dangers in this pyramid just keep coming. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, we need to find the exit quickly and get out of this cursed place, Luffy said. They continued to search for an exit within the pyramid, and at the top of the hall, they discovered a massive dark portal. The portal emitted a strong aura of darkness, surrounded by mysterious runes. This portal looks suspicious. I wonder where it leads, Luffy remarked. No matter where it leads, we have to check it out. Maybe we can find a clue to leave the pyramid, Naruto said. They cautiously approached the portal, and as they got closer, the portal suddenly generated a powerful suction, pulling them toward it. Luffy and Naruto had no time to resist and were sucked into the portal. After a moment of dizziness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. This space was filled with dense, dark mist, with eerie flashes of light flickering within the mist. What is this place? Luffy looked around warily. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears. Welcome to the Dark Abyss. You will remain here forever. Chapter 0934. Stranger Luffy and Naruto were fully alert, scanning their surroundings in the strange space filled with dark fog. The eerie voice echoed around them, yet the source was nowhere to be seen. Whoever you are, don't think you can trap us, Naruto shouted, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing the Sage Art. Wind release, spiraling shuriken, throwing it forcefully towards the direction of the voice. The spiraling shuriken spun rapidly through the dark fog, churning the mist violently, but it did not hit any tangible target. Suddenly, countless black tentacles emerged from the dark fog, writhing like serpents and quickly coiling towards them. Luffy swiftly wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining and flashing along the blade. Executing the flame, thunder break slash. He swung his sword at the approaching tentacles, severing them with bursts of flame and lightning sword energy. Black liquid splattering on the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. However, more tentacles surged from all directions, seemingly endless. Seeing this, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to join Luffy in resisting the tentacle attacks. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the roots of these tentacles seemed to be hidden deep within the dark fog. Unless they destroyed the source, it would be difficult to escape their predicament. Naruto, we need to find the source of these tentacles and deal with them once and for all, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, directing his clones to clear a path ahead, trying to locate the roots of the tentacles. Meanwhile, the real Naruto gathered chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful jutsu. After a challenging search, they finally discovered a massive dark core at the center of the dark fog. This core emanated a strong dark aura, with the tentacles extending from it. This is it, Luffy exclaimed. They both gathered their strength. Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, executing the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash, sending a gigantic sword energy towards the dark core. Naruto simultaneously unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in flames flying towards the dark core. Their attacks hit the dark core simultaneously, triggering a tremendous explosion. The energy from the explosion surged outward, instantly dispersing the dark fog, causing the tentacles to wither and disappear. As the dark fog dissipated, they saw a figure in a black robe floating in midair. The face of the figure was hidden in shadow, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a ghostly purple light. Did you really think you could so easily destroy my trap? How naive, the figure said coldly. Are you the mastermind behind all this? Luffy glared at the figure and asked. You don't need to know who I am, because you are about to die here. The figure finished speaking, moving their hands and chanting incantations. Instantly, the surrounding space began to twist and deform. Black spatial cracks appeared, emanating a powerful suction that attempted to draw Luffy and Naruto in. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their respective powers to resist the suction. Luffy thrust the Sword of Thunder and Flame into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the sword into the earth, forming a stable energy shield. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones holding hands to form a circle, working in tandem with Luffy's shield to jointly resist the suction from the spatial rift. While resisting the suction, Luffy and Naruto were also contemplating their countermeasures. They noticed that when the man in the black robe cast spatial magic, the dark aura around his body would have brief fluctuations, which might be his weakness. Naruto, when he cast spatial magic again, attacked the areas where the dark aura fluctuates around his body. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they waited for the opportunity. When a man in the black robe cast spatial magic again, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, striking at the fluctuating dark aura around the man's body. At the same time, Naruto used Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks simultaneously hit the fluctuating dark aura around the man in the black robe, causing him to emit a muffled grunt, and the dark aura around his body instantly became chaotic. The spatial rift also ceased to expand, and the suction gradually weakened. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to charge towards the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe, seeing this, quickly pulled out a black staff from his bosom. The top of the staff was embedded with a huge black gemstone that emitted an evil glow. He waved the staff and shot out beams of black magical light towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, blocking the incoming magical beams one by one. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, sending his clones rushing towards the man in the black robe from different directions, trying to disrupt his spellcasting. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash his ultimate ninjutsu. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that the man in the black robe was highly dependent on his staff. If they could destroy his staff, it would significantly weaken his power. Naruto, find a way to destroy his staff, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the black robe man's staff with all their might. The real Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken, throwing it towards the black robe man's staff. The spiraling shuriken flew with tremendous power towards the staff. The black robe man tried to block it with his staff, but the force of the Raisin Shuriken was too great, shattering the staff completely. The black robe man lost his staff, and his strength was greatly diminished. He roared in anger, and the dark aura around his body began to surge wildly, attempting to make a final struggle. Luffy and Naruto did not give him a chance. They completely fused the power of the artifact with their own strength and unleashed their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Rasengan, infused with sage techniques and the power of the artifact, flew towards the man in the black cloak. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire space to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, driven by a single belief: to defeat the man in the black cloak and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the man in the black cloak was slowly pushed back under the immense attack. With a tremendous explosion, the man in the black cloak was sent flying by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. As the man in the black cloak fell, this strange space began to collapse. Luffy and Naruto knew they had to find an exit quickly to escape this dangerous place. They searched around in the collapsing space and finally discovered a faint light. They rushed toward the light, successfully escaping just as the space was about to completely collapse. When they reappeared, they found themselves back outside the Dark Pyramid. Chapter 0935, Mountain Bandits. After Luffy and Naruto moved away from the Dark Pyramid, they continued along the edge of the desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, making their mouths dry and parched. But they still didn't dare to let their guard down. When they reached a nearby oasis, which should have been a vibrant place, they were instead enveloped by an unusual silence. The lake in the oasis had become murky and foul-smelling. The surrounding trees had yellowed leaves, and the flowers and grass on the ground were drooping. This place had also been eroded by dark forces. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, as he cautiously made his way deeper into the oasis. Naruto followed behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, several enormous dark water monsters sprang out of the lake. These monsters resembled crocodiles, but had huge pincers and tails covered in sharp spikes, emanating a black mist that vaguely revealed ghostly faces, letting out chilling roars. It was these monsters again. It seemed they needed to be taught a lesson. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and performed the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged toward the dark water monsters like a tide, some grabbing the monsters' limbs while others attempted to attack their eyes. Luffy waved the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, with flames and lightning striking towards the water monster. However, the monster's outer skin was incredibly tough, and the power of the Flame Thunder only left shallow marks on its body. This skin is too thick. It's hard to deal with, Luffy shouted. During the battle, Naruto noticed that when these water monsters attacked, a patch of white scales would briefly expose on their abdomen. which seemed to have relatively weaker defense. Luffy attacked their abdominal white scales. Naruto shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack direction. He leaped high into the air, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and unleashed the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, aiming for the white scales on the belly of a water monster. This sword contained immense power, successfully breaking through the water monster's abdominal defenses. The water monster let out a painful roar as black blood gushed out. Seeing their companion injured, the other water monsters became even more frenzied. They recklessly launched attacks at Luffy and Naruto, their enormous pincers swinging and creating gusts of foul wind. Noticing this, Naruto used the sage art, Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken, throwing it towards the head of one water monster. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the water monster's head, charring it. After shaking a few times, the monster fell into the lake, splashing up huge waves. After a fierce battle, they finally eliminated all the dark water monsters. However, the oasis was now full of holes and damage, making recovery a difficult task. We need to find a way to purify the dark power here, Luffy said. They searched the oasis for the source of the dark power and discovered a black crystal emitting a dark aura at the center of the lake. This crystal continuously radiated dark power, contaminating the entire oasis. That's it, destroy it, Naruto said. Luffy and Naruto unleashed their powers simultaneously. Luffy combined the Thunder Flame Sword with the power of the artifacts to perform the Flame Thunder Sacred Spirit Slash. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan. Their attacks flew toward the black crystal at the same time. With a loud bang, their attacks collided with the black crystal. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, and cracks began to appear on the black crystal. They continued to attack, striking the crystal again and again. Ultimately, under their combined assault, the black crystal shattered completely, turning into countless black fragments that dispersed into the air. As the crystal broke, the dark aura in the oasis gradually dissipated. The lake water began to clear up, and the trees and flowers slowly regained their vitality. Great, the oasis is saved, Naruto exclaimed happily. Yes, but this is just a small step. We still have many places to go, Luffy replied. After leaving the oasis, they entered a mountainous area. The mountains were rugged, and the paths were difficult to navigate. While climbing a peak, they encountered a group of dark bandits. Dressed in black and wearing fearsome masks, the bandits wielded various weapons and blocked their way. This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some payment, a bandit leader shouted loudly. You villains, how dare you commit such crimes here? Naruto said angrily. Stop wasting breath. Unless you pay, you won't get past. The bandit leader swung his long knife, declaring. Luffy ignored their threats and charged towards the bandits with a Thunder Flame Sword raised. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame Sword erupted instantly, driving back the approaching bandits. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones engaged in fierce combat with the bandits. The real Naruto focused on gathering chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although there were many bandits, their attacks lacked coordination, and their leader was commanding from the back. As long as they defeated the leader, they could break their offensive. Naruto, take out their leader first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his Shadow Clones to hold off the other bandits while the real Naruto performed Sage Art, Wind Release, Tail Beast Spiral Shuriken, and threw it towards the bandit leader. The Spiral Shuriken grew larger as it flew, carrying immense power towards the bandit leader. The bandit leader turned pale with fear upon seeing the Spiral Shuriken coming. He tried to evade, but it was too late. The Spiral Shuriken hit him accurately, and the powerful force sent him flying backward, crashing heavily against a large rock. His life status unknown. The other bandits, seeing their leader defeated, dropped their weapons and scattered in all directions. These guys are really weak, Naruto scoffed. Don't let your guard down. There may be other dangers in these mountains, Luffy said. They continued their ascent and discovered an ancient temple at the mountain's peak. The temple's large door was tightly shut, and a mysterious aura surrounded it. This temple looks quite old. I wonder what's inside, Luffy remarked. We'll find out if we go in, Naruto replied. They pushed open the temple's large door and entered. Inside, the temple was dim and damp, with ancient Buddha statues hanging on the walls. But the eyes of these statues flickered with an eerie red light. These statues are suspicious, Luffy warned. Suddenly, the statues began to move, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. The bodies of these statues were as hard as iron, and each attack carried tremendous power. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered battle mode, engaging in a fierce fight against the Buddha statues. During the battle, they discovered an energy core behind the statues. Destroying this core would stop the statues from moving. Naruto attacked the energy core behind the Buddha statue. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the energy core behind the statue. The real Naruto then performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken, throwing it at the energy core behind one of the statues. The Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken accurately hit the energy core, causing the statue to stop moving instantly and slowly fall down. They defeated all the statues using the same method. Deep within the temple, they found an ancient scripture. The scripture contains secrets about this continent and a powerful purification technique. This scripture could be very helpful to us, Luffy said. They left the temple with the scripture. Chapter 0936, continuation. Luffy and Naruto continued to weave through the mountains with the ancient scriptures, and as dusk began to fall, they decided to take a break in a cave to recover their strength for the challenges ahead. A faint chill permeated the cave, and Naruto gathered some dry branches to start a fire for warmth. Luffy set up some simple defenses near the cave entrance to prevent any enemies from launching a nighttime attack. As the flames ignited, the warm light illuminated the cave. Luffy opened the ancient scripture and began to study it carefully. Naruto leaned over, curiously looking at the ancient and mysterious characters and patterns on the pages. The method for cultivating the power of purification recorded here seems quite complex. It requires our full concentration to comprehend, Luffy said with a furrowed brow. It's okay. We'll study it together. We can definitely figure out, Naruto responded confidently. Under the flickering flames, they began to attempt to guide their inner power according to the scripture's instructions for initial operation and fusion. At first, progress was slow, and the flow of power felt somewhat sluggish, but they did not give up. After several attempts, they finally sensed a faint trace of the purification power slowly forming within them. Just as they were immersed in their cultivation, a sudden commotion of footsteps and low growls erupted from outside the cave. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, extinguished the flames, gripped their weapons, and quietly approached the cave entrance to assess the situation. They saw a group of dark creatures rushing toward the cave. These creatures resembled wolves, but were much larger, their eyes glowing with a bloody red light, saliva dripping from their mouths, exuding a nauseating stench. It seems we won't have peace tonight, Luffy whispered. Then let's make sure they come and go without return. Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Luffy was the first to rush out of the cave, and the sword of thunder flames instantly ignited with blazing fire and piercing lightning. He unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, striking at the foremost dark creatures. The flame and thunder sword energy cut through the night sky, pushing the dark creatures back a few steps, but they quickly lunged forward again. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce close combat with the dark creatures. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive, spiraling shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of dark creatures. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken continuously grew larger, and its immense power drew in the surrounding dark creatures, triggering a violent explosion. However, these dark creatures seemed endless. Despite the devastating damage caused by their attacks, even more dark creatures continued to surge in from all directions. Moreover, they gradually formed a siege tactic during the battle, attempting to trap Luffy and Naruto in the middle. This won't do. We need to find a way to break out, Luffy shouted, defending against the attacks of the dark creatures while contemplating a countermeasure. Looking at the surrounding dark creatures, Naruto suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Luffy, we can use their siege against them, lead them into a narrow valley, and then use the terrain advantage to eliminate them. Luffy nodded. Good idea. Let's give it a try. They deliberately exposed some flaws and retreated while fighting toward a valley. The dark creatures, seeing that they seemed to be fleeing, pursued them relentlessly and were quickly lured into the valley. The cliffs on both sides of the valley were steep, and the narrow path restricted the movements of the dark creatures. Luffy and Naruto stopped, turned to face the enemy. Now, it's our turn to counterattack, Luffy shouted. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the power of the artifact was channeled through the sword into the earth, triggering an earthquake. The ground in the valley began to shake violently, causing many dark creatures to lose their balance and fall. Naruto then performed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, throwing it towards the entrance of the valley. The high-temperature lava, spiraling shuriken, sealed the entrance, preventing more dark creatures from pouring in. They engaged in a final battle with the trapped dark creatures in the valley. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing various flame and thunder techniques to slay the approaching dark creatures one by one. Naruto utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu and Ninjutsu to launch a comprehensive attack on the dark creatures. In the heat of battle, they discovered that the heart area of these dark creatures was their weak point. As long as they attacked there, they could inflict fatal damage. Naruto attacked their hearts, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the heart areas of the dark creatures. The real Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Super-Tailed Beast Ball, throwing it towards the heart of a larger dark creature. The Super-Tailed Beast Ball accurately hit the dark creature's heart, and it let out a painful roar before collapsing to the ground. After a fierce struggle, they finally succeeded in exterminating all the dark creatures in the valley. At this moment, the eastern sky was already beginning to brighten, signaling the arrival of a new day. The battle is finally over, and we should continue on our journey, Luffy said. Yeah, I hope we can find more clues about the dark power today, Naruto replied. They left the valley and continued exploring the mountains. As they delved deeper into the mountains, they discovered a mysterious cave hidden behind a waterfall. The cave emitted a strange glow, attracting them to investigate. When they entered the cave, they found it filled with various peculiar crystals and runes. In the center of the cave, there was a huge magic circle with a black sphere radiating a powerful dark aura floating above it. What is this? It looks dangerous, Luffy said cautiously. Whatever it is, we must stop it from continuing to emit dark energy, Naruto said. They cautiously approached the magic circle, trying to find a way to break it. Suddenly, the runes around the magic circle began to flicker, and beams of black light shot towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, weaving left and right to find an opportunity to break through the defenses. During the dodging, Luffy noticed that the beams had a certain pattern. They seemed to operate according to a specific formation. Naruto, these beams have a pattern. Let's go through the flaws in the formation, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They began to carefully observe the order of the beam emissions and cautiously approached the magic circle by exploiting the flaws in the formation. Through their efforts, they finally managed to pass through the beam attacks and reach the front of the magic circle. They attempted to forcibly destroy the magic circle and the black sphere with their power, but found the defenses of the magic circle to be extremely strong. Their attacks had no effect. It seems we need a special method to break it, Luffy said. They began searching for clues in the cave, and after a careful search, they discovered some strange symbols on the cave's walls. These symbols looked somewhat similar to those they had seen in the temple scriptures, but not entirely the same. Luffy and Naruto began to study these symbols, trying to find a way to crack the magic circle. During their research, they gradually discovered that these symbols were an ancient code that required specific powers and sequences to unlock. I think I know how to crack it, Luffy suddenly said, as he plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The power of the artifact flowed through the Thunder Flame sword and resonated with the symbols on the cave walls. Naruto also infused his chakra into the symbols, and following Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols in a specific order and with specific power. As the symbols activated, the magic circle slowly stopped operating and the black sphere gradually lost its glow. They successfully cracked the magic circle and eliminated the source of the dark aura. Deep within the cave, they discovered a crystal that emitted a soft glow. This crystal contained powerful purifying energy, which was the key item they needed for their cultivation of purification power. Great! With this crystal, we can better cultivate our purifying power, Luffy said happily. Yes, this way we can more effectively combat the dark forces, Naruto said. They left the cave with the crystal and continued their journey through the mountains. Chapter 0937, Collapse. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the mountains with the purification crystal. At this point, the mountain path became increasingly rugged and steep, and the cold wind howled past, cutting into their faces like sharp blades. As they reached a mountain hollow, they saw thick, dark mist enveloping the area, from which faint sounds of painful moans could be heard. They cautiously slowed their pace and approached slowly. As the mist gradually dissipated, they found a group of villagers eroded by dark forces. Their eyes were hollow, their faces twisted, and their bodies were wrapped in black aura, mindlessly attacking each other. These villagers are so pitiful. We have to save them, Naruto said with a pained expression. Luffy nodded, but warned to be careful, as they were now under the control of darkness and might attack us recklessly. After saying this, Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, releasing a gentle force in an attempt to disperse the dark aura surrounding the villagers. However, this dark aura was extremely stubborn. It only receded slightly before wrapping around them again. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and the clones quickly dispersed to isolate the villagers, preventing them from harming each other. The real Naruto then formed hand seals rapidly and executed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. He threw the spiraling shuriken into the sky, which spun at high speed, generating a powerful airflow that gradually blew away some of the dark mist, slightly clearing the visibility in the area. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the villagers had a black mark on their foreheads, which seemed to be the core gathering point of the dark power. Naruto, focus your attacks on the black mark on the villagers' foreheads, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack strategy and target the black marks on the villagers' foreheads. The real Naruto then used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at a nearby villager's forehead. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately hit the black mark on the villager's forehead, causing the dark aura on the villager to dissipate significantly, and their eyes gradually regained a hint of clarity. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the purification slash of flame and thunder. He adjusted the power of the Thunder Flame sword to that of purification and struck at the black marks on the foreheads of the other villagers one by one. This sword contained powerful purification energy, successfully dispersing the dark forces within the villagers. One by one, the villagers collapsed to the ground, their faces showing exhaustion but relief. "Who are you? Where's this?" a villager weakly asked. "We are here to help you. You have been corrupted by dark forces, but it's all right now," Luffy explained. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude and thanked them profusely. Through their communication with the villagers, they learned that deeper within the mountains, there was a dark castle, which served as the core stronghold of the dark forces in the area, continuously releasing dark energy that corrupted everything around it. "It seems our next target is that dark castle," Luffy said. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they moved towards the direction of the dark castle. The closer they got to the castle, the stronger the dark energy became, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate. Finally, the dark castle appeared before them. The castle loomed ominously, its walls covered with sharp black spikes, and at the entrance stood a group of dark soldiers clad in heavy black armor, wielding sharp long knives, their eyes revealing coldness and evil. "Get ready for battle." Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword. "Okay." Naruto formed hand seals, entering Sage mode. They charged towards the dark castle. Luffy darted into the midst of the dark soldiers like a bolt of lightning, swinging the Thunder Flame sword as the powers of flame and purification intertwined, tearing through the dark soldiers' armor and burning their bodies with purified fire. Naruto, meanwhile, used the shadow clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the dark soldiers through numerous shadow clones. The main Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, Naruto shouted, sending the massive Rasengan flying towards the densest cluster of dark soldiers. As it flew, the Rasengan grew larger, its immense power sending the dark soldiers flying. However, more dark soldiers soon surged out of the castle, seemingly endless. Among these dark soldiers were also some dark sorcerers, standing on the castle walls, chanting incantations and casting black magic towards Luffy and Naruto. The black magic fell like dark lightning, scorching the ground and shattering rocks wherever it struck. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the magical attacks while continuing to battle the dark soldiers. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the dark sorcerers needed to gather dark energy through the wands in their hands, and the black gem at the tip of the wands was the focal point of their power. Naruto attacked the gem at the tip of the dark sorcerer's wands. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge at the dark sorcerers, attempting to strike their wands. The main Naruto then used Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Rasen Shuriken, throwing it at the tip of one dark sorcerer's wand. The shuriken accurately hit the gem at the tip of the dark sorcerer's wand, shattering it instantly, causing the dark sorcerer's magic to dissipate. And he fell from the castle wall, spitting blood. The other dark sorcerers were startled by their companion's fate, but continued to cast spells. Luffy and Naruto coordinated their attacks, continuously striking the dark sorcerers' wands, gradually weakening their attack power. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in eliminating the dark soldiers at the castle gate and most of the dark sorcerers. They moved further into the castle, which was dark and damp, with a foul odor permeating the corridors and strange lights flickering on the walls. In the castle's hall, they saw a massive dark magic array, with a gigantic dark magic crystal floating above it. This crystal emitted a strong dark aura and was the core of the dark power of the entire castle. As long as we destroy this magic crystal, we can completely destroy this dark castle, Luffy said. They approached the magic array, but as they got closer, several dark shields suddenly appeared around them, blocking their way. They attempted to break the shields with force, but the shields were extremely sturdy. Their attacks merely caused ripples on the surface, without inflicting any substantial damage. These shields are tough to deal with. We need to think of another way, Luffy frowned. They began searching for clues in the hall, and after some searching, they discovered some strange symbols on the pillars of the hall. These symbols were related to the ones they had seen earlier in the cave and seemed to be the key to breaking the shields. Luffy and Naruto began to study the symbols, trying to find a way to break the shield. During their research, they gradually discovered that these symbols needed to be activated with specific powers and in a certain order to break the shield. I think I know how to break the shield, Luffy suddenly said. He plunged the thunder flame sword into the ground, and the power of the artifact was injected underground through the sword, resonating with the symbols on the pillars. Naruto also infused his chakra into the symbols, and following Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols in the specific order and with the required strength. As the symbols activated, the dark shield slowly disappeared. They successfully broke the shield and rushed towards the dark magic crystal. They fully merged the power of the artifact with their own, unleashing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew towards the dark magic crystal. With a thunderous explosion, the two attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, shaking the entire dark castle violently. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones from the roof fell. In the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, their hearts holding only one belief: to destroy the dark magic crystal and protect this land. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and cracks appeared in the dark magic crystal under the powerful attack, which then shattered completely. As the dark magic crystal broke, the dark castle also began to collapse. At the last moment of the castle's collapse, Luffy and Naruto successfully escaped. Chapter 0938, The Mine. After Luffy and Naruto left the collapsing dark castle, they headed towards another part of the mountains. They traveled along a narrow valley, where the eerie sound of the wind echoed, as if the dark forces were roaring in anger. Deep in the valley, they discovered a mysterious ruin. The ruin was built from massive stone blocks, covered in ancient and obscure runes that emitted a faint glow, seemingly telling tales of a distant past. The ruin appeared unusual, possibly hiding something important. Luffy gazed at the ruin and said. Naruto curiously approached one of the stone blocks and reached out to touch the runes. The moment his finger made contact with the runes, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from the ruin, enveloping them. When the light dissipated, they found themselves in a strange space. The space was filled with colorful mist, within which faint, illusory images emerged, depicting scenes of this land's past battles against dark forces. Is this a memory from the past? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. They navigated through this space, trying to find an exit and more clues about the dark forces. Suddenly, a group of guardian spirits made of light appeared before them. These guardian spirits took various forms, some resembling agile birds, others like fierce beasts, but all radiated powerful energy. Intruders, you are not permitted to trespass here. A guardian spirit, resembling a Chilan, proclaimed with a commanding voice. We mean no offense. We're just seeking ways to combat the dark forces, Luffy explained. If you wish to pass, you must accept our trial, the guardian spirits said. The trial then began, and the guardian spirits launched their attacks. They unleashed various light spells, such as light arrows, light shields, and light explosions, targeting Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, with the flames and lightning power colliding with the spells of light, creating bursts of energy sparks. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique, with the clones dispersing to engage in close combat with the guardian spirits, trying to find their weaknesses. In a battle, Luffy discovered that these guardian spirits would have a brief energy recovery period after launching a powerful attack, during which their defenses would be relatively weak. Naruto, attack while they are vulnerable, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the shadow clones to seize the opportunity. The real Naruto then performed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, throwing it at a guardian spirit that had just launched a powerful light explosion attack. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately struck the guardian spirit, causing its body to flicker with light and revealing a slight crack. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder spirit slash. Channeling the power of the thunder flame soared to its peak as he slashed fiercely at the crack in the guardian spirit. This strike contained immense power, successfully shattering the guardian spirit into countless fragments of light that dispersed in the air. Seeing their companion defeated, the other guardian spirits intensified their assault. However, Luffy and Naruto coordinated with each other, gradually finding a rhythm to counter the guardians' attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in defeating all the guardian spirits. As the guardian spirits dissipated, the colorful mist in the space began to converge, forming a massive sphere of light. Slowly, a tome emanating a golden glow emerged from within the light sphere. Luffy and Naruto approached the light mass and picked up the ancient tome. As they opened it, they found it contained a powerful sealing technique specifically designed to target the source of dark powers and could permanently seal it away. "This is exactly what we need," Luffy exclaimed. Just as they were preparing to study the sealing technique in detail, the space suddenly began to shake violently, and cracks appeared. "Not good. This space is going to collapse. We need to get out of here," Naruto shouted. They followed the route they remembered to find the exit. At the moment the space was about to completely collapse, they successfully found the exit and escaped. Back outside the ruins, they sat on a rock and began to carefully study the sealing technique in the Golden Tome. After some research, they gradually grasped the basic principles and methods of the sealing technique, but to truly succeed in casting it, they still needed to find some special materials and suitable sealing locations. "Looks like we have a new mission. Let's go find the materials first," Luffy said. They headed towards a mysterious mine in the mountains based on the clues in the tome. It was said that a special mineral needed for the sealing technique might exist there. On their way to the mine, they encountered a rare landslide. A large number of rocks came rolling down the mountain towards them. Luffy quickly thrust the sword of thunder flame into the ground, and the power of the artifact flowed through the blade into the earth, forming a sturdy energy shield that blocked the falling rocks. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and the shadow clones helped Luffy reinforce the shield while the real Naruto searched for the cause of the landslide. After some exploration, they discovered that a massive dark earth beast was moving within the mountains, and its power fluctuations had caused the instability. This dark earth beast was enormous, covered in black armor, with huge tusks and thick limbs, shaking the ground with every step it took. "Another dark creature. We can't let it escape this time," Luffy declared. They charged towards the dark earth beast. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder overlord slash, aiming for the beast's head. The beast used its massive tusks to block the attack, and the blade clashed with the tusks, sparking a shower of flames. Meanwhile, Naruto performed the sage art, wind release, nine-tails shuriken, throwing it towards the beast's abdomen. The dark earth beast sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but Luffy increased his attack power, restraining its movements. The shuriken accurately struck the beast's abdomen, causing it to let out a painful roar as its armored belly shattered and black blood gushed out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder final slash. Channeling the power of the thunder flame soared to its utmost, he slashed down towards the heart of the earth beast with all his might. This strike contained immense power, successfully piercing the heart of the earth beast, causing its massive body to crash down and kick up a cloud of dust. After dealing with the dark earth beast, they continued on towards the mine. Finally, they found the mysterious mine. After some digging and searching, they successfully located the special ore needed for the sealing technique. With the materials in hand, the next step was to find a suitable sealing location, Luffy said. They left the mine with the ore. Chapter 0939, Mountain Peak. Luffy and Naruto continued their search for a suitable sealing location in the mountains with special minerals. They moved along the rugged mountain path, the surrounding environment becoming increasingly perilous, with steep cliffs and bottomless ravines everywhere. Upon reaching the summit of a misty peak, they sensed a powerful and evil aura swirling faintly in the air. The sky here was always gloomy, filled with dark clouds, occasionally illuminated by strange flashes of lightning. Could this aura be the clue to the sealing location? Luffy frowned and said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly as he cautiously approached the source of the aura. Naruto followed closely behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings. When they arrived at a platform on the peak, they discovered a massive dark vortex at its center, emanating a strong dark aura, as if it were going to swallow everything. This should be the core gathering place of dark power. We will perform the sealing technique here, Luffy declared. However, just as they were about to set up the sealing array, a swarm of dark spirits suddenly surged out from the vortex. These spirits were ethereal, radiating a bone-chilling coldness, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. Damn it, they're here to cause trouble again. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the dark spirits, attempting to prevent them from getting close to Luffy. Luffy swung the sword of Thunderfire and unleashed the Holy Spirit slash of flame and thunder, sending waves of sword energy imbued with sacred power, slicing through the dark spirits. Wherever the sword energy struck, the dark spirits let out painful screams and gradually began to dissipate. However, the dark spirits continued to surge endlessly from the dark vortex, as if they were infinite. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark spirits seemed to be controlled by some kind of power emanating from the center of the dark vortex. If they could destroy that core, controlling power, they could stop the spirits from emerging. Naruto, let's attack the center of the dark vortex first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to hold off the dark spirits, while his main body executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the center of the dark vortex. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, carrying high-temperature lava, accurately struck the center of the dark vortex. The rotation speed of the dark vortex instantly slowed down, and the emergence of the dark spirits also became scarce. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the center of the dark vortex with all his might. This sword contained immense power, successfully destroying the center of the dark vortex, causing the dark spirits to dissipate as well. After resolving the interference from the dark spirits, they began to officially set up the sealing array. Following the records in the Golden Tome, Luffy placed special minerals in specific positions and then used the Thunder Flame Sword to carve complex runes on the ground. Naruto, meanwhile, gathered chakra beside him, injecting his own power into the runes to assist Luffy in completing the arrangement of the sealing array. After much effort, the sealing array was finally completed. They stood at the edge of the sealing array, fully merging the power of the artifact with their own strength, preparing to cast the sealing technique. Let's begin, Luffy shouted. They formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing a powerful sealing technique. A brilliant light shot from their hands, converging towards the core of the dark power. Wherever the light reached, the dark aura was gradually dispelled, and the dark power began to be sealed within the array. However, just as the sealing was about to be completed, the dark power suddenly erupted with a powerful resistance. This force struck the sealing array, causing cracks to appear, and the light began to flicker uncertainly. Not good, it's resisting. We can't let the sealing fail, Naruto shouted. They increased their output of power, trying to suppress the resistance of the dark power. Luffy inserted the Thunder Flame Sword into the sealing array, continuously injecting the artifact's power into the array to stabilize its structure. Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, merging the Rasengan into the sealing light to enhance the sealing power. With their efforts, the cracks in the sealing array gradually repaired, and the light became bright again. The resistance of the dark power weakened more and more, ultimately being completely sealed within the sealing array. With the sealing of the dark power, the sky above the mountain peak gradually cleared up and sunlight poured down on them, bringing a long-awaited warmth. We finally succeeded. The dark power in this area has been sealed, Naruto said happily. Yes, but this is only temporary. We still need to search for other sources of dark power on this continent and seal them one by one, Luffy replied. They left the summit of the mountain, feeling exhausted yet relieved. Chapter 0940 Dark B. After sealing the dark power at the peak of the mountain, Luffy and Naruto pressed on deeper into the mountains without rest. They knew well that this vast continent was filled with dark forces scattered like countless stars in every corner. And their victory in just one place was merely a small milestone on a long journey. As they traversed a dense coniferous forest, the surrounding trees were tall and eerie, their branches and leaves intertwined, allowing only faint rays of sunlight to filter through the layers of gaps, casting a dim twilight over the entire woods. The ground beneath them was soft and damp, emanating a decaying odor, and with every step, it felt as if something was writhing beneath their feet. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound echoed through the woods, growing louder and more deafening as it approached. Countless black, bee-like dark creatures surged from all directions. These dark bees were enormous, about the size of a human head, their bodies covered in a hard black shell, with their poisoned stingers glimmering with a cold blue light. Each flap of their wings stirred up a nauseating stench. "Be careful, these guys look tough," Luffy shouted, drawing the thunder flame sword in an instant. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined and flickered, resembling a lively flame and thunder snake, radiating dazzling light in the darkness. Naruto, not daring to slack off, quickly performed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones darted through the woods like phantoms, joining Luffy to face the overwhelming swarm of dark bees. The shadow clones threw punches and kicked, trying to stop the advance of the dark bees, but these dark bees were extremely agile, cleverly dodging the attacks of the shadow clones and continuing to swarm toward Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. His figure moved like electricity, the sword following his movements, and waves of flame thunder sword energy sliced through the dark swarm, tracing beautiful arcs. Wherever the flame thunder sword energy passed, the dark bees were severed, and black blood and broken limbs rained down on the ground. However, the number of dark bees was simply too many. They surged forward endlessly, as if infinite. Amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto noticed that these dark bees seemed to move according to a specific rhythm, their attacks and flight paths displaying a peculiar pattern. "Luffy, these dark bees have a pattern we can follow. Let's try to disrupt their rhythm," Naruto shouted loudly, quickly forming hand seals. Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. With his loud shout, a gigantic spiraling shuriken rapidly formed in his hand and then shot towards the most densely packed area of dark bees. As the spiraling shuriken flew, it continuously enlarged, and the powerful wind chakra surged like a roaring tornado, pulling the surrounding dark bees into it and instantly disrupting their attack rhythm. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breakthrough Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword. He shot forward like a burning meteor towards the core of the dark bee swarm. This sword contained immense power, successfully tearing a gap in the dark swarm. However, just when they thought they were about to break through the encirclement of the dark bees, a much larger dark bee king slowly rose from the back of the swarm. This bee king was several times the size of an ordinary dark bee, its head resembling a giant black gemstone emitting an eerie glow, and its abdomen stinger was as thick as a spear, instilling fear in anyone who looked at it. The dark bee king let out a sharp screech, as if issuing some kind of command. The previously chaotic dark bee swarm instantly reorganized, surrounding the bee king and forming a massive black vortex that swept towards Luffy and Naruto. This bee king was their leader, as long as they defeated it. "The dark bees should disperse," Luffy shouted, his eyes revealing a firm determination. Naruto nodded, quickly forming hand seals again to perform the Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature lava release, spiraling shuriken flew towards the dark bee king like a burning sun. However, the dark bees surrounding the dark bee king quickly gathered to form a solid shield, blocking the lava release, spiraling shuriken. Seeing this, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. He leaped high into the air, and the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame Sword converged into a massive Flame Thunder Beast, which charged towards the dark bee king. The Flame Thunder Beast clawed and roared as it collided with the shield of the dark bee swarm, producing a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. In the midst of the fierce clash, Luffy noticed that when the dark bee king commanded the swarm to defend, its abdomen would briefly expose itself, and that area seemed relatively weak in defense. "Naruto, attack the bee king's abdomen," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to hold off the dark bee swarm, while his main body performed the Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan, and threw it towards the dark bee king's abdomen. The Super Otama Rasengan flew like a massive cannonball, carrying tremendous power towards the dark bee king's abdomen. The dark bee king sensed danger and tried to evade, but Luffy increased his attack intensity, restraining its movements. The Super Otama Rasengan accurately struck the dark bee king's abdomen, causing the bee king to let out a painful roar as its shell was shattered. and black blood gushed out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword and striking towards the heart of the Dark Bee King with all his might. This sword contained immense power and successfully pierced the heart of the Dark Bee King, causing its massive body to crash down, while the surrounding Dark Bee swarm fell into chaos. They seized the opportunity to continue their attack, eliminating the remaining Dark Bees one by one. Phew! Finally dealt with these guys. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There must be other dangers in these mountains, Luffy said, putting away the Thunder Flame sword and vigilantly observing their surroundings. They continued to move through the mountains, and soon arrived at an ancient village hidden in a valley. Most of the houses in the village were in ruins, with vines crawling up the walls and the roof tiles incomplete, filling the entire village with a sense of deathly silence. Why is there no one here? Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy did not answer. He cautiously walked into the village, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed some strange footprints on the ground. The shapes of these footprints were unusual, as if left by some gigantic creature. It seems something has been here. We need to be careful, Luffy said. They followed the direction of the footprints and arrived at the central square of the village. In the center of the square, they saw a huge dark magic circle, which was flickering with eerie light, surrounded by a thick aura of darkness. Is this magic circle the work of dark forces? Naruto said with a frown. Just as they approached the magic circle, a group of dark puppets suddenly surged out from it. These puppets were tall, made entirely of black metal, with red light flickering at their joints. They wielded various weapons, their eyes hollow and devoid of emotion, emanating a chilling aura. These guys again. It looks like we have another tough battle ahead, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Without hesitation, they charged towards the dark puppets. Chapter 0941. Ancient Luffy and Naruto charged towards the dark puppet swarm, with Luffy being the first to swing his sword at the closest puppet. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the puppet's metal weapon, sparking a flurry of sparks. Flame, thunder breaking slash, he shouted, unleashing the power of thunder and flame along the sword, forcing the puppet back several steps. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones rushing from all directions to engage the dark puppets in fierce close combat. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals beside them. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken, imbued with tremendous power, flew towards the densely packed puppets, engulfing several of them and instantly shredding them apart. However, these dark puppets seemed to possess some form of self-repairability, as the shattered puppet parts quickly reassembled and returned to battle. These puppets can respawn. They're tough to deal with. Luffy frowned and said. During the fight, Luffy noticed that whenever a puppet was attacked, a black crystal in its chest would flash with light, seemingly the core of their power and key to their repair. Naruto attacked the crystals in their chests. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their target and focus their attacks on the black crystals in the dark puppet's chests. The real Naruto also unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the chest of a larger puppet. The Melt Release Spiral Shuriken accurately struck the crystal in the puppet's chest, causing it to crack instantly, and the puppet's movements slowed down. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with all his might at the crystal in the puppet's chest, successfully shattering it and completely incapacitating the puppet. Seeing their companion destroyed, the other dark puppets became even more frenzied in their attacks, charging at Luffy and Naruto in wave after wave, disregarding their own injuries. Luffy and Naruto worked together, dodging the attacks of the puppets while looking for opportunities to destroy the crystals in their chests. After a fierce battle, they finally eliminated all the dark puppets. At that moment, the dark magic circle suddenly burst in a bright light, and a huge statue of a dark demon slowly rose from the circle. The statue's eyes flickered with red light, and it let out a low, rumbling roar, bringing a powerful sense of oppression. What kind of monster is this? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy's expression was serious. No matter what it is, we must defeat it and not let it harm this continent. The dark demon statue swung its enormous arm towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated to dodge, and Luffy turned in midair, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The Thunder Flame Sword transformed into a massive Flame Thunder Sword energy that slashed towards the statue's arm. The sword energy struck the arm, creating a shower of sparks, but only left a shallow mark on it. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, and the shadow clones climbed up the statue's body, trying to find its weak points. The real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the statue's head seemed to be its critical point. The energy fluctuations there were the strongest with each attack. Naruto, attack its head, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to create chaos near the statue's head to attract its attention. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, and threw it towards the statue's head. The Rasengan hit the statue's head with a loud bang, causing the head to shake a few times, but it did not suffer any substantial damage. Seeing this, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Shatter Slash, pushing the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its limit and striking towards the head of the statue with all his might. This strike contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep crack on the statue's head. The Dark Demon God statue was enraged, spewing forth a stream of black flames that surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, knowing they had to find a way to completely defeat the statue as soon as possible. During the process of evading the flames, Luffy noticed that when the statue was breathing fire, an area on its back would dim, indicating that its defense there might be relatively weak. Naruto, attack the dim area on its back, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to launch an attack on the dim area on the statue's back. The real Naruto used the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards that spot. The Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately hit the dim area on the statue's back, causing the statue to emit a painful roar as a large hole appeared where it was struck. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Holy Spirit Slash, fully merging the power of the Thunder Flame sword with that of the artifact, and struck with all his might at the large hole in the back of the statue. This sword contained powerful divine energy, successfully destroying the Dark Magic God statue completely. As the statue fell, the Dark Magic Array also shattered, and the dark aura in the village gradually dissipated. Finally, this big trouble was resolved. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Well, we still need to search this village for any other clues about the dark forces, Luffy said. They carefully searched the village and found an old diary in a dilapidated house. The pages of the diary were already yellowed, and the writing was somewhat blurred, but they could still roughly make out some content. The diary recorded the history of the village being attacked by dark forces, as well as some traces of the dark forces' activities in other parts of the mountains. It seems we have a new direction, Luffy said. They left the ancient village with the diary. Chapter 0942, Clean. Luffy and Naruto followed the clues in the diary, heading deeper into the unknown dark layer of the mountains. The journey became increasingly perilous, with the biting cold wind cutting across their faces like a blade, and the path beneath their feet becoming slippery and difficult to navigate. Occasionally, loose stones would tumble down the cliffs, creating rumbling echoes. As they reached a narrow mountain gorge, the steep cliffs on either side nearly obscured the sky. Just as they cautiously made their way through, a sharp whistling sound suddenly echoed in the gorge. Immediately, countless black spikes shot down from the cliffs like raindrops towards them. "Watch out!" Luffy shouted, swiftly wielding the Thunder Flame sword to form a shield of flames and lightning in front of him. The spikes struck the shield, sparking a flurry of embers, and were deflected away. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, and the clones spread out. Some assisted Luffy in blocking the spikes, while others rushed towards the direction from which the spikes were fired, trying to locate the source of the attack. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, sending a massive spiraling shuriken flying towards the cliffs on one side of the gorge. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken grew larger, its immense power shattering the rocks on the cliff and triggering a small-scale landslide. Amidst the dust of the landslide, a gigantic dark pangolin slowly emerged. This pangolin was covered in black scales, each glimmering with an eerie light, and its eyes burned like two flames. Its enormous claws left deep marks on the ground. "So was this monster causing the trouble?" Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly and charging towards the dark pangolin. Flame, Thunder, Flash, Slash. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly, sending a blade of fiery lightning towards the pangolin. The dark pangolin, however, remained unfazed. It curled up its body, raising its scales to form a solid defensive ball. The fiery lightning blade struck the scale defense ball, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Seeing this, Naruto used Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the pangolin's abdomen. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately hit the relatively weak spot on the pangolin's belly. The pangolin let out a painful roar as the scales on its abdomen were scorched, and its body unfolded from the defensive ball state. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its maximum, and struck with full force at the head of the pangolin. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep wound on the pangolin's head. The dark pangolin was enraged. It opened its gaping maw and spewed forth a stream of black slime. Wherever the slime touched, the ground was corroded, creating large pits that emitted a pungent odor. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, knowing they had to find the deadly weakness of the dark pangolin as soon as possible to defeat it completely. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the pangolin sprayed its sticky liquid, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the base of its tail, which might be its vital point. "Naruto, attack its tail base," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to hold the dark pangolin in place, while the real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it towards the pangolin's tail base. The Super Giant Rasengan accurately hit the base of the pangolin's tail, causing it to let out a piercing scream, and a huge wound appeared at the point of impact, with black blood gushing out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak and striking towards the heart of the Dark Armadillo with all his might. This sword contained immense power, successfully piercing the heart of the Dark Armadillo, causing its massive body to crash down, creating a huge, deep pit in the ravine. They continued their journey through the mountains, following the clues in the diary, and arrived at a valley shrouded in dark mist. A strong stench pervaded the valley, making it hard to breathe. This was the vicinity of the Dark Force's lair. "Everyone be cautious," Luffy said, vigilantly watching the surroundings, the glow of the Thunder Flame soared particularly bright in the dark mist. Naruto also prepared for battle, secretly forming hand seals to enter Sage Mode. They slowly walked into the valley, when suddenly, a group of dark knights surged out from the dark mist. These knights were cloaked in black armor, with only a pair of glowing red eyes visible from their helmets. They rode black warhorses, wielding sharp lances, exuding a powerful dark aura. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted, charging towards the dark knights. As he swung the Thunder Flame sword, the power of the flame thunder clashed with the dark knight's lances, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the dark knights alongside numerous shadow clones. The main body of Naruto gathered chakra on the side, ready to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a fatal strike. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the Dark Knight's attacks were fierce, there seemed to be some flaws in their coordination. As long as they could find the gaps in their cooperation, they could take them down one by one. "Naruto, pay attention to their coordination flaws and attack during their openings," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to observe the Dark Knight's coordination, looking for opportunities to attack. The main body of Naruto performed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the area where the Dark Knight's coordination showed flaws. The Spiral Shuriken expanded as it flew, and its immense power sent the Dark Knights flying, disrupting their attack rhythm. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak and striking with all his might at a prominent knight among the Dark Knights. This sword contained immense power, successfully cleaving both the knight and his horse in two. The other Dark Knights, upon seeing their comrade defeated, did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied in their attacks. They formed a tight encirclement, attempting to trap Luffy and Naruto in the middle. Luffy and Naruto worked together to continue battling the Dark Knights. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a fierce struggle, they finally eliminated all the Dark Knights. As the Dark Knights fell, the dark mist in the valley gradually dissipated, revealing a massive dark castle ahead. The castle's walls towered into the clouds, covered in various evil runes and statues, exuding a strong aura of darkness. "This is the lair of the Dark Forces. Let's go in," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword as he walked towards the castle. Chapter 0943. The staff Luffy and Naruto slowly approached the Dark Castle, where a chilling silence filled the air before the gate. Just as they were about to step through the gate, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and huge black spikes erupted from the earth, like sharp blades, thrusting towards them. Luffy reacted quickly, wielding the sword of Thunder Flame to create a shadow of light. Executing the Flame Thunder Slash, he shouted loudly as the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined and exploded, severing the approaching black spikes. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones spreading out. Some assisted Luffy in fending off the spikes, while others rushed towards the source of the spikes, trying to find the mastermind behind it. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals beside them, using the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The massive Spiral Shuriken, infused with high-temperature lava, flew towards the area with the densest spikes in the ground. With a loud explosion, the Spiral Shuriken detonated, creating a large crater in the ground, and the attacks from the black spikes temporarily ceased. However, before they could catch their breath, a row of dark sorcerers suddenly appeared on the castle walls. These sorcerers wore black robes, had menacing masks on their faces, and held staves embedded with black gems. They chanted incantations, and the gems at the tips of their staves flickered with eerie light, followed by a barrage of black magical beams shooting towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the magical beams struck the ground, creating large craters and sending flying stones everywhere. These mages are tough to deal with. We need to take care of them first, Luffy shouted. He swung the Thunder Flame sword and charged towards the castle walls, trying to get closer to the dark mages. Meanwhile, Naruto used Sage Technique, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Shuriken, throwing it at the mages on the walls. The shuriken grew larger as it flew, its powerful force destroying some defensive structures on the walls and causing the dark mages' attacks to pause momentarily. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when these dark mages cast spells, there was a black energy connection between them, seemingly the key to their shared magical power and coordinated combat. Naruto, attack the energy connections between them, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack targets and strike at the energy connections between the dark mages. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Technique, Super Giant Rasengan, aiming at a more obvious energy connection. The Super Giant Rasengan accurately hit the energy line, causing it to snap instantly, and the dark mages connected to it staggered, their magical supply disrupted, leading to chaotic attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking down at those mages with all his might. As the blades swept through, the dark mages fell one after another. However, more dark soldiers and mages soon surged out from within the castle, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto like a tidal wave. These dark soldiers wielded various weapons, their vacant eyes filled with killing intent, and they coordinated seamlessly with the mages, forming a powerful attacking front. Luffy and Naruto stood back to back, supporting each other as they engaged in fierce close combat with their enemies. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword swung through the dark soldiers, each strike taking the life of an enemy, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique to create chaos, with his real body delivering powerful ninjutsu strikes at critical moments for deadly blows. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that the movements of the dark soldiers and mages seemed to be directed by a powerful force deep within the castle. If they could destroy that commanding force, perhaps they could turn the tide of battle. Naruto, we need to find a way to break into the castle and find the source of that commanding power, Luffy shouted. They began to push forward towards the castle, with Luffy leading the way, the power of the Thunder Flame sword burning like a raging fire, repelling the approaching enemies. Naruto covered from the back, using various ninjutsu to stop the enemy's pursuit. After a fierce struggle, they finally broke through the enemy's defenses and stepped inside the castle. The interior of the castle was dark and damp, with a foul stench permeating the corridors and eerie lights flickering on the walls. They cautiously proceeded down the corridor when suddenly, a massive dark hall appeared ahead. In the center of the hall was a huge dark magic circle, with a gigantic dark magic crystal floating above it. The crystal radiated a strong dark aura, surrounded by several powerful dark guardians. These guardians were tall, covered in black scales, with sharp claws and massive wings, their eyes burning like two balls of black flame. This magic crystal must be the key. We need to destroy it, Luffy said. Without hesitation, they charged towards the magic circle, but the Dark Guardians immediately launched their attack. They spread their massive wings and swooped down towards Luffy and Naruto, their sharp claws slicing through the air, creating a howling wind. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated, with Luffy unleashing the Flame Thunder Berserker Slash, striking at a Dark Guardian. The power of the Flame Thunder Sword collided with the Guardian's scales, sparking a shower of flames. Although it left a mark on the scales, it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones engaged in fierce combat with the Dark Guardian. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that a scale on the back of the Dark Guardians slightly lifted when they attacked, indicating that their defense in that area seemed relatively weak. Naruto attacked the scales that are lifted on their backs. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his Shadow Clones to change their attack strategy and target the raised scales on the Dark Guardians' backs. The real Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at one of the Dark Guardians' back scales. The Lava Release Raisin Shuriken accurately hit the target, shattering the scale on the Dark Guardian's back, which let out a painful roar and momentarily slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Finishing Slash, maximizing the power of the Flame Thunder Sword and striking at the Dark Guardian's heart with all his might. This slash contained tremendous power, successfully piercing the Dark Guardian's heart, causing its massive body to crash down. Seeing their companion defeated, the other Dark Guardians became even more frenzied. They disregarded their own safety and launched even more ferocious attacks against Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked together, continuing their fierce battle against the remaining Dark Guardians. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the Dark Guardians. At this point, they arrived in front of the Dark Magic Array, ready to destroy the Dark Magic Crystal. However, as they approached the crystal, it suddenly released a powerful dark force, enveloping them. This force attempted to erode their bodies and wills, plunging them into endless darkness. Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, engaging in a fierce struggle against the dark forces with their strong will and immense power. They completely fused the power of the artifact with their own, unleashing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew towards the Dark Magic Crystal. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful energy wave spread outward, causing the entire castle to shake violently under the impact of this force. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones fell from the ceiling. In the midst of the intense energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, their hearts filled with one belief: to destroy the Dark Magic Crystal and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the Dark Magic Crystal began to crack under the powerful assault before shattering completely. As the Dark Magic Crystal shattered, the dark aura within the castle gradually dissipated. Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the lair of this dark force, standing exhausted among the ruins of the castle. Yet their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. It's finally over. We have eradicated the dark power of this castle, Naruto sighed in relief. Yes, but there are other dark force strongholds on this continent. We cannot stop here, Luffy replied. With their unwavering determination, they left the ruins of the Dark Castle. Chapter 0944, Remnants. After Luffy and Naruto emerged from the Dark Castle, they proceeded along the foothills of mountains. At this moment, fine rain began to fall from the sky, and the raindrops hit their weary bodies, but could not extinguish the passion in their hearts to protect the continent. Upon reaching a plain at the foot of a mountain, they discovered the village in disarray. Most of the houses were burned down, and the smell of gunpowder lingered among the ruins. Villagers were fleeing in all directions, their cries and sobs intertwining. It seemed that this place had also suffered an attack from dark forces. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly, he rushed towards the village. Naruto followed closely behind, and on their way, they encountered a group of dark monsters wreaking havoc. These monsters had strange shapes, some with large heads and sharp fangs, while others had multiple arms and thick tails. They exuded a strong dark aura, leaving destruction in their wake. We can't let them continue to do evil, Naruto shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals to perform the Shadow Clone technique. Numerous Shadow Clones surged like a tide towards the dark monsters, engaging them in fierce close combat. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, with flames and lightning striking towards the horde of dark monsters. Wherever the flame thunder sword chi reached, the dark creatures were pushed back, but they quickly regrouped. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these dark monsters seemed to be obeying the command of a leader hidden in the shadows, as their attacks followed a certain rhythm and pattern. Naruto, there's a leader directing these monsters. We need to find it first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to spread out and search for the dark monster leader. Meanwhile, the real Naruto focused on gathering chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. After some searching, they finally discovered the dark monster leader in the center square of the village. It was a gigantic dark creature, its body resembling a small mountain, covered in black armor, with huge horns on its head, eyes flashing with evil red light, and continuously spewing black flames from its mouth. That's it, Luffy shouted as he charged towards the dark monster. Flame, thunder, dominator slash. The power of flame and thunder on the sword coalesced into a massive flame thunder beast, pouncing towards the monster. The dark creature swung its enormous arm, blocking the flame thunder beast, and the collision between its arm and the beast produced a deafening roar. Seeing this, Naruto performed the sage art, lava release, spiral, shuriken, throwing it towards the monster's abdomen. The high-temperature lava release, spiral shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately struck the relatively weak area of the monster's abdomen. The monster let out a painful roar as the armor on its abdomen was scorched, black blood flowing from the wound. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder final slash, channeling the power of the thunder flame sword to its peak and striking with all his might at the heart of the demon creature. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep wound in the creature's heart. The dark demon was enraged, launching a frenzied attack, with black flames spewing from its mouth more violently. The surrounding dark creatures surged towards Luffy and Naruto, attempting to protect their leader. Luffy and Naruto worked together, fending off the attacks of the dark monsters while looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the dark monster launched a fire attack, its eyes would briefly close, leaving a gap in its defense. Naruto, attack its eyes when it closes, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to hold off the dark monster and its minions, while his main body unleashed the sage art, Super Rasengan, throwing it at the moment the dark monster closed its eyes. The Super Rasengan accurately hit the dark monster's eyes, causing it to let out a piercing scream. And after being struck, its attacks became chaotic. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Holy Spirit Slash, fully merging the power of the Thunder Flame sword with that of the artifact, and struck fiercely at the heart of the dark monster. This sword contained immense holy power, successfully piercing the heart of the dark monster, which then collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding dark creatures to fall into chaos. They seized the opportunity to eliminate the remaining dark creatures one by one, saving the village. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude and took out the only food and supplies they had at home to thank them. Luffy and Naruto politely declined the villagers' kindness, knowing that there were more places that needed their protection. In their conversation with the villagers, they learned that at the end of the plain, there was a mysterious dark abyss, which served as another important stronghold for dark forces, continuously spewing forth dark power that eroded everything around it. It seemed our next target is that dark abyss, Luffy said. They bid farewell to the villagers and headed towards the dark abyss. The closer they got to the abyss, the more intense the dark aura became, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. The sky turned pitch black, with strange lightning flickering amidst the dark clouds, and the flowers, grass, and trees on the ground had withered, leaving only a desolate silence. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the dark abyss. A strong dark aura emanated from the abyss, resembling a bottomless black hole that continuously swallowed the surrounding light and life. The dark power here is so strong. We need to be careful, Luffy said, warily watching the abyss, the glow of the thunder flame sword appearing particularly weak in the darkness. Naruto also prepared for battle, secretly forming hand seals to enter sage mode. They cautiously approached the abyss when suddenly, a swarm of dark phantoms surged out from the abyss. These phantoms were ethereal, exuding a bone-chilling coldness, and lunged at Luffy and Naruto with their claws outstretched. These guys again. It looks like another fierce battle is ahead. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and said, without hesitation, they charged towards the swarm of dark phantoms. Chapter 0945, Fierce. Luffy and Naruto charged towards the group of dark spirits. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, transforming into sharp sword chi that howled towards the dark spirits. Wherever the sword chi struck, the dark spirits let out painful shrieks, their forms flickering and becoming ethereal. However, there were too many of them, and they quickly regrouped to continue their assault. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones working in tandem with Luffy to form a surrounding circle, trapping the dark spirits within. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals and executed the sage art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. The enormous spiraling shuriken, imbued with powerful energy, spun out like a raging tornado, drawing in the nearby dark spirits and scattering them in disarray. However, these dark spirits seemed to possess an immortal body. No matter how many times they were scattered, they could quickly restore themselves. They began to release a black mist that spread out, gradually eroding the surrounding space and slowing down Luffy and Naruto's movements. This mist was strange. It couldn't be allowed to continue spreading. Luffy shouted as he plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through the sword into the earth, attempting to dispel the mist. At the same time, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Purification Slash, with the purifying power of the sword counteracting the dark mist, causing it to slowly dissipate. During the battle, Naruto discovered that the core of the dark spirits seemed to be a dark energy ball located in their chests. If they could destroy this energy ball, they might truly eliminate them. Luffy attacked the energy ball in their chests. Naruto shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack strategy. He leaped high into the air, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. This sword transformed into a massive blade of flame and thunder, slashing towards the energy sphere in the chest of a dark ghost. The sword energy accurately struck the energy sphere, which shattered instantly, and the dark ghost let out a terrible scream before completely dissipating. The other dark ghosts, seeing their companion eliminated, became even more frenzied. They disregarded their own injuries and charged wave after wave towards Luffy and Naruto, attempting to overwhelm them with their numerical advantage. Luffy and Naruto coordinated with each other, dodging the attacks of the Dark Phantoms while searching for opportunities to destroy the energy orbs in their chests. After a fierce battle, they finally wiped out all the Dark Phantoms. However, at that moment, a low rumbling roar suddenly echoed from the dark abyss, as if some huge and evil creature was angered by their battle. Following that, a gigantic dark beast slowly rose from the abyss. This beast was as large as a mountain, covered in black scales that shimmered with a cold glow. Its head resembled a small hill, and its massive mouth was filled with sharp fangs. Its eyes were blood red, emanating a chilling ferocity. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't look easy to deal with, Naruto said with a frown. Luffy's expression was serious. No matter what, we cannot retreat. The evil of this dark abyss must be stopped. The dark giant beast opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a black energy beam towards them. Wherever the beam struck, the ground was instantly torn apart, creating a massive chasm. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged to the sides. As Luffy evaded, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending a blade of flame and thunder towards the giant beast's eyes in an attempt to disrupt its attack. The beast easily avoided the blade, then swung its massive claw at Luffy. Luffy sidestepped and slashed at the beast's claw with the Thunder Flame Sword. The blade collided with the claw, creating a shower of sparks. Although it left a shallow mark on the claw, the beast's power was too overwhelming, and Luffy was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the beast's abdomen. The high-temperature Lava Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the relatively weak spot on the beast's abdomen. The beast let out a painful roar, its abdominal scales burned, and black blood flowed from the wound. Luffy took the opportunity to get up and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck fiercely at the wound on the giant beast's abdomen. This sword contained immense power, successfully deepening the crack in the giant beast's abdominal wound. The dark giant beast was enraged and began to shake its body wildly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Its tail swung like a massive whip, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly jumped to evade, and during the battle, Luffy discovered that after the giant beast launched a powerful attack, its neck would become temporarily stiff, where its defenses might show vulnerabilities. Naruto, attack when its neck is stiff. Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to restrain the dark giant beast, while his main body performed the sage art. Super Otama Rasengan and threw it at the moment the beast's neck was stiff. The Super Otama Rasengan accurately hit the giant beast's neck, causing it to emit a muffled roar, and its movements became sluggish after being struck. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, fully merging the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact's power, and struck towards the beast's heart with all his might. This sword contained immense holy power, successfully piercing the heart of the dark giant beast, which then crashed to the ground, creating a massive pit. As the dark giant beast fell, the dark aura in the abyss began to dissipate slowly, and the sky gradually regained some brightness. Finally dealt with this big guy. Naruto sighed in relief. Yes, but we still need to delve deeper into this dark abyss to see if there are other sources of dark forces and eliminate them completely, Luffy said. They cautiously walked towards the interior of the dark abyss, where they discovered a massive dark magic array at the bottom. The array flickered with eerie runes, and a strong dark aura surrounded it. This magic array must be the core of the dark abyss. We need to find a way to destroy it, Luffy said. They began to study the structure of the magic array, trying to find a way to break it. During their research, they discovered energy connection points between the runes of the array, and as long as they destroyed these connection points, they could weaken the array's power. Naruto, let's start with these connection points and destroy the magic array, Luffy shouted. They began to act, with Luffy wielding the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing various thunder and flame techniques towards the energy connection points of the magic array. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones assisting Luffy in the attack, while the main Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. Through their efforts, the energy connection points of the magic array were destroyed one by one, and its glow gradually dimmed. But just as the magic array was about to be completely destroyed, a powerful dark force suddenly surged from the array, enveloping them. This dark force attempted to erode their bodies and wills, plunging them into endless darkness. Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, fiercely resisting the dark power with their strong will and immense strength. They fully merged the power of the artifact with their own, launching their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Rasengan, fused with sage art and artifact power, flew towards the core of the dark force. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful energy wave spread outwards, causing the entire dark abyss to shake violently under the impact of this force, with cracks appearing in the walls and stones falling. In the midst of the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto held on with gritted teeth, their minds focused on a single belief: to destroy the dark magic array and protect this continent. Ultimately, their strength gradually gained the upper hand, and the dark magic array completely shattered under their powerful attack, dissipating into countless black fragments in the air. As the dark magic array shattered, the dark aura in the abyss also completely disappeared, and the area regained its former vitality. We succeeded, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Yes, but this is just a small step in protecting the continent. We still have a long way to go, Luffy said. They left the dark abyss, filled with the joy of victory. Chapter 0946. The Edge. After Luffy and Naruto left the dark abyss, they stepped into a vast and boundless forest. The forest was lush and green, with dense branches and leaves blocking out the sun, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows and creating a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. They followed a winding path, with thick fallen leaves underfoot, making a faint rustling sound with each step. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and occasionally the clear chirping of birds could be heard, as if narrating the tranquility and harmony of the forest. However, they were well aware that this seemingly peaceful forest might hide unknown dangers. Therefore, they remained vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they discovered an unusual clearing ahead. A light mist enveloped the clearing, shimmering with colorful glimmers. In the center of the clearing stood a massive ancient tree, its trunk so thick that it would take several people to encircle it. The trunk was covered in mysterious runes that glowed faintly, as if conveying some ancient message. This tree looked unusual. It might hold some secret. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, as he slowly approached the ancient tree. Naruto followed behind, curiously examining the runes on the trunk. Just as they got closer to the ancient tree, the surrounding mist suddenly thickened, and the colorful lights became even more dazzling. Then, a group of fairy-like creatures slowly emerged from the mist. These fairies were small and delicate, with transparent wings fluttering gently, creating a light breeze. Their features were exquisite and beautiful, with eyes that conveyed liveliness and intelligence. The fairies wore colorful garments and held various small musical instruments, such as harps, flutes, and tambourines. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into our sacred place?" asked a fairy girl wearing a floral crown, her voice crisp and pleasant, like the sound of silver bells. "We are adventurers traveling across this continent, seeking ways to combat dark forces. We passed through here and noticed the ancient tree exuding a mysterious aura. So we came to take a look with no ill intentions," Luffy explained. "To combat dark forces? Your determination and courage are truly admirable," the fairy girl nodded slightly. "This ancient tree is the guardian tree of our forest. It contains powerful natural forces. Recently, we have also sensed dark forces stirring at the edge of this forest, seemingly searching for something. Do you know what they are looking for?" Naruto asked. "We're not quite sure, but we worry they will pose a threat to the guardian tree. If this tree is corrupted by dark powers, the entire forest will fall into disaster," the fairy girl said with concern. "We will help you protect this tree," Luffy said firmly. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and deep growls came from the edge of the forest. The fairy's expressions turned tense. "Not good. The dark forces are here." Luffy and Naruto quickly turned around, looking in the direction of the sound. They saw a swarm of dark creatures rushing towards the clearing. These dark beings had strange shapes. Some had enormous heads and sharp fangs, while others had multiple arms and thick tails. They emitted a strong aura of darkness, and wherever they went, the grass and trees withered, leaving a scene of devastation. It seemed that another battle was about to begin. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and said, without hesitation, they charged towards the dark creatures, ready to engage in a fierce battle against the forces of darkness. Chapter 0947. Stepping in, Luffy was the first to charge into the horde of dark creatures. His Thunder Flame sword igniting with blazing fire and dazzling lightning as he unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of flame and thunder sword energy slicing toward the frontmost dark creatures. The sword energy howled through the air, instantly pushing back several dark creatures by a few steps and leaving scorched marks on their bodies. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous shadow clones surging like a tide toward the dark creatures, engaging them in close combat. Some shadow clones grappled with the dark creatures, attempting to restrict their movements. Others seized the opportunity to deliver powerful punches and kicks. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals from his side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken took shape in his hand before flying toward the densest cluster of dark creatures. The spiral shuriken expanded as it flew, its immense power pulling in the surrounding dark creatures and triggering a violent explosion, shattering many of them. However, these dark creatures seemed undeterred by death. Even with many of their companions eliminated, they continued to crazily rush toward Luffy, Naruto, and the group of elves. Moreover, they gradually formed encirclement, trying to trap Luffy and the others in the middle. In a chaotic battle, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark creatures seemed to be controlled by a dark commander hidden in the back. The commander was cloaked in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes emitting an eerie red light, holding a staff embedded with a black gem, occasionally waving the staff while murmuring incantations. "Naruto, take out that commander behind them first. It seems all these dark creatures are listening to it," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to hold off the surrounding dark creatures while the real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it in the direction of the dark commander. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, flew toward the dark commander. Seeing this, the dark commander hurriedly waved the staff, and a black shield appeared in front of him, blocking the Melt Release Spiral Shuriken. The shuriken hit the shield, causing a violent clash of energy that sent sparks flying, but the shield temporarily withstood the attack. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking full force at the Dark Commander's shield. The clash of flame thunder power with the shield produced a thunderous roar, and some cracks appeared on the shield. Seeing Luffy and Naruto fighting so bravely, the elves also began to cast their own nature magic to assist in the battle. Some elves played the harp, transforming beautiful notes into soft beams of light that fell upon the dark creatures. Wherever the light reached, the movements of the dark creatures slowed down. Other elves blew flutes, creating sharp wind blades that sliced through the bodies of the dark creatures. Still others struck drums, producing sound waves that shook the surrounding space, making it difficult for the dark creatures to maintain their footing. With everyone's cooperation, the Dark Commander's shield finally couldn't withstand the assault and shattered completely. The Dark Commander showed a look of panic and attempted to turn and flee. "Want to run?" "Not so easily," Luffy shouted, unleashing the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, transforming into a beam of flame and thunder that chased after the Dark Commander. This strike contained immense power, successfully hitting the Dark Commander in the back, causing him to let out a painful scream and fall forward to the ground. Naruto then used the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it at the downed Dark Commander. The Rasen Shuriken struck the Dark Commander, completely obliterating him. With the Dark Commander's fall, the previously frenzied dark creatures fell into chaos. They lost their commander, and their attacks became disorganized, with many dark creatures even beginning to attack each other. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to lead the elves in a final counterattack. They continuously unleashed powerful attacks, eliminating the remaining dark creatures one by one. After the battle, the forest returned to its former tranquility, and the light of the guardian tree seemed to shine even brighter, as if thanking them for their protection. "Thanks to your help. Otherwise, this forest would have been in danger," the elf girl said as she flew in front of Luffy and Naruto, expressing her gratitude. "It's what we should do. As long as the dark forces are not eliminated, this continent will never find peace," Luffy replied. "By the way, where are you planning to go next?" the elf girl asked. "We still need to explore other places to see where else is being disturbed by the dark forces and continue to eliminate them," Naruto answered. "You must be careful. We've heard that on the other side of the forest, there is a valley shrouded in darkness, where strange sounds often come from. The dark forces may have some plot there," the elf girl warned. "Thank you for the reminder. We will check it out," Luffy said. After bidding farewell to the elves, they set off toward the valley on the other side of the forest. Along the way, they increasingly felt the dark aura intensifying, and the surrounding trees became sparser, with many showing signs of withering and decay, as if their vitality had been drained. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley, a strong stench hit them, and thick dark mist enveloped the valley, making it impossible to see the conditions inside. "This place looks very sinister. Everyone be careful," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword. "Yeah, let's go in and take a look," Naruto responded, secretly forming hand seals and preparing for battle. They cautiously stepped into the valley. Chapter 0948. Stepping out, Luffy and Naruto slowly stepped into the valley shrouded in thick dark mist. With each step, they felt the dark aura wrapping around their bodies like a tangible force, creating a sense of oppression in their hearts. As they ventured deeper, they heard a strange sound, faint yet eerie, resembling the breathing of some enormous creature or a painful growl, echoing continuously in the silent and sinister valley, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, several dark creatures, wolf-like but much larger, sprang out from the mist. They were pitch black, with blood-red eyes that glinted ominously, black slime oozing from their mouths, and sharp claws carving deep scratches into the ground as they lunged towards Luffy and Naruto. Just in time, Luffy shouted, swinging his Thunder Flame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. Waves of sword energy infused with fire and lightning slashed towards the oncoming dark creatures. The sword energy accurately struck the creatures, slicing open gashes on their bodies. The dark creatures let out painful howls but did not halt their assault. Naruto quickly performed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some clung to the dark creatures, trying to restrict their movements, while others seized the opportunity to attack their vital points, such as the eyes and throats. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of dark creatures. The shuriken expanded as it flew, and its tremendous power drew the surrounding dark creatures into its vortex. Accompanied by a violent explosion, several dark creatures were torn apart, their flesh scattered everywhere. However, More of these dark creatures soon surged from the mist, appearing endlessly as if they could never be exterminated. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that these dark creatures seemed to be pouring out from a certain location deep within the valley, which must be their nest. If they could destroy the nest, perhaps they could stop the creatures from continuing to appear. Naruto, it looks like these guys are coming from deep within a valley. Let us charge in and find their lair. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they continued to fight the dark creatures while struggling further into the depths of the valley. The further they went, the more numerous the dark creatures became, and their attacks grew fiercer. During the battle, Luffy observed that although the dark creatures were numerous, they occasionally fell into brief disarray during their attacks, and their coordination was not perfect. If they could seize these moments, they could strike more effectively. Naruto, watch for the gaps in their attacks, and strike at the right moment. Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his clones to closely observe the attack rhythm of the dark creatures, taking advantage of their momentary chaos. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, spiraling shuriken, throwing it towards the weakest point in the cluster of dark creatures. The high-temperature Melt Release shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit its target, instantly eliminating a significant number of dark creatures and clearing a small path for them to advance. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash. With the help of his shadow clones, he repelled the approaching dark creatures, and the two of them took the opportunity to advance deeper into the valley. After a fierce battle, they finally saw the lair of the dark creatures. It was a massive cave, surrounded by black slime that emitted a nauseating odor, with dark creatures continuously coming in and out of the cave, as if passing on some orders. That's it. Let's rush in and destroy it. Luffy shouted. They charged towards the cave, and as they approached the entrance, several larger dark guardian beasts surged out from within. These guardian beasts resembled bears, covered in hard black shells adorned with sharp spikes. With a swipe of their enormous claws, they could stir up a gust of foul wind. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the dark guardian beasts let out angry roars and pounced towards them. Luffy, undaunted, charged at one of the guardian beasts, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and executing the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, sending a massive Flame Thunder sword energy towards the guardian beast's head. The sword energy collided with the guardian beast's head, sparking a shower of sparks. Although it left a mark on the shell, it did not inflict significant damage. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it at another guardian beast. The Rasengan hit the guardian beast's abdomen, causing its body to sway slightly, but it quickly regained its balance and continued to lunge at Naruto. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these dark guardian beasts had a brief exposure at their leg joints when they attacked, where their defenses were relatively weak. Naruto attacked their leg joints. Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack strategy and target the leg joints of the dark guardian beasts. The real Naruto used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the leg joint of one guardian beast. The spiraling shuriken accurately hit its target, shattering the guardian beast's leg joint, causing its massive body to crash down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with full force at the leg joint of another guardian beast, successfully severing its leg joint, causing that guardian beast to fall as well. After dealing with the dark guardian beasts, they wasted no time and charged directly into the cave. Inside, it was dark and damp, with the walls flickering with eerie light and covered in various strange runes. Deep within the cave, they saw a massive dark magic crystal emanating a strong dark aura, with several dark sorcerers surrounding it, seemingly using the power of the crystal to maintain the operation of the entire dark creature lair. This magic crystal must be the key. Destroy it, Luffy said. They raced towards the magic crystal, but the dark sorcerers sensed their arrival, immediately stopping their spellcasting and turning to launch magical attacks at Luffy and Naruto. Dark magical beams shot from their staffs, weaving into a massive net of darkness that enveloped Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunderfire, unleashing the Flame Thunder Purification Slash. The purifying force on the blade collided with the dark web, attempting to tear a gap open. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, sending his clones rushing in different directions to disrupt the Dark Mage's spellcasting. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a fatal strike. During the intense confrontation, Luffy noticed that when the Dark Mages were casting spells, There was a brief fluctuation in their magical connection, which might be the flaw in their defense. Naruto attacked that point when their magical connection fluctuates. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to wait for the opportunity. When the magical connection of the dark mages fluctuated again, Luffy executed the flame thunder flash / towards the fluctuating point. Naruto threw the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken in the same direction. Their attacks struck the magical connection's fluctuation point simultaneously, causing the dark mage's magic circle to become chaotic and the dark web shattered as a result. The dark mages suffered a backlash from their own magic, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to rush towards the massive dark magic crystal, fully merging the power of the artifact with their own strength to unleash their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew towards the dark magic crystal. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire cave to shake violently under the impact. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones from the cave's ceiling started to fall. Amid the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, holding on to a single belief in their hearts: to destroy the dark magic crystal and protect this continent. Eventually, their power began to gain the upper hand, and the dark magic crystal showed signs of cracking under the immense attack, before shattering completely. As the dark magic crystal broke apart, the dark aura within the cave quickly dissipated, and the dark creatures that had been continuously emerging seemed to lose their strength, collapsing to the ground, motionless. We did it! Naruto let out a long breath, a tired yet satisfied smile on his face. Yeah, but there are still many places on this continent waiting for us to save. We can't let our guard down, Luffy said. They walked out of the cave. Chapter 0949, Wind and Sand. After Luffy and Naruto left the valley, they continued along a winding path. The grass on both sides of the path swayed gently in the breeze, as if narrating the tranquility after surviving a disaster. However, they both understood that this peace was only temporary. Dark forces could stir trouble elsewhere at any moment. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of a small town. The sight of the town made their hearts tighten. The streets that should have been bustling were completely empty, and most of the houses were in ruins. Some roofs had collapsed halfway, walls were marked with signs of attacks, and the doors and windows were shattered, with various household items scattered about, creating a scene of devastation. It seemed that this place had also fallen victim to the dark forces. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly as he cautiously walked into the town. Naruto followed closely behind, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the direction of the town center, and the ground trembled slightly. They exchanged glances and quickened their pace towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the central square of the town, they saw a massive dark puppet beast standing there. The puppet beast was several stories tall, made entirely of black metal, with eerie red lights flickering at its joints. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, and each step it took left deep footprints in the ground. Its head resembled a ferocious beast with a wide, gaping mouth that occasionally spewed out black smoke, emitting a pungent odor. Another big guy, but we're not afraid of it. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and performed the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones rushed toward the dark puppet beast like a swarm of bees. Some tried to climb its body, while others attacked its legs in an attempt to disrupt its movements. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, a powerful sword energy slashing towards the abdomen of the puppet beast. When the sword energy hit the puppet beast, it sparked a shower of flames, but only left a shallow scratch on its hard metal shell. The dark puppet beast seemed enraged by this attack, swinging its massive arms towards Luffy and the shadow clones. The shadow clones dodged agilely, but a few were caught by the gusts of wind from the swinging arms and instantly dissipated. This guy's shell is too hard. We need to find a way to locate its weakness, Luffy shouted. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the puppet beast launched an attack, a core of energy on its back would flicker with light, and the metal connections there seemed looser than elsewhere. Perhaps that was its vital point. Naruto, attack its energy core on the back, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction and surge towards the back of the puppet beast. The real Naruto then performed the sage art, melting release, spiral shuriken, throwing the high-temperature melting spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, towards the energy core on the puppet beast's back. The melting spiral shuriken accurately hit the target, causing the energy core on the puppet beast's back to flicker erratically, and its movements showed a moment of delay. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the location of the energy core on the puppet beast's back. This sword contained immense power and successfully created a crack at the energy core. The dark puppet beast let out a painful roar. Its body began to tremble violently, and its attacks became chaotic. "Now's the time, keep attacking," Luffy shouted. Naruto once again used the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing it towards a crack on the puppet beast's back. The Rasengan struck the crack, causing it to expand further, and signs of the energy core beginning to collapse emerged. Luffy continued to unleash various powerful fire and lightning techniques, relentlessly attacking the damaged area of the energy core. Under their continuous strikes, the energy core on the back of the dark puppet beast finally couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded with a loud bang. The massive body of the puppet beast lost its power and slowly collapsed, crashing onto the square and kicking up a cloud of dust. Phew, finally dealt with this trouble. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, but there might be other dangers in the town. Let's look around some more," Luffy said. They continued to search the town and found a diary buried under some clutter in a relatively intact house. The pages of the diary were somewhat worn, and the handwriting was slightly blurred, but they could still roughly make out the content. It turned out that this town was once a prosperous trading place, but it had recently suffered a sudden attack from dark forces. The dark forces seemed to be searching for a mysterious treasure, and when they couldn't find it, they destroyed the town, leaving it in its current state. A mysterious treasure? I wonder what it is. Could it be a key item for the dark forces conspiracy? Luffy pondered with a frown. No matter what it is, we can't let them succeed. We need to find some clues to see what this treasure is and where it might be hidden, Naruto said. Thus, they began to carefully investigate the town based on some relevant locations mentioned in the diary. After some searching, they discovered some strange symbols and markings in the town cellar. These symbols and markings seemed to have some connection with what they had seen at other Dark Force strongholds, as if they were guiding them in a certain direction. "It seems these markings are key. Let's follow the direction they point to," Luffy said. They followed the direction indicated by the markings out of the town and headed towards a desolate Gobi desert. The howling winds whipped across the Gobi, blowing sand and stones, and the harsh environment made progress extremely difficult. However, they showed no signs of retreat, braving the wind and sand to continue forward. Chapter 0950 Rampage. Luffy and Naruto trudged through the howling winds of the Gobi Desert, the flying sand stinging their bodies with every step, requiring great effort to move forward. However, their gazes were resolute as they closely followed the direction indicated by the mysterious markings. As they walked, a sudden stone mountain appeared ahead. The mountain's body displayed a dark, gloomy black color, as if long eroded by dark forces. The rocky surface was rugged and emitted an unsettling aura. The markings pointed directly to a cave entrance on the mountain. It seemed that the mysterious treasure could be located within this cave. Luffy squinted at the cave and said, while tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword, cautiously approaching the entrance. Naruto followed closely behind, ready for battle, secretly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, prepared for any sudden danger that might arise inside the cave. As they stepped into the cave, a pungent stench hit them, and the interior was dark and damp, with flickering green phosphorescence on the walls barely illuminating their path. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, occasionally scuttling with unknown small insects that made rustling sounds, sending shivers down their spines. Following the winding passage deeper into the cave, suddenly, numerous black spikes shot out from the crevices in the cave walls, densely piercing towards them. Luffy reacted swiftly, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword in front of him, creating a screen of intertwined flames and lightning that deflected the incoming spikes, producing a series of crackling sounds. "Be careful, there are traps everywhere in this cave," Luffy reminded. Naruto nodded and used the Shadow Clone technique, sending his clones ahead to scout for traps, ready to respond if any were triggered. Sure enough, not long after, the clones reported that a trap area filled with spikes lay ahead, glistening with a black sheen, clearly poisonous. "I'll clear the way," Luffy declared, plunging the Thunder Flame Sword into the ground. The artifact's power surged through the sword into the earth, causing a slight tremor, and many of the spike traps sank down, revealing a barely passable path. They continued along this path and arrived at a relatively spacious cavern hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, on which rested a box emitting a strange glow, the light radiating a mysterious power that seemed to draw them closer. Could that mysterious treasure be in this box? Naruto said curiously. Just as they prepared to approach the stone platform for a closer look, the ground around them suddenly began to stir, and dark sand beasts formed from sand and stone burrowed up from below. These sand beasts resembled wolves, their eyes fierce, and their bodies made of hard sand and stone, appearing particularly eerie under the phosphorescence. These guys are here to cause trouble again. Luffy frowned and charged towards the pack of sand beasts, unleashing the flame, thunder, flash, slash. The flame and thunder sword energy slashed towards the sand beasts, scattering sand and stone upon impact, but they quickly reformed and continued to pounce towards Luffy. Seeing this, Naruto used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, sending the massive spiral shuriken flying towards the densest part of the sand beast pack. The powerful force scattered some of the sand beasts, but before long, they reassembled again. These sand beasts seemed to be able to reform after being scattered. We need to find their weak points, Naruto shouted. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time these dark sand beasts reformed, a small orb of black energy flickered in their abdominal area. That might be their critical spot. Naruto attacked their abdomens. That should be their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack strategy, targeting the sand beast's abdomens. The original Naruto performed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken, throwing it at the abdomen of one sand beast. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken accurately struck its target, causing the black energy in the sand beast's abdomen to flicker, and then the entire sand beast collapsed, unable to reform. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck at the abdomen of the sand beasts with all his might, causing them to shatter one by one under their attack. After dealing with the dark sand beasts, they approached the stone platform and looked at the box before them that radiated a strange glow. Luffy reached out to open the box, but the moment he touched it, a powerful force suddenly surged from the box, knocking both of them back several steps. This box has protection. It seems not simple, Luffy said as he steadied himself. They began to closely examine the box and found that it was covered in complex runes that flickered with a faint light, seemingly containing some ancient prohibition. After some research, they discovered that the runes needed to be activated in a specific order with corresponding powers to unlock the prohibition. I think I know how to open it, Luffy said, inserting the Thunder Flame sword into the ground and slowly channeling his power through the sword into the runes on the box. At the same time, he guided the energy to activate the runes in a specific sequence based on his understanding of those mysterious prohibitions. Naruto was also nearby, gathering chakra to assist Luffy, channeling his own power into it as well. As the runes lit up one by one, the glow of the prohibition on the box gradually weakened, and finally, the box slowly opened, revealing a crystal ball that was clear and translucent. The crystal ball seemed to contain endless stars, emitting a soft and mysterious light. Is this the treasure the dark forces were looking for? I wonder what it's used for, Naruto said, looking at the crystal ball with confusion. Before they could further investigate, a powerful wave of energy suddenly emanated from outside the cave, followed by sinister laughter. You really found a crystal ball, but it's about to belong to me. Luffy and Naruto's expressions changed as they realized more enemies were approaching. They quickly put away the crystal ball, tightened their grips on their weapons, and turned to head outside the cave. Chapter 0951. Flaw Luffy and Naruto walked out of the cave, only to see a figure in a black robe appearing on the gravel plain outside, seemingly out of nowhere. The robe fluttered in the wind, and the face was shrouded in shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes emitting a chilling red light, filled with intense evil and greed, staring fixedly at the crystal ball in their hands. Hand over the crystal ball, and perhaps I can spare your lives. Otherwise, today will be your death day. The figure in the black robe said ominously, their voice seeming to penetrate the soul, sending chills down the spine. You think you deserve the crystal ball? Come, and take it if you can, Luffy replied fearlessly, pointing the Thunder Flame sword at the figure. The flames and lightning on the blade, restless and ready to explode at any moment. You reckless fool. The figure in the black robe snorted coldly, waving their hands, and the surrounding sand and stones instantly rose into the air, transforming into sharp sand blades that shot towards Luffy and Naruto like a torrential rain. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The power of the Flame Thunder transformed into a light curtain, blocking the incoming sand blades one after another. The sand blades struck the light curtain, making a crackling sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique. With numerous shadow clones rushing towards the figure in the black robe, attempting to interfere with his casting. The real Naruto quickly formed seals beside them, shouting, "Sage Art! Wind Release! Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken!" With a loud roar, a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the figure in the black robe, growing larger as it flew, with howling winds swirling around it, the tremendous force seemingly distorting the surrounding air. The figure in the black robe, however, remained calm, chanting incantations as a black shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The spiral shuriken struck the shield, causing a violent clash of energy. As the light flashed, the shield merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of being broken. "You think such ability can harm me? How naive," the figure in the black robe mocked, then quickly changed hand signs, causing the surrounding sand and stones to surge again, coalescing into a gigantic sand beast that pounced fiercely towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy looked at the rushing sand giant beast and unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The power of the Thunder Flame Sword was elevated to its peak, transforming into a massive Flame Thunder Sword Chi that struck towards the beast's head. The sword Chi collided with the beast's head, sending sparks flying, and the beast's head was pushed back slightly, but it quickly launched another attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the sand giant beast appeared powerful, its movements were somewhat sluggish, and after each attack, the joints of its body would show brief looseness, indicating that those areas had relatively weaker defenses. "Naruto, attack the joints of its body," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the joints of the giant beast's body. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, towards the joint of the giant beast's leg. The lava spiraling shuriken accurately hit its target, melting part of the sand and stone at the beast's leg, creating obvious looseness at the joint, causing its body to sway and disrupting its attack rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with full force at another leg joint of the beast, successfully severing its leg. The sand giant beast collapsed with a loud crash, turning back into a pile of sand scattered on the ground. The cloaked man, seeing his summoned beast destroyed so quickly, grew sullen and said, "You do have some skill, but this is just the beginning." Saying this, the cloaked man pulled out a black staff from his robe, the top of which was embedded with a huge black gemstone, swirling with intense dark power. He waved the staff and recited an ancient and evil incantation, instantly turning the sky pitch black, with thunder and lightning rumbling in the dark clouds as bolts of black lightning struck down towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as black lightning struck the ground, creating large craters and causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. "This guy's magic is pretty powerful. We need to find a way to get close to him and interrupt his casting," Luffy shouted. They dodged the attacks of black lightning while moving closer to the figure in the black robe. The robed figure sensed their intention and accelerated the speed of his spellcasting, making the black lightning more dense and expanding the attack range. During the dodging, Luffy noticed that the robed figure relied heavily on his staff when casting powerful magic, and there was a brief disruption in the energy fluctuations around the black gem at the top of the staff. That might be the opening they needed. "Naruto, look for a chance to attack the gem at the top of his staff. That's the key," Luffy called out loudly. Naruto nodded, and when the opportunity arose, he unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it towards the gem at the top of the robed figure's staff. The Rasen Shuriken weaved through the gaps in the black lightning, rapidly closing in on its target. The robed figure, seeing this, hurriedly diverted some of his power to strengthen the shield around his staff, attempting to block the Rasen Shuriken's attack. Just as the Rasen Shuriken was about to hit the gem, it collided with the shield, resulting in a fierce explosion. The powerful impact caused the robed figure's body to sway slightly, and the gem at the top of the staff flickered erratically, while the surrounding black lightning attacks paused momentarily. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Spirit Slash, fully merging the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the artifact, striking fiercely at the black robe man. This sword contained immense divine power, successfully breaking through the temporarily weakened defense of the black robe man and striking his shoulder. The black robe man let out a painful scream, covering his shoulder and stepping back, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "You dare to hurt me?" I will make you pay a heavy price. Ignoring his wound, he waved his staff again, and this time, many dark vines surged from the ground, covered in sharp thorns, coiling towards Luffy and Naruto like serpents. Luffy and Naruto continued to maneuver around him, cooperating in battle, constantly looking for the black-robed man's weaknesses, trying to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 0952 Secrets. Luffy and Naruto flexibly dodged the entangling dark vines, which twisted quickly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and scattering sand and stones wherever they went. These vines seemed endless. We need to find a way to deal with them, Naruto shouted, frowning. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword to cut through the approaching vines while observing their movements. He quickly realized that these vines were emerging from the ground beneath the black-robed man, indicating that the source was directly below where he stood. Naruto, attack the ground under the black-robed man. That's where the vines are coming from, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately used the Sage Art, Lava Style, Spiral Shuriken, launching the high-temperature lava spiral shuriken toward the ground beneath the black-robed man. The spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the target, instantly melting a large pit in the ground. The dark vines, as if they had lost their supporting power, stopped emerging further, and the vines that had already extended began to wither, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the black-robed man grew increasingly furious. He stomped his staff hard against the ground and began to chant an even more obscure incantation. In an instant, the surrounding space began to twist and deform. Black spatial cracks appeared, emitting a powerful suction that attempted to pull Luffy and Naruto into them. Luffy and Naruto quickly stabilized their stance and exerted their strength to resist the pull. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the sword into the earth, forming a solid energy barrier to withstand the suction of the space rift. Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous shadow clones holding hands to form a circle, working in tandem with Luffy's barrier to combat the sudden danger. While resisting the pull, Luffy noticed that the dark aura surrounding the hooded figure fluctuated briefly while maintaining the space rift, with the most noticeable fluctuations occurring at his back, which might be the weak point in his defense at that moment. Naruto, wait for the pull to weaken a bit, and then we attack his back together, Luffy shouted. After a while, as the hooded figure's control over the space rift began to falter, the pull gradually diminished. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity and exerted their power simultaneously. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, transforming into a streak of fiery lightning rushing toward the hooded figure's back. Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, sending the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks struck the weak point on the hooded figure's back at the same time, causing him to grunt and lurch forward. And the space rift disappeared as well. The hooded figure struggled to stand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still gleamed with ferocity and unwillingness. Don't get too cocky. This crystal ball is mine for the taking. The hooded figure growled fiercely, discarding his slightly damaged staff, and quickly forming seals with both hands in the air. The dark power surged wildly around him, gradually coalescing behind him into a massive dark demon phantom. This demon phantom was tall, with a hideous face, wielding a gigantic black scythe, exuding a chilling pressure as if it were a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. The hooded figure roared, directing the dark demon phantom to slash at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be the least bit negligent. They knew the power of this strike was immense. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intentions, and decided to go all out in response. Luffy raised the sword of flame and thunder above his head, the flames and lightning on the blade burning to their peak as he shouted, "Flame, Thunder, Dominator / Merge." Suddenly, the power of flame and thunder transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, charging towards the dark demon phantom. Naruto also unleashed his strongest move, Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Fusion Power. He perfectly fused the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Sage Art, and his own strength, creating a supermassive spiral shuriken imbued with world-destroying power, following closely behind the Flame Thunder Dragon as it attacked the Demon Phantom. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the spiral shuriken collided with the Dark Demon Phantom in succession, instantly erupting into a thunderous explosion with powerful energy shockwaves spreading outwards, lifting the sand and stones of the Gobi Desert into the air, forming a sandstorm that blocked out the sun. Amidst the fierce energy collision, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, and persevered, their hearts filled with a single belief. They must not let the man in the black cloak succeed. They must protect the crystal ball and safeguard this continent. Gradually, their strength began to gain the upper hand, and the dark demon phantom became increasingly ethereal under their combined assault, ultimately vanishing with a loud bang. The man in the black cloak was rebounded by the force, his body sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground, never to move again. Luffy and Naruto stood tiredly in place, their bodies covered in scars from the battle. But as they looked at the intact crystal ball in their hands, smiles of relief appeared on their faces. Finally, they had dealt with this guy. What secrets does this crystal ball hold? Naruto asked curiously, staring at the crystal ball. I'm not sure, but we definitely can't let it fall into the hands of dark forces. We need to find a safe place to study it properly, Luffy replied. After a short rest, they took the crystal ball and left the barren wasteland, heading towards a hidden valley on the continent. Chapter 0953, Dappled. Luffy and Naruto cautiously made their way toward the ancient temple hidden in the secret valley. Although they encountered some minor setbacks along the way, such as facing scattered dark creatures, they handled them easily and successfully reached the entrance of the valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, exuding a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere, with lush flowers, plants, and trees growing abundantly, as if isolating them from all external disturbances. They slowly walked along the winding path, and soon the ancient temple appeared before them. The temple's architecture was grand, yet it also displayed the wear and tear of time, with walls covered in mottled moss, and some stones showing signs of peeling. The main door was tightly shut, adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns that faintly emanated an ancient and powerful aura. This is it. I hope we can find clues about the crystal ball here, Luffy said as he stepped forward and gently pushed the large door, but it remained unmoved, clearly protected by some kind of barrier. Naruto leaned in closer to examine the runes on the door. These runes look complicated, but they seem somewhat similar to the barriers we encountered before. They began to study the runes around the door, and, after some exploration and attempts, Luffy tried to channel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into certain specific runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra in a certain pattern. As the power was infused, the runes on the door gradually lit up with a faint glow, followed by a dull sound, and the door slowly opened. Stepping into the temple, the interior was somewhat dimly lit, with only a few rays of light coming through narrow windows high above, barely illuminating the general surroundings. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, on which lay an ancient tome radiating a soft glow, while the surrounding walls were adorned with various divine artifacts, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Wow, everything in here feels extraordinary, Naruto exclaimed. They approached the stone platform to see what was recorded in the tome. Just as Luffy reached out to grab the tome, the surrounding artifacts suddenly trembled, and beams of light shot out from them, converging in the hall to form several humanoid-like figures. These figures radiated powerful energy fluctuations, as if the guardians of the temple had been awakened by their actions. Intruders, you dare to trespass into the temple. Do not blame us for being rude. One of the guardians, wielding a light sword, shouted. We mean no harm. We just want to find some clues about combating the dark forces. We hope for your understanding. Luffy hurriedly explained. Don't try to be clever. Unless you can pass our test and prove your worth to peruse the tomes here, you must leave at once. The guardian replied firmly. The test began immediately, with several guardians launching simultaneous attacks. Some swung their light swords fiercely, while others cast light-based spells, shooting beams of light like sharp arrows toward them. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered a combat state. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder-breaking Demon Slash, blocking the incoming lightsaber. The flames and lightning power on the sword collided with the lightsaber, causing bursts of energy sparks. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and the Shadow Clones scattered to dodge the light-based spells while looking for opportunities to get close and disrupt the Guardian's actions. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the Guardians launched a combined attack, there would be a brief weak point in the energy connection between them. If he attacked that spot at the right moment, he could break their coordination. Naruto, attack their weak point in the energy connection, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the Shadow Clones to charge towards those weak points. The real Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and threw it at a more obvious weak point. The high-temperature Lava Release Spiral Shuriken accurately hit the target, causing the energy connection there to become chaotic and revealing a flaw in the Guardians' combined attack. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at one of the Guardians with all his might. This slash contained immense power, successfully repelling the Guardian and causing its form to become somewhat ethereal. The other Guardians, seeing their companion hindered, intensified their attacks, but Luffy and Naruto coordinated with each other, gradually finding a way to cope. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to temporarily repel all the Guardians, causing their attacks to cease. You do have some skill, but this is just the first trial. There are more difficult challenges awaiting you. Although the Guardians spoke defiantly, there was now a hint of recognition in their gazes towards Luffy and Naruto. Suddenly, a massive magic circle appeared on the floor of the hall, shimmering with complex runes and beginning to release beams of puzzle shadows. These shadows transformed into various ancient texts and patterns, floating in mid-air, seemingly waiting for them to solve. It looks like we need to solve these puzzles to continue. Let's take a close look, Luffy said. They began to focus intently on studying the puzzles. And with their past experiences and understanding of various mysteries, Luffy and Naruto discussed and analyzed, gradually exploring the answers to the puzzles. After relentless effort, they finally succeeded in solving all the puzzles, and a magic circle shone brightly before slowly disappearing. Good. You have passed the trial and are now qualified to browse that tome, the Guardians said, and then their forms gradually dissipated, transforming back into light and merging into the surrounding artifacts. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief, walked over to the stone platform, picked up the ancient tome, and began to carefully search for clues about the crystal ball. The tome recorded that this crystal ball was a key vessel for sealing dark powers by a certain deity in ancient times, containing a powerful force capable of purifying all darkness in the world. However, to fully unleash and utilize its power, they needed to find 5 elemental gems that corresponded to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once gathered, the power could be guided out using a specific formation. I see. It seems we have a new mission. We need to find those 5 elemental gems, Luffy said. Yeah, let's set off right away. The sooner we gather the gems, the better we can combat the dark forces, Naruto replied. After noting down the relevant characteristics of the elemental gems and potential locations from the tome, they left the ancient temple. Chapter 0954. Volcano. Luffy and Naruto set off towards a volcanic area that was rumored to possibly hide the fire element gem, based on the clues from the ancient texts. As they got closer to the volcanic region, the temperature rose higher and higher, the air became scorching and dry, and the surrounding land appeared charred, with a few unique heat-resistant plants growing sporadically. When they reached the foot of the volcano, they saw the crater continuously billowing thick smoke, and occasionally, lava flowed from the cracks in the mountain, winding down the slopes and turning everything red while exuding a suffocating heat. This place looked dangerous, but the gem should be nearby, so let's be careful and look for it, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword and vigilantly observing the surroundings. Naruto nodded, entering sage mode to better respond to any potential situations that might arise. They slowly climbed along the mountainside, the scorching rocks burning their feet, but both gritted their teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a few monstrous birds engulfed in flames flew out from the crater. These birds were enormous, with wings spanning several meters, their feathers resembling blazing flames, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, and their sharp beaks and claws glinting dangerously in the firelight as they dove towards Luffy and Naruto. Watch out, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy infused with fire and lightning towards the monstrous birds. The sword energy struck the birds, causing their flames to flicker momentarily, but they seemed unfazed by the pain and continued to screech as they lunged forward. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to attract the attention of the birds, while others waited for the right moment to attack their vital points like eyes and wings. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals beside them, shouting, "Sage Art! Wind Release! Ninetales Spiral Shuriken!" With a loud cry, the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of the monstrous birds. As it flew, the spiral shuriken grew larger, and its immense power sucked in several birds, followed by a violent explosion that sent feathers flying as the birds screeched and fell. However, more monstrous birds continuously emerged from the crater, sensing the threat and attacking more frantically. They began to form formations in the air, alternating their charges, leaving Luffy and Naruto struggling to keep up. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the monstrous birds dove in for an attack, their bellies briefly exposed as they folded their wings to take off again, revealing a relatively weaker flame defense. Naruto attacked their bellies. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the birds' bellies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken. A high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in flames that accurately struck one of the bird's bellies. The flames on that bird's belly extinguished significantly, and its body swayed as it fell. Clearly severely injured, Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the abdomen of the other monster birds. One by one, the monster birds fell, injured by their attacks, disrupting the originally dense formation of attacks. After a tough battle, they finally drove all the fiery monster birds back. Continuing their search on the slopes of the volcano, they soon arrived at the entrance of a hidden cave. The rocks surrounding the cave exhibited a special red color, faintly radiating a scorching aura, which closely matched the characteristics described in the text about the location of the fire element gem. Perhaps the gem is inside this cave, Naruto said. They cautiously entered the cave, where the temperature was even higher. Lava flowed down the walls, occasionally dripping onto the ground and splashing up small sparks. Following the winding passage deeper into the cave, they reached the end and saw a stone platform emitting a strong red light. On the platform lay a gem burning like flames, which was indeed the fire element gem. "We found it," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to pick up the gem. But just as his hand was about to touch the gem, a ring of flame barriers suddenly surged around the platform, flames burning fiercely, and the intense heat forced Luffy to quickly retract his hand. "This barrier doesn't look easy to deal with. We need to find a way to break it," Luffy said with a frown. They began to carefully observe the flame barrier and discovered that the flames were not burning chaotically but flowed in a certain pattern, as if forming some kind of ancient formation. After some research, they realized that if they followed the reverse order of the flame's flow and simultaneously injected the corresponding power, they might be able to break this barrier. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a tacit glance and then acted simultaneously. Luffy infused the power of the Sword of Thunder Flame into the fire barrier at a specific rhythm, while Naruto gathered chakra, guiding the power in the same way. As they worked, the flames on the fire barrier began to become chaotic, and the light gradually dimmed until, finally, the barrier disappeared. Luffy successfully picked up the fire element gem. The gem felt warm in his hand, as if a continuous stream of power was surging within it. "With this gem, we are one step closer to success. Next, we need to find the gems of other elements," Luffy said. "Yeah, let's hurry and set off. I hope we can find the others smoothly as well," Naruto replied. They left the volcanic area with the fire element gem and followed the clues towards the mysterious forest that possibly hid the wood element gem. Chapter 0955. Vines. When Luffy and Naruto stepped into the mysterious forest, it felt as if they had entered a completely different world. Surrounding them were lush green trees, with dense branches and leaves blocking out the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the layers, creating a tranquil and deep atmosphere. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, which made a soft, rustling sound underfoot, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, occasionally interrupted by the clear chirping of birds. However, they knew that this seemingly peaceful forest harbored hidden dangers, and they dared not let their guard down, remaining vigilant to the movements around them. According to the clues they had gathered earlier, the wood element gem should be deep within this forest, protected by ancient natural forces. They slowly made their way along a winding path, and not long after, the trees around them suddenly began to rustle, as if something was moving through the woods. Immediately, thick vines emerged from all directions, covered in sharp thorns, whipping towards them like agile long whips. Luffy hurriedly waved the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Breaking Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, transforming into sharp sword energy that severed the incoming vines. However, the vines seemed endless. After cutting one wave, another wave came rushing in. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones to disperse, with some trying to pull the vines to restrict their movement, while others charged towards the direction from which the vines extended, aiming to find the source of the control. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest area of the vines. As the spiral shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, its immense power sucking in the surrounding vines. Accompanied by a violent explosion, that area of vines was blown apart, temporarily halting their attack. At that moment, they noticed a gigantic treeman appearing not far away. The treeman's body was composed of thick trunks, covered in moss and various strange patterns, with long branch-like arms that were as flexible as fingers. Its roots served as its feet, deeply embedded in the ground, and its eyes resembled two enormous green gems, glinting with a mysterious light as it watched them menacingly. It seems this guy is controlling the vines. If we take it down, we should be able to move on, Luffy said. The treeman seemed to understand Luffy's words and let out a low, angry roar before swinging its massive branch-like arms towards them. Luffy, unafraid, charged at the treeman and executed the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash. The power of the Thunder Flame Sword was pushed to its limits, transforming into a colossal flame and thunder sword energy aimed at the treeman's arm. The sword energy collided with the treeman's arm, scattering wood chips everywhere. But only a shallow mark was left. It didn't sustain significant damage. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the treeman's trunk. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit its target, scorching a portion of the treeman's trunk. It let out a painful roar, and its attacks became even more ferocious. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each swing of the treeman's arm, its roots connecting to the ground would briefly loosen. That might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its roots. That's its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the treeman's roots. The real Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Ball Spiral Pill, throwing it at a noticeable loosened point on the treeman's roots. The Super Giant Ball Spiral Pill accurately struck its target, blasting away the soil at the treeman's roots and exposing them, with some roots even being directly severed. The treeman's body swayed a few times, becoming somewhat unsteady on its feet. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking forcefully at another relatively weak root of the treant, successfully severing it. The treant lost its balance, and its massive body crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. With the treant's fall, the surrounding vines completely ceased their attack, wilting and collapsing to the ground. Phew, finally dealt with this trouble. Let's continue deeper into the forest. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. They continued along the path, and the deeper they went, the more the natural atmosphere of the forest thickened, with various rare flowers, grasses, and trees appearing before them. Finally, at the very center of the forest, they saw a clear little lake surrounded by vines and flowers. In the center of the lake was a small stone platform, upon which lay a gem emitting a soft green light, radiating vibrant life. This was the wood element gem they were looking for. This is it, but I have a feeling it won't be so easy to take, Luffy said cautiously as he gazed at the gem. Just as they approached the shore of the lake, ripples suddenly spread across the surface, and several water spirits leaped out from the lake. These water spirits had graceful figures, as if they were formed from the clear lake water, radiating a gentle blue light, with exquisite and beautiful features. They held water-blue tridents and looked at them with caution. Intruders, you are not allowed to approach the wood element gem. It is a sacred object of the forest and cannot be touched by you, said one of the water spirits, who appeared to be the leader. We mean no harm. We just need this gem to fight against the dark forces and save this continent. We hope you can assist us, Luffy explained sincerely. How can we trust what you say? If you take the gem and disrupt the balance of the forest, what shall we do? The water spirit leader questioned. We can prove it to you. The dark forces have been wreaking havoc on the continent for a long time, and many places have been devastated. We have been fighting against the dark forces all the way here just to protect this land, Naruto said urgently. The water spirits listened to their words, exchanged glances, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, the water spirit leader spoke. All right, we can give you a chance. As long as you can pass the test we set, proving that you are indeed worthy of using this gem, we will hand it over to you. The test then began. The water spirits waved their tridents, and walls of water surged up from the lake, rushing quickly towards Luffy and Naruto. At the same time, countless water arrows shot out from the lake, densely raining down towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered combat mode. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the purification slash. The purifying power on the blade collided with the water walls and water arrows, attempting to dissolve them. Meanwhile, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with the clones dispersing, some blocking the water walls, while others dodged the water arrows. The main body of Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu to cope with a complex situation. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the water walls and arrows seemed chaotic, their attack rhythm actually followed a pattern. Every so often, the attack directions of the water walls and arrows would briefly overlap, creating a relatively weak point in defense. Naruto, pay attention to the overlapping attack points and wait for the right moment to break through, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to observe closely, waiting for that moment. When the overlapping attack point appeared, the main body of Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, throwing it toward that weak point. The Raisin Shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its powerful force broke through the water wall, scattering many of the water arrows and successfully tearing open a gap. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, transforming into a beam of fiery lightning as he charged towards the gap. Arriving at the edge of the small lake, the water spirits, seeing that their defense line had been breached, did not panic. Instead, they continued their attack. This time, they gathered the power of the water element together, forming a massive water sphere that contained immense water pressure, rolling towards Luffy and Naruto. Facing this powerful water sphere attack, Luffy and Naruto moved closer together, standing back to back, ready to respond with combined strength. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the sword into the earth, creating a solid energy barrier in an attempt to withstand the impact of the water sphere. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken at the water sphere to try to disrupt the structure from inside. When the Spiraling Shuriken struck the water sphere, it triggered an explosion inside, causing slight ripples on the surface of the water sphere, but its overall force remained strong, continuing to press towards them. Just as the water sphere was about to crush them, Luffy and Naruto simultaneously exerted their strength, pushing their abilities to the limit, and launched their most powerful strike against the water sphere. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power from the Thunder Flame sword into a massive fiery thunder beast that lunged at the water sphere. Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Large Ball Rasengan, merging the Rasengan with the power of the fiery thunder beast, both striking the water sphere together. Under their combined attack, the water sphere finally couldn't withstand the force anymore and shattered with a loud bang, scattering water droplets all around. The water spirits, witnessing this scene, were filled with awe, sensing Luffy and Naruto's determination and powerful strength in combating darkness. You have passed the test. This Wood Element Gem is now entrusted to you. I hope you can truly use it to protect this continent, said the leader of the water spirits, and then signaled the nearby water spirits to use their power to bring the Wood Element Gem from the stone platform in the center of the small lake to Luffy and Naruto. Luffy took the gem and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust. We will do our best." They put away the Wood Element Gem, bid farewell to the water spirits, and set off towards their next destination, the mysterious water area that might contain the Water Element Gem, with 2 elemental gems in hand. Chapter 0956, Water Area. After Luffy and Naruto left the mysterious forest, they followed the clues towards the mysterious water area. Along the way, the terrain gradually became lower, and the air around them grew increasingly humid. They could faintly hear the sound of flowing water echoing not far away, as if calling them to move forward. Before long, a vast and boundless body of water appeared before them. This water area exuded a deep and mysterious blue hue, the surface shimmering with light, yet it was oddly calm, obscuring the conditions beneath the water. A faint mist enveloped the surroundings, giving the entire water area the appearance of being shrouded in a thin veil. The Water Element Gem should be in here. We need to be careful and look around, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword, his gaze scanning the water surface warily. Naruto nodded, ready to respond to any danger at any moment. They slowly moved along the edge of the water area, observing the surrounding environment when suddenly, the water surface began to churn violently, and massive water tornadoes shot up from the depths, sweeping towards them. The water tornadoes were imposing, easily lifting stones and trees from the shore, causing chaos. "Get out of the way," Luffy shouted, leaping aside, first while swinging the Thunderflame sword, attempting to use the sword's power to resist the approaching water tornadoes with a technique called Flame Thunder Slash. The power of the flame thunder clashed with the water tornadoes, splashing a large amount of water, slightly weakening their force, but they still charged towards the two. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, spreading numerous shadow clones. Some charged towards the water tornadoes, trying to disrupt their spinning with their bodies, while others searched for the source of the tornadoes to resolve the problem at its root. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted. A massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand and immediately flew toward the densest area of the water tornadoes. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken grew larger, and its powerful force pulled several water tornadoes into it, followed by a violent explosion that shattered the tornadoes into countless water droplets. However, more water tornadoes continued to surge from the water area, seemingly endless. While dodging the water tornadoes, Luffy noticed that when the tornadoes spun, energy fluctuations appeared at the points where their bottoms met the water surface. That might be the key to destroying them. Naruto, attack the bottom of the water tornadoes where they contact the water surface. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the bottoms of the water tornadoes. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the bottom of one water tornado. The energy fluctuations at the base of that water tornado instantly became chaotic, and the entire tornado dissipated as a result. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the bottom of the water tornadoes. One by one, the water tornadoes collapsed under their attack, and the surface of the water gradually returned to calm. But before they could catch their breath, new movements emerged from the water. A group of water monsters, resembling fish but gigantic in size and covered in hard scales, slowly surfaced. These water monsters had wide mouths filled with sharp teeth and eyes that glinted with fierce malice. They swished their massive tails and swiftly swam towards Luffy and Naruto. It was these guys causing trouble again, and they couldn't be allowed to succeed. Luffy shouted as he swung the Thunder Flame Sword again, executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the water monsters. The sword energy struck the water monsters, creating sparks as it scraped against their hard scales. Although it didn't cause significant damage, it did slow their offensive momentum. Naruto used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, and threw it towards the densest cluster of water monsters. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its powerful force sucked several water monsters into it. With a violent explosion, those water monsters were blasted apart, their scales flying, and they were injured, their blood staining the surrounding waters. The water monsters were enraged, letting out deep roars as they attacked Luffy and Naruto more frantically. Some water monsters leaped high out of the water, attempting to crush them with their massive bodies. Others opened their gaping mouths to bite down on them fiercely. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time these water monsters leaped out of the water to attack, the scales on their bellies would briefly flip open, revealing their relatively vulnerable underbellies, where their weak points lay. Naruto, attack their bellies. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack strategy and target the water monsters' underbellies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large-Tailed Beast Ball, throwing it at the belly of a water monster that was leaping out of the water. The super large-tailed beast ball accurately struck its target, and the water monster's belly was instantly torn open, black blood gushing out. Its massive body slammed back into the water, creating huge splashes, and after struggling a few times, it fell silent. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking fiercely at the bellies of the water monsters. One by one, the water monsters fell under their attacks, their bodies floating on the surface, and the blood stained the surrounding waters bright red. After dealing with the water monsters, they continued to search for traces of the water element gems around the water area. After walking a short distance along the shore, they discovered a concealed underwater cave entrance. The water flow around the cave formed a strange vortex, emitting a faint blue light, which matched the characteristics of a location described in the texts where the water element gems were said to be found. The gem might be in this cave. "Let's go take a look," Luffy said. They took a deep breath, submerged into the water, and swam towards the cave. Inside the cave, the light was dim, with only some aquatic plants emitting a faint glow to barely illuminate their path. After swimming for a while, they finally arrived at the depths of the cave, where a stone platform emitting a soft blue light appeared before them. On the platform lay a crystal-clear gem, within which it seemed that water was flowing gently. Indeed, it was the water element gem. "We found it," Naruto excitedly gestured, signaling Luffy to hurry over and grab it. But just as Luffy reached out to take the gem, a powerful surge of water pressure suddenly erupted in the cave, forcefully pushing them backward. At the same time, a blue water curtain barrier appeared around them, shimmering with complex runes, clearly a protective seal for the gem. "This barrier doesn't look easy to deal with. We need to find a way to break it," Luffy said with a frown. They swam to the side and began to carefully observe the water curtain barrier. After some research, they discovered that the runes on the barrier were changing continuously according to the rhythm of the water flow, and there were some energy nodes between these runes. As long as they could destroy these nodes in a specific order, they might be able to break the barrier. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance and then acted simultaneously, drawing on their past experience in breaking seals. They carefully attacked the energy nodes on the water barrier in the order they had deduced. Luffy unleashed precise lightning and fire power with his Thunder Flame sword, while Naruto condensed his chakra into a forceful impact, striking the nodes repeatedly. As they executed their plan, the runes on the water barrier began to flicker more chaotically. The pressure of the water flow gradually decreased, and the glow of the barrier slowly dimmed. Eventually, the barrier disappeared, and Luffy successfully picked up the water element gem, feeling its icy coolness as if he could sense the pure and vast water power contained within. "Now we have 3 gems. We still need the gems of the gold and earth elements." "Let's keep searching," Luffy said. "Yeah, let's go. We need to hurry," Naruto replied. With the 3 elemental gems in hand, they left the mysterious water area and headed towards the ancient mine, following the clues that might lead them to the gold element gem. Chapter 0957, The Overlord. Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the direction of the ancient mine. Along the way, the surrounding environment became increasingly desolate. The once lush vegetation gradually thinned out, the ground became cracked and filled with rubble, and the sky occasionally stirred up gusts of dust, as if foreshadowing the dangers ahead. Before long, they arrived at the site of the ancient mine. Before them lay rolling mountains, with massive mine entrances dotting the slopes. Some areas still showing traces of past mining, though now they appeared dilapidated and eerie. A pungent metallic odor permeated the air around the mine, and dull echoes occasionally emerged, as if countless unknown secrets were hidden beneath the mine. "The gold element gem should be inside here. Let us go in and take a look. But we need to be careful," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword, and he led the way toward a larger mine entrance, with Naruto following closely behind, also cautiously observing their surroundings. As they stepped into the mine, the light was very dim, with only a few scattered ores embedded in the walls emitting a faint glow. They slowly delved deeper along the winding passage, the uneven ground beneath their feet occasionally crunching on scattered ores, producing sharp sounds that felt particularly jarring in the silence of the mine. Suddenly, as they walked, numerous metal puppets dropped from the top and the side walls of the mine. These puppets, made entirely of hard metal, had joints that flickered with eerie red light. They resembled humanoid figures, but had sharp metal claws and cold mechanical glints in their eyes. As soon as they landed, they charged at Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to unleash the flame thunder breaking magic slash. The flames and lightning erupted from the sword, striking at the oncoming metal puppets. The sword energy hit the puppets, sparking a flurry of sparks and leaving shallow scratches on their hard metal shells, but the puppets did not stop. They continued to attack fiercely. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones scattered. Some tried to grab the metal puppets to restrict their movements, while others seized the opportunity to attack the puppets' joints and eyes. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of metal puppets. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken grew larger, its tremendous force engulfing several metal puppets, and with a violent explosion, those puppets were blown apart, temporarily halting the attacks from the others. However, more metal puppets continuously surged from the depths of the mine, seemingly tireless, charging at Luffy and Naruto one after another. Moreover, these puppets began to coordinate their attacks. Some were responsible for direct assaults, while others launched sneak attacks from the sides and above, leaving the two struggling to cope. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the metal puppets had hard shells, their energy cores seemed to be located in their chests, where there was a special metal plate that flickered with light whenever they attacked, perhaps destroying that would disable the puppets. Naruto attacked their chest energy cores. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the energy cores in the metal puppets' chests. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, a high-temperature melting spiraling shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately hitting the energy core of one metal puppet in the chest. The metal plate there melted instantly, causing the puppet to come to a halt and crash to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the energy cores in the chests of the other metal puppets. One by one, the metal puppets lost power under their attack, collapsing to the ground with a clattering sound. After dealing with this wave of metal puppets, they continued to explore deeper into the mine. The further they went, the higher the temperature rose, and the surrounding ores appeared increasingly precious, emanating strong energy fluctuations. Finally, at the deepest part of the mine, they saw a massive stone platform, on which lay a gem radiating dazzling golden light. Its brilliance was stunning, as if it gathered all the power of metals in the world. It was the gold element gem they had been desperately searching for. "We found it," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. But just as he was about to step forward to take the gem, a circle of golden energy shields suddenly surged around the platform. The shields flickered with complex runes, emanating a powerful defensive force that securely protected the gem within. "Another shield. It seems this gem isn't easy to obtain," Naruto said with a furrowed brow. They approached the shield and began to observe it closely. After some research, they discovered that the runes on the golden shield resonated with the energy of the surrounding ores, and the energy flow of the shield seemed to follow a specific pattern. As long as they followed this pattern and simultaneously injected a conflicting power, perhaps they could break the shield. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy and Naruto acted in perfect harmony. Luffy adjusted the flames and lightning power of the Thunder Flame Sword to a specific state, injecting energy into the shield in reverse order of the runic energy flow. Naruto gathered chakra, transforming it into a gentle yet restrained metallic attribute power, attacking the shield in conjunction with Luffy. As they continuously infused energy, the runes on the golden shield began to flicker more chaotically, and the energy gradually became unstable. The brilliance of the shield slowly dimmed, and finally, with a wave of energy dissipating, the shield completely vanished. Luffy hurried forward, carefully picking up the gold element gem. It felt heavy in his hand, exuding a cold and hard texture, and he could clearly sense the powerful gold energy contained within it. "Now we just need to find the earth element gem. We need to hurry and look for it," Luffy said. "Yes, I hope we can find it smoothly. Then we can gather all 5 gems," Naruto replied. With 4 element gems in hand, they left the ancient mine and followed the clues towards the mysterious valley where the earth element gem might be hidden. Chapter 0958. Gathering together, Luffy and Naruto hurried towards the mysterious valley, with the changing scenery along the way and their minds focused on the earth element gem they were about to search for. When they reached the entrance of the mysterious valley, a heavy and ancient aura greeted them. The valley was surrounded by steep cliffs, with bizarre rocks on the mountain, some crouching like giant beasts and others hanging like sharp swords, giving an invisible sense of pressure. A faint scent of dust lingered in the valley, and the ground was covered in fine sand and gravel, occasionally revealing some strange yellowish crystals that emitted a mysterious glow. "The earth element gem should be inside here. Let's go in," Luffy said as he stepped into the valley, with Naruto following closely behind, both maintaining a high level of vigilance. Not long after entering the valley, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if something huge was awakening underground. Shortly after, massive earth and stone giants emerged from the ground. These giants were formed from hard earth and stone, with vines and weeds growing on their bodies. They had sturdy limbs, and every step they took made the ground tremble. Their eyes glowed like burning yellow flames, radiating fierce light as they charged towards Luffy and Naruto, roaring. "Wow, what a huge scene right from the start," Luffy exclaimed while swinging the Thunder Flame Sword. unleashing the flame thunder flash slash. Waves of sword energy, imbued with fire and lightning, slashed towards the charging earth and stone giants. The sword energy struck the giants, exploding against their hard bodies and scattering fragments of rock. But it only slightly slowed their momentum without causing substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones surged towards the earth and stone giants. Some climbing onto the giants to disrupt their movements, while others attacked their legs and eyes, targeting vital spots. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Senjutsu, wind release, nine-tails spiraling shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately thrown towards the leg of one of the earth and stone giants. As the spiraling shuriken flew, it grew larger, and the powerful force directly impacted the giant's leg, accompanied by a loud rumble. The area where the giant was struck cracked, and its body swayed, almost falling to the ground. Seeing their companion injured, the other earth and stone giants became even angrier, launching more ferocious attacks. Some charged at Luffy and Naruto with their massive heads, while others swung their thick tails in sweeping motions. Dust flew everywhere, and stones scattered, creating a chaotic scene. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the earth and stone giants attacked, small gaps appeared where their backs connected to their bodies, where the earth and stone structure was relatively loose. Perhaps that was their weak point. Naruto attacked the gaps where they connect at the back. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the gaps on the backs of the earth and stone giants. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, melt release, spiraling shuriken, and the high-temperature melt release spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the gap on the back of one of the earth and stone giants. The gap melted instantly due to the high temperature, causing the earth and stone to collapse, and the giant's movements became noticeably sluggish and difficult. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the gaps on the backs of the earth and stone giants with all his might. One by one, the earth and stone giants crumbled under their attacks, their bodies gradually disintegrating and ultimately collapsing to the ground, turning into piles of rubble scattered everywhere. After dealing with the earth and stone giants, they continued deeper into the valley. As they walked, they came across a peculiar stone forest, where the stone pillars varied in shape and height, and were covered with various ancient runes that glimmered with a faint earth-yellow glow, as if telling ancient stories. In the center of the stone forest stood a large stone platform, on which lay a gem radiating a rich earth-yellow light. The glow gave a sense of stability and weight, and it was the earth element gem they were looking for. They had finally found it, but it seemed they would have to put in some effort to obtain it. Luffy looked at the gem, knowing that it wouldn't be so easy to get. Sure enough, as they approached the stone platform, the surrounding stone forest suddenly began to tremble, the runes on the pillars shining brightly. And then beams of earth-yellow energy shot towards them from the pillars, while the ground erupted with earth spikes, stabbing at them. Luffy hurriedly waved the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the flame thunder sky severing slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, forming light screens to try to block the incoming energy beams and earth spikes. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, with the clones dispersing. Some went to destroy the stone pillars emitting the beams, while others dodged the earth spikes. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu to cope with a complex situation. Senjutsu, wind release, nine-tails spiral shuriken. Naruto used this powerful ninjutsu again, sending the massive spiral shuriken flying towards the area with the most concentrated energy beams. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, its immense power scattering some of the beams and knocking down several stone pillars, weakening the energy beam attack somewhat. However, the earth spikes continued to surge from the ground and became even more dense. During the defense, Luffy noticed that after the earth spikes appeared, there would be a brief point of energy fluctuation gathering underneath the ground. If they could destroy that gathering point, they might be able to stop the earth spikes from continuing to emerge. Naruto attacked the energy gathering point below the earth spikes. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack targets and strike the energy gathering point beneath the earth spikes. The real Naruto used Senjutsu, lava release, spiral shuriken, throwing it at a more obvious gathering point. The high-temperature lava spiral shuriken accurately hit its target, causing the energy fluctuations in that area to instantly dissipate, and the surrounding earth spikes ceased to grow. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck down towards the energy convergence point beneath the other earth spikes, successfully stopping their emergence and restoring calm to the ground. At this moment, although the energy beams around the stone platform were still firing, they had become much sparser. They continued to approach the stone platform, and upon reaching it, they found that it was surrounded by a layer of earth-yellow energy shield, with runes flowing endlessly on the shield, clearly the last line of defense protecting the gemstone. They paused, carefully observing the shield. After some research, they discovered that the rune energy of the shield was interconnected with the runes in the surrounding stone forest, and the strength of the shield's energy fluctuated with the changes in the brightness of the runes in the forest. To break the shield, they needed to first alter the energy state of the runes in the forest, creating a conflict with the shield, thus breaking the balance of the shield. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and began to act. They split up to search for key rune nodes in the stone forest. With their knowledge of energy and runes, Luffy found several main runes that controlled the flow of energy. He infused his own power into them with the Thunder Flame Sword, altering the original direction of energy circulation. Naruto also found some runes that affected the stability of the shield and, by concentrating his chakra, cleverly interfered with the normal operation of these runes. As they worked, the light of the runes in the stone forest began to become chaotic, disrupting the originally orderly state of energy. The yellow energy shield surrounding the stone platform was also affected, with the runes on the shield flashing more and more urgently. The light gradually dimming, and small cracks beginning to appear. Seeing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto both exerted their strength and launched their strongest attacks at the cracks in the shield. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into a sharp sword energy aimed at the crack. Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, pushing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the crack in the shield simultaneously, and with a loud bang, the shield finally couldn't withstand it and shattered, dispersing into specks of yellow light in the air. Luffy walked up to the stone platform without hesitation and reached out to pick up the Earth Element Gem. The 5 elemental gems were finally gathered together. At this moment, the 5 gems resonated with each other in his hands. Their emitted light intertwining to form a brilliant and mysterious glow, as if foretelling the awakening of a new power to combat the dark forces. We finally gathered them. Let's quickly find a place to unleash the power of the crystal ball according to the method described in the ancient texts, Luffy said excitedly. Yes, let's go. This continent is waiting for us to save it. Naruto was equally thrilled. With the 5 elemental gems and the crystal ball in hand, they left the mysterious valley to search for a suitable location to set up the formation and unleash the power of the crystal ball. Chapter 0959, Breaking the Demon. Luffy and Naruto, carrying 5 elemental gems and a crystal ball infused with mysterious power, searched tirelessly until they finally chose a spacious area at the peak of a high mountain. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, it resembled a fairyland, and its elevated terrain could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it an excellent place to cast formations and channel power. They arrived at the center of the flat ground and, following the records in ancient texts, cautiously placed the 5 elemental gems in the order of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming a regular pentagon. Then, they positioned the crystal ball at the center of the pentagon, and, as soon as it was set down, a wonderful resonance suddenly occurred between the 5 elemental gems and the crystal ball. In a flicker of light, beams connected with each other, gradually outlining a complex and mysterious formation pattern on the ground, with runes flowing and shining brightly. Next came the crucial part. We must inject power into the formation simultaneously, using specific incantations to guide the crystal ball to release its power, Luffy said with a serious expression, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword, and slowly transmitted his power through the sword's body towards the formation. Naruto, not daring to slack off, quickly formed hand seals, gathering his chakra, and methodically infused his power into the corresponding positions of the elemental gems. As their powers continually flowed in, the brilliance of the formation grew increasingly dazzling, and the crystal ball began to tremble violently, its interior glowing with the brilliance of countless stars. as if a powerful force was desperately trying to break free from its restraints, ready to emerge. However, at that moment, the previously calm sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled in rapidly, engulfing the entire mountaintop. In the darkness, black lightning slithered like a wild python, and soon, a powerful aura of darkness swept in from afar, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Do you think you can easily release the power of the crystal ball? How naive. Such a treasure can only be controlled by me, the Dark King. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly, and maybe I'll spare your lives. The cloaked figure spoke with a chilling and arrogant tone. It was none other than the leader of the dark forces who had long coveted the power of the crystal ball, the Dark King. Dream on. We have gone through so much hardship to gather the gems, and we intend to use the power of this crystal ball to completely eliminate you dark forces and protect this continent. There is no way we will hand it over to you, Luffy retorted angrily, the flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword burning even more fiercely, ready to confront the Dark King in a life-and-death battle. You reckless fool, don't blame me for being rude. The Dark King sneered coldly, waving his hands, as the surrounding aura of darkness instantly condensed into countless black blades, shooting towards Luffy and Naruto like raindrops. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. The power from the blade transformed into a light curtain, blocking the incoming black blades one after another. The blade struck the light curtain, causing bursts of black sparks to erupt. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing towards the Dark King, attempting to get close and disrupt his spellcasting. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the Dark King. The shuriken grew larger as it flew, creating howling winds, and the immense power seemed to distort the surrounding air. The Dark King, however, remained unfazed. Suddenly, a huge black shield appeared in front of him. The spiral shuriken struck the shield, resulting in a fierce clash of energy. As the light flashed, the shield merely trembled slightly and was not broken. You think this little skill can hurt me? How ridiculous! The Dark King mocked, then quickly changed his hand seals. The dark aura surged again, and behind him, a massive shadow of a dark demon took shape. This demon's figure was as tall as a mountain, with a terrifying visage, wielding a gigantic dark scythe that emanated an oppressive aura, swinging down hard towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto both understood the immense power of this strike. They exchanged a glance, communicating without words, and decided to give it their all in response. Luffy raised the sword of flame and thunder above his head, the flames and thunder power on the sword burning to their peak, shouting, "Flame Thunder Dominator Slash" combined. Before his eyes, the flame and thunder power transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, charging towards the dark demon phantom. Naruto also unleashed his strongest technique, Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken Fusion Power. He perfectly fused the chakra of the Ninetales, Sage Art, and his own power, forming an enormous, spiraling shuriken imbued with world-destroying power, following closely behind the Flame Thunder Dragon to attack the Demon Phantom. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the spiraling shuriken collided with the Dark Demon Phantom one after another, instantly erupting with a thunderous sound, powerful shockwaves of energy spreading outward, scattering the clouds and mist atop the mountain, shaking the surrounding rocks to the brink of collapse. In the midst of the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, their minds focused on a single belief. They must not allow the Dark King to succeed and must protect the crystal ball and the power about to be unleashed, safeguarding this continent. Gradually, their strength began to gain the upper hand, and under their combined attack, the Dark Demon Phantom became increasingly ethereal, ultimately vanishing with a loud bang. The Dark King, affected by the backlash of power, staggered for a moment, a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and rage. "You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay a heavy price." The Dark King roared, disregarding his injuries, and once again cast a more powerful dark spell. He raised both hands high and recited an ancient and evil incantation, as if the entire sky was being consumed by darkness. The dark aura surged like a tide towards the formation, attempting to interfere with the release of the crystal ball's power, aiming to claim the 5 elemental gems and the crystal ball for himself. Luffy and Naruto, seeing the situation, quickly increased the flow of energy into the formation. Try to stabilize it and resist the encroaching dark aura. They fought against the Dark King while maintaining the operation of the formation, and the situation became extremely critical. At this crucial moment, Luffy noticed that when the Dark King cast this powerful spell, an energy convergence point appeared above his head. The dark power there was dense, but it was also the key to the entire spell. If they could destroy that convergence point, they might be able to interrupt his casting and turn the tide of battle. Naruto attacked the energy convergence point above his head. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, throwing the shuriken towards the energy convergence point above the Dark King's head. The Rasen Shuriken weaved through the dark aura, rapidly approaching its target. The Dark King sensed the danger and tried to divert some of his power to defend, but he was fully engaged in casting his spell and was momentarily overwhelmed. The Super Large Rasen Shuriken accurately struck the energy convergence point, causing the dark power there to become chaotic. The Dark King's spell was interrupted, and the dark aura in the sky began to slowly dissipate. He was also backfired by this force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Now let's speed up and guide the crystal ball's power to release, Luffy shouted. They seized this rare opportunity and poured all their strength into the formation. The light of the formation grew more and more radiant, and the crystal ball finally could not withstand this powerful force, erupting in an extraordinarily brilliant light. That light shot up into the sky as if to break through the clouds and illuminate the entire world. As the light blossomed, a pure and powerful force surged from the crystal ball, rapidly spreading out. Wherever it went, the dark aura was swept away, as if all the darkness in the world trembled before this power, unable to escape. The Dark King felt the terror of this power, and fear appeared in his eyes. He wanted to turn and flee, but the force had already enveloped him. He struggled and let out a desperate roar, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being purified. His body gradually dissipated in the light, finally disappearing completely, symbolizing the complete destruction of the core of the dark forces. This power did not stop there. It continued to spread to every corner of the continent. The remaining dark creatures and the areas tainted by darkness were restored to life and light under this force's purification. The barren land regained its tender green grass, and the dilapidated towns began to slowly repair. The fear on people's faces was replaced by joy, and the entire continent welcomed the long-awaited peace and tranquility. Luffy and Naruto stood exhausted at the top of the mountain, gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, their faces showing a relieved smile. Chapter 0960. Sudden attack after peace was restored to the continent. Luffy and Naruto did not stop their journey. They understood how hard-won peace was and realized that dark forces might return one day. So they decided to embark on a new journey to explore the mysterious corners of the continent that were still unknown to people, further enhancing their strength to better cope with future uncertainties. They first headed towards the extreme northern part of the continent, where it was said that there were glaciers that never melted, hiding many ancient relics and mysterious powers within. The further north they went, the colder the weather became. The biting cold wind cut across their faces like knives, and the heavy snow fell like goose feathers, almost obscuring their vision. The road beneath their feet was covered with thick snow, making every step a struggle. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the glacier area in the extreme north, where a crystal-clear white world unfolded before them. The massive glaciers resembled towering icebergs, reflecting a cold and mysterious glow. Among the glaciers, there were some faint outlines of ancient buildings, as if calling them to uncover the secrets hidden within. They carefully navigated between the glaciers, but it wasn't long before they encountered new dangers. Suddenly, a group of ice-field yetis emerged from the gaps in the glaciers. These yetis were tall, covered in thick white fur, with enormous claws that were incredibly sharp. Their eyes shone like blue gems, glimmering with a cold light in the snow. They opened their massive mouths and let out deep roars as they charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy gripped the Flame Thunder sword tightly and launched the first attack, executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword shone particularly brightly in the icy world, as waves of sword energy slashed towards the snow monsters. The sword energy struck the snow monsters, cutting open gashes on their fur. The snow monsters cried out in pain, their roars becoming even louder, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they charged in more frantically. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones dispersing. Some clung to the bodies of the snow monsters, trying to restrain their movements. Others waited for the right moment to attack vital points, such as the eyes and throats of the snow monsters. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of snow monsters. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, its immense power drawing several snow monsters into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those snow monsters were blown apart, their fur flying, and they screamed as they fell to the ground. However, there were many snow monsters on the ice field, and they seemed to have adapted to the cold environment, moving extremely nimbly on the ice and continuously launching attacks from all directions, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time these snow monsters jumped to attack, the joints of their hind legs would briefly expose themselves, where the fur was relatively thin and the defense should be weaker. Naruto attacked the joints of their hind legs. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the joints of the snow monster's hind legs. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately hit the joint of one snow monster's hind leg. After being struck, the joint was instantly scorched, causing the snow monster to stumble and fall onto the ice. Struggling to get back up, Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and slashed forcefully at the joints of the hind legs of the other snow monsters. One by one, the snow monsters were injured in their hind legs under their attacks, their movements becoming sluggish, and the power of their attacks diminished significantly. After a fierce battle, they finally drove back the group of ice-field snow monsters. Continuing deeper into the glacier, they soon arrived at the front of an ancient ruin that appeared quite magnificent. The gate of the ruin was tightly closed, covered in various mysterious runes and patterns that emitted a faint blue light, seemingly containing some kind of forbidden power. There must be many secrets hidden inside. Let's find a way to get in and take a look, Luffy said as he stepped forward to closely examine the runes on the door. Naruto also came over, and the two of them studied the gate for a long time, drawing from their past experiences in breaking seals. Luffy tried to inject the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into some specific runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra in a certain pattern. As the power was injected, the runes on the door gradually brightened with a stronger glow, followed by a dull sound, and the door slowly opened. Stepping into the ruins, the inside was dimly lit, with only some ice crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a faint light to provide some illumination. They slowly moved along a long corridor, with the walls on both sides covered in ancient murals displaying scenes from a distant era, featuring powerful mysterious creatures and people dressed in strange attire casting powerful spells, as if telling the glory and mystery of that time. As they walked, they came upon a massive hall, where a softly glowing blue ice coffin was placed in the center. A chill enveloped the area around the coffin, and they could vaguely see a humanoid figure seemingly lying inside. The lid of the ice coffin was engraved with more complex runes, which flickered with a mysterious light, as if guarding the existence within. This ice coffin looks unusual. I wonder what kind of person or thing is inside, Naruto said curiously. Just as they approached the ice coffin to investigate, the chill surrounding it suddenly intensified, transforming into blades of ice that shot toward them. At the same time, a low humming sound emanated from within the coffin, as if something was about to awaken. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attack of the ice blades while preparing for battle. Chapter 0961, Ice House. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the incoming ice blades, which were numerous and incredibly fast, slicing through the dimly lit hall with cold glimmers, leaving deep marks on the walls wherever they passed. These ice blades seemed endless. They needed to find a way to break through the ice coffin's defenses. Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and executing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power intertwined on the sword, forming barriers of light that blocked the approaching ice blades. The blades struck the barriers, instantly dissipating into wisps of cold air. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the ice coffin in an attempt to disrupt its rhythm of releasing ice blades, while his main body quickly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the ice coffin, growing larger as it flew, its immense power distorting the surrounding air. The spiraling shuriken struck the ice coffin, causing a violent clash of energy, scattering the cold air around it and temporarily halting the ice blade attacks. However, the ice coffin only shook slightly and did not suffer significant damage. Instead, the runes on the lid glowed even brighter. Suddenly, a deep roar emanated from within the ice coffin, as if some powerful entity had been thoroughly enraged. The lid of the ice coffin slowly opened, releasing a more intense wave of cold air, and then a tall figure, covered in crystalline ice armor, slowly stood up from within. Its face was stern, with eyes resembling two blue flames that exuded a chilling, murderous intent, holding a massive ice spear that gleamed ominously with a frightening aura. To dare disturb my slumber, you seek your own demise. The Ice Guardian spoke in a deep, cold voice, then swung the ice spear towards Luffy and Naruto. Wherever the spear passed, the air froze, creating trails of white ice mist that spread towards them. Luffy, undaunted, charged towards the Ice Guardian, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The power of the Flame Thunder Sword was pushed to its limit, transforming into a massive Flame Thunder Sword energy that surged towards the Ice Guardian spear. The sword energy collided with the spear, creating a spray of ice flowers and sparks. The powerful impact caused Luffy to slide back a short distance before stabilizing himself. Seeing this, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the Ice Guardian's abdomen. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the target, scorching a section of the Ice Guardian's crystalline armor on its abdomen. It let out a painful roar, becoming even more aggressive in its attacks. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the Ice Guardian launched an attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at its shoulder joint, indicating that the crystalline armor there seemed less tightly connected than elsewhere, perhaps revealing its weak point. Naruto, attack its shoulder joint. That's the weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the Ice Guardian's shoulder joint. The main body of Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing it towards the joint on one side of the Ice Guardian's shoulder. The Super Large Rasengan accurately struck the target, causing cracks to appear in the crystalline armor at the shoulder joint, shaking its body and disrupting the rhythm of its spear attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Finishing Slash, striking with full force at the joint on the other side of its shoulder, successfully shattering the crystalline armor at that joint. The Ice Guardian's arms immediately became somewhat uncontrollable, significantly reducing the power of its attacks. Enraged to the extreme, the Ice Guardian disregarded its injuries and began chanting an ancient ice spell. The temperature around them plummeted sharply, and the entire hall began to form numerous ice blocks. These ice blocks quickly gathered to create many ice puppets that surrounded Luffy and Naruto. Here come those guys again. We can't let them succeed, Luffy said, swinging the Flame Thunder Sword once more to unleash the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the ice puppets. The sword energy struck the puppets, shattering many of the ice blocks on them, but the puppets quickly reformed and continued to charge at them. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the most densely packed area of ice puppets. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew, pulling a group of ice puppets into its vortex. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the area of puppets was blown to pieces, but more puppets continued to surge forward. In the struggle against the ice puppets, Luffy discovered that while these puppets could constantly reorganize, their core energy seemed to come from the Ice Guardian. If they could interrupt the Ice Guardian's spellcasting, they might be able to render the puppets powerless. Naruto, let's focus our strength on that Ice Guardian and interrupt its spellcasting, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to hold off the ice puppets, while the main body of Naruto charged forward alongside Luffy towards the Ice Guardian. The two of them unleashed their powers simultaneously. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, pushing the power of the Flame Thunder Sword to its peak as he slashed towards the Ice Guardian's head. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the Ice Guardian's chest. Their attacks struck the Ice Guardian at the same time, causing it to emit a piercing scream as its incantation was interrupted. The ice puppets that were gathering around them instantly halted their movements, collapsing to the ground and turning into piles of ice blocks. The Ice Guardian was severely injured, its body swaying unsteadily, but its eyes still held a fierce and unwilling glare, attempting one last struggle. It hurled the ice spear in its hand towards Luffy and Naruto with all its might. The spear, infused with powerful ice energy, shot towards them like a white lightning bolt. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be careless. They combined their efforts to unleash their strongest defensive technique. Luffy plunged the Sword of Thunder and Flame into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through the sword into the earth, forming a solid energy barrier. Naruto then cast Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, pushing the Rasengan towards the energy barrier to enhance its defensive strength. The ice spear struck the energy barrier, triggering a violent clash of energies. As the light flashed, the barrier trembled violently, but fortunately, it ultimately withstood this deadly blow. With the attack of the ice spear neutralized, the Ice Guardian could no longer hold on. Its massive body collapsed with a loud crash, shattering into countless ice shards, completely losing its vitality. Phew! We finally dealt with this big guy. Let's see what other secrets are hidden in the ice coffin, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They approached the ice coffin and looked inside, discovering a crystal at the bottom that emitted a deep blue glow. The crystal seemed to contain endless power of ice, with wisps of cold air emanating from it, lowering the surrounding temperature even further. This crystal feels like it contains strong power. It might help us deal with dangers in the future, Naruto said. Luffy nodded and carefully picked up the ice crystal, feeling its bone-chilling coldness. But he could sense the pure and powerful ice energy within it. Let's keep this safe and continue exploring this ruins. There might be other rewards, Luffy said. They stored the ice crystal and continued deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0962, Creek. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper along the passage of the ruins. The passage grew increasingly dark, and the surrounding chill became more intense, causing their breaths to instantly turn into white mist. The ice crystals on the walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead, while the ground beneath their feet occasionally creaked softly, as if the ancient ruins were whispering the secrets of time. Not long after, they came upon a massive, circular hall. The hall's dome was extremely high, embedded with countless blue ice crystals, resembling a dazzling, starry sky. In the center of the hall stood a giant ice disk, covered in intricate runes that flickered with mysterious, ghostly light, flowing in a strange rhythm as if driving some unknown power. This disk looks unusual. It might hide something powerful or a secret, Luffy said, cautiously approaching the disk, while Naruto closely followed, carefully observing the changes in the runes. Just as they neared the disk, the runes suddenly brightened, and beams of ice blue light shot out from the disk, intertwining in midair to gradually form a massive vortex of ice. The vortex spun faster and faster, emitting a powerful suction force that began to pull Luffy and Naruto in, attempting to engulf them. Be careful, the suction of this vortex is strong, Luffy shouted, quickly stabbing the thunder flame sword into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly to stabilize himself against the force. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, forming numerous clones that held hands to create a circle, relying on each other to resist the sudden suction. However, the suction of the ice vortex continued to strengthen, and they felt their feet gradually lifting off the ground, their bodies slowly drifting towards the vortex. During their struggle, Luffy noticed that the source of the vortex's suction seemed to be at the center, where there was an energy convergence point that glowed the brightest. If they could find a way to destroy that point, they might be able to dispel the suction. Naruto attacked the energy convergence point at the center of the vortex. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to launch various ninjutsu at the center of the vortex. The real Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken towards the center of the vortex. The spiraling shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, sped through the ice vortex towards its target. When the lava spiraling shuriken struck the energy convergence point at the center of the vortex, a powerful wave of energy erupted, causing the suction of the ice vortex to become chaotic, and the light flickered unpredictably. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking again at the energy convergence point to enhance the destruction. Under their combined assault, the ice vortex could no longer withstand the force, shattering with a loud bang and transforming into countless ice-blue fragments that scattered in the air. As the vortex dissipated, the suction in the hall vanished without a trace, and the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, landing steadily on the ground. Phew, that was close. There are dangers everywhere in these ruins, Naruto said, patting his chest. Yeah, but the more danger there is, the more important the secrets inside must be. Let's keep looking, Luffy replied, his gaze returning to the ice disk. After the earlier commotion, the runes on the disk seemed to have changed. The previously flowing rhythm had slowed significantly, and some of the runes began to move towards the edge of the disk, as if guiding them to a certain place. It looks like the changes in the runes are giving us a hint. Let us follow the direction they point, Luffy said. And he walked towards one side of the hall in the direction the runes indicated, with Naruto closely following. They walked along a winding passage for a while and arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber. The door to the chamber was tightly closed, and it was also engraved with runes, but these runes had a slightly different style from the ones they had seen before, exuding a more ancient and mysterious aura. Luffy stepped forward and tried to push the door, but it didn't budge, clearly indicating the presence of some kind of barrier. They began to study the runes around the door, drawing on their past experiences and insights into mysterious powers. Luffy slowly infused the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into several key runes on the door. Naruto also focused his chakra, guiding the energy into the runes according to a specific pattern. As the power was infused, the runes on the door gradually glowed with a faint light, and then a muffled sound was heard as the door to the secret chamber slowly opened. A denser aura of mystery rushed out to greet them. Inside the chamber, there were several stone platforms, each holding peculiar items. A horn of ice that emitted a gentle blue light, seemingly capable of awakening the dormant power of ice and snow when blown. A crystal shield carved with mysterious patterns, appearing to withstand powerful attacks. And an ancient book bound with ice paper, its text flickering with a faint light, seemingly containing endless knowledge. Wow, everything in here feels extraordinary. It must be very helpful for us, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. They first approached the stone platform, holding the horn of ice. Luffy reached out to pick up the horn, but just as his hand was about to touch it, a chilling force suddenly surged around the horn, forming an icy barrier that enveloped it. The barrier shimmered with runes, clearly protecting this treasure from being easily touched by outsiders. There's protection too. It seems this horn isn't so easy to take, Luffy frowned and said. They began to carefully examine the icy barrier, discovering that the runes were operating according to a special cycle of ice energy, and there were energy nodes between the runes. If they could destroy these nodes in a specific order, perhaps they could break the barrier and retrieve the horn. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then moved in sync. Using their understanding of energy and runes, they carefully launched attacks on the energy nodes on the ice screen in the order they had surmised. Luffy unleashed precise lightning and flame power with his Thunder Flame Sword, while Naruto gathered chakra to create a powerful impact, striking the nodes repeatedly. As they continued their operations, the runes on the ice screen began to flicker increasingly erratically, and the chilling power gradually became unstable, causing the light of the ice screen to dim. Eventually, the ice screen vanished, and Luffy successfully picked up the horn of ice. He gently blew into it, producing a melodious horn sound, and instantly, a thick aura of ice power filled the entire chamber, with the temperature dropping sharply and a thick layer of ice crystals forming on the walls. This horn's power is so strong, it might come in handy in the future, Luffy said, carefully storing the horn. Next, they approached the stone platform where the ice crystal shield was placed. This time, Naruto tried to take the shield, but similarly, a protective layer appeared around it. A net-like shield formed by intertwining beams of ice light. The shield flickered with complex runes, exuding a powerful defensive aura. They began to study the runes and the method to break the shield, and, after some exploration, they discovered that by using opposing attributes, specifically an attack containing scorching power, to strike specific rune combinations on the shield, they could break it. Thus, Luffy executed the Flame Lightning Slash, condensing the fiery power on his sword and slashing at the rune combination on the shield in the order they had deciphered. Naruto also used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature Spiraling Shuriken at the same target. Their attacks hit the shield in succession, causing a strong energy collision. After a few flickers, the runes on the shield finally dissipated, and Naruto successfully picked up the ice crystal shield. With the shield, our defensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced, Naruto said happily, strapping the shield to his back. Finally, They arrive at the stone platform where the ancient book was placed. Looking at the mysterious characters flickering on the book, Luffy gently turned the pages and found it contained many long-lost ice spells, as well as ancient legends and hidden locations about this continent's far north. This information had immense value for their further exploration of the continent and strengthening their power. "We need to keep this book safe. The contents are too useful," Luffy said, cautiously storing the book. "Yeah, we've gained a lot in this ruin, but it feels like there's still many places we haven't explored. Should we continue looking?" Naruto asked. "Of course, we should keep going. There might be other unexpected gains," Luffy replied. They ventured deeper into the ruins with the treasures they had obtained from the chamber. Chapter 0963. Crystal Core. After Luffy and Naruto left the secret chamber, they continued deeper into the ruins along the passage. The corridor grew increasingly silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness, as if each step were knocking on the ancient and mysterious door. As they walked, a wide ice bridge appeared ahead, spanning a massive ice gorge. The gorge seemed bottomless, and a faint howling wind could be heard from below, making it intimidating. The ice bridge looked crystal clear, but also somewhat fragile, as if it could break at any moment. "Be careful, this ice bridge doesn't look very sturdy," Luffy reminded, stepping onto the bridge first, taking each step cautiously while constantly monitoring its condition. Naruto followed closely behind, also being careful. However, just as they reached the middle of the ice bridge, it suddenly shook violently, and a group of ice-blue flying beasts shot up from the gorge below. These beasts resembled eagles, covered in hard ice scales, with wings spanning several meters wide. Their eyes glimmered with a cold light, and their sharp beaks were like icy blades as they swooped down towards Luffy and Naruto. "Not good, get out of the way," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning powers intertwined on the sword, transforming into sharp sword chi that slashed at the diving beasts. The sword chi struck the beasts, creating sparks as it scraped against their ice scales, slowing their dive momentarily. But they quickly adjusted their posture and continued their attack. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous shadow clones. Some drew the attention of the flying beasts, while others waited for the right moment to strike at their vital areas like eyes and wings. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying toward the densest cluster of flying beasts. The shuriken grew larger as it flew, its immense power pulling several flying beasts into its vortex, followed by a violent explosion that sent feathers, ice scales, flying as those beasts screamed and fell down. However, more flying beasts continuously surged up from the gorge below, seemingly sensing the threat and attacking even more frantically. They formed an attacking formation in the air, alternating their charges, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the flying beasts dove, their abdomens briefly exposed as they tucked their wings to take off again. The ice scales there were relatively thin, providing weaker defense. Naruto attacked their abdomens. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the beast's abdomens. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, with a high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken engulfed in roaring flames, accurately hitting one flying beast's abdomen. The ice scales on that beast's abdomen were scorched, causing its body to sway and fall downward, clearly severely injured. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the abdomen of the flying beasts. One by one, the flying beasts were injured and fell from the sky, disrupting their previously dense formation of attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally drove back all the ice-blue flying beasts. Continuing across the ice bridge, they arrived at the other side of the ice valley, where a palace made of ice crystals, shimmering with a mysterious blue light, appeared before them. The architectural style of the palace was extremely unique, with towering spires and magnificent ice sculptures, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This palace looked like the core of the ruins, and it surely concealed more important secrets, Luffy said, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword as he walked toward the palace's main gate, with Naruto closely following behind. The palace's main gate was tightly closed, with a massive ice mural carved into it, depicting a grand battle from ancient times, showcasing the clash of gods and demons amidst a snowy landscape, creating a stunning scene. Surrounding the mural were complex runes, glowing faintly as if waiting for the right moment to be triggered to open the gate. They began to study the runes around the door, and after careful observation and exploration, Luffy discovered that these runes had similar energy fluctuation patterns to some runes he had seen earlier in the ruins. He then tried to inject the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into specific key runes based on his past experiences, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra in a certain pattern. As the power was slowly infused, the runes on the door gradually brightened and began to circulate in a specific order. Soon, a dull sound echoed, and the palace's main gate slowly opened, releasing an overwhelming, mysterious power that also carried a chilling sensation, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Stepping into the palace, the interior was relatively bright, with huge blue ice crystals embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire palace. In the center of the palace stood a massive ice seat, upon which sat a figure completely encased in ice, obscuring its features. The figure exuded an aura of majesty and mystery, as if it had been sleeping here for countless ages. In front of the ice seat, there was an ice platform radiating a deep blue light, on which lay an ice crystal core the size of a fist. The core seemed to contain the source of all the power of this glacial ruin, and as its light flickered, strands of icy power continuously spread outward, enveloping everything in the vicinity in this chilling force field. This crystal core was undoubtedly the most crucial treasure within the ruins, and if they could obtain it, their strength would surely reach a new level. Luffy said with fiery eyes, but he also knew that acquiring the crystal core would not be easy and that there would be numerous obstacles. Just as they approached the ice platform, the figure encased in ice on the ice seat suddenly stirred. Cracks began to appear in the ice, making a cracking sound, as if the being inside was about to awaken. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, stopped in their tracks, tightened their grip on their weapons, and prepared for battle. Chapter 0964. Glacier. As the cracking sounds continued, more and more fissures appeared in the ice layer, eventually breaking apart like a shattered eggshell, revealing the figure of a tall ice guardian. It exuded a chilling aura, its skin resembling translucent ice crystals, and its eyes like deep ice abysses, radiating a cold and majestic light. It wore a set of exquisite ice armor that emitted a faint blue glow and held a giant ice sword in its hand, with runes flowing along the blade, seemingly condensing endless ice power. Those who trespass into the Crystal Palace shall die. The Ice Guardian spoke in a deep and cold voice, and as it spoke, the temperature around them plummeted sharply, and a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground, spreading towards Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Luffy took the initiative to launch an attack, executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame Sword appeared particularly dazzling in this icy environment, with waves of sword energy slashing towards the Ice Guardian. The sword energy collided with the ice layer in front of the Ice Guardian, splashing large chunks of ice, slightly slowing the spread of the ice layer. But the Ice Guardian remained unharmed, steadily approaching them. Naruto did not dare to be negligent, using the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous Shadow Clones rushing towards the Ice Guardian to try to disrupt its movements. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a gigantic spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the Ice Guardian. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, its immense power causing the surrounding air to twist. However, when the spiral shuriken hit the Ice Guardian, it only left a shallow scratch on its icy armor, before being deflected by the chilling power emanating from the Ice Guardian. The Ice Guardian snorted coldly, swinging the ice sword in its hand, sweeping towards the Shadow Clones. Wherever it struck, the Shadow Clones were instantly frozen and then shattered into ice dust in the air. Its movements were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked Luffy and the real Naruto, swinging the ice sword to unleash a massive ice blade towards them. As the ice blade passed, the space seemed to freeze, carrying a momentum that could destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Luffy and Naruto quickly jumped to the sides, narrowly avoiding the attack. During the dodging process, Luffy noticed that every time the Ice Guardian swung its ice sword to attack, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at its shoulder and elbow joints, where the ice armor seemed less tightly connected than in other areas. Perhaps that was its weak point. Naruto, attack the joints at its shoulders and elbows. That's its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining Shadow clones to change their attack direction and launch an assault on the Ice Guardian's shoulder and elbow joints. The real Naruto executed the sage art. Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, towards the joints of its shoulder and elbow. The Melt Release Spiral Shuriken accurately hit the target, causing cracks to appear in the ice armor at the Ice Guardian's shoulder and elbow joints, with a chill seeping out from the cracks, momentarily slowing its movements and disrupting its attack rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the joints of its other shoulder and elbow, successfully shattering part of the ice armor at those points, causing the Ice Guardian's movements to become even stiffer. Enraged, the Ice Guardian began chanting an ancient ice spell, instantly filling the surrounding space with frost, as countless sharp ice spikes shot towards Luffy and Naruto from all directions. At the same time, thick ice pillars erupted from the ground, attempting to trap them within. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash, creating a curtain of flames and lightning in front of him, blocking the incoming ice spikes. The ice spikes struck the curtain and instantly turned into mist. Meanwhile, Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, smashing it towards the approaching ice pillars. The immense power contained in the Rasengan shattered the ice pillars, carving out a temporary escape route for them. However, the Ice Guardian's attacks did not cease. It plunged its ice sword into the ground, causing more layers of ice to surge up from below, sweeping towards them. These layers of ice contained a powerful binding force, making it difficult to escape once ensnared. We need to find a way to get close and interrupt its spell casting, or this will go on endlessly, Luffy shouted. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and charged towards the Ice Guardian. As they approached, they dodged the ice layers while enduring the attacks from the ice spikes, showing no signs of retreat. When they got close to the Ice Guardian, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, transforming the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into a massive blade of flame and thunder aimed at the Ice Guardian's head. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Sage Art, Melting Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the Ice Guardian's chest in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Sensing the crisis, the Ice Guardian hurriedly raised its ice sword to block Luffy's blade of energy while sidestepping to avoid Naruto's Spiral Shuriken. However, it still got grazed by the shuriken, adding more cracks to its icy armor and causing its body to wobble. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, targeting the joint of the Ice Guardian's leg. The Ice Guardian was injured and knelt on one knee, yet its eyes still revealed ferocity and unwillingness, struggling to rise again for a counterattack. Naruto seized the moment, utilizing the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken Fusion, merging his strongest powers to form a supermassive spiral shuriken imbued with world-destroying power, throwing it towards the Ice Guardian's head. This time, the spiral shuriken accurately struck the Ice Guardian's head, the powerful force shattering its icy armor. The Ice Guardian let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing down, completely losing its vitality. The surrounding ice layers and ice spikes ceased their attacks, slowly dissipating. Phew, we finally dealt with this big guy. Let's hurry and get the crystal core, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They quickly walked to the ice platform, gazing at the ice crystal core, radiating a deep blue light. Luffy carefully picked up the core, feeling its bone-chilling coldness. But he could clearly sense the vast and pure ice power within, as if he was holding the core soul of the glacial ruins. With this crystal core, we can face various ice-related dangers with more confidence, and maybe we can even develop some new ways to use its power, Naruto said excitedly. Yes, let's store it away first. We should look around this palace to see if there are any other useful items, then leave this ruin. I wonder what the situation is like outside now, Luffy replied. They stored the ice crystal core and carefully searched the palace, discovering some ancient scrolls that recorded the mysteries of ice and a few small accessories imbued with ice power. While these items were not particularly precious compared to the crystal core, they still held value, so they collected them as well. Once everything was prepared, they left the Ice Crystal Palace along the same path, emerging from the mysterious and dangerous glacial ruins. Chapter 0965, Spiritual Spring after bidding farewell to the glacial ruins. Luffy and Naruto headed southwest towards the continent. Along the way, the scenery gradually transformed from a world of ice and snow to lush green forests interspersed with vast grasslands. A gentle breeze stirred, causing flowers and grasses to sway and release bursts of fresh fragrance. They heard that deep in the mountains to the southwest, there was a mysterious spiritual spring, said to possess magical healing and enhancement powers. Whether it was wounds or one's own abilities, as long as one soaked in the spring's water, significant improvements could be gained. To strengthen themselves on their journey to protect the continent, they decided to explore the secrets of this spiritual spring. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the peaks rose and fell. Ancient trees towered above, and mist swirled around the mountainside, exuding an air of mystery. A winding mountain path appeared, leading deep into the forest, seemingly beckoning them to enter this unknown land. As they slowly ascended the path, the forest was occasionally filled with the clear chirps of birds and the low growls of various unknown beasts. Small animals scurried through the surrounding grass, making the forest appear vibrant, yet shrouded in secrets. As they walked, the path ahead was suddenly blocked by a dense thicket of thorns. These thorns were extremely robust, covered with sharp spikes, and intertwined with each other, forming an insurmountable barrier. This thicket looks tough to deal with. We need to find a way to get through, Luffy said with a frown, then swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash, with flames and lightning striking towards the thicket in an attempt to clear a path. However, the thicket seemed to possess a tenacious vitality. Although part of it was cut away, it quickly regrew, continuing to obstruct their way. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones rushed forward. Some attempted to forcefully crash through the thicket, while others tried to pull the thorns out by the roots. But the spikes on the thorns were exceedingly sharp, and as soon as the clones made contact, many were pierced and instantly dissipated. This won't work. We need to find its weakness, Naruto shouted. After a moment of observation, Luffy discovered that the roots of the thicket were the source of its power. Moreover, below the thicket, several spots had slightly different soil colors, likely indicating the key connection points of the roots. Naruto attacked those spots with different soil colors below the thicket. That should be the key to the roots. If we destroy them, we might be able to get through, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining clones to attack those critical points. The real Naruto performed the sage art, melt release, spiral, shuriken, throwing the high-temperature melt-release spiral shuriken towards a noticeable key connection point. When the spiral shuriken hit its target, the soil was blown away, and part of the thicket's roots was scorched. The surrounding thorns immediately became wilted, and their growth slowed down. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the other key connection points. Under their combined attack, the thicket finally ceased its rampant growth and gradually withered away, clearing a barely passable path. They continued along this path, and after not going too far, heard the sound of trickling water. The sound seemed to have a kind of magic, invigorating their spirits and making them feel closer to the spiritual spring. After navigating a few more bends, they came upon a serene valley, shrouded in a faint mist. In the mist, a clear spring was nestled. The water of the spiritual spring displayed a clear light blue color, with ripples shimmering on the surface and strands of spiritual energy rising from the water, dispersing into the surrounding air, enveloping the entire valley in a layer of mysterious veil. This must be the place. The spiritual spring looks extraordinary, Luffy exclaimed, filled with anticipation and eager to approach the spring. However, just as they took a few steps toward the spring, several agile figures suddenly emerged from the mist surrounding it. They were the guardians of the spiritual spring, the spring fairies. They had graceful figures and beautiful faces, wearing light, sheer garments that emitted a soft glow. Each held different magical tools, their eyes reflecting vigilance and caution. Intruders, this place is a sacred site of the spiritual spring. You cannot approach freely. Leave at once, said a fairy who appeared to be the leader, her voice crisp and pleasant, but carrying undeniable authority. Fairy, please don't take offense. We mean no harm. We have merely heard that the spiritual spring possesses miraculous powers, and we wish to harness this power to better protect the continent and combat dark forces. We hope the fairy can grant us this favor, Luffy hurriedly explained, his words earnest. Empty words. Who knows if what you say is true? In the past, there have been many with ulterior motives who sought to lay claim to the spiritual spring under various pretenses. We will not easily trust you. The leader fairy remained unmoved. What must we do to gain your trust? We are willing to accept any test, Naruto said eagerly. The fairies exchanged glances, and then the leader said, since you insist, very well, we will set 3 trials. If you can pass them all, it will prove you are indeed worthy of using the power of the spiritual spring. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. The trials then commenced, with the first trial requiring them to find an exit within a misty area filled with various traps. In this misty area, visibility was obstructed, allowing only a view of about a meter around, while the ground was littered with hidden traps, including muddy pits that could ensnare a person and suddenly popping spike mechanisms, among others. Luffy and Naruto carefully stepped into the foggy area. Luffy raised the thunder flame sword in front of him, using the faint glow from the blade to illuminate a portion of the path, while paying attention to the sounds beneath his feet. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending his clones ahead to scout the way, so they would be aware if any traps were triggered. During their exploration, Luffy noticed that although the traps were cleverly set, they seemed to be arranged according to a specific pattern. Moreover, at regular intervals, there were some special markings on the ground, which might be clues to finding the exit. Naruto, pay attention to the markings on the ground. I feel they're the key to finding the exit, Luffy quietly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to carefully observe the markings on the ground and relay their findings back. After some searching, they cautiously followed the direction indicated by the markings, avoiding traps along the way, and finally found the exit of the foggy area, successfully passing the first test. Not bad, but this is just the beginning. The second test won't be so easy, the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairy said coldly, slightly surprised to see them emerge. The second test was to solve a massive spiritual power puzzle array within a set time limit. The puzzle array floated in midair, composed of countless shimmering spiritual power runes that constantly change positions and forms. They needed to rearrange these runes according to a specific pattern to form a complete spiritual power cycle to solve the puzzle array. Luffy and Naruto stood in front of the puzzle array, carefully observing the changes in the runes, trying to find the underlying patterns. They occasionally frowned in thought and exchanged discussions, gradually piecing together some clues based on their past understanding of various mysterious powers and runes. They began to take action. Luffy cautiously used the power of the Thunder Flame sword to gently manipulate the runes, moving them according to the inferred order. Naruto, on the other hand, gathered chakra to assist Luffy, applying force to some of the difficult-to-move runes to help them return to their positions. As time passed, under their tacit cooperation, the runes on the puzzle array gradually approached a complete spiritual energy cycle. Finally, at the last moment of the allotted time, they successfully arranged and combined all the runes. The puzzle array shone brightly and then slowly dissipated, and they passed the second trial smoothly. You really did it, but there's still one last trial. And this is the hardest one, so don't celebrate too early, the leader of the Spirit Spring Maidens said, her expression becoming somewhat serious. The third trial was to fight and win against the Spirit Spring Guardian Beasts summoned by the Spirit Spring Maidens. The Spirit Spring Maidens waved their magical tools, chanting incantations, and the surrounding mist quickly gathered. Amidst the flickering light, a gigantic Spirit Spring Guardian Beast appeared before them. This Guardian Beast resembled a Qilin, covered in a layer of crystal-clear scales that emitted a faint blue glow. It had a single horn on its head, pulsating with powerful spiritual energy. Its eyes resembled deep lakes, exuding a mysterious and majestic gaze. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, and it occasionally sprayed a stream of water infused with spiritual energy from its mouth, exuding an extraordinary aura. Come on, let's see just how capable you really are, the leader of the Spirit Spring Maiden shouted. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and immediately entered battle mode. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast. The sword energy struck the Guardian Beast's scales, creating sparks. Although it didn't inflict significant damage, it caught its attention. The Guardian Beast let out a deep growl and charged at Luffy. Seeing this, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous shadow clones. Some clones drew the Guardian Beast's attention, while others waited for the right moment to attack its legs, eyes, and other vital spots. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, which he immediately hurled at the guardian beast's legs. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its tremendous power struck the beast's legs, accompanied by a thunderous boom. Cracks appeared where it was hit, and the guardian beast swayed, nearly falling to the ground. Enraged, the spirit spring guardian beast expelled a stronger stream of spiritual water, which surged like a massive wave toward Luffy and Naruto. Simultaneously, it swung its tail, sweeping across the surrounding shadow clones. The clones couldn't evade in time and were struck, dissipating one after another. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the scales on the guardian beast's abdomen briefly opened, revealing a relatively vulnerable belly, which seemed to be its weak point. "Naruto, attack its belly. That's the weak spot," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to change their attack focus towards the guardian beast's belly. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the guardian beast's belly. The beast let out a painful scream as its belly was burned, and the power of the attack was significantly reduced. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking with full force at the belly of the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast. A large gash was cut into the beast's belly, and black blood gushed out as its massive body crashed to the ground, struggling a few times before going still. With the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast defeated, the Spirit Spring Fairies showed expressions of amazement and admiration. "You have passed all the trials and are indeed qualified to use the power of the Spirit Spring. This Spirit Spring is now at your disposal," said the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies, her tone more friendly. Luffy and Naruto were overjoyed in their hearts as they walked towards the spiritual spring. Arriving at the edge of the spring, they slowly stepped into the. As soon as they made contact with the spring water, they felt a warm and powerful force surging into their bodies through their pores, as if it were cleansing their physical forms and healing their hidden injuries, while also strengthening their meridians and foundational power, allowing their strength to unknowingly improve further. After soaking for a while, they emerged from the spiritual spring, feeling invigorated and filled with energy. "Thank you, fairies, for your blessing. We will use this enhanced strength to better protect the continent," Luffy said gratefully. "Yes, I hope you can stay true to your original intentions and guard this continent well. If you ever need anything in the future, you are welcome to return to the spiritual spring," the leader of the spiritual spring fairies replied. After bidding farewell to the fairies, Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the continent, filled with gains. Chapter 0966. The Sand Sea. After Luffy and Naruto left the valley where the spiritual spring was located, they headed towards the vast and mysterious desert in the east. Along the way, the scenery transitioned from lush forests to barren sands, and the temperature began to rise continuously. The scorching sun poured down on the land without reservation, making the sand beneath their feet extremely hot, as if with every step they would sink into the boiling sea of sand. Not long after entering the desert, they encountered a fierce sandstorm. The howling wind swept in, carrying a massive amount of sand, darkening the sky and making visibility extremely poor. The force of the wind even made it hard for them to stand, and they could only lean on each other to withstand the onslaught of the sandstorm. "This sandstorm is too intense. Let's find a place to take cover," Luffy shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the raging wind. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they strained to look for a place to hide. Luckily, they spotted a large rock pit eroded by the wind and sand not far away, and they hurriedly took shelter inside to avoid the brunt of the storm. Once the sandstorm gradually subsided, they emerged from the pit and continued deeper into the desert. However, after walking for a short distance, the sand beneath them suddenly began to shake violently, and then large sandworms emerged from the ground. These sandworms were covered in a hard sandy shell, segmented like giant earthworms, with a large mouth full of sharp teeth and eyes gleaming with a fierce light. They writhed and quickly crawled towards Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful, these guys are tough," Luffy said, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword transformed into sharp sword chi, slashing towards the charging sandworms. The sword chi hit the sandworm's shell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although it left some scratches on the shell, it did not stop their advance. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones spread out, with some trying to grab the sandworms to limit their movements, while others aimed for the vital points like the eyes and mouth to launch attacks. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of sandworms. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken grew larger, and its powerful force drew several sandworms into it, accompanied by a violent explosion. Those sandworms were blown apart, their shells shattering, and they were injured, temporarily ceasing their attack. However, more sandworms continued to emerge from the ground, seemingly tireless as they surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Moreover, these sandworms began to coordinate their attacks, with some launching frontal assaults while others executed flanking maneuvers, making it difficult for the two to keep up. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the sandworms twisted their bodies to prepare for an attack, a brief gap appeared at the joints of their bodies, where the shell was relatively less sturdy. Perhaps that was their weak point. Naruto, attack the joints between their body segments. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and target the connections between the sandworms' bodies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, with the high-temperature molten, spiraling shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately striking a sandworm's body joint. When hit, the connection melted partially, causing a noticeable fracture in the sandworm's body. And after struggling a few times, it collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the connection points of the other sandworms' bodies. One by one, the sandworms' bodies broke apart under their attack, losing their ability to move and collapsing onto the sand, turning into piles of rubble. After dealing with the threat of the sandworms, they continued to delve deeper into the desert. After walking for a while, an ancient and mysterious desert ruin appeared before them. Most of the structures of the ruin were buried beneath the sand, with only some towering spires and crumbling walls exposed. Under the sunlight, they exuded an aura of age and mystery. This ruin looked quite old. Perhaps it hid some powerful treasures or secrets inside. Let's go in and take a look, Luffy said, walking towards the entrance of the ruin, with Naruto closely following him. Upon reaching the entrance, they found a large door tightly closed, adorned with various mysterious patterns and runes. These patterns depicted scenes of ancient rituals and battles in the desert, while the runes flickered with a faint light, seemingly guarding the internal space of the ruin, preventing outsiders from entering easily. They began to study the runes around the door. After some exploration and attempts, Luffy tried to inject the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into certain specific runes on the door, while Naruto synchronized his chakra, guiding it in a specific pattern. As the power was slowly infused, the runes on the door gradually lit up with a brighter glow and began to circulate in a particular order. Then, a dull sound was heard, and the door of the ruin slowly opened. Stepping into the ruin, the interior was dimly lit, with only a few rays of light filtering through small gaps high above, barely illuminating the path ahead. The air was filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, and the surrounding walls were covered with murals depicting the lives, beliefs, and stories of the people who once lived in this desert, making one feel as if they had traveled back in time to that distant era. As they slowly moved along the passage, not far in, they heard a low, buzzing sound, as if something was awakening in the darkness. Suddenly, a group of desert scorpions, resembling scorpions but enormous and emanating an eerie blue glow, surged out from all directions. The pincers of these scorpions were incredibly sharp, and the stingers on their tails glimmered with a cold light as they quickly crawled toward Luffy and Naruto. These guys are tough to deal with. Be careful of their stingers, Luffy warned, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the scorpions. The sword energy struck the scorpions, creating sparks against their hard exoskeletons. Although it slowed their movement momentarily, they quickly adjusted their stances and continued their assault. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones dispersing to either attract the scorpion's attention or look for opportunities to attack their eyes and pincers, the vital parts. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying toward the densest cluster of scorpions. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its powerful force engulfed several scorpions, accompanied by a violent explosion. The scorpions were blown apart, their exoskeletons shattered, and their bodies injured, leaking a blue glowing liquid that was clearly toxic. The desert scorpions were enraged, their attacks becoming even more frenzied. Their stingers raised high, they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto, while their pincers swung wildly, trying to clamp down on them. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack with their pincers, the scorpions' exoskeletons briefly opened at their abdomens, exposing their relatively weak underbellies, which had thinner defenses, and the roots of their stingers were also located there. If they could hit that spot, it might incapacitate them. Naruto attacked the exposed parts of their abdomens. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the vital spots on the desert scorpion's abdomens. The main body of Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in flames accurately struck one of the desert scorpion's vulnerable underbellies. After being hit, the scorpion's abdomen was partially charred, and its stinger drooped, struggling a few times before collapsing to the ground, no longer moving. Taking the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the vital points of the desert scorpion's abdomens. One by one, the desert scorpions fell to the ground, lifeless, their corpses scattered across the ground, with their blue glowing venom flowing everywhere. After dealing with the desert scorpions, they continued deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0967. Sandy Texture. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper along the passage of the ruins. The passage grew increasingly narrow, and now and then, sand and stones fell from above, creating a rustling sound that felt particularly jarring in the silent environment. Before long, they arrived at a relatively spacious hall, where the vaulted ceiling was extremely high, embedded with gems that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire hall in a dreamlike manner. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested an ancient hourglass. The upper half of the hourglass was filled with golden fine sand, which emitted a gentle light, as if harboring mysterious and powerful energy, slowly flowing downwards. This hourglass looked extraordinary. It might be the most crucial treasure in these ruins. Luffy said this while cautiously approaching the stone platform, with Naruto following closely behind, carefully observing the hourglass and the surrounding situation. Just as they neared the stone platform, the air around them seemed to freeze in an instant, and then sand phantoms surged from every corner of the hall. These phantoms resembled humans, but were composed of flowing sand, their faces indistinct, with only a pair of coldly glowing eyes. They wielded weapons made of sand, such as swords and spears, and surrounded Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful, new enemies," Luffy shouted, swinging the sword of Thunderflame first and executing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning intertwined on the sword, forming light screens in an attempt to block the incoming sand phantoms. However, the sand phantoms passed through the light screens as if unaffected, continuing to rush towards them, their sand weapons stabbing and slashing fiercely. Seeing this, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging towards the sand phantoms to engage them in close combat, trying to disrupt their attack rhythm. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals on the side, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the most concentrated area of sand phantoms. As it flew, the spiral shuriken grew larger, and its powerful force sucked a group of sand phantoms into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the sand phantoms were blown apart, scattering into dust in the air. But before they could catch their breath, the scattered dust quickly gathered again, reforming into sand phantoms, and there were even more than before, surging towards Luffy and Naruto with increasing ferocity. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the sand phantoms launched an attack, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at the points where their bodies connected to their weapons. That might be their weak point. If they could destroy that part, perhaps they could completely disperse them. Naruto attacked the places where their bodies connect to their weapons. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the connection points between the sand phantoms' bodies and their weapons. The main body of Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Liquid Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature Liquid Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames. accurately struck the connection point of one sand phantom's body and weapon. After being hit, the connection point of the phantom's body and weapon instantly exhibited chaotic energy fluctuations, and then the entire phantom burst apart, never to reassemble again. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck with full force at the connection points between the bodies of the Sand Phantoms and their weapons. One by one, the Sand Phantoms dissipated under their attack, eventually all disappearing, restoring calm to the hall. Phew! Finally dealt with those troublesome guys. Let's quickly see what secrets this hourglass holds, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They approached the stone platform and carefully examined the hourglass, discovering that it was covered in intricate runes that glimmered faintly, seemingly resonating with the golden sand inside. The arrangement of the runes followed a certain pattern, as if telling an ancient secret. Just as Luffy reached out to touch the hourglass, a powerful force suddenly surged from it, knocking both of them back several steps. This hourglass has protection. It seems it's not so easy to obtain, Luffy said after steadying himself. They began to study the runes around the hourglass, drawing on their past experiences in breaking seals and their understanding of mysterious powers. Luffy tried to inject the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into some key runes in a specific order. Naruto simultaneously gathered chakra, guiding his energy into the runes according to the corresponding pattern. As the power was slowly infused, the runes on the hourglass gradually shone brighter and began to circulate in a new sequence. The golden sand that had been flowing downward also stopped, and the repelling force around them gradually weakened. It seems to be working. Let's put in more effort, Luffy said, continuing to increase the power infusion. After some effort, the runes on the hourglass glowed magnificently, followed by a gentle humming sound. The protective force completely vanished, and the golden sand resumed its normal flow. Luffy carefully picked up the hourglass. It felt warm to the touch, and he could clearly sense a vast and mysterious power within it, as if this power could control time and space. This hourglass feels very powerful, but I'm not sure how to use it specifically, Naruto said curiously. Well, let's keep it safe for now and search this ruin to see if there are any relevant records to clarify its use, Luffy replied. They secured the hourglass and began to carefully search the surroundings of the hall. Indeed, they discovered an ancient mural on one wall depicting a person holding an hourglass, demonstrating various magical abilities. Some appeared to pause time, making everything around them come to a standstill. Others seemed to open spatial passages, instantly transporting them to other places. There were also some ancient inscriptions nearby, which, although somewhat difficult to interpret, they managed to understand the basic uses of the hourglass. I see. This hourglass is quite a powerful treasure. It might come in handy at a crucial moment, Luffy said excitedly. Yeah, we need to take good care of it. Naruto nodded in agreement. With the hourglass in hand, they continued to explore deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0968. Raft. After Luffy and Naruto left the hall, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along a winding downward passage. The passage became increasingly damp, with water droplets occasionally seeping from the walls, dripping down and echoing in the silence. The ground also became somewhat slippery, requiring them to be extra cautious with each step. As they walked, they came upon an underground lake that emitted a ghostly blue glow. The water was tranquil and deep, with the surface reflecting everything around it like a giant mirror. It had exuded an aura of mystery. In the center of the lake was a small island, on which stood a building resembling a temple. Though much of it was in ruins, still unable to conceal its former grandeur and solemnity. That building on the island looks like it holds many secrets. We need to find a way to get over there, Luffy said, scanning the surroundings for tools to cross the lake. However, there were no boats or anything similar nearby. After a moment of thought, Naruto suggested, how about I use Shadow Clone Jutsu to make a simple raft? With that, he performed the Shadow Clone technique, and many clones worked together to gather some sturdy wood, quickly assembling a makeshift raft. They carefully pushed the raft into the lake and then jumped on it, slowly paddling towards the island in the center. But just as they reached the middle of the lake, the calm water suddenly began to churn violently, with huge waves crashing against the raft, almost capsizing it. Following that, several massive water beasts emerged from the depths of the lake. These creatures resembled crocodiles, but had bodies as large as whales, covered in hard, scaled skin, with sharp bone spines growing along their backs. They opened their enormous jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and sprayed jets of foul-smelling water at Luffy and Naruto on the raft. Steady the raft, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash, sending waves of fiery sword energy towards the water beasts in an attempt to halt their advance. The sword energy struck the beast's tough skin, splashing water everywhere. While it didn't cause significant damage, it did slow their assault. Naruto used Shadow Clone Jutsu to have some clones stabilize the raft while others attacked the beast's vital spots, such as their eyes and mouths. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted as the massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand and was immediately thrown at one of the water beast's heads. The shuriken grew larger as it flew, and the tremendous force struck the beast's head, creating a loud boom. Cracks appeared where it was hit, causing the beast to shake its head in pain and let out an angry roar, intensifying its attacks. The other water beasts also quickened their assault, using their massive bodies to repeatedly slam into the raft, causing it to rock violently on the lake's surface, at risk of being shattered at any moment. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the water beasts swung their tails to initiate a new attack, the area where their bellies met the water was briefly exposed. With thinner scales and weaker defenses there, Naruto attack where their bellies meet the water. That's their weak spot, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack focus, targeting the area where the water beast bellies met the surface. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the fiery, high-temperature shuriken accurately struck one of the water beasts at the weak point where its belly met the water. Upon being hit, the scales on the beast's belly were partially burned, causing it to writhe in pain, its once ferocious attacks suddenly thrown into disarray. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck forcefully at the bellies of the water beasts where they touched the surface of the water. One by one, the water beasts were injured in their abdomens by their attacks, becoming slower in their movements and reducing the power of their attacks significantly. After a fierce battle, they finally drove back these water beasts, and the raft was stabilized thanks to the efforts of the Shadow Clones, continuing to row towards the center of the lake. Soon, they reached the shore and stepped onto the island in the middle of the lake. Upon stepping onto the island, the mysterious and ancient aura grew even stronger as they walked towards the ruined temple. The temple's main door had long been in ruins, hanging crookedly on the doorframe. As they entered the temple, the light was very dim, with only a few beams of light filtering in through the gaps in the roof, barely allowing them to see the general layout inside. In the center of the temple stood a massive stone platform, on which rested a crystal ball emitting a soft blue light. Inside the crystal ball, it seemed as if streams of water were slowly flowing, surrounded by some strange runes that flickered with a faint glow, seemingly responding to the crystal ball and guarding the power within it. This crystal ball feels extraordinary. Perhaps it has powerful abilities just like the treasures we acquired before, Luffy said, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Just as they approached the stone platform to examine the crystal ball, the surrounding air suddenly turned cold. Blue icy beams shot out from the crystal ball, intertwining and gathering in midair, gradually forming several ice puppets. These ice puppets resembled humans, composed of hard blocks of ice, with eyes flashing a chilling light. They wielded ice swords and slowly approached Luffy and Naruto, emanating waves of coldness. Here we go again. It looks like we have to fight another round, Luffy said helplessly, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and preparing for battle. Naruto also performed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the ice puppets to engage them in close combat, trying to disrupt their movements. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of ice puppets. As the spiral shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, its immense power pulling several ice puppets into it, accompanied by a violent explosion that shattered the ice puppets into pieces, sending ice chunks flying everywhere. However, more ice puppets continued to coalesce from the light of the crystal ball, seemingly tireless, surrounding Luffy and Naruto. Moreover, these ice puppets began to coordinate their attacks, with some focusing on frontal assaults while others launched sneak attacks from the sides, leaving the two struggling to keep up. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time these ice puppets swung their ice swords, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at their shoulder and elbow joints, indicating that the ice blocks that were not as tightly connected as in other areas. Perhaps that was their weak point. Naruto attacked their shoulder and elbow joints. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the shoulder and elbow joints of the ice puppets. The main body of Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, with the high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in flames accurately hitting the joint of one ice puppet's shoulder. After being struck, the joint of that puppet's shoulder cracked, causing its body to wobble a few times and disrupting the rhythm of its ice sword attacks. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the shoulder and elbow joints of the other ice puppets. One by one, the ice puppets shattered at their joints under the attack, ultimately crashing to the ground and turning into a pile of ice fragments scattered everywhere. With all the ice puppets dealt with, the runes around the crystal ball flickered a few times, seemingly acknowledging their strength. It seems we've passed the test. We should be able to take this crystal ball now, Luffy said, slowly approaching the stone platform and carefully picking up the crystal ball. It felt icy to the touch, and he could clearly sense a pure and powerful water element contained within, which seemed to carry a magical effect of healing and purification. This crystal ball's power feels quite special. It might come in handy in many ways in the future, Naruto remarked, looking at the crystal ball with delight. They stored the crystal ball and searched around the temple, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything else of greater value. So, they retraced their steps, left the island in the lake, and paddled back to the shore, then exited the area where the underground lake was located, with their newly acquired treasure. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0969. Whispering after Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the underground lake area, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along an increasingly deep and winding passage. Occasionally, eerie winds would echo within the passage, as if the souls of the long past were whispering, sending chills down their spines. Strange glowing moss began to appear on the walls, emitting a faint light that barely illuminated their path, while the stone path beneath their feet grew older, with signs of collapse in some places. Shortly after, they arrived in front of a massive circular chamber. The door to the chamber was tightly shut, covered in a dense array of mysterious runes that flickered with an eerie glow, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, as if pulsating with the heartbeat of life. Warning intruders of danger. The door looked peculiar, but it surely hid something important inside. They had to find a way to open it. Luffy frowned and said, stepping forward to carefully examine the runes on the door. Naruto joined him, and the two studied the grand door for quite some time, drawing on their past experiences with various mysterious runes and breaking seals. Luffy attempted to slowly channel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into some specific key runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously gathered chakra, guiding the energy into the runes in a specific pattern. As the power surged, the runes seemed to awaken, their light flashing violently, swirling and changing at a rapid pace. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoed, and the chamber door slowly creaked open, releasing a dense and mysterious aura that invigorated their senses. Stepping into the chamber, it was dimly lit, with only a stone platform in the center emitting a soft glow. On the platform lay an ancient scroll, its paper a rustic yellow, covered in complex patterns and obscure writings, emanating powerful energy fluctuations, as if containing significant secrets from the ancient times of this ruin and even this continent. This scroll feels extraordinary. It might record some powerful spell or the origins of this ruin, Luffy remarked as he approached the stone platform, with Naruto closely following, equally curious about the scroll. Just as they were nearing the platform, the ground of the chamber suddenly trembled violently, and several tall, stone golems emerged slowly from the surrounding walls. These golems were imposing, made entirely of hard rock, with mysterious patterns carved into every stone. Their eyes glowed red, exuding a cold, ruthless aura as they approached Luffy and Naruto with heavy steps. It seems some guys want to stop us from taking this scroll. Let's take care of them first, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword first, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword transformed into sharp sword energy, striking towards the rushing stone golems. The sword energy hit the golems, creating sparks on their hard, rocky bodies, leaving only shallow scratches, but it caught the attention of the golems. which quickened their pace and swung their sturdy stone arms towards Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some went to grab the golem's arms, trying to restrict their movements, while others waited for the right moment to attack the golem's legs and joints. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand and shot towards the most concentrated group of golems. The shuriken expanded as it flew, powerful energy drawing several golems into it, followed by a violent explosion that sent fragments flying and left some cracks in their bodies. But they continued to advance towards Luffy and Naruto without stopping. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the golems swung their arms to attack, there would be a brief energy fluctuation where their arms connected to their bodies, indicating that the rock structure there was relatively loose. Perhaps that was their weak spot. Naruto, attack the area where their arms connect to their bodies. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack focus, aiming for the joints where the golem's arms connected to their bodies. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken, with a high-temperature lava-infused shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately striking the connection point of one golem's arm and body. Upon impact, the rock there melted partially, slowing the golem's attack and causing its body to wobble. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck forcefully at the joints connecting the arms and bodies of the stone puppets. One by one, the stone puppets suffered damage at the points where their arms connected to their bodies, significantly reducing their attack power. And some even became extremely inconvenient to move due to losing control of their arms. After a tough battle, they finally repelled all the stone puppets, which fell to the ground with a crash, turning into piles of rubble scattered across the floor of the secret chamber. Phew, we finally dealt with these big guys. Let us quickly take a look at that scroll, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They walked over to the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the scroll, slowly unfurling it to examine its contents closely. The scroll contained records of some long-lost powerful spells, which involved the ultimate application of various elemental powers, as well as detailed origins of the desert ruins and an introduction to the mysterious power system that once lay hidden deep within this continent. For them, it was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure of knowledge. The contents of this scroll are incredibly useful. If we can master these spells, our strength will definitely increase significantly, Naruto said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yeah, but these spells seem quite complex. We'll need to study and practice them slowly, Luffy replied, carefully putting the scroll away as he spoke. After securing the scroll, they searched the secret chamber thoroughly to see if there were any other overlooked treasures or valuable clues. But unfortunately, they did not find anything more. Then let us continue deeper into the ruins. There might be more surprises waiting for us, Luffy suggested. All right, let us go. Naruto nodded in agreement. Thus, filled with anticipation, they headed towards the passage outside the secret chamber. Chapter 0970. Water Screen. After Luffy and Naruto left the secret room, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along the passage. The passage grew increasingly quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the dead silence, as if each step was knocking on the door to a deeper mystery. As they walked, they came to a fork in the road, with two passages leading in different directions. Both passages were dimly lit, exuding an elusive aura that made it hard to discern which path to take. This is a bit tricky. I have no idea which way is the right one, Naruto said, scratching his head. Luffy carefully observed the entrances of the two passages and noticed faint, indistinct scratches on the wall of the left passage, as if something had frequently passed by, leaving traces behind. Meanwhile, the ground of the right passage shimmered with peculiar glimmers, hinting at some mysterious secrets hidden there. How about we split up and explore? This way we can be more efficient, and if we encounter danger, we can shout loudly, so the other can come to support quickly, Luffy proposed after pondering for a moment. Well, it seems we have no other choice. I'll go left, you go right, but be careful, Naruto replied, then headed towards the left passage, while Luffy tightened his grip on the Rain Sword and stepped into the right passage. As for Naruto, he slowly advanced along the left passage. The further he went, the more pronounced the scratches became, and the surrounding air grew somewhat hot, as if there were an invisible heat source ahead. Before long, the passage opened up to reveal a massive lava cave. The cave was filled with flowing lava, which bubbled and surged, occasionally splashing sparks and radiating an intense heat that cast the entire cave in a crimson glow. In the center of the cave stood a stone platform formed from solidified lava, upon which lay a gem emitting a scorching red light. It appeared as if flames were burning fiercely within the gem, and the powerful fire elemental energy continuously radiated outward, keeping the temperature around it high. This gem looks like it contains immense power. It must be the treasure of this cave, but getting it won't be easy, Naruto thought to himself. Just as he was about to approach the stone platform, several enormous lava giants surged up from lava. These lava giants were composed entirely of boiling lava, their bodies continuously flowing with molten liquid. With every step they took, they left burning footprints on the ground. Their eyes resembled two burning coals, radiating a fierce light as they swung their massive lava arms towards Naruto. Naruto hurriedly performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones scattered and charged at the lava giants. Some attempted to grab the giants' arms to restrict their movements, while others targeted the giants' legs and joints, aiming for critical points. Meanwhile, the original Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, which he immediately threw at one of the lava giant's legs. The shuriken grew larger as it flew, and the powerful impact struck the giant's leg, creating a booming sound. Lava splashed from the point of impact, causing the giant to wobble slightly, but it quickly steadied itself and continued to attack. The lava giants were enraged, and their attacks became more ferocious as they smashed their lava arms down, sending large splashes of lava flying towards Naruto and his clones. At the same time, some giants leaned down, attempting to crush Naruto and his clones with their massive bodies. During the battle, Naruto noticed that every time these lava giants raised their arms to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at their shoulder positions, where the flow of lava seemed to become momentarily chaotic. Perhaps that was their weak point. Clones attack their shoulder positions. That's where they're vulnerable, Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, the shadow clones immediately changed their attack direction and targeted the shoulder areas of the lava giants. The original Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the lava giant's shoulders. After being hit, the lava at the giant's shoulder exhibited noticeable fluctuations, causing its arm's attacking motion to slow down and its body to start swaying. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto directed his clones to continue attacking the shoulders of the other giants, while he unleashed Sage Art, Super-Tailed Beast Bomb, smashing it down on a giant that was about to topple, successfully obliterating it into a puddle of flowing lava. After a fierce battle, Naruto finally dealt with all the lava giants, and the temperature in the cave dropped slightly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached the stone platform, successfully obtaining the gem that radiated a scorching red light. It felt extremely hot in his hand, and he could clearly sense the immense fire elemental power contained within, a force that seemed capable of incinerating everything. This gem is truly a great find. I'll show it to Luffy when we meet up later, Naruto thought happily. After carefully storing the gem, he began to walk back through the passage, preparing to reunite with Luffy. Now, looking at Luffy's side, after stepping into the right passage, the glimmers inside the passage grew brighter, and the surrounding air became increasingly humid, as if he was in a world filled with mist. As he walked, he encountered a dreamlike water illusion. Countless crystal-clear water curtains displayed various marvelous scenes, some depicting the vibrant underwater world, while others showcased a tranquil forest in the rain, captivating him. However, Luffy knew that behind this seemingly beautiful scenery lay hidden dangers. He gripped the Rain sword tightly, vigilantly observing everything around him. Just then, several elegantly shaped water spirits suddenly sprang from the water curtains. They seemed to be formed from pure water, with beautiful faces and light figures, wielding water-blue ribbons that danced in the air, transforming into streams of water, arrows shooting towards Luffy. Luffy hurriedly waved the Sword of Thunder and Flame, executing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, transforming into screens of light that blocked the incoming water arrows. As the water arrows struck the light screens, they instantly turned into droplets and scattered. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the water spirits changed their formation, coordinating with each other. Some continued to release water arrows, while others cast spells that caused the surrounding water screens to start spinning, forming huge water tornadoes that swept towards Luffy. Luffy dodged the pull of the water tornado while searching for the water spirit's weaknesses. During his evasion, he noticed that after each round of attacks, there was a brief energy fluctuation around their waists, which might be their vital point. "Humph, I found your weakness," Luffy declared as he unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, aiming for the water spirit's waists. The sword energy struck the waists of the water spirits, causing their bodies to instantaneously exhibit chaotic energy fluctuations, and the water arrows and water tornadoes in their hands dissipated significantly, greatly reducing the power of their attacks. The water spirits were enraged. They began to gather together, consolidating all their water power to form a massive water sphere, which contained immense water pressure, rolling toward Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy inserted the sword of Thunderfire into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the blade into the earth, forming a solid energy barrier in an attempt to withstand the impact of the water sphere. At the same time, he unleashed the flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power on the sword and slashing of the water sphere, trying to disrupt its structure from the inside. Under Luffy's vigorous resistance, the water sphere ultimately couldn't hold up, shattering with a loud bang and turning into a shower of water droplets. The water spirits, having exhausted their strength, became ethereal and eventually disappeared. As the water spirits vanished, the surrounding water curtain illusion gradually dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the passage. Luffy continued forward, and soon discovered a stone platform at the end of the passage, emanating a soft blue light. On the platform lay a crystal-clear water gem, within which clear water seemed to flow gently, radiating pure and powerful water elemental energy. "Found it!" Luffy exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to carefully pick up the water gem. It felt icy to the touch, and he could sense the tranquil and vast power within it, which seemed to possess the miraculous ability to nourish all things and purify everything. After securing the water gem, Luffy retraced his steps along the passage, preparing to reunite with Naruto. Before long, the two met again at a fork in the road. "How's it going on your side? I found this, it's amazing." Naruto eagerly took out the fire elemental gem to show Luffy. Luffy also smiled and took out the water gem, saying, "I have gained quite a bit as well." It seems neither of these paths was the wrong choice. The two shared their experiences and gains, filled with joy in their hearts, and then walked together towards the exit of the ruins. Chapter 0971, Strolling. Luffy and Naruto, armed with the newly acquired fire element gem and water element gem, successfully emerged from the desert ruins. The scorching sun outside continued to bake the earth, and the hot sand in the desert made a faint rustling sound underfoot, as if recounting their extraordinary experiences during this exploration. After a brief rest, they set off towards the vast jungle in the southern part of the continent. Along the way, the scenery transitioned from the desolate sandy terrain to the lush, vibrant jungle. Tall trees towered overhead, blocking out the sun, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light. Various birds chirped happily on the branches, and many cute little animals frolicked in the grass, filling the entire jungle with the vitality of nature. However, they understood that deep within this seemingly peaceful jungle, numerous unknown dangers were undoubtedly lurking. Not long after, they heard a deep roar coming from the depths of the jungle, carrying a fierce aura. Suddenly, a massive black panther leaped out from the trees. Its fur was sleek and shiny, resembling black satin, with mysterious patterns faintly visible on its coat. Its eyes sparkled with sharp, cold light like emeralds, and it opened its large maw, revealing sharp fangs, lunging fiercely towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted quickly, immediately wielding the Thunderfire sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword transformed into sharp sword energy, striking towards the Black Panther. The sword energy hit the Black Panther, creating sparks on its fur. The panther yelped in pain, twisting in midair and landing on the ground not far away, but it did not retreat. Instead, it paced back and forth around the two, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, causing numerous shadow clones to scatter and surround the Black Panther from different directions, trying to disrupt its line of sight and limit its movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and after the massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, he immediately threw it towards the Black Panther. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, generating a powerful gust of wind as it swept towards the panther. The Black Panther sensed danger, leaping suddenly to evade the attack of the spiral shuriken, but still got grazed by its edge, letting out a cry of pain as it fell heavily to the ground. Several wounds appearing on its body, staining the surrounding grass with blood. The Black Panther was thoroughly enraged, letting out an even fiercer roar. The mysterious patterns on its body suddenly flickered with a faint light, and then its speed drastically increased, darting between the shadow clones like a bolt of black lightning, instantly breaking through their encirclement and lunging again towards Luffy and Naruto, its sharp claws slicing through the air, leaving trails of cold light as if capable of tearing everything apart. During this round of attack from the Black Panther, Luffy noticed that each time it leaped high to pounce, its abdomen would briefly expose itself, where the fur was relatively thin and the defense weaker. "Naruto, attack its abdomen. That's its weak point," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the Black Panther's abdomen. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the panther's abdomen. After being struck, the panther's fur in that area was scorched and it rolled in pain, its attacking power significantly weakened. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the Black Panther's abdomen. A large gash was opened on the panther's belly and black blood gushed out. It struggled a few times before finally collapsing to the ground, motionless. Phew, this Black Panther was quite formidable. It almost gave us a hard time. Luffy wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Yeah, it seems like the creatures in this jungle are not simple. We need to be careful," Naruto responded. They continued deeper into the jungle, and soon they came across a swamp. The swamp was filled with murky, muddy water, and bubbles occasionally surfaced, making a gurgling sound. The surrounding trees grew crookedly, with some vines hanging down from the branches, swaying gently in the wind as if enticing them to come closer. "This swamp doesn't look easy to cross. We need to find a safe route around it or figure out a way to get through," Luffy said, frowning. Just as they were observing the swamp, several thick vines suddenly emerged from the muddy water, covered in sharp barbs, whipping towards them like agile whips. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly stepped back to evade the vines' attack. "These troublesome creatures again. It seems like something in the swamp is controlling the vines," Naruto said. While dodging the attacks of the vines, they kept an eye on the direction from which the vines were striking, trying to locate the controller. After some observation, Luffy noticed that most of the vines were extending from a central area of the swamp, where the muddy water was more turbulent, presumably the source. "Naruto, attack that area in the center of the swamp where the water is churning. That should be where the creature controlling the vines is," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, and threw it towards the center of the swamp. The spinning shuriken grew larger as it flew, and upon landing in the center of the swamp, it caused a violent explosion, sending mud and water splattering everywhere. The surrounding vines immediately ceased their attacks, collapsing limp into the swamp. But before they could catch their breath, a massive mud monster slowly emerged from the murky water. The mud monster was enormous, its body composed of thick muddy water and sludge, mixed with branches, leaves, and other debris. It had huge muddy hands, and its eyes glowed like two dim flames, glaring fiercely at Luffy and Naruto as it let out a deep roar before swinging its muddy hands towards them. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming layers of light screens that attempted to block the mud monster's attack. The light screens collided with the muddy hands, splashing large amounts of mud and water. Although the mud monster's attack was slightly delayed, it continued to advance toward them, causing the swampy ground to tremble violently with each step it took. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging toward the mud monster. Some tried to grab the mud monster's arms to restrict its movements, while others seized the opportunity to attack various parts of its body. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted as a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand and was immediately thrown at the mud monster. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew. The high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in flames struck the mud monster's body, scorching a part of it and causing some of the mud to dry up. The mud monster let out a painful roar, and its attacks became even more frenzied. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the mud monster swung its muddy hands to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its chest area, where the mud structure was relatively loose. Perhaps that was its weak point. Naruto, attack its chest area. That's its weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the mud monster's chest. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, and threw it at the mud monster's chest. The super large Rasengan accurately hit the mud monster's chest, scattering the mud there significantly, causing the mud monster's body to sway and its movements to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck at the mud monster's chest with all his might. The mud in its chest was completely broken apart, and the massive body of the mud monster crashed down, splashing mud and water everywhere before slowly sinking into the swamp, disappearing from sight. Finally dealt with that big guy. Let's hurry and leave this swamp, Luffy said. They carefully followed the edge of the swamp, finding a relatively safe place to bypass it, and continued deeper into the jungle. As they went further in, the mysterious aura in the jungle grew denser, with various rare flowers, grasses, and trees appearing before them, along with ancient stone tablets and remnants of ruins hidden among the grass, as if telling the long history of this jungle and the stories that once took place. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a valley surrounded by waterfalls. A thin mist of water filled the valley, creating beautiful rainbows under the sunlight. The sound of the waterfall crashing down was as loud as thunder, adding a grand and mysterious atmosphere to the entire valley. In the center of the valley stood an ancient temple, its architectural style both simple and elegant, although some parts had become dilapidated over the years. Its former grandeur and majesty could still be seen. The temple's large door was tightly closed, adorned with various mysterious patterns and runes. These patterns depicted sacrificial rituals and mythical beasts from ancient times within the jungle, while the runes emitted a faint glow, seemingly guarding the interior of the temple and preventing outsiders from entering easily. This temple looks like the key to this jungle. It must hide a lot of good things inside. Let's find a way to get in and take a look, Luffy said as he walked toward the temple door, with Naruto closely following behind. Chapter 0972. The demon monkey Luffy and Naruto arrived at the entrance of the temple, first carefully examining the patterns and runes on the door. The runes flickered unpredictably, as if they had a life of their own, silently observing the two uninvited guests. Luffy tried to bring the sword of Thunder Flame close to the door, wanting to see if the power and runes on the sword would react in any way. As the sword approached, the glow of the runes indeed changed, flickering at an accelerated rate, and a faint force emanated from the door, seemingly resisting their approach. It seemed they had to use the old method, try to inject power into these runes to see if they could open the door. Luffy said, then focused his mind, slowly injecting the power of the Sword of Thunder Flame into some of the more critical runes on the door. Naruto also gathered chakra in sync, guiding the power into the runes according to past experience and specific patterns. As the power continued to be injected, the glow of the runes intensified and the flow accelerated. The resisting force made both of them feel a bit strained, as if the presence behind the door was fiercely guarding its territory. However, they did not give up and continued to increase the power being delivered. Finally, accompanied by a muffled sound, the tightly closed door slowly opened, and an ancient and mysterious aura rushed out. Inside, the light was dim, with only a few beams of light filtering through gaps above, barely illuminating the path ahead. Stepping into the temple, the walls around were covered with colorful but still exquisite murals. The murals depicted the grand scenes of the ancient people living in this jungle, conducting rituals, dressed in strange attire, dancing around some gigantic and peculiar divine beasts, praying for good weather and peace for their tribe. The scenes were vivid, making one feel as if they had traveled back to that distant era. As they walked slowly along the corridor, not far in, they heard a rustling sound, as if something was moving quickly in the shadows. Suddenly, a group of jungle demon monkeys, resembling monkeys but much larger and covered in sharp spines, rushed out from all directions. Their eyes glinted with cunning and fierce light, emitting sharp cries from their mouths while waving their sharp claws, charging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy imbued with flames and lightning towards the horde of demon monkeys. The sword energy struck the demon monkeys, causing sparks to fly from their spines. Although it slowed their charge momentarily, it also enraged them, making their attacks even more frenzied. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone jutsu, creating numerous shadow clones that spread out to engage the demon monkeys in close combat. Some grabbed the monkeys' arms, trying to restrict their movements. Others waited for the right moment to attack vital points like the monkeys' eyes and throats. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and after the massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, it shot towards the densest part of the demon monkey group. As it flew, the spiral shuriken grew larger, and its immense power sucked in several demon monkeys, followed by a violent explosion that sent their spines flying, causing them to scream and fall to the ground. However, the number of demon monkeys was overwhelming, and they were extremely agile, leaping around the temple's corners and constantly changing their attack angles, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the demon monkeys leaped high to attack, their abdomens would briefly be exposed, lacking the protective spines and relatively vulnerable. Naruto attacked their abdomens. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the monkeys' abdomens. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately struck one of the demon monkey's abdomens. The monkey was instantly scorched, curling up in pain before plummeting from the air, struggling a few times before going still. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck forcefully towards the abdomen of the other demon monkeys. One by one, the demon monkeys were injured in their abdomens by his attacks, losing their combat effectiveness and collapsing to the ground, motionless. In no time, the ground was littered with the corpses of demon monkeys. After eliminating the threat posed by the demon monkeys, they continued deeper into the temple. Soon, they arrived at a spacious hall where a massive stone platform stood in the center. On the platform rested a staff emanating a vibrant green light, crafted from an unknown type of wood, embedded with several translucent green gems. It seemed as if threads of life force were flowing within the gems. An entire staff radiated a powerful and mysterious aura, making one feel that by grasping it, they could control the vitality of the jungle itself. This staff was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, but obtaining it would likely require considerable effort. As Luffy gazed at the staff, his heart was filled with both anticipation and concern. Just as they approached the stone platform, the ground around them suddenly lit up with green beams of light, which spread along specific patterns, quickly outlining a complex magic circle. Once activated, many vines surged from the circle, rapidly growing and becoming incredibly thick. They intertwined with each other, wrapping around Luffy and Naruto in an attempt to bind them. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming a series of light curtains that severed some of the approaching vines. However, the vines continued to grow incessantly, wrapping around them more and more, and it seemed they were about to be completely trapped. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones sprang into action. Some pulled the vines, attempting to stop them from continuing to entangle, while others sought the roots of the vines, aiming to destroy their growth at the source. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the center of the magic circle. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its immense power struck the magic circle, causing a violent clash of energy. The magic circle flickered with light, and the growth speed of the vines temporarily slowed down. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy carefully observed the magic circle and noticed that the energy was emanating from several specific nodes, maintaining the continuous growth of the vines. If they could destroy these nodes, perhaps they could stop the vine's growth and break the magic circle. Naruto attacked those glowing nodes on the magic circle. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the energy nodes on the magic circle. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately struck one of the energy nodes. After being hit, the node's light instantly became chaotic, and the surrounding vines also wilted, significantly slowing their growth. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the other energy nodes. Under their combined attack, the nodes on the magic circle were destroyed one by one, the light gradually dimming and the vines stopped growing, ultimately withering away and falling to the ground in a pile of debris. Phew, we finally dealt with this magic circle. Let's hurry and grab the staff, Luffy said, breathing a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the staff, radiating a green glow. It felt warm to the touch, and he could clearly sense the immense life force contained within it, as if everything around was becoming more vibrant under the influence of this power. The power of this staff is amazing. It will definitely come in handy in the future, Naruto said, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at the staff. They stored the staff safely and checked around the hall, but unfortunately, they did not find anything else of greater value. So, they retraced their steps, leaving the temple and continuing deeper into the jungle. Chapter 0973. Crystal clear after Luffy and Naruto walked out of the temple with the newly acquired staff. They continued deeper into the jungle. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, creating patches of light, while the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of earth. Not long after, they heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, a clear stream appeared before them, the water flowing over stones and splashing up sparkling droplets. However, just as they were about to approach the stream, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, and a few water spirits resembling mermaids, but with sharp claws and pointed teeth sprang out. These water spirits had hair that flowed like seaweed, and their eyes shimmered with an eerie blue light. They let out sharp cries and swiftly swam towards Luffy and Naruto, their claws glinting in the sunlight, ready to attack. Luffy quickly reacted, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The powerful sword energy struck towards the water demons, creating a splash as it collided with the water surface. The water demons nimbly dodged the sword attack and then leaped out of the water, clawing at Luffy's face. Seeing this, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, sending multiple clones charging at the water demons to engage them in close combat. The real Naruto quickly made hand signs, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the group of water demons, its immense power creating huge waves in the stream, pulling several water demons into the chaos, severely injuring them. However, they did not retreat, instead attacking even more fiercely. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the water demons attacked, a patch of light blue scales briefly exposed on their backs, where the defense seemed weaker. Naruto, attack the light blue scales on their backs. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the weak points on the water demons' backs. The real Naruto then used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava spiral shuriken accurately hit the light blue scales on one water demon's back. The water demon let out a painful scream. Smoke began to rise from its body, and after struggling a few times, it sank to the bottom of the water. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the weak points on the backs of the water demons. One by one, the water demons were injured and sank to the bottom, and the stream gradually returned to calm. After eliminating the threat of the water demons, they continued along the stream, hoping to uncover deeper secrets about the jungle. As they ventured further, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, the trees taller and denser, with sunlight barely penetrating the layers of branches and leaves, casting the ground into darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a swamp filled with thick fog appeared ahead, emanating a foul odor that made one want to gag. Luffy and Naruto cautiously approached the edge of the swamp, trying to find a safe path to cross. However, the swamp seemed to conceal some mysterious power, with bubbles of swamp gas rising and making gurgling sounds, as if warning them not to come too close. Just as they hesitated, several enormous tentacles suddenly emerged from the swamp, thick as pythons and covered in disgusting slime, swiftly curling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, forming powerful light barriers that attempted to sever the incoming tentacles. However, the strength of the tentacles was immense, and the light barriers merely obstructed their advance for a moment before being easily broken through. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones charged at the tentacles. Some tried to grab the tentacles to restrict their movement, while others looked for opportunities to attack the roots of the tentacles. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art. Wind Release. Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. Naruto once again unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, and a massive spiral shuriken flew toward the roots of the tentacles. The tremendous power caused a violent explosion in the swamp, sending mud and water flying everywhere, and the roots of the tentacles sustained some damage, slightly slowing their attack speed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the tentacles, there were brief energy fluctuations at the points where they connected to the swamp, which might be their weakness. Naruto, attack the points where the tentacles connect to the swamp. That's the weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital points of the tentacles. The main body of Naruto unleashed Sage Art. Melt Release Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in intense flames, accurately struck the point where a tentacle connected to the swamp, instantly melting that area with high heat, causing the tentacle to collapse weakly into the swamp. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the vital points of the other tentacles with all his might. Under their combined attack, the tentacles were severed one after another, retreating back into the swamp and never reappearing. After a fierce battle, they finally escaped the dangers of the swamp and continued deeper into the jungle. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding environment became even more eerie and terrifying, with various strange sounds echoing in their ears, sending chills down their spines. They proceeded cautiously when suddenly, an ancient and dilapidated castle appeared before them. The walls of the castle were covered in moss and vines. The gates were tightly shut, exuding a mysterious and oppressive aura. This castle seemed to have some history. Perhaps it hid some secrets inside. Let's go in and take a look, Luffy said, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and determination. Naruto nodded, and the two walked towards the castle's main gate. As they approached the gate, the runes on it suddenly emitted a faint glow, as if scrutinizing them. Luffy attempted to channel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into the runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously gathered chakra, directing the energy into the runes in a specific pattern. As the power was infused, the glow of the runes gradually intensified, and the gates slowly opened, releasing a wave of stale air. They entered the castle, where the lighting was dim, with only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the broken roof, barely illuminating their path. Dust filled the castle's hall, with old tables, chairs, and armor scattered around, and faded portraits hanging on the walls. The faces in the portraits were blurred, as if telling a story of forgotten history. They continued deeper into the castle and arrived at the staircase. As they slowly ascended the stairs, each step creaked loudly, sounding particularly jarring in the silence of the environment. When they reached the second floor, they suddenly heard a chilling laughter echoing throughout the entire level. Immediately afterward, several ghostly figures emerged from the darkness. These ghosts were transparent, emitting a ghostly blue light, their eyes hollow and devoid of emotion, yet radiating an evil aura as they floated toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Strike, directing the sword energy towards the ghost. However, the sword energy passed straight through the ghost's body, causing no harm. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and the Shadow Clones rushed towards the ghost, only to find they couldn't touch it at all. The ghosts easily passed through the bodies of the Shadow Clones and continued to approach them. In this urgent moment, Luffy suddenly recalled reading about ghosts in an ancient book, which said that ghosts were afraid of pure energy and powerful spiritual strength. Naruto, concentrate your chakra into a pure energy sphere and see if you can attack them, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately began to gather chakra, compressing it into a bright energy sphere and throwing it towards the ghost. The moment the energy sphere made contact with the ghost let out a painful cry, and its body began to become blurry. Effective. Keep attacking, Luffy shouted. Naruto continued to gather chakra, creating more energy spheres to attack the ghosts. Luffy also unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, transforming the power of his sword into a pure energy form, and attacked the ghosts alongside Naruto. Under their combined assault, the ghosts' bodies gradually dissipated until they finally vanished, and the second floor of the castle returned to calm. They continued to explore the castle, hoping to find something valuable or a clue. Chapter 0974, Disperse. They proceeded along the corridor of the second floor of the castle, where the torches on the walls flickered ominously, as if they could go out at any moment. Suddenly, a chill wind blew through, sending shivers down their spines, and a door not far ahead began to sway slowly, creaking as if something was calling to them. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and cautiously walked towards the door. As they approached, the intricate carvings on the door flickered with an eerie light, seemingly warning them to stay away. Luffy took a deep breath and reached out to push the door open. Behind the door was a spacious room filled with a strong stench of decay. In the center stood a massive coffin, covered in strange symbols and patterns, surrounded by ghostly flames emitting a greenish glow. The flames flickered, casting a terrifying scene in the room. There can't be some powerful monster sealed inside, right? Naruto whispered, a hint of tension in his eyes. Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder, watching the coffin warily, and said, "No matter what's inside, we have to be careful." Just as they were speaking, the coffin suddenly shook violently, and the ghostly flames became even more intense, as if a powerful force was about to break the seal. Soon after, the coffin lid was lifted by tremendous force and crashed heavily to the ground, making a dull thud. A tall demon, shrouded in black mist, slowly rose from the coffin. Its eyes were like blood-red lanterns, emitting a bloodthirsty glow, and two sharp fangs protruded from its mouth. Its hands had sharp claws, with nails like black blades. "Foolish humans, how dare you invade my territory? You will become my sacrifices." The demon roared, its voice shaking the entire room. And then it swung its claws, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, and a powerful sword energy struck towards the demon. However, the demon merely waved its claws lightly, dispersing the sword energy and continuing to approach them. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones charged at the demon, attempting to distract its attention. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the demon, exploding with tremendous force upon impact and stirring up a cloud of dust. The demon emerged from the dust. Although it bore some minor wounds, it was not severely injured and instead roared in anger. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after the demon attacked with its claws, a black energy vortex briefly appeared on its chest, where the energy fluctuations were most intense. Perhaps that was its vital point. Naruto attacked the black energy vortex on its chest. That is its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and focus on the demon's vital area on its chest. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Raisin Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the demon's black energy vortex on its chest. The demon let out a painful howl, its body swaying slightly, and its attack rhythm was disrupted. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck with all his might at the demon's vital point in the chest. The demon's chest was cut open, black mist pouring out from the wound, and its body began to weaken. After a fierce battle, they finally drove the demon back, which transformed into a cloud of black mist and returned to the coffin. The symbols on the coffin glowed again, sealing the demon inside. They gasped for breath and rested for a moment in the room before continuing to explore other parts of the castle. Deep within the castle, they discovered a hidden entrance to a basement. The entrance was blocked by a massive stone slab covered in mysterious runes. Luffy and Naruto worked together to push the slab aside, and a musty, damp air rushed toward them. They slowly descended the stairs into the basement, which was dark and humid, with walls covered in moss and unknown insects. At the end of the basement, they found an ancient treasure chest, inlaid with various precious gems that emitted a faint glow as if beckoning them. "This chest must contain some treasure. Let's carefully open it and see," Luffy said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Naruto nodded, and the two cautiously approached the chest. When they opened it, a bright light shot out, illuminating the entire basement. Inside the chest lay an ancient book and a crystal ball radiating mysterious power. Luffy picked up a book and opened it, discovering that it contained long-lost magic and powerful skills. This knowledge was undoubtedly a tremendous treasure for them. Naruto picked up a crystal ball, which felt icy to the touch. He could sense a mysterious and powerful force within it, seemingly capable of enhancing one's abilities or breaking certain mysterious seals. What a great haul this time, Naruto said happily. Yes, these items will definitely be a big help for our future adventures. Let's keep them safe and continue exploring, Luffy said, carefully placing the book into his pocket. With their newly acquired treasures, they left the basement and continued to search for other secrets and treasures within the castle. Chapter 0975. Crisp after leaving the basement. Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration in the castle. They walked along a narrow corridor where cold droplets of water occasionally dripped from the walls, creating a crisp sound in the silence, making the already eerie atmosphere even more tense. Soon, they reached a tightly closed stone door at the end of the corridor. The door was carved with a large scene of war, and the figures within the image were lifelike, as if telling a long-buried history. Luffy stepped forward to observe closely, noticing that there were some tiny grooves along the edge of the door, which seemed to have a subtle connection to a kind of mysterious rune they had seen elsewhere in the castle. Naruto, look at these grooves. They might be related to the runes we saw before. Perhaps they are the key to opening this door, Luffy said, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Naruto also leaned in closer, examining the grooves on the stone door, and said, "Yeah, I think it looks a bit similar. Let's try to channel the power of those runes into them." Luffy brought the Thunder Flame sword close to the door, concentrating as he tried to slowly infuse the mysterious energy from the sword into the grooves of the door according to the patterns of the runes they had seen before. Naruto, meanwhile, gathered his chakra, guiding it along specific paths to resonate with the sword's power. As the energy was infused, the carvings on the stone door gradually emitted a faint glow, and the figures in the war scene seemed to come alive, beginning to move and emit low growls and the sounds of clashing weapons. Soon, the door slowly opened, and a more ancient and mysterious aura rushed out. Behind the door was a massive, circular room, with a very high ceiling embedded with countless gems that flickered with strange light. These gems formed various mysterious constellations, as if displaying the secrets of the entire universe in this room. The floor of a room was adorned with a gigantic magic circle, radiating a soft blue light, and in the center stood a delicate stone pedestal, upon which rested a small golden box. The box was engraved with intricate patterns, each line flowing with a faint golden glow, seemingly containing endless mysterious power. "That box looks extraordinary. It might contain something crucial," Luffy said as he and Naruto cautiously approached the stone pedestal. However, as soon as they stepped into the magic circle, the surrounding air instantly turned bone-chillingly cold, and the blue light of the magic circle became even more dazzling. A group of ghostly mages in white robes, wielding ice-blue staffs, emerged from the circle. These ghostly mages were semi-transparent, with expressionless faces, their eyes glowing with a chilling light, staring intently at Luffy and Naruto, chanting incantations, and gathering powerful ice magic energy in their staffs. "Be careful, these ghostly mages are tough to deal with," Luffy shouted, unleashing the flame thunder slash first, intertwining the fire and lightning from the sword into powerful light screens, attempting to block the ice magic attacks from the ghostly mages. Naruto quickly used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the ghostly mages to disrupt their casting rhythm. The original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken," Naruto yelled, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the most concentrated group of ghostly mages. The spiral shuriken expanded as it flew, its powerful force engulfing several ghostly mages. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the ghostly mages were scattered, but soon reformed and continued their attacks, which became more fierce and precise, with ice magic pouring down on Luffy and Naruto like a torrential rain. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each spell cast by the ghostly mages, the gems at the tops of their staffs briefly dimmed, which might be the key to their casting and also their weakness. "Naruto, attack the gems at the tops of their staffs. That's their weak point," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and target the gems at the tops of the ghostly mages' staffs. The original Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, with a high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in flames. accurately striking one of the gems at the top of a ghostly mage's staff. The gem shattered upon impact, causing the staff to lose its glow, and the ghostly mage's body began to become ethereal before ultimately dissipating into the air. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the gems atop the other ghost mages' staves. One by one, the ghost mages were defeated as their staves were destroyed, losing their combat abilities and turning into clouds of white mist that vanished without a trace. The blue light of the magic circle gradually returned to normal. Phew, finally dealt with these guys. Let's hurry and check out that box, Luffy said with a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the golden box. It felt warm to the touch, and he could clearly sense a mysterious and peaceful power within, as if this power could dispel all evil and darkness in the world. Naruto curiously looked at the box and asked, "Luffy, what do you think is inside this box?" Luffy shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either, but it must be something very precious. Let's find a safe place to open it and take a look." So, they took the golden box and retraced their steps, leaving the mysterious room behind as they continued to search for an exit in the castle, preparing to leave this dangerous and enigmatic place to explore more unknown realms, accumulating strength to safeguard the peace of the continent and face new challenges. After leaving the castle, they entered a dense forest. The trees in the forest were tall and straight, with lush branches and leaves, and sunlight could only filter through the gaps in the layers of foliage, creating patches of light. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, crunching underfoot, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and earth. They followed a winding path when suddenly a melodious flute sound echoed from deep within the forest. The flute's tune was enchanting and ethereal, as if it possessed a magical power that irresistibly drew them closer. That flute sound is so strange. It seems to be attracting us. Could there be some danger? Naruto said cautiously. Luffy furrowed his brows and said, "It does sound a bit strange, but let's carefully go over and take a look. Maybe we can discover some clues." They walked in the direction of the flute music, and soon they saw a woman in a white robe sitting under a large tree. The woman had a beautiful face, her eyes clear and bright, and she held a jade flute in her hand, playing a melodious tune. Surrounding her were colorful butterflies, dancing gracefully as if accompanying her flute music, creating a scene that resembled a beautiful fairyland. "You finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The woman stopped playing, smiled at Luffy and Naruto, her voice gentle and sweet. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances filled with doubt. Luffy asked, "Who are you? Why are you here waiting for us?" The woman stood up, gently brushing off the fallen leaves from her body, and said, "My name is Linga, and I am the guardian of this forest. I know you have come to protect the continent, and I admire your courage and kindness. I have something to give you that may help you on your journey." With that, Linga took out a seed, radiating a green light from her bosom, and handed it to Luffy, saying, "This is the seed of life. It contains powerful life energy and may help you heal wounds or even save lives in critical moments." Luffy took the seeds and examined them carefully, feeling the vibrant life contained within. He gratefully said, "Thank you, Linga. This is very important to us." Linga then took out an ancient book and handed it to Naruto, saying, "This is the Book of Nature, which records many secrets about nature and methods of harnessing its power. You are a ninja, so you might be able to comprehend some unique ninjutsu from it to enhance your strength." Naruto took the book excitedly and exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing." "Thank you, Linga." Linga smiled and nodded, saying, "You don't have to thank me. Protecting the continent is our shared responsibility. I hope you have a smooth journey ahead and continue to strive for peace." After saying this, Linga's figure gradually became blurry and eventually disappeared into the air, leaving Luffy and Naruto standing in place, filled with gratitude and respect for the mysterious woman. "We must make good use of these treasures and live up to Linga's expectations," Luffy said, his eyes revealing a firm determination. "Yeah, let's go. There are more places waiting for us to explore," Naruto responded. They carefully stored the treasures Linga had given them and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0976, The Bottom of the Lake. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and earth. As they walked, they heard a commotion coming from ahead. The two cautiously approached the source of the noise and discovered a group of soldiers in black armor attacking a huge unicorn. The unicorn was pure white, with a spiraled horn on its forehead, radiating a soft glow. Its eyes were filled with fear and anger as it dug its hooves into the ground, trying to fend off the soldiers' attacks. What are these guys doing? Why are they attacking the unicorn? Naruto said angrily. This doesn't seem right. We have to help the unicorn, Luffy said as he gripped the Thunder Flame sword and charged towards the soldiers. Naruto also immediately used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones joined the battle, fighting alongside Luffy against the soldiers. The soldiers were incredibly strong, their armor nearly impenetrable, and their weapons swung with fierce power. In an instant, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, with flames and lightning from his sword transforming into fierce sword energy, slashing towards the soldiers. The sword energy struck the soldiers' armor, sparking a shower of flames, but the soldiers only staggered back a few steps, sustaining minimal damage. Seeing this, Naruto activated Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, sending a massive spiraling shuriken flying towards the most concentrated area of soldiers. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken continuously grew in size, its immense power sucking several soldiers into it, followed by a violent explosion that sent the soldiers tumbling. However, they quickly regrouped and continued their assault. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the joints of the soldiers' armor briefly revealed gaps, which might be their weak points. Naruto attacked the joints of their armor. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the joints of the soldiers' armor. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With the high-temperature lava, spiraling shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately hitting the joint of one soldier's armor. The armor was instantly partially melted, severely injuring the soldier, who fell to the ground and lay still. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck fiercely at the joints of the soldier's armor. One by one, the soldiers were incapacitated under his attack, their armor damaged, and they fell to the ground groaning. After neutralizing the threat posed by the soldiers, the unicorn approached Luffy and Naruto, lowered its head, and gently nudged them with its nose, as if expressing gratitude. It's okay, little guy, you can go now, Luffy said, gently stroking the unicorn's head. The unicorn let out a joyful neigh and then turned to run deeper into the forest, quickly disappearing from their sight. Let's keep moving. We don't know how many dangers are still hidden in this forest, Naruto said. They walked in the direction the unicorn had left, and soon arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear lake. The water resembled a giant mirror, reflecting the surrounding green mountains and trees, breathtakingly beautiful. Strange flowers and grasses grew by the lake, emitting a faint fragrance. However, as they approached the lakeside, the water suddenly rippled, and a graceful water spirit slowly rose from the lake. The water spirit's hair floated like blue water plants. Her eyes resembled the clear lake water, radiating a soft glow. She wore a dress made of condensed water droplets and held a crystal-clear magic wand in her hand. Distant guests, you have entered my territory. What brings you here? The water spirit's voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of flowing water. Luffy stepped forward and said, We are travelers passing through here, with no intention of offending. We are just exploring this forest, seeking some power that can help us protect the continent. The water spirit nodded slightly and replied, I sense your kindness and courage. Perhaps I can help you. Deep in the bottom of the lake lies a mysterious heart of water. It contains powerful water elemental energy that can grant you the ability to control water, but many dangerous creatures guard it at the lake's bottom, so you must be careful. Thank you for your help. We will be careful, Luffy said gratefully. With that, Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and plunged into the lake. The water was clear and cold as they swam toward the bottom. The lake bed was covered with various aquatic plants and stones, along with some gems that twinkled with a soft light, illuminating the surrounding environment. However, not long after they swam, they encountered a group of fierce piranhas. These piranhas were small in size, but had incredibly sharp teeth, and they swam toward Luffy and Naruto in groups, opening their large mouths wide, attempting to bite them. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword formed powerful light screens in the water, attempting to fend off the piranha's attacks. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones engaged in fierce combat with the piranhas. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the piranhas briefly exposed a patch of white belly, where their defense was relatively weak. Naruto attacked their bellies. That's their weak point. Luffy conveyed the message to Naruto through telepathy. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the piranhas' bellies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately hit one piranha's belly. The piranha was instantly scorched, its body writhing in pain as it sank to the bottom of the lake. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the bellies of the piranhas. One by one, the piranhas were injured and sank to the bottom of the lake, with blood spreading through the water. After eliminating the threat of the piranhas, they continued to swim deeper into the lake. Finally, in a cave at the bottom of the lake, they found the water heart, which emitted a blue glow. The water heart floated in the center of the cave, surrounded by a powerful energy barrier, seemingly protecting it. Luffy and Naruto cautiously approached the heart of water, trying to break through the energy barrier. They combined their powers and launched an attack at the energy barrier. After some effort, the barrier was finally shattered, and Luffy reached out to grasp the heart of water. It felt icy in his hand, and he could sense the powerful water elemental energy within, as if he could control the force of the entire lake. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Yeah, let's go. We should leave here first," Luffy said. They surfaced from the lake with the heart of water and returned to the shore. The water spirit saw the heart of water in their hands and smiled with satisfaction. "You really did it. This heart of water will help you become even stronger on your journey to protect the continent," said the water spirit. "Thank you for your help. Without you, we would have had a hard time finding the heart of water," Luffy said gratefully. The water spirit smiled and shook her head, saying, "This is what you deserve. I hope you can make good use of it and contribute even more to the protection of the continent." After saying this, the water spirit's figure gradually disappeared into the lake, leaving Luffy and Naruto standing on the shore, holding the heart of water, filled with joy and anticipation. They carefully stored the heart of water and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0977. Uplift. Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the forest with the heart of water. The surrounding trees grew denser, and the light became increasingly dim. Suddenly, a thick fog spread, completely obscuring their vision. "This fog is a bit strange. Everyone be careful," Luffy warned, his thunder flame sword trembling slightly in his hand, as if sensing the impending danger. Naruto entered sage mode, his eyes sharpening as he tried to see through the fog and assess the situation around them. Just then, they heard a deep growl, a sound that seemed to come from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. Following that, a pack of massive shadow wolves pounced out of the fog. These wolves were pitch black, with eyes glowing a blood-red light and claws that were incredibly sharp, leaving deep marks on the ground with every swipe. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, and the powerful sword energy slashed towards the shadow wolves. However, the sword energy seemed to be hindered by some force in the mist, greatly reducing its power, causing only a few shadow wolves to retreat a few steps. Seeing this, Naruto used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, and the massive spiraling shuriken whistled through the mist, its powerful force engulfing several shadow wolves. However, more shadow wolves continued to pounce towards them, undeterred. During the battle, Luffy noticed that before the shadow wolves attacked, their backs would slightly swell, as if hiding some kind of energy core, perhaps their weak point. Naruto attacked the raised area on their backs. "That's their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital spots on the backs of the shadow wolves. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Raisin Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Raisin Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck the energy core on the back of one shadow wolf. That shadow wolf let out a painful howl. Its body crashed down, turning into a cloud of black mist that dissipated in the air. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the vital points on the backs of the shadow wolves. One by one, the shadow wolves fell under their attacks, and the threat in the mist gradually decreased. As the shadow wolves were repelled, the mist also began to dissipate. They continued forward and discovered an ancient ruin ahead. The walls of the ruin were covered with mysterious symbols and patterns, emanating an ancient and weathered aura. This ruin appeared to be quite extraordinary. Perhaps it hid something important inside, Luffy said, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. They entered the ruin, where an ancient atmosphere lingered. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone statue, its face solemn and imposing, holding a stone sword as if guarding something. Just as they approached the statue, it suddenly came to life, swinging the stone sword towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, and the stone sword struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. How did this statue come to life? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. No matter what, we need to find a way to defeat it, Luffy said, unleashing various sword techniques to attack the statue. Naruto also used powerful ninja techniques to join Luffy in the assault on the statue. During the battle, they noticed that each time the statue swung its stone sword to attack, a faint glimmer appeared in its chest. That might be its weak point. Naruto, attack the glimmer in its chest. That's the weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto used the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, and hurled it at the glimmering point on the statue's chest. After the Rasen Shuriken struck the glimmer, cracks began to form on the statue's body, and its movements became sluggish. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder-breaking demon slash, maximizing the power of his sword and striking fiercely at the crack in the statue's chest. The statue finally couldn't withstand the attack and collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. As the statue fell, a hidden entrance to an underground chamber appeared before them. They descended the stairs into the basement, which was dark and damp, with ancient scrolls and inscriptions hanging on the walls. At the end of the basement, they discovered a mysterious treasure chest. The chest was covered in complex runes, emanating a mysterious power. Luffy and Naruto worked together to open the chest, revealing an ancient tome and a gem that radiated an unusual light. Luffy picked up the secret manual and discovered that it recorded a long-lost powerful sword technique called the Phantom Star Sword Technique. This sword technique allowed the user to create shadow clones during battle to confuse enemies, while also delivering tremendous attack power. Naruto then picked up the gem, which felt warm in his hand. He could sense the powerful energy contained within it, seemingly capable of enhancing the power of ninjutsu. This all is really something, Naruto said happily. Yes, these treasures are very useful to us. Let's store them away and continue exploring, Luffy said, carefully placing the manual into his pocket. With their newly acquired treasures, they left the basement and continued their exploration in the forest. Chapter 0978 Note. After Luffy and Naruto emerged from the ruins basement, the sky outside was nearing dusk, and the forest was bathed in a golden hue, appearing particularly tranquil. However, they knew that beneath this tranquility might lie more unknown dangers. They proceeded along a narrow path, with the sounds of insects occasionally emanating from the grass by the roadside. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation came from ahead, and the ground trembled slightly. Something seems to be happening up ahead. Let's go check it out, Luffy said, quickening his pace. Before long, they arrived at an open grassy area, where a massive magic circle stood in the center, glowing with radiant light and swirling runes, while the surrounding air began to distort. They cautiously approached the magic circle, trying to determine its origin and function. Luffy carefully observed the runes of the magic circle and noticed that some of these runes resembled certain mysterious symbols he had seen in ancient texts before. Naruto, I think this magic circle might be an ancient sealing array, but I'm not quite sure how to break it. We need to be careful and look for any clues, Luffy said. Naruto activated Sage Mode, his eyes sharpening as he began to walk around the magic circle, attempting to observe its structure and energy flow from different angles. After a thorough search, Luffy discovered that the eye of the array seemed to be on a slightly raised rune at the center, while several key rune nodes were distributed around the eye, glowing with different colors. Naruto, I found the position of the eye and the nodes. But to break this magic circle, we need to strike the eye and several key rune nodes with powerful force simultaneously. This requires close coordination, Luffy explained. All right, let's get started, Naruto said as he quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. Luffy also gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, maximizing the power within the blade. 1, 2, 3 attack, Luffy shouted, executing the Flame Thunder Break magic slash towards the eye of the array. At the same time, Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, sending the massive spiral shuriken flying towards a key rune node. The two powerful forces struck their targets simultaneously, and the magic circle instantly emitted a dazzling light, with the runes beginning to tremble violently, as if making a final struggle. With a loud explosion, the magic circle was finally broken, and a powerful energy surged out from the array, dissipating into the air. Phew, we did it! Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. We can't let our guard down, The appearance of this magic circle might mean there are even stronger forces hidden in this forest. Let's keep moving, Luffy said. The three of them continued deeper into the forest. As night fell, the forest became even more dangerous, with various nocturnal monsters starting to appear. They advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant at all times. Suddenly, a massive spider monster jumped down from a tree, blocking their path. The spider monster was enormous, with 8 thick legs covered in spikes, its eyes glimmering with a green light, and disgusting venom dripping from its mouth as it let out a chilling roar. Be careful. This spider monster is tough to deal with, Luffy warned, simultaneously launching a flame thunder flash slash at the spider monster. The spider monster easily dodged Luffy's attack and lunged at Naruto, spraying venom from its mouth. Naruto quickly jumped aside and used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones rushing towards the spider monster to try to distract it. Seeing this, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder slash, intertwining the flames and lightning power on the sword to form powerful light barriers, attempting to block the spider monster's attacks. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the spider monster's abdomen would briefly reveal a red pattern, which seemed to have weaker defenses. Naruto attacked the red pattern on its abdomen. That's its weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital area of the spider monster's abdomen. The real Naruto performed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the red pattern on the spider monster's abdomen. After being struck, the spider monster howled in pain. Its body began to curl up, and the power of its attacks significantly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slashing, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck fiercely at the spider monster's head. The spider monster's head was severed, and its body collapsed with a loud crash, no longer moving. Phew, we finally dealt with this spider monster, Naruto sighed in relief. We cannot let our guard down. Let's keep moving, Luffy said. They continued their journey through the forest. Chapter 0979, Oddities. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest, which seemed particularly eerie at night. The strange sounds occasionally echoing around them kept them on high alert. As they walked, they noticed that the trees ahead grew taller and sturdier, with denser branches and leaves that almost completely blocked out the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame Sword, the faint glow of the blade barely illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, a group of creatures resembling bats, but much larger and armed with sharp claws, sprang out from the darkness. These monsters let out piercing cries as they charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, directing his sword energy towards the monsters. The monsters nimbly dodged the sword energy and quickly launched attacks from different directions. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones engaged in fierce battles with the monsters. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the group of monsters. The tremendous power sucked in several monsters and instantly blew them to pieces. However, the sheer number of monsters continued to launch attacks, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each dive attack, the monsters experienced a brief energy fluctuation in their abdomen. That might be their weakness. Naruto attacked their abdomen. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the monsters' abdomens. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Raisin Shuriken, and a high-temperature Melt Release Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck one monster's abdomen. The monster let out a painful cry and fell from the sky. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the abdomens of the other monsters. One by one, the monsters were injured and fell under their attack. And ultimately, all the monsters were repelled. They continued forward and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin layer of mist enveloped the valley, and they could vaguely see an ancient building in the center. The building looked unusual. Perhaps there were important clues inside, Luffy said. They cautiously approached the building, and as they got closer, the large door suddenly opened automatically, pulling them in with a powerful suction. Upon entering the building, they found themselves in a huge hall, with the walls covered in mysterious patterns and runes, and a complex magic circle glowing faintly on the floor. What exactly is this place? Naruto said in confusion. Just as they were puzzled, a figure slowly rose from the magic circle, shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see its face. With only a pair of eyes glowing red. Intruders, you will pay the price for your actions, the figure said in a deep voice, and then unleashed powerful dark magic, attacking Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, trying to fend off the dark magic attack. However, the power of the dark magic was incredibly strong, easily breaking through Luffy's sword energy. Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging towards the figure to disrupt its attack. The real Naruto quickly formed seals, preparing to cast a more powerful ninjutsu. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the figure cast magic, there was a brief energy fluctuation at its chest, which might be its weakness. Naruto, attack its chest. That's the weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the figure's chest. The real Naruto cast Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan, and threw it at the figure's chest. The Rasengan accurately hit the figure's chest, causing to emit a painful cry and stagger slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the figure's chest. Under their combined attacks, the figure gradually became ethereal and ultimately vanished. With the figure's disappearance, the magic array ceased its operation and the hall returned to tranquility. They searched around the hall, hoping to find some useful clues or treasures. Eventually, they discovered an ancient book in the corner of the hall, which recorded mysterious legends and powerful magic about this forest. This book must be very valuable. Let's take it and study it slowly later, Luffy said. They left the mysterious building with the book in hand. Chapter 0980, in the river. After leaving the mysterious building, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest. At this moment, the fog in the forest seemed to thicken, and with every step they took, it felt as if they were entering an unknown realm. As they walked, they heard a melodious music coming from a distance. The music was ethereal and mysterious, as if it had a magical power that drew them closer. As they gradually approached the source of the music, the surroundings began to change. The trees became more peculiar, some adorned with glittering fruits, while others emitted strange glows. Finally, they arrived at an open clearing. In the center of the clearing, a beautiful elven woman was playing a delicate harp. The elven woman had long golden hair, eyes like sparkling jewels, and wore a flowing white dress that radiated a soft light. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" the elven woman asked, pausing her playing and looking at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully said, "We are travelers exploring this forest in search of the power to protect the continent." "May I ask who you are? What place is this?" The elven woman smiled slightly and replied, "I am one of the guardians of this forest, and this is the core area of the forest. I admire your courage and determination, but this place is also filled with danger, so you must be careful." Naruto curiously asked, "What kind of dangers are there?" "We have just gone through many battles and are ready," the elven woman said. "A powerful dark force is hidden within this forest, and it has been seeking an opportunity to break free from its seal to destroy this forest and the continent. The dangers you just encountered are only a manifestation of this dark power. If the dark power is fully unleashed, the consequences will be unimaginable." Luffy frowned and said, "What should we do then? Is there any way to stop the release of dark powers?" The elf woman nodded and said, "There is a way, which is to find a mysterious spring in the forest and use the power of the spring water to strengthen the seal. However, the location of the mysterious spring is very hidden, and there are many powerful guardians around. It won't be easy for you to find it. We are willing to try. Please tell us the location of the mysterious spring," Luffy said firmly. The elf woman looked at them with a hint of admiration in her eyes, then pointed in a direction and said, "Walk along this direction. You will encounter various challenges, but as long as you persist, you may be able to find the mysterious spring. Good luck to you." Luffy and Naruto thanked the fairy girl and then headed in the direction she pointed. They knew that the road ahead was fraught with danger, but they pressed on without hesitation to protect the peace of the continent. After walking for a while, they encountered a wide river. The water in the river flowed rapidly, and a layer of mysterious mist hung over the surface. "This river looks difficult to cross," Naruto said. Luffy observed the river and said, "We need to find a way to cross the river. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward." Just as they were thinking about how to get across, a huge water monster suddenly emerged from the river. The monster had a massive body covered in hard scales, its eyes shimmering with a blue light, and it was spraying powerful jets of water from its mouth. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, directing the sword energy towards the water monster, but the water monster easily blocked it with its body. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones rushing towards the water monster to try to distract it. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the water monster, its tremendous force pushing the water monster back a few steps. But it quickly recovered and continued its attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the water monster, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its abdomen, which might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its abdomen. That's its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the water monster's abdomen. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. With the high-temperature lava, Shuriken engulfed in flames, striking the water monster's abdomen accurately. After being hit in the abdomen, the water monster let out a painful cry. Its body began to shake. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking down towards the water monster's head with all his might. Under their attacks, the water monster was finally defeated and sank into the river. Luffy and Naruto successfully crossed the river and continued on towards the direction of the mysterious spring. Chapter 0981, The Real Body. After Luffy and Naruto crossed the river, they continued their arduous trek through the forest. The surrounding trees grew denser, their branches intertwining, almost completely obscuring the sky, with only a few faint rays of light barely penetrating through, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a dull thudding sound of footsteps came from ahead, each step accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground. Soon after, a colossal forest guardian appeared in their line of sight. This guardian resembled an ancient beast covered in a thick, rock-like shell with mysterious green patterns on its skin, as if containing boundless vitality. Its head was enormous and imposing, with eyes like burning green flames, exuding a chilling aura, and sharp tusks protruded from its mouth, each one taller than a person. The tiny intruders dared to step into the sacred core of this forest. They were about to face punishment. The guardian let out a deafening roar, the sound waves spreading outward as if solid, causing the surrounding trees to rustle, with some weaker branches even snapping directly. Luffy did not hesitate to unleash the Flame Thunder Strike, with the power of thunder and flame gathering on the sword, transforming into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards the guardian. However, when the sword energy struck the guardian's body, it merely sparked a few weak sparks on its hard exterior, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto quickly used the shadow clone technique, instantly filling the surrounding space with countless shadow clones that surged toward the guardian like a tide, attempting to interfere with its movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. With a loud shout, a massive spiral shuriken took shape in his hand and immediately flew toward the guardian. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, and its immense power whipped up a fierce wind, uprooting nearby trees and pulling them into the mix. However, when it collided with the guardian, it only caused the guardian to sway slightly, as if it had merely been touched by a fly. In the midst of the intense battle, Luffy carefully observed the guardian's every move and noticed that whenever it swung its massive arms to attack, a brief energy fluctuation would appear at the connection point between its arm and shoulder, indicating that the defense there seemed relatively weaker. Naruto, attack the connection point between its arm and shoulder. That's its weak spot, Luffy shouted, his voice still clear amidst the chaotic sounds of battle. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction, and all the shadow clones surged toward the connection point between the guardian's arm and shoulder like a swarm of agile ants. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, with the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken blazing with flames, accurately flying toward the critical spot. Upon hitting the target, the connection point between the guardian's arm and shoulder was instantly partially melted by the high temperature, causing it to emit a painful roar. Its arm's attack movements became sluggish as a result. Luffy seized this rare opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck forcefully at the injured area of the Guardian's arm and shoulder. This strike contained all of Luffy's strength and determination, and the power of the Thunder Flame erupted the moment it hit the Guardian, completely severing its arm and shoulder. Green blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering on the ground and creating a mist of blood. After suffering heavy damage, the Guardian roared even more furiously, wildly swinging its other arm towards Luffy and Naruto. At the same time, it opened its massive mouth, gathering a powerful energy within, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. Luffy and Naruto dared not show any signs of slack, working together to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Guardian. During the fight, they discovered that the Guardian's eyes would flicker with a brief light before unleashing a powerful attack, which might be another vulnerable point to target. Thus, they adjusted their strategy. Naruto unleashed a series of shadow clones to draw the Guardian's attention, while Luffy waited for the right moment to execute the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, aiming directly at the Guardian's eyes. After a grueling battle, they finally succeeded in hitting the Guardian's eyes. The Guardian struggled in pain, its massive body beginning to sway unsteadily. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, this powerful forest guardian fell with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its body gradually transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Luffy and Naruto panted heavily, but they knew they couldn't stay here for too long. After a short rest, they continued to head towards the direction of the mysterious spring. As they ventured deeper, the air around them became fresher, filled with a faint scent of flowers. Ahead, they spotted an area shimmering with a strange light, in which something seemed to be flowing slowly. Could that be the mysterious spring? Naruto said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. They quickened their pace towards the glowing area. As they approached, they indeed saw a clear spring. The water was crystal clear, with a bed of various colored gemstones at the bottom, emitting a soft glow that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors in the water. Bubbles continuously rose to the surface, and each time a bubble popped, it released a mysterious energy that blended into the surrounding air. "We finally found it," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. However, just as they were about to get closer to the spring, several fairy-like creatures suddenly sprang out of the water. These fairies were small and delicate, with transparent wings on their backs and holding slender wands in their hands, their eyes revealing wariness and hostility. "You cannot approach this sacred spring. It is the source of life for the forest, and no one is allowed to invade," a fairy that appeared to be the leader shouted. Luffy quickly explained, "We mean no harm. We are here to seek the power of the spring water, to strengthen the seal, and prevent the release of dark forces, to protect this forest and the continent." After hearing Luffy's explanation, the elves exchanged glances, and the hostility in their eyes did not disappear immediately. "Why should we trust you? The power of the spring water is incredibly strong, and if it falls into the hands of evil, the consequences would be unimaginable," the elf leader questioned. Naruto said, "We have endured many hardships and defeated many minions of dark forces just to get here. We have the determination and the ability to protect the power of the spring water and will not allow it to be exploited by evil." The elves fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Luffy and Naruto's words. "Then we will test you. If you can pass the test, we will allow you to use the power of the spring water," the elf leader finally said. "What test?" "We accept," Luffy replied without hesitation. The elf leader waved his wand, and the surrounding space instantly changed. They were transported to a mysterious space. This space was filled with various traps and mechanisms, including crystal pillars that shot lasers, spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground, and fireballs flying in the air. You need to pass through this trap area within the specified time and reach the exit on the other side to prove that you have enough ability and wisdom to use the power of the spring water. The elf leader's voice echoed in the space. Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and cautiously stepped into the trap area. They coordinated with each other, with Luffy using the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to cut through some dangerous mechanisms, while Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to trigger some traps in order to find a safe route. During their traversal, they encountered a massive laser array, with countless lasers crisscrossing to form a seemingly unsolvable maze. Luffy carefully observed the firing pattern of the lasers and discovered that there was a certain time interval and sequence to their firing. As long as they grasped this pattern, it was possible to find a safe path through. "Naruto, follow me, move to my rhythm," Luffy shouted, and then he seized the moment to step into the laser array, weaving through the gaps in the lasers. Naruto closely followed behind, while the shadow clones observed the changes in the lasers around them and provided timely warnings. After a difficult exploration and attempts, they finally succeeded in passing through the laser array. However, more challenges awaited them ahead. One area was filled with fireballs that automatically tracked their targets. These fireballs had extremely high temperatures, and the consequences of being hit were unimaginable. Naruto used the sage art, wind release, nine-tail spiral shuriken to create a powerful airflow, attempting to blow the fireballs away. Luffy executed the flame thunderbreak slash, shattering the approaching fireballs one by one. Through their combined efforts, they gradually approached the exit. However, just as they were about to step out, a gigantic mechanical puppet emerged from the ground, blocking their path. This mechanical puppet was entirely made of metal, with its joints glowing with blue light, and it held two massive swords in its hands, revealing a cold, killing intent in its eyes. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered a state of battle, knowing that this was the final test. If they could not defeat this mechanical puppet, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder strike and slashed at the mechanical puppet. The mechanical puppet easily blocked Luffy's attack with its sword, then countered with a thrust towards Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged while searching for the puppet's weakness. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the mechanical puppet to distract it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the mechanical puppet, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its chest, which might be its vital spot. Naruto, attack its chest. That's its weak point. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and target the mechanical puppet's chest. The real Naruto then performed sage art, lava release, spiral, shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the mechanical puppet's chest. After being struck in the chest, the energy fluctuations in the puppet became chaotic, and its movements slowed down. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder demon slash, maximizing the power of the thunder flame sword and striking with full force at the chest of the mechanical puppet. This strike successfully cleaved open the chest of the mechanical puppet, scattering its internal parts everywhere, and it collapsed with a loud crash, no longer moving. As the mechanical puppet fell, the surrounding space gradually returned to normal, and they found themselves back next to the mysterious spring. The fairies, seeing that Luffy and Naruto had successfully passed the trial, displayed relieved smiles. You have passed the trial, proving your strength and determination. Now, you can harness the power of the spring, said the fairy leader. Luffy and Naruto walked to the spring, gently touching the water with their hands. They felt the powerful energy of the spring, which continuously flowed into their bodies, healing their fatigue and wounds, while also enhancing their strength. Chapter 0982. Action after leaving the mysterious place, empowered by the Fountain of Mystery, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration deeper into the forest. At this moment, they felt a significant increase in their strength compared to before, and their steps became more determined and powerful. Not long after, they sensed that the air around them seemed to solidify, and a suffocating aura rushed towards them. Suddenly, the bright sky was obscured by dark clouds, and darkness enveloped the entire forest, making it impossible to see even 5 fingers in front of them. This dark power seemed to have detected their movements, trying to prevent them from advancing. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and said cautiously. Suddenly, black lightning struck down from the dark clouds, directly hitting their position. Luffy quickly cast the Flame Thunder Shield, intertwining the flames and lightning power from the blade to form a massive semicircular shield, enveloping them within. Naruto was not idle either. He used the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to scatter around the shield to enhance their defensive power. Black lightning continuously struck the shield, creating bursts of sparks, and each impact made the shield tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. We can't keep this up. We have to take the initiative, Naruto shouted. Luffy nodded, retracted his shield, and unleashed the flame thunder slash, targeting the source of the black lightning in the dark clouds. The sword energy sliced through the darkness, colliding with the black lightning and triggering a strong wave of energy. Naruto then used Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, sending a massive, spiraling shuriken soaring into the sky. Its powerful force tore a small hole in the dark clouds, revealing a glimmer of light. However, the dark power seemed endless, as more black lightning and black energy spheres continued to surge from the clouds, pouring down upon them. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these black energy spheres were connected by faint energy threads to a core point within the dark clouds, which might be the control hub of the dark power. Naruto, attack those core points connected by the energy threads. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target those core points. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken. Engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the core points. After being hit, the surrounding black energy spheres instantly lost control and began to dissipate. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the other core points. Under their attacks, the dark power in the dark clouds was gradually weakened, and the sky began to slowly brighten. But they knew this was just a probing attack from the dark forces, and the real challenge was yet to come. Continuing forward, they arrived at a massive dark castle. The castle exuded a strong aura of darkness. Its walls built from gigantic black stones, engraved with various evil runes that flickered with eerie light, as if telling the terrifying secrets hidden within the castle. The main gate of the castle was tightly shut, guarded by two enormous dark puppets. These puppets were tall, cloaked in black armor, wielding massive black battle axes, their eyes gleaming with red light, radiating endless killing intent. It seemed this was one of the nests of dark forces. We must be cautious, Luffy said. They carefully approached the castle gate, and as they got closer, the two dark puppets suddenly moved, swinging their battle axes at them. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Void Slash, blocking one puppet's attack, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique to engage the other puppet in combat. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the joints of these dark puppets were their weak points. Each time they attacked, the dark energy flowing at the joints would experience a momentary disruption. Naruto, attack their joints, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to strike at the joints of the puppets. The main body of Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, smashing it into one puppet's joint. When the Rasengan hit the joint, the puppet's arm instantly lost control, and the battle axe fell to the ground. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his sword and striking forcefully at the joint of another puppet. The two dark puppets collapsed under their attack, turning into piles of black fragments. They pushed open the castle doors and entered the interior. A foul stench filled the air, and various terrifying portraits hung on the walls, depicting twisted and deformed creatures that sent chills down their spines. As they walked along the castle corridor, they heard a series of agonizing moans coming from ahead. They quickened their pace and reached a grand hall. In the center of the hall was a massive, dark magic circle, imprisoning many souls that cried out in despair under the torment of dark magic. We must destroy this magic circle to save these souls, Luffy said. They began to study the structure of the magic circle and discovered several key nodes. By destroying these nodes, they could break the magic circle. Luffy and Naruto each unleashed their strongest attacks towards the nodes of the magic circle. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in destroying the magic circle, and the imprisoned souls were liberated, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the air as if to express their gratitude. However, at that moment, the dark forces within the castle were completely enraged, and an even stronger dark aura surged from the depths of the castle, sweeping towards them. Chapter 0983, Horse. As that powerful dark aura rushed in, the entire castle seemed to tremble, with stones falling from the walls and stirring up a cloud of dust. Luffy and Naruto stood ready, sensing that the dark power they faced this time was far beyond what they had encountered before. A figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the depths of the castle, its face hidden beneath the cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes that emitted a chilling purple light. Those eyes were filled with evil and brutality, as if they aimed to devour all that was beautiful in the world. You two fools who don't know when to die dare to repeatedly disrupt my plans. Today is your day of death. The black-robed figure spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding air instantly turned icy cold, and black energy tendrils erupted from the ground, rapidly spreading toward Luffy and Naruto. Wherever they passed, the ground was corroded, leaving behind dark traces. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, with flames and lightning intertwining on the sword's body, transforming into sharp sword energy that slashed towards the black energy tentacles. The sword energy collided with the tentacles, producing hissing sounds as black smoke spread out, but the tentacles continued to surge towards them relentlessly. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with many clones rushing towards the tentacles, trying to block their advance with their bodies. The real Naruto quickly formed seals on the side, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive Raisin Shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the figure in the black robe. The Raisin Shuriken grew larger during its flight, generating a strong force that whipped up a fierce wind, howling towards its target. However, the figure in the black robe simply waved a hand lightly, and a black light screen appeared in front of it. The Raisin Shuriken struck the light screen, creating only a ripple of energy before being easily blocked. In the midst of the intense confrontation, Luffy carefully observed every move of the figure in the black robe. He noticed that whenever it cast magic for defense or attack, there were faint energy fluctuations flickering at the cuffs of its robe. That might be the key to its hidden power and also its weakness. Naruto, attack its cuffs. That's the weak point, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and launch an assault on the cuffs of the figure in the black robe. The real Naruto executed Sage Art, Melt Release, Raisin Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Raisin Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the cuffs of the black-robed figure. Upon being hit, the cuffs experienced chaotic energy fluctuations, and a hole was burned into the robe, eliciting an angry roar from the figure as its previously orderly attacks became somewhat frantic. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking with all his might towards the weak spot in the black-robed figure's sleeve. This sword contained immense power. The black-robed figure couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the sword energy, causing it to stagger back a few steps, and the black robe was torn even further, faintly revealing the dry, withered body underneath. Damn ants, you have completely angered me. The black-robed figure roared, quickly forming seals with its hands and chanting incantations. The surrounding dark aura grew thicker, as if it were going to turn the entire space into a dark abyss. Suddenly, a swarm of dark phantoms surged out from around its body. These phantoms varied in form. Some brandished their claws, while others let out piercing wails, all rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash, creating a series of light barriers in an attempt to block the approach of the ghosts. Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, sending his clones to engage the ghosts in close combat, while his main body continued to look for an opportunity to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the entanglement with the ghosts, Luffy noticed that each time the dark spirits passed through a physical attack, their heads would briefly flicker with energy, indicating that this was their weak point. Naruto, attack the ghost heads. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto instructed his clones to change their attack direction and target the heads of the dark spirits. The main body of Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken, throwing it towards the densest cluster of ghosts. When the Rasen Shuriken hit the heads of the ghosts, they instantly dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Under their combined assault, the dark spirits were gradually eliminated, but the figure in the black robe seized this moment to complete a powerful dark magic preparation. With a wave of its hands, a massive beam of dark energy shot towards Luffy and Naruto. The dark power contained within the beam was incredibly strong, as if it could crush everything in its path. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreating. They pushed their powers to the limit. Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, creating multiple sword shadow clones in front of him that slashed toward the dark beam together. Naruto, on the other hand, combined the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Shuriken, and the Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling Shuriken into a brand new jutsu, which was more powerful than ever before. The two powerful forces collided with the dark beam, instantly erupting in dazzling light, shaking the entire castle as the walls began to collapse in large sections, and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the light and dust, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain their attack. They knew that any slackening would mean losing everything, and the dark power would ravage the continent completely. Finally, after a difficult stalemate, their strength gradually gained the upper hand, and the dark beam was pushed back little by little until it completely dissipated. The figure in the black robe also became illusory from the massive consumption of dark power, swaying unsteadily. Now, Naruto, Let us go together, Luffy shouted. They seized this rare opportunity and charged toward the black-robed figure simultaneously. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, while Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Tail Beast Ball, and both attacks struck the black-robed figure at the same time. A scream was heard as the black-robed figure exploded, turning into countless dark fragments that completely vanished into the air. With the demise of the black-robed figure, the dark aura within the castle quickly faded, and sunlight poured through the ruins of the castle once more. Luffy and Naruto sat exhausted on the ground. Although they were completely worn out, they wore satisfied smiles because they had successfully thwarted a major plot of dark power, taking a solid step forward in protecting the peace of the continent. After a short rest, they got up, prepared to leave the now ruined castle, and continue to explore other unknown areas in the forest. Chapter 0984. The call. After Luffy and Naruto left the ruins of the Dark Castle, they continued along a winding path in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the surrounding birds began to chirp joyfully again, as if the forest had finally escaped from the shadows of darkness. After walking for a while, they discovered a strange sea of flowers ahead. The flowers in the sea were colorful, each one vibrant and dripping with beauty, with glistening dewdrops on their petals. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the flowers to sway lightly, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance. However, Luffy and Naruto were not dazzled by this beautiful scene. They knew well that in this mysterious forest, the more beautiful the appearance, the more likely it was to hide unknown dangers. Just as they approached the edge of the flower sea, the flowers seemed to suddenly come to life, rapidly growing and spreading. They extended long vines, covered in sharp thorns and like agile tentacles. They began to reach out toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy hurriedly waved the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, forming beams of light that severed some of the approaching vines. However, these vines grew at an astonishing speed. Just as one batch was cut, more vines surged in from all directions. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones spread out. Some pulled at the vines, trying to slow their spread. Others seized the opportunity to attack the roots of the vines, attempting to stop their growth at the source. The main body of Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, launching the massive spiral shuriken towards the area in the flower sea where the vines were densest. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its immense power sucked in a large area of vines, followed by a violent explosion that shattered the vines and sent petals flying everywhere. However, the flower sea seemed to possess endless vitality. The shattered vines and flowers quickly regrew and reassembled, becoming thicker and more ferocious. They intertwined and formed several enormous floral cages, descending upon Luffy and Naruto, attempting to trap them inside. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the vines extended to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the points where they connected to the ground. The energy supply there seemed to be the key to their continuous growth and perhaps their weakness. Naruto attacked the points where the vines connect to the ground. That's their weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the points where the vines connected to the ground. The main body of Naruto executed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck a point where a vine connected to the ground. After being hit, the vine instantly wilted and stopped growing, and signs of loosening appeared in the surrounding floral cages. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck forcefully at the points where the other vines connected to the ground. One by one, the roots of the vines were destroyed, and the sea of flowers gradually returned to calm, with those vines and flowers slowly retracting to their original positions, no longer launching attacks. Phew! This sea of flowers was really tricky. I almost got trapped, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, but it's finally resolved. Let's keep going, Naruto replied. They circumvented the sea of flowers and continued deeper into the forest. Not long after, they heard a babbling sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they discovered a crystal-clear stream. The water sparkled under the sunlight, and the stones and small fish at the bottom were clearly visible. Just as they were about to follow the stream to find a way out or explore more areas, several enormous waves suddenly surged from the stream, and amidst the waves, figures resembling humans but covered in scales appeared. The water spirits had long fish tails, hair that flowed like seaweed, and eyes that glimmered with a cold blue light. They wielded tridents and leaped out of the water, launching an attack towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunderstrike, sending powerful sword energy slashing towards the water demons. The water demons, agile in their movements, easily dodged the sword energy and then wielded their tridents, stabbing at Luffy and Naruto from different directions. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, creating numerous shadow clones to engage in close combat with the water demons, attempting to disrupt their attack rhythm. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto unleashed this powerful ninjutsu once again, and the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the group of water demons, its immense power engulfing several of them. With a violent explosion, those water demons were shaken, but they quickly steadied themselves and continued their assault, and their attacks became more coordinated, making it difficult for Luffy and Naruto to cope. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the water demons swung their tridents to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at their waist, where the scales seemed less tightly arranged than elsewhere, indicating a relatively weaker defense. Naruto attacked their waists, that's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital area at the water demon's waists. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one water demon's waist. After being hit, the scales at that water demon's waist were partially scorched, causing its body to twist in pain, and its attacks with the trident slowed down. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck forcefully at the vital points of the other water demons' waists. One by one, the water demons suffered injuries to their waists from his attacks, significantly reducing their attacking power, and some even retreated into the water due to the pain. After a tough battle, the remaining water demons sensed the danger and all submerged into the water, disappearing from sight. Luffy and Naruto stood by the creek, taking a short break to adjust their conditions before continuing along the stream. Chapter 0985. Copperbell Luffy and Naruto continued along the stream, the surrounding scenery growing increasingly serene and deep. The trees on both sides became taller and sturdier, their branches and leaves nearly completely obscuring the sky, allowing only a few rays of light to struggle through, casting speckles of light upon the gently flowing stream. As they walked, they came upon a massive pool at the end of the stream. The water's surface was as calm as a mirror, yet it emanated an air of mystery. The pool's water displayed a deep, dark blue color, as if it concealed endless secrets, making it difficult to discern its depth. This pool doesn't look simple. There might be danger waiting for us, Luffy said with a furrowed brow, the Thunder Flame Sword in his hand trembling slightly, seemingly sensing the latent threat in the area. Naruto nodded and activated Sage Mode, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings of the pool, trying to detect any anomalies. Just then, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the pool, and a massive water beast slowly emerged. The creature resembled a dragon, its body covered in hard scales that shimmered with a blue light. It had a pair of sharp horns on its head, and its large, bell-like eyes glinted with a cold light. It opened its enormous jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and unleashed a powerful torrent of water towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy quickly unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, with flames and lightning intertwining on the sword, forming a solid barrier in an attempt to block the surging water. The water crashed against the barrier, splashing droplets everywhere, and the powerful impact forced Luffy to take a few steps back. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones rushed toward the water beast like tide. Some attempted to climb onto the water beast body to attack its vital areas like the eyes and mouth, while others distracted it to buy time for the real Naruto to perform ninjutsu. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. A massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand and immediately flew toward the water beast's head. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew in size, creating a howling gale. The tremendous force struck the water beast's head, producing a dull, thunderous sound. After being hit, the water beast merely shook its head slightly, its ferocity intensifying. It suddenly whipped its tail, which was as thick as a sturdy whip, sweeping across the shadow clones and instantly dispersing many of them into the air. In the fierce confrontation, Luffy noticed that every time the water beast swung its tail or launched an attack, there was a brief gap in the scales on its abdomen, indicating that its defense there seemed weaker than in other areas. Naruto attacked the gap in its abdominal scales. That's its weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital area on the water beast's abdomen. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, lava release, spiral shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken, engulfed in fierce flames, accurately struck the gap in the water beast's abdominal scales. After being hit, the water beast let out a painful roar. A portion of the scales there got burned, and its body writhed in agony, causing its previously fierce attacks to become chaotic. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the injured area on the water beast's abdomen. With this strike, a long gash was cut into the water beast's abdomen, and blue blood gushed out, staining the surrounding pool of water red. After suffering a heavy blow, the water beast roared in anger, submerging itself in the water. The surface of the water became turbulent, making it difficult to discern its movements. Be careful, it will definitely launch another attack, Luffy warned, his gaze fixed on the surface of the water, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Shortly after, the water beast suddenly burst out from the other side of the pool, charging toward them at high speed, seemingly intent on making a final desperate effort. Luffy and Naruto showed no fear as they gathered their strength once more, ready to face the water beast's frenzied strike. Just as the water beast was about to charge at them, Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, instantly creating multiple sword shadow clones that attacked the water beast from different directions. Naruto then used the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, slamming it down towards the water beast's head. Under their combined assault, the water beast finally couldn't withstand the attack, and its massive body crashed into the pond, splashing high into the air before slowly sinking to the bottom, becoming motionless. Phew, we finally dealt with this big guy. It was quite a tough opponent, Luffy said with a long sigh of relief. Yeah, but this pond is so mysterious. There might be other discoveries inside, Naruto replied, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. They cautiously approached the edge of the pond and looked inside, noticing that there seemed to be some glowing objects at the bottom. After some discussion, they decided to dive into the water to investigate further. Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and submerged into the deeper they dove, the greater the water pressure became, but relying on their immense strength, they swam steadily towards the bottom. Finally, they approached the glowing objects, which turned out to be crystals emitting a soft blue light, surrounded by ancient runes. The runes flickered with a faint glow, as if telling long-forgotten stories. Luffy reached out to pick up a piece of crystal, feeling the icy coolness in his hand. He could distinctly sense a pure and mysterious water elemental power contained within it, a force that seemed to enhance their control over water elements. This power might prove to be immensely useful in future battles and adventures. Naruto also collected a few pieces of crystal, and after they carefully stored the crystals, they floated to the surface and returned to the shore. These crystals are really something valuable. We've made quite a harvest this time, Naruto said happily. Yes, but we still don't know how many unknown places are waiting for us in this forest. Let us keep moving, Luffy replied, and together with Naruto, they continued along a small path by the pond, heading deeper into the forest. Chapter 0986 Fragments. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the forest along the small path by the pond. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, with only the sound of their footsteps on the fallen leaves echoing in the silence. As they walked, the trees ahead gradually thinned out, revealing a wide expanse of grassland. The grassland was dotted with various strange herbs, some shimmering with a faint light, while others emitted unique fragrances, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. However, in the center of the grassland stood an ancient and dilapidated stone tower. The tower's body was covered in marks of erosion from the passage of time, with many stones having fallen off, exposing dark hollow spaces within. Vines grew from the top of the tower, winding down its sides, adding a sense of age and mystery to the structure. This tower appeared to be quite old. Perhaps it hid something important inside. Let us go take a look, Luffy said as he walked towards the tower, with Naruto following closely behind. As they approached the tower, the large door suddenly creaked open, and a musty, Decayed odor rushed out to greet them. At the same time, a chilling cold wind blew from within, causing both of them to shiver involuntarily. They cautiously stepped into the tower, where the light was dim, with only a few rays filtering through the gaps in the walls, barely illuminating their surroundings. The floor inside was etched with complex magical array patterns, which emitted a faint glow, as if maintaining a balance of some mysterious power within the tower. Slowly ascending the spiraling stone steps, they occasionally heard strange sounds coming from above, like someone softly weeping or the low growls of some unknown monster lurking in the shadows, sending chills down their spines. Not far into their climb, they encountered a group of gargoyles. These gargoyles resembled bats, with sharp claws and wings, their bodies made of hard stone, and their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. Originally motionless on the walls, they sprang to life upon sensing intruders, flapping their wings and launching an attack on Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, with flames and lightning power on the sword transforming into sharp sword chi, slashing towards the gargoyle group. The sword chi struck the gargoyles, creating bursts of sparks and leaving shallow scratches on their hard stone bodies. But this did not deter the gargoyles. Instead, it provoked them to launch a more ferocious attack as they screamed and accelerated towards the two. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous shadow clones, some of which grabbed the gargoyles' wings in an attempt to restrict their flight, while others seized the opportunity to attack the gargoyles' vital areas, such as their eyes and mouths. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the densest part of the gargoyle group. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously expanded, and its powerful force drew several gargoyles into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those gargoyles were shattered, with debris flying and their bodies showing some cracks. But they still struggled and continued their attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the gargoyles swung their wings to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the connection point between their wings and bodies, where the stone structure seemed relatively less dense. Perhaps that was their weakness. Naruto, attack the connection point between their wings and bodies. That's their weak spot, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the connection point between the gargoyles' wings and bodies. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one gargoyle at the connection point between its wing and body. After being hit, that part of the gargoyle's wing and body was instantly melted, causing its wing movements to slow down, and its body wobbled a few times, nearly falling from the air. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck with all his might at the joints where the wings connected to the bodies of the gargoyles. One by one, the gargoyles suffered damage to those connections under their attacks, greatly reducing their offensive capabilities. Some even lost control of their wings and plummeted to the ground, shattering into piles of rubble. After a fierce battle, they finally dealt with all the gargoyles and continued to ascend the stone steps. As they climbed higher, the mysterious aura within the stone tower grew denser, and the surrounding temperature dropped increasingly. They finally reached the top level of the stone tower, which was not very spacious. In the center stood an ancient stone platform, on which lay a book radiating golden light and a crystal-clear pearl. The pages of the book appeared quite old, but were still intact, adorned with mysterious patterns and obscure text. The pearl seemed to have light swirling within it, faintly emitting powerful energy fluctuations, making one feel that approaching it would allow them to draw strength from it. These two items were certainly treasures, but it seemed that taking them away wouldn't be so easy. Luffy looked at the stone platform, his eyes filled with both anticipation and a hint of caution. Just as they approached the stone platform, the air around them suddenly solidified, and ice-blue energy chains surged from around the platform, quickly writhing toward them like serpents. Attempting to bind them, Luffy hurriedly waved the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Breaking Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, forming light curtains that severed some of the approaching chains. However, the chains continued to surge in, increasing in number, and it seemed they would soon be completely trapped. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones sprang into action. Some pulled at the chains, attempting to prevent them from wrapping further, while others searched for the source of the chains, wanting to destroy their origin. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and the massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the most concentrated area of chains. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken continuously expanded, and its immense power collided with the chains, causing a violent energy clash that briefly slowed the growth of the chains. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy observed the chains closely and noticed that they extended from the four corners at the bottom of the stone platform, where the energy fluctuations were the strongest. That must be the key. If they could destroy the energy sources in those four corners, they might stop the chains from growing and break this seal. Naruto, attack the four corners at the bottom of the stone platform. That's the key, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike the four corners at the bottom of the stone platform. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit one of the energy sources in a corner. Once the energy source was struck, its light immediately became chaotic, and the surrounding chains also became weak, significantly slowing their growth. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the energy sources in the other three corners with all his might. Under their combined attack, the energy sources at the four corners of the stone platform were destroyed one by one. The light gradually dimmed, and the chains stopped growing, eventually withering away and falling to the ground as a pile of debris. Phew, finally dealt with this restriction. Let's quickly check out that treasure, Luffy said with a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the golden book. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained records of some long-lost powerful spells and deeper mysteries about this forest and even the entire continent. This knowledge was undoubtedly an incredibly valuable treasure for them. Naruto picked up the crystal-clear orb, feeling a chill as he touched it. He could sense a pure and mysterious power within, seemingly capable of enhancing his strength or unleashing special effects at critical moments. This haul is amazing. With these, we'll have even more confidence in protecting the continent, Naruto said excitedly. Yeah, let's put them away for now and continue exploring this forest. There might be more surprises waiting for us, Luffy replied, carefully placing the book into his clothes. Together with Naruto, they descended the stone steps of the tower slowly, ready to leave this place and head towards other unknown areas of the forest. Chapter 0987. The Stone Tower. After Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the stone tower, the sky outside had already darkened, with the sunset dyeing the sky a shade of orange-red, casting a dreamlike veil over the forest. They didn't dare to linger and quickened their pace deeper into the woods, hoping to find a relatively safe place to rest before dark. Before long, the surrounding trees suddenly lit up with twinkling ghostly lights. At first, they thought it was just some fireflies and didn't pay much attention. However, soon the ghostly lights gathered more and more, actually outlining vague human shapes. It turned out to be a group of ghostly spirits attracted by their presence. These ghosts emitted a chilling aura, with hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie blue light, letting out spine-chilling wails as they floated towards Luffy and Naruto, baring their teeth and claws. Luffy quickly tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, attempting to disperse the ghosts with the fierce sword energy. However, the sword energy passed straight through the ghosts' bodies, causing no damage at all, and the ghosts continued to advance leisurely. Naruto, seeing this, recalled his previous experiences dealing with ghosts and immediately gathered chakra, compressing it into a bright energy sphere, which he threw at the swarm of ghosts. When the energy sphere touched the ghosts, it made crackling sounds, and the ghosts' forms twisted as they let out painful shrieks. But their assault did not weaken. In the gaps while dodging the ghost attacks, Luffy observed carefully and noticed that every time the ghosts launched an attack, a bluish light spot would briefly gather at their chest area. Perhaps it concealed their energy core, which was a key weakness. Naruto, focus your fire on the light spot on their chests, Luffy shouted. Hearing the command, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change tactics and specifically target the ghost chests. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately hitting the light spot on one ghost chest. The ghost let out a horrific scream, its body rapidly shriveling and ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the power of his sword to its peak, striking repeatedly at the vital points of the other ghosts. In an instant, flashes of light erupted within the swarm of ghosts, and one by one, they were obliterated under his attacks, while the surrounding ghostly light gradually dimmed. With the threat of the ghosts eliminated, the sky darkened completely, but fortunately, there was a cave not far away. The two entered the cave, ready to take a short rest. A damp smell permeated the cave, and Luffy gathered some dry wood, using the thunder flame sword to spark a flame and start a campfire. Just as the flames leaped up, a deep, muffled roar came from the depths of the cave, as if a giant beast had been disturbed from a sweet dream by the light. Following that, a massive black bear slowly emerged from the darkness, its body covered in rough and thick black fur, its eyes glinting with a fierce light in the fire's glow, and the hot breath it exhaled carried a putrid odor. Luffy and Naruto instantly stood up, entering a state of readiness. The black bear suddenly stood upright, forcefully slapping the ground with its front paws, raising a cloud of dust, and then swung its huge bare paw towards them. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder slash, with the energy on his sword forming a barrier to block the bear's paw attack, causing his arm to go numb. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, and the shadow clones rushed in, grabbing hold of the black bear's limbs to try to restrict its movement. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to launch a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. With a loud shout from Naruto, a massive spiral shuriken shot out, crashing heavily into the black bear, the immense impact forcing it to stagger back a few steps, but also completely enraging it. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each of the black bear's pounces, a slightly lighter patch of fur would briefly expose its abdomen, indicating that its defense there was noticeably weaker. Naruto, hit its abdomen, Luffy shouted urgently. Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change direction, while the real Naruto switched his ninjutsu and unleashed Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature lava struck the black bear's abdomen, causing it to howl in pain and roll on the ground. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demonic Slash, striking with all his might at the black bear's abdomen. The sword cut through its fur, and blood splattered everywhere. The black bear struggled a few times before finally going still. After this fierce battle, the two were utterly exhausted and leaned against the cave wall, falling into a deep sleep. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the cave, they slowly awakened, feeling much more refreshed. After a quick meal of some dry rations, they set off on their journey again. Following a winding path, they heard a series of crisp sounds of hammering coming from ahead. Out of curiosity, they followed the sound and discovered a hidden valley where a dwarf blacksmith was working. The blacksmith was short and sturdy, with well-developed muscles, and a bushy beard that nearly covered half of his face. He wielded a large hammer, striking down on a glowing red iron piece, sending sparks flying. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" The blacksmith paused his work, lifted his head to examine the two, and spoke in a rough voice. Luffy stepped forward and briefly explained their intentions, mentioning the protection of the continent and their adventures along the way. After listening, the blacksmith's eyes showed a bit more appreciation as he said, "It seems you are capable. I have been worried about not having suitable people to help. There's a mysterious meteorite deep in the valley, and I sense it contains great power, but it is surrounded by dangerous traps and monsters. I can't handle it alone. If you can help me retrieve it, I will reward you handsomely." "No problem. We'll give it a try." Luffy agreed without hesitation, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Thus, the two set off towards the depths of the valley. Chapter 0988. The blacksmith Luffy and Naruto, guided by the dwarf blacksmith, ventured deep into the valley. The surrounding cliffs were steep and perilous, with jagged rocks and a rugged path that was difficult to navigate. A slight misstep could send them tumbling to the bottom of the gorge. They proceeded cautiously and soon encountered their first trap. Suddenly, a row of sharp spikes sprang up from the road ahead, glinting with a cold light, and shot toward them at high speed. Luffy quickly unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, with flames and lightning power intertwining on the sword, forming barriers of light in an attempt to block the spike attacks. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones spreading out. Some searched for the triggering mechanism, while others assisted Luffy in fending off the spikes. Through their combined efforts, they finally managed to evade this wave of spike attacks. However, before they could catch their breath, the ground began to shake violently, and cracks appeared, spewing forth scorching magma that flowed like a river, blocking their path. Luffy looked at the magma in front of him and, after thinking for a moment, unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, plunging his sword into the ground. He used the power of thunder and flame to heat the surrounding rocks, merging them with the magma to form a temporary stone passage. They quickly passed through the magma area along the stone passage, but then a rain of arrows fell from the sky. These arrows were engraved with mysterious runes, glowing brightly. Clearly not ordinary arrows. Naruto performed the sage art, wind release, nine-tails spiral shuriken, creating a powerful airflow that deflected most of the arrows. Luffy swung his thunder flame sword, slicing through the arrows that came too close, while dodging the rain of arrows. They discovered that these arrows were being fired from the cliffs on both sides of the valley, where there were several obvious launch points. That might be the key to the mechanism. Naruto attacked those launch points and stopped the rain of arrows. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the launch points on the cliffs. The real Naruto unleashed the sage art, melt release, spiral shuriken, and the high-temperature melt release, spiral shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck one of the launch points. After being hit, that launch point immediately stopped firing arrows, and the surrounding launch points were also affected, causing the arrow rain to gradually thin out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he swung with all his might towards the other launch points, destroying all the remaining launch points and finally stopping the rain of arrows. After a difficult journey and facing various traps, they finally arrived at the location of the mysterious meteorite. There lay a massive meteorite emitting a ghostly blue light, quietly resting on a stone platform. Surrounding the meteorite was a powerful energy shield, adorned with various flickering runes, seemingly preventing anyone from approaching. Just as they got closer to the meteorite, several gigantic rock puppets surged forth from the surrounding darkness. These puppets were tall and made of hard rock, each step they took causing the ground to tremble. Their eyes glowed with a red light, and they wielded enormous stone hammers, swinging them towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, striking towards the rock golem. However, the sword energy only left some shallow marks on the golem and did not cause significant damage. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing towards the rock golems, attempting to grab their arms to limit their movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, wind release, nine-tails spiral shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a gigantic spiral shuriken flew towards the densest group of rock golems. As the spiral shuriken traveled, it continuously grew larger, and its immense power pulled several rock golems into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the rock golems were shattered into flying debris, but they quickly reassembled and continued their assault. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the heads of the rock golems briefly exhibited energy fluctuations, which might be their weak point. Naruto attacked their heads. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital areas of the rock golems' heads. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, melt release, spiral shuriken. With the high-temperature melt release, spiral shuriken engulfed in roaring flames, accurately hitting a rock golem's head. After being struck, the energy fluctuations in that rock golem's head became chaotic, and its body swayed a few times, significantly weakening the power of its attacks. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck forcefully at the vital points of the other rock puppets' heads. One by one, the rock puppets sustained damage to their heads under their attacks, and eventually fell, turning into piles of rubble. After neutralizing the threat of the rock puppets, they approached the meteorite, attempting to break the energy shield. Luffy and Naruto combined their powers to attack the energy shield. After some effort, the energy shield was finally broken, and Luffy reached out to touch the mysterious meteorite. The meteorite felt cold to the touch, and he could sense the powerful and mysterious energy contained within it. This power seemed capable of forging an unparalleled artifact, providing a strong safeguard for the protection of the continent. They returned to the dwarf blacksmith's residence with the mysterious meteorite. The dwarf blacksmith was very pleased to see that they had successfully retrieved the meteorite, saying, "You have indeed not disappointed me. I will use this meteorite to forge a powerful weapon for you, but it will take some time. In the meantime, you can rest in the valley or continue to explore the surrounding areas." Luffy and Naruto decided to take a break in the valley. Chapter 0989, Hard Armor. During the days when the dwarf blacksmith was busy forging weapons, Luffy and Naruto were not idle either. Although the surroundings of the valley were relatively peaceful, they, adhering to their instinct for exploration, walked towards a lush jungle at the edge of the valley. As soon as they stepped into the jungle, a wave of humid heat hit them, and the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled the air, with various rare plants on display. However, not long after, the ground beneath their feet suddenly became soft and muddy, and the two quickly realized they had fallen into a swamp. The more they struggled, the faster they sank, and in the blink of an eye, the mud had already reached their knees. Luffy forced himself to calm down. He deeply stabbed the thunder flame sword into the ground beside him, trying to stabilize his stance with the support of the sword, while shouting, "Naruto, don't move. Use Shadow Clone to pull the branches over." Naruto quickly performed the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous clones scattered, swiftly breaking off sturdy branches and bringing them to the main body. Luffy took the branch, forcefully placing it horizontally on the surface of the swamp, and together with Naruto, they slowly pulled their legs out of the mire. But before they could catch their breath, a group of swamp crocodiles, resembling crocodiles but much larger and covered in hard armor, emerged from the swamp. They opened their mouths filled with sharp teeth, emitting a dull roar, and swung their powerful tails, creating large splashes of mud as they charged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, with sword energy weaving through the mud, striking several swamp crocodiles. However, their hard shells absorbed most of the damage, only slightly slowing their charge. Seeing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, a massive spiraling shuriken wrapped in fierce winds that toppled the approaching swamp crocodiles to the ground. During the fierce battle, Luffy noticed that after each tail whip attack from the crocodiles, a barely noticeable gap appeared in the hard shell at the joint between their abdomen and limbs, a weak point in their defense. "Naruto, hit them where their belly connects to their legs," Luffy shouted. Naruto commanded his shadow clones to change direction while his main body performed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature lava release accurately hitting a vital spot on one of the swamp crocodiles, causing it to thrash in pain before sinking into the swamp. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash, maximizing his sword power and striking the weak points of the other swamp crocodiles in succession, causing them to be injured and retreat deeper into the swamp. After shaking off the swamp crocodiles, the two continued onward, coming upon an ancient ruin entwined with vines. The entrance of the ruin was tightly shut, covered in strange hieroglyphs and mysterious patterns. Luffy reached out to touch the door, and in an instant, the patterns on the door glowed faintly, as if sensing something. Naruto entered sage mode and observed carefully, saying, "These patterns seem to be some kind of ancient puzzle. We need to solve it to open the door." Luffy nodded, and the two began to study the door. After much contemplation, Luffy recalled similar symbols he had seen in ancient texts and, in coordination with Naruto, infused chakra and the power of thunder and flame into the corresponding pattern grooves in a specific order. With a deep rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, releasing a musty, decayed smell. They stepped into the ruins, where the hall was filled with stone statues of various forms, some having animal heads, others with multiple heads and arms, giving an eerie feeling. Just as they were surveying their surroundings, the statues suddenly came to life, creaking and brandishing stone weapons, advancing on them step by step. Luffy and Naruto quickly stood back to back, ready to face the enemy. Luffy's Flame Thunder Void Slash continuously blocked the attacks of the statues, while Naruto engaged in close combat with the statues using shadow clones, searching for openings. Luffy, with his sharp eyes, noticed that every time the statues raised their weapons, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the back of their necks, which should be their weak point. "Naruto, attack their necks," Luffy shouted. Following the order, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to focus on the statues' necks while his main body switched to Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, shattering several statues' necks in succession, causing the statues to instantly crumble into rubble. After dealing with the statues, they ventured deeper into the ruins and discovered a fist-sized crystal emitting a soft glow in a dark chamber at the end. Inside the crystal, it seemed as if stars were flowing, very mysterious. As soon as Luffy picked up the crystal, the ruins began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse. The two didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed out of the ruins. When they returned to the valley, The dwarf blacksmith greeted them with a beaming face, holding up a brand new weapon. This weapon, forged from meteorite iron and exceptional craftsmanship, had a broad blade inscribed with runes, shimmering with a cold light under the sun. The hilt was embedded with gems, contrasting with Luffy's Thunderflame sword, yet it also exuded a powerful aura. With this new weapon, plus that mysterious crystal, we'll definitely feel more confident in facing dangers ahead, Luffy said excitedly. Naruto nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with anticipation for the upcoming adventures. After a short rest, they set off again, heading towards the more mysterious areas of the forest. Chapter 0990, Giant Waves. Luffy held the newly forged sword, and with Naruto carrying a mysterious crystal, they set off once again, venturing deeper into the forest's more secretive areas. Along the way, the sunlight was fragmented by the dense branches and leaves, casting scattered patches of light. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the woods. After a short while, a faint singing drifted into their ears. The voice was ethereal and melodious, yet it carried an indescribable allure that made one instinctively want to follow it. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, their hearts wary, but they couldn't resist the pull of curiosity as they slowly approached the source of the song. After passing through a thicket, they saw a shimmering lake with a small island at its center. Standing on the island was a woman dressed in light gauze, her long hair cascading down her waist. She was stunningly beautiful, her skin as smooth as jade, and she was softly singing an unknown melody, her enchanting eyes gazing directly at the two men on the shore. "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for so long." The woman's voice was sweet and alluring, seeming to penetrate deep into the heart. Just as Luffy was about to ask a question, Naruto interjected quietly. "This woman seems strange. I feel like my chakra is becoming a bit uncontrollable." Hearing this, Luffy secretly tightened his grip on the twin swords, becoming even more vigilant. The woman noticed and gently frowned, lamenting, "Do not be afraid. I am just a lonely soul trapped in this lake. As long as you take me out of this lake, I will be freed and will repay you generously." Despite her words, Luffy sensed the turbulent undercurrents in the surrounding water, as if danger was lurking. Just then, the surface of the lake suddenly erupted, and several giant water snakes broke through the waves, their scales shimmering with a ghostly light, their mouths wide open, lunging toward the two with flicking tongues. Luffy swiftly swung his dual swords, the new sword infused with the mysterious power of fallen iron, combining with the Thunder Flame sword to unleash the Flame Thunder Double Slash. In an instant, flames, lightning, and the power of mysterious runes intertwined, striking towards the water serpent. The water serpent agilely twisted its body, evading part of the attack. But still several sword energies grazed its body, leaving wounds from which blue blood dripped into the lake. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones engaging in close combat with the water serpents, while his main body quickly formed seals, Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken whistled as it smashed into the serpent group, directly sending one water serpent flying, crashing against a boulder on the shore, which cracked in response. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the water serpents shook their heads to dodge attacks, the scales at their 7-inch position would slightly flip open, revealing tender flesh underneath, which was clearly a vital spot. "Naruto, aim for their 7 inches," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to focus on the water serpent's vital spots, while his main body switched to Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature lava release accurately hit the target, causing the water serpent to cry out in pain, disrupting its offensive. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, striking with all his might at the remaining water serpent's vital spots, and they all cried out in agony as they sank to the bottom of the lake. After repelling the water serpents, the woman on the island in the lake began to cry again. "You killed my guardian beast. What am I to do now? But since it has come to this, only if you two take me away from the lake can we proceed." Luffy, however, remained unmoved and loudly questioned, "If you are truly a trapped soul, why did water serpents attack when we approached? Speak. What exactly is your purpose?" The woman, exposed for her lies, instantly darkened in expression. Her originally beautiful face twisted as she screamed. "Since you refuse to comply, then you will all stay here to become my nourishment." As she spoke, a powerful dark magical force surged around her. The lake water seemed to be enraged, rising in giant waves several jong high, sweeping towards the shore. Luffy and Naruto immediately jumped to a higher ground to evade the giant wave. Luffy crossed his twin swords in front of him and began to chant a sword incantation. Releasing a circular energy shield from his swords, Naruto used Sage Art, Earth Release, multiple earth wall to erect several thick earthen walls. However, the impact of the giant wave was extremely strong, and both the shield and the walls began to crack. Seizing the moment when the wave subsided slightly, Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Phantom Star sword technique, creating multiple sword shadow clones as he charged towards the island in the lake. Naruto followed closely behind, using Sage Art, Lava Release, Super Giant Rasengan, lifting the massive Rasengan above his head and smashing it down towards the woman. The woman waved her hands, and dark magic transformed into black wings, protecting her and absorbing some of the attack. But the sword shadow clones took advantage of the opening, and Luffy's main body followed closely behind, thrusting his swords straight into the woman's chest. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit in a vital spot, causing her dark magic to go berserk as she let out a piercing scream, enveloping the entire lake in dark light. Fortunately, the two managed to stabilize their positions and continued to exert their strength, finally suppressing the dark magic. As the woman dissipated, the dark aura in the lake gradually faded away, and the surface of the lake returned to tranquility. Once everything calmed down, they discovered a delicate box on the island in the lake. Upon opening it, they found an ancient book documenting ancient water magic. The pages of the book emitted a faint mist, and the characters written on it appeared lively and ethereal, as if they could move at any moment. This ancient book is a valuable treasure. With it, we will have better means to deal with water-related dangers, Luffy said. Naruto nodded with a smile, and the two stored the ancient book safely before leaving the lake and continuing their journey into the unknown. Chapter 0991. The statue Luffy and Naruto, carrying their newly acquired ancient texts, continued deeper into the forest as the sky grew darker, and the atmosphere around them became increasingly eerie. They found a dry cave to spend the night, where Luffy lit a campfire and the flickering flames illuminated the cave walls, casting mottled shadows. As they slept through the night, a chill suddenly crept in, extinguishing the campfire and plunging the cave into darkness. Luffy and Naruto woke up instantly, gripping their weapons with vigilance. Before they could react, a sinister laughter echoed through the cave, its source elusive and unpredictable. Suddenly, several ghostly green flames appeared out of nowhere, slowly drifting towards them. As the flames drew near, they transformed into twisted, grotesque faces, opening wide their blood-filled mouths and exhaling a chilling, bone-deep cold. Luffy immediately unleashed his flame thunder slash, trying to disperse the ghostly flames with the intense sword energy, but it passed right through them without effect. Remembering his previous experience dealing with spirits, Naruto quickly gathered his chakra, formed hand seals, and shouted, "Senjutsu," Yang Flame Technique. A bright, scorching flame erupted from his palm, colliding head-on with the ghostly flames, causing the temperature in the cave to surge sharply and momentarily halting the ghostly flames' assault. At that moment, black, viscous liquid began to seep from the cave walls, coalescing into humanoid shapes, transforming into a group of shadow demons, covered in sludge and emitting a foul stench. They swung their sharp claws and lunged at the two. Luffy held his swords with both hands, executing the flame thunder double slash. As powerful energy crisscrossed within the confined cave, striking at the shadow demons. The new sword and the thunder flame sword alternated in attack, each strike carrying a sense of destruction, cleaving several demons in half and splattering black liquid everywhere. Naruto, meanwhile, used the shadow clone technique, and his clones engaged in close combat with the demons, while Naruto observed the situation and quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken. A massive spiraling shuriken whistled out, pulling a group of demons into its vortex. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the demons were obliterated, their remains of flesh and sludge scattering across the ground. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, a vortex of energy would briefly appear in the center of the demons' backs, where the energy was weakest. Naruto attacked the center of their backs. Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction. The original Naruto also used Senjutsu, Melting Release, Spiraling Shuriken, accurately hitting the center of one demon's back with high-temperature melting release, causing it to instantly collapse into a puddle of black sludge. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, targeting the vital spots on the remaining demons' backs one by one, and soon, the shadow demons in the cave were completely cleared. After this fierce battle, the two were wide awake, and as dawn approached, they exited the cave to continue their journey. Not long after, they spotted a magnificent and grand temple ahead. The temple's architectural style was ancient and mysterious, with massive stone pillars inscribed with ancient legends and mysterious runes. The great door was tightly shut, exuding an indescribable majesty. This temple seems to hold many secrets. Let's go in and take a look, Luffy said, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Naruto nodded, and the two walked towards the temple's entrance. As they approached, the runes on the door suddenly lit up, seemingly scrutinizing them. Luffy attempted to channel the power of his twin swords into the runes, while Naruto simultaneously gathered chakra, slowly feeding it into the door. As the power continued to flow, the door slowly opened, and an ancient yet sacred aura wafted out. Inside the temple, the light was dim, with only a few eternal lamps flickering weakly. They walked along the corridor, where the walls were covered with murals depicting the ancient battles between gods and demons. The scene so vivid that one could almost hear the cries of battle and the roars of magic from that era. At the end of the corridor was a vast circular hall, in the center of which stood a tall statue of a deity, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand holding a different artifact, its gaze lowered, overlooking the intruders. The moment they stepped into the hall, the statue suddenly came to life, the ground shaking violently as it took a step forward, swinging its arms, with the artifacts carrying earth-shattering power rushing towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dispersed to avoid the attacks. Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, with numerous sword shadows surrounding the statue, disrupting its attack rhythm. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with his clones charging at the statue from different directions, trying to find weakness. Luffy observed that every time the statue swung its arm holding the giant axe to attack, a brief wave of energy would emerge from its armpit, which might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its armpit, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing the command, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to focus on the statue's armpit, while the real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, sending the high-temperature lava shuriken flying toward the statue's armpit, accurately hitting the target. After being struck in the armpit, the statue swayed slightly, interrupting the continuity of its attacks. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords and striking towards the armpit of the statue with all his might. The statue let out a painful roar, and its attacks became increasingly chaotic. The two took advantage of the momentum, continuously targeting the statue's vital points. After a fierce battle, the statue collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. As the statue fell, a hidden entrance to an underground chamber revealed itself beneath the statue's base. They slowly descended the stairs, and a mysterious aura permeated the basement, where various ancient treasure chests and mysterious crystals were placed around them. At the end of the basement, they discovered a divine stone radiating with colorful light, suspended in the air and surrounded by gentle energy rings. A light touch allowed them to feel the immense and pure power contained within. The power of this divine stone was astonishing. If used wisely, it would undoubtedly benefit the protection of the continent, Luffy said excitedly. Naruto grinned and replied, "What are we waiting for? Let's quickly secure it and continue exploring this magical place. Who knows what other treasures await us?" Thus, the two carefully secured the divine stone and left the basement. Chapter 0992, Stern. After Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the temple with the 7-colored stone, they found that the sky outside had completely changed. The originally clear sky was covered by thick, dark clouds, and distant thunder rumbled ominously, as if a storm was about to arrive. They dared not linger and hurried deeper into the forest, hoping to find a place to shield themselves from the wind and rain. Not far into their run, they encountered a foggy swamp ahead, where a pungent smell lingered and large bubbles occasionally surfaced, making a gurgling sound. Just as they hesitated on whether to take a detour, a cacophony of horse hooves echoed from behind. Turning around, they saw a group of knights clad in black armor, their expressions stern, galloping towards them. The knights wielded long spears, their tips glinting ominously in the darkness. It seemed they had no choice but to cross through the swamp. Luffy shouted, stepping into the marsh first. Naruto followed closely behind, and the two carefully made their way through the soft, muddy ground, each step sinking a little deeper, moving at an extremely slow pace. Meanwhile, the knights behind them charged into the swamp without hesitation, their horses seemingly unafraid of the muck, maintaining their speed. And they were quickly catching up. Luffy was anxious and focused, using the flame thunder flash slash. This time, he targeted the swamp, and the power of thunder and flame instantly caused the surrounding mud and water to boil, forming scalding waves of mud that surged towards the knights. The knights' horses were startled, whinnying and stopping in their tracks, with some even being knocked over by the mud waves. However, the knights quickly regained their composure, dismounting and forming a neat line. They chanted incantations, and the long spears in their hands began to gather black energy. Soon after, beams of black energy shot towards Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto used the sage art, wind release. Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken, and the massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the black energy beams. The two collided, causing a powerful explosion of energy that shook the swamp. Taking advantage of the smoke created by the explosion, Luffy and Naruto quickened their pace and headed deeper into the swamp. During their arduous journey, Luffy noticed that after each energy attack from the knights, the wrist parts of their armor would briefly dim, indicating a possible weak point. Naruto, attack their wrist guards, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the knights' wrist guards. The original Naruto unleashed the sage art, melt release, Raisin Shuriken, and a high-temperature melt release Raisin Shuriken. Engulfed in flames, accurately struck one knight's wrist guard. After being hit, the knight's wrist guard lost its glow, and his attack came to a halt. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his twin swords and striking forcefully at the wrist guards of the other knights. One by one, the knights suffered damage to their wrist guards, significantly reducing their offensive power. Seizing this chance, they finally escaped the knights' pursuit and left the dangerous swamp. At that moment, a torrential storm poured down. In the chaos, they found a cave hidden by vines and hurriedly crawled inside. The cave was filled with a damp, moldy smell. Luffy lit a fire again, and as they roasted themselves by the fire, they examined the seven-colored divine stone they had just obtained. Under the glow of the fire, the stone shone even more brilliantly, with strands of energy seemingly flowing within it. After the rain stopped, they continued their journey. Ahead, an ancient stone bridge spanned the rushing river, its piers covered in mysterious symbols and the bridge itself somewhat damaged, looking precarious. As they stepped onto the stone bridge, it suddenly shook, as if the river had been angered, raising towering waves that surged toward the bridge. Luffy and Naruto tightly grasped the railing of the stone bridge, trying hard to steady themselves. At that moment, several gigantic hippo monsters emerged from the river, their bodies covered in hard scales, with mouths big enough to swallow a person. Roaring as they charged towards the two, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, blocking the hippo monster's first charge, but the impact left his arm numb. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, with the clones grabbing the hippo monster's limbs in an attempt to restrict its movement. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as the massive spiral shuriken slammed into the hippo monster, causing it to stagger back a few steps, but it quickly charged forward again. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the hippo monster opened its mouth to attack, a patch of lighter-colored skin briefly appeared on its throat, indicating a weaker defense there. Naruto, attack its throat, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the hippo monster's throat. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one hippo monster's throat. After being hit, the hippo monster let out a painful cry, swaying its body a few times, and the power of its attacks significantly weakened. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords, and struck fiercely at the throats of the other hippo monsters. One by one, the hippo monsters were injured in their throats from the attack and retreated back into the river, while the stone bridge gradually returned to calm. After crossing the stone bridge, they arrived at a tranquil valley. The valley was lush with green grass, adorned with blooming flowers, and many small animals frolicked about, contrasting sharply with the dangerous places they had encountered before. However, they knew that in this mysterious continent, The more beautiful the surface, the deeper the secrets hidden behind it. They took a deep breath and stepped into the valley. Chapter 0993. Unease. As Luffy and Naruto stepped into the valley, they felt a strange power quietly enveloping them, making the air around them thick and their movements slightly sluggish. The valley was filled with a rich floral fragrance, but within the sweetness lurked a certain magical power that seemed to induce lethargy. Not far ahead, a group of colorful butterflies fluttered gracefully towards them. The patterns on their wings were dazzling, shimmering softly in the sunlight. They danced around Luffy and Naruto, seemingly delightful, but with each flap of their wings, fine powder drifted down. Luffy became alert and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, shouting, "Naruto, don't inhale this powder." Naruto nodded, held his breath, and used wind release to try to blow away the butterflies and the powder. However, the butterflies were extremely agile. After dodging the wind release, they became even more aggressive, and the powder accumulated more and more, gradually forming a cloud of mist. In the mist, their vision was obstructed, but strange sounds echoed in their ears, resembling the galloping of thousands of horses and the roaring of fierce beasts. Suddenly, shadows darted out from the mist. It turned out to be a group of agile black panthers with blood-red eyes. The panthers moved swiftly, their sharp fangs and claws glinting ominously in the dim light. Charging straight at the two, Luffy gripped his twin swords and unleashed the Flame Thunder Dual Slash, with the power of thunder and flame transforming into intertwining arcs of light, repelling several black panthers. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, with the Shadow Clones engaging in close combat with the Black Panthers, while the real Naruto observed and quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken shot out, hitting one Black Panther, which was instantly engulfed in flames, letting out a painful roar as it rolled on the ground. Luffy discovered that every time the Black Panthers pounced, a slightly lighter patch of fur would briefly appear on their abdomen, where their defenses were weaker. Naruto hit their bellies, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto directed his Shadow Clones to focus on attacking the Black Panther's abdomens, while his main body switched to a ninjutsu, continuously striking vital points. The Black Panthers gradually lost their combat strength and dissipated into the mist. As the Black Panthers retreated, the mist slowly cleared, revealing an ancient stone door hidden behind the blooming flowers. The door was engraved with intricate patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. It seemed peaceful, yet exuded a mysterious power of restriction. Luffy reached out to touch the stone door and immediately felt a current-like force surge through him, causing him to retract his hand. Naruto entered Sage Mode, pacing around the stone door to inspect it. After a moment, he said, "This stone door needs energy to be injected in a specific order to open. There are clues in the patterns." The two examined closely and found that the arrangement of flowers, birds, fish, and insects actually corresponded to the principles of the 5 elements generating each other. Luffy infused the Sword of Thunder Flame with the power of thunder and fire, while Naruto gathered the corresponding chakra and injected it into the grooves of the stone door one by one. As the last trace of energy merged, the stone door slowly opened, and a refreshing yet ancient aura rushed out. Inside was a magnificent courtyard, with a small pavilion in the center, where a jade chessboard was placed. The black and white pieces were scattered across the board, seemingly depicting a silent battle. Before they could approach, the pieces on the chessboard suddenly flew up, transforming into figures holding weapons, charging towards them. Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, creating sword shadows to interfere with the attack of the puppets. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Shadow Clone technique, and his main body quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken surged into the group of puppets, knocking many of them away. Luffy observed the puppets and noticed that after each sword attack, a brief energy spot would appear at the back of their necks, which was their weak point. Naruto attacked their necks. Luffy shouted. Naruto directed his Shadow Clones to change direction, while his main body used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, accurately striking the necks of the puppets. The puppets shattered, turning into powder scattered all over the ground. After dealing with the puppets, they approached the pavilion and discovered an exquisite brocade box beside the chessboard. Upon opening the box, they found a pill that was warm and smooth like jade, emitting a soft glow and a faint herbal fragrance. Luffy picked up the pill and felt the immense vitality and energy contained within it. realizing it might be able to heal serious injuries and restore energy at a critical moment. "This is a good item. Let's keep it safe," Luffy said, and Naruto nodded with a smile. After securing the pill, they left the courtyard and continued to explore the valley. The deeper they went, the more unusual the surrounding flowers and plants became. Some resembled bells, producing clear sounds when the wind blew. Others had flowers as large as grinding discs, with tiny spirits hidden in the flower cores curiously peeking at them. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared ahead, revealing a palace made of crystal. The palace was crystal clear, refracting colorful rays of light, stunningly beautiful, yet evoking an inexplicable sense of awe. They exchanged glances, filled with apprehension and anticipation, and walked toward the palace's grand entrance. Chapter 0994. Patterns. Luffy and Naruto slowly approached the Crystal Palace, and the closer they got, the more they could feel the majestic and mysterious aura. The palace's main door was carved from gigantic crystals, covered in intricate and ornate patterns that seemed to have a life of their own, subtly glowing with soft light. As they reached out to touch the door, the crystal patterns instantly lit up with a blinding radiance, and then the door slowly opened, a powerful gust of air rushing towards them, causing their clothes to flutter. Stepping into the palace, the interior was incredibly spacious, with a high dome embedded with countless tiny crystals, resembling a vast starry sky. The floor was made of mirror-like crystal slabs, reflecting their figures. Not long after, beams of laser light suddenly shot out from the surrounding crystal walls, with various colors and incredible speed, crisscrossing and blocking their path ahead. Luffy reacted quickly, casting the flame thunder shield, crossing his twin swords in front of him, the power of thunder and flame intertwining to form a semicircular protective barrier that deflected the lasers, creating sparks. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the source of the lasers, trying to find a way to shut down the mechanism. The main body of Naruto observed while quickly forming hand seals, using the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Shuriken to create a powerful airflow that interfered with the laser's trajectory, buying time for the shadow clones. Through the exploration of the shadow clones, they discovered several inconspicuous grooves on the crystal walls that seemed to be linked to the rhythm of the laser emission. Naruto immediately directed the clones to inject chakra into the grooves in a specific order, causing the laser beams to gradually thin out until they finally stopped firing. Continuing forward, they arrived at a massive crystal water pool, the water inside shimmering in a dreamy light blue, calm and still, yet radiating a powerful energy. Just as they leaned down to take a closer look, a column of water suddenly erupted from the pool, revealing several creatures resembling merfolk but covered in crystal scales, brandishing water-blue tridents and staring coldly at the two. Luffy was the first to strike, using the flame thunder flash slash, directing the sword energy towards the merman. The merman skillfully swam away, dodging the attack, and then wielded a trident, stabbing from different directions. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, with the clones engaging in close combat with the merman, while the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken. The high-temperature lava release spiral shuriken flew towards one merman, hitting its body, and a portion of the crystal scales on a merman was scorched, letting out a painful cry. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the merman swung the trident to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the connection between their fishtail and body, where the defense was relatively weak. Naruto attacked the area where their fishtail connects to their body. Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto directed the clones to change their attack direction, targeting the merman's vital points. The real Naruto also used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, hitting the target precisely, causing the merman to be injured and disappear into the pool. As the merman retreated, the water in the pool began to swirl, forming a massive vortex, with a crystal stone platform slowly rising at the center of the vortex, on which a crystal ball emitting a ghostly light was placed. Luffy and Naruto cautiously approached the platform, and as they reached out to touch the crystal ball, the surrounding scenery changed instantly, and they found themselves in an ancient battlefield, with the sounds of battle and magical explosions echoing around them, witnessing a brutal scene of gods and demons clashing. Before they could comprehend the situation, several dark figures suddenly lunged towards them, transforming into fierce demonic forms, attacking with claws bared. Luffy used the Flame Thunder Slash to fend off the demons' attacks, while Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique to engage in a brawl with the demons. Luffy discovered that every time the demons launched an attack, A brief energy mark would appear in the center of their foreheads, which was their weak point. "Naruto, attack their foreheads," Luffy shouted. Following his command, Naruto directed his shadow clones to focus on the demons' foreheads, while his main body unleashed Sage Art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, hitting the energy mark on the demons' foreheads, causing them to scream and dissipate. When the last demon vanished, the surrounding illusions faded away, and they found themselves still standing in the Crystal Palace, the crystal ball in their hands shining even brighter. Luffy could sense that this crystal ball was like a memory container, recording ancient secrets that might play a crucial role in understanding the history of this continent and addressing potential dark threats. "This thing is too important. We should take it with us and leave here quickly. Maybe we can find someone knowledgeable to interpret it," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they carefully stored the crystal ball and turned to walk towards the palace exit. Chapter 0995, Dining. Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the Crystal Palace with the crystal ball in hand. The sky outside had already darkened, and the night enveloped the valley, creating an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects, shattering the deathly quiet. They dared not show any signs of negligence, and hurriedly retraced their steps, hoping to escape this valley filled with unknowns as quickly as possible. Not long after, a chilling mist swept in from behind, the cold fog piercing to the bone, instantly covering the flowers and grass in a layer of white frost. Luffy and Naruto sensed something was wrong and quickened their pace. But the mist seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly spreading and soon enveloping the two. In the fog, visibility was extremely low, and they could only stand back to back, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of dragging iron chains approached from distance, followed by several tall skeletal warriors exuding a foul stench, slowly walking towards them. These skeletal warriors had ghostly green flames burning in their eye sockets, wielding rusty chains and large swords, closing in step by step. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder flash strike, attempting to disperse the skeleton warriors with his fierce sword energy. However, when the sword energy struck the skeletons, it only sparked a few sparks and did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones rushed forward, grabbing the skeleton warriors' arms and legs in an attempt to restrict their movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken," Naruto shouted, and the enormous spiral shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of skeleton warriors. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, and its tremendous power drew several skeleton warriors into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the skeleton warriors were blown apart, their bones scattered everywhere. But they quickly reassembled and continued their attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the skeleton warriors swung their weapons to attack, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at the joints of their spines, which might be their weak points. "Naruto, attack their spine joints," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the spine joints of the skeleton warriors. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck one of the skeleton warrior's spine joints. After being hit, the skeleton warrior's body shook several times, and the power of its attacks significantly weakened. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords and striking fiercely at the connection points of the spines of the skeleton warriors. One by one, the skeleton warriors fell as their spines were damaged under the onslaught, turning into heaps of shattered bones. After neutralizing the threat of the skeleton warriors, the mist gradually dispersed. They continued on their journey and finally emerged from the valley. At that moment, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. They walked along a winding path and soon arrived at a bustling little town. The streets of the town were crowded with people coming and going, lined with various stalls selling a dazzling array of goods, including fragrant food, exquisite handicrafts, and all sorts of odd little trinkets. Luffy and Naruto weaved through the crowd, feeling the long-lost atmosphere of bustling life. However, they keenly noticed that while the smiles were present on the faces of the townsfolk, there was an underlying hint of fear and unease in their eyes. "Something seemed off here. Let's ask someone," Luffy said. They entered a tavern, found an empty table, and ordered some food and drinks. While waiting for their order, Luffy inquired about the situation with the tavern owner. The owner was a chubby middle-aged man who sighed and said, "What you two guests may not know is that a fierce monster has appeared in the forest outside the town recently. It often roams at night, not only taking away livestock, but also injuring several villagers. Everyone is on edge, fearing that one day this monster will invade the town." "I see. What does this monster look like?" Naruto asked. The tavern owner described, "The monster is huge, like a bear, but with two long tusks covered in black, tough fur. And its eyes blaze with fire. It's quite terrifying." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, and they already had a plan in their hearts. After finishing their meal, they headed towards the forest outside the town. Chapter 0996, Pounce. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the forest outside the town. The afternoon sunlight filtered into fragmented shadows by the dense branches and leaves, spilling onto the ground covered with fallen leaves. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, with only the rustling sound of their footsteps on the leaves, seemingly disturbing this tranquility. Not far into the forest, a pungent, fishy odor filled the air, and Naruto wrinkled his nose. This smell, the monster should be nearby. As soon as he spoke, a heavy thudding sound came from behind the bushes ahead, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon after, a gigantic bear-like monster slowly emerged. Its entire body was covered in erect, jet-black bristles, and two long tusks protruded from the corners of its mouth, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Its eyes, as large as brass bells, burned with fierce fury, and the hot breath it exhaled carried a stench that hit their faces. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, it first stood upright, letting out a deafening roar, the shockwave causing nearby branches to fall with a rustle. Luffy swiftly held his swords with both hands and unleashed the Flame Thunder Double Slash, wrapping the dual swords in the power of thunder and flame, transforming them into intersecting arcs of light that slashed towards a monstrous bear. The sword energy howled as it struck the bear, only managing to graze its fur and sparking a few embers, failing to stop its charge. The monstrous bear swung its massive paw down violently. Luffy quickly dodged to the side, and the paw smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, with hundreds of shadow clones rushing forward to grab hold of the bear's limbs, attempting to restrict its movement. The real Naruto then rapidly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral, Shuriken. A gigantic spiral shuriken formed in his palm, enveloped in a raging wind, and struck fiercely at the bear's head, causing it to tilt and stumble. Luffy took advantage of the strange bear's unsteady movements to carefully observe its actions. He noticed that every time it swiped with its paw, a slightly lighter patch of fur would briefly appear under its armpit, where the defense was relatively weak. "Naruto, attack its armpit!" Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto instructed his shadow clones to change their strategy and focus solely on the strange bear's armpit. The main body also switched to Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and a high-temperature lava shuriken accurately hit the target. The bear's armpit was scorched, causing it to howl in pain and thrash around wildly, sending several shadow clones flying. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full power of his twin swords to strike at the injured armpit of the monstrous bear. The sword sank deep into its flesh, and blood gushed out, staining the ground red. The monstrous bear, severely wounded, became even more frenzied, its eyes bloodshot as it charged at Luffy recklessly, moving like a black whirlwind. Luffy nimbly dodged and coordinated with Naruto to continue attacking its vital points. After a fierce struggle, the bear's stamina gradually waned, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Luffy and Naruto seized the moment, exerting their strength simultaneously. Luffy's Flame Thunder Demon Slash and Naruto's Sage Art. Super Big Ball Rasengan struck the bear hard. With a thunderous scream, the ferocious beast crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two were exhausted and gasping for breath when they suddenly heard a round of applause coming from deep within the woods. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. You two are quite skilled." As the voice spoke, a mysterious figure in a black robe and hood slowly emerged. He emanated a faint, dark aura that sent chills down one's spine. "Who are you?" Luffy asked, gripping his swords warily. The figure in the black robe chuckled softly. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you kill my pet. How do you intend to settle this?" Naruto's eyes widened in anger. "Your pet was harming people in the town. It deserved to die." The figure in the black robe sneered even more. "Humph, foolish. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. It was merely seeking food. Since you have disrupted my plans, you will pay with your lives. With that, he waved his hands, and countless black energy shurikens shot out from his sleeves, raining down on the two. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder shield, with dual swords crossed in front of him, as the power of thunder and flame intertwined to form a barrier that blocked a wave of shurikens. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique, scattering his clones to evade the attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. The first round of attacks did not succeed, and the man in the black cloak was not angry. He murmured incantations, and a huge black magic circle appeared beneath his feet. From the magic circle emerged a group of shadowy spirits, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. Chapter 0997. What will happen? Luffy looked at the surging shadow ghosts, his eyes growing more resolute. He quickly swung his twin swords in front of him, unleashing the flame thunder whirlwind slash. The power of thunder and flame surged with a howling wind, forming a strong whirlwind that swept towards the group of ghosts. Within the whirlwind, lightning flickered and flames blazed, pulling many shadow ghosts into it, instantly dissipating them into wisps of black smoke. On Naruto's side, the shadow clones were engaged in close combat with the ghosts, while the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals and performed the sage art. Lava release, spiral, shuriken. The high-temperature lava shuriken shot out, accurately hitting the densest area of the ghost group, triggering a violent explosion that obliterated another batch of ghosts into ashes. However, the number of shadow ghosts was immense, coming forth one after another as if endless. During the intense battle, Luffy noticed that each time a ghost passed through the whirlwind attack, a bluish light spot briefly appeared on its head, which was surely the point where energy gathered, the vital spot. Naruto, focus fire on the light spot on their heads. Luffy shouted loudly. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change tactics and specifically target the light spots on the ghosts' heads. The real Naruto also switched to sage art, wind release, nine-tails spiral shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken, carrying wind and fire, smashed through several ghost head light spots in succession, causing the ghost group's offensive to become chaotic. Taking advantage of this moment, the cloaked figure quickly formed hand seals with both hands, increasing the energy output of the magic circle. More and stronger shadow ghosts surged from the circle, accompanied by black energy chains that twisted and coiled like serpents. Approaching the two of them, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder slash, severing several approaching chains, but the chains continued to come, and it seemed they would soon be trapped. Seeing this, Naruto used the sage art, earth release, multiple earth wall, raising several thick earthen walls to temporarily block the onslaught of the chains. Luffy was defending while observing the movements of the man in the black robe. He noticed that every time the man formed seals to cast spells, there would be a faint flicker of energy at the cuffs of his robe, which might hold the key to maintaining the magic array. Naruto, attack his cuffs, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing the command, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge at the cuffs of the man in the black robe. The main body of Naruto then executed sage art, lava release, spiral shuriken, which flew towards the cuffs of the man in the black robe, enveloped in high-temperature flames. The man in the black robe didn't expect them to discover his flaw and was caught off guard. The cuffs were struck by the lava release, spiral shuriken, causing the magic array to dim instantly, and the spirits and chains that emerged became weak and lethargic. Luffy seized this rare opportunity and unleashed the flame thunder demon slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords as he struck with all his might towards the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe hastily summoned a black shield, barely blocking the attack, but was still forced to take a few steps back. Damn it, how do you have such abilities? The man in the black robe, furious and embarrassed, flickered and instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Naruto with a black dagger in his hand that had somehow appeared, and he lunged it towards Naruto's back. Luffy acted quickly, throwing the thunder flame sword in his hand, which flew straight towards the figure in the black robe, accompanied by howling lightning and flames. The black robe figure had no choice but to abandon the attack on Naruto and dodge to the side. Naruto reacted quickly, turning around to execute a sage art, wind release, nine-tails spiraling shuriken, striking just as the black robe figure was still off balance from dodging Luffy's attack. The figure was hit in the abdomen and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a large tree, which snapped in response. The black-robed figure struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment. I'll remember this debt today. We will meet again. After saying this, he cast a dark magic, and a wave of black smoke surrounded him, allowing him to disappear without a trace. Luffy recalled the Sword of Thunder, exchanged a glance with Naruto, and saw fatigue and relief in each other's eyes. "Let's head back to the town and see how the villagers are doing," Luffy said. The two returned to the town, informing the villagers that the monster had been eliminated, and the town erupted in joy. The villagers expressed their gratitude profusely and prepared a lavish celebration feast. At the banquet, Luffy and Naruto learned about some strange tales from the surrounding areas. They heard that not far away, in the deep mountains, there was an abandoned magic academy that had once been a cradle for top wizards but had been neglected for many years, often emitting strange sounds. After eating and drinking to their fill and regaining some strength, they decided to investigate the abandoned magic academy. Chapter 0998. Your journey ends here. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the abandoned magic academy, and a sense of ancient decay rushed toward them. The academy's main door had long been in ruins, and the magical runes on it had lost their former luster, flickering faintly as if telling tales of its past glory. The two walked down the dust-covered corridor, where ancient portraits hung on the walls. The wizards in the portraits stared at them with hollow eyes, sending chills down their spines. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow by, making the figures in the portraits seem as if they were about to come to life, causing Naruto to instinctively tighten his grip on the Rasengan in his hand. Luffy cautiously surveyed the surroundings, the flames on the Sword of Thunder fire burning brighter, illuminating their path ahead. They arrived at the library, where the bookshelves were askew, and books were scattered all over the floor. Some of the books still retained magical power, and when Naruto accidentally touched one, it suddenly opened by itself. The words on the pages flickered with an eerie glow, accompanied by a chilling whisper, as if the magic within the book was revealing some secret to them. Luffy leaned in closer and discovered that the text recorded ancient and forbidden magical spells and research materials on dark magic. It seems that this magic academy once hid an unknown dark side. In a laboratory, various strange experimental tools and magic circles were placed. One of the gigantic magic circles emitted eerie energy fluctuations, and in the center of the circle was a crystal ball, within which faint shadows were swimming. Naruto curiously reached out to touch the crystal ball, and in an instant, a powerful force knocked him back, prompting Luffy to quickly support him. Just then, a strange noise came from the corner of the laboratory, as if something was slowly awakening. The two immediately became alert and assumed a fighting stance. Just as they were about to leave the Magic Academy, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared before them, and a strong suction instantly pulled them in. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange and beautiful world, with a magnificent sky island floating in the sky. Surrounded by bizarre flowers and mysterious elemental powers, they had arrived at Teyvat. During their exploration, they unknowingly came before the Heavenly Principles. The Heavenly Principles was an existence with extraordinary charisma and immense power, her eyes revealing endless majesty and mystery. Your journey ends here. Luffy and Naruto felt a chill in their hearts when they heard Tianli's words, "Your journey ends here," and instantly became alert. Before they could respond, Tianli's figure flickered and, like a ghost, appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, raising his hand to shoot a beam of energy glowing with mysterious light towards him. Luffy reacted quickly, immediately unleashing the flame thunder shield, crossing his dual blades in front of his chest. The power of thunder and flame intertwined to form a dazzling barrier that forcefully blocked the attack. The energy beam struck the shield, creating brilliant sparks, and the immense impact made Luffy's arms tingle, his feet carving a shallow groove into the ground. Seeing Luffy take the hit, Naruto wasted no time in using the shadow clone technique, instantly summoning over 100 shadow clones that soared into the air, rushing towards Tianli with a roar. The shadow clones surrounded Tianli from all directions, either throwing punches or delivering swift kicks, attempting to disrupt her movements. However, Tianli remained calm, her figure spinning gracefully, emanating a soft yet resilient energy aura. The attacks from the shadow clones, upon touching the aura, were like hitting an invisible wall, and they were all bounced back. Taking advantage of the shadow clones holding Tianli at bay, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken." In an instant, a massive spiral shuriken formed in his palm, engulfed in a violent force of wind, and smashed towards Tianli. Tianli's gaze sharpened as she extended one hand, palm facing forward, and surprisingly caught the powerful spiral shuriken with her bare hand. Where her palm met the spiral shuriken, Light flickered, as if a mysterious force was neutralizing the attack. However, even with her extraordinary strength, the impact of the strike made her take a half step back. As Luffy seized the moment when Tianli's movement was obstructed, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Dual Slash, with twin swords enveloped in the power of thunder and fire, transforming into two intersecting arcs of light that struck towards Tianli like lightning. Tianli sensed the danger, released the already dissipated spiral shuriken from her hand, and sidestepped to avoid the attack. The arc of light grazed the corner of her clothing, slicing through a peculiar giant tree behind her, which fell with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. Tianli frowned slightly, clearly angered by the cooperation between Luffy and Naruto. She quickly formed hand seals in front of her chest, and in an instant, the sky changed color, with elemental forces around her seemingly summoned, wildly converging towards her. Immediately after, countless spikes formed from elemental power shot towards Luffy and Naruto like a torrential rain. Seeing this, Luffy plunged his twin swords into the ground, chanting incantations, and released a ring-shaped wave of flame and thunder energy centered around the swords, attempting to block the incoming spikes. Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Earth Release, multiple Earth Wall, raising several thick earthen walls that worked in tandem with Luffy's energy wave to form a defensive barrier. However, the attacks from Tianli were relentless, and although most of the elemental spikes were blocked upon hitting the barrier, some still broke through the defenses and flew towards them. Luffy swung his twin swords, cutting down the approaching spikes one by one, while Naruto directed his shadow clones to help clear the area. In the midst of the fierce battle, Luffy noticed that every time Tianli performed a large-scale spell, an energy vortex briefly appeared at her chest, which might be the key point for her to gather power and also her weakness. "Naruto, attack her chest!" Luffy shouted loudly. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, while his own body performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, sending a high-temperature lava spiral shuriken wrapped in blazing flames flying towards Tianli's chest. Sensing the danger, Tianli tried to evade, but was momentarily held back by Luffy's Flame Thunder Flash Slash, making it difficult for her to escape. Just as the Lava Release Spiral Shuriken was about to hit Tianli's chest, she forcibly twisted her body and took the hit with her arm. Her arm was instantly scorched by the high-temperature flames, with the skin charred black, but the authority in her gaze did not diminish at all. Instead, it became even colder, signaling that a more intense battle was about to unfold. Chapter 0999, Spell. Injured, Tianli let out an angry roar, and the burn on her arm was instantly enveloped in a layer of light, healing at a visibly rapid pace. At the same time, her aura suddenly surged, and a pair of wings shimmering with radiant light unfurled slowly from her back. With each flap of the wings, a violent energy storm was unleashed. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. They quickly huddled together, standing back to back, vigilantly watching every move of the Heavenly Principle. Naruto took a deep breath and once again used the Shadow Clone technique. This time, the number of clones doubled, densely surrounding the area and heavily encircling the Heavenly Principle. Sage Art, Lava Release, Super Large Rasengan. The main body of Naruto quickly formed hand seals, and a Lava Release Super Large Rasengan, several times larger than before, took shape in his palm. The scorching magma rolled and surged on the surface of the sphere, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Naruto suddenly threw it towards the Heavenly Principle, and wherever the Rasengan passed, the ground was burned into a deep ravine, and the air was scorched and distorted. As Luffy took advantage of Naruto's attack, he unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique. In an instant, dozens of sword shadow clones appeared out of thin air, coordinating with Naruto's shadow clones to charge towards Tenri. Luffy's main body tightly gripped his twin swords, the power of thunder and flame surging wildly along the sword blades. He flashed forward like a bolt of black lightning into the battlefield, aiming directly at Tenri's back, trying to find a flaw to deliver a fatal blow. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Tenri's gaze grew colder. She hovered in the air, her hands dancing as she manipulated the elemental forces around her, quickly condensing them into various forms. First, several water curtains appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the massive lava dune super giant Rasengan, attempting to counteract its power with water to overcome fire. Next, countless shields made of rock formed in front of her, blocking the attacks of the sword shadow clones and Naruto's shadow clones. However, Luffy and Naruto's offensive did not diminish. The The sword's shadow clones nimbly darted through, seeking opportunities to break through the rock shields. Naruto's shadow clones, undeterred by the burning water curtains, relentlessly charged at Tenry's defenses. In the chaos, Luffy noticed that every time Tenry manipulated the elemental forces for defense, a faint energy thread would briefly appear at her waist, where the energy fluctuations were relatively weak. "Naruto, attack her waist!" Luffy shouted loudly. Hearing the command, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, while the main body of Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, a massive spiraling shuriken wrapped in howling winds shot towards Tenry's waist. Tenry sensed the danger and attempted to dodge to the side, but was tightly ensnared by a group of sword shadow clones, making it difficult to escape. Just as the spiraling shuriken was about to hit Tenry's waist, at a critical moment, Tenry forcibly twisted her body, using an arc of elemental power to deflect the shuriken. However, this action exposed a slight flaw, and Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slayer, his twin swords imbued with world-destroying thunder and flame power, fiercely slashing towards Tenry. In a hurry, Tenry extended her hands to block. The twin swords struck her hands, causing blood to spatter. But she managed to force Luffy back several steps with her overwhelming willpower and mysterious strength. Tenry gasped for breath, the fire of anger in her eyes burning even brighter. She suddenly threw her head back and let out a long howl, the sound shaking the surrounding flowers and grass, scattering the clouds in the sky. Immediately after, she brought her hands together and began to chant a mysterious incantation. The surrounding elemental forces seemed to go mad, wildly converging towards her. A more ferocious attack was about to come. Chapter 1000. The End, Finale. As Tenry chanted the incantation, the elemental forces of heaven and earth seemed to be drained. The winds and clouds roiling violently, and the entire space became distorted. Luffy and Naruto felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a great mountain were pressing down on them, making their movements increasingly difficult. They couldn't just sit and wait for their doom. Luffy gritted his teeth and infused all the power of thunder and flame within him into his twin swords. The swords hummed with energy, their brilliance so blinding that it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. He unleashed an unprecedented ultimate move, the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash, a beam of light soaring to the heavens, accompanied by rolling thunder and raging flames, roaring towards the heavenly principle. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, creating a deep chasm. Naruto also gave it his all, the chakra of the Nine Tails surging forth, enveloping his entire body. His form instantly swelled several times, entering an unprecedented super strong Nine Tails mode. Sage Art. Nine Tails Melting Release. Ultimate Spiral Shuriken. Naruto thrust his hands forward, launching a super spiral shuriken that fused Melting Release, Sage Art, and the power of the Nine Tails. It's might enough to destroy a mountain, accompanied by endless heat waves and a violent aura, racing towards the Heavenly Principle right behind Luffy's attack. Seeing this, the Heavenly Principle did not dare to underestimate them. She quickened the incantation of her spell, gathering elemental power around her to form a massive protective sphere, its light swirling and as solid as rock. The Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash struck the protective sphere first, and in an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, flames raged, and cracks appeared on the surface of the sphere. Immediately after, the super spiral shuriken crashed into the sphere with a thunderous sound. The entire Teyvat continent seemed to tremble. The protective sphere finally couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and shattered with a loud bang. The Heavenly Principle was also shaken, spitting out blood and flying backward, crashing heavily into a mountain peak, which instantly collapsed. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to strike. However, just as they were about to deliver a fatal blow to Tianli, she suddenly lifted her head, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. She burned her own life force, forcibly drawing upon the primordial power of the universe. The surrounding space began to collapse, forming black holes, with a powerful suction that threatened to swallow everything. "This is bad. She's going to take them down with her," Luffy shouted. Naruto also sensed the danger, and the two of them desperately resisted the pull, trying to stabilize their positions. In this life-and-death moment, Luffy recalled their determination to protect the continent and the countless experiences shared with his companions. A powerful belief supported him. He plunged his twin swords into the ground, gripping the hilts tightly, using the swords as a medium to release all his remaining strength. creating a light shield in an attempt to withstand the black hole's pull. Meanwhile, Naruto continuously channeled Nine-Tails chakra into the light shield to enhance its defense. The two worked closely together, their clothes soaked with sweat, their bodies trembling from the exertion. But their gazes never wavered. Gradually, the pull of the black hole weakened, and the natural order, having overdrawn its life force, grew fainter and weaker. Eventually, it slowly closed its eyes, its body transforming into specks of light that dissipated in the air. This thrilling battle finally came to an end, and Luffy and Naruto collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. They looked around. Although Teyvat was in ruins, the crisis had been averted. After the battle, Luffy and Naruto stayed in Teyvat for a few more days, helping the local residents clear the rubble and rebuild their homes, sharing all they had learned, just to help this weathered land regain its former vitality as quickly as possible. Once things seemed to stabilize, Luffy fell into deep thought. Every quiet night, he gazed at the strange yet familiar starry sky, and a voice echoed in his heart, a call from his original world. There were traces of his growth, loved ones and friends waiting for him, and adventures yet to be completed. Naruto seemed to sense Luffy's thoughts. One evening, the two sat side by side on a hillside, watching the sunset glow. "Luffy, I feel like something's bothering you. Do you miss home?" Naruto broke the silence first. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of affection and conflict. "Naruto, everything here is etched in my heart. The days we fought side by side are unforgettable memories of my life. But I ultimately do not belong to this world. My roots are in that original land." Naruto patted Luffy's shoulder and smiled broadly. "I understand. Don't worry, I'm here. Besides, maybe one day we'll meet again in some other world." Grateful for his friend's understanding, Luffy felt a surge of appreciation. On a sunny and pleasant morning, the residents of Teyvat gathered to bid farewell to Luffy. They offered their sincerest blessings and thanks, their eyes filled with reluctance. Luffy thanked everyone one by one, and after a heartfelt embrace with Naruto, he turned and walked towards the place where the mysterious light had appeared before, the passage connecting the two worlds. As Luffy stepped into the light, he felt a whirlwind, and his consciousness gradually blurred. When he awakened again, he found himself back in his familiar hometown. The sunlight was still warmly shining on him. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, and the sounds of bustling streets and children's laughter filled his ears. Everything felt so familiar. He strolled through the streets and alleys, seeing his former companions chatting happily in a tavern. Those familiar faces bore the marks of time, but still radiated enthusiasm. When the companions saw Luffy, they were first stunned, then erupted into cheers, surrounding him and eagerly asking about his whereabouts over the past days. Luffy smiled as he recounted his experiences, omitting some of the more bizarre parts that were hard to understand. His companions listened with great interest, their eyes filled with amazement and envy. Afterward, Luffy reintegrated into his original life, occasionally taking out treasures obtained from the other world to reminisce about that thrilling adventure. Whenever a new crisis befell his hometown, he would step forward, using the experiences and growth he accumulated in those continents to protect the land where he was born and raised. And in a moment of unguarded reflection, when he looked up at the starry sky, Luffy seemed to see the outline of the ninja world. He knew that in another timeline, Naruto was also fighting to protect. Though they were far apart, they were forever connected by their shared beliefs. Synopsis: do you see these maps? As the main character, Luffy meets Naruto, and after forming a bond, they traverse various anime worlds together. Naruto activates his tailed beast sage mode, and with a cough, Kurama. Luffy activates his 10-tailed sage mode, and with a cough, God Tree. One Punch Man, Blackface. Hey, you two should take it easy.